I found myself standing on a huge ring, surrounded by a sea of people, all eyes on me. I felt dazed and suddenly had a sharp pain in my head, as if something suddenly drilled into my head. I subconsciously covered my head and tried to keep myself awake. As the pain gradually subsided, I realized that I was no longer the same Chen Guan. The memory that originally belonged to me disappeared and was replaced by a strange memory, the memory of the original owner of this body. This person's name is also Chen Guan, and he lives in a world called Data Continent. This place is very similar to my previous world, with cities, vehicles, and computers. But the difference is that this world emphasizes strength, and only the strong can gain a foothold in this world. The only way for me to become stronger is to join the association. And to join the association, I must pass the competition, and only the winner will be qualified. Recalling these memories, I was somewhat shocked, but I gradually accepted the reality. In this life, I must become the strongest in the world and change my ordinary fate in the previous life. In this competition, the original owner's goal is to join the association, although considering his current strength, the hope of joining is slim. Suddenly, a voice interrupted my thoughts. Are you ready? I looked at the examiner next to me, a tall, thin, middle-aged man in a black suit. There were black triangular marks between his eyebrows and on his forehead, and he was obviously a very powerful man. I nodded silently, thinking to myself, now that I'm standing here, there's no reason to retreat. I'm ready. I answered, my voice firmer. Anyway, since I'm already here, I might as well give it a try. After all, I've already died once, so what's there to be afraid of? The examiner nodded slightly and announced the start of the competition. Xin Ming versus Chen Guan. The competition begins now. I turned to look at my opponent. Xin Ming, a man wearing a brand-name sportswear, stood there, staring at me, looking me up and down. Hey kid, the clothes you're wearing, did you come from the countryside? I looked down at my clothes that were already a little worn out and sighed inwardly. Indeed, compared to him in his designer sportswear, I do look a lot worse. I nodded slightly and said, yes, I am from the countryside. My hometown is in the countryside. Xin Ming laughed out loud after hearing this. Successful people are in the city, and unsuccessful people are in the countryside. You are a country bumpkin who can't even get into the city. How can you be qualified to compete with successful people like us for a seat in the association? Hearing this, I couldn't help but get a little angry. In the past, I might have chosen to swallow my anger, but now I don't want to endure it anymore. I had just come to this world, and I was fed up with these bastards who looked down on country folk. Staring coldly at Xin Ming, I asked, you look down on country folk? When Xin Ming heard my question, the smile on his face froze instantly. His eyes became sharp and he narrowed them slowly. You are looking for death. Before he finished speaking, Xin Ming suddenly took out a pair of brass knuckles from his waist, put them on his hands, clenched his fists, and the 5 protruding steel blades sparkled in the sun. I watched his movements, my pupils shrank slightly, and my heart tightened. This guy obviously wanted to kill me with this thing. Xin Ming put on his brass knuckles, stared at me, and sneered. On the ring, life and death are determined by fate. I'll give you one more chance. Kneel down and call me daddy, and I'll spare your life and let you admit defeat and leave. How about that? When I heard this, my blood rushed to my head, but my reason quickly suppressed the impulse. In the original world, I played 5v5 games every day and had countless friendly communications with my teammates. My mentality had long been trained to be indestructible. What is Xin Ming's provocation? It just makes my anger more likely to explode. Looking at the brass knuckles in Xin Ming's hand, I looked down at my empty hands and couldn't help feeling a little depressed. Originally, in this 1v1 situation, I might not win, but now I don't even have a weapon and am completely at a disadvantage. Although I knew I could give up and leave, how could I let this opportunity go so easily? I couldn't stand Xin Ming's arrogance anymore, so I had to teach him a lesson. At this moment, a blue picture suddenly appeared in front of my eyes, showing my physical attributes. I couldn't help but be stunned. My attack power and defense power are 999, 9999. What kind of crazy attributes are these? I stared at the data in front of me and couldn't believe my eyes. In the past, the attack power of ordinary people was only about 20 points, but my current attributes are completely on a different level. I calmed down and made up my mind. This data is obviously true. If you want to verify it, just give it a try. I looked up at Xin Ming and said coldly, it's still unknown who will kneel down and call me daddy. Xin Ming's smile froze instantly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. You asked for it. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly jumped up, his feet burst out with great power, and pounced on me with his brass knuckles. I didn't dodge. I just looked at him calmly. The moment he approached, he punched me hard in the abdomen with his brass knuckles. For sharp brass knuckle nails pierced through my clothes and hit my abdomen hard. Bang! With a dull sound, Xin Ming's fist seemed to hit the hard wall, causing him to take 3 steps back. His fists turned red, and his face was full of shock. I looked down and saw 4 holes in my clothes, but my stomach was intact. Apparently, the attack power of the brass knuckles was completely blocked by my defense. Why is it so hard? Xin Ming muttered to himself, with a hint of disbelief in his eyes. The audience also began to discuss. It's strange. Xin Ming's brass knuckles clearly hit him, so why is Chen Guan not hurt at all? This defense? Are you saying that Chen Guan's defense offset the attack power of the tiger knuckles? That's impossible. A level 10 body's defense is only 7 points at most. How could it possibly block it? I smiled slightly, listened to their discussion, and kept calm. If I hadn't had such strong defense, Xin Ming's attack would have seriously injured me, or even killed me. Obviously, Xin Ming had no intention of leaving me alive. In this case, I decided not to hesitate any longer. I stepped forward and rushed out, my figure flashing like lightning. Only a shadow was left behind, and I appeared in front of Xin Ming in an instant. Before Xin Ming could react, my fist had already landed on his face. Boom! With a muffled sound, Xin Ming's body was instantly torn apart by the fist wind, and his upper body was completely evaporated. The bursting airflow stirred up a strong wind in the air, and even caused the wall in the distance to burst open, revealing a huge hole. Even the white clouds in the sky were torn apart, forming a huge hole. The meeting room suddenly fell into silence. Everyone stared blankly, leaving only Xin Ming's lower body slowly falling to the ground, without any movement. I stood there, slowly retracted my fist, and looked down at my fist with a hint of shock in my heart. Is this the attack power of 999, 9999? I couldn't help but sigh inwardly. I turned to the examiner next to me. He was also staring blankly at Xin Ming's body, not reacting at all. I said softly, "Examiner." The examiner came back to his senses and glanced at me. Oh, he was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly announced, "I declare that the winner of this competition is Chen Guan." He paused for a moment and looked at me again. "Congratulations on winning the first test. Someone will take you to your residence in a while. For the next 2 tests, please have a good rest and wait for the next test." I came down from the ring, the fight just now and the astonishing numbers on the data panel still echoing in my mind. Just when I hadn't recovered from the shock of the time travel and the feeling of invincibility, a crisp shout brought me back to reality. "Chen Guan." I came to my senses and saw a woman in a black uniform standing in front of me. Her uniform tightly wrapped around her body, which was tall and curvy. Her long black hair was tied into a black ponytail, revealing her slender white neck. If her face were placed in the world before me, she would definitely be considered a beauty. There was a black triangle mark and a triangle pattern on her forehead, with 2 lines next to it. This meant that her level was 15, and she was already a member of the association. Ordinary people were at most 10th level, and being able to exceed 10th level meant that she had joined the association and became a member. She smiled and said, "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Wang Lin, and I am responsible for arranging for those who have passed the preliminary examination to go to their residences. You have passed the preliminary examination. Please follow me." I nodded and followed her. As we walked out of the ring, the audience was still talking. "Did you see what happened?" "I just saw a flash of light, and Xin Ming flew out. He's too fast and too powerful. He's just an ordinary person at level 10. How can he have such an exaggerated explosive power? I think he should be the first in this preliminary exam." Yes, among the people at level 10, there is no one as strong as him. I was in no mood to listen to these discussions. My attention was focused on Wang Lin. As I followed her, I flipped through the memories of the original owner of this body. The previous time travel and battle happened so fast that I had no time to think. Now I finally have the chance to organize my thoughts. Through the memories of this body, I found that this world is similar to my previous world, with cities, transportation, and modern facilities. The only difference is that this world measures a person's ability by data. Everyone has their own data panel, showing attributes such as attack power, defense power, health, etc. Everyone's level can also be seen. The higher the level, the stronger the strength. There are no countries in this world, only various associations, which represent different forces. The strong are respected, and everyone worships strength. The only way to become stronger is to join an association. I looked at the numbers on the data panel and sighed in my heart. If the original owner of this body wanted to become the leader of the alliance, then I have the same goal. Since I inherited this body, it is up to me to realize this wish. Become the leader of the alliance, I said to myself, and a burning fighting spirit ignited in my heart. I used to be poor, helpless, cowardly, and inferior, but in this life, I am no longer that cowardly self. This is your residence. Wang Lin's voice brought me back from my thoughts. She opened the door of a room and looked at me with a smile. I nodded. Thank you for your help. Wang Lin smiled. You're welcome. With your strength, it's not difficult to become a member of the Thunder Association. I look forward to becoming a comrade in arms with you. I nodded slightly to express my gratitude. Wang Lin left, and I went into the room and relaxed. This is Leiyun City, the headquarters of the Thunderbolt Association. The Thunderbolt Association recruits a large number of members. Millions of people compete for this opportunity, and I am just one of them. Tomorrow I will face stronger opponents and more severe challenges. I lay in bed, the blue data display board still in front of me. The attribute data inside has not changed at all. Attack, 999, 9999, defense, 999, 9999, health, 999, 9999. These data are so outrageous that they are unbelievable, but they are true. It seems that this time travel not only gave me powerful power, but also paved the way for everything in this world. No matter whether it's a bug or not, at least with this data, I don't have to live such a depressed life like before. I thought, slowly closed my eyes, and fell asleep. I don't know how long it was before a knock on the door woke me up. Knock, knock. I got out of bed, walked to the door, and opened it. Wang Lin stood outside the door with a smile on his face. Your next competition is about to begin. It will be held at competition hall number 32 on the 32nd floor. Please follow me. I nodded and followed her. Wang Lin was wearing a black uniform. She was tall and slender, and with black stockings and high heels, she looked even more charming. Every step she took was full of elegance and confidence. She turned her head and smiled at me. Your next opponent will not be simple. Hearing this, I was slightly stunned and looked at her. I looked at Wang Lin. She nodded slightly and explained, your opponent this time is called Chen Guan, and her father Qingji is a level 27 member of the association. Under her father's training, Chen Guan has broken through level 10 and reached level 11. I was stunned for a moment, and I couldn't help but be surprised. Level 11? I repeated. The only way for ordinary people to break through the limit of level 10 is to join the association and improve through the breakthrough materials provided by the association. And Chen Guan's breakthrough was obviously achieved with the support of her father. It seems that the competition is really fierce. I whispered to myself, sighing in my heart. Wang Lin looked at me and smiled softly. To you, that opponent is nothing. As we were talking, we had already arrived at the competition venue. In front of us was a huge room with a square arena in the middle, surrounded by people watching the competition. Right on the ring, I saw my opponent, Chen Guan. She is a tall woman, wearing a white hooded sweatshirt, sneakers, and a neatly cut short hair, exuding a youthful aura. As we arrived, all eyes were on me, and I couldn't help but feel a little annoyed when I heard the audience whispering, even though the noises didn't really bother me. Here they come, someone whispered. I dusted myself off and walked toward the ring. When I saw that the arena was actually 1.5 meters high, I couldn't help but mutter to myself, isn't this too low? I originally wanted to jump up directly, but suddenly realized that I am no longer the same person I used to be. The attributes on the data panel allow me to make a leap forward, but since it is so simple, it seems a bit unnecessary. Chen Guan was also looking at me, and I certainly didn't want to be outdone in observing her. Her eyes were full of confidence, and she was obviously very confident in herself. I retracted my gaze and prepared for the upcoming battle. At this moment, the examiner announced, Chen Guan versus Chen Guan. The competition begins now. Chen Guan was obviously prepared. He kicked off and quickly rushed towards me. Her movements were extremely swift, and she swung her fist towards my face fiercely. Her attack power must not be underestimated. Her level 11 strength is enough to beat an ordinary person at level 10. However, when her fist hit me, I only felt a slight collision, like a cotton ball gently patting my face, and there was no pain at all. I touched my face with my hand and was suddenly shocked. Her attack had no effect on me. Chen Ning took a few steps back. A hint of disbelief flashed in her eyes. She looked at her fist and was obviously a little stunned. "What is your body made of? So hard?" she asked with a frown, obviously not expecting a level 10 person to be able to block her attack so easily, even causing her hand joints to turn red. I raised an eyebrow and said calmly, "In fact, other parts of my body are harder." Chung Ninggran's face turned slightly red instantly, obviously angered by what I said. She snorted coldly and then took out a flute from her waist. "Shameless," she whispered, then quickly put the flute in her mouth and began to play. As the flute sounded, black smoke began to fill the air. What was this? I was confused and stared at the black mist swirling around the flute. The spectators below seemed to realize what was happening, and many of them were talking about it. "What is this? She can actually summon monsters? People who have broken through to level 10 are really extraordinary. What power does this flute have? It can actually summon skeletons." I locked my eyes, and suddenly, a skeleton man wearing armor and holding a machete emerged from the smoke. The skeleton had no eyes and was made of a white skeleton and armor with a strong, murderous aura. It swung the blade in its hand and rushed towards me. What kind of monster is this? I couldn't help but frown, but soon I knew I couldn't delay any longer. Chung Ninggran continued to play the flute. The sound became higher and higher, and the skeleton's attack became more fierce. The blade swung at me again and again, with the sound of whistling wind, which was frightening. However, I did not dodge at all. Facing the fiercely slashing blade, there was no need for me to dodge at all, because its attack could not cause any harm to me at all. Bang! With a dull sound, the blade hit my shoulder and my clothes were torn, revealing the muscles underneath. However, even though the blade had touched my skin, there was no trace of a wound. I stood there motionless, letting the skeletons hack at me. I didn't care. The damage to my clothes was not worth mentioning. The audience was completely dumbfounded. He's not injured. The blade can't even penetrate him. I stood on the ring, looking at the skeletons circling around me. They were wearing armor, holding old blades, and exuding a strange aura. If I had seen this thing in the previous world, I would probably have thought that the god of death had come. But now, facing the skeleton man, I did not feel any emotion because I knew that it could not kill me and could not even break my defense. Chung Ninggran stopped playing the flute, and as she moved, the skeleton man wrapped in black smoke slowly stopped and disappeared on the stage. Her face was pale and her forehead was covered with sweat, and she looked like she had experienced intense physical exertion. I immediately realized that the powerful force just now must be the special ability that Chung Ninggran obtained after breaking through level 10, Ghost Soldier. However, the cost of using this ability is obviously very high, and she is already exhausted. "You, how did you do it? You're only level 10. How could you possibly resist my Ghost Soldiers?" Chung Ninggran looked at me breathlessly, his voice trembling a little. I responded calmly, "Ghost Soldier, the name is good, but the attack power is too weak." Chung Ninggran was stunned, then frowned and retorted, "The Ghost Soldiers are not weak. Besides, you're only level 10. You don't even have any ability. How can you say that the Ghost Soldiers are weak?" As I watched her staggering, I knew clearly that the Ghost Soldiers were her strongest means of attack. Since she was already exhausted, she would not be able to hurt me if she continued to fight. I can understand her unwillingness to accept the result. After all, a person who broke through level 10 and entered level 11 and gained special abilities ended up losing to a person at level 10. Who wouldn't be dissatisfied? I answered lightly, then raised my right hand and clenched my fist. Chung Ninggran's eyes instantly became alert. She stared at me, obviously prepared to deal with my next move. My arm muscles were bulging, and my white t-shirt was torn, and the hard muscles were visible through the gaps in the clothes. Then I punched the ring at my feet. Boom! With a deafening roar, the ring instantly exploded, the ground sank greatly, and dust flew up. Chung Ninggran's eyes widened, obviously shocked by the scene before her. Right where my fist landed, a huge hole with a diameter of 5 meters appeared, and the floor below was clearly visible. The entire ring was destroyed by my punch. The audience around was also stunned by this scene, and they all opened their mouths wide in amazement. I retracted my fist, stood up, and looked at Chen Guan. If you're still not convinced, we can continue the competition. Chen Guan looked at me, swallowed, and finally whispered, I give in. I glanced at Chen Guan's shocked expression, then turned to the examiner beside me. Examiner, you can announce the results now. The examiner recovered from his shock and immediately announced, I declare that the winner of this competition is Chen Guan. After I finished the announcement, I subconsciously looked at the dent I had just made. In fact, this dent was only a small part of my strength. If I had used all my strength, the entire floor would probably have disappeared. After all, my attributes were too strong, and I was able to avoid the complete collapse of the venue by controlling the power a little. I looked away and turned away. Next, there was a final competition. As long as I passed it, I could join the association and become a formal member. After returning to my residence, I lay on the bed, thinking about the ability that Chen Guan had just used, Ghost Soldier. Her ability after breaking through level 10 is so powerful. If I break through level 10, will I also be able to gain similar abilities? I was full of anticipation and couldn't help but imagine what I would look like after reaching level 10. The next day arrived quickly, and Wang Lin found me as promised and took me to the venue of the final competition. This is the final competition, and the venue is on the top floor of the building. Wang Lin explained the rules to me as we walked. There are more than 1 million participants before, and after 2 days of elimination, only 131 people are left. The final competition will be conducted in the form of a challenge. Those who want to become members of the association must accept the challenge. Those who could defeat all challengers will win the first victory. I nodded, knowing how intense this competition would be. The 3 final winners would become members of the association, and now I just needed to break through this level. The president of the Thunderbolt Association and other elite leaders will come to watch. Wang Lin then added, if you win your first victory, you will receive a breakthrough bead from the president himself. That's a good thing. You must seize it. Hearing this, I couldn't help but get even more excited. The breakthrough pearl is undoubtedly a great opportunity for my growth, and I must strive for it with all my strength. We took the elevator to the top floor of the building together. When I stepped out of the elevator, my eyes lit up and I saw a huge arena. The ring was already surrounded by people, and on the platform, there was a group of people sitting, among whom a white-haired old man was particularly eye-catching. There are 5 triangular marks and 1 triangular pattern on the forehead of that person. He is obviously the president of the Thunder Association. I know that today, I will face a real strong man. I stood beside the ring, looking at the people watching the fight, and noticed that not only were the top leaders of the association present, but many people over level 10 were also watching. I thought to myself that these people knew very well that if they wanted to break through the bottleneck after level 10, they had to rely on killing ferocious beasts to gain experience. The habitats of these ferocious beasts are all under the jurisdiction of the association. Without the association's permission, they cannot contact these ferocious beasts, let alone kill them. Therefore, people who want to upgrade their levels usually rely on the help of their parents or associations, just like Chen Guan, who was able to break through to level 11 by obtaining breakthrough materials. However, those above level 11 are usually members of the association and will not participate in such public competitions. As I was looking around, there was a commotion in the crowd. Look, it's Miss Qianin. Miss Qianin. She's here too. Where is she? Where is she? I looked in the direction they were looking out of curiosity, wondering what kind of person could attract so much attention from these powerful people. I followed their gaze and, sure enough, saw a figure walking in from the entrance of the venue. She was a girl wearing a red sweatshirt and ultra-short jeans. She was tall and had legs as slender as a model. Her long, fiery red hair fluttered in the wind. Her skin was fair and smooth, and her appearance was stunning. She looks casual and natural, yet still has a combination of charm and purity, which gives people a strange shock. I noticed that the moment she appeared, almost all the male eyes around her were focused on her. Obviously, besides him, others were also attracted by her beauty. What a little devil, someone whispered. If I could win Qianyin's favor, I would rather live 20 years less. You are dreaming. Miss Qianin is the precious granddaughter of Chairman Qingping. Do you want to pursue her? The number of people pursuing Miss Qianin can reach Haiyan City. Many people have pursued her, but failed. How dare you think about it? Listening to these discussions, I smiled secretly in my heart. Obviously, this Qianin is not only beautiful, but also has an awe-inspiring identity. Qianin walked to the platform, and sat in the middle seat. She talked to the old man with a smile on her face. I also noticed that this old man should be the President Champing that everyone is discussing, the leader of the powerful Thunder Association. The time's up. Suddenly, a voice attracted Chen Guan's attention. I looked towards the ring and saw a middle-aged man in a black uniform appear on the ring. The man looked around and then said, "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Lan Jin, and I am the examiner for today's competition. Today is the last competition for joining the guild, and we will conduct it in the form of a challenge." Lan Jin continued to explain the rules. All contestants can stand on the ring, and anyone who stands on the ring must accept the challenge of other contestants. The person who defeats all challengers and is still standing in the ring will be awarded first place, and then the second and third places will be decided. The Thunderbolt Association is currently only recruiting 3 members. The top 3 will become official members of the association. The rest of the contestants will be eliminated. Longine paused and looked around. Then, next, please invite the contestants to the ring. After saying that, Longine took a few steps back and looked at the conference room. Everyone fell silent. Everyone knows that the first person to stand on the stage will face hundreds of challenges, which almost means that he will be caught in an endless round-robin battle. Only those who are absolutely confident in themselves will dare to be the first to stand on the stage. The scene fell into silence. Many people looked at each other, and no one dared to be the first to stand on the stage. "Grandpa, it seems that people of this generation have no confidence." Qianyin teased. Chairman Changping smiled, stroked his beard, and responded, "Don't worry, someone will come up." Qianyin waved her hand and said with a hint of dissatisfaction, "It better be there, otherwise I've come here for nothing." Chairman Changping smiled and did not respond, while several senior executives beside him said, "No one dares to come up, which means this year will be like the previous years. Is there no newcomer this year? What a pity." Chen Guan looked at the ring and knew in his heart that he didn't want to waste time here. Thinking of this, he took a step and walked directly to the ring. Everyone in the audience looked at him, their eyes focused on him. Even President Chengping and Qianyin noticed him. President Chengping smiled and said, "Here he comes." Qianyin looked at Chen Guan curiously, seeming to be expecting something. People in the venue were whispering, "Who is this guy? I don't know him. Is he trying to be the first to stand in the ring? He looks only 18 or 19 years old and is extremely skinny. How dare he be the first to stand in the ring? Isn't he looking down on us too much?" I listened to the discussions around me, but I didn't care. He walked to the ring. Although the ring was 1.5 meters high, I raised my hand without hesitation and slapped it hard. Boom! With a deafening roar, the edge of the ring cracked. The people around me shut their mouths immediately, and all eyes were focused on my hands. I retracted my hand, stepped on the broken edge of the ring, walked onto the ring, stood still, crossed my arms over my chest, glanced around indifferently, and said calmly, "So, who wants to challenge me? Please come up." I stood on the stage, looking calmly at my fellow son who was gradually approaching me. His figure was getting closer and closer, his muscles bulging, and with the huge axe on his shoulder, he looked like an angry beast. The audience around him was also shocked by his powerful aura, and even the air seemed to become heavy. Tong Suan's voice was deep and powerful. "My name is Tong's son. I have participated in 6 association competitions. This year is my 7th time." He spoke with determination. For this competition, I paid a huge price and finally broke through to level 11. His words made me understand that this was almost his last chance. And I also knew that this competition was equally important to me. His eyes were filled with fighting determination. "Don't even think about taking the first place from me." I smiled and said calmly, "In that case, come on." Tong Suan's eyes flashed with anger. "My axe doesn't have eyes. If you die, don't blame me." Watching him raise the giant axe, the air seemed to be torn apart, but my heartbeat did not speed up at all. I just calculated calmly. If the axe were to hit me, I would have enough defense to block it, but I also didn't want my hair to be chopped off. It would be okay if my clothes were torn, but I wouldn't be able to replace my hair. So I subconsciously raised my arms and placed them above my head. Then, I felt the huge force coming. Bang! The giant axe hit my forearm, accompanied by a deafening noise, and the entire ring seemed to shake violently. The ground suddenly collapsed, and I felt a strong impact on my arm. But to my surprise, my forearm was not hurt at all. Instead, a chip appeared on the axe's blade from the impact, apparently because it had hit my forearm. Tong Suan's eyes suddenly became one of disbelief. He obviously couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. The audience around me were also stunned, and all eyes were focused on me. They were shocked that I could withstand this fatal blow without any injury. I raised my face, glanced at him, and said calmly, "If you still want to try, come on." As soon as I finished speaking, the atmosphere around me became more solemn. Even Xin Ming and President Chen Guan began to look at me. Obviously, they were also shocked by the strength I showed. Chen Ming looked at me with a hint of surprise in her eyes. "Isn't this guy's body too hard?" There was a lot of interest in her voice. Chairman Chen Guan gently stroked his beard, his eyes deep. The gap between level 10 and level 11, the ability can be awakened after the breakthrough. It seems that this kid is not only strong, but also has excellent physical endurance. I stood on the ring, not feeling the slightest bit tired, but feeling extremely clear and resilient. My opponent's attack was nothing but a gust of wind to me, and it was completely unable to shake me. This competition is obviously not only a test for Tong Sun, but also a verification of my own strength. I stare at the gap in the giant axe in my hand, feeling a little surprised. This kind of crack was obviously caused by the axe hitting an extremely hard object. Obviously, Chen Guan's physical strength was far beyond my expectations. I quickly took a few steps back, kept my distance, held the giant axe tightly in my hand, and stared at Chen Guan. This level 10 opponent in front of me was able to block my attack and even damage my axe. How is it possible? How could his body be so hard? Aren't you going to continue? Chen Guan's voice was calm and indifferent, breaking my thoughts. I looked at him, my heart filled with shock, and I had to admit that I lost. "You win," I whispered, and turned away, feeling more frustrated than ever before. On the high platform, Qian Yin's voice rang out. "Tong Sun, are you giving up already?" There was a hint of amusement in her tone. "I think, Tong Sun, you haven't used your full strength yet." Chairman Chen Guan nodded slightly, stroked his sheep's beard, and said slowly, "Tong Sun, it is true that he has not used his full strength, but the kid named Chen Guan has not tried his best either." Next, facing the unknown situation, Tong Sun chose to hide his trump card and wait to compete for the second and third place. Smart people know how to choose. I listened to their discussion and kept a cautious assessment of myself. The attack just now was not all I had, so I chose to keep some cards in reserve. After all, I didn't know what kind of challenge I would face next. I came back to my senses, looked at Tong Sun, who was stepping down, retracted my gaze, scanned the surroundings, and asked provocatively, "Is there another one?" Everyone in the ring was silent. They began to look at each other, as if they were hesitating whether to challenge me. Who wants to challenge me? This guy can even beat someone at level 11. The highest level among our contestants is only level 11. Who else dares to challenge him now? It looks like he's got the first place. The examiner Lan Jin came out, stood in the middle of the ring, and began to announce, "If there is no next challenger within 3 seconds, I will consider Chen Guan's victory." He began to count down. 3. The audience looked at each other. Some of them were obviously hesitant. Challenge? Do they really dare to stand on the ring and fight against this strong man? 2. Still no movement. 1. Lan Jin finally announced, "I declare that the first place in this year's Thunderbolt Association entrance competition is Chen Guan." Hearing this, I was a little confused. Is this the end? I thought there would be more challengers coming up. After all, there are 3 positions, and the one who can get the first place will be rewarded with a first-class breakthrough bead. This is what all contestants desire. "Little brother, please go to the podium and take a seat." Lan Jin's voice came again. I came to my senses, looked at the seat on the podium, and found that the seats there were reserved for the winners. Although I didn't have much expectations since I was invited, going up and sitting down was a special treatment. Wang Lin walked up to me and said with a smile, "The association has prepared seats for the winners. I'll take you there." I nodded and followed her to the stage. The whole audience focused their attention on me again, and it was clear that many people's eyes were full of curiosity and expectation. I walked up to the platform and looked around and found that many senior members of the association were also looking at me. There were complicated emotions in their eyes. Perhaps they were interested in my power. Wang Lin took me to an empty seat. I sat down and glanced at the items on the table, a black card and a sandalwood box. I picked up the card and saw the lightning logo and delicate patterns on it. It should be a membership card of the Thunder Association, which means that I have officially become a member of the association. Then, I opened the sandalwood box, which was covered with red silk, and on the silk lay a bead emitting colorful luster. I suddenly remembered what Wang Lin said before, that the first place winner would receive the breakthrough pearl awarded by the president. This pearl should be that breakthrough pearl. Just as I was deep in thought, suddenly, I felt the breath in front of me became a little different. I looked up and saw Xin Ming, a red-haired girl wearing a red hooded sweatshirt, standing in front of me with her hands in her pockets, staring at me with her ruby-like eyes. Chen Guan. I frowned slightly, wondering what she was doing here. After all, Chen Guan was the goddess of many people in the association, and her every move attracted countless eyes. Chen Guan showed a charming smile. I am interested in your data panel. What is your attack? I opened my data panel and saw the value of 9999999. I hesitated for a moment and thought to myself that this value was not suitable to be disclosed casually. I looked up at her and said lightly, "A secret." Chen Guan's smile faded slightly, and a complex emotion flashed at her eyes. Well, she paused for a moment, as if considering how to respond. Since you don't want to tell me, I won't force you. Then, she looked at the empty seat next to her, walked over and sat down. The seat she chose was obviously prepared for the second place, and she sat down directly. This surprised me a little. Her actions undoubtedly attracted the attention of the whole audience. Everyone's eyes were focused on us. Chen Guan was obviously interested in me, or in other words, she was staring at me. I sat on the podium and turned my eyes to Chen Guan. She was sitting in the seat next to me. Her upright, sitting posture showed off her perfect figure to the fullest. She looked about my age, about 17 or 18 years old, with a perfectly developed body and clear curves. Her temperament was both charming and fresh, as if she was born to attract attention. She glanced in the direction of the ring for a moment, then turned her head to look at me. When her eyes met mine, she smiled charmingly and said softly, "If you don't tell me your data, can you tell me how you usually practice? I see that you are about the same age as me. When I was level 10, I didn't have the same stats as you. I am curious about your cultivation method." Her words suddenly made me realize something. I had been puzzled before as to why she suddenly became interested in me. It turned out that it was not only because of my outstanding performance, but more because of my age. After all, my original owner was about the same age as her, but she had already broken through to level 20, while I was only level 10. However, the fact that I could perform so well obviously made her very interested in me. I have not experienced what she calls cultivation. My improvement is only due to the data enhancement from the time travel. If this secret were to be revealed, it would inevitably cause unnecessary trouble. After all, if someone hears about time travel, it could be a big deal or a small deal. Who knows if it will cause any trouble? So I decided to find an excuse. I smiled slightly. My method of cultivation is inherited from my family and cannot be told to others, unless. I deliberately prolonged my tone, wanting her to guess. Chen Guan frowned slightly, obviously aroused by my words. Unless what? Seeing her paying so much attention to me, I felt a little proud. So I said calmly, "Unless the other person is someone I have a very close relationship with, such as my wife." I teased her on purpose to see how she would react, hoping she would back off and stop asking me for my data. However, Chen Guan's reaction was beyond my expectation. She didn't feel embarrassed or angry, but smiled and said playfully, "You want me to be your wife?" I smiled and kept silent. My eyes swept over her casually, secretly finding it interesting. I didn't really intend to talk to her about this. I just said it casually to change the subject. I was a little curious about how she would react. Chen Guan raised her lips slightly. "You want me to be your wife, but I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do so." Ability? I was stunned for a moment, feeling somewhat confused. Could it be that the rules of this world were the same as those of my previous world, and marrying a wife also required a huge sacrifice? However, the next words made me interested in continuing the conversation with her. Chen Guan continued, "Look at how strong I am. Do you think that because my level is higher than yours, you can't have a chance to pursue me? You are wrong." She chuckled. "What does ability mean? In this world, level determines everything. You are level 10 now, and I am already level 20. That's a big gap." I nodded. It turned out that what she meant by ability was not the economic conditions or other things as I imagined, but referred to the level gap in this world where the strong are respected. She can look at everything by the standard, which also makes me better understand the rules of this world. But I don't look down on anyone. Chen Guan continued. "The reason I was able to reach level 20 is because I had the help of my grandfather, but you didn't. If I were still at level 10, I would definitely not be able to beat you." Her eyes softened, as if she saw some potential in me. "When you joined the association, you will have a chance to make a breakthrough and gain more experience. She smiled at me and said, I can wait for you for half a year. Within half a year, if you can break through from level 10 to level 30 and find the breakthrough materials for level 30, I can consider agreeing to be your wife. I couldn't help but laugh, thinking to myself that this was just an easy challenge, like a joke like I'll give you a promise if you do this. Is it that simple? I asked. Chen was obviously stunned, as if she didn't expect me to be so direct. She showed a playful smile on her face. How can it be that simple? Even with my grandfather's help, I have only reached level 20 after so many years. If you want to surpass me within half a year, you have to find the materials to break through to level 30, which is almost impossible. She shook her head and smiled. You haven't even broken through to level 10 yet, and you actually said it's easy. You really love to brag. Her words had a playful tone and were not threatening at all. Instead, her innocence and cuteness made me let my guard down. I looked at her with a smile that was meaningful. It's so simple. Chen looked at me with a hint of surprise in her eyes. She knew that I was not just saying it casually. Although her provocation was a bit joking, she didn't expect that I was so confident. Is it easy? Then I'm looking forward to it. She chuckled and looked at me with a gleam of inquiry in her eyes. Her words made me more determined to complete this challenge, to let her see how I can accomplish a task that she thought was impossible. In other words, I have now joined the association and obtained the breakthrough bead. All I need to do next is find a ferocious beast to hunt and obtain 3 level 10 ferocious beast cards. Then I can make a breakthrough. I muttered silently in my heart, but my eyes unconsciously turned to the other side of the arena. At this moment, the first place title has been taken by me, and the remaining contestants are still competing for the second and third places. Although these people have certain strength, their performance is slightly inferior to the Tongsun I just faced. For me, the thrill of the challenge is gone, and these battles don't hold much appeal. I turned my gaze back to Chen, who was still staring at the fight on the ring, her expression focused and calm. Occasionally, she turned her head to look at me through a slightly tilted perspective. What will be done with me after the competition is over? I asked her, breaking the brief silence. She looked away, thought for a moment, and replied, Well, there are no special arrangements. After the competition, you will officially become a member of the association. Is that so? I blinked in surprise. Chen nodded and continued casually. That's about right. However, before you leave, my grandfather will talk to you, and you can leave after the chat. This is the usual procedure. It's just a chat. It's nothing serious. Hearing this, my heart suddenly tightened. The grandfather that Chen mentioned was the president of the Thunder Association, Mr. Qingping. For her, chatting with Grandpa may be just an everyday thing, but for those of us who have just joined the association, it may mean more. After all, President Qingping has great power and can revoke anyone's membership at any time. If I did something wrong in the conversation with him, it might directly affect my qualifications. Therefore, this seemingly simple chat actually contained considerable risks. As time passed, the competition between the second and third place came to an end. The examiner Lan Jin stood on the stage and announced, The entrance examination has ended. Eliminated contestants and irrelevant persons, please leave immediately. The 3 winners, please come to the high stage. The president has something to ask. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience began to disperse. The losers left the stage in disappointment, while I and the other 2 winners followed Lan Jin to the stage. The seat that Chen was sitting on just now was actually reserved for Tongsun, and now she occupies that seat. The staff quickly prepared another empty seat to avoid embarrassment, for tables and chairs were neatly arranged on both sides of the president, and when the president spoke, the atmosphere in the air suddenly became tense. Tongsun and Beihong both looked nervous. After all, the following conversation would determine whether they could officially become a member of the association. Whether they could join smoothly might be hidden in the next answer. I looked at the president and saw that he was thin and his face looked a little thin. His white hair and white beard were very conspicuous. He looked kind, with a benevolent smile, as if he was harmless. However, the 5 triangular marks and 3 lines on his head were enough to make everyone feel afraid. Level 53. This level represents powerful strength. The president smiled and said, You 3 don't have to be so nervous. I just want to chat with you. There is no test. There is a Thunder Association card on your table. Getting that card means you're already a member of the association. Once you have it, you can freely enter and exit hunting grounds of your same level, use public transportation for free, stay in any hotel, and enjoy various privileges. No matter what you say in our subsequent conversation, I can guarantee that your membership will not be revoked. I listened to the president's story and felt relieved. It seemed that the process was not as complicated as I had expected. As long as my answers were correct, I would be able to become a full member of the association. So, the president's eyes swept across the three of us and finally stopped at Bei Hong. Bei Hong, why did you join the Thunder Association? Bei Hong stood up and looked the president in the eyes, looking a little excited. I joined the Thunder Association to become more powerful. The president narrowed his eyes slightly, as if examining his heart. Then why do you want to become powerful? Bei Hong said bluntly, if you are strong, you'll have more status and position, and you can get whatever you want. The president smiled and nodded. Okay, I understand. He turned to Tong Sun. Tong Sun, what about you? Tong Sun also stood up, and his words were firm. I am the same as Bei Hong for my own future. There are many people like me in this world who join the association in order to stand out. Only by joining the association can you have more privileges than ordinary people and stand in a higher position. Well, the president smiled. Okay. Then, the president turned his gaze to me with a hint of interest in his eyes. Brother Chen Guan, what about you? When the president asked this question, everyone's eyes were on me. Even Xin Ming was looking at me. I thought about it for a while and felt that this question didn't need to be concealed, but was an opportunity to express my true feelings. I smiled and replied, my master has always told me that in Dongzhou, as long as I become the leader of the All-Association Alliance, I can get everything I want. So, my dream is to become the leader of the All-Association Alliance. I looked at the president and smiled, but I felt a little nervous. This was a bold answer, and I knew that such a dream might seem unrealistic. The field fell silent instantly. The senior members of the association began to whisper to each other. Some of them smiled, while others had obvious disdain on their faces. The smile on the president's face did not change. He still looked at me calmly and said, it's great that the young man has great ambitions. Then, the president added, the leader of the All-Association Alliance is selected from the presidents of the 5 major associations. If you want to become the leader of the alliance, you must first become the president of an association. Qianin suddenly interrupted. If you want to become the leader of the alliance, you have to challenge and defeat my grandfather before you can become the leader. I looked at the president with a desire to fight. President, can I challenge you now? Chapter 11, not at all defensive. As Chen Guan's voice fell, the platform suddenly became quiet. The president's hand that was holding the sheep's beard stopped. The other senior executives sitting next to the president all smiled. The way they looked at Chen Guan was as if they were watching a joke. Just because you won a membership competition, you became so inflated? A common person who is at level 10 and hasn't even made a breakthrough yet dares to challenge our president. Those who were sitting next to the president couldn't help but talk out loud. Chen Guan ignored those people. He stood in front of the table, looking straight at the president. Chen Guan's sudden remarks shocked everyone present, including Qianin, who was watching Chen Guan from the side. Qianin looked at Chen Guan with her ruby-red eyes. The man in front of her, who looked about the same age as herself, was currently challenging her grandfather. In Qianin's eyes, her grandfather was an unreachable mountain. Everyone was respectful in front of her grandfather, and no one would say the word challenge in front of her grandfather. But the man in front of him, who was about the same age as him, said it. In front of so many people, he actually said that he wanted to challenge this unreachable mountain. The problem is, Qianin saw a smile on Chen Guan's face that made people feel like they were bathed in spring breeze. That is a confident smile. A smile of confidence in one's own strength. Qianin didn't know where Chen Guan's confidence came from. If someone who was really about her age wanted to challenge her grandfather, she would definitely think that he was a fool. But Chen Guan is different. Qianin has seen the strength Chen Guan displayed during the competition. She has also talked to Chen Guan and knows that Chen Guan is not stupid. He can't possibly be Grandpa's opponent, but why does he still want to challenge him? Where does he get his confidence from? There's no way he can win. Suddenly, Qianin's heart moved. I understand. He doesn't want to defeat Grandpa in this battle. Instead, he wants to know the gap between Grandpa and himself through the challenge, and then turn the pressure into motivation to stimulate his own practice. You can fight against strong opponents. Even if you lose, you can still gain experience. Qianin looked at Chen Guan's face with a confident smile, and Qianin's eyes were shining. What a special person. These were Qianin's thoughts, and Chen Guan couldn't hear them. Chen Guan really wants to challenge the president now. Although defeating the president may not necessarily make him the president of the association, as long as he defeats him, he will be more or less taken seriously. The president looked at Chen Guan's serious expression, raised his hand awkwardly, scratched his cheek with his fingers, and said with an awkward smile, "Forget it." He didn't want to accept the challenge of a little kid. In the president's opinion, Chen Guan's challenge is like a child who has just learned to walk saying he wants to challenge an adult. When an adult fights with a toddler, the adult is not thinking about how to defeat the other person, but how to avoid hurting the other person. This is also what the president is considering now. It is too troublesome not to hurt the other party. The president doesn't want to waste time playing this. Chen Guan didn't know what the president was thinking. He was a little confused. Is it not possible? The president withdrew his hand, put his arms together, looked at Chen Guan, and said with a smile, "You are too young, and your level is too low. How about this? If your level reaches level 50, I will accept your challenge." He refused and gave conditions. If the president doesn't agree, Chen Guan can't take direct action. This is not in line with Chen Guan's character, and the president is Qianin's grandfather. Qianin has explained so much for him. He can't just rush over and beat up the grandfather. Chen Guan could only nod and said, "Level 50? That's fine." He sat down slowly. When the president saw Chen Guan sit down, the old man breathed a sigh of relief. He looked around, looked at Chen Guan and the other two in front of him, and said, "Well, let's stop here. The competition is over. Congratulations to the three of you for becoming part of my Thunder Association." As he spoke, he slowly stood up and said with a smile, "I hope that after you become members of the association, you can fulfill your original wish." After saying this, the president walked out from his seat. Other senior executives also stood up and followed the president, and the group left the venue together. Chen Guan watched the president and the association members leave, and he stood up as well, watching the president and others leave. "Where are you going next?" A voice came from the side. Hearing the voice, Chen Guan looked at Qianin beside him. Qianin looked at Chen Guan curiously, with a faint smile on her pretty face that would make other women jealous. When Chen Guan looked at this pretty and beautiful face, his heart warmed, and he couldn't help but tease her. "Now, I want to break through first and reach level 30 as soon as possible. Then I want to find the breakthrough materials needed to reach level 30 and fulfill my promise to you." Qianin rolled her eyes at Chen Guan and said with a smile, "You're dreaming. It's not that easy to reach level 30. Not to mention that you're only level 10 now. Just saying that you want to get those 3 level 10 beast cards now is not an easy task." Hearing Qianin say this, Chen Guan couldn't help but look at Qianin. "Is it difficult? I have even defeated an 11th level opponent before. Could it be that a so-called 10th level ferocious beast is more difficult to deal with than an 11th level human?" Qianin walked out from her seat and walked around Chen Guan. Qianin doesn't look like a quiet girl. She seems to prefer moving around rather than being quiet. Qianin said as she walked around, "Of course it's difficult. Don't look at their level as level 10, but their strength is comparable to that of level 11 humans, or even stronger. Didn't you say that the data of a level 11 person can be obtained from a level 10 beast? Then how come a level 11 person can't beat it?" Chen Guan was a little confused. Qianin couldn't help but roll her eyes at Chen Guan. "Fool! After a beast becomes a card, it will lose attributes. In the end, the attributes of the card are less than 1/10 of the original beast. After being used as breakthrough material, it will continue to lose value according to the level of the breakthrough bead. The worse the quality of the breakthrough bead, the greater the loss. After being used for breakthrough, the attributes will be even less. Under normal circumstances, if a level 11 human were to fight a level 10 beast, he would be killed in minutes." At this point, Qianin paused. She looked at Chen Guan and said with a smile, "But you don't have to worry too much. The beasts are quite strong, so when the association members go hunting, they can form a team. With 5 people cooperating with each other, they can still kill a level 10 beast. So that's how it is. Is this the function of the breakthrough bead?" Chen Guan looked at the sandalwood box in his hand. The first-class breakthrough bead can ensure that the data in the ferocious beast card can be better integrated into your own attributes when you break through. Chen Guan originally intended to tease Qianin, but he didn't expect to get so much useful information. Chen Guan retracted his gaze, looked at Qianin, and said with a smile, "You know a lot. Oh, there's one more thing. Do you know where the hunting ground is?" Qianin was slightly startled. She looked at Chen Guan. Of course I know, although my breakthrough materials were prepared by my grandfather, but the experience needed to reach level 10 requires hunting in person, and I have been there before. What? Qianing looked at Chen Guan. Her smart eyes lit up slightly, and she said with a smile, "You don't know where it is, do you?" Chen Guan touched his nose and said, "I really don't know." Oh, Qian looked as if she had guessed it right. She looked at Chen Guan and said jokingly, "You don't even know where the hunting ground is, but you have the guts to challenge my grandfather. I really don't know where you got the courage from. Forget it. I need to level up and go in that direction anyway. I can lead you." As she spoke, Qianing walked to the front, turned around to look at Chen Guan, and said with a smile, "Why don't you come over?" Chen Guan looked at Qianing's graceful figure and smiled. She is so naive and willing to help others. She is totally defenseless. Or, the two triangular marks on her forehead told Chen Guan that she didn't seem to need to defend herself against a level 10 person. Chapter 12. Go to the hunting ground via the airship airport. Chen Guan followed Qianing to the underground parking lot. Qianing owns a sports car, and Chen Guan sits in Qianing's sports car. Qianing drove the sports car out of the building. Chen Guan sat in the passenger seat, looked around, and sized up the car. According to the memory of the original owner of this body, most things in this world are the same as the other world where Chen Guan is. In this world, there are neon lights of a big city, cars, and the like. Like means of transportation, there are some particularly advanced means of transportation in this world. Chen Guan subconsciously looked out the window at the sky. It was afternoon now, and the sky was bright. In the bright blue sky and white clouds, Chen Guan saw a huge airship flying over the city. The shape of the airship is similar to an ellipsoid, and it looks like a giant, slightly flattened egg flying in the air. Unlike the egg, for huge thrusters can be seen at the tail of the airship. The airship has the same function as the passenger plane in the world that Chen Guan was in before. Both are used to transport cargo and passengers. There are airship airports in all current city centers. Chen Guan retracted his gaze and looked at Qian Yin, who was sitting in the driver's seat, holding the steering wheel with one hand. He said, "How long will it take to get to the hunting ground?" Qian Yin said, "To get to the hunting grounds, we have to get to the Thundercloud Airship Airport first, which will take about half an hour. After that, you and I will go our separate ways, and you can take the airship to the Ferocious Beast Island. It will take about 4 or 5 hours." Ferocious Beast Island. Chen Guan was slightly startled. Is that the name of the hunting ground? Qian Yin said, "The Ferocious Beast Island is a hunting ground exclusively for our Thunderbolt Association. All the beasts in the hunting ground are above level 10. At this point, Qian Yin smiled and said, "It just so happens that I'm also planning to level up, and I also need to go to Lei Airport, so I'll just think of it as giving you a ride. So don't be too grateful to me." Before, Chen Guan thought that the hunting ground would be in Lei City, but now Chen Guan found that he was overthinking. But it's also true that Lei City is where humans live, and for safety reasons, no one would put ferocious beasts in the city. The Ferocious Beast Island was obviously built by the Thunder Association. It is estimated that the ferocious beasts inside were all raised by the association to train new people. While talking, Qianing's sports car has arrived at the airship airport. She found a place to park the sports car. Chen Guan and Qian Yin entered the airship airport together. "Go to the waiting area, over there later." Qian Yin stretched out her hand and pointed in a direction. Chen Guan looked over there, and there was a waiting area. Qian Yin looked at Chen Guan and said with a smile, "Then take out your association card and show it to the waiter over there. Tell them your destination, and they will take you to the first-class cabin of the airship bound for Ferocious Beast Island. I have things to do, so I won't go with you." At this point, Qian Yin paused, she looked at Chen Guan, and continued, "Also, there are a lot of ferocious beasts in the Ferocious Beast Island. Those ferocious beasts are all captive by the association. However, because they've been captive for too long, there are also some advanced ferocious beasts. If you encounter a high-level ferocious beast, you have to be careful." Qian Yin said, "Don't die right away, or I'll have given you a ride in vain." Hearing this, Chen Guanxin felt warmed. Not only did she help him, but she also cared about him. Thinking of this, Chen Guan couldn't help but want to tease her. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't die until I reach level 30 and obtain the breakthrough materials, and make you my woman completely." Qian Yin was stunned. She rolled her eyes at Chen Guan, then smiled mischievously. "Well, you have to work hard then." She was not shy at all, nor was she afraid of Chen Guan's teasing, because it was almost impossible for a person to upgrade from level 10 to level 30. Since it was impossible, there was no difference between agreeing and not agreeing. promise him and give him some motivation so that he doesn't die directly on the Beast Island. That would be better. After all, it is rare for Chen to have someone like Chen Guan who is about the same age as her. Chen turned and left, giving Chen Guan a slender and graceful back. Chen Guan looked at Chen's back and watched this energetic and sunny girl leave. He could see that Chen treated the 6-month agreement as a casual joke. Chen had a very cheerful personality. She was curious about Chen Guan because she saw that they were of the same age and had outstanding performance, so she took the initiative to approach Chen Guan. But she obviously had no romantic feelings for him. The 6-month agreement she mentioned was just a joke. Chen Guan is now very much looking forward to it. He is looking forward to seeing the expression on her face when he reaches level 30 and then places the level 30 breakthrough materials in front of her. Chen Guan withdrew his gaze and walked to the waiting area, as Chen said. However, the entrance to the waiting area is guarded by security guards. A woman in a black uniform stood there. Seeing Chen Guan coming over, she said, "Please show me your ticket." "Air ticket?" Chen Guan didn't even bring his plane ticket. "But it's okay." Chen Guan took out the association card, handed it to the woman, and said, "I heard that this thing can let me ride all public transportation for free. Do you think it's okay?" The woman was stunned. When she saw Chen Guan's association card, her pupils narrowed slightly. She took it subconsciously and checked it. Then she nodded, looked at Chen Guan, and said, "This is the association card." As she spoke, she handed the association card to Chen Guan. Chen Guan took it. The woman looked a little more respectful and asked, "Where are you going?" Chen Guan said, "The island of fierce beasts." "Understood. Please follow me." The woman turned around. Chen Guan followed her. Chen Guan followed her into the waiting area and continued walking inside. Walk to the airship airport. The woman took Chen Guan directly into the first-class cabin of an airship. Chen Guan looked at the room in front of him, which was luxuriously decorated like the bedroom of a villa. If Chen Guan had not just boarded the airship himself, when he saw this room for the first time, he would probably have thought it was the bedroom of a villa. The woman smiled and said, "This airship will depart for Ferocious Beast Island in half an hour. It is expected to arrive at the Ferocious Beast Island airport in 4 hours. Please take a rest. If you need anything, just press the service bell and a service staff will come over." Chen Guan nodded slightly. The woman slowly backed out of the room, closed the door, and left. Chen Guan looked at the closed door and then looked at the large room. The original owner of Chen Guan's body came from the countryside, and Chen Guan himself was just an office worker in that world. It felt great to sit in first class and enjoy the respectful service of others. Chen Guan lay down on the bed, resting his head on the soft pillow. He picked up the association card and took a look. Sure enough, the old man didn't lie to me. Most people can't afford to sit in the first-class cabin of this airship. With this thing, I can get it for free. It's really comfortable. Thinking of this, Chen Guan turned his head to look at the sandalwood box he had placed on the table. The next step is to go to the Fierce Beast Island. After hearing Chen talk about it in such a mysterious way, I'm a little interested. A level 10 ferocious beast. Can it withstand my full-strength punch? After Chen Guan muttered to himself, he thought of his attack power data of 9999999. It's probably going to be tough. Chapter 13, After One Punch. Half an hour later, the airship took off. 4 hours later, Chen Guan saw a small island through the window of the airship. The island is located in the ocean. In the middle of the island, there is a wall, and in the middle of the wall is the airship airport. The airship landed at the airport. Chen Guan got off the airship. As soon as he got off the airship, Chen Guan discovered that there were many other people getting off the airship besides himself. Moreover, most of these people are in the 10th level. Obviously, those people are also members of the association. Chen Guan had no idea which way to go next. So Chen Guan just followed the group of people. All the members of the association are going to enter the Ferocious Beast Island to hunt ferocious beasts. I'm going the same way as them, so I just follow them and they won't think too much about it. The airport is surrounded by walls, and a door can be seen right in front of Chen Guan. Next to the gate, there is a security booth under which there are tables and chairs. A man in black was sitting on a chair with his legs crossed. At the very center of the wall is the airship airport. Between the huge circular airship airport and the wall, there are many big trees that provide shade for people. Chen Guan also noticed that there were many people standing under the big tree in front of the door to enjoy the cool air. These people don't know what is waiting for them. Chen Guan saw 5 people walk out of the crowd and then go to the security booth. The 5 of them took out their association cards and handed them to the man to look at. The man nodded. The 5 of them went out together. Seeing this, Chen Guan understood. That person is a gatekeeper. Leaving this wall means you're likely to encounter ferocious beasts at any time. Ordinary people are not allowed to enter that kind of place. Only members of the association are allowed. His job is to guard the gate and prevent ordinary people from entering the dangerous area. That is, as long as I handed him the association card, I would know. Thinking of this, Chen Guan stepped out of the crowd. As soon as he walked out of the crowd, Chen Guan could feel countless eyes staring at him. Chen Guan ignored those gazes. He walked to the security booth, took out his association card, and handed it to the gatekeeper. Looking at the gatekeeper closely, Chen Guan discovered that the gatekeeper was in his early 30s. 3 triangular marks could be seen on his forehead, which meant that the gatekeeper was at level 30. The gatekeeper leaned back in his chair, glanced at the association in Chen Guan's hand, glanced at Chen Guan, and then looked beside Chen Guan. He retracted his gaze and looked at Chen Guan. Newcomer? Chen Guan said, yes. There was only a triangular mark on his forehead, and he knew at a glance that he was a newcomer, which was not surprising. The gatekeeper said calmly, the hunting ground is very dangerous. You need a team of 5 to enter. No one with less than 5 people is allowed to enter. Chen Guan was stunned. Chen Guan subconsciously turned around and looked at the crowd behind him. Just now, Chen Guan was wondering what these people were gathering here for, but now Chen Guan understood. So that's how it is. This group of people are forming a team. This person has become a member of the association, but he doesn't even know the rules for entering the hunting grounds. This is too stupid. I wonder who would team up with such a stupid newcomer. Looking at his age, he is only about 17 or 18 years old. He is so young and doesn't know anything yet. He must be the child of some rich man. He must have bought his association card with money. He must not have any real ability. Who would team up with such a person? There was a buzz of discussion among the crowd. Normally, most of those who can pass the parliamentary competition and become new hunters are experienced hunters, and they must be very clear about the rules of the hunting grounds. Chen Guan's actions just now made many people think that Chen Guan's association card must have been bought. Chen Guan, are you alone? Chen Guan had just walked towards the crowd. He was thinking about finding a team to form when he heard a voice. He looked at the man and saw a bald man with a body like a bear and carrying a huge axe. Chen Guan took a look and said, with Sun? The sturdy middle-aged man in his 30s in front of him was none other than Tong Sun, whom he had met at the competition venue before. Tong Sun showed a friendly smile. It just so happens that our team is still short of 1 person. Let's form a team. As Tong Sun said this, those people nearby who guessed that no one would invite Chen Guan to join were all stunned. Seeing an acquaintance and knowing he was in need of a team, Chen Guanjing was about to agree. Tong Sun, why did you invite him to join our team? Are you crazy? A voice suddenly came from the side. Hearing the voice, Chen Guan looked at the person who spoke. He frowned and looked at Chen Guan. He looked at Chen Guan, and Chen Guan was also looking at him. The man was dressed in black, and a black mark and a black line could be seen on his forehead. He said, he's only level 10. He hasn't even broken through yet, and he doesn't even know the rule that you need to gather 5 people to enter the hunting ground. If someone like him joins our leveling team, he's totally harming us. I also don't agree with him joining our team. Another person next to him raised his hand and expressed his opinion. Another woman who looked to be in her 20s frowned and said, it's already difficult to deal with the beasts on the Beast Island, and we have to bring a burden with us. I don't agree with that either. You misunderstood. Tong Sun frowned when he heard this and said, he is Chen Guan. He is. Okay. Suddenly, Chen Guan spoke. Hear this sound. Tong Sun was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at Chen Guan. Chen Guan crossed his arms over his chest and looked at the 4-member team in front of him expressionlessly. His eyes fell on Tong Sun, and he said, thank you for your invitation, but unfortunately, your friends don't welcome me. I have no interest in staying in this kind of team. At this point, Chen Guan looked at Tong Sun and said, let's team up again next time we have a chance. After saying that, Chen Guan turned around and walked away. A voice rang out from within the crowd. I said, no one would invite him to join the team. He got the association card at such a young age, and he doesn't know anything yet. He must have bought the association card. Who would dare to go to the ferocious Beast Island with such a person? It would be a burden and a loss of combat power. It would be completely courting death. In my opinion, even if this guy stays here for a few days, no one will invite him. Look, what is he going to do? These people were all waiting to form a team, and they had nothing to do, so they were happy to watch a joke. As they spoke, their eyes were all on Chen Guan. Chen Guan walked to a big tree by himself. The trunk of this big tree is as thick as 3 adults can hug. Chen Guan looked at the big tree in front of him. He raised his hand and clenched his right hand into a fist. The foot is in a lunge position and a punch is thrown. Landed on a big tree. Boom! The noise was deafening. The tree, which was as thick as 3 adults could hug, exploded. A hole with a diameter of 1 meter appeared on the trunk of the tree. The upper part of the tree trunk fell back with a sound. Boom! There was a loud noise as the heavy tree fell. Because it was so huge and heavy, the ground began to tremble the moment it fell. Those who were ready to laugh at Chen Guan's joke stared at the scene with their eyes wide open and their mouths opened. Chapter 14, Find 4 Pendants. Chen Guan leaped onto the tree trunk. He turned around and looked at the crowd gathered under the tree and looking at this side. He crossed his arms, looked at everyone, and said, I originally wanted to live in peace with you as equals, but unfortunately, all I got in return was your alienation. I simply won't pretend anymore. I want to enter the Ferocious Beast Island, so I need 4 pendants. After entering the Ferocious Beast Island, I will distribute all the things you get. If I say go right, others cannot go left. If you want to become a pendant, you can sign up with me now. After Chen Guan finished speaking, he glanced at the people on the field. After a very brief silence, a voice suddenly rang out. I can. Someone raised his hand, accompanied by the sound. I'll do it. Me, choose me. Suddenly the field became noisy. Some people who have not yet come to their senses are looking at those who sign up one by one and want to curry favor with Chen Guan. They were a little confused. A new player asked, if we follow him, won't we become what he calls a pendant? And he has to distribute the things. Why are we scrambling to become his teammate? Isn't that crazy? Why? Another experienced man answered. Why? You didn't see that the punch he threw just now was enough to make a hole that big in a tree trunk that thick. The power of that punch is probably close to the full force of a 20th level red strength master. Once you enter the Ferocious Beast Island, it means danger. You may lose your life at any time and anywhere. Therefore, when looking for a team here, the higher level people look down on the lower level people. It is impossible for a level 11 person to be led by a level 19 person. If 5 people are all level 11 in a team, they can only hunt beasts above level 11 to gain experience. The danger level is very high, and they may lose their lives if they are not careful. What do you think is better, hunting with the possibility of losing your life, or following an expert with an attack power comparable to level 20 and gaining experience? Even if it means becoming a pendant, as long as I can become stronger, dignity is nothing. Understand. Count me in. Chen Guan stood on the tree trunk, looking at the people rushing over below. Chen Guan frowned. These people have very realistic faces. This world is indeed the same as the memories of the original owner of this body. It is a world where the strong are respected. I'll do it. Suddenly, a voice attracted Chen Guan's attention. He looked at the person who was speaking. It was a man in his 20s. The man looked at Chen Guan with a smile and said, Master, you are currently level 10. You must be here for the raid materials. I know the locations of some level 10 beasts with advanced attribute data. If you are willing to take me, I can take you there. Hearing this, Chen Guan suddenly became interested. He nodded slightly and said, You stay. Okay. The man's eyes lit up and he hurried over here. Me. Suddenly, another voice came. A man rushed out from the crowd and said, Wait, little brother, after you break through, you need to kill the 11th level beast to gain experience. I know where the 11th level beast often appears. Chen Guan touched his chin and said, You stay. Me. At this time, a hand was raised. Chen Guan looked at the person who raised his hand. That was a woman. When the woman saw Chen Guan looking at her, she probably didn't expect Chen Guan to look at her. She was a little nervous and said quickly, To survive outside the Ferocious Beast Island, you need to know how to make a fire and grill meat. I can make a fire and grill meat and cook food. Chen Guan said, You stay. After that, there is one last pendant position. Chen Guan looked around, and suddenly, his eyes fell on a figure. Tong's son, who was carrying a huge axe, met Chen Guan's gaze and raised his hand. Seeing this, Chen Guan smiled and said, Then Tong's son, you come too. When Tong's son heard this, his eyes lit up slightly and a smile appeared on his face. When Sun's 3 original teammates saw this, they looked embarrassed and ugly. It's all your fault. The woman in her 20s glanced at the male teammate who had just spoken out to stop Chen Guan from joining. When a male teammate heard this, he said, How can you only blame me? Didn't you two disagree too? It was obviously you who said it first. If you hadn't said it first, I wouldn't have said it at all. The woman frowned. Previously, Tong's son invited Chen Guan, and Chen Guan was about to agree to join their team. Even though they said a few words, Chen Guan simply chose not to join. He formed his own team and took Tong's son away. They didn't know how regretful they were in their hearts. Chen Guan doesn't care what these people are thinking. After gathering a team of 5 people, Chen Guan stood in front of the 4 people and glanced at Tong's son. Tong's son is someone I know, so no need to look any further. The other man looked to be in his 20s. He had a black triangle mark and a black line on his forehead. This man's level was the same as Sun's, which was 11th. He said that he knew the location of the high attribute level 10 ferocious beast. Chen Guan asked, "What's your name?" He said, Pan Fong. Chen Guan nodded slightly, then looked at the other one. The second man, like Pan Fong, was in his 20s. He had a black triangle mark and 2 black lines on his forehead. He was a level 12 person. Before Chen Guan could ask, he spoke first and said, "My name is Zhu Ling." After Zhu Ling introduced himself, he looked at Chen Guan, touched the back of his head, and smiled awkwardly. Chen Guan looked at the last member, who was a woman in her early 20s with a black triangle mark on her forehead, and her level was 10. She hurriedly said, "My name is Tian Chun." Chen Guan nodded slightly and looked at Pan Fong and Zhu Ling. "You two are both at a high level. Why do you want to join my team?" Zhu Ling smiled and said, "In fact, there is not much difference between level 12 and level 11. If you team up with someone who is also level 12 to hunt on the Ferocious Beast Island, you might lose your life. Captain, your punch just now was almost as powerful as a level 20 red strength warrior. It's much better to follow you, be your accessory, and gain experience from behind, rather than risking my life at any time." After hearing this, Chen Guan understood. I guess Pan Fong has the same idea as Zhu Ling. Forget it. I'm not interested in what you guys think. Chen Guan said, "Let's go swipe the card at the gatekeeper's place and go hunting." Okay. Zhu Ling followed Chen Guan. Chen Guan walked up to the gatekeeper and took out his association card. The gatekeeper looked at Chen Guan. Then he slowly sat up and looked at Chen Guan. "Can I ask you a question?" Chen Guan looked at the gatekeeper and asked, "What's the problem?" The gatekeeper's eyes were full of curiosity, and he asked, "What's your attack value?" Obviously, he was also interested in Chen Guan's attack value, like Chen Yin. Chen Guan's answer was the same. Secret. The gatekeeper was startled. Then he smiled and said, "Okay, you guys go in." Chen Guan nodded slightly, put away the association card, and walked out the door. The gatekeeper watched Chen Guan and the other 4 leave through the gate. He lay on a recliner, raised his feet, and placed them on the table. He is obviously only level 10, but this attack power is completely out of his level. He is so young and so weak, but his strength is so strong. It is really unreasonable. He is really a strange existence. Chapter 15, The First Ferocious Beast. Out the door. Just arrived in the wild. What Chen Guan saw was a very primitive forest. Chen Guan stopped, looked at Pan Fong, and said, "Lead the way." Pan Fong said that he knew the location of the high attribute level 10 ferocious beast. Currently, Chen Guan needed a level 10 ferocious beast as material for a breakthrough, so it would be best to let him bring it. Pan Fong nodded, then walked to the front to lead the way for Chen Guan and the other 3. According to the memories of the original owner of this body, Chen Guan also had some understanding. In this data continent, besides humans, there are ferocious beasts. A long time ago, ferocious beasts lived with humans. Later, when humans became powerful, they spent thousands of years building a giant Great Wall, which divided the data continent into 2 halves. The space east of the Great Wall occupies 5/6 of the continent, and the space west of the Great Wall occupies 1/6 of the continent. Currently, humans live on the east side of the Great Wall, while ferocious beasts live on the west side. Of course, after the Great Wall was built, some weak and ferocious beasts were left behind. The ferocious beasts that humans can see today are basically relics from the past. While Chen Guan was thinking about the ferocious beast, he found that Pan Fong had stopped. Seeing Pan Fong stop, Chen Guan subconsciously asked, "What's wrong?" When asking this question, Chen Guan noticed that Pan Fong was looking forward. Chen Guan looked forward. Right in front of Chen Guan, a giant bear with a shoulder height of more than 1 meter, muscular and red body, was resting under a big tree in the distance. It was the first time that Chen Guan saw this kind of creature. In the world Chen Guan was in before, the bears he saw were either black, white, or brown, but he had never seen a giant red bear. Chen Guan also noticed that the hair on the giant bear's forehead formed a white triangular mark and 2 white lines. Although this mark is different from that of humans, the level can still be seen. This is a level 12 ferocious beast. It's a level 12 red explosive bear. Tong Sun reminded. Tong Sun looked serious and said, "This thing has thick skin and great strength. Even a team of 5 level 12 players would have to avoid it when they see it." Having said this, Tong Sun paused, then looked at Chen Guan. "Chen Guan, let's go around it. It's not easy to deal with." Chen Guan looked at Tong Sun and said, "I've always heard you talk about the red system. What does the red system mean?" Tong Sun was startled. He touched his nose and said, "If a person breaks through to level 10, he can gain certain abilities. These abilities can be divided into 7 categories according to the color they're used in. Each system also has attributes. For example, the red system contains the power attribute, the fire attribute, etc. Most of the attributes in a red system can bring great destructive power to the opponent. Red beasts are often more difficult to deal with. Like the explosive bear we are seeing now, it is of the red power attribute. Both its strength and defense are very strong, and it is one of the more difficult ones to deal with." Hearing this, Chen Guan thought for a while. "I often come here when I level up. The explosive bear is about 300 meters away from us, and the forest it is in is within its territory. As long as we don't go over there, it'll be fine." Pan Fong smiled confidently and said, "Let's go around it. It won't attack us. I have experience." Having said that, Pan Fong continued to lead the way forward. Chen Guan just said, "Wait here for a moment." Hearing Chen Guan's words, Pan Fong stopped and looked at Chen Guan. Tong Sun, Zhu Ling, and Tian Chun also looked at Chen Guan briefly. Chen Guan's body moved. In almost an instant, Chen Guan's figure disappeared from the spot. When Sun and his 4 companions came to their senses, they were shocked to find that Chen Guan's figure had already appeared in front of Bao Xiong, and the estimated distance was less than 10 meters. This speed, Tian Chun's eyes were filled with disbelief. Zhu Ling, who was at level 12, was also surprised. Just now, he was nearly 300 meters away from the explosive bear. In just a moment, he disappeared and appeared in front of the explosive bear. How fast is that? No one I've ever met before has such a fast speed. Zhu Ling said to himself. Is this really something a level 10 person can do? Although they couldn't believe it, the 4 of them, including Sun, witnessed this scene with their own eyes. A person who had not even broken through level 10, at this moment, used a speed beyond their cognition and crossed a distance of more than 200 meters in an instant. Chen Guan, it looks like he's planning to fight the explosive bear. Tong Sun frowned, looking serious. Pan Fong looked in the direction of Chen Guan and said, "Do you think he can win?" "It's hard to say," Zhu Ling said. "Although he is very fast and powerful, you have to know that he is an explosive bear. If he is hit by an explosive bear, the boulder will be shattered into pieces. If his defense value is not high, he will die immediately if he is hit by an explosive bear." As he spoke, Chen Guan looked at Bao Xiong from a distance. Only when he looked at it up close did Chen Guan realize how big this thing was. Although the explosive bear was lying down to sleep, even when lying down, its height was nearly 1 meter. This thing looks like a huge rock. Chen Guan remembered that Xianyin said that ferocious beasts above level 10 would turn into the appearance of cards after being killed. This explosive bear is red all over. I wonder if Xianyin would like it if it were turned into a card. Suddenly, explosive bear opened his eyes abruptly. It woke up, and as soon as it woke up, its red pupils stared at Chen Guan. When saw Chen Guan stepping into its territory, it became angry for a moment. It stood up suddenly. When the explosive bear stood up, even if it stood on all fours, its body was nearly 2 meters tall and looked extremely terrifying. It bared its teeth at Chen Guan and suddenly opened its mouth. Roar! It roared. Accompanied by this roar, the explosive bear pounced towards Chen Guan. The distance of 10 meters was reached in an instant. As soon as it arrived in front of Chen Guan, the explosive bear raised its body and slapped Chen Guan's body with its huge paw. Chen Guan did not dodge either. He looked at the oncoming explosive bear. He had 999 points of defense. He wanted to know if this thing was so powerful, could it break his defense? Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang. Chen Guan's body was hit hard, and his feet left a 3-meter mark on the ground. Because of the force, he flew out and his body hit the trunk of a big tree. Bang! Chen Guan's body then stopped. The 4 people, including Tong Sun, who saw this scene, were stunned for a moment. Can't he dodge it? Tian Chun was a little confused. Tong Sun frowned and said nothing. Pan Fong covered his mouth and said, after taking a direct attack from the explosive bear, I'm sure his internal organs would have been smashed to pieces. Zhu Ling was also stunned. I can't figure it out. He is so fast. Why didn't he dodge? The explosive bear walked slowly towards Chen Guan, staring at him intently. It stopped grinning, and it was obvious that in the eyes of the explosive bear, Chen Guan was already dead. Suddenly, the explosive bear's pupils condensed slightly, and it stopped. Its calm face became ferocious again. It bared its fangs and stared at Chen Guan, who was lying on the ground. Chen Guan, who was lying on the ground, climbed up leisurely. After he stood up, he patted the dust off his body and looked at the torn cloth on his shoulder that was hit. He said, "What a pity. The clothes I just changed not long ago are ruined again." When the four people with the same name Sun in the distance saw this scene, their eyes widened. Chen Guan's eyes fell on the explosive bear in front of him. I heard from them that you are very strong, so I thought of letting you hit it and see, but it seems that your strength is not that great. Bao Xiong couldn't understand what Chen Guan said. In its eyes, Chen Guan was an enemy, and enemies deserve to die. Roar! The explosive bear roared and pounced towards Chen Guan. Chen Guan's body suddenly disappeared from the spot. His figure instantly appeared in front of explosive bear and punched him in the head. Boom! The explosive bear's head shattered with a sound, and the powerful force instantly shattered half of the explosive bear's body, leaving a hole. Explosive bear's body fell to the ground. Chapter 16 Ways to Gain Experience. Died with explosive bear. Suddenly, Chen Guan saw that the whole body of explosive bear was glowing with blue light. Under Chen Guan's attention, he can see that the blue light is composed of blue data of 0 and 1. These blue data composed of zeros and ones emerged from the explosive bear and slowly flew in front of Chen Guan, condensed into a card. The card ignores the gravity of the planet and floats in midair. Chen Guan stretched out his hand and took it. The front of the card has the image of explosive bear printed on it, and the back is black. The black back of the card was slowly rotating, as if there was a black hole attached to it. Chen Guan looked at the body of explosive bear. Explosive bear's body did not disappear because of the appearance of the card. Chen Guan withdrew his gaze and looked at the cards in his hand. Qianyin said that after a ferocious beast above level 10 is killed, it will turn into a card. This is the card transformed from a ferocious beast. Sure enough, although this world also has big cities and cars like the world I was in before, some things are completely different. Chen Guan put away the cards, looked at the four people still standing in the distance, waved his hand, and signaled them to come over. Seeing Chen Guan's actions, Tong Sun and others came to their senses and hurried over here. Once they came over, the four looked at explosive bear's body. Zhu Ling's eyes were filled with disbelief, and he said, "A level 12 explosive bear is incredible." Chen Guan looked at their shocked expressions. Then he looked at Pan Fong and said, "Pan Fong, continue to lead the way." That big brother. Zhu Ling suddenly spoke. Chen Guan looked at Zhu Ling. This guy is in his 20s, and he calls himself a young man who looks to be in his early 18 years old big brother. Zhu Ling rubbed his hands awkwardly, smiled awkwardly, and said, "Can I gain experience?" Gain experience? What's the meaning? Based on the memories of the original owner of this body, Chen Guan knew that the original owner had gained experience by slaughtering animals below level 5, such as livestock and fish, and it took him so many years to reach level 10. At that time, the way to gain experience was to kill animals directly. But Zhu Ling said he wanted to get it now. Could it be that the method of gaining experience above level 10 has changed? Chen Guan didn't know what kind of experience he was talking about, but he was interested in taking a look, so he said, "Of course." Chen Guan is now level 10. Before he breaks through, no matter what he kills, he will not be able to gain experience. Now Chen Guan is also interested in seeing how people above level 10 gain experience. After hearing this, Zhu Ling's eyes lit up. Zhu Ling walked to Bao Xiong's body and put his hand on it. Chen Guan could see a red light coming out of the explosive bear's body, and the light sank into Zhu Ling's body. Tong Sun and Pan Fong, next to them, also put their hands on the corpse. After reaching level 10, can people gain experience in this way in a shared form? What a peculiar way. Chen Guan looked at Tian Chun standing beside him. Like Chen Guan, Tian Chun was at level 10 and had not yet broken through, so she could not gain any experience. Chen Guan retracted his gaze, looked at Pan Fong, and said, "How far is the high-level level 10 beast from us now?" Pan Fong took his hand back and said, "Keep going forward. In about 20 minutes, we will see the elite Thorn Tiger." Thorn Tiger, Tong's son came back to his senses and looked at Pan Fong. The high-level level 10 beast you mentioned is the elite thorn tiger? Pan Fong said, yes, it is a level 10 elite thorn tiger. Chen Guan noticed Tong Sun's reaction and said, elite thorn tiger, is there a problem? When Tong's son heard this, he said, when a level 10 person breaks through, he can hunt a level 10 beast to obtain a beast card as a breakthrough material. At the same time, he can also obtain some of the attribute values of the beast card. Attribute values are very important. The level 10 beast you choose to break through can almost determine the strength of the person who breaks through. Some people have the same stats before the breakthrough, but after the breakthrough, even though they are both level 11, their stats will be very different due to the strength of the materials they chose before the breakthrough. Ultimately, even though they are both level 11, they can tie before the breakthrough, but will be crushed after the breakthrough. Therefore, many people with backers will use all means to obtain the highest level breakthrough materials to obtain the highest attribute level. Speaking of this, Tong's son paused. He looked at Chen Guan and said, the beasts with the highest attributes are none other than elite beasts. Elite thorn tigers are one of the elite beasts, and elite materials are very rare. In order to make themselves stronger when they break through, many people are eager to obtain this breakthrough material, so the competition is very fierce. It's almost impossible to find it. At this point, Tong's son looked at Chen Guan and said, if what Pan Fong said is true, then we must hurry up. I'm worried that others will notice the existence of the level 10 elite thorn tiger. I'm sure what I said is true, Pan Fong said with a smile. I found that level 10 elite thorn tiger when I was leveling yesterday. I'm already level 11, so even if I kill it, it can't be used as breakthrough material. So I spared its life. If Chen Guan needs it, I'll offer it to him. Chen Guan glanced at Pan Fong. Chen Guan remembered that the breakthrough materials could be given to other people, which meant that the things could be traded after being turned into cards. If you hope so, it must be worth a lot of money. Chen Guan didn't think that Pan Fong would let it go after seeing this. There's only one possibility. That is, Pan Fong does not want to let him go, but he simply cannot defeat him. That's why he wanted to give the information about that thing to Chen Guan as a gift, in order to get the opportunity to curry favor with him. Chen Guan said, since it is so rare, then lead the way and go quickly. Okay. Pan Fong responded with a smile and led the way. 20 minutes later, there was a cave in a forest, and in the woods in front of the cave, 5 people hid in front of the jungle. They were staring at the entrance to the cave. The leader was a short, thin, bald man in his 30s who was staring at the entrance of the cave. The bald man's name is Nie Xian, and he is the captain of this 5-man team. A man named Yu Zhen nearby said, Captain, the level 10 elite thorn tiger is inside. A level 10 elite thorn tiger. Nie Xian narrowed his eyes and said, our team of 5 is all level 11. The data of a level 10 elite thorn tiger is comparable to that of a level 15 beast. We can't deal with this thing. What should we do? If we can obtain a level 10 high-level ferocious beast card and sell it, it will bring a lot of money. Yu Zhen said, are we just going to watch it being hunted by others? Nie Xian frowned. Rustle. Suddenly, Nie Xian heard footsteps. He subconsciously looked towards the source of the footsteps. Looking in the direction of the footsteps, you can see a 5-man team approaching this side. Who is it? Nie Xian frowned and asked in a subconsciously low voice. Captain, someone came over and said to Nie Xian, it's a 5-man team, 1 level 12, 2 level 11, and 2 level 10. Judging from the direction of their movements, it seems they're also heading for the level 10 elite thorn tiger. Nie Xian was stunned. Then he laughed. Bringing 2 level 10 rookies to hunt a level 10 elite thorn tiger? Is this a joke? Then, Captain, what should we do? Yu Zhen asked again. Nie Xian's smile faded, and he said grimly, let's hide first. Since they want to hunt down the elites, let them do it. When they are halfway through the fight, we will pick up the loose ones. Chapter 17. One stone solves a tiger. That's it. The elite thorn tiger is in that cave. Pan Fong stopped and pointed in a direction. Chen Guan also stopped and looked in the direction of Pan Fong's finger. At this moment, Chen Guan's team of 5 was surrounded by the jungle. There was a mountain wall directly in front of them. In the direction where Pan Fong pointed his hand, they could see a cave entrance covered by vines and grass, which looked very hidden. There are many trees and jungles in this place. It would be difficult to find this place without someone leading the way. Chen Guan said, wait here. After saying that, Chen Guan walked towards the cave on his own. Looking at Chen Guan's casual behavior, the 4 people, including Tong's son, who had witnessed Chen Guan's previous performance, looked at Chen Guan's back with admiration. You know, although the elite thorn tiger is only level 10, its data panel is comparable to that of a level 15 ferocious beast. A level 10 person is challenging a ferocious beast with data close to level 15. This action is completely beyond the cognition of Tong Sun and the other four. Not far away. Captain, look! What are they doing? Yu Zhen looked at Chen Guan and others in the distance. Seeing that Chen Guan was walking towards the cave entrance alone, he was immediately confused. As the captain, Nie Xian looked at Chen Guan's figure, frowned, and thought for a while. I know. They are planning to use this level 10 rookie as bait to lure the elite thorn tiger out of the cave, and then focus their fire to kill it. Thinking of this, Nie Xian said calmly, it seems that team of people are not good people either. So that's how it is. Yu Zhen smiled and said, you really deserve to be the captain. As soon as someone takes a move, the captain can guess what the other person is going to do. Nie Xian snorted. Of course, you don't even consider who I am. So, Captain, what should we do next? Nie Xian chuckled coldly and said, just like the original plan, let them fight the elite thorn tiger first. If they lose, the elite thorn tiger's physical strength and energy will be almost consumed, and we could take over. If they win, of course, this is unlikely. Even if they win, their physical strength and energy will definitely be almost consumed. We can kill them and snatch the elite beast card they mentioned. You really deserve to be the captain. Your plan is simply perfect. Yu Zhen showed a flattering smile and flattered Nie Xian so much that he felt flattered. Nie Xian smiled, and suddenly, he noticed that Chen Guan was getting closer and closer to the cave entrance. He put away his smile and said, everyone, be alert and watch out. This operation is related to an elite beast card. If you get that thing and sell it, it will make a lot of money. You all should be on your guard and be ready to act at any time. Good. Chen Guan stood in front of the entrance of the elite tiger's cave. He looked at the cave entrance in front of him, which was 2.5 meters high. He looked inside the dark cave. It's so dark, if you go in by yourself, you won't be able to see anything. Let out. Thinking of this, Chen Guan squatted down and picked up a stone from the ground. He picked up a stone and threw into the cave. The moment the stone leaves the hand, there is intense friction between the stone and the air. The scorching flames surrounded the stone, and at that moment, a giant red dragon could be vaguely seen. The stones covered by the dragon were blasted into the cave at a speed that could not be seen by the naked eye. Boom! Accompanied by a muffled sound like thunder. The sound was so loud that Tong Sun and others subconsciously covered their foreheads. In an instant, the stone penetrated the entire mountain. After penetrating the mountain, the stone surrounded by the giant dragon continued to move forward and rushed into the woods, destroying countless trees before stopping. Chen Guan looked at the mountain in front of him. There was a huge hole 10 meters wide on the mountain in front of Chen Guan. The hole penetrates the entire mountain, and through Chen Guan's vision, he can see the scenery on the opposite side of the mountain. Nie Xian and the other four who were watching the scene from a distance had their eyes wide open and their mouths open. It feels like you can put an egg in your mouth. They stared blankly at the hole, smashed by Chen Guan, completely unable to recover. Chen Guan stood in front of the mountain, with one hand across his chest and the other touching his chin. I wanted to use some strength, but I used too much strength. Suddenly, Chen Guan saw blue data of zeros and ones beginning to condense in front of him. In the blink of an eye, it was transformed into a card. Chen Guan raised his hand and held the card. The pattern on the card is a creature that looks like a tiger. Unlike a tiger, this creature has 2 huge fangs and huge spines on its back. Its name, Thorn Tiger, can be seen above this pattern. After Chen Guan saw this card, he subconsciously took out the exploding bear card from his trouser pocket. Chen Guan discovered that the card patterns had frames. The frame of the thorny tiger was orange, while the frame of the explosive bear was purple. Is this the difference between elite beasts and ordinary beasts? At the same time, Captain, Yu Zhen recovered. He swallowed and looked at Nie Xian, saying, Should we go? Upon hearing this, Nie Xian looked at Yu Zhen. Yu Zhen discovered that Nie Xian's face was as pale as paper at this moment. Nie Xian raised his hand, patted Yu Zhen's head, and said, Did your brain get stuck in the door? Or, is there water in your brain? Go ahead. If you miss, go ahead. I won't accompany you. After saying that, Nie Xian turned around and walked out, muttering, Monster! Humanoid monster. This guy is not a human. When the other 4 saw this, they hurriedly followed Nie Xian and they all ran away in the blink of an eye. Chen Guan put away the cards, turned around, and walked towards Sun and the other four. Chen Guan noticed that Sun and the other four had their mouths open and their eyes wide open, staring at the mountain with a huge hole in it. It seems that he hasn't come to his senses yet. Chen Guan said, "Hello," accompanied by the sound. The four of them came to their senses. They looked at Chen Guan one by one. Chen Guan crossed his arms over his chest, looked at the four people who were stunned, then looked at Pan Fong beside him and said, "I'm still short of 2 beast cards. Do you know where I can find elite beasts?" Pan Fong was stunned for a moment. Then he came to his senses and said, This. He touched the back of his head and said with an awkward smile, "Boss, no more." The man began to stutter. According to what Tong Sun said before, elite beasts are very rare and will be hunted down once they are discovered. Pan Fangni probably discovered this elite thorn tiger by chance. If not, then no. Chen Guan looked at Tong Sun and said, "If a level 10 person wants to break through, can he only use a level 10 beast card as a breakthrough material? Can a higher level card be used?" Tong Sun cried out, and he came to his senses. "No, you can't." Tong Sun adjusted his shocked emotions, breathed a sigh of relief, and looked at Chen Guan. A level 10 person can only break through with cards made from level 10 beasts. No matter if it is lower or higher than a level 10 beast card, it will not work. In other words, we still have to find a level 10 ferocious beast to hunt next. Chen Guan said, "Who among you knows where the level 10 beasts are active? Take me there. I am still short of 2 level 10 beast cards." I know, Pan Fong said hurriedly. He had recovered from the shock and was no longer stuttering. He smiled and said, "I just broke through a while ago. I know a lot about where level 10 beasts are active. Boss, follow me." Chapter 18. This is all the data added to the advanced card. Chen Guan was very clear that he did not know the situation on the ferocious beast island. Although the original owner of this body has experiences of surviving in the wild in his memory, Chen Guan himself is a completely modern man. It would be a waste of time for him to search for ferocious beasts in the wild alone. It is naturally best to be guided by someone with experience. Following Pan Fong on the way to the place where level 10 ferocious beasts roam, Chen Guan picked up the beast card of the thorn tiger and took a look at it. Chen Guan discovered that under the pattern on the ferocious beast card, there were also attribute values printed on it. Attack 4, Defense 3, Health 79. Chen Guan heard from Xianyin that after a ferocious beast is killed, it will turn into a ferocious beast card, and the ferocious beast card will have some of the ferocious beast numerical values. When humans break through, they can obtain the values in the beast cards. The stats of high-level beast cards are much higher than those of ordinary beast cards, so beast cards transformed from elite beasts are extremely rare. However, the value of this ferocious beast card made Chen Guan a little confused. For attack points? Is this the attribute of a high-level beast card? With grandson, when Tong Sun heard this, he looked at Chen Guan. "Captain, what's wrong?" Chen Guan said, "Look at the properties of this elite thorn tiger card. Are you sure it is a high-level beast card?" As he said this, he handed the tiger card to Tong Sun. Tong Sun took it, looked at it, and then nodded in confirmation, saying, "The pattern frame of the high-level beast card is golden. This is indeed a high-level beast card." Chen Guan frowned, took the card, looked at the data again, and said, "4 attack points?" Tong Sun blinked and said, "This. Boss, don't underestimate these 4 attack points." Pan Fong came over and said with a smile on his face, "The average attack of a level 10 ordinary person is 20 attack points. If a person obtains 3 high-level beast cards as breakthrough materials, he can get 12 attack points at once, which is only 8 points short, which is doubled compared to level 10. Moreover, the attributes brought by the beast card are not just attack power. It also brings life, defense, etc. The attribute benefits of 3 high-level beast cards as breakthrough materials are much higher than the benefits of ordinary beast cards." At this point, Pan Fong paused, and then he said with a smile, "Of course, compared to the data you have now, boss, a few dozen points is not much. It is normal that it is not to your liking." Chen Guan looked at the attributes displayed on the ferocious beast card, and he subconsciously opened his attribute panel to look at his various values. The data on this ferocious beast card is far different from the attributes he possesses. I guess even if this thing is used to break through, it would be like pouring a bucket of water into the sea, which is useless. From this point of view, the difference between ordinary beast cards and advanced beast cards is probably no different for me. The 5 of them walked for nearly half an hour through the forest. Suddenly, The view in front of my eyes became bright. This is a grassland, and on the grassland, a group of creatures that look like deer are eating on the grassland. These creatures look like deer, but they are somewhat different. Their skin is dark green with strange white lines on their bodies. They have horns on their heads that look like branches with emerald green leaves on them. These deer are completely different from the deer that Chen Guan often sees in the countryside. This is a level 10 green tree deer. Pan Fong introduced it. He looked at Chen Guan and said with a smile, I used the beast cards they transformed into to break through level 10 before. Chen Guan looked at Pan Fong and said, Can 3 cards transform from the same ferocious beast be used? Pan Fong said, Of course. Okay. Chen Guan retracted his gaze, looked at the tree deer, and said, You wait here, I'll go over there. Okay. Pan Fong responded immediately. Having witnessed the power that Chen Guan had displayed before, Sun and the other 4 had no doubt at all whether Chen Guan could deal with these level 10 tree deer alone. Chen Guan noticed that in addition to his own team of 5, there was another team of 5 not far away. One of them stood at a distance, holding a rifle. The man held a rifle and pointed it at a tree deer in the distance. Bang! Accompanied by a gunshot. At the moment when the bullet was about to hit the tree deer, a transparent white shield appeared on the tree deer's body. The bullet hit the white shield directly, causing it to dent and then suddenly break. Puff! Half the bullet lodged in the skin. Ah! The tree deer let out a scream and jumped up. The bullet also bounced out of the wound and fell to the ground. The bullet only caused some skin injuries to the tree deer, and the wound healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The man who had fired the gun frowned. Organisms have defense values and life data. The defense value will form a transparent shield like a white shield around the creature, which can block part of the attacker's attack power. When the enemy's attack exceeds the defense, the white shield will offset part of the attack power, and the remaining attack will fall on the creature's body. When a creature is injured by the attack, its health value will be reduced by the corresponding value, and the wound will be healed at the same time. Only when the life value of an organism reaches 0 will it die. After Shu Lu came to his senses, he looked around and immediately locked his sight on the person who was shooting in the distance. Its face became ferocious, and it flapped its arms and rushed quickly towards the guy with the gun. A sturdy man with short hair stood in front, holding a square shield in his big hands, blocking the tree deer. Bang! The tree deer hit the shield with a dull sound. The short-haired man was knocked back 3 steps. At this time, the other 2 team members who had been prepared rushed over, one holding a knife and the other holding a spear, and attacked the tree deer. Puff! Puff! Accompanied by 2 strange sounds of flesh and blood being separated. The blade sank into the tree deer, and the spear also sank into the body of the tree deer. Blood splattered everywhere. Ouch! The tree deer immediately screamed in pain and shook its body violently. The man holding the spear didn't have time to retract the spear and was thrown out. The whole person immediately fell to the ground and rolled several times. The tree deer was furious and rushed towards the man who was thrown away. It raised its hoof and stomped on the man's head. The short-haired man's face changed drastically, and he rushed over with his shield raised. He leaped up and slammed his body into the tree deer, knocking it away. The tree deer was thrown to the ground. Bang! Another gunshot. The man with the machete rushed over and stabbed the tree deer in the neck again. The tree deer's body trembled and slowly became motionless. The blue data appears along with 0s and 1s. A beast card appeared in front of the machete man, and he reached out and put the card away. The short-haired man breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at the spearman who was slowly getting up. The short-haired man held out his hand to the spearman. Lin Lu, are you okay? The spearman's face turned pale. He reached out and held the hand of the short-haired man, saying, Luckily you saved me, Captain. Otherwise, I would have been seriously injured if not dead. It's really difficult for the 5 of us level 10 to hunt this tree deer. The short-haired man holding the shield is called Bray, and he is the captain of this team. The spearman is called Lin Lu. This team is a group of level 10 people who came to this tree deer gathering place to obtain breakthrough materials. Bray said, Hold on a little longer. Now we have dealt with 2 level 10 beasts and obtained 2 breakthrough materials. After we obtain the 3rd one, we will let 1 person upgrade first and then continue hunting. Good. Lin Lu dusted himself off, and suddenly he turned his gaze and noticed someone looking at him not far away. Lin Lu said, Captain, It seems that there are also hunting tree deer over there. When Bray heard this, he looked not far away. Over there was indeed a young man who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. He's a level 10 guy, probably like us. He's here to hunt tree deer and get breakthrough materials. There are 4 people behind him, probably his teammates. A man holding a rifle and wearing a sports uniform approached while staring in the direction of Chen Guan and said, "What is he doing?" Lin Lu suddenly noticed that the young man withdrew his gaze and walked towards the direction where the tree deer gathered. The rifleman frowned when he saw this. This guy is planning to go there alone. Is he going to die? Chapter 19, Misunderstanding. Chen Guan just took a look at the nearby team's operation to cooperate in hunting tree deer. Chen Guan walked to a distance of about 50 meters from the herd of tree deer. He slowly bent down and picked up a stone from the ground. He threw stones and looked at the herd of tree deer in front of him. "Hello." Suddenly, a voice interrupted Chen Guan's actions. Chen Guan held the stone and looked at the person who was speaking. "I saw a woman who looked to be in her 20s jogging towards me. The woman was wearing denim shorts, sneakers, and a white t-shirt. She had short hair. She trotted over, frowned, and said, 'Are you crazy? That's a ferocious beast.' As she spoke, she stretched out her hand and reached for the stone in Chen Guan's hand. Chen Guan dodged her hand, looked at her, and said, 'What are you doing?' This woman was one of the members of the deer hunting team just now. Why is she running here to steal my stone instead of just staying there?" Chen Guan was a little confused. When the woman heard this, she frowned and said seriously, "Those are tree deer. They are ferocious beasts. These things are not ordinary wild deer. They can't be killed by bullets, so what's the use of using stones? If you hit them with stones and irritate them, they will attack you. You will die." At this point, the woman couldn't help but look at the 4 people with the same name behind Chen Guan and said loudly, "You 4, one is level 12, 2 are level 11. Why are you standing so far away? You let a person who is only level 10 and younger than you throw stones at Shulu and use him as cannon fodder. You are too dark-hearted." The 4 of us, including Sun, looked at each other. Tong's Sun raised his hand and touched the back of his head, looking a little embarrassed. Obviously, this woman misunderstood. But it's no wonder. In Chen Guan's team, Chen Guan is the youngest, 18 years old, and he uses stones to hit deer at trees. Either point could easily lead to misunderstanding, making others think that the 4 men, including Sun, were using Chen Guan as cannon fodder or bait. I guess she couldn't bear it, so she came over to stop Chen Guan. The woman retracted her gaze, looked at Chen Guan, and said, "Give me the stone, and then follow me. I will protect you and take you back." Chen Guan looked at the woman, then raised his hand and touched his nose. At this time, 4 people including Sun came over here. Seeing the 4 people with Sun, the woman frowned, then moved away, protecting Chen Guan behind her. She stared at Tong's Sun and the other 3, especially when she saw the huge axe in Tong Suan's hand. She swallowed and her face turned pale, but she still said with a firm look in her eyes, "This is the ferocious Beast Island. If you dare to attack me, my companions will run back and tell the association headquarters immediately. Then you will be finished." In the distance, Bray, Lin Lu, the man with the machete, and the man with the rifle were looking at this side with serious expressions. Bray said, "If anything happens later, you 3 should run first." Lin Lu was stunned. "Captain." The man with the machete and the man with the rifle both frowned. Tong Sun looked at the woman, then at Bray and others who were watching the scene from a distance. He scratched his face awkwardly, then looked at Chen Guan and said, "Captain, look at this." "Captain." The woman was stunned. She turned her head and looked at Chen Guan. Chen Guan glanced at the woman. Then he looked away and looked at the tree deer in the distance. Chen Guan took a step forward, held the stone in his hand, and threw it at the herd of deer in the distance. The moment the stone was swung, the stone flew through the air at a terrifying speed, and with the help of friction, it formed a scorching flame. The flame instantly turned into a giant red dragon. Roar! Accompanied by a roar. The dragon landed in the herd of tree deer at a terrifying speed. The tree deer that was hit was crushed to pieces by the terrifying force, and the stone continued to move forward and hit the ground. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang. The ground exploded. Countless fragments scattered from the place of collision. Those fragments flew out at an extremely fast speed like blades. The tree deer nearby had no time to react before they were shot into sieves by the stones and gravel that came out of the ground. The dust is flying. There was a pit with a diameter of 10 meters on the ground. Near the pit, There were 5 corpses of tree deer lying. As for the tree deer in the middle, even the corpses could not be seen. At this time, Chen Guan saw blue data of 0 and 1 lighting up from the tree deer. These blue data gathered in front of Chen Guan. One card after another materialized in front of Chen Guan. There are a total of 6 tree deer beast cards. Chen Guan reached out and took the ferocious beast card into his hand. The woman was staring with her eyes wide open and her mouth open, her face full of shock and disbelief. Chen Guan had seen this expression many times before. Chen Guan said, "Hello." Suddenly, the woman came to her senses and looked at Chen Guan. Chen Guan looked at her and said, "You said before that if I hit them with stones, it would anger them." The woman was stunned and said, This. She didn't know how to answer Chen Guan's question for a moment and even stuttered. Chen Guan looked at the woman's expression and said, "Okay, I know you have good intentions and I won't make things difficult for you. In a place like this, you can still think of helping others. I can only say that you have a very high level of awareness." After finishing speaking, Chen Guan looked at Tong Sun and others behind him, and his sight fell on Tian Chun. Tian Chunjun was looking at Chen Guan, his expression somewhat expectant, yet also somewhat nervous and uneasy. Tian Chun's level is 10. The reason why she followed Chen Guan here was naturally not for upgrading, because after reaching level 10, she would not be able to upgrade further unless she broke through. In other words, Tian Chun also needs breakthrough materials. But Chen Guan said that if they followed him, everything would be arranged by him, and everything the team obtained would be distributed by him. Now Chen Guan has obtained so many level 10 ferocious beast cards, which are exactly what she needs, but she feels that she has not contributed at all. Will Chen Guan give her the ferocious beast card? So, when she saw Chen Guan getting so many ferocious beast cards, she was a little excited, but also a little nervous at the same time. She was afraid that Chen Guan would not give it to her, but she also felt that she was not qualified to take it. Chen Guan walked up to Tian Chun, took out 3 tree and deer cards, and handed them to Tian Chun. Tian Chun was slightly startled. She raised her head and looked at Chen Guan, who was half a head taller than her. Her eyes were shining. "Brother Chen Guan." Chen Guan said, "Take it. You'll need it when you break through." When Tian Chun heard this, she pursed her lips and smiled. "Thank you, Brother Chen Guan." Chen Guan said, "First find a place to break through, and then continue to upgrade." "Okay." Tian Chun agreed happily. Chen Guan took the 4 people away. The woman and her 4 other teammates stood there in a daze. The woman looked at the broken earth and the corpses of the tree deer behind her, then turned back to look at the backs of Chen Guan and the other 4 as they left. Can a stone create such a terrifying force? Who on earth is he? Chapter 20: Breakthrough and Awakening Ability. Chen Guan took out the breakthrough bead. Open. The breakthrough bead lit up with a blue halo, and a blue picture appeared in front of Chen Guan's eyes. There are 3 squares in this blue screen, which can be used to place ferocious beast cards. Chen Guan took out 3 ferocious beast cards, 1 elite thorn tiger, and 2 tree deer cards. Place in the grid. As the cards are put in, the blue picture, the income broke through the bead. Chen Guan looked at the breakthrough bead in his hand, under the gaze of Chen Gu. The breakthrough bead in his hand slowly changed from its previous, slightly colorful appearance to pure blue. If you look closely, you can see data of 0 and 1 rotating inside this pure blue breakthrough bead. Suddenly, Chen Guan saw the data of 0s and 1s slowly disappearing into his palm. It melted into his palm like a ball. Under Chen Guan's gaze, the breakthrough bead completely merged with Chen Guan's body. Below the black triangular mark on Chen Guan's forehead, a slanted black line emerged. Although Chen Guan could not see the mark on his forehead, he could see the changes in his attribute panel. On the attribute panel, you can see that Chen Guan's level has changed from level 10 to level 11. Level 11. Attack 9999999. Defense 9999999. Life 9999999. Source power 9999999. Chen Guan looked at the attribute panel and found that his attack, defense, and other attributes did not increase due to the breakthrough. Neither the high-level beast card nor the ordinary beast card can bring me any attributes when I break through. It seems that my data should have reached the upper limit. Wait a minute, what is source power? Chen Guan noticed that his attribute panel had many more attributes that he had never seen before after he broke through to level 11. Among them is this source of power. Chen Guan glanced around. The place where Chen Guan is located is in the forest. Chen Guan and Tian Chun both need to break through, So the five of them are resting here. Chen Guan glanced at Tian Chun. The mark on Tian Chun's forehead was the same as his. At the beginning, there was a black triangle mark, and now there was a black line. She has reached level 11. Chen Guan looked at Pan Fong. Pan Fong noticed Chen Guan's gaze and smiled. Congratulations, boss, for successfully breaking through level 11. Is there anything I can do for you, boss? Chen Guan said, I want to know, what is the source of power? Pan Fong was stunned for a moment, and then he blinked, as if he didn't expect Chen Guan to ask this. Source power is an attribute that people gain after breaking through level 10. Zhu Ling, who was standing next to him, was leaning against a tree trunk, holding a slender knife in his hand and wiping it with a cloth. As he cleaned the knife, he said, after breaking through level 10, people can awaken certain abilities, and they need source power to maintain these abilities. Hearing Zhu Ling's words, Chen Guan immediately thought of Chen Ming, the woman who used the flute to summon skeleton soldiers. But she had no way to keep the skeleton soldiers alive for too long at that time. At that time, Chen Guan thought she was exhausted, but now it seems that it is not physical strength, but source power that maintains the skeleton soldiers. Ability. You said that after breaking through level 10, one can awaken abilities, so why haven't I awakened yet? When Zhu Ling heard Chen Guan ask this, he paused while wiping the knife. He said, there are 7 types of abilities: red, yellow, green, blue, purple, black, and white. Then, Zhu Ling looked at Chen Guan and said, if you want a certain ability, you can use your imagination to associate abilities related to colors. The simplest example is the red element, flame. Chen Guan was stunned. You can awaken your ability just by relying on association? Then can't other people awaken it too? Zhu Ling shook his head. That's not the case. You can take a look at your attribute panel first. It should show the values of your red aptitude and other aptitude values. The lower the aptitude, the lower the possibility of awakening. If your aptitude value for a certain system is lower than 20, you will never be able to awaken any ability of that system. Zhu Ling said, the higher the aptitude, the higher the possibility of awakening. So you can first look at the attribute panel to find your highest aptitude, and then associate it with the color of the corresponding system to find your own ability. When Chen Guan heard this, he looked at his attribute panel. Sure enough, on the attribute panel, there are indeed 7 series of qualification data. Red qualification, 999-9999. Yellow series qualification, 999-9999. Green qualification, 999-9999. Chen Guan discovered that his 7 qualifications are the same as the other data, all 7 nines. Zhu Ling said, awakening abilities is a very difficult thing. Some people, even if they have made a breakthrough, will never be able to awaken their abilities in their entire lives. Some people who are considered geniuses need 1 or 2 months to comprehend it. Can you gain your own abilities by imagining abilities related to colors? Chen Guan thought of fire. He raised his hand, accompanied by Chen Guan's imagination. A ball of fire lit up on Chen Guan's palm. When the fireball appeared, Zhu Ling was stunned. No way. Tong Sun looked at him in disbelief. He awakened right after the breakthrough. You really deserve to be the boss. Pan Fong smacked his lips. I haven't even had the slightest ability since my breakthrough, but the boss can do it with just a raise of his hand. This is too amazing. Tong Sun's eyes were full of envy. He said, the higher the aptitude, the faster the awakening. To be able to awaken right after the breakthrough, how high must the aptitude be? 100 or 200? Zhu Ling looked at the fireball in Chen Guan's hand, his eyes sparkling. It's hard to believe, even if the ability is awakened, it is difficult to master, especially for elemental abilities like this. But he can make the flame of the fireball so stable. This qualification must be more than 1 or 200. Incredible. Chen Guan looked at the fireball in front of him. Although it is a fireball, it is just as I imagined, with no sense of temperature. Chen Guan watched this scene and thought to himself, it's amazing. He thought to himself, sure enough, this world is very different from my world. He thought, my 7 element qualifications are all 999, 9999. Except for the red element, I should be able to awaken the other elements. Let's give it a try. Chen Guan thought about it, raised his other hand, and placed it on the palm of his other hand. A water ball appeared out of thin air in Chen Guan's other hand. Fuck. Red flame, attribute. Blue ocean, attribute. Pan Fong's eyes widened. 2 abilities? And they are mutually opposing abilities. How is this possible? Zhu Ling's expression showed a hint of shock. Generally speaking, If a person wants to awaken an ability, he has to spend a lot of energy and time to comprehend it before he can do it. Tong's son looked at Chen Guan, but he just broke through and comprehended two abilities, and there are opposing abilities that cannot appear in the same person. Chapter 21. Others can only have one ability, but he has 10,000. Chen Guan looked at the fireball in his right hand, then at the water ball in his left hand. A thought occurred to him. The fireball and water ball disappeared at the same time. Chen Guan thought of Chen Ninggran. Chen Ninggran's ability is to summon ghost soldiers through his flute. When Chen Ninggran used the flute to summon ghost soldiers, black fog appeared. Black fog, that is black. Black corresponds to the black system among the 7 systems. If Chen Ninggran can summon creatures, then I should be able to do it too. Chen Guan raised his hand. Under Chen Guan's gaze, Chen Guan's raised right hand was surrounded by black mist. The black smoke surrounded Chen Guan's arms, slowly floated out, and then condensed in front of Chen Guan. No way. Pan Fong's eyes widened when he saw this. Zhu Ling was stunned. Another one? Tong's son opened his mouth wide. Tian Chun, who had been standing aside without saying anything, was stunned when she saw this scene. Something like black smoke condensed in front of Chen Guan. Within the black fog, it was composed of white bones. A skeleton with a machete in one hand and a shield in the other appeared under the black fog. Oh my god! Pan Fong's eyes widened. Black summoning attribute. Red flame attribute. Blue ocean attribute. Black summon attribute. Zhu Ling's pupils trembled. Once you break through, you will awaken 3 abilities of different attributes. Tian Chun murmured. A person who has just broken through is a genius if he can awaken his abilities within 2 months. But after his breakthrough, he awakened 3 abilities, and the most terrifying thing is that they are from different systems. The word genius is used to refer to people who awaken their abilities within 2 months after a breakthrough, but it is obvious that the word genius is no longer worthy of describing Chen Guan. Chen Guan looked at the skeleton wrapped in black mist, touched his chin, and said, "It really works. It feels amazing." Chen Guan looked at the skeleton man. This skeleton man was summoned by Chen Guan using his ability. Chen Guan could feel that there was some connection between himself and the skeleton man. "See, you can make it do whatever you want it to do." Chen Guan thought in his mind and asked the skeleton man to raise the machete in his hand. I saw the skeleton man holding the handle of the machete and lifting it up. "Really, there is nothing wrong with my feeling. You can directly control the skeleton through your own brain." Chen Guan tried to take control. Under Chen Guan's control, the skeleton man walked to a big tree and stood there. Zhu Ling, who was standing next to him, was watching this scene. He knew what Chen Guan was going to do. Chen Guan plans to test the attack of the summoned creature. Zhu Ling knew what Chen Guan was thinking. But Zhu Ling also knew that Chen Guan would definitely be disappointed in a while. No matter what kind of ability it is, it will take some time to get familiar with and consolidate it after awakening. The more you use your abilities, the more powerful they become. Similarly, when the ability is just awakened, it will not have too strong lethality. Under Chen Guan's control, the skeleton man raised the machete in his hand and chopped at the tree. A flash of white light appeared on the tree trunk, which was as thick as an adult's waist. Crack! The big tree fell down. Boom! There was a loud bang, and dust flew up. In front of the skeleton's body, there was an extra cross-section that was cut in half by a machete, making it exceptionally smooth. Zhu Ling's eyes widened. The ability that has just awakened already has such destructive power. The scene before him completely exceeded Zhu Ling's understanding of ability. Chen Guan looked at the skeleton, then at the 4 stunned people beside him, and said, "What determines the damage caused by various abilities?" See Chen Guan and ask. Zhu Ling came back to his senses first. He said, "The damage that the ability can cause is determined by the user's own attack value, source value, system qualification value, and proficiency in the ability. Among them, proficiency in ability is the most important." Zhu Ling looked at Chen Guan. Many people have almost no proficiency in the beginning after awakening their abilities. Even if the user's own attack value is not low, they can't cause any damage. Most people, when they awaken their abilities, cannot cause harm with the abilities they use. They need to drain their source power countless times in their subsequent training to use their abilities in order to become familiar with and stabilize their abilities. Only when the ability is familiar and stable can it bring the desired effect. It takes a long time and a lot of energy to become familiar and stable. Hearing this, Chen Guan subconsciously looked at his attribute panel. Suddenly, Chen Guan noticed that there were 3 new abilities on the attribute panel. Red Flame Attribute, Fireball Bomb, Proficiency, 999-9999. Blue Ocean Attribute, Waterball Bomb, Proficiency, 999-9999. Black Summoning Attribute, Skeleton Soldier, Proficiency, 999-9999. Looking at the proficiency value, Chen Guan thought for a moment. This data has obviously reached its upper limit. Chen Guan took another look at his source of power. When he saw it, Chen Guan was slightly stunned. Source power, 999-9999. Just like before, no change at all. But that's not right. Using abilities will consume source energy. I have already used 3 abilities, but the value has not changed. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Chen Guan's mind. Could it be that infinite source of power? Thinking of this, Chen Guan looked at the skeleton soldier. Because Chen Guan did not give any orders, the skeleton soldiers remained as they were, standing next to the wooden stakes, motionless. Although it is motionless, it is made up of source power, and even if it is motionless, it will consume source power. But the problem is that Chen Guan's source power value has not changed at all. This scene made Chen Guan certain that he indeed had infinite source of power. It was a big bug, but after seeing the full attributes of 999 that he possessed, Chen Guan was not so surprised anymore. As soon as Chen Guan thought about it, the skeleton soldiers turned into black mist and dissipated. Then what's next? Chen Guan looked at Zhu Ling and said, I remember you said before that you knew where I could upgrade after my breakthrough. Zhu Ling nodded. After reaching level 11, you can gain experience by killing beasts. Currently, you can gain corresponding experience by killing beasts from level 11 to 19, but it is best to kill beasts at level 11. Chen Guan crossed his arms over his chest and said, I think I can handle a level 19 beast. Zhu Ling was startled. He smiled bitterly and said, I don't doubt your strength, but if you kill beasts of the corresponding level, you can gain more experience. You are currently level 11, so you can gain more experience by killing beasts of level 11. There's also this saying. Zhu Ling said, I know where the level 11 beasts gather. Hearing this, Chen Guan nodded slightly. You lead the way later, but it will be too slow to walk there. Speaking of, Chen Guan raised his hand and waved. A black mist spread out from Chen Guan's hand, accompanied by the spreading black fog. A patch of black fog enveloped the space directly in front of the 5 people. Looking at the black fog in front of them, Zhu Ling and others looked confused. What is Chen Guan going to do? Accompanied by the doubts of Zhu Ling and others. Something is slowly taking shape within the black fog. Huge bones emerged one after another. These bones are connected together to form the body and wings. The bones are covered with black flesh and scales. A huge monster that was 5 meters tall appeared in the black fog. Seeing this huge creature, Zhu Ling's pupils trembled. What is this? Chapter 22, I am stronger than anyone you have ever known. In front of Sun and the other 3, a huge monster wrapped in black fog appeared. This huge monster has a pair of black horns and a pair of huge wings behind it. Its body is covered with black scales, just like black armor. Its body was extremely huge, and standing in front of Sun and the other 3, it was like a small mountain. On the terrifying head, there are a pair of dark pupils and a mouth with sharp fangs. It looks extremely terrifying. This thing was born from the black mist released by Chen Guan. That is to say, it was something summoned by Chen Guan's ability. The principle is the same as the previous skeleton man. But this is too big. Zhu Ling stared at the huge monster in front of him, his eyes full of shock. For the summoning ability, the larger the size of the summoned creature, the more difficult it is to condense and stabilize it. This is the first time I have seen such a large summoned creature. Tong's son muttered to himself, looking at the huge creature in front of him in disbelief. This behemoth is simply too huge. Tian Chun's face turned pale, and she subconsciously took a step back. Boss, what are you doing? Pan Fong's voice came. Chen Guan came back to his senses and looked at Pan Fong, only to see Pan Fong staring blankly at the black dragon. Ability comes from imagination. As long as the aptitude value is strong enough, you can materialize the desired ability through your own imagination. In his previous world, Chen Guan had seen many things imagined by others. When it comes to imagination, Chen Guan didn't think he would lose to anyone. The black dragon in front of him was the one summoned by Chen Guan using the same principle as summoning skeletons. Chen Guan said, "We walk too slowly. This thing will make it easier for us to travel." When Pan Fong heard this, he was stunned. Ah! His face was full of surprise and disbelief. "This won't work," Zhu Ling said. Chen Guan looked at Zhu Ling. "No?" Zhu Ling nodded slightly and said, "Maintaining the existence of the summoned creature requires the consumption of source power. The larger the summoned creature, the more source power it requires." As he spoke, he looked at the black dragon and said, "For a summon of this size and precision, the amount of source power consumed every second is even more terrifying. If you ride on a summon to hurry, you'll easily fall into a coma due to overdrawn source power." At this point, Zhu Ling looked at Chen Guan. "Captain, I don't think this is going to work." Chen Guan understood that Zhu Ling was worried about this. He glanced at his still motionless source of 9999999. These people have already witnessed their own strength, and I believe they have a certain understanding of their own strength. But no matter how strong or abnormal my power was, in their eyes, I had just broken through, and in their eyes, I couldn't have much source power. It is impossible to maintain the existence of the black dragon for long. I have to do something to make them feel that they are different. Otherwise, they will always treat me as an ordinary person, and it will be difficult for me to keep explaining myself. Think of this. Chen Guan walked towards the black dragon on his own. Chen Guan's actions attracted the attention of Sun and the other four. The four of them looked at each other with some confusion in their eyes. The black dragon slowly lay down. Chen Guan stepped on the black dragon's huge wings, walked step by step to the black dragon's back, walked along the black dragon's neck, stepped on the scales, and walked to the black dragon's huge head. Under Chen Guan's control, the black dragon slowly stood up. Chen Guan stood on top of the black dragon. He looked down at the four people below who were looking up at Chen Guan. Chen Guan looked at the four people, crossed his arms over his chest, looked at them, and said calmly, "Since you think my source power cannot sustain it for a long time, then I will show you how much source power I have." After the words fell, Chen Guan raised his right hand and pointed it towards the sky. The red flame rushed into the sky along Chen Guan's right arm. In an instant, a red beam of light shot into the sky. Call! The white clouds in the sky were instantly pierced by the red beam of light, and a hole was torn in the clouds. The beam of fire tore through the clouds and condensed in the sky. Gradually, a round fireball was formed. As the flames poured in, the fireball grew bigger and bigger. In an instant, the fireball covered half the sky. The crimson flames dyed the entire sky red. Watching the scene below, the four people, including Sun, all widened their eyes. At the same time, everyone on the ferocious beast island also saw this strange scene. What is that? The sun fell. The sky was burning red, and there were strange sights in the heavens and the earth. A huge fireball was hanging above the ferocious beast island. The red light it emitted dyed the entire sky and the entire ferocious beast island red. The people on the ferocious beast island looked up at the sky, looking at the terrifying fireball in the sky. Everyone's face showed shock, surprise, anxiety, and tension. Will this thing not fall down? It's too scary. If this thing falls, the ferocious beast island will probably disappear in an instant. That thing was too huge, so big that it seemed to be pressing down on the heads of everyone on the ferocious beast island. It looked like a sun hanging in the sky, as if the world would end if it set. Chen Guan looked at the four people, including Sun below. The four of them, including Sun, looked up blankly at the fireball in the sky. Their mouths were open, their eyes were wide open, and the red light of the fireball was reflected in their pupils. When Chen Guan saw this, he felt that it was about right. A thought occurred to him. A fireball suddenly exploded in the sky. Boom! A muffled sound was heard high in the sky. The scorching fireball exploded in an instant. At the moment of the explosion, layers of air waves spread out like ocean waves. Looking down from outside the planet, you can see that the air waves have dispersed the white clouds, and half of the clouds on the planet have been swept away by the air waves. The sky, which had originally turned red, slowly returned to its original blue color as the fireball dissipated. When the fireball dissipated, the people on the ferocious beast island all breathed a sigh of relief. Among them were four people, including Tong Sun. The four of them turned their eyes to Chen Guan again. Chen Guan stood on top of the black dragon. He was wearing a white t-shirt with his arms around his chest. He had black hair, and his bangs were blown up by the wind, revealing his black eyes. He looked down at the four people below and said coldly, "There are many geniuses in this world, But in my opinion, compared to me, the geniuses in this world are like fireflies competing with the bright moon. I hope that when you follow me, you will not regard me as an ordinary person. I'm not an ordinary person as you say, nor am I a genius as you say. I am much stronger than the genius as you say, and than anyone you know. Chapter 23, Aftershock. After listening to Chen Guan's speech, Tong's son, Pan Fong, Zhu Ling, and Tian Chun stared blankly at Chen Guan on the top of the Black Dragon's head. Too crazy. But the power that Chen Guan had shown before and the source of power he was showing now told them that Chen Guan had the capital to be arrogant. At least, up to now, the four sons have not seen anyone stronger than Chen Guan. The fireball created by Chen Guan, using his ability, was at too high a height and was too huge, so everyone on the Ferocious Beast Island saw it. Although the fireball dissipated, the scene just now was remembered by everyone. As the gatekeeper of the hunting grounds on Ferocious Beast Island, Joe has taken out his communicator and connected to the Thunder Association headquarters. A blue picture was projected from a watch-like instrument, and a tall woman in a business suit could be seen in the picture. The woman looked at Xiao with a smile and said, "Hello, I am you, the president's assistant. The president is currently in a meeting. What can I do for you?" Xiao looked at the blue sky, frowned, and said with a nervous and uneasy look, a huge source of energy appeared on the Ferocious Beast Island. Someone used some powerful ability in the sky above the Ferocious Beast Island. I have already recorded the scene in detail and sent it to the president's email address. You can let the president take a look. The situation is urgent. Hurry. When you heard this, her smile faded, her expression became serious, and she said, "Okay, I'll tell the president right away." Joe nodded. The screen turns off. After closing it, you took out a notebook, opened it, and flipped through the email that Xiao sent to the president. There was a video attachment inside. The video opens. At the first sight, Yu's pupils suddenly condensed. She didn't dare to delay any longer and hurriedly ran into the meeting room. President, when old man Xingping, who was in a meeting, saw Yu's expression, he stroked his beard and looked puzzled. "What's wrong?" You said, "The gatekeeper Qiao of the hunting grounds of Ferocious Beast Island just sent a message that something big has happened on Ferocious Beast Island. The situation is urgent. I want to show you the video first." Looking at Yu's expression, Mr. Changping paused for a moment while holding the sheep's beard, and his eyebrows furrowed. "Let go." You moved and connected the video to the projector in the conference room. The projector projects the video footage onto a projection cloth on the wall. The video footage on the projection screen was exactly what Joe had captured through the instrument, a scene of a giant fireball hanging in the air, turning the entire sky of the Ferocious Beast Island red. See that huge fireball? This kind of range, this kind of powerful red flame attribute ability, I've never seen it before. How much source power does a person who can exert this ability have to possess? 1,000? 2,000? Or tens of thousands? It's impossible to do it with 1 or 2,000 source powers. I know some masters of the red flame attribute, and their source powers have reached thousands, but those people don't have this ability. What kind of being is capable of using this kind of power? What is his purpose in entering the Ferocious Beast Island? Speaking of this, all the senior executives in the meeting hall looked at Mr. Qingping, the president. In an instant, the expressions of everyone on the field, including old man Qingping, became extremely solemn. Old Master Qingping stood up quickly, his expression solemn, and said, "Seal off the Ferocious Beast Island, and do not allow anyone to enter the Ferocious Beast Island. Send rescue personnel to the Ferocious Beast Island, and make sure to rescue all the hunting teams." Yes. Old man Qingping looked at the image on the projection screen, holding his goat beard with a serious expression. The other hand slowly clenched. Even for him, facing an existence that could release such a powerful source of energy, he felt unprecedentedly difficult to deal with. Who is that guy? What is his purpose in sneaking into the fierce Beast Island? In today's world, the speed of network transmission is very fast. On the Ferocious Beast Island, it was not just Xiao who saw the strange phenomenon in the world. Everyone on the Ferocious Beast Island saw it. Some people initially filmed what they saw and posted it on the association's online circle. Something big seems to have happened on Fierce Beast Island. The hunt had just ended and Qianin was taking a rest with her teammates. Just as she was resting, she heard the voices of her teammates. Hearing this voice, Qianin couldn't help but think of Chen Guan's face. She subconsciously looked at the girl named Tana. "What's the matter?" When Tana heard this, she handed the phone to Qianin. This is a video taken by the hunting team on Ferocious Beast Island. Qianin took it and looked at the video on her phone. When she saw the giant fireball hanging in the air like the sun, her pupils narrowed slightly. "What is this?" Tana said. People on the internet analyzed that it should be the ability released by a certain big man using a large amount of source power. Look at this video. The fireball is so big that it almost covers half of the sky. The whole sky is red. The association suspects that dangerous elements have sneaked into the island and may endanger the hunting team on the island. So the association has blocked the island and does not allow anyone to enter until the cause is investigated. At the same time, a rescue team is formed to enter the island to rescue the hunting team. Tana picked up the mineral water bottle, opened the mineral water, drank a sip, and then said, "I estimate that except for your grandfather, no one else in the association can match such a powerful being. If that person were to attack the people on the Fierce Beast Island, no one inside would survive." Qianin frowned and stood up. Tana was startled. She looked at Qianin and said, "What's wrong?" Qianin thought of someone. Thinking that the person was now on the Fierce Beast Island, Qianin suddenly lost the mood to continue leveling up. She said, "I remember I have something else to do. I have to go back." When Tana heard this, she looked at Qianin strangely. Qianin handed the phone back to Tana and turned to leave. Looking at Qianin's back, Tana said, "What happened?" She exchanged a glance with the other 3 teammates beside her, and the other 3 also looked confused and puzzled. Qianin said as she hurried on her way, "Chen Guan, you must not get into any trouble." In fact, her relationship with Chen Guan was just a one-time encounter. But the agreement between Chen Guan and her made her remember him vividly. Although Qianin's feelings for Chen Guan could not be described as a romantic one, she felt somewhat uncomfortable when she heard that Chen Guan might die on the island of ferocious beasts and thought that she was the one who led Chen Guan to the island of ferocious beasts. She decided to go find Chen Guan herself. At the same time, Chen Guan folded his arms across his chest, sat cross-legged on top of the black dragon's head, and looked ahead. Directly in front, 3 skeletons holding bows and arrows stood in the distance, holding bows and arrows, shooting arrows at the groups of level 11 unicorns in the distance. 1 arrow kills a unicorn. Every time a unicorn died, Chen Guan would see the experience value on the experience bar below his level increase. The 4 people with the same name, Sun, were standing in the distance, staring at the scene in amazement. When others level up, 5 people work together hard, go hunting, and risk their lives to kill prey. When Chen Guan upgraded his hunting, he just sat aside and let the skeleton soldiers take action. Moreover, he killed a level 11 ferocious beast with just 1 arrow. Tong Sun looked at Chen Guan on top of the black dragon's head. He smiled bitterly and said, "We are both level 11, but why is there such a big gap between us? It's really frustrating to compare yourself to others." Chapter 24, another function of the Ferocious Beast card. As one unicorn sheep after another died, one after another unicorn beast cards appeared in front of Chen Guan. Chen Guan put away the unicorn cards and looked at the unicorn beast card in his hand. He frowned. He slowly stood up and then jumped down from the top of the black dragon. The black dragon was just lying on the ground with its head raised, but even with its body lying down, the height of its head from the ground was nearly 10 meters. Chen Guan jumped directly from the top of the black dragon, which was 10 meters above the ground. Boom! With a dull thud, Chen Guan landed steadily on the ground. If it were in the past, Chen Guan would never dare to do this no matter what. But in this world, Chen Guan has absolute confidence. Chen Guan did not take this height seriously. After jumping down, his eyes fell on the 4 people beside him. What are these beast cards for? Chen Guan knew that ferocious beast cards like those at level 10 and level 20 could be used as materials for breakthroughs. But the question is, what's the use of level 11 and 12 beast cards? Zhu Ling looked at the unicorn card in Chen Guan's hand and said, "Yes, these beast cards can make the beasts inside materialize." Chen Guan was stunned. Materialization? Zhu Ling nodded slightly and said, "Yes, you take the beast card and silently say manifest in your mind, and the beast card will turn into the appearance of a beast. It's just like a summoned creature. The materialized beast will have various attributes just like the summoned creature, condensed by the summoning attribute. However, the energy required to maintain it is even greater, and if you use it, you won't be able to use your own abilities. If you don't have the corresponding qualification for the beast in the beast card, you won't be able to use it to its full potential. So, Under normal circumstances, we don't use ferocious beast cards to fight. Hearing this, Chen Guan looked at the ferocious beast card in his hand. He didn't expect that this thing could be used in this way. Zhu Ling said, "However, although this kind of thing is of little use to us, some people like it very much. People often bid to buy these beast cards for collection or something like that." In other words, although Chen Guan has no use for these things, they could be exchanged for money. Money. Thinking of money, Chen Guan subconsciously touched his trouser pocket. The original owner of Chen Guan's body came from the countryside. When he came, he only brought some living expenses and round-trip transportation expenses. He doesn't have much money now, but it's okay. If you own an association card, you can not only enjoy various means of transportation such as airships for free, but also enjoy various services and food in the hotel for free when you enter the hotel. Even if you don't have money, you don't have to worry about having no place to live or starving to death. Chen Guan looked at his attribute panel. Although Chen Guan is different from others, who may spend a whole day hunting down only 1 or 2 level 11 beasts, Chen Guan does not need much time to use skeletons to slaughter level 11 unicorns to gain experience. But even so, he was busy for several hours. Chen Guan didn't gain much experience. No wonder Qianin said that leveling up is difficult. Even if I gain experience at such a crushing speed, it's still so slow. If it were an ordinary person, it would probably take a week or 2 before they could level up. Chen Guan raised his head and looked at the sky. It was getting dark now. The sun in the west can no longer be seen, and all you can see is the clouds in the western sky turning red. It's already evening. I believe it will be night soon. Boss, looking at the sky, it will be night in about half an hour. Should we spend the night outdoors or go back to the airport? Pan Fong came over and asked Chen Guan. Chen Guan looked at Pan Fong, then looked at Tong Sun, Zhu Ling, and Tian Chun. What do you four think? If Chen Guan wants to upgrade quickly, he can go back now. If he goes back now, the upgrade speed will be slow. However, as a modern man, although the original owner of this body had experience in surviving in the wild, Chen Guan himself did not have that experience. So Chen Guan wanted to know what these 4 people were thinking. When Pan Fong heard this, he quickly said, "I know there is a stream nearby where we can get water. The bodies of these unicorn sheep can be our dinner. I suggest you stay here overnight." Pan Fong smiled, touched the back of his head, and said with a smile, "I'm not afraid of being embarrassed. It's rare for us to come here with a boss to level up. I want to continue to rely on the boss to gain some experience and reach level 12 as soon as possible. This one is direct enough." The face of Tong Sun, who was in his 30s and was tanned by the sun, turned even redder. He touched his bald head and said, "I'm a little embarrassed, but I have the same idea as Pan Fong." After saying this, he felt even more embarrassed. Zhu Ling noticed Chen Guan's gaze. He touched his nose and said, "Me too." Tian Chun looked at Chen Guan with her big watery eyes. "I can grill meat. I can be responsible for grilling meat." Tian Chun did not give a direct answer, but what she said was enough to determine the answer. All 4 of them suggested staying here overnight to level up. Chen Guan was not surprised at their answers. No one will want to miss out on Chen Guan. If they go back now, Chen Guan may not bring them with him next time. Whatever they want to do, of course. In this team, Chen Guan has the final say. Of course, Chen Guan also chose to continue spending the night here. Pan Fong could solve the problem of drinking water, and Tian Chun could solve the problem of food, so Chen Guan didn't need to think too much. Chen Guan said, "Okay, since Pan Fong knows where the water source is, then you lead the way." When Pan Fong heard this, a smile immediately appeared on his face. "Okay." Pan Fong hurriedly led the way. "Wait a minute." Suddenly, a voice came. Chen Guan looked at the person who was speaking and saw Tong Sun striding towards the corpse of the unicorn sheep closest to him. He stretched out his left hand, grabbed the corpse of the unicorn sheep, and with a wave of his hand, carried it on his shoulder. Tong Sun said, "This can be used as our dinner. I think as a member of this team, I should also help." Tong Sun felt a little strange. With his red power attribute, if he joins a normal team, he will definitely be the main force of the team. But on Chen Guan's side, just as Chen Guan said, he can only be Chen Guan's pendant. There is no need for him to do anything. But Tong Sun himself still hopes that he can participate in the battle, but he is rational and knows that reckless and desperate is not a good thing. Being a pendant can gain experience, which is the best. There was no other choice. Tong Sun could only choose to help as a porter and carry the body. Chen Guan glanced at Tong Sun and then looked away. The black dragon lay down, lowered its head, and stretched out its wings. Chen Guan stepped on the wings and walked to the top of the black dragon's head. The others followed and came to the back of the black dragon. At this time, the black dragon flapped its huge wings, causing a gust of wind, and its body suddenly flew up. Pan Fong was pointing the way, and the black dragon flew in the direction Pan Fong pointed. Just at this moment, look, a rescue team that was searching for a hunting team in the forest suddenly saw a black dragon flying into the sky. Seeing the huge creature, the team members were full of surprise. What is that? I don't know. I've never seen such a ferocious beast. Could it be that the fireball on the fierce beast island was caused by it? Hurry, follow. The team quickly set off and ran towards the black dragon. Chapter 25, Remote Harvest. Pan Fong led the way. The 5 people came to a stream. Zhu Ling took the initiative to collect firewood and lit a bonfire with a lighter he carried with him. Pan Fong went to collect water. Tong Sun took out a saber and dissected the unicorn's body. Tian Chun found some small tree trunks and made a grill. These 4 people all had rich experience in surviving in the wild. Without any communication, they found what they needed to do and cooperated tacitly. Chen Guan used his ability to materialize a wooden chair and then sat on it. The 4 men, including Sun, noticed Chen Guan's actions and smacked their lips. Green Forest Attribute, another ability of the same type. Tian Chun's eyes sparkled as he muttered subconsciously. Red, blue, black, and now green. Could it be that the boss can awaken all 7 series? Pan Fong muttered to himself. Zhu Ling withdrew his gaze and continued to busy himself with his own business. Chen Guan has already brought them enough shock, and they would be immune to any more. Chen Guan used the black summoning attribute to create a skeleton man holding a sniper rifle. Under Chen Guan's control, the skeleton man turned around and walked out. Boss, water. Suddenly, a voice came. Hear this sound. Chen Guan came back to his senses and looked at Pan Fong beside him. Pan Fong took out an animal skin water bag and handed it to him. Chen Guan took it and looked at the animal skin water bag in his hand. In the city, Chen Guan drank bottled mineral water, but Pan Fong used an ancient animal skin water bag to carry water. However, it is understandable that animal skin water bags do not have a fixed shape, so they're easy to carry and do not take up space. If it is in a bottle, it is more troublesome to carry. Chen Guan opened the cork and took a sip. Pan Fong looked at the skeleton man walking away in confusion and said, Boss, where is it going? Chen Guan said, I let it hunt level 11 beasts on its own to help me gain experience. Chen Guan discovered that with his own source power and qualifications, he was fully capable of using multiple abilities at the same time. Just like before, he could use his ability to condense a black dragon and 3 skeletons. So, Chen Guan was just thinking about it. Now that gaining experience is so slow, since I can use various abilities at the same time, I should add some skeletons and let the extra skeletons hunt level 11 ferocious beasts to gain experience for myself, which will achieve twice the result with half the effort. Pan Fong's eyes lit up slightly, and he smiled admiringly and said, You really deserve to be the boss. Generally speaking, the farther the creatures created by the ability are from the creator, the more source power they consume. If some people are not proficient enough, they will have difficulty maintaining it as long as the distance exceeds 100 meters. If the distance is too far, the creatures will automatically cancel it. Boss, you're probably the only one who can use multiple abilities at the same time and allow the creatures created by your abilities to hunt at a very long distance. Although Pan Fong intended to flatter, what he said was indeed the truth. Chen Guan was happy to accept it. Chen Guan handed the animal skin water bag back to Pan Fong. He continued to make skeletons. By killing a level 11 beast, you can gain experience for yourself. In this case, the more skeletons the better. The direction where the giant creature disappeared is just ahead. The 5-member rescue team lost the black dragon because they were not fast enough. They approached the direction where the black dragon disappeared. Each of these 5 people has 3 black marks on their heads, and their levels are all level 30. A level 30 member can be considered an elite member among the many members of the association. They came here for 2 purposes this time. One was to rescue, and the other was to find out what happened on the ferocious beast island. The 5 people cooperated tacitly and quickly approached the direction where the black dragon disappeared. Captain, look over there. Suddenly, a voice was heard. The 5-man team stopped. The captain looked at the person who spoke. The person who spoke was a woman with a ponytail and wearing a black outfit. Her name was Lena. Lena was frowning and looking in one direction with a serious expression. Captain Yang Sun looked in the direction Lena was looking. When he saw it, Yang Sun's pupils narrowed slightly. Not far away, a skeleton man wrapped in black fog. Yang Sun frowned high. The five-man team immediately squatted down and hid in the grass to avoid being discovered by the other side. Yang Sun said solemnly, "This is a summoned item of a user with a black summoning attribute. This kind of summoned item cannot be too far away from the summoner. Please pay attention. There is no user with the ability nearby." "Nothing. I didn't find it here either. I didn't see it." "No." Yang Sun looked around, but he didn't see the person with special abilities. Lena's face was full of solemnity. She said, "There's something wrong with this summoned creature." When Yang Sun heard this, he subconsciously looked at the skeleton man in front of him. The black fog covered it like a skeleton's clothes, and the skeleton's bones were too delicate. For a normal black summoning creature to work, it needs to be stable. But so far, none of the black summoning creatures I have seen can remain so stable. Look at its eyes. A little red light can be seen in the skeleton man's sunken pupils. That spot of light was like a red flame, located in the skeleton's empty pupil. Give the skeleton's vision. It is difficult for a normal person with special abilities to give a summoned creature vision. During a battle, the person with special abilities will use his or her own eyes to observe the opponent and then control the summoned creature to fight just like operating a puppet. But this skeleton man has vision. Lena said solemnly, "Anyone who can do this must be at least level 30 or even higher. And this is the Ferocious Beast Island, which only allows people from level 19 to level 10 to enter. Currently, there are 5 level 30 rescue teams entering the Ferocious Beast Island to conduct investigations and rescue operations. As far as I know, none of these people possess this ability." Lin Na looked solemn. A bald, strong man named Lin Gang, wearing a black vest nearby, said, "In other words, this skeleton man is very likely an accomplice of the guy who created the fireball." Lin Gang looked at Yang Sun. "Captain, what should we do next?" Yang Sun thought for a moment, and then he stared at the skeleton man in the distance. There are no people with special abilities around here, and this skeleton man still has vision, which means that this skeleton man is most likely being controlled remotely by a person with special abilities. When summoned creatures and ability users are together, they can exert their greatest combat power. Now that they are separated, it is the best time for us to launch an attack. The other party invaded our Ferocious Beast Island, which means that they must be enemies. Now is the right opportunity. Destroying the skeleton man can waste the opponent's source power and weaken his overall strength. "I'll do it." Lin Gang stood up. He stretched out his hand and pulled out a 2-meter-long giant sword from his back. Yang Sun nodded slightly. Lin Gang held the huge sword, crouched down, and approached the skeleton man. Yang Sun looked at Lin Gang's figure. Lin Gang is the only person with red power ability in this rescue team, and he's also the strongest force of the team. Now the skeletons haven't discovered them yet, so Lin Gang approaches and launches a sneak attack, using his greatest strength to attack. It is definitely possible to kill the skeleton man directly and weaken the enemy. Chapter 26 Miscalculation. Lin Gang slowly approached the skeleton man. His brows were furrowed and his expression was solemn. Suddenly, his whole body was lit up with red flames. These flames instantly condensed onto the heavy sword in Lin Gang's hand. The weapon used by Lin Gang is a heavy sword. This is the era of hot weapons, and there are many things like guns. But for Lin Gang, who is a member of the Red Power system, the only thing that can bring out his greatest strength is cold weapons. Some people with special abilities will use thermal weapons as weapons, but in that case, they must obtain the corresponding abilities. If the abilities of the people with special abilities are not compatible with thermal weapons, and if the thermal weapons cannot be enhanced by their abilities, then the thermal weapons are useless. Lin Gang's ability can enhance his overall strength, and can also enhance the power of the heavy sword. The more you use an ability, and the more familiar you become with it, the more powerful it becomes. In order to make himself stronger, Lin Gang started to use his ability day and night after breaking through and gaining the ability. While keeping the ability activated, he swung the broadsword weighing 300 kilograms. His purpose is to familiarize himself with the ability so that the ability can be integrated with his body and the broadsword in his hand. In order to make himself stronger, he continued to practice for a whole year, and Lin Gang received generous rewards. So far, among the main forces that Lin Gang has encountered who are of the same power type as him, none of them who are at the same level as him has stronger destructive power than him. Lin Gang's entire body was surrounded by red flames, which made his muscles glow red. The broadsword in his hand turned red as the red source of power entered it. The dark forest was illuminated by the red light, turning it red. At this moment, the skeleton man seemed to sense something, slowly turned his head, and looked at Lin Gang behind him. D. Lin Gang stomped his foot and pounced towards the skeleton man, slashing the skeleton man's back with the broadsword in his hand. Clang, accompanied by the sound of hard objects colliding with each other. The skeleton man's body flew out in response, flying a full 10 meters. Boom! With a dull thud, the skeleton man's body hit the trunk of a big tree. The trunk of the giant tree, which was as thick as 5 adults could hug, was instantly dented by the impact, forming a dent. Good. A direct hit. A teammate who was watching the game exclaimed in praise. Lina Fronid. No? Wrong. Lina said no. Lin Gang's ability strengthens his body and broadsword. The power generated by his body muscles and broadsword is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Its power is very terrifying. No matter what is hit by the broadsword, it will be smashed into pieces in a short period of time. There is no way it can be bounced away. It's wrong to bounce it off. Lin Gang frowned suddenly, then raised his face and looked forward. Right in front of him, the skeleton man's body slowly moved, fell out of the pit in the tree trunk, and fell to the ground. It stood up again, holding a sniper rifle made of bones in its hand. Its empty pupils were glowing with a creepy red light, and it stared at Lin Gang. In an instant, the 5 people in the rescue team, including Lin Gang, felt their scalps tingling. What? Unharmed? How is that possible? What kind of monster is this? And what kind of monster is the person who created it? It took Lin Gang's attack head on, but it wasn't damaged at all. Shocked. All 5 of them were shocked. Lin Gang's expression also became extremely ugly. Finished. This thought occurred to all 5 people. The defensive power of the skeleton man in front of them exceeded the 5 of them's understanding. This was a monster far stronger than them. The defensive power it possesses is simply not something they can resist. You know, Lin Gang is the strongest main force among the 5 of them. He couldn't even hurt the monster, let alone others. Misjudgment led to a situation that got out of control. If the skeleton man were to attack them now, none of the 5 of them might survive. The skeleton man's red pupils stared at Lin Gang. The atmosphere on the field became particularly solemn. Fear of death and anxiety, all kinds of emotions enveloped the scene. Lin Gang's face turned pale. He swallowed and stared at the skeleton man. The skeleton man looked at Lin Gang, then slowly withdrew his gaze under the gaze of the 5 people. The skeleton man held the sniper rifle and turned away. Seeing this, Lin Gang was stunned. The other 4 were also stunned. The 5 people looked at the skeleton man's back until his figure disappeared into the dark forest. The 5 people finally came to their senses. What is going on? Yang Sen's face was full of confusion. He was just thinking about who to let escape and who to let sacrifice. But now the skeleton man's actions made him a little confused. Lina suddenly said, "This is a creation of a person with special abilities." In other words, the person with special abilities must have given it some order before sending it out. It is now carrying out that order. We have nothing to do with its order, so it has no interest in us. When Yang Sun heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "In this case, we have saved our lives." Who on earth created it? Yang Sun stared at the direction where the skeleton left, frowning. Who on earth created such a monster? No matter who that is, I don't want to be an enemy of that person. Suddenly, a trembling voice sounded. Hearing the voice, Yang Sun and others were startled, and he looked towards the voice. I don't know when Lin Gang had come over. At this moment, Lin Gang's face was pale, and his pupils showed despair and powerlessness as he stood there. This scene stunned Yang Sun. For Lin Gang, his greatest reliance is his strength and his destructive power. That is the power that makes him most proud and proud. But now, bang! The broadsword fell to the ground. Lin Gang raised his hands and looked at his hands, which were trembling with fear. Not even a gap. Not even a gap. I attacked with all my strength. Even the guild leader wouldn't dare to take it head on, but that guy took my sword head on, and there wasn't even a scratch on his body. Lin Gang's face was pale, and his pupils were full of fear. Looking at Lin Gang's expression, Yang Sun knew that after that one sword strike, the skeleton man had become Lin Gang's inner demon. Yang Sun looked at Lina and said, Tell the other 4 rescue teams about the situation we encountered and ask them to avoid the skeletons as much as possible. Lena nodded. Yes. That idiot. Doesn't he pay attention to the association circle? Such a big thing happened on the Ferocious Beast Island, but he still dared to stay on the Ferocious Beast Island and didn't leave the island. Really? Chen turned on the instrument on her wrist and looked at the list of those rescued people who left the Ferocious Beast Island. She did not see Chen Guan's name on the list. She stood in the forest anxiously, looking around, trying to find Chen Guan. But alas, it was already night, and although the moonlight was bright, there were only woods and mountains all around. It is not so easy to find someone on the Ferocious Beast Island. Ding dong. Suddenly, a sound was heard. Hear this sound. Chen took out a mobile phone from her waist pocket and looked at the name on the screen. Grandfather. Chen answered the phone and put it to her ear. Grandpa. Well, Chen, I heard that you ran to the Ferocious Beast Island. The old voice of Grandpa Changping came from the other end of the phone. Chen hummed and said, I have a friend here. I plan to look for him. The voices on the other side were quiet for a while, and then old man Changping said, then you have to be careful. According to the latest investigation intelligence, a powerful person has remotely created a skeleton man on the Ferocious Beast Island. That skeleton man is extremely dangerous. If you see one, be sure to avoid it. Upon hearing this, Chen thought of Chen Guan and frowned. Okay, I know. She hung up the phone and looked at the starry sky above. If something so dangerous appeared on the Ferocious Beast Island, would Chen Guan have already? Chen shook her head and said, no, I have to go find him. Suddenly, Chen noticed a white smoke appearing in the distance and slowly rising into the sky. That's a bonfire. Someone is making a bonfire over there. Chen's eyes lit up, and she hurried towards the direction of the bonfire. Chapter 27 Mount? Isn't a supercar good? Now Chen Guan is waiting for the barbecue to be ready. He has nothing to do, so he is sitting on a chair, watching the white mist rising from the campfire. The wisp of smoke rose from the bonfire and slowly ascended into the sky. It was night now. The sky was filled with stars, and a full moon could be seen. From an astronomical point of view, this world is the same as the world Chen Guan had traveled through before, with the sun during the day and the moon at night. The sun in both worlds rises in the east and sets in the west. Brother Chen Guan, the meat is ready. Chen Guan looked at Tian Chun, who was talking. Tian Chun held the barbecue wrapped in plant leaves in her small hands and brought it to Chen Guan. Chen Guan was slightly startled, and he said, don't be so polite. I can just take it myself. It would be fine if Pan Fong brought him water, but Tian Chun actually brought him meat. Chen Guan was somewhat uncomfortable with it. He reached out and took the meat. Tian Chun smiled innocently and said, since I followed Brother Chen Guan until now, it has always been Brother Chen Guan who has been taking care of me. I also want to help the team and do something. It's okay. When Chen Guan heard this, he didn't say anything. Ta-da-ta. Suddenly, Chen Guan heard a sound, and at the same time, he noticed the light source. He looked in the direction of the light. Inside the forest, a deer can be seen, but this is a different deer than the one Chen Guan is familiar with. This deer is larger, the same size as a horse. It exudes a crystal light all over its body, and its pair of antlers that look like coral also emit a white halo. It stood in the forest, staring at this side with a pair of sapphire eyes. Light deer. Zhu Ling showed a surprised look. I didn't expect to see light deer here. Guanlu, what is that? Chen Guan asked subconsciously. Zhu Ling said, white light deer. Light deer is a mutant of tree deer, but its level is higher than tree deer. Its level is as high as level 20. However, its ability is the speed of phantom, so it does not have any aggressiveness. It is a very special creature. Because of its elegance and beauty, people call it a forest elf. A lot of people want to hunt it and turn it into a mount. A light deer car like this can be sold at a sky-high price at an auction. Zhu Ling stared at the light deer and said, I heard in the association's online circle that there are light deer on the Ferocious Beast Island. Some people even formed a hunting team specifically to hunt light deer. However, light deer are too fast. Even for some elite members who are almost level 30, it is not easy to hunt this thing. Many hunting operations for bear deer have failed. Zhu Ling said, I never thought that we would be so lucky to see it at this time. Sky-high price? Mount? Is this thing faster than a sports car? Chen Guan looked at Zhu Ling. As a modern person, I heard from Zhu Ling that many people want to use a ferocious beast that looks like a deer as a mount. Chen Guan was suddenly a little surprised. Isn't a sports car more attractive? Zhu Ling was stunned when he heard Chen Guan's speech. He touched the back of his head and said, "In the wild, there are many forests. No matter what kind of car, even off-road vehicles, some roads cannot pass. But if it is an animal mount like a light deer, the terrain of the forest is the same as flatland. Of course, it takes source power to maintain the transformation of the beast card into a beast. This thing is suitable for short-term use to escape. However, the reason why they can be sold at sky-high prices at auctions is mainly for collection purposes. Many people like things that are related to beauty and elegance, such as jewelry, jade, and diamonds. The main purpose is to collect them." The bear deer glanced over here and suddenly turned and left. When seeing this thing, Chen Guan thought of Qianin. Chen Guan's own speed is much faster than this thing. You don't need these to escape. But Chen Guan has no interest in beauty. However, Qianin should be interested in this thing. As the black fog appeared, the skeleton man holding a sniper rifle appeared in front. As soon as the skeleton man appeared, he picked up the sniper rifle and aimed at the light deer in front of him. The bear deer seemed to be aware of the danger, and its speed increased instantly. Before the skeleton man could take aim, it took off and landed a few times and disappeared into the forest. The speed was a bit too fast, and Chen Guan only had time to see the shadow left by its figure. When Zhu Ling saw this, he subconsciously looked at Chen Guan. From the moment he entered the island of ferocious beasts, Zhu Ling felt that Chen Guan was extremely powerful. After Chen Guan's breakthrough, Zhu Ling felt that Chen Guan had become omnipotent. He can use all kinds of abilities, such as red, blue, black, and green, at will. But now Zhu Ling discovered that Chen Guan was not omnipotent. At least when facing a light deer, he had no way to hunt it. After all, it was a level 20 beast and a light-type agility beast. It is simply impossible to snipe all the deer with long-range weapons. If sniping could kill deer, there wouldn't be so many hunting teams failing. It seems that even Chen Guan can't deal with Guanglu. Zhu Ling thought to himself. However, at this moment, the sniper rifle in the skeleton man's hand was transformed into a machete. The skeleton man moved, and at a speed invisible to the naked eye, he rushed into the forest where the light deer disappeared. Zhu Ling's eyes widened at the speed. Not long after, the skeleton man walked out of the forest, holding a card in his hand made of bones. It walked towards Chen Guan. See this scene. Zhu Ling's eyes widened. He found out that he was wrong again. I once again underestimated Chen Guan's abilities. A level 20 light deer, a creature that even some level 30 hunting teams couldn't deal with, was dealt with by Chen Guan's summoned creature. Chen Guan looked at the skeleton man walking towards him and stood up. The skeleton stepped closer. In the forest on the other side, a beautiful figure walked out of the forest. This beautiful figure was Qianin. When Qianin came out of the forest, she saw a familiar figure. Looking at Chen Guan's figure, Qianin's eyes lit up slightly and a smile suddenly appeared on her face. After all, he is not dead. Suddenly, Qianin saw a skeleton wrapped in black fog approaching Chen Guan. See the skeleton man. Qianin's pupils suddenly condensed. Her mind immediately thought of what her grandfather had told her. Someone used his special powers to create skeletons on the Beast Island. Those skeletons are extremely dangerous. Chen Guan, Qianyin's head got hot, and she immediately rushed over. She rushed to Chen Guan, stood between Chen Guan and the skeleton man, and protected Chen Guan behind her. She reached out her hand and bit her thumb. Red blood flowed from the thumb, and suddenly the blood was covered by red light. The light fell into Qianin's hand and turned into a short knife. She raised her hand and pointed the dagger at the skeleton. Stop. If you come any closer, don't blame me for being rude. This scene made Chen Guan unable to react. He looked at the red-haired girl in red standing in front of him. Qianin. Chapter 28, She Misunderstood Again. The strength of a person with special abilities creations can be judged by the size and sophistication of their creations. The properties of the creation correspond to the various properties of the ability users. The strength of the attributes will directly reflect the appearance of the creation. Qianin looked at the skeleton slowly approaching not far away and was impressed by its appearance and exquisiteness. Qianin could tell that the person with the ability behind the skeleton man was definitely not ordinary. From the shape and refinement of this skeleton, we can tell that the person who created it must be stronger than me. Qianin said to Chen Guan behind her while analyzing, Chen Guan, take your teammates away from here. I'll help you hold it back. She held the dagger, crouched slightly, assumed a fighting stance, stared at the skeleton in front of her, ready to attack at any time. Chen Guan looked at the beautiful figure and was a little puzzled. What is going on? As far as Chen Guan knows, only people between level 10 and 19 can enter the island of ferocious beasts. Of course, there are also some high-level people who sneak into the ferocious beast island illegally for certain purposes. But there was no need for Qianyin to do so. As a level 20 person, there was no need for her to come here. Chen Guan was puzzled, but he understood Qianyin's reaction. Chen Guan knew that Qianyin had misunderstood. She regarded the skeleton man she created as an enemy. Look at Qianyin assuming a fighting stance, ready to attack the skeleton man at any time. Looking at Qianyin's nervous expression, Chen Guan felt a little touched. Obviously, Qianyin knew that she was no match for the skeleton man, but she still went forward without hesitation to save Chen Guan. The relationship between Chen Guan and Qianyin is not that of boyfriend and girlfriend. They can only be considered friends at best. She is really loyal. Chen Guanjing was about to explain to Qianyin. At this moment, Qianyin moved her body and rushed towards the skeleton man. When Chen Guan saw this, he also started to move. In an instant, Qianyin felt her waist tighten and her body lighten. The environment in front of me flashed. When she came to her senses, she found that she had been picked up. She was being held in someone's arms, and the person holding her was Chen Guan. Chen Guan looked at Qianyin with a smile and said, "Don't be impulsive." Qianyin didn't mind being held by Chen Guan, but there was confusion in her eyes. Why is Chen Guan so fast? Before she could even react, she was hugged by him. Chen Guan slowly put Qianyin down. Qianyin looked at Chen Guan, then at the skeleton man, and then at Chen Guan. "What's going on?" Chen Guan smiled and said, "You misunderstood. I just broke through, and that skeleton man is my ability." Qianyin was stunned. She blinked and subconsciously looked at the skeleton man walking towards her. That is your ability?" She looked at Chen Guan in disbelief. "That's impossible. The skeleton looks so stable and delicate. Only a person with abilities that are familiar enough can do that. You just broke through today. How could you possibly do that?" When Chen Guan heard this, he looked at Qianyin's surprised expression. He couldn't help but tease Qianyin and said with a smile, "It's not surprising that your future husband is more capable." Qianyin was startled and blinked. She rolled her eyes at Chen Guan and said, "Looking at your relaxed look, it seems that I did misunderstand." She looked at Chen Guan. "However, you can awaken any other ability, but you have to awaken the black summoning ability, and it summons a skeleton. I thought this thing was the skeleton my grandfather talked about." "Your grandfather?" Chen Guan was slightly startled. "President?" "Yes." Qianyin waved her hand, and the red dagger in her hand turned into a red halo and dissipated. She said, "When I came here, my grandfather said that a powerful person created the skeleton man and answered in this ferocious beast island. He said that the skeleton man was very dangerous and asked me to be careful. So, when I saw this skeleton approaching you, I thought it was the one Grandpa mentioned." Qianyin walked to the side of the skeleton, walked around it, and looked at it. "But you are really amazing. You broke through in just one day and awakened your ability. For me, it took more than 2 months to awaken my ability." Qianyin suddenly noticed. "What is this skeleton holding in his hand?" Tian Shan stared at Qianyin, her eyes full of envy at this girl who was many times taller than her in both figure and appearance. So beautiful, and looked so familiar. Pan Fong touched his chin and looked at Qianyin. "I seem to have seen her somewhere." Zhu Ling said, "Qianyin, it's Miss Qianyin." Pan Fong was stunned. He looked at Zhu Ling in disbelief. "You mean this is the president's granddaughter, Miss Qianyin?" As he said that, he looked at Qianyin again. Yes, it's her. No wonder she looks so familiar. My little bastard, the boss actually knows Miss Qianyin? How it? Tong Sun saw this scene and said nothing about the relationship between Chen Guan and Qianyin. He could see it clearly at the competition venue before. Qianyin was looking curiously at what the skeleton man was holding in his hand. She stretched out her hand and wanted to take it. Suddenly, Chen Guan stretched out his hand. The skeleton man's body turned into black mist, which pulled the card. The card fell into Chen Guan's hands. Qianyin was startled. She rolled her eyes at Chen Guan and said, "What? Will I die if I take a look?" She walked towards Chen Guan. Chen Guan looked at Qianyin's naughty face and said with a smile, "This is a fierce beast card. As far as I know, it can be sold at a sky-high price at an auction." Qianyin smiled and said, "On the ferocious beast island, where can you find any good ferocious beast cards? And they're sold at sky-high prices. Who would believe it? Come on, show me." Although she said she didn't believe it, she still came closer and wanted to take a look. Chen Guan smiled and said, "If you want to see it, then give me a kiss and I'll show it to you." Chen Yin was startled. For once, her fair face turned red. She said, "You're being naughty, aren't you? Be careful, I'll skin you alive. If you don't want me to see it, then I won't see it. It's nothing great, hum." Chen Yin turned around, with her back to Chen Guan, and said angrily, "I came here with good intentions to save you, but you didn't even show me your things and you acted like a hooligan to me, hum." When Chen Guan saw this, he knew that if he continued teasing her, her pretend anger would turn into real anger. Chen Guan smiled, walked to Chen Yin's side, stretched out his hand, and put it around her waist. "Hold her in your arms." Chen Yin was stunned, her face flushed, and she quickly said, "Don't mess around. Come." As soon as she said the last sentence, her attention was attracted by a ferocious beast card in front of her. "This is Guanglu." Chen Yin's eyes lit up. Guanglu card. For a moment, she even forgot to resist Chen Guan's attempt to take advantage of her. She stretched out her hand, held the light deer card, and looked at the light deer in the ferocious beast card, her eyes shining. Light deer, level 20, it is a forest elf. Although it is only level 20, it is extremely fast. Even a level 30 person would have a hard time hunting it. Chen Yin's eyes were shining. She turned her head to look at Chen Guan and said, "How did you get it?" Her ruby eyes were filled with curiosity and confusion. Chapter 29. The Ferocious Beast Island is blocked. Chen Guan smiled and said, "This is the light deer I just encountered. After encountering it, I controlled my skeleton man and asked it to hunt, and then it hunted it." Chen Yin blinked her eyes and said, "It's not that easy. You're only level 11. The speed of this light deer is so fast that even a level 30 person can't handle it. You're a level 11 person who just broke through and awakened, and you want to use your ability to hunt the light deer. Who are you trying to fool?" She doesn't believe it. Chen Guan was telling the truth, but this truth was completely illogical to Chen Yin. If it's illogical, then it can only be a lie. Chen Yin didn't believe it, and Chen Guan felt a little embarrassed. Chen Guan had a good impression of Chen Yin, especially the scene where she stood up and used her body to protect herself, which moved Chen Guan even more. Since she thinks it's a lie, then it's a lie. Chen Guan smiled and said, "Well, you are really smart. I picked up this Guanglu card from the ground. I guess some expert accidentally left it behind. I just asked the skeleton man to pick it up, and you came." Although this statement is a bit outrageous, it is much more reasonable than the previous one. However, the Guanglu card is a priceless beast card, and it is very rare. Who could have missed it? Suddenly, Chen Yin had a flash of inspiration. She turned around, looked at Chen Guan, and said, "Could it be left behind by those who invaded the Beast Island?" Chen Guan looked at Chen Yin and asked, "Did someone invade the ferocious Beast Island?" Chen Yin hummed, and she looked at Chen Guan strangely. "Don't you know? This afternoon, someone used his ability to create a fireball as big as a planet in the sky above the ferocious Beast Island. The whole sky turned red. Although the fireball did not hit the ferocious Beast Island in the end, it is certain that the person who can create such a large fireball must be very dangerous. The ferocious Beast Island must have been invaded by outsiders. In order to prevent any accidents, my grandfather sent a rescue team to rescue the association members on the ferocious Beast Island. Planetary scale, fireball. Obviously, the fireball created by Chen Guan at that time was not that big. The reason why Chen Yin said so was that the cheerful Chen Yin exaggerated to show how scary the fireball in the afternoon was. "You don't even know this." Chen Yin said, "Many people left the ferocious Beast Island after seeing the fireball, but you didn't leave. Instead, you planned to stay here overnight. You were so brave." Chen Yin looked at Chen Guan and pretended to be angry and said, "I thought something happened to you, so I came to the ferocious Beast Island to look for you. If I had known you were having a picnic here, I would not have come." After hearing this, Chen Guan finally understood what was going on. It turns out Chen Yin came here because she was afraid that she would encounter danger, so she came here to find herself. A smile appeared on Chen Guan's face. Seeing the smile on Chen Guan's face, Chen Yin was startled. She said, "I'm angry, and you're still smiling?" Chen Guan smiled and said, "I'm not laughing, I'm just happy." "What's there to be happy about?" Chen Yin was a little confused. Chen Guan looked at the fairy-like face in front of him and said with a smile, "Being remembered and cared for by a beautiful woman. Isn't it worth being happy for a man?" Chen Yin was startled, her face flushed. "It's no use for you to praise me. I'm already angry now. Besides, I'm not thinking about you. I came here to look for you because I didn't want to see the friend I met today die inexplicably. Don't think too much about it. If I replace you with someone else, a woman, I would still come here. Although Chen Guan had long guessed that Qianin's feelings for him were those of friend, he still felt a little disappointed when she specifically explained it. However, this is not surprising. It would be strange if Qianin fell in love with Chen Guan just because she met him once and talked to him a few times. Chen Guan didn't care. If the current Chen Guan is still the Chen Guan from another world, a favorite girl like Qianin is simply out of his reach, and they will never have any intersection. But now it's different. Chen Guan is absolutely confident that she cannot escape from his control. We are friends now, but that may not be the case in the future. I'll return the card to you. Qianin handed the Guanlu car back to Chen Guan and said, "This thing itself is very precious. You can sell it or keep it with you. It can be used as a life-saving treasure. If you encounter an enemy you can't defeat, you can use it to escape." Chen Guan looked at Qianin and said with a smile, "This is for you." Qianin was slightly stunned, and she looked at Chen Guan. She didn't expect Chen Guan to say this. "Give it to me," Qianin said. "Are you crazy? This is a Guanglu card, a treasure card that many people dream of getting. Even if it is auctioned, it can be sold for hundreds of millions of dollars. You're giving away something so priceless." Chen Guan smiled and said, "You're not quite right. Although I'm giving it to someone, the person I'm giving it to is my future wife. My wife is mine. What's the difference between giving it to my wife and giving it to myself?" Qianin heard this and said, "Don't talk nonsense. I didn't agree to it." Chen Guan smiled. "Didn't you agree? I remember someone said that within half a year, as long as I reach level 30 and collect materials for level 30 breakthrough and give them to someone, that person will become my wife." "I did say that." Qianin blushed and said, "But you can't do it at all. That's not necessarily true." "You?" Qianin was about to say something, but seeing Chen Guan's confident smile, she rolled her eyes at him and said, "Okay, I'll take it. If you can really collect the materials for a breakthrough within half a year, I won't return the Guanglu to you. If not, I will return it to you." That agreement was just a joke from Qianin. She didn't expect Chen Guan to be so serious. She didn't know where Chen Guan's confidence came from. She didn't care that much. She just accepted it and would return it to him after half a year. The four people with the same name, Sun, who were standing nearby, watched Chen Guan and Qianin flirting with each other as if no one was watching. The four of them looked at each other. "Miss Qianin, you're going to be tricked by the boss." Pan Fong muttered subconsciously. Zhu Ling nodded in agreement. It seems that she doesn't know that the fireball was created by the captain. Given the captain's ability, it's not impossible for him to reach level 30 within half a year. Tong Sun said, "After half a year, there will be something interesting to watch." Tian Chun looked at Chen Guan and Qianin without saying anything. The four of them were a little distance away from Chen Guan and Qianin, and they deliberately lowered their voices so Qianin didn't hear them. "Let's not talk about this for now. The ferocious beast island is very dangerous now." Qianin looked at Chen Guan. "Don't spend the night here. The association has blocked the ferocious beast island now. Everyone on the ferocious beast island must leave. Before the situation is investigated clearly, no one is allowed to enter the ferocious beast island. I will take you away first." Chen Guan didn't expect that the fireball he created casually in the afternoon would have such a big impact. Because of that fireball, the entire beast island was blocked. This caught Chen Guan off guard. Chen Guan looked at Qianin's ruby-like eyes that were filled with anxiety. Chen Guan also knew that Qianin was now somewhat afraid of meeting the creator of the fireball. She didn't know whether the creator was an enemy or a friend. After all, she didn't know that the fireball was created by Chen Guan. Chapter 30, a little childish. In other words, now the only thing we can do is go back. If I don't go back, it will be difficult to explain when the rescue team comes and sees me using the skeleton man. It will definitely cause a lot of trouble at that time. Chen Guan is not afraid of trouble now, but he does not like meaningless trouble. Thinking of this, Chen Guan looked at the beautiful woman in front of him again. He couldn't help but tease her and said with a smile, "Although I still want to stay here and get promoted, but my wife said so, I still have to listen to her." Qianin blushed and said, "Stop talking nonsense. I don't care about you. You can stay here if you want." After saying that, Qianin turned and left. Chen Guan didn't expect Qianin to be so decisive or childish. Qianin's personality is the kind that does whatever she wants, and she is a rather childish character. Just like now, we know that there may be a terrifying and dangerous existence on the ferocious beast island. When she thought of her friend here, she would go all out without hesitation, even at the cost of her own life, which her friend didn't care about. Sentimental, but a little childish. This is not surprising. As the granddaughter of the president of the Thunder Association, her personality is naturally different from others. Chen Guan turned around and looked at the four people behind him. I will leave the skeleton man on the island. After saying this, Chen Guan set off to catch up with Qianyin. When the four people, including Sun, heard this, they watched Chen Guan and Qianyin leave. Watching Qianyin disappear into the forest, the four of them looked at the skeleton next to them. What does that mean, boss? Pan Fong asked subconsciously. Zhu Ling said, if I'm not mistaken, the captain means he will follow Qianyin and leave the skeleton here to continue hunting ferocious beasts and gain experience for him. In that case, Pan Fong seemed to have thought of something. His eyes lit up slightly, and he said, we can follow the skeleton left by the captain and gain experience with it. Tong Sun was shocked and said, no way. The farther away a creature of the summoning attribute is from its owner, the more unstable it becomes. Tong Sun looked a little shocked. If he leaves here with Miss Qianyin, he will definitely have to take an airship to leave the ferocious beast island. Could it be that he can still maintain his creation after leaving the ferocious beast island? Tong Sun looked at the skeleton man next to him, his expression full of disbelief. Zhu Ling said, generally speaking, if a summon is more than 100 meters away from the user, it will be difficult to maintain. If it is more than 500 meters away from the user, it will inevitably cause the creation to collapse. And, Captain, if you leave the ferocious beast island, you will return to the mainland. The ferocious beast island is more than 100 kilometers away from the mainland. Captain, are you planning to maintain the skeletons on the ferocious beast island on the mainland more than 100 kilometers away? Speaking of this, Zhu Ling smacked his lips. Maybe this is the big boss. Pan Fong sighed. At the same time, Chen Guan caught up with Qianyin. Qianyin looked at Chen Guan, who followed him. She smiled playfully and deliberately mocked Chen Guan. Didn't you say you wanted to stay and continue leveling? Why are you following me? Chen Guan pondered for a moment after hearing this. He looked at Qianyin and said, do you know why I insisted on upgrading on the island, even though I knew it was dangerous? Qianyin crossed her arms and said casually, of course you want to level up and become stronger. There are many people who don't care about their own life in order to become stronger. Wrong. Qianyin was startled. She frowned and looked at Chen Guan. Then what are you doing this for? Seeing Qianyin's puzzled look, Chen Guan smiled and said, because someone promised me that if I can reach level 30 within half a year and obtain the level 30 breakthrough materials, that person will become my wife. In order to make that person become my wife, no matter how dangerous the place where I upgrade is, I have to stay. Qianyin blushed and looked away from Chen Guan. Slippery tongue. Why are you planning to leave now? Chen Guan laughed and said, although upgrading is important, I can't just ignore my future wife if she's angry. It's a bit putting the cart before the horse to make her angry just for the sake of upgrading. Qianyin blushed. You are amazing. You have so many different ways of speaking. I don't know how many girls you have deceived with this mouth. She folded her arms across her chest, her fair cheeks flushed, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Although his words were harsh, it was obvious that although Chen Guan's words were taking advantage of her, they still benefited her a lot. Looking at Qianyin's slightly blushing face, Chen Guan realized that his goal had been achieved. Qianyin has always regarded Chen Guan as a friend, but Chen Guan does not want to maintain a friendship with her. Otherwise, even if he reaches level 30 and collects the breakthrough materials for level 30, he will be in trouble. I guess by then, she will still treat me as a friend. Therefore, the best case scenario is to make her realize that the relationship between her and me is not just that of friends. And now, Chen Guan deliberately calls her future wife. In this way, while taking advantage of her, he also subconsciously makes her believe that his relationship with her is not just based on ordinary friendship. Certainly, although Chen Guan was going to leave with Qianyin, in fact, Chen Guan did not give up on gaining experience. Chen Guan has left 13 skeletons on this ferocious beast island. After killing the level 11 ferocious beast, this skeleton man can also gain experience. The current situation is that it doesn't matter whether I stay on the ferocious beast island or not. Since it doesn't hinder the upgrade, why not take some time to make Qianyin feel more comfortable? Chen Guan was chatting with Qianyin, and before they knew it, they were back at the airship airport. The two men came to the airport lobby and were about to find a waiter to ask about the location of the airship flying to Leyland City. But before I could find the waiter to ask, a voice suddenly rang out. Qianyin. Hearing the sound, Chen Guan looked towards the source of the sound. A blond man wearing a golden suit, with golden hair and golden earrings, walked towards this side with a smile on his face. This man looked to be in his early 20s, a young man. On his forehead, 3 triangular marks could be seen. He is already level 30. At this age, he has already reached level 30, which shows that this person could be considered a genius. Chen Guan looked at Qianin, only to see that Qianin frowned and seemed a little impatient. The blond man walked up to Qianin and said with a smile, "I heard that you came to the Fierce Beast Island by yourself. I was worried that you might be in danger, so I hurried here to find you. I didn't expect to meet you just after getting off the airship. We are really destined to meet each other." Qianin frowned and said impatiently, "Can you please stop pestering me? Stay away from me, please." "No." The blond man laughed and said, "That's not possible. I told you that I want to pursue you. I want you to be my girlfriend. How can I pursue you if I am too far away from you?" Chen Guan couldn't help but look at the blond man. It was obvious that this guy was Qianin's suitor. This is not surprising. Qianin is impeccable in terms of family background, appearance, figure, ability, and talent, so it is not surprising that she has suitors. But this guy seems a bit thick-skinned. Qianin's personality is the type who says whatever she wants to say and does whatever she wants to do. She did not hide her disgust for the blond man at all, but he still came towards her shamelessly. What a talent. There was a silent follower following the blond man, and the follower pulled the blond man's clothes. The blond man came back to his senses and looked at the little follower. He frowned and said impatiently, "What are you doing? Didn't you see me chatting with Miss Qianin?" "This? Boss, look at him." As he said that, the little follower stretched out his hand and pointed at Chen Guan. The blond man was stunned, and his eyes fell on Chen Guan. Upon looking up, he realized that there was someone following Qianin. Chapter 31 recommends direct cremation. Who is this? Where did this blind boy come from? How dare he pester my Dongfang Hao's woman? The blond man named Dongfang Hao suddenly widened his eyes and stared at Chen Guan, his eyes full of displeasure and threats. "Hey, look at this. The blonde one is Dongfang Hao, the son of the president of the Oriental Association. That beauty is Qian Yin, the granddaughter of the president of the Thunderbolt Association. One of them is level 30, and the other is level 20. Why are they here?" Passers-by immediately recognized the identities of Dongfang Hao and Qian Yin and started talking about them. Dongfang Hao seems to be looking for trouble with the man next to Qian Yin. Of course, everyone in the association knows that Dongfang Hao has been pursuing Qian Yin. I heard that Dongfang Hao even swore that he would definitely pursue Qian Yin. He would fight anyone who dared to snatch Qian Yin from him. Before, when Dongfang Hao didn't know Qian Yin, there were many people pursuing Qian Yin. There were always people looking for opportunities to talk to Qian Yin. Later, Dongfang Hao beat up all those people, and there were fewer people pestering Qian Yin. Now everyone in the Thunder Association knows that if you talk to Qian Yin, you can't avoid facing Dongfang Hao. This guy dared to get so close to Qian Yin in front of Dongfang Hao. He is finished. Why are you so shameless? Qian Yin got angry immediately after hearing this. She said, "Who is your woman?" Dongfang Hao saw Qian Yin was angry, so he quickly smiled and said, "Qian Yin, don't be angry. You are not angry now, but you will definitely be angry in the future." "You." Qian Yin's shoulders were shaking with anger, but she was only level 20, not as high as Dongfang Hao. Even if she wanted to teach Dongfang Hao a lesson, she couldn't do it. She had no way to deal with Dongfang Hao. Qian Yin looked at Chen Guan and said, "Let's go and ignore him. If you can't beat it, you can hide from it." Qian Yin planned to avoid this guy. Chen Guan stretched out his hand and held Qian Yin's hand. Qian Yin was stunned. She turned around to look at the hand that was being held, and then looked at Chen Guan. Chen Guan pulled hard. Qian Yin only felt a force coming, and her whole body involuntarily moved closer to Chen Guan. Chen Guan stretched out his hand, put his arm around Qian Yin's small waist, and held her in his arms. Qian Yin was stunned for a moment. She raised her head and looked at Chen Guan. "What are you doing?" When Dongfang Hao saw this scene, his pupils suddenly constricted and the smile on his face disappeared instantly. When the passers-by watching nearby saw this scene, they stopped one by one. "Choose to watch from where you are." "Oh my God!" He hugged Miss Qian Yin in front of Dongfang Hao. "Isn't this boy too bold?" TSK, TSK, TSK. Now, there's something interesting to watch. Quickly find the airport manager and have someone prepare a stretcher and an ambulance. Chen Guan looked at Qian Yin and said with a smile, "I will help you solve this problem." Qian Yin looked at Chen Guan in confusion. "What are you going to do?" Chen Guan put his left hand around her small waist, raised his right hand to scratch her small nose, and said with a smile, "Just watch." Qianyin wrinkled her nose cutely. "Don't mess with a girl's nose." Chen Guan was happy. "Okay, I won't do it." Dong Feng Hao clenched his fists suddenly and looked at Chen Guan with eyes as if he wanted to eat someone. Passers-by, watching nearby, saw this. "Oh my god, it's amazing. A level 11 guy actually dares to do such an intimate thing with Miss Qianyin in front of Dong Feng Hao. Tell the airport manager that stretchers and ambulances are not needed. Ask someone to prepare a coffin and prepare for cremation." Chen Guan let go of Qianyin and looked at Dong Feng Hao. Dong Feng Hao had a blank expression on his face, his eyes fixed on Chen Guan, his pupils filled with anger and murderous intent. Chen Guan looked at Dong Feng Hao and said with a smile, "Dong Feng Hao, huh?" Dong Feng Hao narrowed his eyes, clenched his fists, and said through gritted teeth, "You are really brave." He spoke each word with emphasis, and one could feel his suppressed anger like a volcano. Chen Guan seemed to feel nothing. He smiled slightly. "It's okay, you like Qianyin, right?" "Nonsense." Dong Feng Hao frowned. Chen Guan crossed his arms, looked at Dong Feng Hao, and said with a smile, "I like her too." The moment this sentence rang out, Qianyin was stunned. She looked at Chen Guan, looking at Chen Guan's smiling face. That smile was a smile full of confidence. She had seen Chen Guan smile like this before. At that time, Chen Guan was standing on a high platform, looking at the president and challenging him. When he challenged the president, he had a confident smile on his face. Thinking of this, Qianyin suddenly had an idea, and she had an idea that made her a little uneasy. "Chen Guan, want to challenge Dong Feng Hao?" "No way, Dong Feng Hao is level 30. Qianyin was a little scared by her own thought. "You little bastard." Dong Feng Hao's face darkened. "Ew, are you looking for death?" He strode towards Chen Guan. "Dong Feng Hao, what do you want to do to my friend?" Qianyin hurriedly moved, stood in front of Chen Guan, and protected Chen Guan behind her. She frowned and stared at Dong Feng Hao. Dong Feng Hao stopped and looked at Chen Guan, who was protected by Qianyin behind him. Dong Feng Hao's face turned extremely ugly. Although Dong Feng Hao's level is higher than Qianyin and he can defeat Qianyin, the entire Thunder Association stand behind him. If Qianyin took the initiative to attack Dong Feng Hao, then Dong Feng Hao would have an excuse to take advantage of Qianyin while the attack was going on. But if Dong Feng Hao took the initiative to attack Qianyin, Old Man Qingping would not be so easy to talk to. Even if the Dong Feng Association was standing behind him, it would not be able to stop Old Man Qingping's anger. Chen Guan looked at Dong Feng Hao, whose face turned red with anger, and said with a smile, "You like Qianyin, and I like Qianyin too, but the problem is that there's only one Qianyin, so I have a suggestion." When Qianyin heard this, she was startled and quickly looked at Chen Guan behind her. "Don't mess around." Chen Guan looked at Qianyin's ruby eyes that were filled with anxiety, and he smiled at her with a confident smile on his face. Chen Guan looked at Dong Feng Hao and said, "My suggestion is that we have a fight, and whoever loses gets kicked out and is not allowed to appear in front of Qianyin from now on. How do you think?" "You're crazy." Qianyin was shocked when she heard this. She turned to look at Chen Guan and said, "You will die." Now Qianyin is protecting Chen Guan, so Dong Feng Hao can't do anything. But doesn't Chen Guan's challenge give Dong Feng Hao an opportunity? If Dong Feng Hao starts fighting, it will not just be about deciding the winner. He obviously wants to kill Chen Guan. Chen Guan's challenge is almost suicidal. "Okay, I promise you," Dong Feng Hao said suddenly, with a ferocious smile on his face. "A man has issued this challenge in front of so many people, and I have already agreed to this challenge. If you regret it, you are not a man anymore." Chen Guan smiled and said, "Of course, since you have accepted this challenge, I will definitely not regret it." Chapter 32, before the duel begins. "I have accepted your challenge." Dong Feng Hao stared at Chen Guan coldly. "If you are a man, don't hide behind a woman. Come out and fight." This was exactly what Chen Guan wanted. He was also planning to teach Dong Feng Hao a lesson. "No, I don't accept this challenge," Qianyin suddenly said. Chen Guan was stunned and looked at Qianyin. Qianyin looked at Dong Feng Hao. "Do you have any shame? A level 30 player fighting a level 11 player? Aren't you too shameless?" Looking at Qianyin's reaction, Chen Guan understood. Qianyin cares a lot about Chen Guan. In her opinion, for Chen Guan, who had just broken through to level 11, to fight against a level 30 person would be simply courting death. She didn't know why Chen Guan had the courage to challenge Dong Feng Hao, but she couldn't accept the result that Chen Guan would definitely be killed by Dong Feng Hao. It seems that Qianyin doesn't know Chen Guan's strength, so she can't give Qianyin enough confidence. It seems that I have to give her some confidence. Dongfang Hao looked at Qianin and said, Qianin, you have to understand that he is challenging me now, not me challenging him. He is level 11 and is challenging me. If I don't accept the challenge of a level 30 player like me, that would be shameful. When Qianin heard this, she frowned, but didn't know how to answer. Chen Guan looked at Qianin's reaction. He reached out and held Qianin's hand. Qianin was stunned. She turned her head and looked at Chen Guan. Chen Guan looked at Dongfang Hao and said, How about this? I see Qianin is a little sleepy. I plan to send Qianin back to Leiyan City first. Our challenge will be held at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning at the Thunder Association Duel Arena in Leiyan City. How about it? When Dongfang Hao heard this, he frowned, looked at Chen Guan, and said coldly, Okay. After getting the answer, Chen Guan took Qianin away. Dongfang Hao looked at Chen Guan's back, squinting his eyes and raising the corners of his mouth. You ignorant brat. I'll let you be arrogant for one more night, and I'll kill you tomorrow. Boss, do you think you'll be scared? Why won't he come when the battle starts tomorrow? Said the man next to Dongfang Hao. Dongfang Hao sneered when he heard this. He took the initiative to challenge, and he set the battle location and time himself. If he doesn't come, isn't that admitting that he is a coward? If he dares not to go, I will ruin his reputation and make his life worse than death. Huh? Dongfang Hao laughed and walked towards the airship with his little follower. Passers-by watched Dongfang Hao and others leave. It's a pity that there was no fight. But didn't they say that they will fight at the Thunder Association's duel arena tomorrow morning? I have to go over there to join the fun. I'm going to. Hurry up, I want to go too. Someone must have posted this video online. I guess there will be a lot of spectators at the duel. I have to hurry over and reserve a spot tomorrow morning. Chen Guan and Qian Yin boarded the airship. The airship took to the sky. It's already early morning. The airship flew high in the sky with flashing lights, and countless stars could be seen above the night sky. The airship has a deck, and at this moment Chen Guan is standing on the deck, holding the railing with the wind blowing towards him. The feeling of standing on the deck of this airship is like standing on the deck of a ship on the ocean. Why would you do such a stupid thing? Suddenly, a voice came. Chen Guan came back to his senses, turned around, and looked behind him. There was a beautiful figure standing behind him. It was Qianin. Qianin was wearing a light gray sweater with a black pleated skirt and black stockings under the skirt. The dress fit her body perfectly, highlighting her tall and proud figure. She has long hair like fire, and under the red bangs is a perfect face. She probably just took a shower, and she exudes a pure aura. At this moment, she was looking at Chen Guan with her beautiful red eyes. There was anxiety and questioning in his eyes. It was too stupid for Chen Guan to take the initiative to challenge Dongfang Hao. A level 11 person actively challenges a level 30 person. Anyone who sees this will think it is stupid. Qianin said, Dongfang Hao is cruel. Your actions today have provoked him. If you fight him, you will not survive. How about this? When the airship reaches Leiyan City Airport, find a chance to escape. This way you can save your life. Chen Guan looked at Qian Yin, who was 10 meters away from him. The moonlight fell from the night sky and landed on Qianin, making her look even brighter and more beautiful. Chen Guan smiled and said, You are so beautiful. Qianin was slightly startled, and she said, I am talking about something very important. This concerns your life. Don't be so frivolous. Hearing this, Chen Guan smiled and moved his body. Under Qianin's gaze, Chen Guan disappeared on the spot. Qianin's pupils narrowed slightly. Suddenly, Chen Guan appeared in front of Qianin. Qianin was stunned for a moment. She raised her head and looked at Chen Guan. Eyes met. Chen Guan had a smile on his face. He stretched out his hand and held Qian Yin in his arms. Before Qianin could come to her senses, she was picked up by Chen Guan, which made her a little confused. She was sure that she had not seen it wrong. Chen Guan disappeared in an instant and reappeared in an instant, then crossed a distance of 10 meters and came in front of her. He was obviously only level 11, but his speed was so fast that even Qianin, who was level 20, couldn't catch him. Chen Guan held Qianin horizontally and walked to the railing of the deck. Chen Guan looked at Qianin and said with a smile, Let me show you something. Qianin came back to her senses and asked, What is that? Chen Guan raised his head and looked forward. Look ahead. Qianin looked in the direction Chen Guan was looking. When Qianin took a look, her pupils condensed slightly, and a creature covered with black scales appeared in her vision. This creature is as big as a mountain. Qianin's face changed drastically. She raised her head in disbelief, trying to see the overall appearance of this huge monster. But this monster was too huge, and she could only see part of its body. What is this? Qiannin's pupils trembled as she looked at the creature in disbelief. Chen Guan smiled and said, "This is another ability of mine." Qiannin was startled. She looked at Chen Guan in disbelief. "What did you say?" Qiannin looked at the black dragon. "Is this a summoned creature? How is it possible?" She stared blankly at the huge black dragon in front of her, which was as big as a mountain. Her eyes trembled slightly. The size of a creature is related to its qualifications and proficiency in abilities. It is difficult to improve qualifications. The only thing that can be improved is proficiency. Proficiency requires practice. Only through day and night practice can the size of the creation become even larger. How long does it take to reach the size of this summoned creature? 10 years. It will take at least 10 years to reach this level. 100 years? Or 1,000 years? Qiannin looked at the black dragon in front of her in disbelief. She was extremely surprised and shocked. Chapter 33, something happened. Something big happened. Inside the airship. Take a shower and have a good sleep. We will duel tomorrow morning. I will use that guy's life to tell other guys who are targeting Qiannin that if they pay attention to my woman, they will end up dead. Dongfang Hao muttered as he walked out of the bathroom in a bathrobe. He sat down on the edge of the bed, took out the wine glass and placed it on the bedside table, then poured himself a glass of scarlet red wine, intending to enjoy the glass of red wine before resting. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Hear that knock on the door. Dongfang Hao frowned. "Boss, it's me, Feng Ao." The voice of the follower Feng Ao was heard outside the door, his voice full of anxiety. As he spoke, he knocked on the door again. Hearing this voice, Dongfang Hao suddenly became impatient. He stood up and said, "It's already this late. Everyone is asleep. Why are you still bothering me?" Dongfang Hao opened the door and looked at Feng Ao, who was standing at the door with a pale face. Dongfang Hao said grimly, "If you don't give me a good explanation, I will destroy you." Feng Ao said with a bitter face, "Boss, something happened. Something serious. Come with me." Having said that, Feng Ao hurriedly followed Dongfang Hao towards the deck of the airship. Dongfang Hao frowned, although a little impatient, but seeing Feng Ao's anxious look, he became confused. "Just follow Feng Ao." The two men reached the deck. As soon as he arrived on the deck of the airship, Dongfang Hao found that there were already quite a few people standing on the deck. These people were standing at the deck railing, looking into the distance. "Boss, look over there." Feng Ao stretched out his hand and pointed in a direction. Dongfang Hao looked in that direction. When he saw it, Dongfang Hao's pupils narrowed slightly. Right in front of him, a giant creature as big as a mountain was flapping a pair of pitch-black wings. It has huge, hard black scales all over its body, as well as sharp claws and fangs. When its huge, fleshy wings flapped, a strong wind was created. Dongfang Hao's face turned pale instantly. A ferocious beast that I have never seen before. What level would a beast of this size be? Level 60? Level 70? Why is there such a high-level beast here? It's over. Could it be that this ferocious beast is targeting us? If it does, we're all doomed. The deck was filled with discussions, and everyone's face was filled with fear, tension, and uneasiness. Dongfang Hao finally understood why Feng Ao looked so ugly. Dongfang Hao had never seen this beast before, but judging from its size and momentum, it was at level 50. It might even be higher than level 50. Level 50. That is a ferocious beast that even Dongfang Hao's father, Dongfang Sheng, the current president of the Dongfang Association, has difficulty defeating. If a ferocious beast of this level appeared here, and its target was the airship, it would be doomed. No one on the airship can survive. At the same time, above the black dragon. It feels so strange. Qiannin stood on top of the black dragon's head. She squatted down and stroked the skin on the top of the black dragon's head with her hand. Her eyes were shining with a strange light. Chen Guan looked at Qiannin and said with a smile, "What's so strange about it?" Qiannin stood up and looked at Chen Guan. Her fiery red hair was fluttering in the wind. She looked at Chen Guan and said, "You're only level 11, and you just broke through? Normally, a person with the black summoning ability who has just broken through will need 2 months to awaken his ability, no matter how talented he is. Even if you awaken your ability, you still need to spend time getting familiar with it before you can make it stronger. But your ability," Chen Guan smiled and said, "It's simple because I am more talented than a genius." Qiannin pursed her lips and looked at Chen Guan. You are such a freak. Chen Guan's smile froze on his face. He smiled bitterly and said, You can't say that, can you? How can you say your husband is a freak? When Qianyin heard this, she couldn't help but smile. Before you said he was my future husband, but now you don't even add the word future. You really are good at taking advantage of others. Seeing her smile, Chen Guan knew that Qianyin had relaxed. I believe that having seen this black dragon, she should already know her own strength. Chen Guan crossed his arms and said with a smile, It doesn't matter whether it is added or not. It will be a fact in half a year anyway. Now that this is the case, you should be able to believe in my strength, right? Qianyin turned sideways and looked at the wings of the giant dragon behind her. She said, Although this thing looks very big and powerful, I'm not sure if it can really bring out its combat power. Having said that, she looked at Chen Guan again. However, since you were so confident, I will believe you this time. Qianyin crossed her arms over her chest, looked at Chen Guan, and said, I remember you told me before that your ability is to summon skeletons, and now this. How many abilities do you have? She was a little curious. Chen Guan looked at Qianyin's expression and smiled. In addition to these two, I have another one. When Qianyin heard this, she looked at Chen Guan curiously. Which one? Things like abilities can appear just through imagination. And abilities are not just about increasing one's own strength and summoning something. If you can think of it, you can do it. Chen Guan raised his hand, and a red light lit up. There was a teardrop-shaped red pendant in his hand. He handed the pendant to Qianyin. Qianyin was slightly startled. She looked at the pendant in Chen Guan's hand and asked, What is this? Chen Guan smiled and said, I have heard of a story before. There is a necklace in that story. The necklace is called Lovesickness Tears. When a girl who wears lovesickness tears misses her lover will feel it. This is the acacia tears that I created with my ability. It also has the same function as the necklace in the story. Chen Guan looked at Qianyin, smiled what he thought was a handsome smile, and said, Then I want to give it to you. No way. Qianyin was stunned. It's rare for you to awaken 3 abilities, but the third ability you choose to awaken is such a rubbish ability? Rubbish? If a necklace with this function were placed in Chen Guan's world, and those girls knew about it, they would fight over it in an instant. Chen Guanbin thought that after he said this, she would be so moved that she would put it on immediately. But I didn't expect to receive such comments. Sure enough, Qianyin is not an ordinary girl. Qianyin looked at the necklace in Chen Guan's hand with a look of disgust. Besides, this thing is too pretentious. Missing your lover. Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. What's the point of missing someone? Just go find him if you want him. Qianyin said casually, Besides, I don't have a lover, so it's useless to give this thing to me. You should give it to someone else. After saying that, Qianyin walked to the black dragon's horn and looked at the dragon horn in front of her. She raised her hand and tapped the dragon's horn. Obviously, she was more interested in the black dragon. When Chen Guan saw this, he could only put the necklace away temporarily. It was a bad idea. However, it is true that the word lovesickness has nothing to do with Qianyin, who is full of action and dares to speak and act. Chen Guan looked at Qianyin, and for a moment he couldn't think of any way to win her heart. He withdrew his gaze and simply lay down on the black dragon's head, looking at the stars in the sky. Qianyin watched the black dragon from the top of its head for a while. Then she retracted her gaze. Suddenly, she saw Chen Guan lying on the top of the black dragon's head. There was a gleam in her eyes. She walked over slowly and sat next to Chen Guan. Are you tired? Chen Guan said nothing. Qianyin blinked, then slowly lay down, lying beside Chen Guan, looking at Chen Guan. Angry. Chapter 34. Too shy to be conquered. Qianyin lay on the black dragon, looking at the boy in front of her who was about the same age as her. She thought to herself, this person in front of me just broke through today, but he has awakened 3 abilities. The word genius can no longer be used to describe someone who can do this. Or should I describe him as a freak? There are 3 abilities. The first 2 are summoning abilities. As a result, the third one has rubbish ability. The awakening of abilities needs to be created through one's own imagination. It is very difficult to awaken abilities. But he wasted one of his abilities and created a necklace like that. Why did he do that? All of a sudden, the clever Qianyin understood it. He did this to please her. He sacrificed one of his abilities just to make himself happy. But he refused coldly. This doesn't seem like a good idea. Qianyin looked at Chen Guan, and she judged that Chen Guan was really angry. Qianyin smiled. Is the necklace still there? When Chen Guan heard this, He came to his senses and looked at Chen Yin beside him. Chen Yin had a playful smile on her delicate little face and said, I changed my mind. I want the necklace. Give it to me. Chen Yin has no lover, and although wearing it is of no use, Chen Yin thinks that she and Chen Guan could be considered friends, and it would be bad not to accept it if a friend has paid such a great price. Hearing this, Chen Guan smiled, sat up, and said, I'll help you put it on. Seeing Chen Guan sitting up, Chen Yin responded and sat up as well. Chen Guan took out the necklace, approached Chen Yin, stretched out his hand, and put it on Chen Yin. When putting on the necklace, his hands went around Chen Yin's neck, and his face got closer and closer to Chen Yin's face. Chen Yin looked at the face that was getting closer and closer. There was a gleam in Chen Yin's eyes, and a rare blush appeared on her usually calm face. Chen Guan looked at Chen Yin's face closely, at her eyes that were as clear as rubies, and at her thin lips under her straight nose. Chen Guan's emotions were surging. She looks like a little elf, charming and pure. Chen Yin noticed that there was something wrong with the way Chen Guan looked at her. She felt inexplicably nervous and uneasy, and she looked down, subconsciously avoiding Chen Guan's gaze. She was unusually shy, but she looked down, avoiding his gaze, with a shy look on her face. Chen Guan's heart beat faster. The necklace is on. Chen Yin breathed a sigh of relief. When upgrading, she faced those ferocious beasts countless times and hovered on the brink of life and death countless times. She had never been so nervous, and her heartbeat was so fast as she was now. Now that the necklace was finally on, she breathed a sigh of relief. When she breathed a sigh of relief, she looked at Chen Guan. Upon closer inspection, I found that Chen Guan's face was closer than before. Suddenly, Chen Yin's pupils narrowed slightly. Chen Guan kissed her. Chen Yin was stunned for a moment. She didn't come to her senses. The teardrop pin glowed red. Suddenly, she panicked, reached out her hand, and pushed Chen Guan away. She stood up, looked at Chen Guan, and said shyly and angrily, What are you doing? When Chen Guan heard this, he sat on the black dragon's head, looking at Chen Yin with a smile on his face. Chen Yin blushed and said angrily, You are shameless. I treat you as a friend, and you do this kind of thing? As she spoke, she turned her back to Chen Guan and didn't look at him. The 6-month agreement was a joke of Chen Yin. The reason why she got close to Chen Guan was because Chen Guan was about the same age as her, had his own unique way of speaking and doing things, and the various strengths he demonstrated attracted her. That's why she approached him and treated him as a friend. As for the issue of boyfriends and girlfriends, Chen Yin had never even thought about it. But now that Chen Guan has done this, it means that the relationship between them will no longer be just that of friends. Chen Yin is in a very confused mood now. Angry? It seems not. More shy and annoyed. Besides that, what Chen Yin didn't understand was that she was also a little happy inside. This strange emotion was beyond Chen Yin's control. Would you still be happy if you were suddenly attacked by someone? Chen Guan sat on top of the black dragon, looking at Chen Yin's figure with her back to him. He couldn't help kissing her just now, but what about now? Chen Guan didn't know what to do. Chen Guan thought about it for a moment. I'd better apologize first. Chen Guan stood up, looked at her seriously, and said, I'm sorry. You're too beautiful. I just couldn't help it. If you're unhappy, you can punish me. I'm willing to accept your punishment. When Chen Yin heard this, she slowly turned around and looked at Chen Guan. Seeing Chen Guan's apologetic look, Chen Yin blushed and said, Okay, then I will punish you. I will punish you by asking you to win the challenge tomorrow. If you dare to lose, I will not forgive you. Chen Guan was stunned and looked at Chen Yin. Chen Guan didn't expect that her punishment would be like this. Chen Yin met Chen Guan's gaze, and her heartbeat quickened. She turned her face to avoid Chen Guan's sight, pretending to be calm, looking into the distance, and said, I'm a little sleepy. I want to go back and rest. Chen Guan smiled and said, Okay. The black dragon flapped its huge wings and flew quickly towards the airship. The people on the airship deck who were watching the black dragon's every move saw the black dragon suddenly turn and fly towards them. Those people's faces changed drastically. Oh my God! What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Run! Run! Where are you going? This thing is so big, it can smash the airship in one shot, and then we'll all die together. It's over, it's over. I should have boarded this airship earlier. Suicide note. I want to write a suicide note. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Hurry, hurry back. Don't push, don't push. Everyone on the deck rushed to the deck exit. The deck exit was not big to begin with, and when everyone rushed in, it was immediately packed full. People outside can't get in. Among them is Dongfang Hao. Damn it. Hurry up. Go in quickly. Dongfang Hao shouted and squeezed in frantically. On the contrary, there were too many people in the front, and it was impossible to squeeze in. Here it comes. Oh my god. Those people were terrified. Seeing that he couldn't go back, Dongfang Hao hurriedly looked in the direction of the black dragon. Seeing the black dragon that was as big as a mountain, his face turned pale as paper. He leaned against the wall of people behind him and muttered, "It's over, it's over." His legs went limp with fear. The black dragon was too huge. When it flew over, only a huge head could be seen. The head was almost as big as a bedroom. The pair of terrifyingly large black pupils were staring at everyone on the deck and happened to meet Dongfang Hao's gaze. Dongfang Hao's pupils were trembling and his face was pale. Look, there's someone on top of this monster. Suddenly, someone discovered this. Dongfang Hao was stunned and subconsciously looked towards the top of the black dragon. When he saw it, Dongfang Hao's pupils narrowed slightly. Chapter 35. There is someone on the head of the dragon. It's that kid, Miss Qianin, and that boy. Isn't that the boy who challenged Dongfang Hao earlier? How come they're standing on that monster's head? How is it possible? Qianin, or that boy? Dongfang Hao stared blankly at Qianin and Chen Guan above the black dragon's head. Above the black dragon, Chen Guan walked to Qianin's side and stretched out his hand. Qianin was slightly startled. What are you doing? As soon as she said this, Chen Guanhing picked her up. Chen Guan smiled and said, "It's too high. I'll carry you down so you won't get hurt." Qianin was stunned. She said, "Nonsense. How can it be higher? I can get down by myself. I'm not an ordinary person. My level is higher than yours. I'm level 20. Chen Guan smiled. "Okay, be good. Listen to me. Don't move. I'm going down." Qianin gave Chen Guan a blank look. Does this guy treat her as a child? Obviously, his level is lower than hers. Chen Guan jumped and fell from the top of the black dragon. Boom! Accompanied by a muffled sound. Chen Guan landed on the deck of the airship. He put Qianin down. Both Chen Guan and Qianin noticed that the entrance to the deck was crowded with people. These people were staring at Chen Guan and Qianin with a what-the-hell expression on their faces. It's really him. It's really Miss Qianin. What's going on? What does this ferocious beast have to do with him and Miss Qianin? Dongfang Hao stared at Chen Guan and Qianin. He was a little dazed. I can't wrap my head around it. Chen Guan didn't bother to pay attention to them. He looked at the black dragon and raised his hand. The black dragon, as big as a mountain, turned into black mist and slowly dissipated. See this scene? Oh my god. No way. This is a fucking creation. Is this kid a user of the black summoning ability? This monster was created by this kid. Is this true? This kid is only level 11, right? Dongfang Hao stared at the scene in a daze. He looked at Chen Guan, somewhat stunned. He had the same thought in his mind. Is this a fucking creation? Chen Guan was about to go back with Qianin when he happened to see Dongfang Hao. He smiled at Dongfang Hao as a greeting and then looked away. Dongfang Hao swallowed and his face turned pale. It took me a whole night. Chen Guan and Qianin were both tired. They returned to their first-class cabin together. It's called a first-class cabin, but it's actually more like a bedroom. Qianin lay on her side on the bed, resting her head on a pillow. Although she said she was tired, she couldn't sleep. She blushed as she thought of the scene where Chen Guan took away her first kiss. "Ro," Qianin couldn't help but say, "while wearing the necklace for me." Thinking of that scene, she felt her cheeks getting hot and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly even though she said the word hooligan. This was a feeling Qianin had never experienced before. In Qianin's opinion, she is much more powerful than men, and much more noble and powerful than those men. Even the son of the Oriental Association's president, Dongfang Hao, who was known as a genius, was just a few years older than her and of a higher level than her, in Qianin's opinion. If she were given the same amount of time, she could do better. She doesn't want to be like other women and find a man to tie her down. Therefore, all along, Qianin treated the opposite sex as friends at most and never considered the relationship between men and women. Later on, she would always forget her gender. But what Chen Guan did today clearly showed that she was a woman. It was obvious that he wanted to be more than just friends with her. He wanted to develop a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with her. Thinking of this, Qianin's heart beat faster. I treated you as a friend, but you wanted to... The more Qianin thought about it, the redder her face became. Qianin didn't know that at the same time, the pendant she wore around her neck was glowing slightly red. At the same time, Chen Guan just closed his eyes and fell asleep. He suddenly had a feeling. He opened his eyes. For some reason, at this moment, Chen Guan could immediately feel that Qianin was thinking about him. Chen Guan knew that it was the acacia tears necklace that was working. Chen Guan was slightly stunned. Qianin has already expressed her own thoughts. She thinks she and Chen Guan are just friends. If Qianin just thinks of Chen Guan as a friend, then wearing the necklace would probably not have any effect. But now, Chen Guan clearly felt Qianin's longing for him. Chen Guan smiled. It's only been a short while since we last met, and you miss me already? Thinking of this, Chen Guan couldn't sleep. He stood up and prepared to go find Qianin. In Dongfang Hao's first-class cabin. Boss, should we give up the duel tomorrow? Feng Ao looked cautiously at Dongfang Hao, who was sitting on the sofa with a pale face. Dongfang Hao frowned suddenly. Feng Ao said cautiously, in most cases, level can determine the strength of most ability users, but in addition to level, proficiency in ability and the amount of source power can also determine the strength of ability users. That behemoth, both in size and precision, can prove that the source power and proficiency of the person who created it have reached terrifying values. According to my estimation, even though that guy is only level 11, his proficiency in the principles of ability is at least comparable to level 50, or even beyond level 50. Although I don't know how he did it, I can be sure that he is not easy to deal with. Feng Ao looked at Dongfang Hao and said, Boss, I suggest you stop fighting. Stop fighting. Dongfang Hao gave Feng Ao a fierce look. Feng Ao's face turned pale. Dongfang Hao said grimly, how many people know about this now? How many people know that I want to fight him? If I don't go, I will be ruined and become a laughingstock. I can't afford to lose face like this. Boss, a real man can bend and stretch. Feng Ao said. Dongfang Hao said, I can't give in. Besides, that giant beast only looks big. It may not be really powerful. I don't believe how powerful a level 11 guy can be. Dongfang Hao said with hope, his eyes narrowed. When Feng Ao heard this, he knew that he could not persuade Dongfang Hao and could only remain silent. In Qianin's first-class cabin. Knock, knock. Suddenly, a knock on the door attracted Qianin's attention. Qianin was stunned. She looked towards the door and was stunned when she saw it. The door of the room was clearly closed, but at this moment, there was an extra person inside. Chen Guan, who had just finished taking a shower and was wearing a bathrobe, stood at the door. He looked at Qianin with a smile on his face. Qianin took a look and blinked. How? How did you get in? Chapter 36, Duel Arena. Chen Guan smiled and said, It's not important. What's important is that I'm here. Cool, mate. Qianin's fair cheeks still had a blush on them. She said, What are you doing here? Chen Guan approached Qianin with a smile on his face. Qianin got up, sat on the bed, pulled the quilt over herself, and said quickly, What are you doing? Are you crazy? This is my room. What are you doing in my room? Chen Guan walked over to Qianin and sat beside her. He looked at the beautiful face under the fiery red bangs in front of him, like a fairy. He said, You are wearing the necklace I gave you. Have you forgotten the function of a necklace? As long as you miss me, I can feel it. This is the function of a necklace. Upon hearing this, Qianin immediately thought of her actions just now, and her fair face turned red. Don't talk nonsense. Who misses you? Shameless. She didn't know how to explain it, so she simply crawled into bed, covered her body with the quilt, turned her back to Chen Guan, and didn't look at him. She was trying to hide her hot face from Chen Guan. Qianin closed her eyes and hid under the quilt. Her cheeks flushed. It was bad enough that she was thinking about him secretly, but she was caught. How embarrassing. Qianin hid her body and face so that he couldn't see her and she wouldn't be so embarrassed. Qianin has always dealt with others from the perspective of friends or comrades. She really didn't know how to deal with this kind of relationship between men and women. Faced with this unknown, Qianin chose to escape. Just hiding yourself under the quilt is like trying to cover up one's own faults. The covers were pulled back, and someone approached from behind. Suddenly, Qianin felt her body being embraced in someone's arms. A large hand wrapped around her waist and held her small hand. Feeling the warm body temperature, Qianin slowly closed her eyes, but her face became even hotter. Chen Guan whispered in her ear, Be my girlfriend. No. Qianin really didn't dare to step in such an unknown territory. Why not? You obviously like me. Half a year. After half a year, if you really do it, I will promise you. The agreement in half a year is that you will become my wife. It is an agreement to marry me. It does not conflict with the fact that you become my girlfriend first. She stopped talking. After a moment of silence, Chen Guan asked again, Be my girlfriend, okay? Qianin slowly turned around, raised her face slightly, and looked into Chen Guan's eyes with her ruby-like eyes. Eyes met. Chen Yin looked at Chen Guan. She slowly withdrew her gaze and leaned her little head on Chen Guan's chest. When Chen Guan heard this, he was immediately excited. Okay, I promise you. But you have to promise me. I have no experience in matters related to boyfriends and girlfriends, so you have to be nice to me and not bully me. Chen Yin said softly. Chen Guan smiled. She was so cute. Okay, I won't bully you. Chen Guan said with a smile. I will take good care of you. Chen Yin closed her eyes and blushed. I'm sleepy. Go to sleep. Chen Guan was slightly startled. His heart was pounding and he was planning to be more affectionate with her, but he didn't expect that she wanted to sleep. The next morning, inside the Thunder Association's duel arena in Thundercloud City. This world respects the strong. In every city, there is an association center. There is a dueling arena in the center of the association. The purpose of this dueling arena is to be used for people to duel and determine the outcome. That morning, the audience seats at the duel arena were full of people. There are so many people. Of course, there are more. This duel has caused a sensation in the association's online circle. Dongfang Hao, the son of the president of the Dongfang Association, who took only 2 months to awaken his ability and reached level 30 at the age of 20, is dueling to snatch Miss Qianin, the granddaughter of the president of the Thunder Association. Who wouldn't want to come and watch? The most important thing is that this duel does not require a ticket. Do you know who is trying to snatch Miss Qianin from Dongfang Hao? I heard that he is a level 11 ability user. Level 11? Are you crazy? You dare to accept the challenge of Dongfang Hao, who is level 30 at level 11. Accept the challenge? You're wrong. The one at level 11 saw Dongfang Hao pestering Qianin, so he took the initiative to challenge Dongfang Hao. He also set a rule that the loser is never allowed to appear in front of Qianin. Huh? Is that guy crazy? A level 11 player challenging a level 30 Dongfang Hao. I guess that person just wanted to be a hero in front of Qianin to save the beauty and win the heart of Miss Qianin. If that's the case, that guy is dead today. Yeah, I think so too. Dongfang Hao has been pursuing Qianin for a long time. He has always been very cruel to his rivals who are also pursuing Qianin. Don't say anything. Look, someone is coming. The words fell. Everyone saw it. Dongfang Hao has already entered from the entrance of the duel arena. He looked solemn, his eyes fixed on the duel arena. He walked towards the duel arena step by step, then leaped onto the ring. Dongfang Hao is here. He came quite early. It seems that he can't wait to tear his love rival apart. Haha, this is what a man is. Over there, that's Miss Qianin. Suddenly, a voice was heard. Hearing this voice, everyone looked towards the entrance of the duel arena. I saw that Qianin was wearing a black top with a red base, a black pleated skirt, black stockings, and a pair of black leather shoes. The fabric fit her tall and proud figure and matched her flaming red hair and stunning face. The moment she stepped into the duel arena, she attracted countless people's attention. Fairy, someone couldn't help but admire. This waist, these legs, this face, my turtle. I have seen many beautiful ladies, but I have never seen someone as beautiful as Miss Qianin. Some people say Miss Qianin is the most beautiful woman in Leyland City. In my opinion, I agree with everyone who says Miss Qianin is the most beautiful woman in East Continent. This is the first time I've seen Miss Qianin, with her beauty and figure. No wonder Dongfang Hao has been pursuing her for so many years, but still hasn't succeeded. He's still pestering her. Look, the person next to Miss Qianin is the challenger, right? No, didn't they say that person was level 11? That person is clearly level 13. Level 13? Chen Guan walked to the front of the ring, looked at it, and then looked at Qianin beside him. Qianin nodded slightly to Chen Guan and said, "Be careful." Chen Guan smiled, "Don't worry." After saying this, Chen Guan disappeared out of thin air. Then in an instant, Chen Guan's figure appeared on the stage. This is not an ability, but Chen Guan used his speed. At such a fast speed, to the naked eye, it seemed as if Chen Guan had moved to the stage instantly. The moment Chen Guan used this move, the duel arena, which was bustling with discussion just now, suddenly became quiet. Everyone stared blankly at Chen Guan standing on the stage. After a few seconds of silence, someone spoke up. "Did you see just now? What speed is that?" Chapter 37, Gun and Sword Duel. How strange. What's strange about that? Look, the person who wants to challenge Dongfang Hao is only level 13, while Dongfang Hao is level 30. Under normal circumstances, Dongfang Hao would definitely have the absolute advantage in this duel. With such an absolute advantage, Dongfang Hao should be very relaxed, while that level 13 guy should be looking uneasy. But now, you see, their expressions are completely the opposite. On the contrary, the level 13 ability user looked relaxed, while Dongfang Hao looked solemn. The atmosphere felt very strange. I feel like that level 13 Esper is not ordinary. Did you guys see how he got on the field just now? I didn't see it clearly, but it looked like he teleported to the ring. That shouldn't be speed. If it is speed, a level 13 ability user can't be that fast. Regarding the speed ability, is it white type? I don't know. Let's wait and see. On the ring, Chen Guan crossed his arms, smiled, and said, I thought you wouldn't come, but you still came. Dongfang Hao frowned and said nothing. There was a golden light on his body. Under Chen Guan's gaze, Dongfang Hao was covered with a layer of golden armor and had a golden spear in his hand. At first glance, Dongfang Hao at this moment looks very much like an ancient general wearing golden armor. No way, a level 30 fighting a level 13, and the first move he made was the ability golden armor that Dongfang Hao is so proud of. In theory, a level 30 fighting a level 13 can easily defeat the opponent by crushing the attribute values without using any abilities. There is no need to use abilities at all. That's really weird. Golden armor is an ability of the yellow series. After equipping it with gold, Dongfang Hao can gain 10 times his own defense and attack. Dongfang Hao has done experiments before. When he put on the golden armor, he could even withstand an attack from a rocket launcher, and his own attack can even penetrate the armor of a tank. Using golden armor to fight a level 13 rookie, this is too exaggerated. The audience was in disbelief. Dongfang Hao held a long spear in his hand and leaped towards Chen Guan. Chen Guan did not dodge or evade. Dongfang Hao approached, stepped on the ground, and suddenly thrust the spear in his hand towards Chen Guan's head. Dongfang Hao's thoughts were very clear. What Chen Guan did last night proves that Chen Guan is a black summoner. As users with summoning abilities, they rely on the creatures they summon. In other words, as long as Chen Guan is not given time to summon the giant beast and is killed directly, no matter how powerful the summoned beast Chen Guan has is, it will be useless. Seeing the spear about to pierce Chen Guan's head, Dongfang Hao couldn't help but shout. Xin Ming, who was standing below the ring, saw this scene, and a hint of nervousness and uneasiness appeared in her ruby-like eyes. Suddenly, clang, accompanied by a loud noise of a hard object colliding. Dongfang Hao's body was bounced away by the force transmitted from the gun. He took 3 steps back, steadied himself, and looked forward in surprise. What? A 3-foot-long sword that was completely pitch black was suspended in the air. It was that 3-foot-long sword that blocked his attack just now. Seeing this thing, Dongfang Hao was a little confused. What is this? Dongfang Hao looked at Chen Guan. Chen Guan crossed his arms over his chest. He looked at Dongfang Hao and said, I call this ability the sword control technique. It is a skill I saw in a costume movie before. It can be used to awaken abilities. I think you also learned this armor from a TV series. Gun versus sword, just for fun. Dongfang Hao was startled. No, isn't your ability the same as the monster from yesterday? Chen Guan looked at Dongfang Hao and said, Who told you that I only have one ability? Dongfang Hao's pupils shrank slightly. 2 abilities? The ring is quite far from the audience seats, and the audience in the audience seats cannot hear the conversations of the people in the ring. But what just happened was seen by the audience. I didn't see it wrongly. The longsword formed by the level 13 ability just now deflected Dongfang Hao's attack. Even if a level 30 Dongfang Hao doesn't use his abilities, his attacks can't possibly be resisted by a level 13 ability user. Plus, with the effect of the golden armor, his attacks and defenses are multiplied tenfold. How could a level 13 ability user use his own abilities to deflect Dongfang Hao's attacks? On the ring, Dongfang Hao's face turned very ugly. He never expected that a level 13 ability user actually possessed 2 abilities. Even the sword-wielding technique created by this guy could withstand his full-strength attack. So I lost. I am the son of the president of the Oriental Association. I am Dongfang Hao. Dongfang Hao raised his face, and his golden eyes under the golden helmet were full of determination. I can't lose. A level 30 person lost to a level 13 ability user in the duel arena, and the loser was the son of the president of the Oriental Association. Dongfang Hao can't afford to lose face like this. Dongfang Hao didn't want to admit defeat. If you don't admit defeat, then you have no choice but to fight. Under Chen Guan's gaze, Dongfang Hao was radiating golden light all over his body. These lights gathered on the spear in Dongfang Hao's hand. The tip of the 4-meter-long golden spear emitted a cold golden light. He stamped his feet and stepped back. See what Dongfang Hao did? Chen Guan was a little confused. As a person with special abilities, Dongfang Hao uses cold weapons. To maximize the use of cold weapons, it is naturally close combat. But at this moment, Dongfang Hao deliberately distanced himself from Chen Guan. What was he trying to do? No way. Is Dongfang Hao planning to use that trick? A level 30 player against a level 13 rookie. What move should he use? That move? Which move? Abilities will evolve as proficiency increases. For example, for users with summoning abilities, the ability they awaken after their initial breakthrough may be a normal-shaped creature. But when their proficiency is high enough, they can stabilize the biological form while enhancing the abilities of the biological part. For example, they can make it bigger or change certain parts of the biological part. We also call the ability evolution the first transformation. Generally, the first transformation can be awakened only after breaking through level 20. However, awakening is extremely difficult and requires a high enough level of proficiency to have a chance of achieving it. What Dongfang Hao is planning to use now is the evolved version of his ability. It's weird for a level 30 to use his ability directly against a level 13 rookie, but now he has to use his second turn. Chen Guan didn't know this. He was looking at Dongfang Hao in front of him. Dongfang Hao stared at Chen Guan, holding the golden spear in his hand, and with a step of his foot, he suddenly threw the golden spear out. Boom! The moment the golden spear left his hand, the gun body spun wildly and the ground of the arena in front of him exploded. As the golden spear rotated, golden light suddenly spread and instantly turned into a 5-meter-tall giant tiger made of golden light. Roar! The giant tiger roared and pounced on Chen Guan. The aura generated by the giant tiger caused the air around it to distort. The ground of the arena where it passed by exploded, and countless pieces of gravel flew everywhere. Dongfang Hao roared angrily. Chen Guan only felt a strong wind coming towards him, and the ground under his feet cracked. Chen Guan looked at the giant tiger coming towards him. His eyebrows relaxed. The black sword moved at this moment. A black sword suddenly split into two. 2 handles turned into 4. The 4 handles turned into 8. In this moment, countless black swords spread out in the surroundings, and they began to gather together to form a circular shield made of black swords. The giant golden tiger, made of source power, crashed into the round shield. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the giant golden tiger disappeared immediately. Dongfang Hao was stunned. The audience in the auditorium was stunned. Blocked. The first transformation awakening of the level 30 Dongfang Hao was blocked. Blocked by a level 13 ability user. The audience was stunned when they saw this unreasonable scene. Chapter 38. Is this a level 13 ability? Dongfang Hao looked at the scene in disbelief. He gritted his teeth and said, "How can a level 13 guy stop my first awakening raging tiger? Impossible." Dongfang Hao stretched out his hand, gold condensed, and a golden gun appeared again. Dongfang Hao threw the golden spear. Another golden angry tiger appeared and rushed towards Chen Guan. At the same time, the black swords around Chen Guan began to move rhythmically as if they had life. They increased again, and countless black swords began to gather together. It was constructed into a giant tiger made of black swords. 2 giant tigers collided with each other. Boom! With a loud bang, the golden angry tiger burst like a balloon. The giant tiger made of black swords once again transformed its body into countless black swords. Those black swords shot towards Dongfang Hao like a black river. Dongfang Hao's pupil shrank. Bang! The black sword made of rivers hit Dongfang Hao. Dongfang Hao's body flew more than 10 meters away, flew out of the ring, and landed on the ground. The golden armor on his body was torn to pieces. His body was covered with sword marks and blood. No movement. The audience in the auditorium stared at the scene in front of them in amazement. This is the power released by a level 13 ability user. The power released by this guy can't even match the first awakening of Dongfang Hao, who is level 30. This is the ability of a level 13 person? What is this? Is it the first awakening? Isn't he only level 13? Oh my god, no wonder this guy dared to challenge Dongfang Hao. He's already so powerful at level 13, so if he reaches level 30, then this guy looks like he's no more than 20 years old, even younger than Dongfang Hao. At this age and with this achievement, he's a genius. He's a true genius. No, genius can't describe him anymore. He's a monster. The audience in the auditorium was already boiling with excitement. Chen Guan glanced at Dongfang Hao below the ring. Boss. Feng Ao was squatting beside Dongfang Hao and calling out to him loudly. Chen Guan withdrew his gaze and looked back at the beautiful figure under the ring behind him. Chen Ying stood under the ring, looking over here. Her eyes just met Chen Guan's. There was a smile on Chen Ying's face. Chen Guan also laughed and walked down from the ring. Then he walked straight towards Chen Ying. Chen Ying noticed that Chen Guan was coming towards her with a smile on his face. She seemed to realize something, but she didn't know how to respond. She was a little at a loss for a moment. Chen Guan moved closer to Chen Ying, and Chen Ying subconsciously stepped back. Suddenly, Chen Guan stretched out his hand, put his arm around Chen Ying's small waist, and held her in his arms. Don't mess around. Chen Ying blushed and spoke quickly. Chen Guan bent down and kissed her without saying a word. Oh my God! The audience in the auditorium was shocked once again. He actually kissed Miss Chen Ying. Miss Chen Ying did not resist. No way. Miss Chen Ying, the most beautiful girl in Leyyan City, whom Dongfang Hao has been pursuing for 5 years, is already taken. Dongfang Hao, it looks like he didn't just lose the challenge. Chen Guan could feel the gazes from all around him. There was shock, surprise, and envy in those eyes, but more of it was jealousy from the male passers-by. What are you doing suddenly, with so many people watching? Chen Ying's cute little face turned red. Chen Guan smiled. There are too many people chasing you. I have to stamp you in front of them. From now on, they will know that you are mine. When Chen Ying heard this, she rolled her eyes at Chen Guan and said with a red face, You are the only one who is meddling. She said so, but the corners of her mouth were raised. It seems that apart from being harsh in her words and shy, she does not reject Chen Guan's stamp. Come with me. I have something to give you, Chen Ying said with a smile. Chen Guan looked at Chen Ying, who was jumping in front of him, and followed her. What is it? You'll know if you come with me. I keep the things at my house. This place is not far from my house. After hearing Chen Ying say this, Chen Guan could only follow Chen Ying. After the two left the duel arena, they hailed a car on the side of the road. The two sat in the back seat of the car. Chen Ying looked at Chen Guan, and after noticing the marks and lines on his forehead, Chen Ying's eyes became more puzzled. This morning, I saw you level up from level 11 to level 12. How come you're now level 13? Chen Ying didn't ask about this before, so Chen Guan didn't say anything. But when Chen Ying asked, Chen Guan spoke up to explain. My summons can be controlled remotely. After I left the Ferocious Beast Island, I left a skeleton man on the island. I can gain experience from it killing ferocious beasts. Chen Yin's eyes were filled with surprise. This place is more than 500 kilometers away from the Fierce Beast Island. You can control it at such a long distance. Chen Guan smiled and said, Of course, your husband is amazing. Chen Yin rolled her eyes and said, No matter how powerful you are only level 13. Moreover, summons are based on source power. When the source power is exhausted, the summons will disappear. Now the Ferocious Beast Island is blocked, and no one knows when it will reopen. When your source power is exhausted and the skeletons disappear, you will not be able to gain experience. You have to find another place to gain experience. Frankly speaking, Chen Guan disagreed with Chen Yin's words. Indeed, the skeletons that Chen Guan left on the Ferocious Beast Island are creations of power, and their abilities need to be maintained by source power. As long as the source power is consumed, the creations will naturally disappear. But the problem is that Chen Guan's source of power is infinite. As long as Chen Guan does not remove the skeleton man will always be there. Before Chen Guan could explain this matter, he was attracted by Chen Yin's other words. Besides the Ferocious Beast Island, are there other places where I can gain experience? Chen Yin said, Of course there are. The Ferocious Beast Island is a place that anyone who is a member of the association can enter. Most of the beasts inside are common ferocious beasts. There are gathering places for level 10 to 19 beasts. In addition to the Beast Island that our Thunderbolt Association has specially built to train and cultivate for ordinary members to hunt, there are also hunting grounds built by all the associations in the East Continent for the geniuses of each association to hunt. We call that place the Trial Island. Although the beasts there are all at levels 10 to 19, there are many elite beasts or mutant beasts that are very powerful. However, the experience they can provide is more than 10 times that of the Beast Island. Chen Yin paused for a moment and said, However, because the fierce beasts in the Trial Island are relatively rare and precious, Only geniuses recognized by the association can enter. To do this, they need a trial card issued by the association as proof. At this point, Chen Yin showed a cheerful smile. I have one at home, just right for you to use. Hearing this, the more Chen Guan looked at Chen Yin, the cuter she seemed to him. As soon as they confirmed their boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, she began to think from her own perspective and even planned to give herself the things the association gave her. Chapter 39. The rich girlfriend with both good-looking and good figure. Chen Guan followed Chen Yin to the door of a villa. Chen Yin looked back at Chen Guan and said playfully, "This is my home. I live here." Chen Guan looked at the luxuriously decorated two-story villa in front of him. This villa has its own yard with a swimming pool and a garden. Although he didn't see the decoration inside, Chen Guan was sure from the decoration outside that this was an extremely luxurious villa. After the two entered the villa, Chen Yin walked into the inner room by herself. She said, "If you're thirsty, there are drinks in the refrigerator. Help yourself." Chen Guan nodded and looked around the villa. This is the living room on the second floor of the villa. The living room is very large, and the golden decoration inside makes it particularly luxurious. When Chen Guan himself lived in another world, he was just an ordinary person, and the original owner of this body lived with his master in an old blacksmith shop. He had never seen such a luxurious villa as the one before him. Chen Guan opened the refrigerator and took out a bottle of water. He sat on the sofa and drank the water. In this world, the association is like the country in Chen Guan's previous world, ruling one side and maintaining order in that side. The president of the association has the highest power and status in the association. For example, Chen Yin is the granddaughter of the association's president. She has an extraordinary status in Leyyan City. It's not surprising that she can own such a big villa by herself. "This is for you." Suddenly, a voice was heard. Chen Guan came to his senses and saw Chen Yin had come out. She sat next to Chen Guan while talking and handed the card in her hand to Chen Guan. Chen Guan took it after taking it. This is a card that looks similar to an association card. However, the association card is black, while this card is silver-white, which looks more noble. This card is the trial card. With it, you can enter the level 10 trial site. Chen Yin explained aloud. After the explanation, she took out a sandalwood box and handed it to Chen Guan. Chen Guan was slightly stunned. He took it and looked at the sandalwood box. Inside this sandalwood box, there's a breakthrough bead for level 20. Chen Yin said, "Breakthrough beads are only produced by level 10 or level 20 mutant elite beasts, and they are extremely rare. This is a level 20 breakthrough bead, which can be used for a level 20 breakthrough. This was hunted from a mutant elite beast in the trial ground." Chen Yin looked at Chen Guan and said with a smile, "I think, with your upgrade speed, you should be able to reach level 20 soon. If you want to break through level 20, you will need this breakthrough bead." Hearing this, Chen Guanxin felt warmed up. He looked at Chen Yin and said with a smile, "Why do I feel like I'm being kept by a rich woman?" When Chen Yin heard this, she smiled and said, "You wish for that. I don't keep a gigolo, and I don't keep anyone. I just think these two things are suitable for you, so I'm giving them to you. Don't let your imagination run wild." Chen Guan couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Chen Yin. Their eyes met. Chen Yin's cheeks turned slightly red, and she stood up. "Don't think of anything bad. That kind of thing. If you can reach level 30 within half a year and collect level 30 breakthrough materials, then we can talk about it." After saying that, she turned her back to Chen Guan and said, "I'm going to take a shower first," looking at Chen Yin's back as she ran away from the game. Chen Guan smiled. Chen Yin has a very direct personality. She does whatever she wants to do and is very proactive. However, when it comes to matters between men and women, her original boldness seems to have weakened. I blush and feel shy when I see Chen Guan. It seems that, just as she said before, she has no experience in this area. Frankly speaking, it is really hard for Chen Guan to bear the presence of such a beautiful and good-looking little girl. Is it enough to collect breakthrough materials at level 30? Chen Guan looked at the silver trial card in his hand, his heart full of anticipation. Chen Guan's goal still needs to be upgraded. Since he couldn't go to the ferocious beast island anymore, Chen Guan could only choose to go to the trial island to have a look. Chen Yin was not the kind of person who liked to waste time. So, she heard that Chen Guan was going to the trial island to level up. Chen Yin also said that she also planned to go to the trial island from level 20 to level 30 to level up. That afternoon, the two went to the airship airport together. After arriving at the airship airport, because their destinations were different, they sat in different airships. Go to different trial locations. The airship flew for a whole night, and we woke up the next morning. Chen Guan discovered that he had arrived at the airship airport on Trial Island. However, a situation that Chen Guan was puzzled about arose. Chen Guan is now on a small island. Unlike the ferocious Beast Island, this island has no walls. The entire airship airport is located directly in the middle of the island. This scene made Chen Guan a little puzzled. Chen Guan looked around and saw those people with special abilities who got off the airship just like him. The levels of the marks on the foreheads of these people with special abilities are similar to Chen Guan's, all over level 10. Chen Guan followed these people. Only then did Chen Guan notice that there was a road along the airship airport. Go forward along this road. Then we came to a beach. There are quite a few people gathered on the beach at this moment. In front of the beach, there are many small sailboats parked. Chen Guan stood on the beach, observing his surroundings. He noticed that the men formed groups of 5, and then the 5 of them took the silver association cards and handed them to the captain of the sailboat for inspection. After reading it, the captain nodded and took the 5 people on board the sailboat. The sailboat left. Chen Guan looked at the sailboat, then raised his head and looked in the direction the sailboat was heading. Through Chen Guan's vision, he can see a looming island on the distant horizon. Seeing this, Chen Guan understood. The airship airport here is not the real Trial Island. It is the transit station of Trial Island. The island over there is the Trial Island. Those who want to go to Trial Island need to form a team of 5 here and then show the trial card to the captain. Only after the captain has read it can they board the sailboat to go to Trial Island. Chen Guan looked at these people. These people are not very old. Most of them are around 25 years old. As for the ferocious Beast Island, those ranging from their 20s to their 50s can be seen. Being able to reach level 10 at around 25 years old, these people are already considered geniuses for the association. My name is Song Tu. My ability is White Lightning. Suddenly a voice sounded. The sound was so loud that it attracted Chen Guan's attention. Chen Guan looked at the person who was speaking. The man had short white hair, his hands were bandaged, and his upper body was bare, revealing his strong muscles. He stood on the beach, his arms folded across his chest, his white eyes swept over everyone present, and said, "Now I'm setting up a competition to form a team. If you can beat me, you can join my team. My team's goal is to hunt down mutated elite beasts. Anyone interested can challenge me. If you win, you can join my team and go hunting with my team's masters. My team does not accept trash." Chapter 40. Team up on the beach. This person said that the target he wanted to challenge was a mutant elite beast. Chen Guan has seen mutated ferocious beasts, such as the Guanglu, which is a mutated tree deer. Chen Guan had also seen elite ferocious beasts. The thorn tiger that Chen Guan had encountered before was an elite ferocious beast. But Chen Guan had never seen a mutated elite beast. But hearing the name, it is basically certain that this thing is very powerful. Before, Chen Guan heard Xianyin say that after hunting the ferocious beasts in this trial ground, the experience that can be gained is several times, or even dozens of times, that of the ferocious beast island. According to this statement, Chen Guan can speculate that even the experiences provided by ferocious beasts of the same level are different. The more powerful the beast is, the richer the experience it provides. Then the experience that mutated beasts and elite beasts can provide is obviously more than that of ordinary beasts, and the experience that mutated elite beasts can provide is definitely more terrifying. But at the same time, the more terrifying the experience that can be provided, the more powerful it will be. It is obvious that the team that the man named Song Tu is going to form will be a strong team composed of geniuses among geniuses. The mark on Song Tu's forehead is a triangular black mark with 3 triangular stripes. This guy is level 18. In the trial ground of levels 10 to 19, level 19 is the highest limit, and level 18 is almost reaching the highest level of the trial ground. No wonder Song Tu was so courageous that he actually directly targeted the teams hunting as powerful mutated elite beasts. With this level, his stats are naturally not weak. If he is proficient enough in using his abilities, then it is possible for him to cooperate with other teammates to deal with the mutated elite beasts. I'll do it. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Hearing the sound, Chen Guan looked towards the source of the sound. The speaker was a man with short red hair. The man walked out and came in front of Song Tuesday. He looked at Song Tu and said, "I am Hongju 19th level from the Oriental Association. I'm also interested in mutant elite beasts. I want to join your team." When Song Tu heard this, he crossed his arms over his chest, raised his chin proudly, stared at Hongju, and said, "I don't care what level you are. or where you are from. I only care whether you're strong or not. If you're not strong, it doesn't matter how high your level is. If you want to join my team, you have to beat me, and then I will let you join." After the words fell, Hong Ju showed a hint of cold smile. "Okay, but my flames don't have eyes. If they burn your body, don't blame me for not warning you." As soon as he finished speaking, Hong Ju raised his right hand. As Hong Ju raised his right hand, a ball of fire appeared on his palm. Song Tu laughed. "Then let me see what your flame does." As soon as he finished speaking, Song Tu moved. He suddenly rushed towards Hong Yin at an extremely fast speed. Song Tu did not use his ability, but as a level 18 ability user, his data is more than 10 times that of an ordinary person, so his speed naturally cannot be underestimated. Hong Yin laughed, and he didn't dodge, but swung his right hand. A fireball flew out of Hong Yin's hand and shot towards Song Tu. Song Tu turned his body to the side to avoid the flames. Hong Yin waved her hand again, and another fireball flew towards Song Tu. Song Tu turned his body to the side and tried to dodge again. Hong Yin waved her hand. The fireball suddenly changed shape in midair and turned into a rope of fire. In an instant, the fuse turned into a ring of fire, which directly encircled Song Tu's body in the middle. Song Tu didn't move. The onlookers nearby were full of curiosity. The fireball can be transformed into a fire ring. This ability change cannot be achieved without a high enough level of proficiency. It's amazing that they can transform the fireball into a fire ring in an instant. How much proficiency does it take to be able to transform so easily? Now it seems that the guy named Song Tu has already lost. He is surrounded by the fire ring. Once the fire ring shrinks, he'll be burned to ashes. Hong Yin looked at Song Tu and said, "Just admit defeat. You're no match for me." Song Tu looked at the fire ring surrounding him. He raised his head and looked at Song Tu's day. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he said, "Yes, you are of the red flame attribute. Your ability to control the flames and turn the flame ball into a fire ring is a bit peculiar. This move makes me admit that you are indeed suitable to be my teammate. However, it is still too naive to think that you can defeat me just like this." As soon as he finished speaking, Song Tu's whole body lit up. "It's easy." The sound of thunder and lightning rang out. Song Tu was surrounded by blue and white lightning, and his white hair immediately stood up with the appearance of lightning. Song Tu moved. With one move, he used his body to directly knock open the ring of fire. To be precise, he used the lightning surrounding his body to directly tear apart the ring of fire. He was extremely fast. After tearing the fire ring apart, his figure appeared in front of Hong Yin with a sizzling sound. The fist surrounded by lightning was facing the bright red facade. The smile on Hong Yin's face completely disappeared. His face turned pale, and there was only surprise in his eyes. Song Tu raised his lips, and the lightning on his body dissipated. He put away his fist, looked at Hong Yin, and said, "Although a lot of experience is required for level 18 and level 19, the gap between the two is not that big. My proficiency is much higher than yours. Although your fire ring is special, you're still a little short of my ability." Song Tu crossed his arms over his chest and took 3 steps back, keeping a distance from Hong Yin. He stared at Hong Yin and said, "However, the strength of your ability can help our team restrict the actions of the mutant elite beasts. It is a good ability. Although you didn't defeat me, I specially allow you to join my team." Hong Yin looked at Song Tu deeply, then nodded slightly. "So fast. Did you see his speed just now?" "Yes, I saw a white figure. This speed, it's obviously a combination of the white lightning attribute and the white speed attribute. Being able to combine lightning and speed together, this Song Tu is really a genius. Amazing." Song Tu listened to the discussions of passersby, and the corners of his mouth turned up, revealing a cold and arrogant smile. He glanced around and said, "Now my team has 4 people, and there is only 1 position left. Who else wants to come up and challenge me?" Suddenly, a voice sounded. "Me." The voice sounded. Everyone looked at the person who spoke. The man slowly walked out of the crowd. The person who walked out of the crowd was Chen Guan. To go to the trial island, just like the Beast Island, you need 5 people. Chen Guan needs 4 pendants, and now Song Tu has prepared them for him, so it's not impossible for him to join directly. Seeing Chen Guan, Song Tu was slightly stunned and frowned. Level 13? Is this guy kidding me? Chapter 41. Look down on level 13? Is this guy overthinking it? A level 13 person wants to challenge Song Tu and join Song Tu's team? I really don't know what he is thinking. At this level, It is estimated that his abilities have just awakened. He wants to follow Song 2 to deal with the mutant elite beasts right after awakening. I think this guy is overthinking. When passersby saw the mark on Chen Guan's forehead and confirmed Chen Guan's rank, they all muttered to themselves. What they said is not surprising. After a person breaks through level 10, he will be level 11. After level 11, even if he is a genius, it will take more than 2 months to awaken his abilities. In 2 months, those who level up quickly can reach level 12 or even level 13. So in their opinion, Chen Guan at level 13 had at most just awakened his abilities. The strength of a person with special abilities is related to many factors, including level, attack power, and the person's proficiency. A person who has just awakened his ability must not be very proficient in it. The gap in strength between him and those who are highly proficient is huge. A person with level 13 abilities wants to challenge a person with level 18 abilities. First, there is the difference in level values, and then there is the difference in ability proficiency. Simply put, under normal circumstances, the possibility of a person with level 13 abilities defeating a person with level 18 abilities is almost zero. Song 2 looked at Chen Guan and said, "Boy, maybe you didn't hear what I said clearly. My team's goal is to kill the mutant elite beasts. All the mutant elite beasts on the entire trial island are our targets. With your level, let alone a level 19 mutant elite beast. Even if it is a level 10 mutant elite beast, you can't cause any damage to it. I advise you to just team up with other people and level up." Hearing this, Chen Guan looked at Song 2 and said, "Didn't you just say that you don't care about your level? Why, now that you see that my level is lower than yours, do you think I'm not good enough?" Song 2 frowned, looking a little impatient. "You remember it very clearly. But if you want to join my team, you need to defeat me. Do you think you could defeat me?" Chen Guan smiled and said, "Just try it and you'll know." Song 2 was startled. He looked at Chen Guan's confident smile. His eyebrows, which were furrowed due to impatience, slowly relaxed. He smiled. "Interesting, a level 13 challenger to a level 18, and you're still so confident. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Okay, based on your confidence, I'll give you a chance. As long as you defeat me, I'll let you join my team. What is your name?" Chen Guan said. "Chen Guan. Chen Guan of the Thunderbolt Association." Song 2 nodded slightly. He put one hand behind his back, stretched out another hand, and said to Chen Guan, "I am Song 2 from the Yunwu Association. Your level is too low. In terms of numerical value, I basically crush you. Don't accuse me, Song 2, of bullying. In this way, I won't use my ability and let you hold my hand. If you can beat me, I will let you join my team." When Chen Guan heard this, his brows relaxed. This guy is really contemptuous. Song 2 looked at Chen Guan with interest and said, "It's time to start. Do you want to go first, or should I go first?" When Chen Guan heard this, he smiled and said, "Since I'm challenging you, I'll go first." The words fell. Chen Guan stepped forward and his figure suddenly disappeared. When Song 2 saw this, his pupils narrowed slightly. Suddenly, Chen Guan appeared in front of Song 2. Song 2's pupils suddenly contracted, and his body subconsciously stepped back. Chen Guan's fist had already landed on Song 2's stomach. Song 2's pupils suddenly condensed, and his body bent down like a cooked shrimp. Boom! Accompanied by a muffled sound. Song 2's body flew 5 meters away and fell heavily to the ground. He rolled 3 times and rolled 3 meters away before stopping. When passersby saw this scene, they all opened their mouths wide. What's this? Did you see it clearly? I just saw a shadow. What kind of speed is this? Is this the speed that a level 13 player should have?" Chen Guan clenched his fists and looked at Song 2, who was slowly struggling to get up from the beach. Chen Guan smiled. "It seems that I control my strength just right this time." Song 2 struggled to get up, but suddenly he bent his waist, covered his stomach with his hands, and began to retch. The sour water came out of Song 2's mouth. Seeing this, Chen Guan's smile disappeared. "It seems that I used a little too much strength." After Song 2 vomited out all the acid in his stomach, he raised his face and looked at Chen Guan. The relaxed smile on his face disappeared, and there was a hint of solemnity in his eyes. He stood up slowly. Zzz. Along with the strange, sizzling sounds, lightning and thunder appeared all over his body. His clothes and hair rustled with the appearance of lightning and thunder. He stared at Chen Guan and said, "I've heard before that some people are not at a high level, but they have enhanced their attributes through certain training methods since childhood. Your level is not high, but your speed just now and the attack power of that punch make me sure that the data you have is definitely not lower than the value of level 20. It seems that I was wrong. You should be one of those people who can improve their attributes through practice. I apologize for my contempt for you just now. Now, I will not look down on you anymore. Song Tu looked at Chen Guan and said, I will use all my strength to knock you down. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Tu moved. He leaped up and rushed towards Chen Guan. There was anger in his pupils. It was obvious that the punch, just now, made Song Tu angry. Song Tu's ability is to increase his resistance, speed, and attack by surrounding himself with lightning. Chen Guan looked at Song Tu's actions, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and a light suddenly appeared on his body. Sizzle, sizzle, accompanied by a sizzling sound. Lightning and thunder also struck Chen Guan's body, and his black hair turned white in an instant. Song Tu's pupils suddenly condensed. Passers-by also shouted in surprise. He is also a white lightning attribute. Song Tu approached Chen Guan, and his fist surrounded by lightning hit Chen Guan directly in the face. At the moment, this is not a life-and-death duel, but a kind of competition. In a sparring match, when fists meet faces, that could determine victory or defeat. So, Chen Guan chose to avoid it. He dodged Song Tu's attack with a speed far exceeding Song Tu's. At the same time, he clenched his hands, and the lightning in his hands turned into a white blade. The blade turned and placed across Song Tu's neck. Song Tu stopped moving, his pupils trembling as he looked at the blade made of lightning that was placed on his neck. Chen Guan looked at Song Tu and said, I think the winner has been decided, right? Chapter 42, Various Abilities. There was an expression of disbelief on Song Tu's face. His brows were furrowed, and the lightning flashing on his body slowly disappeared. He took 3 steps back. Keep a distance from Chen Guan. Chen Guan was still surrounded by lightning, but the difference from Song Tu was that Chen Guan had a 3-foot-long sword made of lightning in his hand. Chen Guan loosened his grip. The long sword and the lightning on his body dissipated together. His hair, which had turned white and flew up due to the power of lightning, slowly turned back to its original black color as the lightning disappeared, and then returned to its original hairstyle. Song Tu looked at Chen Guan and said, You made me realize that among people with special abilities, level does not represent everything. As he said that, Song Tu took a deep breath, looked at Chen Guan, and said, You win. When Chen Guan heard this, he smiled. Passers-by who were watching the game looked at the scene before them. There was an expression of disbelief on their faces. Lost. Song Tu lost. Level 13. Is this guy really level 13? His speed, the ability he uses is like real lightning. How exaggerated. Song Tu defeated a level 19 ability user, but he couldn't beat him. Song Tu looked at Chen Guan and said, Now our team of 5 is complete. Let me introduce them to you. This is Hong Ju from the Oriental Association. Song Tu looked at the red-haired man Hong Ju next to him and introduced him to Chen Guan. Hong Ju looked at Chen Guan and nodded slightly as a greeting. This is Ziju. Song Tu looked at the purple-haired woman who was approaching. The purple-haired woman was wearing a black leather suit that fit her figure tightly and wrapped around her tall and proud curves. She has purple hair and a pretty face. She looked at Chen Guan with interest, and when she saw Chen Guan looking at her, she smiled. Song Tu said, There's also this Qing Yun. Qing Yun is a man about 25 years old, wearing a white suit. Hong Ju's level is 19, Ziju's level is 18, Qing Yun's level is slightly lower at 17, and of course the lowest is still Chen Guan. Well, I've introduced you now. You can slowly get familiar with each other. Song Tu said, Let's go. Let's get on the boat first. As he spoke, Song Tu led the 4 people towards the sailboat. After arriving at the sailboat, Chen Guan saw Song Tu and the other 3 all picked up the trial cards and waved them in front of the captain. Chen Guan then took out the trial card and showed it to the captain. 5 people boarded the sailboat. The captain started the sailboat, and the sailboat started and headed along the sea towards the Real Trial Island in the distance. Chen Guan stood at the stern of the sailboat, looking at the waves created by the propeller behind the stern. He raised his head and looked up at the sky. The sails of the sailboat are already unfurled. This sailboat not only has a sail, but also a propeller underneath. I guess the function of this propeller is to rush forward when the wind direction is wrong. Chen Guan found a place and sat down. Young man. Suddenly, a voice came. Hearing the voice, Chen Guan looked at the person who spoke. The person who spoke was the purple-haired woman. The woman sat next to Chen Guan. She looked at him with a smile and said, I am very interested in you. Can I ask you a question? In this world where the strong are respected, it is not surprising to be interested in powerful people. Chen Guan said, "What's the problem?" Zizhu smiled and said, "What is your current proficiency level?" When Chen Guan heard this, he crossed his arms over his chest and leaned against the boat. Secret. He can't say that his proficiency is 9999999, right? That's too shocking, and even if I said it, I guess no one would believe it. It's much better to just say it's a secret. When Zizhu heard this, she was slightly stunned. She didn't expect that Chen Guan's answer would be this, and the answer was so straightforward. Zizhu was not angry either. She smiled and said, "My ability is of the purple nature." As she spoke, she stretched out her white hand, and as a purple light lit up, a purple rose appeared in her hand. She held the rose in her hand, looked at Chen Guan, and said with a smile, "My ability can create all kinds of purple natural creatures. They can restrict the enemy's actions like vines." After saying that, she paused, then looked at Chen Guan and said with a smile, "Your ability is of the white lightning attribute. Mine is of the control ability, and yours is of the output ability. If we can cooperate, I believe it could be very powerful." Chen Guan looked at Zizhu strangely and said, "You can consider cooperating with Song Tuesday. He has the same ability as me." Zizhu looked at Chen Guan and smiled. "Song Tu is my brother, so of course I am willing to cooperate with him. However, I would rather cooperate with someone stronger. I see that you're not very old, probably less than 18 years old. With your age, level, and talent, you will definitely be an extraordinary person in the future. I don't really have any other ideas. I just want to make friends with you. In this world where the strong are respected, the strong can have whatever they want. As long as one is a human being, he or she would rather make friends with the strong. Purple bamboo is of course no exception. Chen Guan's talent makes Zizhu certain that this person will shine in the future. She is obviously investing now. She is a smart woman. However, Chen Guan is Qianyin. Qianyin is still young, but in terms of figure and appearance, she is far better than Zizhu. With Qianyin, Chen Guan has no interest in other women. However, it is still possible to make friends. Chen Guan nodded slightly, and he showed a friendly smile. "We are comrades in arms now, and comrades in arms are friends, right?" Zizhu's eyes lit up slightly, and the smile on her face became even brighter. Chen Guan said, "Our next target is the mutant elite beasts. I remember that mutant elite beasts are rare. We are on the trial island. I want to find those mutant elite beasts. I don't think it will be too easy, right?" Chen Guan had never seen a mutated elite beast, but he had heard Qianyin mention it before. Things like breakthrough beads are obtained from mutated elite beasts, but mutated elite beasts are too rare. Qianyin said that there are many rare ferocious beasts in the trial island, but as for the existence of mutated elite ferocious beasts, there are probably not many even on the trial island. It wouldn't be easy for Song Tu to find a mutated elite beast on such a big island, right? Zizhu smiled and said, "It is indeed difficult to find, but we have Qingyun. Qingyun's ability can help us find the mutant elite beasts." When Chen Guan heard this, he couldn't help but look at Zizhu. Ability? Chen Guan only felt his eyes light up. "Oh, by the way, how could I have forgotten about this thing? Ability is acquired through imagination. As long as you can think of it, you can do it as long as your qualifications are strong enough. Exploring the abilities of mutated elite beasts can also be turned into an ability." Chapter 43, Invaders of Trial Island. The matter of ability made Chen Guan interested in chatting with Zizhu. Through Zizhu, Chen Guan learned about the situation of his team members. Qingyun is a green forest type. He can create an elf-like creature, which can sense creatures within a radius of 10 miles. It is used to find mutated elite beasts. Hongju is of the red flame attribute, with fireballs and fire rings, which can attack or restrict targets. As for Song Tu and Zizhu, Chen Guan knew everything. After listening to Zizhu's words, Chen Guan realized there are still special abilities in this world. Chen Guan himself has a rich imagination. With his invincible qualifications, he can use any imaginable ability at will. But the prerequisite for those abilities is that you have to think of them yourself. If you don't think of them, they will naturally not appear. Just like Qingyun's exploration ability, Chen Guan had never thought about this before. Now it seems that I need to study the abilities of other people with special abilities carefully. While broadening my horizons, I can also directly use the other party's abilities to satisfy myself. The distance from Airship Island to Trial Island is not far. Chen Guan and the other four stayed on the sailboat for about an hour before they arrived. The sailboat is docked at Trial Island. Song 2, Chen Guan and three others got off the sailboat. Chen Guan looked at the Trial Island in front of him. In the middle of this Trial Island, you can see a towering volcano. The volcano is surrounded by emerald green forests. If you go forward in Chen Guan, you can see the forest. Qingyun. Chen Guan suddenly heard a voice. Chen Guan looked at the person who was speaking and saw Song 2 looking at Qingyun. Qingyun nodded slightly, then he walked forward on his own, came to a big tree, and put it on the tree. A green light came out of Qingyun's hand. The light slowly spread, covering the entire tree. The tree, which was as thick as a bucket, seemed to liquefy its entire body, turning into green liquid and began to shrink. Eventually, it shrank to the size of a fist. After becoming the size of a fist, it began to take shape and eventually became a fist-sized little girl with pointed ears, wings, and wrapped in leaves as clothes. When Chen Guan saw it, he felt a little emotional. It seems that Qingyun is an old second-dimensional person. Abilities are acquired through imagination. That is to say, the elf in front of him was imagined by Qingyun. This thing can only exist if someone with ability wants it. Elves like this do not exist in reality now. They only exist in the two-dimensional world. Only those who are old enough to be fans of the second dimension have the courage to use their own abilities to pursue such a lovely thing. In this world where the strong are respected, many people's abilities are used to pursue power. A person with special abilities summons such a cute little thing in front of his opponent. For an ordinary person, it would be a social death. Obviously, Qingyun's expressionless face told Chen Guan that he was not socially dead. Not only did he not die socially, he was also recognized by Song 2 and became a member of the team. This shows that Qingyun is still very capable. Qingyun stretched out his hand, and the fist-sized little girl with pointed ears landed on Qingyun's palm and sat down. Qingyun pulled the little girl to his mouth and whispered a few words in her ear. The little girl stretched out her hand and pointed in a direction. Qingyun withdrew his gaze and looked at Song 2. Song 2 nodded slightly. He looked at Chen Guan and Hong Ju behind him and said, "Let's go." As he spoke, Song 2 walked in the direction the little girl pointed. Chen Guan followed Song 2. That thing, Qingyun calls it a tree elf. Zizhu followed Chen Guan and explained with a smile, saying, to find mutant elite beasts in this huge trial island, the help of the tree elves is indispensable. Chen Guan nodded slightly. He had a question, and he said, I just saw Qingyun turn a tree into a tree spirit. Does his ability require plants to be nearby in order for him to create a tree spirit? Zizhu said, that's not the case. He could have directly created the tree spirit, but that would consume more energy. We have limited energy, so we use this method to reduce the use of energy. These words made Chen Guan learn more. It turns out there is such a saying. Under a big tree on the trial island stood a woman with a proud figure. A black triangle mark and 2 triangle stripes can be seen on the woman's forehead, which means her level is 16. The woman's body gradually became blurred, and her entire body looked as if it was wrapped in a ball of water. Suddenly, the ball of water dissipated and fell to the ground. A man with long pale blue hair and wearing a dark blue leather vest took the place where the woman stood. He was wearing an open vest, revealing his strong chest and abdominal muscles. His skin was very white and abnormally pale color. On this man's forehead, there are 3 black triangular marks and a triangular stripe. His level is 33. The man raised his lips and said, the security of this trial island is weaker than I imagined. The trial island is for the 5 major associations of the East Continent. It is used to train talents. The young talents of the 5 major associations gather here. Then, let me be the examiner for once, and help you people from the 5 major associations to screen these so-called geniuses. At this point, the man grinned. He put his hands in his trouser pockets and walked away. And on the ground where the man left, for bodies that had been chopped into several pieces lay on the ground, and scarlet blood dyed the ground red. Soon, he met a small team. The 5-man team's faces changed when they saw the man. Accompanied by screams. For people in the 5-man team died. The last person collapsed on the ground. He looked at the man in front of him with trembling pupils. He backed away in panic, using his hands to support his body. A level-wanted criminal she. Why are you here? Why are you here? She showed his sharp teeth and laughed coldly. You failed. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand. The ice blade scratched the man's neck and his head rolled off. She said with a sigh of relief, 9 of them, and not a single one is qualified. It seems that there are no useful talents in these 5 associations in East Continent. He put his hands in his pockets and walked into the forest. Keep looking and see if there is any. What if there really isn't one? Ha ha. Then eliminate them all. Eliminate. Ha. The other side. A level 18 mutated elite beast, the Thunder Lion. Song 2 and his 4 companions have stopped. They are hiding in the jungle, looking into the distance. Through the jungle, Chen Guan could see a giant lion lying under a big tree in the distance. The lion looked similar to a lion, but was more than 3 times larger than a lion. The giant lion was silver white all over, and although it had its eyes closed to rest, its aura was terrifying. This is the team's first target today, the mutated elite beast Thunder Lion. Chapter 44, 5-person cooperation. As a mutant elite beast, the Thunder Lion is as powerful as a level 25 human being. Song 2 said solemnly, "The 5 of us need to work together to deal with it." At this point, Song 2 paused and said, "I'll make the arrangements. Zizhu will use your ability to control it. After it's controlled, Hongju will attack first, and then Chen Guan and I will work together to get rid of it." Song 2 looked at the 4 people, and all 4 of them looked at Song 2. Song 2 nodded slightly and said, "After we get out, we'll do it right away. Let's go." 5 people emerged from the bushes together. As soon as it emerged from the bushes, the Thunder Lion suddenly opened its eyes. Zizhu raised her hand, which was glowing purple. A purple vine suddenly sprang out from the ground beneath Lei Shi. When Lei Shi saw it, it quickly got up, but didn't have time to stand up. The vines instantly bound Lei Shi's body and pulled it back to the ground. Hongju's hands condensed into 2 fireballs. He looked solemn, and with a wave of his hands, the fireballs flew out. The 2 fireballs condensed together after flying out and then turned into a huge rotating ring of fire. The fire ring hit Lei Shi. Boom! Roar! Lei Shi let out an angry roar. The place hit by the fire ring immediately became charred. After the Thunder Lion roared angrily, lightning appeared from its body. Lightning flashed, and it struggled violently. Bang bang! The vines bound to Lei Shi made strange noises and broke one by one. Lei Shi struggled to get up. It seemed that all the vines were about to break. Song 2's body was covered with lightning and thunder. He pounced towards Lei Shi and punched him. Boom! After a solid punch, Lei Shi's huge body took a step back. Song 2's expression became more serious. So tough. This Lei Shi seems to be a tough guy. We have to attack him a few more times. Bang bang! All the vines on Lei Shi's body broke. Song 2 shouted, "Tie him up!" Zizhu summoned vines once again, and the vines sprang out from the ground, trying to tie up Lei Shi. However, Lei Shi had already broken free from the vines and leaped forward, rushing towards the crowd. Damn it! Song 2 frowned. Suddenly, Zit CZ, accompanied by the sound of thunder and lightning. Song 2 saw a figure passing by him. Song 2 saw Chen Guan rushing towards Lei Shi. Don't! Song 2's pupils condensed. Don't hit it head on. Lei Shi's body was flashing with lightning, and he crashed into Chen Guan, who was coming towards him. Chen Guan clenched his fist and threw a punch. Boom! Lei Shi's head collided with Chen Guan's fist. Oh no! Song 2's face changed. The body of a Leo is much harder than that of a human. Even the data gap between an ordinary Thunder Lion and a human of the same level is more than 5 times. And this Thunder Lion is no ordinary Thunder Lion. It is a mutated elite Thunder Lion. Its data is nearly 100 times higher than that of humans of the same level. Therefore, to hunt this kind of thing, the normal team cooperation method is to control it first. If you can't control it, avoid it first, then control it again, and then launch an attack, and absolutely avoid head-on confrontation. But Chen Guan, who is at level 13, chooses to confront Lei Shi head-on. Isn't this courting death? Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, Lei Shi's huge body flew out like a rock hit by a train. Boom! Lei Shi's body flew 10 meters away and hit the tree trunk behind him that was as thick as 2 adults could hug. The tree was knocked down directly. Lei Shi's body fell heavily to the ground, without any movement. Chen Guan stood in place, surrounded by lightning. Seeing this, Song 2's mouth opened wide. The other 4 people behind Song 2 were also stunned. Just now, in Song 2's opinion, the head-on collision between Chen Guan and Lei Shi was like a bicycle hitting a train. Chen Guan is a bicycle and Lei Shi is a train. But the result that appeared in front of Song 2 now was that the bicycle was still there, but the train flew out. This situation really left Song 2 a little confused. There was an extra stripe on Chen Guan's forehead. He reached level 14. Chen Guan turned around and looked at the 4 people behind him. What's wrong? Seeing Chen Guan's nonchalant expression, Song 2 smacked his lips and said, "You are a monster, right?" Chen Guan was startled. Monster? Chen Guanxin was confused. Did he go too far? He just controlled his strength on purpose. Song 2 smiled bitterly. This is a level 18 mutant elite Thunder Lion. It's very tough. I originally estimated that it would take at least 5 rounds to deal with it, but you only used 1 punch. Forget it. Song 2 adjusted his mood and said, "You can beat me at level 13. You are already a monster. It's normal for you to be even more of a monster." After Song 2 calmed down from the shock, he turned around to look at the 3 people behind him and said, "Get some experience." Zijou responded, and her purple eyes looked at Chen Guan. Chen Guan didn't look at Zijou because his attention was attracted by the Ferocious Beast card. The blue halo emerging from the dead Lei Shi condensed in front of Chen Guan and turned into a Ferocious Beast card. Chen Guan took it and looked at the Ferocious Beast card in his hand. The frame of this beast card is red. It was different from the Ferocious Beast cards Chen Guan had seen before. Breakthrough beads come from mutated elite beasts, but it is obvious that breakthrough beads can only be found in mutated elite beasts of level 10 or 20. A beast of this level, even a mutated elite beast, would not produce a breakthrough bead. This Ferocious Beast card has no effect on Chen Guan. The mutant elite Lei Shi's beast card can be sold at an auction. Many people like to collect this thing. Zijou came over and said with a smile. When Chen Guan heard this, he said, "Is this thing as expensive as Guanglu?" Zijou was startled, and she shook her head. "It's not as expensive as Guanglu. Guanglu is too rare and too beautiful." When Chen Guan heard this, he relaxed his brows and waved his hand. The Ferocious Beast card turned into data of 0 and 1, then condensed in front of Chen Guan and transformed into a Thunder Lion. Under Chen Guan's control, Lei Shi walked outside. Zijou blinked and looked at Chen Guan with some confusion. The user with special abilities can materialize the Ferocious Beast in the Ferocious Beast card and let the Ferocious Beast help him fight. But the problem is that the Ferocious Beasts consume a lot of source power, more than twice as much as normal creatures. Moreover, when using the Ferocious Beast card to materialize the Ferocious Beast, it will not be able to use its own abilities at the same time. Therefore, under normal circumstances, no one would use the Beast cards. Most people with special abilities would use the Beast cards they collected as breakthrough materials. If it was impossible to use them as breakthrough materials, they would just sell them directly. There are still many people who collect this kind of thing, but Chen Guan used it. Zijou didn't quite understand. However, when Zijou thought of Chen Guan's expression, she knew that this man could not be judged by common sense. She looked at Chen Guan with an affection in her eyes that was hard to conceal. A strong person can easily gain the favor of others. Just a punch that Chen Guan just threw was enough to make Zijou feel favorably towards him. Chapter 45 Examiner Game. I remember that the beasts embodied by the beast cards will have some of their own attributes. Chen Guan said. He looked at Zijou and said, "Then, will the attributes of these embodied beasts be affected by the attribute values of the user?" Zijou came back to her senses and said with a smile, "Of course. The beasts have their own numerical values and are also affected by the attribute values of the ability users. However, the more powerful the beast is, the more source power it needs to materialize." Chen Guan nodded slightly. "Then, can I gain the experience of killing the ferocious beasts?" Chen Guan asked again. Zijou hummed. "Of course, the body of the materialized beast is maintained by the user's source power. In essence, the materialized beast is actually equivalent to the user's creation." Hearing this, Chen Guan felt relieved. In this way, this mutated elite Thunder Lion can help him gain experience on this trial island, just like the skeleton man he left on the Ferocious Beast Island. Perfect. The useless beast card can finally be put to use. Qingyan has found the location of the next target. Let's go. Song 2's voice came. Chen Guan looked at Song 2 and found that Song 2 and the other 2 were ready to leave. Chen Guan nodded slightly. He and Zijou followed Song 2 and headed for the next destination. She was walking in the forest with his hands in his pockets, and his eyes narrowed. Suddenly, a ferocious beast that looked like a wolf jumped out of the forest and pounced towards the stream. The The ferocious beast flew into the air, and a crescent-shaped ice blade passed by. The beast's body disintegrated in midair and fell to the ground. She looked around as if nothing had happened, looking for his next target. I just heard the roar of a thunder lion. There must be some little creatures hunting the thunder lion. But when I got here, there was no movement. Suddenly, Xi's gaze fell forward. He narrowed his eyes. Right in front of us, a thunder lion was shaking its silver tail like a long stick and walking towards this side with the kingly steps unique to a male thunder lion. Its pupils were staring in the direction of the stream. The noise has stopped, and Lei Shi is not dead. That means those guys are dead. What a pity. She put his hands in his trouser pockets, bent his body, and stared straight at Lei Shi through his bangs. This big cat is walking towards me. Is it targeting me? Oh. She stopped and waited for Lei Shi to pounce on him. However, something happened that puzzled Xi. The Lei Shi walked forward on its own, its eyes fixed ahead, but she noticed that the Lei Shi was not looking at him. She frowned slightly. The thunder lion came and passed slowly by the stream. It was as if the stream did not exist. Xi's pupils narrowed slightly. A strange feeling arose in Xi's heart, and he frowned. Suddenly, a crescent-shaped ice blade condensed in the air. The ice blade suddenly slashed towards Lei Shi. Bang! Accompanied by a crisp sound. The half-moon ice blade shattered with a sound, as if it had hit extremely hard metal. The moment the ice blade shattered, Xi's pupils couldn't help but freeze. She could see that this was a mutant elite thunder lion. The overall attributes of a mutant elite Lei Shi are equivalent to those of a level 25 ability user. But she is a level 33 ability user. When facing this mutated elite thunder lion, his attacks would normally kill instantly. But now, she turned around suddenly and looked at the mutant elite Lei Shi behind him. After being hit, the thunder lion continued to walk towards the forest as if nothing had happened, completely ignoring the stream as air. She frowned and raised his hand towards Lei Shi. His palms glowed blue, and in an instant, bits of ice appeared on his hands. An invisible chill spread out from his hands, and the land and trees in front were shrouded in the chill. The land was frozen and the trees turned into ice sculptures. The chill continued to move forward and enveloped Lei Shi. The ground beneath Lei Shi's feet was frozen, and the trees near Lei Shi were instantly covered by ice and turned into ice sculptures. Ice also began to emerge from Lei Shi's body, covering its body. The 3-meter-tall thunder lion was frozen in ice. The whole body became a huge ice sculpture. She slowly withdrew his hand. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Lei Shi. How dare a mere level 18 beast ignore me? Snap! Suddenly, a crisp sound attracted Xi's attention. She was startled. He looked towards the source of the sound and saw a crack on the ice covering Lei Shi's body. Suddenly, the hole became wider and wider. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang. The entire ice sculpture exploded and debris flew everywhere. Lightning surrounded the body of the thunder lion, and it continued to move forward. He didn't even look at Xi who attacked him. The arrogance on Xi's face disappeared, as did the smile on his face. He stared at Lei Shi in a daze, his pupils trembling with disbelief. A level 18 thunder lion on the trial island could actually ignore his attacks? What kind of monster is this? Suddenly, she saw that the thunder lion slowed down its pace. She followed Lei Shi's line of sight and looked forward. When she came into view, he saw a creature that looked like a gorilla. The difference was that this gorilla was covered with stones, as if its body was made of stone. As soon as she saw it, he knew what it was. Level 19 Elite Beast Stone Ape. As soon as Lei Shi saw the stone ape, it moved and opened its mouth. Roar. As it roared, lightning flashed all over its body, and a sphere made of lightning formed above its head. The sphere was 1 meter in diameter. The sphere flew towards the stone ape. The stone ape's pupils narrowed, and before he could react, he was hit by the thunderball. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening bang. Dust was flying everywhere, and only the remains of the stone ape were left. On the ground, there was a pit with a diameter of more than 5 meters. Everything that was there just now has disappeared at this moment. She slumped on the ground, his face pale, staring at the scene. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! She looked at the thunder lion with a face as pale as paper. Lei Shi's attack this time was beyond Xi's understanding. If this attack had landed on Xi just now, his body would have probably evaporated. This is not Lei Shi. This is a monster. There is a monster on the trial island. She stood up in panic and hurriedly ran outside. After Lei Shi dealt with the stone ape, he continued to walk into the forest to look for other ferocious beasts. She ran away. After she ran for a distance, he took a deep breath and adjusted his mood. Thinking about the scene he had just seen, he subconsciously turned around and looked behind him. Seeing that Lei Shi didn't catch up with him, he breathed a sigh of relief. Why are there such monsters on the trial island? She frowned, thought for a while, and shook his head. Obviously, he couldn't find the answer. Rustle, rustle. Suddenly, she heard the sound again. Hearing this voice, Xi's heart suddenly sank, and his face looked a little ugly. Could it be that Lei Shi has caught up? She suppressed his inner panic and anxiety and looked towards the source of the sound. The scene he saw made Xi slightly stunned. Through the jungle, he could see 5 men. The 5 men seemed to be looking for something. 1 at level 19, 2 at level 18, 1 at level 17, and 1 at level 14. This is a hunting team. She narrowed his eyes. He slightly adjusted his emotions that were frightened by the thunder lion, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. What a strange configuration. Then next, the examiner game. Continue. As he spoke, he walked towards the 5 men. Chen Guan continued to follow Song 2 and others to find the next target. Suddenly, the ears of the tree elf sitting on Qingyun's palm, who was leading the way, moved, and she immediately looked in one direction. Over there, she stretched out her hand and pointed in a direction. Someone is coming. When Qingyun heard this, he stopped and looked in the direction the tree elf's hand was pointing. Seeing Qingyun's actions, Song 2 and others also stopped. The 5 of them looked in the direction the tree elf pointed. Look at it this way. Chen Guan saw a man with long pale blue hair, wearing a dark blue vest, revealing his muscular body, walking out of the bushes. The man had his hands in his trouser pockets, slightly bent over, and lowered his head. Under his bangs, a pair of sharp blue pupils could be seen. The corners of his mouth were raised. The whole person seemed to exude a sharp aura, and to Chen Guan, he felt like a ferocious beast. This man doesn't look like a human, but rather like a wild beast, exuding a dangerous aura. Level 33? Zizhu was slightly stunned, with confusion in his eyes. This person is she. Qingyun suddenly spoke, and his face changed instantly. Creak? When Qingyun said this, the others looked at Qingyun. Qingyun's face was solemn. He said, she used to be a member of the Thunderbolt Association. Later, the association found out that he started challenging and killing other people with special abilities in order to become stronger. The association revoked his membership and issued a wanted notice for him. The association has been wanted for more than 6 years. During these 6 years, countless people with special abilities accepted the bounty, but without exception, they were all killed by him. This guy is the association's class, a wanted criminal, she. Upon hearing this, everyone except Chen Guan changed their expressions. She stared at the 5 people in front of him. He twisted his head, and his neck made a cracking sound as he twisted it. He looked at the 5 people with interest and said with a smile, "Not bad, not bad. I have met more than 10 people since I came to this trial island. You're the 3rd one who recognized my identity. That's very good." She raised the corner of his mouth and said, "As a reward, you'll be the last one." Then, she looked at the other 4 people and said, "You 4 choose one." The corners of his mouth rose. "Let's play the examiner game." He smiled and said, "You are all geniuses in the association. You have been recognized by the association and have become geniuses. You have the right to come to the trial island. However, you have passed the association's recognition, but not my approval." Shi Xiao said, "So, I want to play the examiner game. As long as you show your genius, you won't have to die." "Of course." Shi Xie smiled and said, "If your performance does not satisfy me, you must die. Then come on, the 4 of you, choose one." She smiled and said, "Don't make me wait too long." Song 2 frowned and was thinking, "Run?" The highest level among the 5 of them is only level 19, and the lowest is only level 14. It is impossible to escape the 33-level creek. If I run away now, the only result will be death. Now Song 2 didn't know what the person in front of him wanted to do. If you want to know, you can only participate in his examiner game. Song 2 swallowed, but the first person to go up is almost certain to die. Who will choose to go up? Song 2 didn't know. The atmosphere became a little solemn. At this time, someone stood up. "Well, let me do it." Suddenly, a voice sounded. Hearing the voice, everyone looked towards that person. Chen Guan put one hand in his trouser pocket and raised the other hand. He looked at the stream in front of him with a smile on his face. This game sounds interesting. I'm quite interested. Chapter 46, Let Me Attack You. Seeing Chen Guan coming out. She's mouth curled up, and he said with a smile. Interesting. She was a member of the Thunder Association before, but he was not recognized as a genius. The association did not give she a pass to the trial island. Because of this, she felt very unbalanced. Later, she met the so-called geniuses of the association who were under the influence of unbalanced psychology. She took action and killed a genius. After killing Tian Kai, she felt excited. He was just an ordinary member of the association, but he killed a genius of the association. This feeling was really pleasant for she. Afterwards, Shi Lianluo killed more than a dozen people who were called geniuses of the association. As a result, he was discovered by the association and was wanted and hunted by the association. Being hunted by various people, she felt more and more unbalanced. When facing beings stronger than himself, he can only hide. If he encounters someone weaker than himself, he will kill them directly. A long time passed like this. On this day, she felt bored, so he came to the trial island he had always dreamed of, wanting to play the examiner game on this trial island. She's purpose is to see what the difference is between these geniuses and ordinary people. But unfortunately, she has met 3 teams of geniuses so far. However, in Shi's opinion, those people are no different from ordinary people. They're all afraid of death. When I ask them to choose one person to play the game, they always look at others, everyone who dares to stand up. When they were about to kill someone, they showed fear on their faces like ordinary people. In Shi's eyes, these people were no different from ordinary people. They were not qualified to be geniuses, and they were not qualified to enjoy better treatment than him. So he determined that those people were all unqualified and killed them all. But the team in front of him made Shi feel interesting. There are 5 people in this team. The guy at level 14 is the lowest level among the 5. But this guy dared to take the initiative to stand up and participate in this examiner game. She narrowed his eyes and stared at Chen Guan, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Not bad. Really good. This is interesting. Chen Guan looked at Shi and said, "So, what is our game?" When she heard this, he grinned. "Are you so impatient? The rules of our game are very simple. You can attack me now. Let me see why you got the trial card, why you became a genius in the association, and why you are superior to others." Chen Guan looked at Shi and said, "I didn't understand the last 3 sentences you said, but I did understand the first one. You want me to attack you, right?" She put his hands in his trouser pockets, stared at Chen Guan, squinted his eyes, and said yes. Chen Guan moved. As soon as he moved, his figure suddenly disappeared. Shi's smile suddenly froze. Chen Guan appeared in front of Shi, and his fist landed on Shi's stomach. Boom! Accompanied by a muffled sound. Shi's body was like being hit by a car. His whole body flew 5 meters and slammed into the trunk of a tree that was as thick as 2 buckets. Boom! Accompanied by a muffled sound. She stood firm again, covering his abdomen with his hands, and his body seemed to bend down. Wow! A mouthful of sour water came out of his mouth. Shi's pupils trembled. What kind of speed is this? What kind of attack power is this? At that moment just now, she couldn't even see Chen Guan's figure. Moreover, Shi's level is 33, and he has made 3 breakthroughs. With the data he possesses, it is impossible for even a level 24 ability user to hurt him, let alone a level 14 person like Chen Guan. But now the pain is completely real. 2 ribs are broken. She raised his head and looked at Chen Guan, who was standing where she had just stood. His pupils were trembling. He thought to himself, what kind of monster is this guy? The 4 people watching the battle behind Chen Guan, Zizhu and Song too, looked at each other and saw Shi's embarrassed appearance with strange expressions. Thinking about how Chen Guan had killed a mutant elite thunder lion with just 1 punch, Chen Guan's punch was not something that ordinary people could withstand. Chen Guan stood where she was. He held back with this punch, otherwise she would have ceased to exist. Chen Guan clenched his fist, looked at Shi, and said, "Are you coming again?" When she heard this, he narrowed his eyes, slowly lowered his hand from his stomach, and stared at Chen Guan. "The next examiner game is, you have to defeat me, or you will die." She could feel that something was not right with the man in front of him, so he planned to show off a little bit of his strength so that this guy would not look down on him. The words fell. Shi's right hand glowed blue, with the light coming on. 3 half-moon-shaped ice knives appeared around the stream. The ice blade spun and swept towards Chen Guan. The speed of this ice blade is extremely fast, comparable to a bullet. Since she is already level 33, the The speed and hardness of this ice blade have already far exceeded the hardness and speed of a bullet. If hit, even if it is a person with the same ability level as she, his flesh and blood will be torn apart. Those at the same level as level 33 would have their flesh and blood torn apart. So, in Shi's opinion, this person in front of him, who was only level 14, was even more so. When Chen Guan looked, he saw that his right hand was also glowing blue, with the light coming on. 3 ice blades suddenly condensed in front of Chen Guan, facing the ice blades in front. Bang, 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 accompanied by 3 crisp sounds. Shi's 3 ice blades shattered with a sound. The 3 ice knives created by Chen Guan slowly rotated and hovered in the air. Seeing this scene, Shi's pupils condensed slightly, and he looked at Chen Guan in great surprise and astonishment. You? How is it possible? Not only Danshi thought it was impossible, even Song 2 and the other 4 who were watching the game were stunned. It's the blue ice attribute, no? Isn't Chen Guan's ability the white lightning attribute? Song 2 frowned, his face full of confusion and puzzlement. Zizhu said, the most important thing is he won. His ability is exactly the same as Shi's, but he is only level 13, while she is level 33. Moreover, she must have acquired his ability earlier than Chen Guan. She is a Class A wanted criminal. In the past, many people who were even higher in level than she received bounties and went to hunt Shi down. In the end, a large number of them were killed by Shi. This shows how strong she is. But now, Chen Guan used the same ability as Shi and won. Zizhu was a little bit unbelievable. She stared at Chen Guan. He frowned. Your level is not high. What is your ability proficiency? She suddenly realized that this was most likely due to Chen Guan's proficiency. The level is not high. In Shi's opinion, Chen Guan's other attribute values must not be high. If he can be stronger than himself, then there is only one possibility. That is his proficiency in ability. When Chen Guan heard this, he looked at Shi and said, it's a secret. She frowned suddenly. Arrogant, don't think you can defeat me like this. Even if your ability is proficient enough, there is an essential difference between you and me. Chapter 47, you're level 14, and he is level 33. Is he weaker? I'm level 33, and you're level 14. She looked at Chen Guan. People with special abilities have many watersheds depending on their levels. When a person breaks through from level 10 to level 11 and obtains their first ability, they can widen the gap with ordinary people. But this gap is nothing. The most crucial difference is the transformation after breaking through level 20. After the first awakening, the ability will change, and this change will create a huge gap between those who have not awakened to the first level. She stared at Chen Guan. However, the difficulty of awakening the first level is more than 10,000 times more difficult than awakening ability. Many people can't even achieve the first level in their entire life. But she narrowed his eyes and stared at Chen Guan. I did it. So you're dead. As soon as he finished speaking, she stretched out his hand towards Chen Guan. A chill spread from Shi's palm. Anything touched by the cold, whether it was the ground, flowers, plants, or trees, was instantly frozen. The chill spread very quickly. The coldness instantly enveloped Chen Guan. The ground under Chen Guan's feet was frozen, and the trees beside him were also frozen. But a strange situation occurred. Except for the ice on his clothes, there was no change on Chen Guan himself. He just stood there, quietly looking at the stream. The pair of pupils on that young face, which had turned blue because of his ability, were looking at Shi with a hint of curiosity. She frowned suddenly, and his hand glowed blue. His own arm was then frozen. There was another layer of ice on the ground in Chen Guan. Snap! The tree next to Chen Guan that had turned into an ice sculpture collapsed, and turned into broken ice that rolled to the ground. But this trick is still useless against Chen Guan. Chen Guan looked at Shi and said, that's it. Shi's pupils condensed. You? Impossible. She gritted his teeth and raised his right hand. 3 ice knives formed in the air and slashed towards Chen Guan. However, the ice blade surrounding Chen Guan flew out. Pa pa pa, accompanied by a crisp sound. The ice blade formed by the stream was directly chopped into pieces by the ice blade created by Chen Guan. After seeing this, she couldn't help but take 3 steps back, his back hitting the tree trunk behind him. His pupils trembled as he looked at the scene in disbelief. He said, this is impossible. This is impossible. You are only level 14. You are only level 14. Chen Guan looked at Shi's expression and said, rank doesn't represent everything. After saying that, Chen Guan raised his hand. Under Shi's gaze, A chill emanated from Chen Guan's hand and swept toward Shi. Shi's pupils trembled. No. The coldness covered Shi's body. She raised his hand and saw that his hand was slowly freezing. His face turned pale. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is the first level awakening. You are only level 14. The first level awakening can only be obtained after breaking through level 20. How could you have it? She was frightened by Chen Guan's move. He looked at Chen Guan in disbelief. He couldn't accept this scene, which was beyond his common sense. Chen Guan looked at Shi coldly and said, I am not just a genius. I am more talented than a genius. So, please understand. Soon, Shi's pupils trembled as she looked at Chen Guan. An idea suddenly popped up in his mind. Perhaps this person in front of me is the real genius. Shi's body was completely frozen. Chen Guan withdrew his hand and looked at the stream with an expression of disbelief. Nailed it. Chen Guan retracted his gaze and looked at the 4 teammates behind him. The 4 teammates were looking at Chen Guan with shocked expressions. Meeting their gaze, Chen Guan said, It's solved. Let go of the next target. Song 2 looked at Chen Guan's relaxed expression, then looked at the class, a wanted criminal. He swallowed, then looked at Chen Guan again and said, Okay. Qin Yin continued to lead the way with the guidance of the tree elves. Chen Guan caught up with the team. Zizhu moved closer to Chen Guan. The ability you used just now is the same as Shi's ability. Zizhu looked at Chen Guan curiously and said, Aren't you a white lightning attribute? Hearing this, Chen Guan looked at Zizhu and saw the curiosity in Zizhu's eyes. Chen Guan said, I never said that my ability is white lightning attribute. Zizhu was startled, and she blinked her big eyes. Chen Guan's ability should be the ability to imitate others. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Hearing the voice, Chen Guan and the other 3 looked at Song 2 who was speaking. Song 2 said, When Chen Guan fought against me, he used my ability, and when he fought against Shi, he used Shi's ability. He could even use Shi's first awakening ability, but he was only level 14. Level 14 does not qualify for the first awakening, so there is only one possibility. Song 2 said seriously, Chen Guan's ability is imitation ability, the ability to imitate others. Zizhu's eyes lit up slightly, and she looked at Chen Guan. Is that so? Chen Guan folded his arms across his chest, smiled, and did not answer. Seeing that Chen Guan didn't answer, Zizhu simply assumed that Chen Guan agreed. Zizhu smiled, looked at Song 2, and said, Well, there's another question. If Chen Guan's ability is imitation, then why can he defeat others so easily after imitating their abilities? Song 2 expressed his guess. Level can determine strength, but in addition to level, there are also one's own attribute values and ability proficiency. I don't know how Chen Guan did it, but I can be sure that Chen Guan's proficiency is definitely higher than Shi's at level 33. Having said that, Song 2 glanced at Chen Guan, but Chen Guan remained indifferent. Song 2 withdrew his gaze. Zizhu was stunned. How is this possible? She is level 33, while Chen Guan is only level 14, and she is over 30 years old. How could his proficiency be lower than Chen Guan? Song 2 looked ahead and said slowly, Maybe this is a genius. No, it should be said that he is a monster who is more talented than a genius. This sounds like he is praising himself, but it doesn't seem like it. Chen Guan touched his nose, feeling a little embarrassed. Zizhu looked at Chen Guan, her eyes full of favor. She smiled and said, No matter what, it was Chen Guan who saved us this time. Chen Guan looked at Zizhu. Zizhu said with a smile, If it weren't for Chen Guan, the 4 of us would not be Shi's match at all. We would probably be killed by Shi. Fortunately, Chen Guan took action. Zizhu's purple eyes were full of joy and goodwill. Chen Guan retracted his gaze and said, It's nothing, just a small matter. He is too weak. Hear Chen Guan's evaluation of Shi. The corners of Song 2, Hongju, Qin Yun, and Zizhu's mouths twitched involuntarily. Chapter 48 Escape. He's a level 33 boss, and he's an A-level wanted criminal. Zizhu said, How could he be weak? Well, maybe compared to a real big shot like Chen Guan, she is indeed weak. Song 2 said with a wry smile. Chen Guan was startled. He looked at Zizhu. Level 33, very strong? Anyway, Chen Guan feels that there is no difference between people at level 33 and those at level 10 plus. Zizhu blinked her eyes, and she smiled helplessly and said, Well, you are really worthy of it. Level 33 is not strong, but very strong. If a person can break through level 30, he can become an elite member of the association. As long as he reaches level 30 and becomes an elite member of the association, he can obtain various permissions. Zizhu said, "It's just that it's extremely difficult to break through level 30. So far, there are less than 100,000 people who can break through level 30 in the entire East Continent. You know, the entire East Continent has a population of more than 2 billion. The reason why it is difficult for people to break through level 30 is because to break through level 30, you need a level 30 breakthrough bead and 5 elite breakthrough materials. The level 30 breakthrough bead requires hunting level 30 mutated elite beasts. If you want to obtain elite breakthrough materials, you have to fight against 30 elite beasts. If a level 30 person does not obtain the first awakening, then even if there are 5 people in a team, it is impossible to win." Zizhu said, "Just like what she said just now, the difficulty of awakening at the first level is too great. Some people can't even reach the first level in their entire life. If they can't reach the first level, then they can only be trapped at level 30 for the rest of their lives and can't break through." Hearing this, Zizhu looked at Chen Guan. The more she spoke, the brighter her eyes became. The stronger the level 30 is, the stronger the person in front of you is. A person who is only level 14 can defeat a terrifying existence of level 33. What will the future be like for such a person? Zizhu almost dared not imagine it. So that's how it is. Chen Guan nodded slightly. Now Chen Guan finally understands the difficulty of level 30. No wonder Xin made such a request when she heard me asking her to be my wife. At that time, Chen Guan was only level 10. According to the people in this world, no matter what he did, it was estimated that he would not be able to reach level 30 within half a year, let alone obtain various breakthrough materials. You know, some people can't even collect enough breakthrough materials for level 30 in their entire life. Chen Guan's mouth corners raised. The more difficult, the better. The more difficult it is, the more shocked Xin will be once she obtains those breakthrough materials. Chen Guan and his 4 companions walked for half an hour with the guidance of Qingyun's tree elf. Suddenly, roar, rustle, some noises entered the ears of Chen Guan and the other 4. Song Tu frowned and said, "What's that sound?" When Qingyun heard this, he looked at the tree elf in his hand. The tree elf sat on Qingyun's palm. It looked ahead and said, "There are other teams hunting our target." Hearing this, Song Tu frowned. "Is there anyone who is 1 step faster than us?" "Let's go," Song Tu said. "Let's go and take a look." Mutated elite beasts almost do not exist on the Beast Island, but they do exist on this trial island. However, even if they do exist, they are very rare. It took him so long to find the target, but someone got there first. Even so, Song Tu did not intend to give up easily. In the forest, "Captain, this thing is too hard." The speaker was a man holding a bow and arrow. He stared at the target in front of him with an ugly look on his face. Directly in front of the archer, a creature that looked like a wild boar stood in front. It looks like a wild boar, but it is 3 meters tall at the shoulders, and its body is huge and terrifying. It is yellowish-brown in color, and its body seems to be covered with a layer of armor made of rocks. It has 2 huge fangs in its mouth, which looks very scary. There was ice all underneath it, its limbs were frozen, and its body was exposed. After the archer shouted, he stretched out his hand, and lightning appeared in his hand. The lightning condensed into a long arrow, which was placed on the bowstring and shot out suddenly. Boom! The lightning arrow hit the wild boar, making a dull sound. However, this sword did not cause any harm to the rock boar. The rock boar roared angrily and struggled hard to break free from the ice. Roar! The so-called captain is a woman with long blue hair tied into a bun. She is wearing a blue leather suit and has her hands on the ground. Her hands were glowing blue, and white mist was coming out of them. She frowned and stared at the rock boar ahead. The other 2 people were also attacking, but their attacks could not hurt the rock boar at all. But it was obvious that their attacks could not hurt the rock boar at all. The body of this level 20 mutant elite rock pig is too tough. We can't deal with it with our attack power. This thing's defense requires a person with abilities at least level 20 or above to break through it. "Captain Hanlian, what should we do?" Bang! Suddenly, the rock boar struggled hard, and the ice covering its legs cracked and fell off. Han Lian frowned and said, "You guys run away. I'll control it." The other 4 looked at it. "No, Miss Han Lian, I will stop it. You go first." Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Han Lian. Han Lian was stunned. She looked at the middle-aged man in front of her. The sturdy man stood in front of Han Lian, holding a shield made of source power. Captain Han Lian, the four of us can hold it back for a while if we work together. The archer said, "You leave first." Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, all the ice blocks that were restraining the rock pig's movement shattered. At the moment of the collapse, the rock boar stared at the 5 people in front of it angrily. It roared and rushed towards them. The man rushed forward holding a shield made of source power and held the shield across his body. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang. The terrifying impact force generated by the rock boar's charge directly destroyed the shield in the man's hand. The man's body was hit and flew 10 meters away, falling heavily to the ground. When Han Lian saw this, her face changed drastically. She quickly put her hand on the ground again, and the ice spread. However, it stopped halfway through spreading. Han Lian just felt dizzy and fell down limply. She knew that she had consumed too much of her energy. While Han Lian was groggy, she saw the rock pig attacking her other 3 teammates. The 3 teammates couldn't withstand the attack of the level 20 mutated elite beast and were knocked away. One by one, they fell to the ground, either fainting or vomiting blood. Han Lian felt somewhat desperate. When her teammates were attacked, Han Lian regained some strength. She struggled to get up and dragged her tired body outside. Suddenly, Han Lian saw 5 people coming towards her. Seeing the 5 people, Han Lian was slightly startled. When she saw the levels on their foreheads, her face changed slightly and she shouted, "There are rock pigs ahead! Run away!" Chapter 49, How can a level 14 player kill a level 20 boss instantly? Han Lian could tell the levels of the 5 people in front of him at a glance. 1 is level 19, 2 are level 18, 1 is level 17, and 1 is only level 14. The 5 members of the Han Lian team are all level 19. 5 level 19 monsters are unable to deal with the rock boar. If these 5 people encounter the rock boar, it would be almost a death sentence. When Han Lian first saw them, she thought she had met reinforcements, but after seeing the levels of these 5 people, she felt disappointed and called out to ask them to follow her. "If you don't escape, you will die." Chen Guan followed Song 2 and others through the jungle. Before he had time to look further, he heard a sudden sound. "There's a rock pig ahead. Run." He looked forward and saw a blue-haired woman with a pale face and fear and anxiety in her eyes. She was running towards him. She looked at the 5 of them, her face pale, and she shouted, "Run, run." Roar. Accompanied by a roar, Chen Guan looked towards the source of the roar. Chen Guan could see a creature that looked like a wild boar, but was 3 meters tall at the shoulders, seemed to be wearing armor made of rocks, and had 2 giant fangs. It was running towards him madly. Its target was obviously the blue-haired woman who was running towards this side. This is a level 20 mutant elite rock pig. Song 2 recognized the identity of this thing at once. He looked serious for a few minutes and said, "This thing is extremely high defense and is very difficult to deal with." While Song 2 was speaking, Zijou moved. She raised her hand and her right hand glowed purple. Purple vines suddenly grew under the rock boar's feet, and the vines quickly covered the rock boar's body. Just after covering it for a while, the rock boar struggled violently. Snap, snap! The vines broke. All the vines broke at once, and it continued to rush towards Han Lian. Zijou's expression changed. "This brute force is so strong. I can't control it." At this moment, Han Lian seemed to sense something. She turned around suddenly and saw the rock boar coming towards her. Han Lian's face suddenly turned pale. At this time, Chen Guan and the other 4 were still more than 20 meters away from Han Lian, while the rock boar was less than 3 meters away from Han Lian. Suddenly, the ground was torn apart. A vine as thick as a bucket rose from the ground like a spear. It instantly pierced into the rock pig's belly and penetrated its body. Ah! The rock boar let out a shrill cry, and its huge body was directly lifted up by the vines that were like spears. The body was suspended in midair. The rock boar let out a shrill scream and struggled in midair, but its limbs were hanging in the air. No matter how it struggled, it was useless. Instead, the vines penetrated deeper and deeper. The moment she saw this scene, Zijou blinked. This vine looks familiar, but Zijou is sure that this purple vine was not released by her. Her vines do not have terrible destructive power. At most, they can only tie up a target. Suddenly, Zijou seemed to realize something and couldn't help but look at Chen Guan beside her. I saw Chen Guan's right hand glowing purple. Seeing this, Zijou's eyes sparkled. Chen Guan imitated her abilities and even enhanced them. The mutant elite rock pig's defense is extremely strong. What kind of power can penetrate it directly like this? Song 2 looked at the rock pig that was pushed into the air, surprise in his eyes. He was certain that, in his impression, Zizhu was the only one who possessed this purple forest attribute. But Song 2, as his biological brother, was certain that Zizhu definitely did not have this ability. So, Song 2 subconsciously turned around and looked at Chen Guan. Chen Guanjing folded his arms across his chest, looked up, and stared at the rock boar that was still struggling in midair. Apparently, he was the only one. Not only Song 2 and Zizhu, but also Hongju and Qingyan on the side also subconsciously looked at Chen Guan. Han Lian stared blankly at the scene in front of her. She struggled to get up, looked around, and swept her eyes over the 5 people behind her. After taking a look at the rank marks on their foreheads, she withdrew her gaze and looked around again. Miss Han Lian. Suddenly, a voice came. Han Lian came to her senses and saw her 4 teammates walking toward her not far away. However, these people were all injured, especially the one holding the shield, who was supported by others. Seeing that the 4 people were only injured and not in danger of life, Han Lian breathed a sigh of relief. Miss Han Lian, what's going on? The speaker was the shield man named Huang Ting. He looked at the rock boar that was pushed into the air with some confusion in his eyes. Han Lian shook her head. I don't know either. I just came here and met them. After that, when I was almost dead, that thing suddenly emerged from the ground and pierced the rock pig. When Huang Ting heard this, he looked at Chen Guan and the other 5 and asked, could it be them who did it? Han Lian shook her head. That's impossible. Their highest level is only level 19. The ability to penetrate a mutant elite rock pig directly can only be done by a person with abilities at least around level 30. As she spoke, she looked around the forest, trying to find the person who secretly helped her. She retracted her gaze and said, it seems that the benefactor does not intend to come out to meet us. Forget it. Han Lian turned around and looked at Chen Guan and the other 5 people. She led her men and walked towards them. Song 2, who was standing in front, folded his arms across his chest and looked at Han Lian, who was coming towards him. Han Lian, this name sounds familiar. Zizhu muttered softly. Qingyan next to him said, Ms. Han Lian from the Ocean Association, the eldest daughter of the president of the Ocean Association. When Zizhu heard this, her heart skipped a beat, and she said, no wonder it sounds familiar to me. It turns out she is the daughter of President Haiyang. Han Lian came in front of Song 2's day. She looked at Song 2, then glanced at the 4 people behind him and said seriously, just now you helped me slow down the rock pig. Otherwise, even with the help of that expert, I probably wouldn't have survived. Thank you very much. When Song 2 heard this, he said, if you want to thank someone, you should thank him. Then he looked at Chen Guan. Han Lian was stunned. She looked at the 4 people behind Song 2, but found that Zizhu, Qingyan, and Hongju were all looking at Chen Guan. Han Lian's gaze fell on Chen Guan, looking at the mark on Chen Guan's forehead that symbolized level 14. Han Lian was slightly startled. She looked at Song 2 and said, I remember that the vines were released by that lady just now. Why should we thank that man? When she was running over here just now, she saw Zizhu releasing the vines with her own eyes, but now these people want to thank the level 14 person themselves. Han Lian didn't quite understand and was a little unable to comprehend it. Song 2 smiled and said, those vines that slowed you down were indeed placed by Zizhu, but the vine that actually saved your life was placed by him at level 14. Chapter 50, the goddess asked him for contact information. Han Lian was stunned. Save my life? She came to her senses, looked at Chen Guan, and then seemed to think of something. She turned her head and looked at the giant vine that was holding the rock pig in the air. She frowned and looked at Chen Guan. That's impossible. The attack power of that vine is at least comparable to that of a level 30 ability user, and he's only level 14. Brother, are you teasing Miss Han Lian? Huang Ting suddenly spoke, looking at Song 2. Song 2 noticed Huang Ting's expression and looked puzzled. What did you say? Huang Ting frowned and said, this is a rock pig, and it is a mutant elite rock pig. The attack power of a level 14 person is probably not enough to break the defense of an ordinary rock pig. Now you tell us that this level 14 person has the ability to directly penetrate the body of a mutant elite rock pig. Aren't you kidding me? Huang Ting. Han Lian suddenly spoke. Huang Ting was stunned and looked at Han Lian. Han Lian frowned and said, you are not allowed to be so rude to our friends who are helping us. Huang Ting was slightly stunned. He slowly lowered his head, looked at Song 2, and said, "I'm sorry." Han Lian looked at Song Tu and said, "You just helped me. I am very grateful to you, but I still find what you just said hard to believe. It is hard to believe that a level 14 player could kill a mutant elite rock pig in 1 second." As she spoke, Han Lian looked at Chen Guan. Chen Guanjing was looking over here. There was no displeasure on his face, only indifference. He didn't seem to care about the conversation between Han Lian and Song Tu. In fact, Chen Guan didn't care. For Chen Guan, killing a rock boar is just a matter of waving his hands, something easier than drinking water. After all, you need to find a container to drink water, but killing a rock boar only requires a thought. He didn't care at all whether Han Lian would thank him for such a small thing. Suddenly, blue data of 0 and 1 began to be generated in front of Chen Guan. Chen Guan came back to his senses and looked at the blue data of 0s and 1s that suddenly appeared in front of him. His heart moved, and he raised his head to look at the rock boar in the air. The rock boar has stopped struggling, and blue light appeared on its body. The light slowly disappeared and then appeared in front of Chen Guan, gradually forming a ferocious beast card. The rock boar apparently couldn't hold on and died. As long as the ferocious beast is above level 10, a ferocious beast card will appear after its death. At this moment, Chen Guan was not the only one who saw this scene. Han Lian also saw this scene. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Then she turned her head to look at the rock boar in the air, looked at the blue light emitted by the dead rock boar, and then looked at the ferocious beast card that appeared in front of Chen Guan. Han Lian was stunned. Huang Ting, who had just said that Song Tu was playing tricks on him, was also stunned. Chen Guan took the ferocious beast card. There was a pattern on the card that was exactly the pattern of a rock boar. The pattern frame is red. This is the red frame unique to the mutated elite beast card. Chen Guan waved his hand, and the rock pig card turned into blue light and fell to the ground, transformed into a giant rock pig. Under Chen Guan's control, the giant rock boar turned around and left, entering the forest under the gaze of everyone. Chen Guan looked at the vine in the distance. He waved his hand. The giant vine disappeared out of thin air. The body of the rock boar, which was held in midair by the giant vines, lost its support. Bang! With a dull thud, it fell to the ground. Chen Guan looked at Song Tu and said, "It's time to go get some experience." When Song Tu heard this, he said, "Okay." He looked at Zizhu and the other two and said, "Let's go." Good. However, Han Lian and the other four were so shocked by Chen Guan's actions that they were speechless. Han Lian stood there in a daze, staring at Chen Guan. "Is this level 14? Huang Ting next to him said in disbelief. After Chen Guan arrived in this world, he often saw this kind of look. I didn't care about it. Chen Guan raised his head and looked at the sky. In the sky, between the blue sky and white clouds, you can see the sun and the sunlight shining down. It's afternoon. It was morning when Chen Guan came here, and now it is already afternoon. Chen Guan walked to a big tree by himself and looked at Song Tu and others who were putting their hands on the rock boar to gain experience. Wait quietly. When hunting, the person who kills the ferocious beast can gain 100% experience. After the beast dies, people can put their hands on the beast and gain 80% experience. The process is very quick. Chen Guan doesn't need to waste much time. Thank you. Suddenly, a voice came. Hearing the voice, Chen Guan came back to his senses and looked towards the source of the voice. I don't know when Han Lian has come to his side, and she is looking at Chen Guan with her sapphire eyes. Chen Guan looked at Han Lian. Han Lian was wearing a blue leather bodysuit that wrapped around her mature and proud figure. Her long blue hair was tied into a bun, revealing her fair neck. She had a pretty face. She looked at Chen Guan with a friendly smile on her face. I didn't know you were so strong before, so I misunderstood you and didn't thank you in time. I'm sorry. Han Lian is in her early 20s, and she is not as good as Qianin in terms of appearance and figure. But compared to most girls, Han Lian can definitely be considered a beauty. Chen Guan leaned against the tree trunk, crossed his arms, and looked at Han Lian. No need to apologize, it's just a small matter. Han Lian was slightly stunned. Is it a small matter? That was a level 20 mutant elite rock pig. He killed a level 20 mutant elite rock pig in just a split second. Is that a small matter? And you have to know that the man in front of him was only level 14. Han Lian was somewhat shocked. She adjusted her emotions and said, "It may be a small matter to you, but it is a big matter to me. You saved my life." Han Lian said, "My name is Han Lian. If possible, I would like to exchange contact information with you." After the hunt is over, I would like to treat you to a meal. A beauty like Han Lian, who is also the daughter of the president of the Ocean Association, probably has 10,000 people out there who want her contact information, but now she took the initiative to ask for Chen Guan's contact information. Although Chen Guan's current body is that of an 18-year-old young man, Chen Guan in another world has lived for quite some time. Chen Guan was very clear about Han Lian's purpose in approaching him. She just wanted to have a good relationship with Chen Guan. But Chen Guan doesn't intend to waste time on socializing. Chen Guan. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the conversation between Han Lian and Chen Guan. A hand reached out and held Chen Guan's hand. Chen Guan was slightly stunned and looked at Zizhu. Zizhu smiled and said, "Let's go and find our next prey." As she spoke, Zizhu took Chen Guan's hand and led him away. Chapter 51. The instant kill of the boss is about to be exposed. Chen Guan followed Zizhu and walked towards Song Tu and the others. Chen Guan turned around and looked at Han Lian. Han Lian was seen looking at this side in confusion. Chen Guan waved his hand and looked away. Qing Yun determined the location of the next target through the tree elf, and the 5 of them left together. Han Lian looked at Chen Guan's back. Han Lian said, "Huang Ting, let someone investigate this person." Huang Ting nodded slightly, yes. Han Lian looked at Chen Guan's receding back and said slowly, "Looking at his age, he is probably less than 20 years old. He is less than 20 years old and only level 14, but he can kill a level 20 mutant elite rock pig in one move. The future of such a person is unimaginable." In the president's office at the Thunder Association headquarters, you sat in front of the computer, looking at the person on the screen with her headset on, and said, "Okay, got it, I'll tell the president." After that, the video closed. You looked at the old man with a goat beard who was standing in front of the French window, with his hands behind his back, looking at the scenery. She stood up and said, "President, 15 bodies were found on the level 10 trial island. According to the scouts report, those scars all looked like they were left by the A-level wanted criminal Xi." When President Jinping heard this, he frowned and looked back at you. He stroked his beard and said, "Xi, has that guy sneaked into the trial island?" Jinping raised his head, looked upward, and said to himself, "Xi, that guy is a first-class genius in combat. But his character is too cold, and he doesn't take human life seriously, so I didn't give him the right to enter the trial island. Who knew he would kill someone for this matter and eventually go astray? I remember from the last intelligence that Xi's level has reached 33. To deal with him, we need elites above level 30. Jinping looked at you. Do other associations know about this? What actions have they taken? You said, they already know, especially the Assassins Association. The Assassins Association has already sent out an assassins team, and it is estimated that they will arrive at the trial island within 3 hours. Jinping closed his eyes. The Assassins Association? So many members of that group of guys died in order to kill Xi. I wonder if they can survive this time. He opened his eyes, stroked his beard, and said, I hope they can learn their lesson. Xi, that guy's ability is too strange. It will be difficult to deal with him. Jinping said slowly, beep, beep, beep. You noticed that there was a communication coming from the computer screen. She sat down and answered the call again. After you heard the voice coming from the other side through the headset, her pupils shrank suddenly, and she said, Is that so? Okay, I get it. She took off her headset and turned on the TV screen. Suddenly, a picture appeared on the projection screen in the office. In the picture, there is a frozen stream. Seeing the frozen stream, Chairman Jinping paused for a moment while holding the sheep's beard. He frowned and said, What is this? You said, This is the information sent by the scout. 1 minute ago, he found Xi's body. He was frozen to death in extremely cold conditions. Jinping held his sheep's beard, squinted his eyes, and said, Was it done by a killer from the Killer Association? You shook her head. No. According to the intelligence, it will take at least 3 hours for the assassins from the Assassins Association to arrive at the trial island. In a level 10 trial island, I don't remember any existence that could pose a threat to Xi. President Jinping was a little confused. Who could have done it? For a moment, he had no idea. You said, Besides that, there is one more thing. Having said that, you paused and looked at President Jinping. Chairman Jinping noticed you's look and asked, What's wrong? You said, Nothing. You pushed up her glasses and said, A ferryman said that the young lady's boyfriend entered the trial island with the young lady's trial card. Jinping held his beard and stared at you. What did you say? You coughed and looked down, not looking at Jinping's field of vision. She said, A ferryman said, The young lady's boyfriend entered the trial island with the young lady's trial card. Chairman Chengping lowered his voice and said slowly, "Who is that guy? Why do you all know, but I don't know?" "Because I only found out about this yesterday, and you were busy with the matter of the ferocious beast island yesterday. So I didn't tell you, because I didn't find the chance." You heard the dissatisfaction in President Chengping's voice, and she lowered her head. President Chengping took a deep breath, turned around slowly, looked at the scenery outside, and said, "Qianin has grown up. Forget it. Tell me, who is that guy?" You said, "It's the boy who challenged you at the competition venue before. He's about the same age as Mississippi." Chengping stroked his beard when he heard this and said, "That boy is very confident and arrogant, but he is only level 10. How did he get together with Qianin? Actually, we didn't know before yesterday." You looked at Chengping and said, "Yesterday, that kid challenged Dongfang Hao." Chengping was stunned. Dongfang Hao is level 30, and he is level 10. He wants to challenge Dongfang Hao. You shook her head. He was already level 13 at that time. The most important thing is he won the challenge yesterday, and Dongfang Hao was seriously injured and is still unconscious in the hospital. Chengping turned sideways and looked at the moon. He thought for a moment. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and he frowned. "Wait a minute. You said before that the ferryman said he entered the trial island?" "Yes. That is to say, when she was on the trial island, he was also on the trial island." Chengping looked at you and said, "Do you think she's deaf has something to do with him?" Yu's pupils narrowed slightly, and she said, "This is impossible. She is a level 33 expert, and his proficiency in abilities is extremely high. Although Chen Guan is special, I think it will be difficult for him to defeat a level 33 she. And yesterday, he used the sword to fight Dongfang Hao, and she died because of the ice." "Sword?" Chengping nodded slightly. He slowly sat down on the chair and said, "Let's do this for now. Let the scouts continue the investigation. This matter needs to be thoroughly investigated." "Yes," you responded. You sat in front of the computer and started contacting others. Old man Chengping sat in a chair, looking at the moon that was being operated, but he was thinking about Chen Guan in his mind. The power displayed by Chen Guan before level 10 was somewhat novel to Chengping, but still within his acceptable range. But now that Chen Guan, at level 13, has defeated Dongfang Hao, who is at level 30, things are somewhat outside of his common sense. One more thing. Qianin actually gave all her trial cards to him. It looks like Qianin is serious about him. Good boy, that's amazing. Chengping raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a kind and gentle smile. He was somewhat interested in Chen Guan. Chapter 52, The Strange Existence of Trial Island. Trial Island. A man in black stood next to a frozen body. He stared at the frozen body in front of him, then looked around. All around you can see frozen ground and trees, as well as various traces of fighting. In this trial island, it is extremely rare to find someone who can freeze a level 33 stream. The man in black muttered to himself, "Russell." Suddenly, the man in black heard a voice. Hearing the voice, the man in black's pupils narrowed slightly. He leaped up and flew onto a branch 5 meters high. He stood on a branch and looked towards the source of the sound. He saw a silver-white lion with a shoulder height of 3 meters walking slowly through the gap in the woods. It didn't seem to notice the man in black, so it walked towards the forest on its own. Level 18 mutant elite, Lei Shi. The man slowly squatted down and said, "However, this thunder lion looks different from the other thunder lions." Thinking of this, the man's pupils were covered with a layer of black mist. His pupils were shining, and he looked at the thunder lion again. This man was the scout. Trial Island is a training ground specially provided for the geniuses of each association. In order to prevent the geniuses of the association from encountering unexpected situations during their upgrades, each association will arrange scouts within the association. These scouts are all of the black reconnaissance type. Their abilities tend to be hidden. In addition to stealth, they are also good at using abilities related to their eyes. The scout concentrated his own source power in his eyes so that he could see the source power in Lei Shi's body. When he saw it, the man's pupils condensed slightly. As the man watched, the thunder lion was surrounded by lightning-like light. The source power of a normal lightning lion will flow along the meridians of the lightning lion like blood. But this lightning lion's entire body is made up of source power. The scout frowned. If this happens, it means that this lightning lion was created by a person with the ability to materialize the beast card. The thunder lion materialized by the fierce beast card is similar to the creature summoned by the summoning attribute. The closer this creature is to the ability user, the more stable it is. If it is too far away from the ability user, then there is no way to stably input source power into the creature to stabilize it. In other words, the user should be nearby. Having said this, the scout looked around. Through his eyes, which were filled with source power, he could see the situation around him. The source force allows the scout to keenly sense the movement of source force. As long as one is a person with special abilities, he will have source power in his body. As long as there is source power, he can see it. But what puzzled the scouts was that they could not see. That's weird. The scout frowned. My force eye can see the force fluctuations within 500 meters. The Thunder Lion is here, and that guy has kept the materialized Thunder Lion so stable. So the distance between that guy and the Thunder Lion cannot be more than 500 meters. It's impossible for me not to see it. The scout frowned. Unless that guy is very powerful, has abundant source power, and is very skilled in materializing ferocious beasts. Only in this way is it possible. The level of a person who can control the Thunder Lion from 500 meters away cannot be lower than level 30. Intruder. The scout's heart moved, and his eyes fell on Shi's body below. Could that guy be related to the person with special abilities who froze the stream? We must investigate thoroughly. The scout's eyes fell on Lei Shi in the distance, and he raised his hand. There was a black dagger in his hand. He waved his hand, and the black dagger in his hand flew out and shot toward the neck of the Thunder Lion. The scout's level is 30. Although he is not specialized in attack, it is not difficult for him to kill a Thunder Lion materialized by a ferocious beast card in seconds at level 30. The scout planned to kill the Thunder Lion and then lure out the guy who created the Thunder Lion. Clang, accompanied by a crisp sound. The black dagger infused with source power was bounced away. The scout's pupils narrowed slightly. His expression became more serious, and his face turned a little pale, trouble. He stretched out his hand and operated the communicator on his wrist. I am you, the assistant of President Changping. A three-dimensional video screen appeared in front of the scout. The scout looked at the moon in the video and said, I found a Thunder Lion that was materialized by the beast card. The guy who controlled the Thunder Lion was more than 500 meters away from the Thunder Lion, and I couldn't find him. In order to lure that person out, I tried to attack the Thunder Lion. But the level 30 attack power couldn't break the Thunder Lion's defense. I suspect that the person who materialized the Thunder Lion card is related to the person who killed Shi. He can remotely control the Thunder Lion, and the defense of the materialized Thunder Lion at a distance can withstand my attack. Based on this, I can judge that the opponent's level is at least above level 35. You said, currently, the killers from the Killer Association are on their way. I will contact the killers from the Killer Association and give you their contact information in a while. You can contact them and join forces with them to find the intruder. Yes. The scout turned off the communicator and looked at Lei Shi, who was walking away. He hurriedly set off and followed him. He looked solemn. One who can control a materialized Thunder Lion from a distance of 500 meters and allow the Thunder Lion to withstand his attacks. This kind of person is very capable, probably even more powerful than Shi. It's not easy to deal with. I just hope that the Assassins Association can send a strong guy, otherwise it will be troublesome. Soon, the scout contacted the killer who arrived. Seeing the killer in front of him, the scout's pupils narrowed slightly. You are Ziren. The killer who appeared in front of him was thin, had purple hair, and wore purple clothes. His face was as thin as if it had been cut by a knife. After seeing this man, the scout recognized the identity of the killer. Ziren, one of the top 10 killers in the Killer Association. He is one of the top 10 masters in the Killer Association, level 40. The scout didn't expect that the Killer Association would actually send out such a guy. Ziren looked at the scout's shocked expression. Then he looked away expressionlessly at the Thunder Lion below. He narrowed his eyes and said, a level 18 mutant elite Thunder Lion? Is this the materialized Thunder Lion you mentioned? The scout adjusted his emotions and looked at the Thunder Lion. Yes, this is the Thunder Lion that was materialized by the Ferocious Beast card. With my source eye, I can't find its user. I was planning to attract that person out by attacking it, but my attack is currently ineffective against it. Ziren narrowed his eyes, raised his hand, and a purple blade appeared in his hand. He swung violently. The purple blade shot towards Lei Shi. Chapter 53. The Almost Invincible Lei Shi. When the scout saw this scene, his eyes lit up slightly. Ziren is a level 40 boss. one of the top 10 masters in the Killer Association. This kind of existence can be considered as the top existence for those with special abilities. In the scout's opinion, this materialized Thunder Lion could not withstand the attack of the Purple Blade. Clang, accompanied by a strange sound. The purple blade shot out by the purple blade was bounced off by the defense shield produced by Leisher's defense value. The scout's pupils narrowed slightly, and his expression changed. Even the attack power of Zirun, one of the top 10 killers in the Killer Association, can't break the defense of the Thunder Lion in front of him? So what kind of person is the one who materialized this ferocious beast? Zirun's eyebrows slightly frowned. This Thunder Lion will not take the initiative to attack. The scout heard this and said, I have attacked it before, and it doesn't seem to care about being attacked. I guess that person with the ability gave it an order, and it is now acting according to that order. This order is the top priority for this beast, so it doesn't care about being attacked by others. Zirun raised his hand again. Purple light condensed on Zirun's arm. The scout's eyes were filled with shock, such a surging source of power. Suddenly, the scout looked forward. You can see a purple light above Leisher's head. Then a huge purple sword that was 10 meters long appeared out of thin air. The sword was suspended in the air, with the tip of the sword pointing at Leisher's head. Snap! Zirun snapped his fingers. The giant purple sword fell from the sky and suddenly stabbed at Leisher's head. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang. Leisher's limbs sank into the ground. The purple sword collided with a natural defense shield formed by Leisher's defense value. Leisher stared straight ahead. The ground beneath him cracked due to the horrible impact force, and a pit appeared underneath. But it ignored the purple sword on its body. Zirun frowned. The scout's eyes widened, and his expression became very solemn. How is this possible? It was hard to believe that a level 40 ability user couldn't kill the Thunder Lion instantly using his ability. Sizzle. Suddenly, lightning flashed on Leisher's body. Lightning spread along the giant purple sword. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang. The purple sword exploded. Zirun's pupilles trembled. Impossible. The scout was also stunned. It was already night. After a day of hunting, Chen Guan and his 5 companions are now planning to rest in the wild. The 5 of them built a bonfire. Chen Guan was lying on the grass at this moment, looking at the starry sky above. After a day of hunting, Chen Guan's level has reached 18. From level 14 during the day to level 18 after nightfall. This upgrade speed is much faster than that on the ferocious beast island. However, now that night has fallen, Chen Guan is no longer so concerned about his level. All he could think about was the scene of him holding Qianyin and resting the night before. Qianyin is so cute. I don't know what she's doing now. Hello. Suddenly, a voice came. Chen Guan came back to his senses and looked at Zizhu beside him. Zizhu was sitting next to Chen Guan, looking at him with a smile on her face. Chen Guan's brows relaxed. Zizhu slowly lay down on the grass beside Chen Guan. She looked at Chen Guan and said with a smile, I want to ask you a question. Upon hearing this, Chen Guan retracted his gaze and looked at the starry sky. What's the problem? Zizhu said, Do you have a girlfriend? Chen Guan already knew that Zizhu had a crush on him, so he wasn't surprised when he heard this question. Yes. Zizhu's smile slowly disappeared. She adjusted her mood a little and smiled again. What's her name? Chen Guan looked at the stars in the night sky and said, You should have heard of her. Her name is Qianyin. Zizhu was startled. The granddaughter of the president of the Thunder Association? Zizhu blinked and said, I remember Qianyin was the most beautiful woman in Leyyan City. Everyone who saw her was shocked by her beauty. However, because of her beauty, she had many suitors. I heard that Dongfang Hao from the Oriental Association was also her suitor. For this reason, Dongfang Hao even killed many rivals to establish his prestige. He also said that he would marry Qianyin. Well, Chen Guan crossed his legs, put his hands under his head, and looked at the sky. That's what happened, so I beat that guy up. When Zizhu heard this, she was delighted and said with a smile, You are indeed worthy of me. She turned over and lay on the grassland, looking at the starry sky. But she is so lucky to have someone as powerful as you love her. It would be so much better if I had the same. Hint. Chen Guan said, There will be. Suddenly, Chen Guanqi moved. He had an inexplicable feeling. Qianyin was thinking about herself. With this feeling, Chen Guan couldn't help but smile. He knew that it was the necklace Qianyin was wearing that was working. As soon as night falls, does Qianyin start thinking about herself? The other side, Qianyin was lying beside the campfire, holding the necklace around her neck in her hand, and she was looking at the pendant on the necklace. She worked hard all day today to upgrade. Her level finally reached 21. Qianyin was fine during the busy day, but when she was resting at night, she couldn't help but think of that person when she saw the pendant on her neck. Recalling the scenes with Chen Guan and being kissed by Chen Guan, Qianyin's cheeks flushed. Why would I think about this kind of thing? Really? How could I agree to be his girlfriend? That guy's just a big gangster. Thinking of the feeling of Chen Guan holding me and resting, Qianyin's heart felt slightly warmed. She slowly closed her eyes. It's just so comfortable to be in his arms. When this thought came to her mind, Qianyin felt her cheeks getting hot. She had never thought of this idea before, and even felt that she would never be able to stay in a man's arms obediently in her life. But now she missed that feeling. She missed him. Although Qianyin didn't want to admit it, her brain was beyond her control. Qianyin used to think that this pendant was useless and believed that if she missed someone, she could just go find them directly. But Qianyin found out that she was wrong. She could go find him, but now she had to continue upgrading and couldn't be away. But the longing for this thing was like a tide, making it difficult for her to suppress it. At the same time, Purple Blade and Scout stood on the tree, staring at the thunder line below. What's going on? Suddenly, a voice sounded behind them. Hearing the voice, Ziren and the Scout looked at the person behind them. What I saw was an old man with a sheep's beard, with his hands behind his back, jumping over from another tree trunk. President. The Scout showed a respectful look. Chapter 54. An Invincible Existence. The Scout looked at the thunder lion below and said, "This thunder lion has extremely strong defense and attack. Even Senior Ziren's second awakening can't hurt it. I estimate its attack and defense to be above level 40. Then, the Scout looked at President Chengping and said, "However, this thunder lion will not attack people. We followed this thunder lion for an afternoon and found that this thunder lion has been killing other ferocious beasts. If it encounters humans, it will completely ignore them. As for the reason, I currently have no idea why that person with special abilities would do this." The Scout was confused. The president stroked the sheep's beard and slowly closed his eyes. Seeing President Chengping's actions, the Scout's heart moved. Experts have the ability to sense the fluctuations of source force. Scouts themselves can also enhance their perception of the fluctuations of external source force by closing their eyes. However, the current perception range of a level 30 Scout is at most 100 meters. It's not as good as his own source power eye. But President Chengping is different. President Chengping is at level 53. He can sense source force fluctuations of thousands or even tens of thousands of meters. The Thunder Lion is materialized by other people. To maintain the Thunder Lion, the other party cannot be too far away. No matter how powerful it is impossible to be tens of thousands meters away. In other words, as long as he is nearby, President Chengping will be able to sense it. Chairman Chengping slowly opened his eyes. The Scout said, "President, what's going on?" Chairman Chengping frowned slightly, then shook his head and said, "No reaction." The Scout was startled, his expression somewhat unbelievable. He said, "Could it be that the person was controlling this lightning lion from a distance of 10,000 meters?" Hearing this, President Chengping stroked his sheep beard slightly. He frowned, looked at Leisure below, and said, "It looks like we have met a master. Since we have met a master, then..." President Chengping's eyes became sharper, and he stared at Leisure below. "Then let me see who this master is." The words fell. President Chengping moved. He leaped down from the tree. When he jumped down, his feet were facing the thunder lion below. A golden light appeared under his feet, and the attack was so powerful that it directly tore the air apart. The air was torn apart, and the airflow around it became chaotic. Once the airflow became chaotic, a strong wind howled. Chairman Chengping kicked Lei Shi on the back of the head. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang. The ground beneath Lei Shi's feet exploded. A giant pit 10 meters long appeared instantly. With Lei Shi as the center, everything within a radius of 50 meters was instantly affected and destroyed by the terrifying force. The Scout and Purple Blade hit aside, but a terrifying gale hit. The expressions of both of them changed slightly. The Scout was shocked. Is this the strength of the level 53 Chengping? Just one kick can generate such a powerful wave of energy. Chairman Chengping put his hands behind his back and leaped up. His lean body rolled in the air. He landed on the ground, stood up again, and looked forward. He slowly narrowed his eyes, and suddenly his pupils condensed, and a look of disbelief appeared on his old face. Half of Leishure's body had sunk into the ground, but now there was no damage on its body. It was slowly moving and struggling to get out of the ground. The scout's pupils trembled as he stared blankly at the scene in front of him. He took on an attack from the level 53 Chongping Guildmaster, and he's still not hurt all? After Leisure slowly stood up, he turned slightly and looked at President Chongping. Chairman Chongping frowned and stared at Leisure. Chairman Chongping slowly raised his hands and assumed a fighting posture. His usually casual and relaxed old face became particularly solemn at this moment. This probing kick has made President Chongping understand one thing. The Thunder Lion in front of him has the ability to compete with him. President Chongping hasn't encountered a decent opponent for a long time since he broke through level 50. At this moment, President Chongping realized that the guy in front of him could become his opponent. Chairman Chongping is serious about this. At this time, Leisure glanced at him, then retracted his gaze, turned around, and leaped onto the pit under the gaze of President Chongping. Then he walked away leisurely. Seeing this, President Chongping's pupils narrowed slightly and his brows furrowed. This guy, he slowly lowered his hands and released his fighting stance. Really, President Chongping said slowly, the person who created it did not give the order for it to attack humans. President, the scout walked over after seeing that there was no danger. Chairman Chongping looked at the scout and said, no matter who created this Thunder Lion, and no matter what it will do next, as long as it does not threaten the humans on the trial island, let it continue to wander here. The scout was startled, and he said, is it okay? Chairman Chongping took back the time. He put one hand behind his back and jumped to the edge of the pit. He raised his head, looked at the starry sky above, stroked his beard, and said slowly, this is the only way. I don't think I can match the person who materialized this Thunder Lion. Chairman Chongping's words made the scout's pupils shrink slightly, and his expression changed. Even President Chongping admitted personally that he was no match for the person who materialized this Thunder Lion. Then who else can be that person's opponent? I don't know. At this moment, no one has the answer. And President Chongping has also left. The scout stood there in a daze. The other side, Chen Guan didn't know what was happening on Leishure's side, and he had no interest in what was happening on Leishure's side. Chen Guan was thinking about how to use his abilities. Chen Guan looked at the night sky, thinking about the various abilities he had seen in another world. There are two main things that Chen Guan wants to do now. The first thing to do is to reach level 50 and then challenge President Chongping. The second thing is to reach level 30, collect breakthrough materials, and fulfill the 6-month agreement with Qianin. Chen Guan is currently doing these two things. In addition to these two ongoing tasks, Chen Guan currently has another thing he wants to do. That is, he wants to see Qianin now. But the question is how to do it. Chen Guan thought about it for a while and thought, maybe I can use my ability. The question is what ability should be used? The ability of teleportation, the ability to teleport directly to any location I want to go. Can I do it? Chen Guan thought. Chapter 55, New Ability Teleportation. When you awaken a certain ability, you need to imagine the color that corresponds to that ability. Instant teleportation in the imagination of those people. This thing belongs to magic, space magic. The corresponding color for space magic should be black, similar to a wormhole. Chen Guan. Suddenly, a surprised voice sounded in Chen Guan's ears. Hearing the voice, Chen Guan was slightly startled. He came to his senses and looked towards the source of the voice. He saw Qianin lying next to him, looking at Chen Guan with eyes full of disbelief. Eyes met. Chen Guan blinked. Success? Obviously, it was successful. Chen Guan looked around and found himself in a small tent. Qianin was beside him. Chen Guan smiled, turned slightly, and said with a smile, surprised? Qianin blinked. You appeared suddenly. You were not here just now. Chen Guan looked at the extremely beautiful face in front of him that exuded a sense of laziness. He reached out his hand, lifted up a few strands of hair that were stuck to her cheek, and put them behind her ears. Then he looked into her ruby eyes tenderly, smiled gently, and said, it doesn't matter how I got here. What's important is, I know you missed me. Qianin's fair face flushed slightly. She did not refute, but just looked at Chen Guan. This is very important. I was just scared by you. Hearing this, Chen Guan smiled and stroked Qianin's cheek. Feel Chen Guan's movements. Qianin blushed, slowly closed her eyes, and hid her slender body in Chen Guan's arms. Don't make trouble. My teammates are all outside. She was shy, but you could see the unstoppable smile on her face. You can see that she is very happy. The person you miss suddenly appears in front of you and stays with you. Qianyin felt very comfortable. Chen Guan looked at Qianyin's expression, smiled, and said gently, "Do they have tints too?" "Well, of course." Qianyin closed her eyes, relaxed her brain, and didn't want to think too much. Naturally, she didn't know the purpose of Chen Guan's question. Chen Guan smiled and said, "If they have tents, they're all in the tents now. As long as we keep quiet, they won't know." As he spoke, Chen Guan slowly lowered his head and looked for Qianyin's thin lips. "Don't." Qianyin hid her little head in Chen Guanhuai's eyes. "You promised me that you would wait until you reach level 30 and find the breakthrough materials." Chen Guan looked at Qianyin's red face, which looked like a frightened deer. His mood was agitated, and all kinds of thoughts rushed into his mind. As a young man with boiling blood, Chen Guan could hardly control himself. After barely suppressing his inner restlessness, Chen Guan gently hugged him and said softly, "Okay, then I'll hold you and let you rest." She responded lazily, and it seemed that she was tired after a day of leveling up and hunting. The two did not continue talking. The tent fell into silence. After a while, how did you get here?" Qianyin was still a little curious. Chen Guan knew she was curious, so he smiled and said, "Well, give me a kiss and I'll tell you." "You rascal. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me." Qianyin said, "I don't want to know." Chen Guan smiled. He leaned down and kissed Qianyin while she had her eyes closed and didn't know what was going on. Qianyin was startled. Her ears turned red all of a sudden, and she quickly hid her face in Chen Guanhui again, but did not say anything. Chen Guan explained with a smile, "This is another ability I awakened. This ability allows me to reach any place I want to go." Hearing this, Qianyin opened her eyes. She looked at Chen Guan with surprise in her eyes. "Do you still have this ability?" Chen Guan smiled and said, "Of course there is. Haven't I already shown it to you?" "Incredible." Qianyin looked at Chen Guan in amazement and said, "It's incredible that you have so many abilities, skeletons, black dragons, so many swords. And now you have this ability." Chen Guan listened to Qianyin's surprise speech, and he smiled like a gentleman. "In addition to these abilities, I also have many special abilities. When you agree to become my real woman, you will know." Qianyin was slightly startled. She didn't know what Chen Guan was talking about, but suddenly her face turned red, and she raised her little hand and punched Chen Guan's chest. "Big hooligan." Qianyin hid her face in Chen Guanxi's eyes. "If you keep talking nonsense, I will ignore you." Chen Guan was happy. Chen Guan stroked her hair, smiled gently, and said, "Now, I can be by your side anytime and anywhere." Qianyin felt happy when she realized that Chen Guan's ability might have been awakened for her. Qianyin raised her face and kissed Chen Guan on the face as a reward. Chen Guan was stunned, and he looked at Qianyin. Qianyin blushed and said with a playful smile, "This is a reward for your concern for me." Chen Guan smiled. "This reward is a bit annoying. Can I ignore the 6-month agreement and let you go earlier?" Covering Chen Guan's mouth with one hand, Qianyin blushed and said, "Don't talk nonsense." Chen Guan smiled and nodded. Qianyin slowly leaned into Chen Guanhua and closed her eyes. She was in an exceptionally calm mood. The next morning arrived. Qianyin slowly opened her eyes. However, the man who slept next to her and coaxed her to sleep last night is gone. "Is it a dream?" Qianyin muttered to herself subconsciously. She slowly sat up and looked around, but didn't see Chen Guan. The ability to go to other people's places at will according to my thoughts. It is really a dream. Qianyin held the teardrop-shaped pendant around her neck, her face blushing. Having such a dream means that I miss him very much. Finish the upgrade as soon as possible and go back to see him earlier. Qianyin smiled. Qianyin thought it was a dream, but Chen Guan knew it was not a dream. The reason why Qianyin didn't see Chen Guan when she woke up was because Chen Guan had left before she woke up. After all, Qianyin is currently leveling up with her teammates. Chen Guan's current level is not suitable for leveling up with Qianyin, so it's not a good idea for him to stay here. Chen Guan's 5-man team continued to move around the trial island, searching for mutated elite beasts. "Chen Guan, your level." Song 2 felt something was wrong as soon as he saw Chen Guan. He noticed the level above Chen Guan's head, and his eyes were full of surprise. Chen Guan noticed Song 2's expression, and he subconsciously opened his data panel to take a look. "Level 19. You're too fast." Song 2 couldn't help but say, "I remember you were only level 14 yesterday. It's only been a day, and you're already level 19? This is unbelievable. I find it strange, too. Zizhu looked at Chen Guan oddly and said, I remember you were only level 18 when you went to bed last night. Qingyan looked at Chen Guan and subconsciously asked, Can you also gain experience when you sleep? Chapter 56. Let me make way for the leisure I created. In the team, Hongju was the only one who didn't speak, but the look in Hongju's eyes when he looked at Chen Guan was somewhat shocked and surprised. Chen Guan touched his chin and said, I'm lucky, so I leveled up faster. Luck. This answer made Song 2 and the other 3 silent. I can only say that your luck is a bit against the will of heaven. Song 2 said with a speechless smile. The reason why Chen Guan upgraded so quickly was naturally because the ferocious beast he materialized yesterday had been hunting ferocious beasts nonstop, which increased his experience. The ferocious beasts on this trial island can give you much more experience than the previous ferocious beast island. Upgrading will naturally be much faster. At your current speed, I think you can reach level 20 today. Then you'll need to collect the breakthrough beads and breakthrough materials needed for level 20. Song 2 looked at Chen Guan and said, Although there are level 20 mutant elite beasts on the level 10 trial island, the probability of the breakthrough beads that can be condensed by the beasts here is relatively small. At this point, Song 2 looked at Chen Guan and said, If you want to break through the beads, it's best to go to a higher level trial island. A higher level trial island? A higher level trial island requires a higher level trial card, which can only be obtained after passing the association's test. Zizhu looked at Chen Guan and smiled. However, if you, Chen Guan, take charge, I think any trial will be no problem. The levels of the ferocious beasts on this trial island range from level 10 to level 19. A level 20 beast appeared once yesterday, but Chen Guan did not obtain the breakthrough bead after killing it. In other words, even if you hunt down a level 20 mutated elite beast, you may not necessarily obtain a breakthrough bead. There is a probability of obtaining a breakthrough bead. If you want to find more breakthrough beads, the best way is to go to a more advanced trial island. Chen Guan said, The higher level trial island is level 20 to 29. When Zizhu heard this, she hummed, Yes. In fact, we also have level 20 beasts here, but those beasts were not level 20 at the beginning. Some level 19 beasts were upgraded to level 20 by chance. So the level 20 beasts here are all young beasts. It is difficult for young beasts who have just reached level 20 to breed breakthrough beads in their bodies. But the beasts in the level 20 trial island are all level 20 and above beasts from the beginning. So as long as they are level 20 mutated elite beasts, they will be easier to obtain in that level 20 trial island. Listening to Zizhu's analysis, Chen Guan nodded slightly. Hello. Suddenly, a voice was heard. Hear this sound. Chen Guan raised his head and looked towards the source of the sound. I saw a man in black clothes and black pants standing on a tree branch. A thunder pattern could be seen on the left chest of the man's black clothes. What puzzled Chen Guan was that he could see 3 black, triangular marks on the man's forehead. This represents the man's level 30. But the problem is, this is a level 10 trial island, and the highest level that can enter is 19. People above level 19 are not allowed to enter, unless it sneaks in like she did. Could this person be Xi's companion? The man in black squatted on the branch, looked at the 5 people below, and said, Recently, an extremely powerful mutant elite thunder lion has appeared in the woods. It is located right in front of you. I suggest you change direction and avoid running into it. It's a scout from the Thunder Association. Qingyan said, Scout. Chen Guan's voice was filled with confusion. When Zizhu heard this, she said, We who are taking the trial on the trial island are all talented people recognized by various associations. People with special abilities enter the trial island to upgrade their abilities in order to enhance their abilities. The scouts are responsible for protecting our safety in secret. However, under normal circumstances, they are only responsible for dealing with some interference forces from outside to prevent us from being threatened. They will not interfere with our normal battles, whether it is life or death. Hearing this, Chen Guan understood. That is to say, the person in front of him was a high-level person with special abilities who was allowed to exist on the trial island. Song 2 next to him said, Senior, our team's hunting target is the mutant elite beast. We can use that mutant elite thunder lion as a hunting target. When the scout heard this, he shook his head and said, No, that mutant elite thunder lion is a thunder lion that someone else materialized using a beast card. There's an intruder in this trial island, and he is extremely powerful. The beast he materialized has extremely strong defense and attack power. Even I can't do anything about it. Upon hearing this, Song Tu, Qing Yun, Zizhu, and Hong Ju's faces changed. Even a level 30 scout can't do anything about it. Song Tu looked solemn. He looked at the scout and said, "If that's the case, then we can't stay on this trial island anymore. If they can't deal with a level 30 enemy, how can they, whose highest level is only level 19, possibly deal with it? If we encounter it later, it will be too dangerous." The scout said, "I've been keeping an eye on it. It has no intention of hurting anyone. Even if we attack it, it will not attack us. I believe that the purpose of the person who created it is not to kill people." At this point, the scout frowned, and he looked back. It's coming. Chen Guan suddenly became interested when he heard the scout speak so mysteriously. There is actually such a thing on this trial island. Chen Guan looked in the direction the scout was looking, and through the gaps in the forest, he could see a thunder lion walking slowly. The thunder lion was now less than 200 meters away from Chen Guan and his four companions. It is heading in this direction. However, this thunder lion's eyes were looking straight ahead. Although it was coming this way, it was not looking at Chen Guan and his five companions. When Chen Guan saw this thunder lion, he was slightly stunned. "Isn't this thing the thunder lion that I have manifested?" The scout mistook the Leisure that he had manifested as the Leisure that was manifested by someone else. Song Tu's expression next to him became serious. After the scout saw this, he said, "Get out of the way and don't run into it. Although it hasn't attacked anyone yet, I'm not sure if it will attack if you block its way." Song Tu nodded slightly and walked to the side. Qing Yun, Zizhu, and Hong Jue followed Song Tu and stepped aside. Chen Guanza still stood there. "Chen Guan," Zizhu spoke. Chen Guan looked at Lei Shi in front of him. Chen Guan is a little conflicted now. This thunder lion is a creature that he manifested himself, but now these people want him to make way for his creation? Isn't this too weird? When the scout saw that Chen Guan didn't move, he frowned and looked a little puzzled. He jumped down from the branch and landed in front of Chen Guan. He looked in front of Chen Guan and said, "Why don't you leave?" Chen Guan looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, who was about the same height as him, with long black hair and a beard that had not been shaved for a long time. Chen Guan said, "That thunder lion is a creature that I materialized using the Ferocious Beast card. How can a creator give way to a creature that he materialized?" Chapter 57. I am a master of the invincible thunder lion. The scout's pupils condensed slightly, and he stared at Chen Guan, unable to recover for a moment. After he came back to his senses, he slowly frowned. "What are you talking about?" Chen Guan looked towards the thunder lion, which was already slowly approaching. He raised his hand. Under the gaze of the scout, the thunder lion glowed blue all over. The scout turned around and looked at the thunder lion. Lei Shi's whole body turned into blue light. If you look closely, you can see blue data of 0 and 1 in the light. These blue lights began to shrink. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a card and flew over from not far away. Chen Guan reached out and took the card, then looked at the scout. But the scout looked at Chen Guan with surprise and disbelief. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. His mouth was slightly open, his eyes wide. The scout subconsciously took 2 steps back and kept a distance from Chen Guan. He stared at Chen Guan blankly. "It's him." Even Chairman Xingping said that he couldn't defeat this person. Is it him? The question is, how is this possible? The person in front of him is only level 19, just level 19. A level 19 person. This person is clearly level 19. How could he possibly materialize such a terrifying existence? Chen Guan retracted his gaze and looked at the Lei Shi card in his hand. It looks like this Lei Shi card is no different from the previous one. Never mind. Chen Guan didn't think much about it and waved his hand. The Lei Shi card in his hand flew out, turned into a blue light, fell to the ground, and once again turned into a Lei Shi with a shoulder height of 3 meters. Lei Shi walked towards the forest. The scout's mouth opened slightly as he watched the animal slowly walk into the forest. The scout's brain seemed to short-circuit, and he couldn't recover for a while. Song Tu and the other 3 who were watching the scene nearby were also stunned. Zizhu suddenly said, "I remember now." Hearing Zizhu's sudden voice, Song Tu, Qing Yun, and Hong Ju all looked at Zizhu. Song Tu said, "Do you remember?" Zizhu hummed. She looked at Chen Guan and said, "Yesterday, we killed a thunder lion, that thunder lion. I remember Chen Guan materialized the thunder lion card at that time, and the materialized thunder lion kept walking out. I thought Chen Guan was just not interested in the thunder lion card, so he planned to play with it and didn't pay much attention to it. It turns out that the Thunder Lion can walk so far. Song 2 touched his chin. He looked at the scout's stunned reaction and said, "It's probably not just far away." The scout said that this Thunder Lion materialized by Chen Guan is an existence that even a level 30 scout cannot deal with. When Zizhu heard this, she smiled and said, "That's not surprising. Chen Guan is able to defeat Shi, who is level 33. It's not surprising that Lei Shi, who has gained some of the attributes of Chen Guan's body, can defeat someone who is level 30. What?" The scout looked at Zizhu. Zizhu was startled by the scout's sharp eyes. Her eyes were filled with confusion. What happened? The scout frowned and said, "Who did you just say defeated Shi?" Zizhu blinked, pursed her lips, then stretched out her hand and pointed at Chen Guan. The scout's pupils trembled as he looked at Chen Guan. Song 2 said, "Yesterday our team was attacked by Shi, a Class A wanted criminal. We thought we were going to die, but Chen Guan killed Shi and saved us." The scout frowned and said, "How is that possible? She is level 33, Second Awakening." Chen Guan looked at the scout's expression of disbelief. Chen Guan crossed his arms across his chest and shrugged. Suddenly, the mark on Chen Guan's forehead, which consisted of 3 triangular stripes symbolizing level 9, began to slowly turn black. Slowly, the 3 lines turned into a completely black triangle mark, matched with another triangle mark. At this moment, Chen Guan has been upgraded. Level 20. Chen Guan has upgraded again. Zizhu had been paying attention to Chen Guan. When she noticed the changes in the mark on Chen Guan's forehead, her eyes lit up. When Qinyan heard this, he said, "I understand." Song 2 and others looked at Qinyan. Qinyan said, "No wonder Chen Guan's leveling up is so fast. He can level up even when he's sleeping. It turns out that when we were hunting yesterday, every time Chen Guan killed a beast, he would obtain a beast card, and he would materialize the beast card. He used the materialization of the beast card to let the beast go outside to hunt other beasts to help him gain experience." This, Zizhu, was a little unbelievable and said, "No, materializing a ferocious beast is equivalent to using an ability. Generally speaking, after a normal ability user materializes a ferocious beast, he cannot materialize a second one, nor can he use other abilities." At this point, Zizhu seemed to realize something, and her eyes shone with a gleam. "No, the Thunder Lion we killed at that time was the first ferocious beast we hunted. Chen Guan materialized at that time, and then we hunted many ferocious beasts, and he materialized many more. But the problem is that the first Thunder Lion he materialized did not disappear, because Chen Guan materialized other ferocious beast cards. In other words, all the ferocious beasts he materialized yesterday are still alive at this moment." Zizhu looked at Chen Guan. Could it be that Chen Guan can materialize many ferocious beasts at the same time and let those ferocious beasts help him hunt the ferocious beasts remotely? "Oh my God!" Zizhu covered her mouth, her eyes trembling. Looking at Chen Guan's figure, her face was full of shock. Hongju looked at Chen Guan's figure. He had been silent all the time, but now he looked at Chen Guan as if he was looking at a monster. Qinyan said slowly, "It seems that he is not a normal person." When Chen Guan heard Zizhu's voice, he subconsciously opened his attribute panel. Through the panel, he could see his level. Level 20. It's level 20. Next, I have to obtain the breakthrough materials. It's time to find another place to upgrade. Thinking of this, Chen Guan looked at Song 2 and the others and said, "I'm already level 20. I have to find a new place to level up." The 4 people in Song 2 looked at each other. Song 2 smiled friendly and said, "If you leave, we have to find another teammate. It's a good opportunity for us to go back to the transit island together." Chen Guan nodded slightly. "Let's go." As the captain, Song 2 led the way. Zizhu and the other 2 followed Song 2. Chen Guan also followed. The 5 people left together under the scout's gaze, leaving only the scout who looked a little dumbfounded. The scout was stunned for a long time before he came to his senses. Lei Shi, even President Changping, said that he couldn't beat the guy behind Lei Shi. This guy. Level 19, no way this. The scout leaned against the tree trunk and subconsciously covered his face. He was still immersed in the great shock. "I came here with good intentions, to remind these people to stay away from Lei Shi." It turned out that among these 5 people, there was actually a real big boss. Let's tell the president about this first. It's unbelievable. Chapter 58, what he did on Trial Island, was discovered. Thunder Association headquarters. Yu, the assistant, was sitting on a chair nearby, looking at President Changping. President Changping went to the Trial Island and then came back. After coming back, President Jinping was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, as if he was meditating. He has been meditating since he came back, and it has been a whole night now. As someone who has followed President Jinping for 10 years, she is well aware of the severity of the situation. Under normal circumstances, President Jinping always looks like a cynical old man with a kind and gentle smile on his face. Only when he encounters problems that he cannot solve will he choose to use meditation to adjust his state. The data in a person's attribute panel will change with a person's age, mood, and mental state. President Jinping meditated to restore his spirit to its peak. In other words, if President Jinping did this, it means that he feels that his current strength is no longer able to deal with the current problems. Zhong. Suddenly, a sound was heard. Hearing the voice, Yu came back to her senses. She looked at the computer screen beside her. She sat down in front of the computer screen. Chairman Jinping, next to him, slowly opened his eyes. President Jinping thought of the thunder lion he encountered last night. The beast manifested by the beast card will possess some of the user's attribute values. The thunder lion was clearly just a level 19 ferocious beast, but his attacks could not cause any harm to it. Then what level is the person behind it? Chairman Jinping frowned slightly. Chen Guan, you, who was sitting in front of the computer screen and listening to the headset, had a hint of doubt in her eyes. What level is he? What does he look like? Yeah, okay. Yu's expression showed a hint of shock. She took off her headset and looked at President Jinping. Chairman Jinping has opened his eyes and is looking at the moon while holding his sheep's beard. You said it was the scout. He said he found the man behind the beast. Chairman Jinping paused while stroking his sheep's beard. His expression became more serious. What's the other party's level? Yu's expression turned a little strange, and she said, level 20. Chairman Jinping's frown relaxed, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. 20? He spoke a little louder. You hummed, yes. According to the scout, the reason why that person wanted to materialize a beast was to use it to help him hunt and gain experience. He also knows the name of the user. You paused and looked at President Jinping. That man's name is Chen Guan. Chairman Jinping's eyes became a little puzzled. Is it him? Chairman Jinping thought about yesterday's intelligence. Chen Guan took Qinning's trial card and entered the trial island. In other words, the Chen Guan mentioned by you is most likely the same Chen Guan as before. You looked a little strange. I can't be sure. It is possible that they have the same name. The one called Chen Guan is already level 20. The Chen Guan the scouts saw might be different from the one we know. It's possible that they just have the same name. After all, according to the information we got yesterday, he was only level 14. It's impossible for him to reach level 20 in just one day. Even for Miss Qianin, with someone secretly protecting her, it took her more than a year to reach level 20 from level 14. To reach level 20 from level 14 in one day is simply not something a human can do. No, President Jinping said solemnly, I know all the young people from level 10 to 19 in the 5 associations, and he is the only one named Chen Guan. You was stunned. She said, the beast that was materialized at level 20 has the ability that even the top 10 purple blades in the Assassin Association cannot defeat. How exaggerated must the data on that person's attribute panel be? You are wrong. President Jinping slowly stroked his goat beard and said, the lightning lion he manifested is not only invincible to Z-Run, but even I am not sure I can defeat that lightning lion. Hearing this, Yu's pupils narrowed slightly, and she looked at President Jinping in surprise. How is it possible? You are level 53. Chairman Jinping slowly closed his eyes and adjusted his mood a little. That boy is not an ordinary person. He slowly opened his eyes and said, back then, when he was on the high platform, he wanted to challenge me. It seemed like he wasn't joking. You looked at Chairman Jinping in disbelief. She couldn't imagine that President Jinping would actually say such a thing. If President Jinping is not sure of defeating the ferocious beast materialized by Chen Guan, then you have to know that the materialized ferocious beast is not as powerful as its user. If President Jinping cannot defeat the ferocious beast, then how can he win if he meets Chen Guan face to face? The strongest man in the Thunder Association, President Jinping, could actually lose to a level 20 young man who is not even 20 years old? This fact, right in front of him, made Yu Jiujiu unable to accept it. Yu slowly adjusted her mood and said, there is one more thing. The cause of Xi's death has been clarified. Chen Guan killed her. Chairman Jinping said, she was frozen to death, but the ability Chen Guan used to defeat Dongfang, how was the sword? In other words, Chen Guan can use two abilities? I guess so. You said, according to the intelligence of the scouts, Chen Guan not only materialized one ferocious beast, but he seemed to have materialized many ferocious beasts in order to upgrade. He seemed to be able to control those ferocious beasts to hunt at the same time. Chairman Xingping was startled. He looked at you and asked, converting two or more beasts to hunt at the same time? Generally speaking, a person's energy is limited. Whether using abilities or materializing fierce beasts, energy is needed to maintain it. Materializing and controlling a group of fierce beasts at the same time requires a huge amount of energy. If this is the case, Chairman Xingping held his goat beard and said, Chen Guan is not a simple guy. You couldn't help swallowing when she heard this. This is more than just simple. This is simply not a human being. This is a monster, right? You said, then, President, what should we do? When President Xingping heard this, he looked at you and said, it's okay. For us, the existence of those beasts is terrifying, but for Chen Guan, he is just leveling up. We can't stop him from leveling up. This is a reasonable leveling up. You thought about it for a moment. Then she said, okay. Oh, right. President Xingping suddenly said, she was a wanted criminal. He was killed. This matter needs to be resolved. Have someone bring Xi's body to the bounty hall in the name of the Thunderbolt Association to collect the bounty. Give all the money you get to Chen Guan. You said, yes. President Xingping thought for a moment and said, Chen Guan is now level 20. It's time to send him a trial invitation. Chapter 59. The new trial island is different than I imagined. Does a breakthrough to level 20 or above require 5 breakthrough materials? Chen Guan wants to know how many breakthrough materials are needed to break through level 20. He used the breakthrough bead that Xin gave him. The breakthrough bead revealed a blue screen with 5 grids. No. Suddenly, a voice came. Chen Guan came back to his senses and looked at Zijou beside him. Ziju's eyes sparkled. She looked at the breakthrough bead in Chen Guan's hand and said, this is a second-class breakthrough bead. When Chen Guan heard this, he looked at Zijou. Second class? Zijou hummed, looking at Chen Guan with some envy. Only people with abilities at level 20 or below who hunt level 20 mutant elite beasts have a chance to obtain level 20 breakthrough beads. Because the conditions are too harsh, level 20 breakthrough beads are much more precious than level 10 breakthrough beads. Breakthrough beads are divided into 5 levels. At auctions, the lowest level 5 breakthrough beads of level 20 are occasionally auctioned. Even the lowest level is priced at a sky-high price. And many people want to buy them, but can't. The breakthrough bead in your hand is of the 2nd grade. This grade of breakthrough bead is totally out of stock. Zijou said with a smile, how enviable. If we want to get a level 20 breakthrough bead, we have to try our luck at the level 20 trial island. Chen Guan looked at the breakthrough bead in his hand. Is this thing so precious? Thinking of Qian's playful, smiling face, Chen Guan felt warm. He smiled. The fact that she would give herself such a precious thing shows that she is very important to Qian. I have another question. Chen Guan looked at Zijou. Is there any difference between these breakthrough beads of different levels? Yes. Zijou said a first-class breakthrough bead can open 6 grids, a second-class one can open 5, a third-class one can open 4, a fourth-class one can open 3, and a fifth-class one can open 1. After hearing this, Chen Guan understood. The higher the level of the breakthrough bead, the more breakthrough materials are required to achieve the breakthrough. When a person with special abilities breaks through, they need breakthrough materials, and those breakthrough materials all come from the beast card that serve as breakthrough materials. When a person with special abilities breaks through with a beast card, they can obtain some of the attribute values of the beast card. You know, a breakthrough like this only comes once every 10 levels, and it is an important opportunity to gain attribute values. If it is a first-class breakthrough bead, you can obtain the attributes of 6 ferocious beast cards at once. The lowest level can only obtain the attributes of a ferocious beast card. In addition, the higher the quality of the breakthrough bead, the more attributes you can obtain. By then, even if one person with the ability breaks through with a first-class breakthrough bead and the other person with the ability breaks through with a fifth-class breakthrough bead, even if both of them break through to level 21, the difference in their attributes will be huge. This is why higher-level breakthrough beads are more valuable. We're here. Let's go ashore. Song 2's voice came, and this voice brought Chen Guan back to his senses from his thoughts. Chen Guan took a look and found that the sailboat had already docked. Song 2 brought his men ashore. After all 5 people got ashore, Song 2 looked at Chen Guan and said, "You've upgraded really fast, but it's normal for you to be able to reach this speed with your strength. Yesterday, in fact, in the final analysis, the four of us were just helping to find ferocious beasts. In terms of hunting, it was basically you who did the hard work. We can be considered pure idiots. If you weren't here, it would take me at least a month or two to upgrade from level 17 to level 18. Zizhu looked at Chen Guan, her purple eyes full of gratitude, and said, "Thanks to your help." Chen Guan looked at Zizhu, then at Xingyun and Hongjue. Xingyun nodded slightly, while Hongju did not say anything, just looked at Chen Guan quietly. Neither of these two are the talkative types. Chen Guan retracted his gaze and looked at Song Tu and Zizhu. Then, "We'll see each other again if we're lucky enough." As Chen Guan's voice fell, Chen Guan's figure disappeared. This scene stunned Song Tu and the other three. Song Tu slowly crossed his arms over his chest and looked at the place where Chen Guan disappeared. How many abilities does this guy have? Zizhu looked at the place where Chen Guan disappeared and looked around, but there was no sign of Chen Guan. Zizhu certainly didn't see it, because the reason why Chen Guan disappeared out of thin air was not because he was too fast to be seen. Instead, he used his new ability, teleportation. Now Chen Guan has to go to the level 20 trial island to find breakthrough materials. According to Zizhu, if you want to go to the level 20 trial island, you must pass the trial. Chen Guan didn't know where he was going to take the trial. But Chen Guan didn't care that much, because he had no intention of accepting the trial obediently, because he knew where the level 20 trial island was. Qianin is at the same level as Chen Guan now. Both are level 20. In other words, the place where Qianin is now must be where the level 20 trial island is located. And Chen Guan had been to that place last night. When Chen Guan's figure disappeared from the sight of Zizhu and the other three, Chen Guan teleported to the place where he had met Qianin before. Chen Guan's figure appeared in a forest. Chen Guan looked around, walked to a big tree beside him, and put his hands on it. The big tree glowed green. Soon, the entire tree turned into green light. The light slowly shrank and turned into a fist-sized ball of light. The ball of light continued to shrink and transformed into a human form. Soon, a tree elf dressed in green leaves appeared in front of Chen Guan. The tree elf flapped the pair of dragonfly-like wings behind her and flew in the air. She looked at Chen Guan, waiting for his orders. Chen Guan said, "I want to find a level 20 mutant elite beast." Upon hearing this, the tree elf stretched out his hand and pointed in a direction. Chen Guan walked in the direction the tree elf pointed. After passing through the woods, Chen Guan found a mountain right in front of him. There is a huge cave on the mountain wall. This cave is more than 4 meters high. There are many tents near this cave. Some people were cooking meat over a bonfire in front of their tents. There are a lot of tents here, and many people are gathered here at the moment. The tree elf said, "It's over there." As she spoke, she pointed to the cave. Watch the tree elf's movements. Chen Guan took another look at the people gathered in the cave, then looked towards the cave entrance. When Chen Guan looked, he found a stone pavilion on the right side of the cave entrance. There were tables and chairs under the pavilion, and a man in a black suit was sitting on the stone chair. Those who wanted to enter the cave took out a dark golden card and handed it to the man, who nodded. Those people entered the cave one by one. Seeing this, Chen Guan understood. This is also a trial island, but the problem is that this trial island does not have a transit station like the previous trial island. Chapter 60 Underground Cave. Because there are no ferocious beasts on this trial island, those ferocious beasts are all located in the cave in front, so there is naturally no need for a transit island. Chen Guan didn't know that someone was staring at him while he was looking around. It was a man who was sitting by the campfire, roasting the meat of a ferocious beast, his eyes looking at Chen Guan. To be precise, he was looking at the tree elf beside Chen Guan. The man said, "Look, the one following him is a tree elf." The teammates next to him took a look and said, "It seems so." The tree elf can help a user find nearby ferocious beasts. With the help of the tree elf, it can help us save time when we level up. This is a good ability. Our team is still missing a teammate. How about looking for him? I think so. The man stood up and was about to meet Chen Guan. Suddenly, under the man's gaze, Chen Guan's figure disappeared out of thin air. See Chen Guan's figure disappear. The man's pupils narrowed slightly. Disappeared? He was a little confused. "Captain, look over there." Suddenly, a teammate next to him called out. When a man heard this, he looked at his teammates beside him. only to see them looking in one direction in disbelief. The man looked in the direction of his teammates, his pupils shrank, and he saw the figure that had just disappeared inside the cave entrance. The man with the tree elf has entered the cave and is walking leisurely towards the inside of the cave. Ability. This guy used his ability. But isn't his ability a tree spirit of the green forest type? Level 20, dual abilities? And what is this ability? Teleportation. Level 20, dual abilities, 1 to summon tree elves, 1 similar to the legendary teleportation. This is a big guy. Chen Guan didn't know that the teleportation ability he used to avoid the security guard site would be seen by other people. Of course, this doesn't matter to Chen Guan. The important thing is that he managed to avoid the security guard site, so he didn't need a trial card or a full team of 5. Chen Guan walked into the cave on his own. In front of Chen Guan, you can see a team of 5 people, but those 5 people did not notice Chen Guan behind them. Chen Guan didn't know much about this cave now, so he chose to follow these 5 people and see what to do next. After entering the cave, there's a long passage. When he reached the end of the passage, Chen Guan saw a blue light. Following the light, Chen Guan discovered that there was a pattern emitting blue light underground at the end of the passage. This pattern is a circle with a triangular pattern inside. The 5 men walked to the side of the circle. One of the men squatted down and touched the circle with his hand. The light of the circle became exceptionally bright, and then, under Chen Guan's gaze, the ground surrounded by the circle slowly disappeared. From Chen Guan's perspective, you can see that there is a staircase leading underground. The 5 men walked down the stairs. It's right there. A voice came from beside Chen Guan, and he looked at the tree elf beside him. The tree elf pointed at the underground cave entrance. Chen Guan also followed the 5 people and walked in. Walk up the stairs and through the long passage. After entering the underground, Chen Guan discovered that there was a different world underground. He was now in a stone chamber, and in front of Chen Guan, there were 7 wide entrances. Over there, the tree elf pointed to the entrance of one of the passages. When Chen Guan heard this, he looked in the direction the tree elf was pointing. After determining the direction, Chen Guan walked in the direction indicated by the tree elf. As he walked, Chen Guan observed his surroundings. This place is interconnected, and there's a stone chamber in every passage. It feels like a giant ant nest. Rustle. Suddenly, Chen Guan heard a voice. Chen Guan stopped when he heard the voice. He raised his head and looked upwards. The voice came from above. Suddenly, the mountain wall above Chen Guan suddenly broke open. A black object fell from above and pounced on Chen Guan. Chen Guan moved his body and retreated 3 meters. Although Chen Guan's defense was high enough, the sudden appearance of something still made Chen Guan retreat reflexively. Bang! Crash! Accompanied by the falling of sand and gravel. Chen Guan saw clearly what was in front of him. This thing is a giant black ant with a shoulder height of 2 meters and giant pincers. Chen Guan didn't know that a 5-man team was passing by behind him. Just in time, when Chen Guan encountered the giant black ant, the 5-man team had already arrived. When the captain saw a fight ahead, he stretched out his hand and signaled the 4 teammates behind him to stop. The team stopped. There's a fight ahead. That beast is a level 20 mutated elite beast, the giant claw black ant. If a level 20 person wants to deal with this thing, it will take at least 5 people, and they must have perfect coordination and tacit understanding to be able to do it. Captain, that guy seems to be alone. 1 person. Also, judging by the mark on his forehead, he seems to be only level 20. A level 20 person, encountering a level 20 mutant elite black ant. Captain, what should we do? Should we help? The teammate asked. The captain frowned. He was a little hesitant. Although everyone in this team is level 21, and some are even level 22, the 5 members of the team almost all obtain their upgrades by buying breakthrough beads with money, and the team's tacit understanding of cooperation is not enough. The 5 of them could handle some ordinary beasts, but it would be extremely difficult to handle such a mutated elite beast. If a girl from my world saw this thing, she would scream out loud. Chen Guan muttered. No, even if a man from that world saw it, he would probably scream. The giant black ant ran towards Chen Guan. This is extremely fast. It came faster than any ferocious beast Chen Guan had encountered before. Chen Guan said, "Unfortunately, I am not the same person I used to be." As Chen Guan's voice fell, countless giant spikes emerged from the mountain walls on both sides above and below the ground. The spikes stretched out in an instant and pierced through the body of the giant black ant. The giant black ants were directly pierced and torn apart by these countless spikes. All of a sudden, there was no movement. The 5 people who were secretly watching the fight behind Chen Guan widened their eyes and opened their mouths when they saw this scene. Along with the death of the giant black ant, Chen Guan saw a blue light composed of data 0 and 1 emerging from the giant black ant. Light flew out from the giant black ant and landed in front of Chen Guan. A card and a blue bead are condensing into one. Soon, the giant claw black ant Ka appeared in front of Chen Guan. Next to the giant claw black ant Ka, a bead with colorful luster was suspended in the air, ignoring the effect of gravity. Is the breakthrough bead. Chapter 61. Invitation to the trial competition. Chen Guan put away the cards and breakthrough beads, took out the breakthrough bead, and opened it. A blue picture appeared in front of Chen Guan's eyes, and 4 blue squares could be seen in the picture. 4 squares, third-class breakthrough beads, not very good. Since it is used for breakthrough, it is natural to use the best. Although Chen Guan knew from the last breakthrough that even if he used a very advanced breakthrough bead, his attribute values had reached the upper limit and would not continue to grow. But since it is a breakthrough, it must be the best. After all, Chen Guan didn't know much about this world. If he suffered losses later because of using a low-level breakthrough bead, it would be too costly. A 5th grade, level 20 breakthrough bead is extremely expensive for ordinary people, and a 3rd grade breakthrough bead is extremely rare outside. But in Chen Guan's eyes, this thing is not very good. What he wanted was the highest grade breakthrough bead, that is, the 1st grade breakthrough bead. Anyway, by killing a few mutated elite beasts, you can also collect the beast cards as breakthrough materials, which is pretty good. There's more over there. The tree elf stretched out his hand and pointed in a direction. Chen Guan walked towards the direction the tree elf said, and the spikes in front of him turned into yellow light and dissipated. Not far behind Chen Guan, the 5-man team stared blankly at Chen Guan's back until Chen Guan's back disappeared from their sight. If I'm not mistaken, those ground spikes should be the abilities of a yellow earth element. But this is too exaggerated. We have seen level 20 users with yellow earth attributes, and their attacks simply cannot penetrate the armor of the giant black ant, unless his proficiency in abilities is very high. How high is that? How high of a skill proficiency does one have to achieve this level? He killed a level 20 mutant elite beast instantly, and he himself is only level 20. This is a monster. I also think it's too exaggerated. I've never seen anyone like him. This might be a monster-level boss. Ring, ring, ring. Not long after leaving the hunting ground, Chen Guan heard a sound. Hearing this voice, Chen Guan reached out, took out his cell phone from his pocket, answered the call, and put to his ear, "Hello. Are you Mr. Chen Guan?" A beautiful female voice came from the other end of the phone. When Chen Guan heard this, he said, "Yes. My name is Yu, and I'm the assistant to President Jinping. Since you have reached level 20, the association invites you to participate in the trial competition that will begin the day after tomorrow. If you pass the trial competition, you can become a mid-level member of the association and receive many benefits and privileges, as well as the qualification to enter the trial island." Mid-level member? Chen Guanxi moved. This is what Zizhu said, the competition to obtain the trial card. Chen Guan said, "What does middle-level membership mean? Are there higher-level memberships?" Well, of course. After you reach level 30, you can apply to become an elite member of the association. You explained softly. Chen Guan touched his chin and said, "When can I apply to become the president?" There was silence on the other side for about 3 seconds. Beyond the elite members, there are counselor seats. Once you become an elite member and reach level 40 or above, you can challenge existing counselors and obtain a counselor seat. The Thunderbolt Association has 5 counselor seats. When a counselor reaches level 50 and wants to challenge the president, a counselor meeting needs to be held. After a majority vote, you can challenge the president. If you win, you can become the president. After all, becoming the president means taking charge of the development and security of the entire association. With great power comes great responsibility. Only when we gain the support of the majority can we stabilize the association. Although this world does respect the strong, an association is equivalent to a country in Chen Guan's world. To manage an association, it certainly cannot be done with force alone. Of course, in this world, as long as you are strong enough, you can handle almost anything. For example, voting. If those congressmen are unwilling to vote for me, just beat them up. Chen Guan understood the general situation. Members within the association are divided into different levels, and level upgrades are determined based on level and strength. Chen Guan said, I understand. As he spoke, Chen Guan looked forward and noticed a creature that looked like a big-eared jerboa hopping towards him. Although this little thing looks like a jerboa, it is much larger than a jerboa. It is the size of a fist and is blue in color. The fur of the fuzzy hair also appears blue. Chen Guan hung up the phone. The blue jerboa's blue eyes also saw Chen Guan standing in front of it, so it quickly turned sideways, trying to escape from Chen Guan's right side. Chen Guan took a look. There was a hint of novelty in his eyes. So far, the ferocious beasts that Chen Guan has encountered have attacked him as soon as they saw him. But this little thing chose to avoid him and run away when it saw him. That's strange. But if you want to run, you can't. Chen Guan waved his hand. Vines sprang out from the ground and instantly pierced the blue jerboa's body. Squeak! The blue jerboa fell down. Its body glowed blue. The lights gathered in front of Chen Guan and formed the shape of a card under Chen Guan's gaze. Cards condense. Chen Guan looked at the card in front of him, and there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. He stretched out his hand and took it. This card looks different from all the cards Chen Guan has seen before. Other cards usually have a black back, like a black hole and a white, yellow, or red frame on the front. But this card is all blue. That's our water jerboa. A sudden voice interrupted Chen Guan's thoughts. Chen Guan came back to his senses and raised his head to look. I saw a small team appearing in front of me. There are 5 people in this team, among whom standing in the front is a sturdy man with short hair. The sturdy man looks at the corpse of the water jumping mouse under Chen Guan's feet, and then at the cards in Chen Guan's hand. His face turned pale. This water jerboa is our prey. We have been chasing it for the whole morning. The sturdy man clenched the machete in his hand, stared at Chen Guan with anger in his eyes, and said, "Hand over the attribute card you got from killing the water jumping mouse immediately. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." The 5 men had obviously gone through intense exercise and were sweating profusely, with their clothes soaked with sweat. At this moment, the level 23 strong man with 2 black triangle marks and a triangle stripe on his forehead was staring at Chen Guan with anger on his face, and he looked as if he wanted to bite off a piece of Chen Guan's flesh. Seeing this, Chen Guan finally understood why the water jerboa did not run back when it saw him after running toward him from a distance, but chose to take the risk and go around him. It turns out that there are 5 people behind the water jerboa, chasing it. Chapter 62, Attribute Mouse and Attribute Card. Chen Guan looked at the 5 people in front of him. Standing in the front was a burly man with short hair, and behind him were 4 middle-aged men in their 30s. They stared at Chen Guan with gloomy expressions. The burly man with short hair raised the machete in his hand and pointed it at Chen Guan. Among the 5 people in front of him, the burly man with short hair is at level 23, and the other 4 are all at level 22. Looking at the postures of the 5 people in front of him, if he did not agree to hand over the ferocious beast in his hand to them, this matter would not be easy to resolve peacefully. Chen Guan looked at the burly man with short hair and said, "I remember that the water jumping mouse just ran here by itself. When it ran here, it didn't have any scars on its body. You said it was your prey, just because you saw it? According to what you said, there are so many ferocious beasts in this cave. I can tell at a glance that they are all my prey. Whoever hunts and kills it must hand it over." Chen Guan said with amusement, "Your logic is really interesting." Not far behind Chen Guan, the 5-man team who were shocked by the strength displayed by Chen Guan were quietly following Chen Guan. After seeing the situation here, the 5 people immediately leaned against the wall and looked over here. Captain Long Mao. They seem to have had a conflict. It looks like that big guy stole the other party's prey. A blonde-haired man said. Another red-haired girl in her 20s took a look, and curiosity appeared in her eyes. Prey? What prey? Oh my god, that's a water jerboa. When she saw the corpse of the water jerboa next to Chen Guan, her pupils suddenly froze. What is a water jerboa? The blonde man asked in confusion. Don't you know about water-jumping rats? Water-jumping rats. We also call them attribute rats. After killing them, they will generate attribute cards. Attribute cards can be directly integrated with the body to allow people to obtain the attributes provided by the attribute cards. Hearing that the blonde man didn't know, the red-haired woman frowned and said, "Attribute rats are extremely rare, and the attribute cards they can generate cannot be bought even if you have money." How horrible, the blonde man said in surprise. It's a situation where you see the prey first, but someone else kills it first. No matter who it is, I think no one can stand it. When the red-haired girl heard this, she said, "Nonsense. Didn't the boss say that?" When the boss saw the water jerboa, It didn't have any injuries on its body. How can this be considered robbery? Keep your voice down. Captain Long Mao lowered his voice and asked his teammates beside him to speak in a low voice. Their voices then stopped. The blond man said, "Red, who do you think will win between the boss and them?" When Hong Yi heard this, she frowned and said, "It's hard to say. The other party has 1 level 23 and 4 level 22. The boss is very strong, but no matter how strong he is only level 20 and hasn't even broken through yet. They're about to start a fight." The blond man suddenly said, "Hide well, don't let anyone see you." As they spoke, the 5 of them leaned against the wall and carefully peeked at what was happening over there. "You little brat, don't be ungrateful." The burly man with short hair slowly adjusted his mood. As he spoke, he looked at Chen Guan and then looked around. Noticing the look in the eyes of the burly man with short hair, Chen Guan knew that this guy had now come back to his senses from his anger, and now he was probably looking for whether Chen Guan had any teammates. It was obvious that this guy really intended to attack Chen Guan. Brother Hai, the one following him, is a tree elf. He is probably a person with the green forest attribute who specializes in exploration. A tall and thin man next to him whispered in the ear of the burly man with short hair. Another shorter man nearby also said, "Brother Hai, he seems to be only level 20, and there is no one else around him. He looks like he is alone. I guess he was separated from his teammates for some reason. This guy is alone, and his level is not high. We can kill him directly." The burly man with short hair narrowed his eyes and said, "Do it." The moment the words fell, the short man was ready. He bent down and slapped his hands on the ground. As his hand fell to the ground under Chen Guan's feet suddenly turned into mud, and the mud tied Chen Guan's feet to the ground like a living thing. "I got you." The short man narrowed his eyes. The burly man with short hair, called Brother Hai, started to move. Holding a machete in one hand, he rushed towards Chen Guan. As Chen Guan watched with interest, the machete was surrounded by blue light, and the entire machete seemed to be covered with a layer of ice. He slashed at Chen Guan's body with his knife. Chen Guan raised his hand and waved. When Brother Hai saw this, there was a hint of ferocity in his eyes. "You are courting death by using your hands to collide with my sword." The hand collided with the machete. Clang, accompanied by a deafening noise. The moment Chen Guan's hand hit the blade of the blade of the machete broke into 2 pieces. Crack! The broken parts flew out directly. Puff! The broken knife was stuck in the mountain wall. Brother Hai subconsciously took 2 steps back. He looked at the remaining broken knife in his hand and looked at Chen Guan with surprise and disbelief. "Oh my God!" The blond man who was watching the battle from a distance couldn't help but cover his mouth. He smacked his lips and said he just used the power of a casual wave of his hand to actually break the weapon of a level 23 ability user. Long Mao's face was also filled with shock and disbelief. The red-clothed man's eyes sparkled. "If I hadn't seen this with my own eyes, I would never have believed that a level 20 person could actually do this." Brother Hai frowned, looked at the other 3 people behind him, and said, "Use your ability. Kill him while he can't move." Yes. In an instant, the 3 men moved at the same time. The short man still kept his hands on the ground and used the yellow earth element's abilities to control the soil to control Chen Guan's movements, making Chen Guan unable to move. The other 3 level 22 ability users attacked together. A fireball flew towards Chen Guan, and an ice blade made of ice shot towards Chen Guan. There was also a man holding a sniper rifle in his hand. He aimed at Chen Guan and shot directly. Boom! A bullet made of black source power flew directly through the air and shot towards Chen Guan. At this moment, 3 level 22 ability users used their abilities to attack Chen Guan. Faced with these attacks, Chen Guan could have simply not dodged or blocked them, but if he did, his clothes would have been damaged. So, Chen Guan chose to take action. His body disappeared from the spot in an instant. The moment Chen Guan disappeared, fireballs, ice blades, and bullets all hit the mountain wall. But Chen Guan had disappeared. The short man was stunned. He frowned and slowly stood up. "Where are the people?" Brother Hai looked a little doubtful. Besides being a tree elf, does he have other abilities, such as the ability to escape? Brother Hai frowned and said gloomily, "Puff!" Suddenly, the sound of blood and flesh being separated was heard. Suddenly, there was a scream. Hearing the voice, Brother Hai was startled, and he subconsciously looked back. The scene he saw made Brother Hai's pupils shrink suddenly, and his face turned as pale as paper. The four teammates behind him were all pierced through the body by the giant spikes rising from the ground. Chen Guan was standing behind the four spikes, with his arms folded across his chest. I think it's not me who needs the ability to escape, but you. Brother Hai's legs went limp, and his whole body fell to the ground. He looked at Chen Guan with a pale face. No, no, don't kill me, don't kill me. Chapter 63, I am the boss. The five people who were watching the battle from a distance were speechless at this moment. The five people stared at Chen Guan's actions in a daze. Did you see that just now? The man in red looked at his teammates beside him in shock. The blonde man swallowed and nodded seriously. I saw it. His figure disappeared in an instant. The earth binding of that level 22 yellow earth element person had no effect on him at all. I saw that at the same time he disappeared, his figure appeared behind those five people. What kind of ability is this? Unbelievable. Hong Yi said, this is probably a power. It looks like the legendary teleportation. Teleport. The blonde man looked at the man in red. How was that possible? That ability only exists in imagination. When people awaken their abilities, many people think of teleportation, but no one has ever successfully awakened it. This ability is recognized to only exist in imagination and cannot appear in reality. Hong Yi frowned. But if that's the case, could it be that he was too fast? But the problem is, even if he was too fast, it's impossible for him to be so fast that even the naked eye can't catch the afterimage. And the blonde man said, it's impossible for a person to be this fast, but I don't think it's teleportation. This may be another ability he possesses. Besides, look at him. He has the tree elves following him, and he has the ability to disappear and reappear out of thin air. And now, there are these ground spikes. 3 abilities. Honey nodded slightly. Boss, this may be the boss. When the others heard this, they could only nod silently. On the other side, Chen Guan looked at Brother Hai begging for mercy, and he slowly walked to Brother Hai's side. Brother Hai swallowed and looked at Chen Guan with trembling pupils. Chen Guan played with the blue card in his hand. He looked at Brother Hai and said, I want to ask you a question. When Brother Hai heard this, his eyes lit up. Ask. Chen Guan said, before, I heard you talk about attribute cards. What are attribute cards, and what are they used for? Brother Hai was stunned. He never expected that this man in front of him, who was so powerful that he couldn't understand him, didn't even know about attribute cards. Brother Hai adjusted his mood and said, in this trial cave, attribute rats sometimes appear. Attribute rats are divided into 7 categories. The one you just killed was a water attribute rat, also known as a water jumping rat. After the attribute rat is killed, the corresponding attribute card will be generated. This kind of attribute card can enhance the corresponding department's qualifications. It is very rare. Hearing this, Chen Guan said, thank you for your answer. If we have a chance to meet again in the next life, I hope you can be a good person. Brother Hai's pupils condensed. Chen Guan waved his hand. A flash of blue light. Brother Hai's entire body was covered by the cold air, and his entire body was frozen into an ice sculpture. After Chen Guan finished solving these problems, he continued to walk in the direction indicated by the tree elf. The 5-man team walked out slowly. Long Mao looked at the frozen body of Brother Hai in front of him. His eyes were full of disbelief. Blue element, ice attribute. The red-clothed man's eyes sparkled. This is the 4th ability he has shown so far. The blonde man said, tree elves belong to the green system, ground spikes belong to the yellow system, and this freezing ability belongs to the blue system. He awakened 4 abilities, and 3 of them are from different systems. How high must his qualifications be? Monster! This is a real monster. The blonde man smacked his lips. As Chen Guan walked, he looked at the attribute card in his hand. This thing can provide its own department qualifications. Chen Guan remembered that the data of qualifications would affect the awakening of abilities. Some people cannot awaken their abilities in their entire lives because their aptitude is too low. Only when the qualifications are high enough can the abilities be solved and the 1st and 2nd level abilities be awakened at the same time. Of course, Chen Guan doesn't need this thing. His department qualifications have reached the upper limit. But Chen Guan was a little interested in this thing. He wanted to know how to absorb the attributes contained in this attribute card. As Chen Guan had this thought, the attribute card suddenly glowed blue. Chen Guan saw that the entire attribute card turned into blue data of 0 and 1, slowly merging into his hands. Chen Guanqi moved. As long as I have this thought, it will automatically merge with me. Sure enough, The entire attribute card was integrated into his body and disappeared without a trace. Chen Guan immediately opened his property panel and took a look. Upon seeing it, Chen Guan frowned slightly. Water-jumping rat means blue qualification. But now, Chen Guan discovered that his blue qualification was still the same as before, 9999999. No change at all. Sure enough, I have reached the limit. Next time if you have this thing, you should keep it and sell at the auction. That way you can make some money. Although Chen Guan has no worries about food, clothing, and shelter at present, money is always a burden. With the guidance of the tree elves, Chen Guan continued hunting in this trial cave. Just like what the man named Brother Hai said, the existence of attribute rats is indeed very rare. Chen Guan hunted in this trial cave for half a day, but found no trace of the attribute rat. Fortunately, however, all the breakthrough materials have been gathered. He didn't count carefully how many ferocious beasts he had killed so far. Mutated elite beasts. He just remembered that he killed 6 level 20 mutated elite beasts. However, the probability of the appearance of a breakthrough bead was indeed not high. The 6 level 20 mutated elite beasts only provided him with 4 breakthrough beads. 2 third-class breakthrough beads, 1 fourth-class breakthrough bead, and 1 first-class breakthrough bead. Chen Guan looked at the first-class breakthrough bead in his hand. The colorful luster emanating from this first-class breakthrough bead is brighter than that of the second-class one. Okay, then you can break through. Chen Guan opened the breakthrough bead and was about to put the breakthrough materials into it. Chen Guan. Suddenly, a surprised female voice was heard. Hearing the sound, Chen Guan came to his senses and looked. He found that there was a small team coming towards him right in front of him. When he saw the team, Chen Guan noticed a familiar figure in the team. She was wearing a black leather bodysuit that fitted her tall and proud figure. She has long, fiery red hair tied into a single ponytail, and under the bangs is a beautiful face. The two looked at each other. On her beautiful, fair face, there were a pair of clear ruby eyes with surprise in them. It's her. Yes, this is the level 20 upgrade site, so she would naturally be here, so it's not surprising that they met. Chapter 64. Meeting an acquaintance in the trial cave. Chen Guan looked at Chen Guan, her eyes filled with surprise. She had seen Chen Guan in her memory last night, but she didn't see him after waking up, so Chen Guan always thought it was just a dream. But unexpectedly, Chen Guan met him again, and it was in the trial cave. Tana noticed Chen Guan's expression, and there was a hint of doubt in her eyes. Chen Guan, do you know him? Chen Guan came back to her senses and looked at Tana. Of course I know her. Having said that, Chen Guan walked towards Chen Guan on her own. Chen Guan looked at Chen Guan coming over and smiled. I didn't expect to meet you here. When Chen Guan heard this, she said, let's talk about this later. I'll introduce it to you. As she spoke, she looked at the 4 teammates behind her. This is Chen Guan. When the 4 teammates heard this, they all looked at Chen Guan, sizing him up and down. Chen Guan looked at Chen Guan, then pointed to a young girl and said, she is Tana, my best friend. Chen Guan looked in the direction Chen Guan was looking, and he saw a girl with a ponytail, wearing a white shirt, super short denim hot pants, and fishnet stockings. The girl has a pretty face and looks quite cute. When she saw Chen Guan looking at her, she gave him a friendly and playful smile. 2 black, triangular marks and 2 stripes can be seen on her forehead. In other words, she is level 22. Chen Guan made a breakthrough yesterday, and her current level is 21. My name is Mu Jin. The speaker was a man who looked to be in his early 20s. He had green hair and an earring on his ear. He was tall and thin, and with his delicate face, he looked a bit girly. Chen Guanxin thought, this hair color looks a little dangerous. Next to her was a tall and proud woman wearing a black cape, with her arms crossed over her chest, holding a katana in her hand. She was in her early 20s. When Mu Jin finished speaking, she also spoke. My name is Lingna. I'm the older one in this team, so I'm the captain of this team. Hello, I'm Zhu Hao. A voice sounded. Chen Guan looked at the person who was speaking. He was a sturdy man with shaved hair. He was the same age as the other 3 in his early 20s. He looked at Chen Guan with a friendly smile on his face. Chen Guan looked at her 4 teammates and said, well, I have something to do. You guys wait here for me. Okay. Captain Lingna nodded. Chen Guan took Chen Guan a little further away. After walking away, Chen Guan looked at Chen Guan, her eyes full of confusion. Why are you here? Hearing this, Chen Guan smiled, raised his hand, and pointed to his forehead. There was a hint of doubt in Chen Guan's eyes, and she looked at Chen Guan's forehead. At a glance, her eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a hint of shock on her face. Level 20? No way. I remember when I separated from you the day before yesterday. You were only level 14. She looked at Chen Guan. It's only been 2 days. She was a little bit unbelievable. No wonder she was so surprised. Chen Guan's upgrade speed is really unreasonable. For an ordinary person, it would take at least 1 or 2 years to advance from level 14 to level 20. And Chen Guan only took 2 days. But the facts were before her eyes, so Qianyin could only adjust her mood, looked at Chen Guan, and said, "Your upgrade speed really makes you not a human, but more like a monster." Chen Guan looked at Qianyin and said this seriously. He didn't care that Qianyin's teammates were still not far away. He stretched out his hand and put his arm around Qianyin's waist. Qianyin was stunned, and her body was held in Chen Guan's arms. Qianyin struggled symbolically and then calmed down, but her cheeks turned a little red. Chen Guan laughed and said, "What you said should be a compliment, but why does it sound so awkward? You are a monster to begin with." The speed of upgrading. She raised her head and looked at Chen Guan. It's a little too fast. Although she said so, her ruby eyes were filled with joy and there was a smile on her face. It's just that. I have another question. I remember the trial card I gave you was only for the level 10 trial island. How did you get the trial card here? When Chen Guan heard this, he looked at Qianyin. Looking at Qianyin's expression, Chen Guan smiled, raised his hand, scratched her nose, and said with a smile, "Have you forgotten what happened last night?" Qianyin was startled. She said, "Last night?" Her eyes sparkled. That wasn't a dream? She thought last night was a dream, so she didn't consider Chen Guan's teleportation ability, but if last night was not a dream, then her doubts could be explained. The intimate behavior between Chen Guan and Qianyin was seen by Lingna and the other 3. Mu Jin was also surprised when he saw this scene. Are they so close? Qianyin actually has a boyfriend. At this point, Mu Jin subconsciously looked at Tana. "Tana, aren't you the closest to Qianyin? Do you know about this?" Tana was also full of doubt. She shook her head and said, "I don't know. She never told me about this. I never thought that Qianyin, who has always been like a tomboy and has never been interested in dating, would secretly find someone." Mu Jin crossed her arms. However, this man named Chen Guan looks about the same age as Qianyin. He can actually reach level 20 at this age. Is he another genius comparable to Qianyin? I know all the young geniuses in various associations, but I don't know him. Mu Jin said puzzledly, "How strange." Mu Jin looked at Lingna. "Sister Lingna, you are well informed. Do you know this person?" Lingna shook her head. "I don't know him." Chen Guan smiled and said, "I came here today to hunt beasts and get some breakthrough materials. I know you're going to level up with your teammates recently, so I didn't plan to disturb you." Qianyin knew what Chen Guan was thinking, and there was a hint of tenderness in her eyes. She smiled and said, "I also just broke through yesterday. After the breakthrough, our team also encountered some level 20 elite beasts. I want to save a few elite beast cards for you as breakthrough materials. But I didn't expect you to be so fast." As she spoke, Qianyin took out 2 beast cards from her waist pocket, handed them to Chen Guan, and said, "I have only collected 2 for you now. When the 5 of us hunt and upgrade later, we will also keep an eye out for level 20 elite beast cards to give you as breakthrough materials." Hearing this, Chen Guanxin felt warmed. It turned out that this little guy was actually thinking about his breakthrough materials. However, this would create a problem for Chen Guan. He said, "Level 20 elite beast cards can be used as breakthrough materials, so what about level 20 mutated elite beast cards?" He was a little worried. In fact, when Chen Guan was hunting level 20 mutated elite beasts, he also killed quite a few elite beasts. However, Chen Guan looked down on those elite beasts, so he materialized them all and let them go out to help him gain experience. If the mutated elite beast card cannot be used to break through, then we have to call those guys back, which is a bit troublesome. Qianyin was slightly startled. She looked at Chen Guan and said, "Of course you can. It's just that the level 20 mutant elite beasts are too strong. Even if our 5 level 21 teams work together, it's hard to deal with them. If someone with a higher level kills a level 20 mutant elite beast, they won't be able to obtain the card. So even I can't get the mutant elite beast card." Hearing this, Chen Guan breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that he had collected so many mutated elite beast cards that they could not be used as breakthrough materials. Qianyin said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I can't bring you the best breakthrough materials." Chen Guan was startled. He looked at Qianyin and smiled. "What are you sorry for?" As he spoke, Chen Guan reached out and scratched Qianyin's little nose, causing Qianyin to wrinkle her nose cutely. Chen Guan smiled and said, "Your husband is not a gigolo. If you don't have high-level breakthrough materials, I could go hunting by myself. As he spoke, Chen Guan reached into his trouser pocket and took out a stack of beast cards, saying, "These are all mutant elite beast cards. I have collected 6 of them so far, which is enough for a breakthrough." Qianyin was stunned. She looked at the stack of ferocious beast cards in Chen Guan's hand. When she saw the patterns of mutated elite ferocious beasts printed on the cards, there was a hint of shock in Qianyin's eyes. She looked at Chen Guan. "You killed 6 mutant elite beasts by yourself?" Chapter 65, Rare Boss-Level Beast. Although Qianyin had seen the abilities Chen Guan displayed in his victory over Dongfang Hao, she was shocked to see a level 20 ability user take out so many mutated elite level 20 beast cards. This made Qianyin couldn't help but be surprised. Chen Guan smiled and said, "Well, those beasts are too weak." Qianyin was startled. She rolled her eyes at Chen Guan and said, "Those are mutated elite beasts, level 20 mutated elite beasts. Normally, even a level 25 ability user would have to avoid them. How could such a thing not be strong?" But Qianyin looked at Chen Guan with a playful smile and said, "Compared to a monster like you, they are indeed not that strong." Chen Guan laughed. "Monster, huh? Actually, I have an even more monstrous side." As he spoke, he put his arm around Qianyin's waist, looked at her little face, and said with a smile, "When you become my woman, you will know." When Qianyin heard this, she didn't react at first and was a little confused. But after a second of thinking about it, she understood. Her face turned red, and she rolled her eyes at Chen Guan. "We'll talk about that after you reach level 30 and collect all the breakthrough materials. You're already level 20, which means you can break through now." Qianyin looked at Chen Guan and said with a playful smile, "After you break through, you'll be level 21 like me. How about we level up together then?" Chen Guan smiled and said, "That's what I was planning too. After all, your leveling speed is too slow." Hearing this, Qianyin rolled her eyes at Chen Guan and said, "Not slow, okay? I'm only 18 this year, 18 years old and 21 levels. There are less than a handful of young people in the entire East Continent who can level up faster than me. Of course, compared to a monster like you, I'm naturally a little behind. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. You should break through first. I'll go talk to my teammates and ask them to find another teammate." Qianyin said with a smile. Chen Guan nodded and said with a smile, "Yeah." Qianyin walked towards her teammates. Chen Guan took out the breakthrough bead by himself and opened it. A blue screen appeared in front of Chen Guan. 6 squares can be seen in the picture. 6 squares. When Lingna saw the breakthrough bead used by Chen Guan, there was a hint of surprise in her eyes. Mu Jin blinked, and a hint of shock appeared on her pretty face. "That's a first-class breakthrough bead." "Wow," Mu Jin said. "It's really amazing. This thing is something that even the top leaders of the association find difficult to get, but he actually has it. Could it be that Qianyin gave it to him?" "Unlikely." Tana's eyes shone with a gleam. "The probability of a first-class breakthrough bead appearing is 1 in a million, and only people at level 20 can hunt for it. Even if masters of higher levels want to help, they can't. If it's at an auction, it will be even more priceless. The preciousness is too exaggerated. A first-class breakthrough bead only exists in legends. I remember that when Qianyin achieved a breakthrough, the breakthrough bead she used was only a second-class breakthrough bead." Tana said, "Even the president of the Thunderbolt Association couldn't get a first-class breakthrough bead." "No, there's a kind of ferocious beast that is said to have a high probability of producing a first-class breakthrough bead." Lingna seemed to have thought of something and suddenly spoke out. Tana was startled. She looked at Lingna and said, "Captain, you are not talking about a rare boss-level beast, are you?" "Rare boss-level beasts? You mean those beasts that can use special abilities?" Mu Jin looked at Tana in shock and said, "That's impossible. Although I know there are beasts in the trial cave, they are nightmares for people with abilities of the same level. Even a rare boss-level beast of level 20 can easily kill a person with abilities of level 30. Normal people would choose to avoid them when they encounter them." "Qianyin is here." Tana suddenly spoke. When Qianyin came over and saw them chatting, she was a little curious. "What are you talking about?" Tana said with a strange look on her face. "Qianyin, where did you get the first-class breakthrough bead he is using now?" Qianyin was startled. Her pupils narrowed slightly. "First-class breakthrough bead?" She looked back in disbelief. I saw that Chen Guan had already opened the breakthrough bead and was looking at the blue frame with 6 grids. Qianyin's eyes sparkled. 6 grids, it's really a first-class breakthrough bead. Tana looked at Qianyin's expression, and she knew that Qianyin didn't know about this. Chen Guan adjusted her mood a little. She retracted her gaze and looked at the 4 teammates behind her. She said, I think this must be the beast he hunted himself, and he got it with good luck. Tana blinked her eyes. He's only level 20. Can he defeat a mutant elite beast? Others also looked at Chen Guan curiously. Chen Guan said, don't underestimate him. Although his level is not high, his attribute panel values have surpassed anyone of the same level. Moreover, he has a qualification and proficiency beyond that of ordinary people, let alone a level 20 mutant elite beast. Even if it is a higher level mutant elite beast, I think it will be difficult for him to lose. Tana was surprised. So powerful. Then, what if it is a rare boss level beast? When Chen Guan heard this, she rolled her eyes at Tana and said, rare boss level beasts are beasts that can use abilities and have extremely high physical attributes. People call them boss, and it is almost impossible to defeat them at the same level. Even a level 30 ability user can only avoid them when they see them. No matter how strong Chen Guan is, he can't defeat that kind of thing. It's a bit strange for you to ask this question. Chen Guan didn't know how valuable a first-class breakthrough bead was. He took out one mutant elite beast card after another and placed them on the squares as breakthrough materials. When Chen Guan put those mutated elite beast cards on one by one, looking at the patterns on the mutated elite beast cards, Lingna and others were stunned. Level 20 mutant elite beasts, giant claw black ant, burrowing red fox, black shadow viper. Looking at the patterns of those beast cards, Tana murmured the names of those beast cards. Suddenly, Tana's pupils condensed slightly, and her little face showed a hint of shock. Wait, isn't it? The rare boss level beast Black Shadow, Viper King. When she mentioned the Shadow Viper King, Tana's expression changed, and she looked unbelievable. He really killed a level 20 rare boss level beast. Chen Guan didn't know the difference between rare ferocious beasts and mutated elite ferocious beasts. He was just passing by when he encountered a level 20 ferocious beast that was about to attack him, and then he easily dealt with it. Seeing that the ferocious beast could explode with a breakthrough bead, Chen Guan identified it as a mutated elite ferocious beast. That's all. Chapter 66. There are more amazing places. Take me to see them. After the 6 squares are placed, slowly, the ferocious beast card in the square slowly merged into the breakthrough bead. The breakthrough bead emitted a blue light and turned into blue data of 0 and 1. Under the gaze of the people nearby, it merged into Chen Guan's palm and became one with Chen Guan. At the same time, a black line appeared in the mark on Chen Guan's forehead. Now there are 2 black triangular marks and a black line on Chen Guan's forehead. This means that Chen Guan is currently at level 21. Chen Guan opened his attribute panel and took a look and found that except for the level changing from 20 to 21, there were no other changes in his attribute panel. Sure enough, 9999 is already the upper limit. Next, you can continue to upgrade and gain experience. All the ferocious beast cards that I had obtained before have been materialized. I am currently looking for ferocious beasts in this trial cave to kill them and help myself gain experience. However, Chen Guan had only reached level 20 at that time. Before he broke through, no matter how many ferocious beasts he killed, he would not gain any experience. Now that I've made a breakthrough, that's all that's needed. Chen Guan. Suddenly a voice was heard. Hearing the voice, Chen Guan came back to his senses and looked at Chen Guan. I don't know when Chen Guan and other 4 people came over. Chen Guan smiled and said, what's wrong? Chen Guan looked at Chen Guan curiously. How did you get that first-class breakthrough bead? Chen Guan said, it's just like getting a breakthrough bead normally. I found a mutant elite beast, killed it, and got it. No, that's not what I'm talking about. Chen Guan looked at Chen Guan. How did you get it? What does that mutated elite beast look like? Chen Guan didn't know why Chen Guan asked this question. He looked at the 4 people beside Chen Guan, but found that they were also looking at him, their eyes full of inquiry and curiosity. Isn't the breakthrough bead obtained by killing the mutant elite beast? Is this strange? Chen Guan didn't understand. He crossed one hand over his chest and stroked his chin with the other hand. He thought for a moment and said, it was a ferocious beast that looked like a python. It was too weak, so I didn't observe it much. Hearing Chen Guan's casual remarks, it sounded as easy as killing a rare ferocious beast or killing a chick. The corner of Mu Jin's mouth twitched. Lina looked at Chen Guan deeply. At this moment, they all knew that the man in front of them named Chen Guan did not know the Black Shadow Viper King at all. But what was certain was that the breakthrough material Chen Guan had just used was the Black Shadow Viper King. In other words, Chen Guan mistook the Black Shadow Viper King for a mutated elite beast and killed it easily. They learned from Xin Ming that the man in front of them, who was level 20 and looked very young, was very strong, but they never expected that this person would be so strong. A rare and ferocious beast, a Shadow Viper King that was known as a boss-level beast, was described by him as a weakling, even a weakling that did not require much observation. Incredible. Qinyi knew very well that Chen Guan was not joking, because she knew Chen Guan. At that time, Chen Guan didn't even know about the island of ferocious beasts. It was very normal for him not to know the Black Shadow Viper King. Chen Yin adjusted her shocked mind for a moment, then turned to look at the 4 teammates behind her. Chen Guan just broke through level 20 this morning. He doesn't know much about this trial cave, so I plan to hunt with Chen Guan and help him popularize some knowledge here. When Tana heard this, she immediately nodded in agreement. He really needs someone to help him popularize knowledge. If a person who treats an extremely dangerous and rare beast as a mutated elite beast is not given enough knowledge, who knows if he will provoke something even more terrifying next? Lingna also agreed. We can go outside the cave to recruit another teammate. Qianyin, you should talk to your boyfriend about this place. Qianyin looked at Chen Guan and smiled playfully. Let's go. Chen Guan nodded slightly. Qianyin took Chen Guan away. The 4 people looked at Qianyin and Chen Guan as they left. Among them, Mu Jin looked at Chen Guan's back for a long time, until Chen Guan's figure disappeared around the corner. He said 4 words, too scary. This guy's a monster. Zhu Hao couldn't help but say. Tana nodded in agreement. I think so too. A level 20 person who killed a Shadow Viper King by himself and said that the Shadow Viper King was a weakling, a monster, a real monster. I used to think that Xianyin's talent was already monstrous enough, but compared to this guy, there is always someone better than you, and there are always male monsters above the female monsters. Mu Jin muttered. I see that your teammates don't look very well. Chen Guan looked at Qian Yin beside him. Qian Yin was silent for a moment. Then she crossed her arms and looked at Chen Guan. This trial cave is different from the trial island and the beast island. In this trial cave, there's a kind of beast that is extremely terrifying. We call that kind of beast a rare beast. Some people call them the bosses among beasts. Not only do their attributes far exceed those of ordinary beasts, they also possess some special abilities. Most common beasts use common abilities, such as breathing fire, launching water balls, etc. But those beasts use some special abilities. With the help of those abilities, they're level 20, but they can kill people with level 30 abilities instantly. Qianyin said, so, generally speaking, even if you're a level 30 ability user, when you encounter that kind of rare beast, you have to avoid it. At this point, she looked at Chen Guan and said, but a level 20 person mistook that rare boss beast for a mutated elite beast and said it was weak. It would be strange if the other level 21 people looked happy after hearing that. However, if a level 20 person can kill this rare boss level beast, there is a high probability that he will obtain a first-class breakthrough bead. The probability that a mutant elite beast will produce a second-class breakthrough bead is 1 in a million. When Chen Guan heard this, he understood. No wonder you asked me where my first-class breakthrough bead came from. Chen Guan smiled and said, it turns out that I killed a boss by mistake. Qianyin looked at Chen Guan and said seriously, I have to keep an eye on you all the time. Otherwise, who knows if you will run to the second floor trial cave. You want to know how you died then? The second floor trial cave? Chen Guan's eyes lit up slightly. There is a second floor in this place? Qianyin said, of course there are. The trial cave has 3 levels. The first level is filled with beasts from level 20 to 29. The second level is filled with beasts from level 30 to 39. And the third level is filled with beasts from level 40 to 49. Each level has a seal that can only be opened when touched by humans. So beasts from the lower level cannot come to the upper level, and beasts from the upper level cannot go to the lower level. She said, this place is very, very dangerous. Don't think you are strong now. If you encounter those fierce beasts above level 30, it will be very, very deadly. In addition, there are some powerful beings in this level of the trial cave. Even if those beings are low in level, they are very powerful. If we encounter them, we must avoid them immediately. When Chen Guan heard this, he immediately became interested. Is there any? Then take me over to have a look. Chapter 67, I am omnipotent. Upon hearing this, Qianyin paused. She looked at Chen Guan, puffed up her face, and said angrily, I am serious. looking at Qiannin's angry look. Chen Guan was slightly stunned. He understood. Qiannin is worried that something might happen to her. That's why she is so serious. Qiannin had seen the process of Chen Guan defeating Dongfang Hao, and she could judge that Chen Guan was stronger than Dongfang Hao. In other words, there were certain existences in this trial cave that were even stronger than Dongfang Hao. That's why she was worried that something might happen because of her arrogance and underestimation of the enemy. That's why she puffed her cheeks and looked seriously angry. Chen Guan smiled, raised his hand, and scratched her little nose. This action made Qiannin wrinkle her nose cutely. She said, "What?" Still laughing. Chen Guan smiled. "Don't worry. Your husband is omnipotent. No matter how powerful those terrifying beings are, I will destroy them for you to see." Qiannin rolled her eyes and looked away. She knew that she couldn't persuade this arrogant fool. Chen Guan said, "Tree elf, take us to the place with the most level 21 beasts." Suddenly hearing Chen Guan's voice, Qiannin came back to her senses and looked at the tree elf beside Chen Guan. Qiannin noticed the tree elf from the beginning, but she never had the time to ask. However, after Qiannin thought about the various abilities Chen Guan had demonstrated before, such as the Black Dragon, 10,000 swords, and teleportation, she was not so surprised and shocked when she saw Chen Guan's new abilities. But Qiannin was a little curious. This is the ability of the green system. At this point, Qiannin looked at Chen Guan and said, "Black Dragon is of the black element, and Wan Jian is also of the black element. If the elemental aptitude is too high, one element can give birth to two abilities. This is not surprising. But you, the tree elf, seem to be of the green element." She said, "Are your black and green qualifications high?" Chen Guan smiled and said, "It's okay, but it's that high." "Not that high, then how high is it?" Qiannin was still very curious. She said, "Now that she has agreed to be your girlfriend, can you tell her?" In order to get Chen Guan to tell her secret, she simply changed her previous self-proclaimed name from Miss Ben to Miss Other. Chen Guan smiled. "When you become my real woman, I will tell you." Qiannin blushed, gave Chen Guan a cold look, and looked away. Qiannin's conversations with other people are all normal conversations between people. Qiannin's conversations with others are all normal communication. But Qiannin finds that when she talks to Chen Guan, this guy always reminds her that she is a woman. His relationship with her is that of boyfriend and girlfriend, which is different from an ordinary relationship. The tree elf led the way. Chen Guan and Qiannin followed the tree elf forward. Rustle. Suddenly, Chen Guan and others heard sound. Chen Guan looked forward and found a giant ant with a yellow body, which looked like an ant but was 1 meter tall at the shoulder. It was gnawing on the corpse of a ferocious beast in front of it. Level 24, Ferocious Beast Yellow Ant. Qiannin frowned slightly. "Be careful, it's very fast." Before Qiannin could finish her words, the yellow ant raised its antennae and saw Chen Guan and Qiannin. As soon as it saw it, it immediately opened the huge claws on its mouth and moved. It was extremely fast and rushed towards Chen Guan and Qiannin quickly. Qiannin Su raised her hand, and there was a blood-red blade in her hand. Her face was solemn. Suddenly, a thorn shot out from the ground under the yellow ant and pierced the yellow ant's abdomen in an instant. The huge ground spike was 2 meters high. It pierced through the yellow ant's body and held it in midair. There was a huge hole in the yellow ant's body, and it suddenly became motionless. The ground spikes disappeared, and the yellow ant's broken body fell down, making a dull sound when it landed on the ground. When Qiannin saw this, her eyes gleamed with a hint of luster. When Qiannin teamed up with others to hunt ferocious beasts, they only dared to hunt creatures that were 1 or 2 levels higher than themselves. For Qiannin, a level 24 yellow ant like this is 3 levels higher than herself and is not easy to deal with. That's why she was so nervous. But she didn't expect that she didn't need to do anything herself. As soon as Chen Guan moved, the problem was solved. Although Qiannin has already teamed up with Chen Guan, her muscle memory and body memory subconsciously make her think that she is still in the previous team, which is why she is so nervous and alert. But now Qiannin slowly realized that she was now teaming up with Chen Guan, not with the people from her previous team. And Chen Guan is a monster. Qiannin looked at Chen Guan subconsciously. Chen Guan looked at Qiannin's expression, smiled and said, "I told you your husband is omnipotent." Qiannin blinked and said, "You are such a monster." Chen Guan's smile froze. How could he receive such an evaluation for killing a ferocious beast? He touched his nose. Qiannin looked at Chen Guan's expression. She smiled playfully and said, "But he is a reliable monster." Chen Guan smiled. I think it will be better to call you husband. Qianyin blushed, rolled her eyes at Chen Guan, and said, shame on you. Having said that, she withdrew her gaze, walked to the body of the yellow ant, put her hand on the body of the yellow ant, and gained experience. Rustle. Suddenly, another voice was heard. Hearing the sound, Chen Guan looked towards the source of the sound. Two figures can be seen not far away. Two yellow ants quickly walked out from inside, and one of them immediately locked onto Qianyin, who was gaining experience from the yellow ants. It immediately moved and flew quickly towards Qianyin. Qianyin came back to her senses and saw the yellow ants coming toward her. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly, Qianyin only felt her waist tighten and her body lighten. When she came to her senses, she found that she was already 6 meters away from her original place. At this moment, her body was being held in Chen Guan's arms with one hand. Qianyin raised her head and saw that the two yellow ants that were about to attack her were now pierced by the spikes and turned into 2 corpses. But at this time, Rustle, Qianyin looked and found that a group of yellow ants were rushing towards her. The moment she saw this, Qianyin's pupils narrowed slightly. Chen Guan smiled and said, it looks like we have hit an ant's nest. Chen Guan remembered the orders he had given to the tree elves. He asked the tree elves to find the place with the most level 21 ferocious beasts. Although these are all yellow ants, there are definitely some of lower levels. In other words, there is a high possibility that there is a yellow ant nest ahead. There are too many yellow ants. There might be a yellow ant nest ahead. There is a yellow ant queen in the nest. That thing is a rare boss-level beast of level 25. Qianyin looked a little uneasy. She looked at Chen Guan and said, a rare boss-level beast of level 25 would be avoided even by a level 35 ability user. We are no match for it. Let's go. Chapter 68, I am interested in rare boss. Qianyin was a little nervous. Chen Guan understands Qianyin's nervousness. But the problem is that with such a good opportunity to level up now, how could Chen Guan choose to escape? So, after Chen Guan let go of Qianyin, he immediately stepped forward and protected Qianyin behind him. Qianyin noticed Chen Guan's actions and was stunned. Chen Guan, what are you doing? Chen Guan stared at the densely packed yellow ants that were rushing towards him like a tide. Black mist came out of his body. Under Qianyin's gaze, the mist quickly transformed into a black sword. The black swords became more and more numerous. Suddenly, countless black swords surrounded Chen Guan. These black swords suddenly shot towards the yellow ants in front. Countless black swords condensed together at the moment of being shot out, forming a giant oriental dragon. Roar! The black oriental dragon roared and rushed towards the yellow ants in front. As soon as the yellow ants were touched by the eastern dragon, their bodies were instantly torn into pieces. The mountain wall was rubbed by the body of the eastern dragon, and dense sword marks were instantly left on it. When this giant oriental dragon flies, its body turns like a snake. Hiss, 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 accompanied by the hissing screams of the yellow ants and the sound of flesh being cut. The body of the eastern dragon drilled into the long corridor and disappeared from Qianyin's sight. Dust was flying, and most of the yellow ants that were originally like yellow waves turned into debris in an instant, covering the entire corridor. Suddenly, Qianyin saw a few surviving yellow ants among the debris. The yellow ants slowly stood up, staring at Chen Guan, and rushed towards him. Be careful, Qianyin spoke quickly. Suddenly, swish, 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 accompanied by waves of sounds of breaking through the air. Countless black swords flew back from afar. These black swords were like black waves, covering the entire corridor space. The yellow ants that had just rushed over here were swallowed up by these black swords in an instant and cut into countless pieces. Those black swords quickly returned to Chen Guan and turned into one black sword again. Qianyin's expression was filled with shock, and she looked at the scene in disbelief. In the blink of an eye, there were thousands of black swords, but only one remained. This black sword was like a living thing, surrounding Chen Guan. Chen Guan took a look at the broken limbs and remains of the yellow ants in front of him. Then he retracted his gaze and looked at Qianyin beside him. Qianyin was looking at Chen Guan with her big ruby eyes, full of surprise. Meeting Qianyin's eyes, Chen Guan smiled and said, I call this move 10,000 swords return to the sect. Isn't it awesome? Qianyin's eyes sparkled, and she said, this is the ability of the black creation attribute. I have seen many people with the black creation attribute, but none of them can do what you do. What is your proficiency in this ability? She was curious, very, very curious. Chen Guan smiled and said, what? Are you ready to accept becoming my real woman? Qianyin was startled. Then she came to her senses, rolled her eyes at Chen Guan cutely, and looked away. I'm going to get some experience. Hearing this, Chen Guan smiled and said, okay. When Chen Guan finished speaking, he noticed a bright light coming from the front. Chen Guan came back to his senses and looked at the remains of the yellow ants, which were glowing blue. The lights turned into countless blue rivers and condensed in front of Chen Guan. One after another, ferocious beast cards gathered in front of Chen Guan. These gathered ferocious beast cards are actively gathered in one place and stacked up. When everything was condensed, there was a whole stack of ferocious beast cards in front of Chen Guan. Chen Guan took these ferocious beast cards. He ran his fingers over the ferocious beast cards. He didn't count them carefully, but it seemed that there were quite a lot of them. Chen Guan glanced at Qianyin, who was collecting experience. There are a lot of yellow ant corpses here, and it will probably take some time for her to gather experience. Thinking of this, Chen Guan raised his hand and threw the yellow ant beast cards in his hand to the ground one by one. The yellow ant beast card thrown out by Chen Guan glowed blue and then turned into one yellow ant after another. This is the yellow ant that Chen Guan materialized through source power. After these yellow ants were materialized, they turned around and walked outside under Chen Guan's control. Chen Guan planned to continue walking inside and go to the yellow ant's nest. Chen Guan planned to deal with the yellow ant nest inside directly. Apart from this yellow ant nest, Chen Guan is enough. He planned to materialize all the yellow ants trapped in the yellow ant beast card and let them find other ferocious beasts to hunt and gain experience for himself. Soon, a large stack of yellow ant beast cards were all materialized by Chen Guan. Those ferocious yellow ant beasts materialized by Chen Guan rushed out like a yellow tide. Chen Guan looked at the group of yellow ants running outside. He touched his chin and said, in this way, the upgrade should be much faster. After doing this, Chen Guan opened his attribute panel and looked at his level. After killing so many yellow ants, Chen Guan discovered that his level was still 21. This gave Chen Guan a feeling of surprise. If it were before, he would definitely have been able to level up if he had killed so many ferocious beasts. In other words, if you want to level up after level 21, you need to gain more experience. Will it become difficult to level up? Are all those manifestations by you? Suddenly, a voice came. Hearing the voice, Chen Guan came back to his senses, only to see that Qianyin had returned at some point, and she was staring in a daze at the group of yellow ants in front of her. She turned her head and looked at Chen Guan. Chen Guan smiled and said, yes, is it a lot? Qianyin blinked her eyes. I remember that materializing a beast requires energy. The energy required to materialize a beast is more than that required to summon a creature. A normal person materializes a beast, and the energy required to support the beast for a few hours will be exhausted. But you materialize so many at once. She said, what's your source power value? What's it? Before she could finish the question, she closed her mouth, because she knew that even if she asked, he wouldn't tell her. Chen Guan saw Qianyin was hesitant to speak, so he said with a smile, don't hold it back. If you're really curious, then agree to be my woman. Give me everything you have. I can tell you anything you want to know. When Qianyin heard this, she rolled her eyes at Chen Guan and said, forget it. If you don't tell me, I won't ask. Next, let's go in a different direction. We will encounter the yellow ant queen, a rare boss-level beast of level 25. It can be said that it is a taboo in this first-level trial cave. Having said that, she walked forward. Wait a moment. Chen Guan suddenly spoke. Qianyin paused slightly, and she turned slightly to look at Chen Guan, who was still standing there without moving. Chen Guan crossed his arms over his chest and looked at Qianyin with a confident smile on his face. I am interested in the yellow ant queen and would like to go over and take a look. Chapter 69, Make a Bet with Her. Qianyin was startled, and she said, don't mess around. That's a rare level 25 boss. Even a level 35 ability user would have trouble dealing with it. Chen Guan still had a confident smile on his face. I have killed so many yellow ants. Do you still have no confidence in me? Qianyin frowned and said, it's different. It's not that I don't have confidence in you. You are indeed very strong, but the difference between the yellow ant queen and the yellow ant is like heaven and earth. There is no comparison. In the past, there were many people who thought they were very powerful, some of whom were over level 30. They all went to fight the yellow ant queen, but they all died in the end. Your ability looks powerful, but if you encounter the yellow ant queen, you probably won't even be able to break through her defense. It seems that Qianyin is really not that confident about Chen Guan. Chen Guan crossed his arms, looked at Qianyin, and said with a smile, Just because they can't handle it doesn't mean I can't handle it. After saying that, he slowly loosened his hand and moved closer to Chen. He stretched out his hand and hugged Chen's small waist in his arms. He looked at the charming and pure face in front of him. He looked at her clear ruby eyes, but his gaze involuntarily moved down and fell on her cherry lips. Noticing Chen Guan's embarrassed gaze, Chen Yin's cheeks flushed, and she turned her head to look away. Chen Guan blinked his eyes and said with a smile, "Believe me." Hearing this, Chen Yin slowly adjusted her mood and looked at Chen Guan again. Eyes met. Chen Yin saw confidence in Chen Guan's eyes. Look at his confident expression and confident smile. Chen Yin's eyes were shining. Although Chen Guan is very strong, he doesn't understand many things. Chen Yin originally wanted to use her knowledge of the trial cave to supplement Chen Guan's knowledge, so that he would not enter those dangerous places. There are taboos in the first level of the trial cave. As for the Yellow Ant Queen, this is a well-known taboo in the first level of the trial cave. The Yellow Ant Queen is not to be provoked. Chen Yin felt that she should make it clear to Chen Guan and ask him not to provoke the Yellow Ant Queen. But Chen Yin found that she couldn't persuade him. He simply insists on having his own way. But looking at Chen Guan's confident eyes and his confident and gentle smile, Chen Yin found that her sanity was slowly disappearing. Chen Guan smiled and said, "Okay." He coaxed her like he was coaxing a child, wanting her to believe him. "Okay." Chen Yin suddenly said this. But after saying this, Chen Yin felt a little regretful. What's good? That's the nest of the Yellow Ant Queen, and the Yellow Ant Queen is a taboo in the first level of the trial cave. How could I agree to such a thing? You have to choose to believe him and follow him to find the Yellow Ant Queen, or you won't know how you will die. Chen Guan was delighted. He moved closer to Chen Yin and kissed her before she came to her senses. Then he praised her and said with a smile, "You are worthy of being my baby Chen Yin. You are so well behaved." Chen Guan let go of Chen Yin, then turned around and walked towards the yellow ant's nest. Chen Yin looked at Chen Guan's back. She raised her hand and touched her lips that had been kissed. It seems a little too late to regret now. Chen Yin hurriedly took a step to catch up with Chen Guan. Chen Guan looked at Chen Yin, who was following him. Chen Yin was wearing a dark red leather tights that fit her tall and proud figure, which was enough to make other women envious and jealous. She had long, fiery red hair, which was tied into a single ponytail and fell naturally behind her. Under the bangs is a charming and pure face. Her skin is as white as cream, and paired with her red hair and flaming red eyes, she gives people a strong sense of stunningness. She has a mature and proud figure and a charming appearance, but because of her age and personality, her brows reveal the youthful vigor and pure temperament of a girl. These elements mixed together make Chen Yin particularly attractive. However, Chen Yin seemed a little nervous now. She looked tense and solemn, and looked around, as if she was afraid that the yellow ants would suddenly appear from the walls or somewhere like that and attack her. Chen Guan looked at her nervous expression and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm here." "What do you mean you're here?" "That's the rare level 25 boss Yellow Ant Queen." Chen Yin looked at Chen Guan. "That's the taboo of the first level of the trial cave." Hearing Chen Yin say this, Chen Guan smiled and said, "How about I make a bet with you?" Chen Yin looked at Chen Guan. "Bet? What?" Chen Guan smiled and said, "It's very simple. You don't believe me, right? Then let's bet that if I defeat the Yellow Ant Queen, you have to do something." He pretended to think for a moment, then looked at Chen Yin and said, "If I defeat the Yellow Ant Queen, you will take the initiative to kiss me." Chen Yin was slightly startled, her fair cheeks slightly reddened. "Okay, if you can really defeat the Yellow Ant Queen, then I can kiss you." Chen Guan smiled. "If that's the case, I'll be very motivated." Chen Yin blushed, rolled her eyes at Chen Guan, and said, "Stop fooling around. If we go further, we will reach the yellow ant nest. It's very dangerous now. Why don't you be more vigilant?" She was now somewhat nervous and upset. Knowing that the Yellow Ant Queen was a taboo on the first level of the trial cave, she still foolishly agreed to come with him. Let alone whether they would kiss or not. Chen Yin would be thankful that she could get out alive. Suddenly, a yellow ant appeared from the passage in front and rushed towards this side quickly. The black sword following Chen Guan shot out instantly and turned into 6 or 7 black swords, which instantly decomposed the yellow ant. After being slaughtered by Chen Guan's Wanjian Guizong, the number of yellow ants was obviously much smaller. What ran out from inside were a few scattered yellow ants. Without exception, all of these yellow ants were hacked to death by Chen Guan with the black sword. At the same time, not far from Chen Guan, a 5-man team was approaching the yellow ant's nest. Every member of this team has at least 3 black triangle marks on their forehead. These 3 black triangle marks mean that the levels of these 5 people are all above level 30. In this team, the highest level is 39 and the lowest level is 37. It is obvious that these 5 people came to this first level trial cave not for the purpose of upgrading. High-level people cannot gain experience when killing low-level beasts. At this time, a bat-like creature flew over from a distance. One of the men stretched out his hand, and the bat-like creature landed on the man's palm. "What's going on?" asked the middle-aged man at level 39. When the man heard it, he said, "It brought information that yellow ants appeared about 500 meters in front of us." The middle-aged man said with a serious expression, "It's a rare boss, the yellow ant queen. If we want to hunt it, we must first find its nest. Generally, where there are yellow ants, it means we are close enough to the yellow ant queen. Let's go. The yellow ant queen will be our prey this time." 70. People die for money, birds die for food. The yellow ant queen is a rare boss-level vicious beast with special abilities. Because of its specialness, the ferocious beast card it transforms into also possesses the special abilities of the yellow ant queen after it is materialized. Therefore, the ferocious beast card of the yellow ant queen is priceless. It not only has collection value, but also has the significance of enhancing combat effectiveness. However, it is extremely difficult to obtain the yellow ant queen's beast card. First of all, the ability users who participate in obtaining the beast card cannot exceed the beast level 20. As long as there is a person with a level higher than the beast level 20 who has participated in the battle, the beast will not produce a beast card. In other words, those who can easily kill the yellow ant queen will not get any benefits even if they kill her, while those who can obtain the ferocious beast card will find it extremely difficult to deal with the yellow ant queen. Before, many people had died in the nest of the yellow ant queen while trying to hunt her. However, people die for money and birds die for food. The price of the yellow ant queen beast card is extremely high in the market because it is extremely difficult to obtain. That height is enough to make many people take the risk of hunting even though they know there is danger. The target of the team, composed of 5 members in their 30s, is the yellow ant queen. However, when they walked towards the direction where the yellow ants were found, what they saw was a yellow ant. The yellow ant was running towards the 5 people. "See this yellow ant?" A middle-aged man in a gray t-shirt walked out. This middle-aged man was level 38. He looked at the yellow ants coming towards him and curled his lips in disdain. A level 23 adult yellow ant dares to act so presumptuous in front of us. After he finished speaking, he raised his hand. A white light shone on his hand. Suddenly, a white blade appeared like a crescent moon, whistling and smashing towards the yellow ants in front. Bang! With a dull sound, the white blade swung away. But the yellow ant continued to move towards this side unharmed. Seeing this, the smile on the gray-clothed man's face froze and his brows furrowed. "Guffong, stop playing around and solve it quickly." The speaker was another middle-aged man. When the gray-clothed man Guffong heard this, he frowned and waved his hand. "Moonlight funeral," accompanied by Guffeng's voice falling. 3 half-moon blades made of white light swept out and slashed towards the yellow ant. Seeing Guffeng's actions, the other 4 were stunned at first, and then showed strange expressions. Moonlight Funeral is Guffeng's first-level ability, but the problem is Guffeng is level 37. He actually needs to use his first-level ability to deal with a yellow ant. Bang, bang, bang. 3 muffled sounds. The yellow ant didn't slow down at all and was running towards his side quickly. Seeing this, Guffeng's face changed. No, this is not an ordinary yellow ant. Others also noticed that something was wrong. They began to attack the yellow ants one by one. However, all these attacks had no effect. The yellow ant continued to move towards this side. Under the gaze of the 5 people, the yellow ant walked past them and left. Seeing this, Guffong looked at this, his face full of astonishment. What is going on? Rustle, rustle. Suddenly, before the 5 of them could think about it, another sound came. When the 5 of them came to their senses and looked, the scene they saw made them feel as if their souls had left their bodies. I saw countless densely packed yellow ants, like yellow waves, rushing towards this side. The large number and fast speed made the 5 people's faces turn pale as paper. Attack. Abilities of various colors blasted towards the tide of yellow ants in front. However, these attacks had no effect on the yellow ants in front of them. How is it possible? When the captain saw this, his face changed drastically, and he quickly gave an order, "Run." The 5 people turned around hurriedly and ran forward quickly. They were extremely panic-stricken. They couldn't figure out why these yellow ants were immune to their attacks. Yellow ants are divided into levels according to whether they are young or adult, ranging from level 20 to level 26. But even if these yellow ants are all level 26, they cannot withstand the ability attacks of a level 39 ability user. But now the fact is before them. That is, they can't hurt these yellow ants. They can only run. However, there was no one in their team who could help them increase their speed. How could the human body possibly outrun a yellow ant? Soon the tide of yellow ants engulfed them. However, the 5 people in the yellow ant tide discovered a strange situation. They found that all the yellow ants passed by them and had no intention of touching them. These yellow ants are just passing by. Soon, the yellow ants ran away. The 5 people were left staring at the gradually receding tide of yellow ants in a daze, unable to recover for a moment. "Captain Wang Yin, what's going on?" Gufeng couldn't help but look at his captain. Wang Yin shook his head. "I don't know. I've never encountered such a situation before." Having said that, Wang Yin subconsciously turned around and looked in the direction where the yellow ant tide was coming from. "If you want to know what happened, go in that direction and we'll find out." The other 4 looked at Wang Yin. At this moment, they were all a little confused. They had spent several years in this trial cave in order to upgrade, so they were very familiar with this trial cave. After reaching level 30 or so, in this trial cave, they can easily kill all the ferocious beasts except the rare bioassistus level ones. Things like yellow ants are the worst of trash. In their opinion, they can be easily crushed to death anytime and anywhere. But at this moment, they were all confused, because they found that their attacks could not even hurt a tiny yellow ant. I heard Wang Yin continue to walk towards the yellow ant's nest. Compared to the beginning when they fought hard for money, they are now feeling uneasy and hesitant. As the captain, Wang Yin naturally knew what his teammates were thinking. He said, "It's okay. If you don't want to go any further, you can leave." "No," Gufeng said. "I also want to go in and take a look. I also want to know what is going on. I want to know that too." "Me too. I want to go see it too." When Wang Yin heard this, he nodded slightly and said, "Let's go." The 5 people continued to walk inside. This time, they did not encounter another tide of yellow ants, nor did they encounter any other yellow ants. They came to the entrance of the yellow ant nest and saw the condition of the entrance passage. The expressions of the 5 people changed. "What is this?" Wang Yin looked at everything in front of him with shock on his face. In the corridor in front of the 5 of them lay countless broken corpses of yellow ants. None of the yellow ant corpses were intact. The corridor in front of us was like a grave for the yellow ants, which was shocking. Was this done by a human? Who can do this? They were shocked by the scene before them. Swish! Suddenly, there was movement ahead. "Here's some noise." The 5 people looked at each other. Wang Yin said, "That person must still be inside. Let's go in and take a look." Chapter 71, Instant Kill. After being shocked, Wang Yin and the others felt extremely curious. This strong curiosity drove them to walk towards the yellow ant's nest. At the same time, Chen Guan passed through the winding corridor of the yellow ant nest and came to an extremely huge stone chamber. In this stone chamber, Chen Guan saw a huge creature inside. The creature's upper body is similar to that of a human and can stand upright, but it has the head and body of an ant. Its lower body is also that of an ant, with a huge belly behind it. In this stone chamber, there are countless yellow insect eggs as big as an adult. There were so many insect eggs that they directly surrounded the yellow ant queen. The yellow ant queen turned her head, her antennae moved, and her eyes stared at Chen Guan and Qian Yin. When Qian Yin saw the yellow ant queen, her face turned pale. Yellow ant queen, a level 25 rare boss-level beast. She tightly grasped the blood-red sword that she had prepared long ago and looked at the yellow ant queen in front of her with anxiety in her eyes. "Captain, look, it's the yellow ant queen." At the entrance of the stone chamber, the 5-man team brought by Wang Yin had arrived. Gufeng immediately saw the yellow ant queen facing Chen Guan. Wang Yin's expression was solemn. "Yes, that is the yellow ant queen." After saying that, Wang Yin's gaze fell on Chen Guan and Qian Yin, who were facing the yellow ant queen. "Those 2 people," Wang Yin frowned. "Level 21. These 2 are both level 21. Gufeng suddenly said. "How did a level 21 Esper make it here alive?" "No," Wang Yin said. "We saw many bodies of dead yellow ants along the way. The person who could kill so many yellow ants could not be only level 21. There must be a third person. That person's level must be at least above level 40, and he must have awakened the second transformation ability. As he spoke, Wang Yin looked around. But what he saw was no other human beings except the densely packed insect eggs and the yellow ants working next to the eggs. Captain, look at that man. He has a sword around him. When Wang Yin heard this, he looked at Chen Guan. There was a black sword surrounding Chen Guan. Seeing this, Wang Yin said, "What's wrong?" "We walked along the corridor before, and all the bodies of the yellow ants we saw along the way were cut into pieces by swords, and there were many dense sword marks on the walls." Gufeng paused and said, "Could it be left by his sword?" Wang Yin was stunned and looked at Gufeng. The other teammates heard it. "That's impossible. That guy doesn't even look 20 years old, and his level is only 21. The number and strength of those sword marks cannot be achieved without being level 40 or the second awakening." "Yes, and there's only one black sword around him. How long would it take to scrape the wall of the corridor like that?" It started. Suddenly, someone shouted. When the voices came together, the 5 people looked into the stone chamber. Inside the stone chamber, the yellow ant queen did not move, but the yellow ants that were taking care of the insect eggs had moved. Groups of yellow ants put aside the task of taking care of the insect eggs. They began to gather and quickly rushed towards Chen Guan and Xin Ming. Xin Ming looked nervous. She looked at the yellow ants surrounding her from all directions, and then subconsciously looked at Chen Guan beside her. Chen Guan crossed his arms across his chest, 10,000 swords, accompanied by Chen Guan's voice. The black swords surrounding Chen Guan suddenly turned into countless black swords. There are a large number of these black swords, and they are densely packed. They revolved around Chen Guan and turned into a vortex made up of black swords, which suddenly expanded. The yellow ants rushing in from all directions were all swallowed up by the vortex of the black sword the moment they touched the vortex. Then, it was cut into countless fragments by the sharp blade of the black sword. The 5 people from Wang Yin who were watching the fight were stunned. After the black sword swept away the yellow ants. Return to the clan. Suddenly, countless black swords flew up. They gathered together and turned into a pitch-black oriental dragon, which suddenly swooped down towards the yellow ant queen in front. Wang Yin saw this scene and thought, "This guy's ability is too strong, but the yellow ant queen is a rare boss-level beast of level 25, and its own defense value is more than 300. A level 21 ability user cannot break the yellow ant queen's defense no matter what." Xin Ming also saw Chen Guan's attack on the yellow ant queen, and there was tension in her eyes. She will also be very clear. Chen Guan possesses powerful source power and terrifying ability proficiency. He can use the powerful source power to create countless black swords, and then use the terrifying ability proficiency to control them. However, the strength of the ability's attack power is based on the ability user's attack power value. Chinny knew that Chen Guan's attack power was stronger than any person of the same level, so it was not surprising that he could kill the yellow ant instantly. But this is a yellow ant queen, a rare boss. Its defense is extremely strong. No matter how great Chen Guan's abilities are, if he can't break the yellow ant queen's defense, then everything will be in vain. Accompanied by Chinny's nervousness and uneasiness, the giant oriental dragon made of black swords seemed to have heard the doubts in these people's hearts. It opened its mouth and roared suddenly. Roar! The sound was so loud and deafening. The yellow ant queen was attacked and became angry. She opened her bloody mouth and made a sharp hissing sound. The eastern dragon slammed into the huge body of the yellow ant queen. With almost no pause, the body of the eastern dragon instantly tore through the defensive shield formed by the yellow ant queen's defense value. In an instant, the body of the eastern dragon penetrated the body of the yellow ant queen. After the entire eastern dragon pierced the yellow ant queen, it flew upwards and then from top to bottom, hit the yellow ant queen. The sharp black sword decomposed the entire body of the yellow ant queen in an instant. The black swords gathered again and condensed into one black sword, returned to Chen Guan, and slowly rotated around Chen Guan. This scene fell into Chining's eyes. Chining's bra, wrapped in tight fabric, rose and fell slightly with her breathing. She stared blankly at the scene in front of her, with only shock remaining on her delicate face. Chining thought that she would be in danger if she followed Chen Guan in here. Even if Chen Guan could fight the yellow ant queen, it would still be a tough battle. But Chinny never expected that the battle between Chen Guan and the yellow ant queen would be resolved in less than a second. Chen looked at Chen Guan beside her. That rare boss of level 25, that rare boss that even people with abilities at level 30 or above would avoid, was easily dealt with by Chen Guan, who was only level 21. Is this still a human being? The entrance to the stone chamber. The five people, including Wang Yin, stared at this scene in a daze. They stood there in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. Chapter 72, a level 39 person is afraid of a level 21 person like me? After a long while, Gufeng said, Am I dreaming? A level 21 user killed a level 25 rare boss in one move. Who the hell is this guy? How can there be such a person in this world? This is a monster. Suddenly, Chen Guan was composed of blue data of zeros and ones. Seeing this, Chen Guan reached out and took it. This is a Ferocious Beast card, a level 25 rare boss Ferocious Beast card. A rare boss beast card, gray in color. Even the color of the back of the beast card is gray. It is similar to the evil beast card with the attribute of rat that we encountered before, but the attribute of rat is blue, while this one is gray. This is the Ferocious Beast card of the Yellow Ant Queen. Chen suddenly spoke. Chen Guan looked at Chen. Chen said, Many beast cards don't have much significance in combat, but rare boss beast cards are different. Although it takes more energy to use than other beast cards, the role it can play is huge. The Yellow Ant Queen's Ferocious Beast card is currently in short supply in the market. It is even more valuable than the Light Deer card. Having said this, Chen looked at Chen Guan and said, You can take this thing to the auction house to sell it. Money is useful in any world. This thing can be sold when you're short of money. As for now, Chen Guan waved his hand. The Yellow Ant Queen Beast card in his hand turned into blue light. The light condensed into the shape of the Yellow Ant Queen and eventually turned into a giant Yellow Ant Queen. Under Chen Guan's control, the Yellow Ant Queen walked towards the exit of the stone chamber. Chen Guan's brows relaxed as he watched the Yellow Ant Queen using her four legs to support her huge body as she walked towards the entrance of the stone chamber. In this level of the trial cave, with the blessing of Chen Guan's own attributes, even a yellow ant can basically walk sideways in this level of the trial cave. It doesn't matter if there's no need to materialize the Yellow Ant Queen. However, one more is better than one less. The entrance to the stone chamber. When Wang Yin and his five companions saw the Yellow Ant Queen walking towards them, they knew that Chen Guan had no reason to attack them. But when they saw this huge creature with a shoulder height of 4 meters, which was as big as a small mountain, coming towards them, the five of them turned pale and leaned against the mountain wall in panic. The huge body of the Yellow Ant Queen passed in front of the five people. Looking at the huge Queen Huang, the five people couldn't help swallowing. They subconsciously looked at the back of the Yellow Ant Queen and saw that she continued to walk out without stopping. He materialized the beast card and controlled the beast remotely. A remotely controlled beast? Suddenly, Wang Yin had a flash of inspiration, and he looked a little surprised. Could it be that those yellow ants we encountered before were all his manifestations? Gufeng looked at Wang Yin. No way, but if that's the case, then the number is too much. Wang Yin retracted his gaze and looked at Chen Guan in the stone chamber. There's so many of them. Didn't you just see that he controlled so many creations by himself? Although he is only level 21, the source power he possesses is probably like the sea, which is unbelievable. But is there really such a person in this world? He can materialize hundreds of yellow ants at the same time. Did you see it just now? Chen withdrew her gaze and walked towards the remains of the Yellow Ant Queen. Chen Guan knew that Chen was planning to gain experience points from the Yellow Ant Queen. Looking at Chen's actions, Chen Guan also subconsciously opened his attribute panel. The more powerful the monster, the more experience he can gain. Although this Yellow Ant Queen is 4 levels higher than me, Chen said that this thing is ridiculously powerful, so it must have a lot of experience. Sure enough, Chen Guan found that his level had increased from level 21 to level 22. If you want to level up, it is best to hunt ferocious beasts of the same level as yourself. Regardless of whether those ferocious beasts are higher or lower in level than you, their experience will be reduced. Therefore, it is best to hunt ferocious beasts of the same level as yourself, but the more powerful the beast, the more experience it can give. Although the experience points he gained from hunting the Yellow Ant Queen were indeed less than those of the same level of ferocious beasts, the experience points of the Yellow Ant Queen itself were extremely large, so they naturally helped him level up. Chen Guan looked at Chen. As Chen gained experience from the Yellow Ant Queen, a black line appeared on her forehead. She also went from level 21 to level 22. Chen Guan withdrew his gaze and looked towards the entrance of the stone chamber. Chen Guan noticed that there was someone at the entrance of the stone chamber. But given the situation just now, he didn't have time to deal with those people. Now Chen Guan plans to see what they want to do. Wang Yin and the other 5 people saw Chen Guan's gaze falling on them. Wang Yin met Chen Guan's eyes that were devoid of any emotion, and he immediately felt unprecedented pressure. Although the man in front of him was of a lower level than him, Wang Yin was 100% sure that if the man in front of him wanted to kill him, he only needed a thought, and he and his teammates would be cut into pieces by the sword like the Yellow Ant Queen. In order to avoid misunderstanding, Wang Yin quickly put on a friendly smile and nodded to Chen Guan. It was a friendly greeting to Chen Guan. "Do you know them?" Suddenly, Chen Yin's voice came from beside him. Hearing this voice, Chen Guan said, "I don't know them. They should be people with special abilities passing by. They don't seem to have any hostility, and they don't have any intention of coming over to talk to us." Chen Guan said, "Ignore them." Chen Guan retracted his gaze and looked at Chen Yin beside him. Looking at Chen Yin's charming, pure, and beautiful face, Chen Guan smiled and said, "Do you remember the bet you promised me before?" Seeing that Chen Guan and Chen Yin ignored him, Wang Yin breathed a sigh of relief. He said, "The Yellow Ant Queen is gone. It's time for us to leave." Wang Yin said this and was about to leave. "Wait a minute, Wang Yin, look at that woman. She looks familiar." When Wang Yin heard this, he turned around and looked at Chen Guan and Chen Yin. "Isn't that woman the granddaughter of President Cheng Ping, Miss Chen Yin?" Miss Chen Yin. It is said that Miss Chen Yin is the most beautiful woman in Leyyan City. I didn't pay much attention to her just now, but now I see that she's really beautiful. That person is with Miss Chen Yin. Could they be? I heard Chen Guan talking about the bet. When Chen Yin heard this, her face turned red. She didn't even think about what would happen after Chen Guan won at that time. She was thinking at the time that she could motivate Chen Guan through this method. But now Chen Yin discovered that motivating herself comes at a price. Chapter 73. Source Power is the source of all things. Chen Yin looked at Chen Guan, her face blushing. She stood on tiptoe slightly, and then kissed Chen Guan on the cheek. When Wang Yin and the other 5 saw this scene, they all suddenly showed an expression of enlightenment. Chen Guan looked at Chen Yin. After Chen Yin took the initiative to kiss her, she couldn't help but blush. She said, "Are you satisfied now? Where are we going to level up now?" She looked at Chen Guan with her big eyes. Chen Guan smiled and said, "Not satisfied. If possible, I would like to come a few more times." Chen Yin was startled. Her face turned red. "Stop joking. I'm talking about serious matters. It's serious business. I want to have a baby with my wife. There should be nothing more serious than this," Chen Guan said with a smile. When Chen Yin heard this, her face turned even redder. She rolled her eyes at Chen Guan and said, "Okay, I won't talk to you about this anymore. You are so dishonest." Gurgle. Suddenly, Chen Yin's stomach made a sound. Hearing this, Chen Yin felt a little embarrassed. She looked at Chen Guan and said, "Eat first. After you finish eating, we can continue to upgrade." Chen Guan smiled and said, "I'll listen to you. Did you bring anything to eat?" Hearing this, Chen Guan said, "No. Do you need to bring anything else?" Before, when Chen Guan lived in the wild, he would just make a fire and roast the meat of ferocious beasts to eat. Although the taste is average, Chen Guan is not picky. For him, as long as the food can fill his stomach, it's fine. Chen Yin was slightly stunned, and she looked at Chen Guan. When she first met Chen Guan, Chen Yin felt that she was superior. But now Chen Yin discovered that the man in front of her was very mysterious and very powerful. He was so powerful that even she, who was of a similar level to him, felt deeply weak. But Chen Yin didn't want the gap between herself and him to be too big. Now, after hearing Chen Guan's speech, Chen Yin suddenly realized that she also had some strengths over him. At least in terms of some common sense in the wild, Chen Yin found that she was much better than the man in front of her. Thinking of this, Chen Yin felt more relaxed. She rarely smiled. We are in a cave. Although there's a lot of space here, it is easy to attract ferocious beasts if we make a fire. Besides, there is no wood or anything like that here, so we can't make a fire. So if we use this place to hunt, we can only bring our own food and water. Chen Yin took out 2 square pieces of something wrapped in tin foil from her waist pocket and handed one of them to Chen Guan. Chen Guan took it and looked at the flat block in his hand. Chen Yin said, "This is combat rations. Eating one piece will keep you from getting hungry for the whole day. I brought a lot of this stuff." As she spoke, Chen Yin opened the tin foil, then put the dry food, which was compressed by something unknown, into her mouth and started eating it. Chen Guan also opened the tin foil and took a bite. This thing is like compressed biscuits. It tastes okay, but it's a little hard. At the same time, after eating it, Chen Guan immediately felt a little thirsty. Chen Guan said, "Do you have any water?" When Qianyin heard this, she shook her head. No. No. Chen Guan looked at Qianyin and said, "What if you are thirsty? Someone will be in charge. There was someone in the previous team who was a blue ocean type. That person can make fresh water for drinking. Well, if you're thirsty and feeling uncomfortable, we can leave the trial cave and get some water outside, and then come back later." Hearing this, Chen Guan said, "Can the fresh water produced by the ability user be drunk?" Chen Guan really didn't know this. Can the fresh water produced by the special ability user be drunk? Chen Guan never understood this problem, so he never thought of using his ability to create fresh water to drink. Qianyin was slightly startled. She looked at Chen Guan and said, "Of course you can drink it. The reason why the source force is called the source force is that it is the source of all things. The entire world is made up of the source of all things, and the same is true for water. The fresh water made from the source force is the same as the fresh water we know. There is no difference. Source power is the source of all things." This was the first time Chen Guan heard this statement. If that's the case, then even if we don't have fresh water, we don't need to go outside, Chen Guan said. Hearing this, Qianyin was slightly stunned. She held half a piece of dry food in her little mouth and stared at Chen Guan with her big eyes. There was doubt in her eyes. She took a bite of the dry food and looked at Chen Guan. "Don't say it, you..." Before Qianyin could finish her words, Chen Guan raised his right hand, and a water ball appeared in his hand. Qianyin was stunned. Blue ocean attribute? She looked at Chen Guan in disbelief. In addition to your high aptitude in the black and green zodiacs, you have also awakened the ability of the blue zodiac? Chen Guan smiled, but said nothing. The water ball broke free from the constraints of the planet's gravity and hovered in Chen Guan's right palm. A green light appeared on Chen Guan's palm. Along with the appearance of green light, a wooden cup appeared under the water ball. The water ball slowly fell into the wooden cup and turned into clear, fresh water. Chen Guan took the cup and took a sip to quench his thirst. Then he handed the cup to Qianyin and said with a smile, "Try to drink it." Qianyin took it and took a sip. At the entrance, Qianyin's ruby-like eyes narrowed slightly, and she looked at Chen Guan in disbelief. "Warm? Why is it warm?" Qianyin was puzzled. Chen Guan smiled and said, "I used the blue ocean attribute's ability to create a water ball, and then used the red flame attribute's ability to make the flame burn inside the water ball. After that, I put in a wooden cup, and naturally the warm water was ready." Qianyin looked at Chen Guan, her eyes trembling slightly. "Black, green, blue, red. Have you awakened? How'd you do that?" Chen Guan smiled and said, "Want to know?" Qianyin was startled. Then she came to her senses, blushed, rolled her eyes at Chen Guan, and turned slightly to the side. "Don't think of good things." Before Chen Guan finished speaking, Qianyin had already guessed what he wanted to say. Chen Guan looked at the graceful girl in front of him and smiled. Chen Guan is now absolutely confident. As long as Chen Guan wants to possess her, it is just a matter of thought. No matter what Qianyin does, she can't escape from his palm. Therefore, Chen Guan was not in a hurry. After breakfast, the two continued hunting and leveling up in the first-floor trial cave. But what Chen Guan and Qianyin didn't know, the video of Chen Guan fighting with the Yellow Ant Queen has been uploaded to the internet. There's a platform called Association Circle on the internet. And on this platform, the battle video between Chen Guan and the Yellow Ant Queen is currently hanging on it. At this moment, the popularity of this video has risen to tens of millions. Countless comments flew across the video screen. A level 21 player instantly killed a level 25 rare boss, the Yellow Ant Queen. Who is this? This is fucking incredible, isn't it? Fuck Husky. Which association is this guy from? Is he a pervert? Chapter 74, everyone on the internet is crazy. Awesome. You are really awesome. You even didn't let the Husky go. You are really a heavyweight. But this guy's a little outrageous. Is this video fake? There's nothing real about the video nowadays. Just watch it as a joke. That's right. A level 21 ability can instantly kill a level 25 rare boss. That's nonsense. You see, there's a tree elf following him, which means he is a user of the green forest attribute. How could a user of the green forest attribute use the black creation attribute? If you Photoshop the video, don't make it more realistic, at least remove the tree elf next to him. Yes, I agree with you. The black sword is indeed a black creation ability. Under normal circumstances, a level 21 human has at most 200 points of source power. It takes more than 2 black swords to condense, let them fly, and make them have attack power. At most, 2 can be condensed. Look at this video, it's exaggerated. There are groups of black swords, and the number is estimated to be tens of thousands. How can a level 21 ability user get so much source of support? Even if we put aside the question of source power, if you want to control so many black swords to condense into a living creature, the skill level required is even more terrifying. You want to do it at level 21? You're dreaming. Isn't this man the one who fought with Dongfang Hao in the duel arena in Leyun City? Yes, it was him. I was at the duel arena in Leyun City at the time, watching him fight with Dongfang Hao. He used this move to cripple Dongfang Hao, and now Dongfang Hao is still lying in the hospital. Oh my god, his level is too ridiculous, right? When he was fighting Dongfang Hao, I remember he was only level 13, right? Oh my god, it's only been a few days? He's already level 21? Oh my god, it took me 3 years to level up from level 13 to 21. This guy, is he a monster? What? Isn't this P? Have you seen it? How is this possible? These swords of his require a lot of source power and a high level of proficiency. And what do the tree elves beside him say? It's not a lie. Those who saw him fight Dongfang Hao in Leyun City can all prove that he was only level 13 at the time. At level 13, he could release so many black swords. So this video is real? Fuck the husky, this guy's a monster. I agree, it is a monster. Wait, is this fucking real? Also, did you notice that there was a woman following that boy? Who do you think that woman looks like? That's Chen Guan. Oh my god, she's the granddaughter of the president of the Thunderbolt Association, the most beautiful girl in Leyun City, the goddess of many people with special abilities. Why is she with that guy? Don't you know? The reason why he fought with Dongfang Hao was to snatch Chen Guan. At that time, he even kissed Miss Chen Guan on the spot. What the hell? The entire association circle was in an uproar. At the same time, another layer of the trial cave was also boiling. A team of 5 people stared at the scene in front of them in a daze. I saw a group of yellow ants chasing them, and they ate up all the level 29 ferocious beast, the fire weasel, all the way. After the swarm of yellow ants had devoured the fire weasel, they left on their own. The 5 people huddled together in fear, watching the tide of yellow ants quickly approaching them, and they couldn't help swallowing. What's going on? What's up with these yellow ants? They don't attack us, but only other beasts? Just like that, one day later, in the forum of the association circle. Have you heard? What's wrong? Yesterday, a yellow ant queen and a group of yellow ants appeared in the first floor trial cave. Huh? What are you talking about? Isn't there always a yellow ant queen in the first level of the trial cave? That yellow ant queen stays in her nest every day and never shows her head. As long as we don't provoke it, it will be fine. No, the yellow ant queen I'm talking about is not staying in the nest now. It's running around. As long as it encounters a ferocious beast, it will attack. But it's very strange. Some hunting teams also encountered the yellow ant queen, but those yellow ant queens ignored them and ran away directly. That group of yellow ants is just like the yellow ant queen. They run around everywhere and kill beasts everywhere, but they just ignore people with special abilities. It's very strange. What? The yellow ant queen and the yellow ants don't attack people with special abilities? Yes. That's very strange. Hey, do you remember the video from yesterday? Video? You mean the video of the guy called Level 21 killing the yellow ant queen in one move? Fuck, could it be that? After the man named Chen Guan killed the yellow ant queen and the yellow ants, he materialized them all and let them hunt the ferocious beasts. No way. He can materialize a group of yellow ants and the yellow ant queen to control them? Is that a human? A monster? Boss, a real boss, a super boss I have never seen before. It's horrible. It's so horrible. At the same time, at the Thunder Association headquarters, Chairman Ping sat in a chair, looking at the image on the projection screen in front of him. See the video of Chen Guan killing the yellow ant queen in seconds. Chairman Ping's mouth twitched. This kid. After Chen Guan and Chen Guan stayed in the first level trial cave for 2 days, they left the first level trial cave and came to the airship airport on the island and flew towards Leyun City on an airship. The reason is that Chen Guan needs to go back to participate in the trial competition. Chen Guan's previous team has recruited new members. After Chen Guan left, Chen Guan could not stay in the first floor of the trial cave alone, so she had no choice but to leave with Chen Guan. Chen Guan took a shower in the first class cabin. Then he put on a bathrobe, and went to Qinin's room. He looked at Qinin's door, raised his hand, and knocked. After a while, the door opened. Qining glanced at Chen Guan. Then she withdrew her gaze and went back to her room. She got on the bed, sat at the head of the bed, leaning against the pillow, holding a notebook in her hand, and playing by herself. Chen Guan looked at Qining's expression. Qining was wearing a thin black silk nightgown, with her fiery red hair naturally scattered behind her, and it looked like she had just washed and blow-dried her hair. She didn't even look at Chen Guan, as if she didn't care that a grown man ran into her room late at night. This girl is completely defenseless. She was not on guard before, because her level was higher than Chen Guan, and there was no need to be on guard. But now she is not on guard because she is Chen Guan's girlfriend. Chen Guan smiled and closed the door casually. Qian Yin raised her head, looked at Chen Guan, and said, "The video of your battle with the Yellow Ant Queen was posted online." Chapter 75. I used teleportation to save time on the stage. Chen Guan was stunned, and his mind immediately thought of the 5 people he saw in front of the stone chamber door. Is there anyone among those 5 people secretly recording the video? Chen Guan didn't think much about it. He walked to Qining's side, climbed onto the bed, stretched out his hand, and habitually put his arm around her shoulders. Qining's face flushed slightly, but she didn't struggle and leaned into Chen's care. She operated her hand on a laptop screen and said, "Look." Chen Guan smelled Qining's fragrance and felt her body temperature. His eyes fell on the computer screen. On the screen was a video of Chen Guan fighting with the Yellow Ant Queen. Among them, Chen Guan also saw the discussion of those people. 66,666. Invincible. Boss. Ox. A level 21 player can instantly kill a level 25 rare boss. This is godlike. When Chen Guan saw this, he blinked his eyes and said, "It seems that they all know what I did." When Qianyin heard this, she raised her head, looked at Chen Guan, and said with a smile, "Those who like to hang out in the association circle now know you." Chen Guan smiled and said, "It's good to know them. This way they won't dare to provoke me easily, and it can save a lot of trouble." Qianyin seemed a little sleepy. Her little head leaned on Chen Guanhui with her eyes slightly closed. You can see that she is sleepy. Chen Guan took the laptop from Qianyin's hand and placed it on the bedside table next to him. Qianyin noticed Chen Guan's actions. She raised her face and looked at Chen Guan with her big ruby eyes, a lazy look on her face. Chen Guan looked at Qianyin, and their eyes met. Chen Guan smiled, slowly lowered his head, and kissed her. Qianyin snuggled into Chen Guanhuai's arms. "I'm so sleepy. Let's go to sleep." Chen Guan smiled and didn't bother her. He lay down with her and rested. The next morning, on the trial ground. This trial field has an arena in the middle, and around the arena there are many high-built spectator stands. In addition to these auditoriums, there's a platform on the north side, and on the platform are the top leaders of the Thunder Association. There were quite a few people sitting in the audience seats at this trial field today. Many high-level officials of the Thunder Association also came to the platform. In the audience. That's strange. What's wrong? We have trials and competitions every month. In the past, there were spectators, but they were few. What happened today? Not only are there so many more spectators, but even many of our association's top leaders have come. Don't you know? What? Someone posted a video to the association circle. In the video, there's a person named Chen Guan, who is level 21. He killed a rare level 25 boss in one move. Huh? A level 21 player can kill a level 25 boss instantly? Are you kidding me? Well, believe it or not, just go and see it for yourself when you have time. Now someone said that Chen Guan will participate in the competition for middle-level members today, and those people naturally don't want to miss the opportunity to see that person. So that's how it is. Look, here it comes. Suddenly, a voice was heard. The entire audience looked towards the entrance of the trial competition venue. Chen Guan walked in from the entrance of the trial competition arena. As soon as Chen Guan entered the venue, he felt countless pairs of eyes on him. Noticing these people's gazes, Chen Guan's eyebrows relaxed slightly. He ignored them and walked to the ring on his own. Chen Guan noticed that there were more than 10 people standing next to the arena, waiting for the competition to begin. In the audience, his level is 23. In yesterday's video, he killed the Yellow Ant Queen and reached level 22. It's only been a day since I last saw him, and he's already reached level 23. You are worthy of being Master Chen Guan. It took me 2 months to upgrade from level 22 to level 23. I thought 2 months was fast enough, but I didn't expect that Master Chen Guan only needed 1 day to upgrade a level. Hurry up, isn't the time almost up? Why haven't you started yet? I want to see Chen Guan the boss bully the weak. I want to see it too. Ahem. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Hearing the sound, everyone looked towards its source. Standing on the ring was a middle-aged man in a white t-shirt. He said, I am the host of this competition, Lei Jun. Let me introduce the rules of this trial competition to you. Those who participate in this mid-level member trial must be at or above level 20. This trial competition is the same as the previous competitions for entering the association that you have participated in. It is conducted in the form of a standing challenge. The only difference is that this time we will only allow one person pass. The others who fail the competition can participate next month, but if they fail 3 times in a row, they will lose the qualification to advance forever. Lei Jun looked around and said, then the intermediate member trial competition will officially begin. Please invite the contestants to the stage. After he finished speaking, Lei Jun stepped back, leaving space for the person to come on stage. Seeing this, Chen Guan knew that the competition had begun. He didn't think much about it, and his figure disappeared out of thin air. When he appeared again, Chen Guan's figure appeared on the ring. This moment, the competition venue, which had been somewhat noisy, fell into silence. Chairman Changping, who was sitting on the platform and watching this scene, stopped stroking his goat's beard. There was silence for about 3 seconds. In the audience, did you see that? I saw it. Chen Guan's body disappeared and reappeared in an instant. Is it because the speed was too fast that we couldn't see it clearly? Impossible, it can't be that fast. It's an ability. What ability? Teleport, it's teleport. This is impossible. How could it be teleportation? Teleportation only exists in legends, and Master Chen Guan clearly already has 2 abilities. One is the tree spirit, and the other is those swords. How could he also teleport? But if not, there's no way to explain what he did just now. That can no longer be described by speed. It can only be described by ability. Teleport? No way. Chen Guan simply felt that the arena was a little high. It was more than 1.5 meters high, and it was too low to climb up and too troublesome to jump up. So, teleporting was the most convenient. However, Chen Guan's teleportation, which was used for convenience, shocked everyone on the field, including President Xingping. Grandpa, President Xingping came to his senses and saw Qianin coming back. Qianin sat down on the chair next to President Xingping with a playful smile on her face. Chairman Xingping smiled kindly and said, your boyfriend is not bad. When Qianin heard this, her cheeks immediately turned red. She blushed and said coquettishly, Grandpa. Chairman Xingping smiled and looked at Chen Guan on the stage. Xiaoyin, let me ask you, was it his speed or his ability that got him from the stage to the stage just now? Qianin was slightly startled. She thought for a moment and said, Chen Guan told me that he can teleport. Chairman Xingping paused while holding his beard. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then said slowly, teleportation. I never thought that there are people in this world who can comprehend this legendary ability of teleportation. It's really amazing. Chapter 76, an unexpected challenger arrives. Hearing her grandfather praising her boyfriend, Qianin smiled and looked at Chen Guan on the ring. Chen Guan stood on the stage. He looked around and saw the other contestants of more than 20 levels below the stage. He said, if you want to challenge me, please come up. Don't waste everyone's time. However, the dozen or so contestants at level 20 looked at each other, but no one was willing to take the initiative to come on stage to challenge Chen Guan. What's wrong with these people? Why don't they go up and challenge Chen Guan? Anyone who has seen the battle between Chen Guan and Dongfang Hao and how Chen Guan killed the Yellow Ant Queen in one move is unlikely to choose to challenge Chen Guan. No way. Did boss Chen Guan win directly? I spent an entire night taking an airship from Haiyan City to get here, and all I have to do is watch in vain. That's really boring. Chen Guan stood on the stage and waited for a while. Then he looked at the host beside him. Lei Jun saw this situation. He looked at the contestants below and said, if no one else dares to challenge Chen Guan in today's trial competition, then Chen Guan wins this competition. However, the contestants below did not move. When Lei Jun saw this, he said, I declare that the winner of this trial is Chen Guan. At this point, Lei Jun looked at Chen Guan and said, next, please go to the podium to receive the association card for intermediate members. Since no one dares to challenge him, let me do it. Suddenly, a voice sounded, accompanied by this voice. Everyone's attention was drawn to the voice, and they all looked towards that person. The person who was speaking jumped out from the audience. He was 6 meters above the ground. His body flew out and fell to the ground. Boom! There was a dull sound when it landed. He leaped up again, jumping from the ground to the ring. Boom! Accompanied by a muffled sound. The man who spoke landed on the stage. He stood on the ring, his eyes fixed on Chen Guan. The man had blonde hair, cut into a short blonde style, and was wearing a white vest with a pair of black sweatpants. He has a strong build, a handsome face, and golden earrings in his ears. On his forehead, there are 3 black triangular marks, and surrounded by the 3 black triangular marks, there are 3 triangular stripes. In other words, his level is 39. The man put his hands in his trouser pockets, stared at Chen Guan with his golden eyes, and said, "Boy, you are very arrogant. If you are so arrogant, do you have the courage to fight with me?" My turtle is Dongfang Fu. Dongfang Fu, the eldest son of the president of the Dongfang Association, the eldest brother of Dongfang Hao. Could this guy be here to avenge his brother? It's not could it be, it's definitely true. Chen Guan beat Dongfang Hao a few days ago. Now Dongfang Fu is here, and who would believe that he is not seeking revenge for Dongfang Hao? As I remember, Dongfang Fu is different from Dongfang Hao. This guy is particularly obsessed with cultivation. I heard that he had already awakened to the 2nd level a while ago. What? 2nd level awakening. Although you can awaken to the 2nd level when you are above level 30, some people can never awaken to the 2nd level in their entire lives. Even those with very good talents can only awaken to the 2nd level when they are above level 40. Is Dongfang Fu's talent so evil? The level 39 Dongfang Fu, who has awakened to the 2nd level, is facing off against boss Chen Guan. This is going to be interesting. On the stage, Lei Jun frowned, took a step forward, and stood in front of Dongfang Fu. He looked at Dongfang Fu. There was blue lightning surrounding Lei Jun. He said slowly, "Young Master Dongfang, please respect the normal competition of the Thunder Association." Dongfang Fu frowned when he heard this. Respect the Thunderbolt Association for a normal competition? Your people beat Dongfang Hao so hard that his hands and feet were broken. Now Dongfang Hao is still lying in the hospital unconscious. The Thunderbolt Association also respects our Dongfang Association. You want me to talk to you about respect today? Fine, let me beat this guy into a cripple first. Then I'll talk to you about respect. Otherwise, no matter who tries to stop me today, it will be useless. Dongfang Fu had a sullen face and angry eyes. Lei Yun frowned. Dongfang Fu's level is not low, it's level 39. As the host of the intermediate member trial competition, Lei Jun is only level 37. I'm trying to stop him. Will it work? Suddenly, a voice sounded. Hearing the voice, Lei Jun was slightly startled, and he came to his senses and looked behind him. Suddenly, a figure flew over from a distance. The figure fell. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang. The entire arena began to tremble. There was a pit where the figure fell, and President Changping stood in the pit. Chairman Changping was walking towards this side barefoot, with one hand behind his back and the other hand pinching his goat beard. Chairman Changping's action made the people in the audience open their eyes wide. The people in the audience subconsciously looked towards the seat where President Changping had just sat. There's also a pit in front of President Changping's seat. It was obvious that President Changping had just jumped directly from there and jumped directly here. And that place is more than 200 meters away from the arena. The strength of the level 53 Changping president is really terrifying. Chairman Changping looked at Lei Jun and said, "You can leave now." Lei Jun nodded slightly. Yes. He left. Chairman Changping stood between Dongfang Fu and Chen Guan. He stroked his goat beard, looked at Dongfang Fu, and then looked at Chen Guan. Chairman Changping narrowed his eyes and looked at Dongfang Fu again. Dongfang Fu frowned and looked a little ugly. Chairman Changping is here. If Chairman Changping wants to intervene, Dongfang Fu will have no way to stop him. Chairman Changping said, "Dongfang Fu, are you going to challenge Chen Guan?" Dongfang Fu frowned. Chairman Changping raised his head slightly and said, "I am also looking forward to your fight with Chen Guan." Hearing this, Dongfang Fu was slightly stunned. He frowned and looked at President Changping with a strange expression. In Dongfang Fu's opinion, Chen Guan is a member of the Thunder Association, and as the president of the Thunder Association, President Changping will definitely protect Chen Guan. But Dongfang Fu didn't expect that President Changping would say such a thing. As he said this, President Changping looked at Chen Guan with a smile on his face. "Chen Guan, do you want to accept the challenge?" Dongfang Fu's heart moved, and he looked at Chen Guan. If Chen Guan doesn't want to fight, Cheng Ping will definitely help Chen Guan, and then Dongfang Fu will never be able to get past Cheng Ping. What should I do? Dongfang Fu was a little annoyed. When Chen Guan heard this, he looked at Dongfang Fu, whose eyes seemed to reveal anger, and said, I don't really want to fight him. It's a waste of time. But if I don't fight, he will definitely pester me. In that case, let's fight. It won't take much time anyway. Hearing this, Dongfang Fu was stunned. His face darkened, and he stared at Chen Guan. It was the first time that Dongfang Fu was looked down upon like this. Chapter 77 Life and Death Duel. Since Chen Guan is willing to accept the challenge, I will host this duel. Chairman Cheng Ping stroked his sheep's beard and said with a smile, since Dongfang Fu came here for revenge, he must have come with the intention of killing Chen Guan. In this case, this duel will be a life and death duel. Chairman Cheng Ping looked at the two of them and said, Do you have any objections? Dongfang Fu stared at Chen Guan coldly. Even if he objects, I will take his life. President Cheng Ping smiled and said nothing, just looked at Chen Guan. Chen Guan nodded slightly. Chairman Cheng Ping stepped back, stepped aside, and said, Then the duel can begin. Accompanied by the voice of President Cheng Ping. The audience in the auditorium were all excited. I thought this trial competition was over, but I didn't expect there would be something so interesting. Who do you think will win this life and death duel? I don't know. It's hard to judge. Although boss Chen Guan was able to kill a level 25 rare boss in 1 second at level 21, Dongfang Fu has already started the second transformation awakening. His level is as high as level 39. He can also easily kill a level 25 rare boss in 1 second. Moreover, Dongfang Fu has the ability Golden Armor, which can increase his own defense value. His level plus defense value is several times stronger than that of the Yellow Ant Queen. Boss Chen Guan's 10,000 swords returning to the origin may not be able to break his defense. This life and death duel is suspenseful. Then there must be suspense. Otherwise, do you think Dongfang Fu would come and die? You are right. On the stage, Dongfang Fu was glowing with golden light. The light turned into a golden armor that covered Dongfang Fu's body. He stretched out his hand and grasped a golden spear. Here it comes, Dongfang Fu's ability, the gold suit. Dongfang Fu took a step and his figure rushed towards Chen Guan. He swung the spear in his hand and stabbed it towards Chen Guan's face. Chen Guan looked at Dongfang Fu coming towards him and watched the tip of the golden spear getting closer and closer to him. Chen Guan sighed. The golden spear pierced the air. Dongfang fuese pupil snarrod. He gripped the gun with both hands and changed from stabbing to sweeping towards Chen Guan's face. Clang, accompanied by the sound of hard objects colliding with each other. The black sword that appeared out of nowhere collided with the spear shaft. The golden spear broke into two, and the spear head and the spear shaft fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Dongfang Fu only had half of the gun barrel left in his hand. Dongfang Fu subconsciously retreated more than 10 meters to keep a distance from Chen Guan. He frowned and looked ahead. Directly in front, a black sword was surrounding Chen Guan. It's boss Chen Guan's black sword. Fuck, no way. Dongfang Fu, who is level 39, is a genius of the younger generation. The Dongfang Association has devoted almost all its resources to train him. His attribute values are all the best among the younger generation. He is level 39, and his attribute values are enough to beat most people. With such a person, the golden spear condensed by his ability can hardly withstand the black sword of boss Chen Guan. It broke directly? Awesome. Boss Chen Guan is still boss Chen Guan after all. Fear. Dongfang Fu stared at Chen Guan coldly. No wonder you were able to beat Dongfang Hao into that state. Dongfang Hao's injury was not unjust, but I'm different from Dongfang Hao. You dare to hurt my brother. Today I will make you pay with your life. Dongfang Fu threw away the gun in his hand. The golden armor on his body glowed with golden light, and the light slowly merged into Dongfang Fu's body. Under Chen Guan's watch, Dongfang Fu's body began to mutate. His face changed from human to lion. His muscles began to swell, the golden armor disappeared, and the clothes on his body could not withstand the stretch of these muscles and were torn apart. All his clothes were torn off, and his hands fell to the ground. The limbs fell to the ground, and the hands and feet turned into claws. When Chen Guan came to his senses, he found that Dongfang Fu had turned into a giant golden lion with a shoulder height of 2 meters, golden stripes all over its body and golden mane. Dongfang Fu bared his fangs, and his golden pupils stared at Chen Guan. This is Dongfang Fu's awakening, the golden lion. By transforming the fragile human body into the body of a golden lion, the body's defense value and attack power are greatly enhanced. The golden lion obtained after the first awakening can withstand the bombardment of tanks. Its claws can tear through the armor of heavy tanks with ease. Dongfang Fu transformed into a golden lion and started moving. He ran on all fours at an extremely fast speed. Compared with Dongfang Fu in human form, the current Dongfang Fu was more than 10 times faster. Everyone was watching the scene on the ring, their hearts full of anticipation, looking forward to how Chen Guan would deal with Dongfang Fu after his awakening. Chen Guan still had his arms across his chest as before, but the black sword beside Chen Guan moved. The black sword split into countless black swords in an instant. The people in the audience looked over. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. One by one, the black swords began to gather together. In the blink of an eye, a giant lion made of black swords that looked almost exactly like a golden lion appeared in front of everyone. The audience in the auditorium widened their eyes when they saw this scene. Arrogant. Dongfang furor dangridi. He was not afraid of the giant lion made of black sword at all and rushed forward. It raised its huge claws and slapped the giant lion formed by the black sword. He was planning to directly smash the giant lion formed by the black sword. The black sword lion also came over. The sharp claws collided with the body of the black sword lion. Puff! As soon as it touched, Dongfang Fu heard a sound that shouldn't have appeared. His pupils narrowed, and he saw that the claw he swung out was instantly swallowed up by the black sword on the black sword giant lion and was chopped into pieces. Dongfang Fu's pupils narrowed, and his body suddenly stepped back. In an instant, his huge body retreated more than 20 meters. He looked at the giant black sword lion in front of him. The giant black sword lion was standing there, shaking its metallic tail and staring at Dongfang Fu. Dongfang Fu looked back at his right paw, his pupils trembling. Only half of the right claw was left. The defense of the golden lion is hundreds of times stronger than that of the golden armor. It can even withstand a tank bombardment. But this... The audience in the auditorium felt a little unbelievable when watching this scene. What is the attack power of Master Chen Guan? After the first awakening at level 39, the enhanced defense is so strong that you can't withstand it. Is this the boss? But this is too exaggerated, right? Level 23. This level must be fake, right? The boss is the boss. So Dongfang Fu lost, right? No, Dongfang Fu still has a trump card that he hasn't used yet. The second transformation awakening. Second level awakening. It can be awakened at level 30, but even some geniuses can only comprehend this powerful combat skill when they are in their 40s. Chapter 78. The Eastern Dragon condensed from the Black Sword. I don't know if you have discovered. What's wrong? Boss Chen Guan seems to be interested in Dongfang Fu's second awakening just like us. What? Why do you say that? Look, given Boss Chen Guan's current situation, he could have killed Dongfang Fu a long time ago, but he just didn't do it. He had no reason not to kill Dongfang Fu, but he didn't do it. There's only one possibility. Boss Chen Guan wanted to see Dongfang Fu's second awakening. What? Are you saying that Boss Chen Guan deliberately spared Dongfang Fu's life so that Dongfang Fu would have the opportunity to use the second transformation awakening? Isn't this too crazy? Fisk, TSK, it's just too crazy. Dongfang Fu on the ring was emitting golden light all over his body, and his lion claw that was broken in half quickly recovered to its original shape. Dongfang Fu stared at Chen Guan. You could let that thing come over and kill me just now. Why didn't you kill me? When Chen Guan heard this, he looked at Dongfang Fu and said, I heard from those people in the audience that you can achieve the second awakening. I have never seen a second awakening, so I am a little interested. Dongfang Fu's pupils narrowed slightly, and his lion-like face became ferocious. You look down on me. Do you think you can still survive when I use the second transformation awakening? Very good, very good. Dongfang Fu, who was in lion form, spoke in human language. I will make you pay for your arrogance. I want you to die in regret. Dongfang Fu roared, second transformation awakening mad lion. As Dongfang Fu finished speaking, the body of the golden lion grew larger at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the golden lion's already huge body became even bigger, and the golden lion was covered with a set of exquisite golden armor. At this moment, the armored golden lion was as tall as a 3-story building and looked like a small mountain standing on the arena. The extremely exquisite golden armor covering its entire body made it look extremely terrifying. In the audience seats, they looked at the huge arena that was like a small mountain. The audience opened their mouths wide. Is this the second transformation awakening? Just the fluctuations of the source power emanating from it are enough to make people feel unprecedented fear. The second transformation awakening is too terrifying. Now, Boss Chen Guan will probably have to fight hard. Dongfang Fu looked down from above, staring at Chen Guan below with his cold eyes. The Mad Lion obtained from the second awakening has absolutely overwhelming defense and attack. Now my defense value has reached the dream of 1,000 defense for ability users within level 49, and my attack power has also reached 1,000 attack. When Chen Guan heard this, his eyebrows twitched, and he repeated Dongfang Fu's words in his mind. 1,000 defense and 1,000 attack are what people with abilities below level 49 dream of. Over 1,000 defense points, over 1,000 attacks. Is this what all ability users below level 49 dream of? In my current state, anyone below level 49 who hasn't activated the second awakening ability can't be my opponent. Dongfang Fu stared at Chen Guan. I admit that you are a genius. With the ability of level 23, you can force me to use the second awakening. Among all the opponents I have encountered, you are the first one, and I think you will be the only one. If I give you a little more time, I don't think anyone in the entire East Continent can be your opponent, but you must die today. Dongfang Fu finished speaking. His eyes fell on the giant black sword lion in front of Chen Guan. In front of Dongfang Fu, who was as tall as a 5-story building, the black sword giant lion with a shoulder height of only 2 meters formed by the black sword could not be called giant at all. It would be more appropriate to use the word black sword kitten. Oomph. Dongfang Fu curled his lips in disdain. He raised his paw and slapped the black sword lion. In Dongfang Fu's opinion, with his current attack and defense, it would be easy to kill such a black sword lion. However, at this moment, the black sword lion's body suddenly dispersed, transformed into countless black swords. The number of black swords continued to increase, and as they increased, the countless black swords gathered together, looking like a vortex. Dongfang Fu's claws hit the vortex directly. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, Dongfang Fu's claws were sucked into the vortex, accompanied by the sound of hard objects colliding with each other. Dongfang Fu's claws were cut into pieces at a speed visible to the naked eye. The black sword vortex quickly rushed upwards as the number of black swords increased, and it looked like black mist rising along Dongfang Fu's claws. The claws that were swallowed by the black mist formed by the black sword were immediately cut into pieces, looking like they were corroded. Dongfang Fu's pupils narrowed, and he quickly retreated as if he had seen a ghost, flailing his claws. Shake off the black sword. Dongfang Fu's pupils trembled as he looked at his claws that had disappeared. He raised his head and looked forward with a light of disbelief in his eyes. How is it possible? Countless black swords gathered together and quickly swept towards Dongfang Fu in front. Dongfang Fu's pupils condensed. He could not help but notice what was happening in front of him. He roared, "No, this is impossible." His whole body glowed with golden light, and his broken limbs grew back. He got on all fours and rushed towards the oncoming black sword. A level 21 ability, user's ability, cannot defeat me. I am a second-level awakening. Countless black swords gathered together during the flight and transformed into a giant oriental dragon. The head of the Eastern Dragon is even bigger than the armored golden lion condensed by Dongfang Fu. Roar! The Eastern Dragon let out a roar. This roar sounded. The entire trial venue was shaken by the sound. The Eastern Dragon bit the body of the armored golden lion. The giant Eastern Dragon picked up the armored golden lion and leaped into the sky. While rushing up into the sky, the armored golden lion transformed by Dongfang Fu was struggling hard. Crack! The armored golden lion was bitten off by the Eastern Dragon. The upper body of the armored golden lion fell from the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, the upper half of the armored golden lion's body fell heavily to the ground. The remaining half of the armored golden lion's body glowed with golden light, which slowly dissipated. Dongfang Fu's body was lying on the ground, his face pale as he looked at the black sword dragon in the sky. In the sky, the extremely huge black sword dragon turned in a circle and then fell from the sky. Seeing the black sword dragon coming towards him, Dongfang Fu's face turned pale. No, no, no. However, the black sword dragon fell. Boom, 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 boom. Clang, clang, clang. There were bursts of loud explosions accompanied by the loud noises caused by the black sword falling to the ground. Dongfang Fu's body was swallowed by the Oriental Dragon. The giant Oriental Dragon that was 100 meters long crashed onto the stage and disappeared. Dust was flying on the stage. All the spectators stared at the scene in front of them in a daze. Chapter 79, Giant Monster. Wait for the dust to settle. On the arena, a giant pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters and a depth of 7 or 8 meters appeared in front of everyone. The pit occupied half of the ring, and there was nothing left of Dongfang Fu's body. The audience in the auditorium couldn't help but stand up. Everyone opened their mouths. Their pupils trembled, and they couldn't even speak. Chen Guan looked at the dent. Then he withdrew his gaze and looked at President Changping, who was standing beside him. Chairman Changping held his beard and stared at the dent with a serious expression. He seemed to be in deep thought. Chen Guan said, "President." President Changping was stunned. He came to his senses and looked at Chen Guan. Chen Guan said, "Does it arouse your fighting spirit? Do you want to fight?" When President Changping heard this, the old man coughed subconsciously and said, "I don't like fighting and killing recently. Maybe later." As he spoke, he touched his head and turned his face away to avoid Chen Guan's probing gaze. Chen Guan was actually quite interested in having a fight with President Changping. Although he wouldn't become the president if they fought now, he was interested in seeing the strength of old man Changping. But since he doesn't want to fight, I can't force him. After all, he is Qiannin's grandfather, so I have to give him face. Chen Guan. Suddenly, a voice came. Hearing the sound, Chen Guan looked towards the source of the sound. Below the ring, Qiannin was standing there gracefully. She looked at Chen Guan with joy in her eyes. Seeing her, Chen Guan smiled. His figure disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of Qiannin. He reached out his hand, lifted a few strands of hair that were stuck to Qiannin's cheek, put them behind her ears, and said with a smile, "Are you waiting impatiently?" Chen Guan made such an intimate move in front of her grandfather and many people, which made Qiannин's cheeks slightly red. She looked at Chen Guan and said, "Don't make trouble. This is for you." As she spoke, she took out 2 cards and handed them to Chen Guan. Chen Guan took it. It was a card, a gold one. Qiannin smiled and said, "This golden trial card is the card that allows you to enter the trial cave. It is your reward for passing the trial. In addition, you are now a mid-level member, and your association card has been upgraded. In the future, you can use your association card to log into the association's official website and unlock various permissions there." Chen Guan looked at Qiannin. "Various permissions?" Qiannin hummed. "It's all kinds of permissions. After becoming a mid-level member, you can register as a bounty killer of the Killer Association, obtain a legal bounty killer license, and get rewards by accepting bounties and killing targets. Or you can become a legal archaeologist of the Archaeological Association, so that you can legally obtain various antiques and sell them. In addition, there are many other permissions." Hearing this, Chen Guan looked at Qiannin. Qiannin smiled playfully and said, "Many people who become members of the association want to become stronger. In fact, the most fundamental reason is to make money. In this world, money is still very attractive." Having said this, Qiannin paused, and she looked at Chen Guan. "Of course, your goal is rather peculiar." Chen Guan smiled. "Do you still remember?" Qiannin hummed in response and said, "Of course I remember. I will never forget such an impressive speech as yours. Becoming the leader of the alliance is too exaggerated." Chen Guan smiled. He stretched out his hand, gently put his arm around Qiannin's shoulders, and said with a smile, "Let's go back to the trial cave to continue upgrading." Qiannin blushed. "Not yet." She turned slightly and looked at Chen Guan. "There will be an auction in Layan City tonight. I heard that the red qualification attribute card will be auctioned. I have to attend it tonight." Upon hearing this, Chen Guan immediately thought of the water jerboa he had killed last time. When the water-jumping mouse was killed, what he obtained was a blue qualification attribute card. What Qiannin wants now is the red qualification attribute card. The red qualification will affect the ability of the ability user. The higher the qualification, the easier it is to perform the first and second transformations. "Have you turned around?" Chen Guan looked at Qiannin. Qiannin rolled her eyes at Chen Guan and said, "Of course not. If you want to achieve the first level, you must first break through level 20 to level 21 and then slowly comprehend it. Even some geniuses, after breaking through level 20, need half a year to comprehend the secret of the first level. It's only been a few days for me. Even if I'm a genius, I can't do it. If I want to comprehend it sooner, I must improve my fire aptitude." Having said this, Chen looked at Chen Guan, showed a playful smile, and said, Miss Cabin, who has the red aptitude in this auction, is determined to win. Chen Guan looked at Qian Yin's playful look. He couldn't help but raise his head, scratched her little nose, and said with a smile, I am determined to win you, too. Upon hearing this, Qian Yin's face turned slightly red. Okay. She looked at Chen Guan. I have to prepare the funds needed for tonight's auction. What are you going to do next? Chen Guan smiled and said, Let's practice and level up. Hearing this, Qian Yin smiled. Well, then come to my room tonight. Come to my room to find me. I'll be waiting for you in my room. When saying this, Qian Yin felt weird. Chen Guan smiled. Okay, I'll go to your room to accompany you at night. Qian Yin blushed and said, What nonsense are you talking about? I won't pay attention to you anymore. She turned and left, giving Chen Guan a tall and beautiful figure. Chen Guan looked at Qian Yin's back. Chen Guan touched his chin. In fact, even if Chen Guan didn't go to the trial cave now, those yellow ants were still gaining experience for Chen Guan. So, it's actually okay for Chen Guan not to go. However, Chen Yin's emphasis on the department qualification attribute card made Chen Guan once again focus on the department qualification attribute card. Chen Guan has used the qualification card, but that thing has almost no effect on Chen Guan and cannot increase any of Chen Guan's attributes. In Chen Guan's view, that thing is like chicken ribs. But now that I think about it, those people even planned to kill me in order to snatch my blue attribute card. Now, Chen Yin even has to prepare funds in order to get the qualification card. It can be seen that the qualification card is a very precious thing. Maybe I can use my ability to make some department qualification cards. Thinking of this, Chen Guan's figure disappeared from the spot. Watching Chen Yin leave and watching Chen Guan's figure disappear, the audience in the auditorium finally came to their senses. Everyone looked at the dent left on the stage. Did you just see the monster that Master Chen Guan condensed? I see. That thing seems much bigger than in the video, like a giant monster. A level 39 second level awakening, with an attack and defense of over 1,000. But when facing boss Chen Guan, he was unable to fight back at all. Level 23. This is Master Chen Guan at level 23. If Master Chen Guan continues to upgrade, I guess there will be no rivals in the East Continent. Actually, it's not easy to find an opponent for boss Chen Guan in Dongda's Hao. Chapter 80 is confirmed, boss Chen Guan can teleport. Inside the first level of the trial cave, a team of 5 had just gone through a fierce battle and were now resting against the wall. While taking a break, one of them turned on a watch-shaped instrument on his wrist, which projected a blue image. The other 4 people gathered around and watched together. What you see through the projection screen is the scene on the trial competition field. Looking at the dent in the arena on the screen, the 5 people's eyes widened. Master Chen Guan is so terrifying. He destroyed half of the ring with one attack and killed the level 39 Dong Feng Fu directly. Too domineering. Hey, why are they so strong even though they are level 23 like us? He is level 23. To have an attack as strong as Chen Guan's, first of all, he must be born with super strong aptitude, and then he must practice physical training. He first uses physical training to improve his attribute values, and then he continues to consume source power by using his abilities to increase the upper limit of source power and increase his proficiency in the abilities. When the person next to him heard this, he couldn't help but glance at the person next to him. Everyone knows that by constantly using abilities to consume light source power and waiting for the source power to recover naturally, the upper limit of source power can be increased. At the same time, you can also gain ability proficiency when using source power, but the problem is it's not that simple. As the upper limit of source power increases, it takes time to use it up once, and it takes another long time to wait for it to recover naturally. Chen Guan has such a huge amount of source power and superb proficiency. I wonder how many years he spent to become so powerful. 5 years or 10 years. But she looks like she's less than 20 years old. Hearing this, the 5 of them fell silent. Chen Guan's body suddenly disappeared. Do you think it was too fast? Or was it really the legendary teleportation? Teleportation? That's unlikely. Someone nearby said, teleportation, this ability only exists in fantasy. Many people have thought about this ability, but no one has ever awakened it. From ancient times to the present, there have been so many geniuses with abilities, but no one has ever been able to awaken teleportation. Teleportation is a legendary ability, and it is generally recognized that it is impossible to awaken. Chen Guan's body suddenly disappeared. I guess it was because the speed was too fast and could not be seen by the naked eye. That makes sense. The ability to teleport is too buggy. It can't possibly exist. Over there. Suddenly, a voice sounded. The voice was that of a little girl. Hearing the sudden voice of the little girl, the 5 people came to their senses. This is the first level of the trial cave. Where did the little girl come from? They raised their heads and looked forward. They saw a tree elf with dragonfly wings flapping its wings and flying past them. Behind the tree elf, a man in a white t-shirt followed the tree elf forward. Seeing this, they suddenly realized. It is a tree elf created by a person with special abilities. No wonder it has the voice of a little girl. Hey, hey. Suddenly, one of them spoke. The other 4 looked at the person who had spoken. But the man was staring straight ahead with an expression of disbelief on his face. Noticing their teammate's expression, the other 4 were a little confused. Together, they followed the man's line of sight and looked at the man in white. At first glance, they didn't feel anything strange. But when they looked closely, their faces changed. Chen Guan. No, didn't you say that we are watching a live broadcast now? It's a live broadcast. You mean after Chen Guan's figure disappeared just now, he came to the first floor of the trial cave? The distance between Lei City and the trial cave is nearly 2,000 kilometers. In that instant, he crossed a distance of 2,000 kilometers and arrived at the first level of the trial cave. How is it possible? No matter how fast it can't be this fast. Teleport. The person who spoke stared blankly at Chen Guan's departing back, with an expression of disbelief and shock on his face. It's teleportation. It's not that he's too fast, but teleportation. Master Chen Guan has really awakened teleportation, a god-level ability that is recognized by all ability users as impossible to awaken. Has he awakened this ability? Inside, the tree elf brought Chen Guan to a corridor. She stretched out her little hand and pointed at the wall beside her. Chen Guan looked at the wall in front of him and said, "Is the direction you pointed to the right?" "Yeah." The tree elf nodded. A black sword appeared in front of Chen Guan. Under Chen Guan's control, the black sword pierced directly into the mountain wall. Swish! The mountain wall was pierced in an instant, leaving a hole. Soon, a blue light slowly emerged from the hole and gathered in front of Chen Guan. The blue light eventually formed a card that was completely yellow, and inside the card one could see a golden jerboa pattern. This is a yellow qualification card. The tree elf is a creation of the green forest genus. Its original ability is to communicate with nearby plants to obtain the vision of those plants and thereby acquire intelligence. But the attribute rat likes to stay underground, and there are no plants underground that can provide vision. If you want to use the tree elf to find the attribute rat, the possibility is almost 0. In order to enable the tree elf to find the attribute mouse, Chen Guan strengthened the ability of the tree elf, allowing it to communicate with the earth and obtain the vision of the earth. In other words, in the eyes of the tree elves, nothing can escape their gaze. Chen Guan has currently materialized many ferocious beasts, and those ferocious beasts are helping Chen Guan to level up. So Chen Guan does not need to invest too much in leveling up. There's going to be an auction in Lei City now, so Chen Guan plans to get some attribute cards to sell. By the way, I'll get the red qualification card and give it to Chen Yin. Since she's the woman I've chosen, she can't be too weak. Time passes quickly. By the evening of that day, Chen Guan dismissed the tree elf. He looked at the small stack of attribute cards in his hand and counted them. 39 cards, 6 red attribute cards. A bit too few. I was planning to get 100. It seems that there are really few attribute rats in this place. Forget it, it's time to go back. Chen Guan put the attribute card into his pocket, and his body disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, his figure appeared in Chen Yin's bedroom. Coming. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Hearing the voice, Chen Guan came back to his senses and looked at the girl who was talking next to him. Chen Yin was sitting on the edge of the bed, leaning against the headboard, holding a laptop in her hands. She looked at Chen Guan with a smile and said, "You came quite early. It's only 6 o'clock now, and the auction won't start until 8 o'clock in the evening." Hearing this, Chen Guan smiled and said, "Because I plan to go to the auction early." Chen Yin was slightly startled. She looked at Chen Guan with her ruby-like eyes. "Go earlier?" Suddenly, Chen Yin seemed to realize something, and she smiled. "You want to send it for photos?" "So smart." Chen Guan smiled and said, "How do you know?" Chen Yin smiled and said, "Of course I know. You got so many beast cards in the trial cave, and you also have a yellow and queen card. You want to get up early now, So you must be planning to bid for those beast cards. As she spoke, she closed her laptop, put on the bedside table, got out of bed, and prepared to leave. Hearing this, Chen Guan smiled. I don't know what her expression will be when I take out the attribute card when I go to the auction to bid for it. Chapter 81, Teleportation. The Thundercloud auction is not far from here. It takes about half an hour to drive there. Qianning looked at Chen Guan and said with a smile, I remember you have the ability to teleport. Can you use it to teleport directly there? Chen Guan smiled and said, Of course, but there is a condition. Conditions? Qianning looked at Chen Guan curiously. What conditions? Chen Guan smiled and said, Under normal circumstances, my teleportation ability can only teleport me alone. If I want to add another person, then I need to have physical contact with that person. When Qianning heard this, her fair cheeks flushed slightly. She looked at Chen Guan playfully and said generously, Sure. She also took the initiative to walk towards Chen Guan, turned slightly sideways, and snuggled into Chen Guan's care. Then, he raised his head and looked at Chen Guan, smiled playfully and said, Is this okay? Chen Guan gently hugged Qianning. Seeing Qianyin's playful smile, his heart warmed slightly. He said with a smile, I don't know where the lay-in auction is, so I need your help. I need you to think about the location where we want to teleport to, so that I can use teleportation to get there. Qianning blinked and looked at Chen Guan. Is this still possible? Of course, this cannot be done at the beginning, but as long as Chen Guan wants to, then it can be done. Abilities are acquired through human imagination. The more complex the ability, the greater the numerical value of the aptitude required for awakening. For ordinary people, when they awaken their abilities, they would never dare to think of them as too complicated. But for Chen Guan, it's fine to just do whatever he wants. Chen Guan smiled and said, Have you thought about it? Qianning looked at Chen Guan and hummed, I've thought about it. Chen Guan had an idea. The surrounding environment changed in an instant. Chen Guan and Qian Yin appeared in a small forest. Chen Guan looked around. Did it fail? Chen Guan's gaze fell on Qian Yin in his arms. Qian Yin's face was full of surprise. She looked at the woods, reached out, took Chen Guan's hand, and pulled Chen Guan out. After the two came out of the grove, they saw a square. In addition to the square, Chen Guan also saw a building. This building is soaring into the clouds, and it seems to have more than 100 floors. On top of the building, you can see large words made of neon lights, and these words are emitting light at this moment. It says Thundercloud Trading Building on it. Obviously, the auction venue should be inside this building. Then why was the location Qianyin was thinking of in the forest, rather than in the building or in the square in front of the building? Chen Guan looked at the passers-by, coming and going in the square. Chen Guan understood, because there are always people in the building or in the square. If you teleport randomly, you may bump into people and cause unnecessary trouble. Under normal circumstances, there is no one in the green forest on both sides of the road. Qianyin is quite cautious in doing things. Chen Guan withdrew his gaze and looked at Qianyin, only to find that Qianyin was staring at Chen Guan with her ruby-like eyes. There was a joyful smile on her beautiful and innocent little face. Chen Guan looked at her and blinked. What's wrong? You really can teleport, Qianyin said. Although you said before that you can teleport, I never believed it. The ability of teleportation is recognized as an impossible ability and an ability that cannot be awakened. At this point, Qianyin paused. She looked at Chen Guan with her big eyes and said with a smile, I never thought that this is true. When Chen Guan heard this, he smiled and said, I don't like lying, at least. He stretched out his hand and gently embraced the tall and slender Qianyin in his arms. Qianyin's face turned red all of a sudden, and she raised her head to look at Chen Guan. Chen Guan looked into her eyes and said with a smile, At least, I won't lie to you. Qianyin's eyes were shining. She moved closer to Chen Guan and kissed him on the face. Chen Guan and Qian Yin were on the main road. There were many people coming and going on the road, preparing to participate in transactions and auctions. Chen Guan and Qian Yin's actions attracted the attention of passers-by around them. Qian Yin was wearing a dark red tight dress that perfectly wrapped her tall and proud curves. Her long, fiery red hair was naturally draped over her shoulders, matching her pure and charming face. Since she appeared, everyone's attention was attracted. The moment when Qian Yin took the initiative to kiss Chen Guan could feel countless envious, jealous, and hateful gazes falling on him, but he didn't care about them. Chen Guan followed Qian Yin into the building. Qian Yin smiled and said, In this trading building, floors with integers such as 10, 20, 30, etc., are dedicated to selling items of people with special abilities. As for the other floors, most of them sell things that have nothing to do with people with special abilities. Auctions for items that are exclusive to people with special abilities are also held on these floors. We are currently at level 20, and the auction on the 20th floor auctions items that can be used by people with special abilities from level 20 to 29. In other words, Qianin and his destination this time is the 20th floor. The two entered the building together and took the elevator to the 20th floor. As soon as Chen Guan came out of the elevator, he heard a loud noise. What you see when you enter is a huge room. To be precise, it is a market, an indoor market. The size of this room is estimated to be as large as 10 basketball courts, and there are many stalls in this room. Many people sat in front of their stalls, on which were placed all kinds of things. The 20th floor is divided into two places. One is the ability user market, and the other is the auction house. Qian Yin explained the situation to Chen Guan. Chen Guan looked at these stalls. Among the things sold in these stalls, there were ferocious beast cards, ferocious beast bones, and various other small things. Some of them were decorations made of bones, which looked strange. After stepping into this market, Chen Guan felt countless eyes falling on him. It's Boss Chen Guan. Why is Boss Chen Guan here? Could it be that Boss Chen Guan also wants to participate in the ongoing auction? But the auction hasn't started yet. Could it be that he is planning to buy something in this ability market like us? No. Look, Boss Chen Guan has gone in. That's the auction hall over there. The auction hasn't started yet. Is Boss Chen Guan planning to go and send the items for auction? We need to follow in and see what the boss wants to send for filming. I think so. Chen Guan could hear the discussion. I was recognized, but it wasn't surprising. After all, I became famous after the battle with Dongfang Fu. In addition, now is the internet age, and once the video is posted online, it would be strange if someone didn't recognize you. Chen Guan ignored them. After Chen Guan and Qian Yin passed the ability market, there was a big door. Through the door is a large room. Directly in front of me was the counter, and above the counter stood a waitress wearing a black suit and a headset. Seeing Chen Guan and Qian Yin come in, she looked at them. Qian Yin stretched out her hand, pointed in a direction, and said, "Go that way, and you will reach tonight's auction." Chapter 82. 33 attribute cards were used at once, shocking passers-by. Chen Guan looked in the direction Qian Yin pointed and saw a big door over there, but it was closed. Qian Yin said, "However, the auction is not yet started, so the door is closed. If you want to send items for auction, just go to the counter and go through the formalities." Chen Guan walked to the counter, looked at the waitress, and said, "I'm here to send some photos." When the waitress heard this, she smiled and said, "Please show me your association card." Chen Guan took out the association card and handed it to the waitress. "What do you want the association card for?" When the waitress heard this, she smiled and said, "The association card has your information and name. Through the association card, we will deposit your earnings directly into your account." Does the association card have this function? This is quite convenient. The waitress took the association card and inserted it into a device that Chen Guan had never seen before. She operated the computer for a while, then looked at Chen Guan with a professional smile and said, "What do you want to send?" Not far behind Chen Guan, a group of curious people with special abilities followed him in quietly. They did not dare to get too close to Chen Guan, so they stood not far away and watched. What do you think Mr. Chen Guan will send? If you're going to auction it, it must be something very precious. Boss Chen Guan killed a yellow ant queen directly. If you're going to auction it, it's probably the yellow ant queen card that you're going to auction. That thing is extremely expensive. I guess so. Chen Guan took out a small stack of cards and placed them on the table. A stack? I guess it should be some mutant elite beast cards or something like that. Yes, I agree. No. Look carefully at the colors of those cards. Color. There are all yellow ones, all blue ones, all white ones. What the hell? My F. One of the men's eyes widened, his mouth trembled, and he looked so shocked that he was speechless. It's an attribute card. It's an attribute card that can increase your aptitude. Chen Guan looked at the waitress, only to see that the smile on her face had disappeared. Her pupils were trembling as she looked at the attribute card that Chen Guan took out in disbelief. She seemed shocked. Chen Guan looked at the waitress's expression and suddenly became confused. What's wrong? Chen Guan subconsciously looked at Qian Yin beside him, but found that Qian Yin was also looking at Chen Guan with disbelief as he took out the small stack of attribute cards, and she couldn't recover for a long time. Chen Guan didn't understand. Although those attribute rats are indeed hard to find, they are not difficult to deal with. Is this thing really that shocking and rare? Since it can scare them like this. Chen Guan said, "What's wrong?" Qianyin came back to her senses. She turned her head to look at Chen Guan. "Where did these attribute cards come from?" Chen Guan said, "One level of trial cave." Hearing this, Qianyin was startled. There are indeed attribute rats in the first level of the trial cave, but they are very rare, and it is said that they are extremely fast. Not to mention finding them. Even if you find them, it is difficult to catch them. You can only encounter one by chance if you are extremely lucky, but it is extremely difficult to catch one. Sometimes a team may stay in a trial cave for decades without seeing one, and people with a higher level than the attribute rat will not get a card if they kill the attribute rat. Because things that can increase a department's qualifications are extremely rare, they are usually extremely expensive and are in short supply. The appearance of an attribute card that can increase the qualifications of a department is enough to attract the attention of everyone in Layan City. But you took out so many at once. Chen Guan smiled and said, "Isn't it good?" Qianyin pursed her lips and looked at Chen Guan. "It's better not to take pictures of this thing. It would be better to keep it for yourself." Hearing this, Chen Guan was slightly startled. He smiled and said, "It's not necessary. My department aptitude value is already very high." Qianyin was startled. "Too high? Could it be that your department qualification is already over 200? Chen Guan was puzzled. "Why do you say that?" Qianyin's eyes were full of doubt as she said, "Don't you know? The upper limit of a level 20 attribute card is 200 points. So that's how it is. There is still a limit to this thing." Chen Guan smiled and said, "Well, I've already reached the limit of this thing, and it's no use for me to keep it for myself." "You have really reached the upper limit," Qianyin said. "Generally speaking, a person at level 23 with an aptitude of more than 20 can be considered an average person. If the aptitude can reach 50, then he is a genius. It is extremely rare to have an aptitude of 100. Someone like you with an aptitude of 200, Qianyin said. "However, with your strength, it is easy to understand. It's just..." Qianyin looked at the attribute cards on the table. Looking at the attribute cards with a total of 5 colors, her eyes sparkled, and then she looked at Chen Guan. 5 series, all with 200 series qualifications? Chen Guan didn't look at Qianyin. He looked around and said, "Well, I should be in all 7 categories." Qianyin looked at Chen Guan with her ruby-like eyes, as if she was looking at a monster. Those guys who were joining in the fun, not far away, heard Chen Guan's speech. They smacked their lips one by one. "Abnormal. Monster. Scary. It's so scary. He's not even a human being." "Well, sir, are you sure you want to send these attribute cards?" A voice came. Hearing the voice, Chen Guan came back to his senses and looked at the waitress. The waitress had already adjusted herself from the shock, and she looked at Chen Guan with a smile on her face. Chen Guan said, "Of course, I took pictures of them all." The waitress nodded slightly and picked up the stack of attribute cards. She started registering at the computer. "You're really wasting things. Even if you don't use these attribute cards, you shouldn't take them out to bid." Qianyin looked at the attribute cards with a distressed look on her face, then looked at Chen Guan and said, "If you need money, you can ask me for it." Chen Guan laughed and said, "Is the little rich woman planning to support me?" When Qianyin heard this, she said, "It's better to support her than to waste things like this. Only those who are very short of money can auction attribute cards. It's better to keep such things in your hands than to sell them. If the opponent buys them, it will only cause trouble for you." Seeing Qianyin's depressed look, Chen Guan smiled. "Okay, don't be unhappy. This is for you." Qianyin heard the voice. She looked at Chen Guan, only to see Chen Guan handing her 6 red attribute cards. "See these 6 red attribute cards." Qianyin was stunned. She looked at Chen Guan. "Do you have any more?" Passers-by saw this scene not far away. Their mouths opened into O shapes. "He still has it." Chapter 83. Source Power Attribute Bead? I want it. Only when a person is extremely lucky can he happen to encounter an attribute rat in the trial cave, and the attribute rat is very agile. Under normal circumstances, it is very difficult for people with abilities below level 30 to catch it. However, you cannot obtain attribute cards by killing attribute rats above level 30. In other words, if a person wants to obtain an attribute card by hunting attribute mice, it is harder than climbing to the sky. Only by chance can you kill an attribute rat and obtain an attribute card. And Chen Guan alone took out 33 attribute cards as auction items, which was already shocking enough. But now he actually took out 6 red attribute cards. Qianyin was stunned. Chen Guan looked at Qianyin's stunned expression and said with a smile, Take it. He handed the attribute card that was prepared for Qianyin to Qianyin. Qianyin blinked and reached out to take it. Looking at the 6 red attribute cards in front of her, her ruby-like eyes glowed, and she looked at Chen Guan. Give it to me? Chen Guan smiled and said, yeah. But this is too expensive. Qianyin looked at Chen Guan. I don't know how to thank you. Chen Guan was immediately delighted when he heard this. He said with a smile, then, thank me properly tonight? Qianyin blushed slightly and rolled her eyes at Chen Guan. We can talk about that kind of thing after you fulfill the promise in half a year. Chen Guan smiled. Do you still remember that I can't use the agreement in half a year? With my strength, the agreement in half a year is just a matter of time. Since I can do it, then, isn't it better to fulfill the promise now? Qianyin glared at Chen Guan playfully. No, a deal is a deal. Even if you have that ability, I can't do it before I really reach that level. She turned slightly to the side, her snow-white cheeks flushed. Anyway, let's talk about it after we complete the deal. She was really stubborn. She knew that she had the strength to surpass level 30, but she still refused to give in. Chen Guan smiled and said, take your time. I will give you these things as rewards. When I fulfill my promise, I will collect them from you all at once. Qianyin didn't say anything, but her fair face was flushed. It's only a little after 6 o'clock now, and the photos you wanted to send have already been sent. What do you plan to do next? She wanted to change the subject. She didn't want to get entangled with Chen Guan on a topic that made her heart beat faster. Sir, your association card. Before Chen Guan could respond, a voice came from beside him. Chen Guan came to his senses and saw the waitress handing him Chen Guan's association card. Chen Guan took it and thought for a moment. I don't have anything to do. How about we go to the market? With nothing to do, the two of them left the auction hall and came to the trading market. Chen Guan looked at some of the jewelry made of ferocious beast bones on the stalls. He picked up a piece of jewelry and looked at it. This jewelry is made of the bones of ferocious beasts and some foreign objects, and it looks like a bracelet. The bones of vicious beasts are made into jewelry. What is the use of this thing? Can it increase attribute values? Qianyin said, of course not. This thing cannot enhance the combat power of the ability user. It is simply sold as jewelry. Having said this, Qianyin paused, then looked at Chen Guan and said, to put it simply, it just looks good. It looks good. Would someone with special abilities buy something like this? Chen Guan looked at Qianyin. Qianyin said, of course there is. Beauty is what everyone pursues, whether they are ability users or ordinary people. Jewelry is not for increasing combat power, but simply for the sake of appearance. Beast bones. The higher the quality of the bones, the more beautiful they look after being nourished by the energy in the beast's body. So people like to wear them with them. Qianyin looked at Chen Guan and said, of course, these things are mostly bought by ordinary people. They like to think that the handicrafts made of beast bones can better show their wealth and status. Chen Guan heard this and asked, can ordinary people come to the 20th floor? Of course you can. The 10th and 20th floors all sell things related to people with special abilities, but these things require money to pay for. As long as you have money, anyone can come here to buy. Qianyin explained. She said, sometimes, at an auction, there are often some precious things that are bought by ordinary people. Qianyin explained for Chen Guan. Chen Guan nodded slightly. He put the bone jewelry in his handbag and looked around. Suddenly, his attention was attracted by something. There are many stones placed on a stall. In addition to the stone, there is also a cutting machine next to it. The stall owner was an old man with tan skin and a white beard. He was sitting in front of the stall, waiting for customers. When Chen Guan saw these stones, a word immediately came to his mind. Gambling on stones. Except for those with special abilities, most other things in this world are the same as the world Chen Guan was in before. Qianyin mentioned jadeite before, and jadeite comes from gambling stones. The stones displayed by this old man could also be jadeite, right? Thinking of this, Chen Guan suddenly became interested. If it were in the previous world, seeing this thing, Chen Guan would have run away directly. After all, it was too expensive. But it's different in this world. Chen Guan can use his ability to know what's inside the stone. So, Chen Guan walked toward the stall. Chen Guan, those stones are not ordinary stones. Qianyin hurriedly caught up with Chen Guan and immediately reminded him. Chen Guan was startled. He looked at Qianyin and said, isn't it jadeite? When Qianyin heard this, she immediately rolled her eyes at Chen Guan and said, this is the 20th floor. The only things sold on the 20th floor are related to people with special abilities. Where did the jade come from? Those stones are called hidden stones, and they contain source stones. In this world, There's something called the source power mine. The source power mine produces some special stones that contain source power. If people's source power is exhausted, they can replenish it with source power stones. However, the source stone is usually hidden inside the hidden stone. Only by cutting open the hidden stone can we know whether the stone is a source stone and whether the source stone inside is pure enough. If there is no source power inside, then it is useless. If the source power inside is not pure enough, it is also useless. Legend has it that there are not only source power stones hidden in the hidden stone, but also source power attribute stones. At this point, Chen Ming looked at Chen Guan and said, "The source power attribute stone can increase the upper limit of the source power. It is a very precious and rare thing. Because the source power attribute stone may exist, the price of the hidden stone is generally very expensive. In the final analysis, that thing is actually similar to gambling on jadeite, but is much more expensive than gambling on jadeite and other stones." Chen Ming crossed her arms, looked at Chen Guan, and said, "It can basically be considered a form of gambling. It's best if you don't touch this kind of thing. Many people have lost their fortunes because of playing this." Is it similar to the principal upper limit attribute stone of the qualification attribute card? Chen Guan had nothing to do anyway, so he walked to the stall, squatted down, and looked at every stone placed there. Since these are source stones, all you need to do is have a pair of eyes that can see through the distribution of source power inside the stone. Chen Guan's black pupils were glowing with golden light, and his pupils turned into golden pupils. Chapter 84. Don't go online? Dare to mess with Chen Guan boss. His eyes scanned every stone on the stall. Chen Guan could see the halos glowing inside the stones. The color of light emitted by each stone is different. There are 7 colors in total, corresponding to the 7 series. Suddenly, Chen Guan's sight fell on one of the stones on the stall. The light emitted by that stone was completely different from that of the other stones. The light emitted by other stones is a single color, but the light emitted by that stone is 7 colors. Chen Guan looked at it and picked up the stone. This stone is the size of 2 fists. To the naked eye, this thing looks no different from a stone on the roadside. Chen Guan looked at the old man. "How much is this thing?" The old stall owner glanced at it and said, 700,000. "Hear the price." Chen Guanxin was startled. The money used in this world is called source coin. The purchasing power of the money is about the same as Chen Guan's previous world. Chen Guan can find out through the memories of the original owner of this body. When the old man opened his mouth, he said 700,000, which was really an exaggeration. That was an astronomical sum that the blacksmith in Chen Guan could never earn in his entire life. When this old man opens his mouth, it means 700,000. Although Chen Guan had heard from Qianin that this thing was very expensive, he did not expect it to be so expensive. Sure enough, it was a bit exaggerated, no? Or should I say, too exaggerated. Chen Guan wanted to buy it, but after thinking about it, he realized that he only had the money he had saved for living expenses when he moved from his hometown to Leyyan City. After spending so much from his hometown to here, he only had 30 yuan left. Chen Guan was sure that he couldn't afford it. Chen Guan subconsciously turned his head and looked at the rich woman next to him. Chen Ying did not say anything. She retracted her gaze, took out an association card from her waist pocket, and handed it to the old man. Swiped the card. Boss Chen Guan seems to want to gamble on hidden stones. The group of passers-by who had been paying attention to Chen Guan once again noticed Chen Guan. Chen Guan has chosen them all. TSK, TSK, TSK. Each of these hidden stones is extremely expensive before they are cut. People without money don't dare to play with these things. After all, he is Boss Chen Guan. This is the man who sent 33 attribute cards at one time. However, things like hidden stones require gambling. You need experience and vision to win the bet. Master Chen Guan, this guy obviously has never played with hidden stones before. He just took a look and bought it directly. It's completely a gamble on luck. It's probably just a piece of useless stone. Well, he is already so strong. If his luck is still that good, then this world is really unfair. Look, the stall owner is starting to cut it. The old man took the stone from Chen Guan and put on the cutting machine. As the cutting machine's blade rotates, zzzz, a harsh sound was heard. I saw the madly spinning blade sinking into the stone, watching the blade cut in half. Crack! The high-speed rotating circular blade seemed to be cutting something extremely hard, accompanied by a crisp sound. The blade cracked and then became unable to move, as if it was being strangled. When the old man saw this, his originally relaxed face became a little solemn at this moment. He thought for a moment, then looked at Chen Guan and said, "Your stone is not good. There are a lot of impurities in it. It is a waste stone and cannot be cut. Let me change it for you." As he said that, he turned off the cutting machine and took the stone off the cutting machine. "Who are you kidding?" Chen Guan suddenly said, frowning. "Whether it is a waste stone or not, you will know it after you cut it open. This stone was picked by us, and even if it is a waste stone, we will not change it." Chen Guan is not stupid. She knew there was a problem as soon as she heard it. When the old man heard this, he held the half-cut stone in his hand and slowly stood up. He narrowed his eyes, stared at Chen Guan and Chen Guan, and said coldly, "I said, I will change it for you. If you don't change it, then I won't sell it." As he spoke, the old man was surrounded by yellow mist. With the appearance of the mist, the airflow around him changed. The old man's white bangs fluttered, revealing the mark on his forehead. It was a three-pointed star mark composed of 3 black triangle marks at the corners and 2 triangle stripes overlapping in the middle. This old man is level 36. Seeing this, Chen Guan understood. The old man knew that this stone was very special, so he planned to rob it. He was planning to take possession of the stone, relying on his level of 36, which was higher than Chen Guan and Chen Guan. This old man is trying to monopolize the stone selected by boss Chen Guan. He is destroying his own reputation. If his reputation is ruined, this old man will no longer be able to sell hidden stones. Is he crazy? The old man has been doing business for so long, it's impossible for him not to know that doing this would ruin his reputation, unless he thinks the value of the stone is high enough for him to give up the business in the future. What? Even if it's a source stone with 90% source power, it shouldn't be like this, right? Otherwise, there is no way to explain this old man's current behavior. However, this old man relies on his level 36 to occupy the stone of boss Chen Guan. I think he is overthinking it. I guess the old man doesn't go online often. There will be something interesting to watch next. Seeing the old man's behavior, Chen Guan frowned and said, "You are shameless. We have paid for the goods, and now you tell us that you are not selling them. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are at a high level. This is Layun City, the territory of the Thunder Association. I am Chen Guan, the granddaughter of the president of the Thunder Association. I tell you, you are done." When the old man heard this, he snorted, "What's the problem? I, Ming Lin, do not belong to your association. I am from the Oriental Association. At most, I will not do business with you." After he finished speaking, Ming Lin took the stone and walked out on his own. There are security guards maintaining order in this trading market, but it takes time for the security guards to arrive. Looking at Ming Lin like this, he was obviously confident that he could escape. "Stop." When the voice came, Ming Lin's steps paused slightly. He slowly turned his head and looked at the person who was speaking behind him with displeasure in his eyes. He looked at Chen Guan. "What's wrong? A little level 24 brat. You're not convinced?" Passers-by, watching from a distance, looked at the white-haired old man with an arrogant look on his face. They couldn't help but smack their lips. This stall owner really doesn't go online. He has no idea how perverted boss Chen Guan is. A level 36 player dares to be so arrogant in front of boss Chen Guan. He probably doesn't know how to write the word death. I want to observe a 3-second silence for him now. This guy's dead. Chapter 85, he crushed the stone as hard as jade directly. Those passers-by who knew Chen Guan had already begun to observe a moment of silence for the old man. Ming Lin didn't know Chen Guan. In his eyes, Chen Guan was just a rookie in his 20s. As he was only level 36, it was impossible for him to look down on Chen Guan. Chen Guan said, "This is the territory of the Thunder Association. The Thunder Association is the association of my girlfriend's grandfather. The auction will start soon, so we can't make it too bloody." At this point, Chen Guan paused and said, "Then let's do this." Chen Guan raised his hand, and black mist emerged from his palm. The fog instantly swept towards Ming Lin. The black fog was like an invisible rope that instantly tied up Ming Lin's body like a dumpling. The stone in his hand fell to the ground instantly. Ming Lin fell to the ground, frowning. A rope made of mist, a black natural attribute ability. He lay on the ground and looked at Chen Guan. "You don't think you could tie me up with just your level 24 rope, do you?" Hearing this, Chen Guan suddenly became interested. He crossed his arms over his chest and said with a smile, "You don't think this rope can't tie you up, do you?" Ming Lin's pupils narrowed slightly. Humph. He struggled hard, but the rope made of black mist tightly bound his body. The more he struggled, the tighter it became. "Ah!" Ming Lin screamed in pain. "What's going on?" Why can't I break free? When the passersby saw this scene, they immediately laughed. The strength of this type of control depends on the user's source power and the user's proficiency in the ability. When Master Chen Guan used 10,000 swords returning to the origin, it was clear that Master Chen Guan had a huge amount of source power. It was easy for him to tie up a level 36 guy. It's fine if this guy bullies others, but I didn't expect that he would rely on his high level to bully Chen Guan. How stupid. However, I never thought that besides tree elves, 10,000 swords returning to the origin, and teleportation, Master Chen Guan actually has this ability. It's incredible that one person has 4 abilities. Ming Lin gritted his teeth and seemed to be planning to do something, clenching his bound hands into fists. With this fist, Ming Lin's expression changed again. His old face was filled with fear. He looked at Chen Guan in disbelief. What did you do to me? Why can't I use my ability? The old voice was filled with fear. Chen Guan walked over and picked up the stones on the ground. People who are tied up by this black rope will have their internal energy restricted. When their energy is restricted, their abilities will naturally become unusable. Ming Lin's pupils trembled as he looked at Chen Guan. Impossible. If you want to restrict others with this kind of restriction ability, then your own source of power and ability proficiency must be stronger than the other parties. You're only level 24. It is impossible. Chen Guan glanced at Ming Lin. Then he retracted his gaze and looked at the 2 fist-sized stones in his hands. He was too lazy to pay attention to Ming Lin. The facts were in front of Ming Lin. Whether he believed it or not was his business. Now Chen Guan only wants to do one thing, which is to open the stone and see what is inside. Previously, when Chen Guan saw the cutter cutting the stone, the blade of the cutter could not go inside, which meant that there must be something very hard inside the stone. In that case, then, Chen Guan stretched out his hands and held the stone on both sides. Other people are also betting on hidden stones. We can find other stall owners and ask them to help cut the stones. Qian Yin's voice came. Hearing this voice, Chen Guan looked at Qian Yin and said with a smile, "No need." As he spoke, Chen Guan suddenly exerted force with both hands. As he did so, the muscles in his arms suddenly bulged, slightly lifting his clothes. As Chen Guan made this move, the extremely hard stone in his hand shattered. The entire stone turned into rubble and fell from Chen Guan's hand. Qian Yin stared blankly at the zongshur that was crushed by Chen Guan, the full cloth on her chest rising and falling slightly with her breathing. Seeing this scene, the onlookers nearby widened their eyes. The hardness of the Tibetan stone is even harder than jade. Can you crush the Tibetan stone with just the pressure of your hands? Is this just physical strength? Or is it without using abilities? Chen Guan felt the gazes coming from all around him, but he didn't care about them. He slowly squatted down and looked at the gravel on the ground. Suddenly, Chen Guan's attention was attracted by one of the things. He reached out and lifted the object from the rubble. The size of this bead is just right to be held in one hand. It is transparent in color, but you can vaguely see liquid flowing inside the transparent bead. He held the thing up to the room light. The beads reflected the light, creating a colorful glow around them. Qian Yin looked at the bead in front of her, her eyes trembling slightly, her mouth slightly open, and she was almost unable to speak. Passers-by who saw this scene stared at it blankly, somewhat dazed. It is found in hidden stones. It is transparent and can be seen in 7 colors when exposed to light. This is a source of power bead. Oh my god, I never thought that I would be able to see the legendary source of power bead in my lifetime. This bead is something that only exists in legends. It is a super rare bead with source power that can increase the upper limit of other people's source power by 200 points. I have only seen it in information and heard that others have it, but I have never seen it with my own eyes. I was a fake before, and I didn't expect that there is such a thing in the world. This thing is priceless. No wonder that guy would give up his business and run away with the stone just to keep it for himself. So that's how it is. If it were me, I would probably run away too. Hey, that's not right. When Master Chen Guan was selecting the hidden stones just now, he just took a glance and chose directly. He chose the best of the best among the hidden stones. How did he know that there was this thing in the hidden stones? Is it luck? But this luck is too exaggerated, right? Or maybe it's an ability. It's the ability of Boss Chen Guan. My turtle, you really are worthy of being the Boss Chen Guan. Those who knew Chen Guan, or those who didn't, all looked at him with envy, jealousy, and hatred. There were even some people who cast greedy glances at Chen Guan. Chen Guan looked at the bead and found that it was just as he had expected. The hardness of this thing was harder than other parts of the stone. crush the other parts, and this bead will be the only thing left. Chen Guan put away the beads and looked at Qianin. We got another good thing. Let's take it and bid for some money. Things that can improve attributes have no effect on Chen Guan, whose numerical limits have already been reached. It's better to sell good things directly. Hearing Chen Guan's sudden words, Qianin couldn't help but blinked at Chen Guan. Are you short of money? Chapter 86. I just auctioned 33 attribute cards, and I'm short of money more. Qianin didn't understand. This kind of source energy bead was a priceless treasure. Others who obtained it would have wanted to keep it as an heirloom, but Chen Guan was too outrageous. He wanted to sell it as soon as he got it. Of course I'm short of money. Chen Guan smiled and said, I only have 30 yuan left on me. If it weren't for the association card that allows me to eat, drink, and stay for free, I would probably starve to death on the road. Do you think I'm short of money? When Qianin heard this, she said, only 30 yuan left. This is too much. She paused and said, maybe you were short of money before, but after you sell the attribute cards you sent in, you won't be short of money anymore. According to my estimation, each of your attribute cards can be auctioned for at least 50 million. You sent in 33 cards, and after you sell all the cards, you will basically be a billionaire. Qianin looked at Chen Guan, her ruby-like eyes sparkling, and she said softly, if you're really short of money, give me this thing, I can buy from you with money. This source of power attribute bead has a fatal attraction to any person with special abilities, and the same is true for Qianin. She wanted it, but was too embarrassed to ask Chen Guan for it, so she wanted to buy it. Chen Guan looked at Qianin's pretty face, smiled, stretched out his hand, and gently put his arm around Qianin's slender waist. Qianin was slightly startled, and her tall and slender body was pulled into Chen Guan's arms. Qianin's face flushed slightly. Why are you like this suddenly? She raised her pretty face and looked at Chen Guan's face, who was so close to her. Although Qianin was not opposed to such intimate actions, this was in a market and there were people everywhere. No matter how generous Qianin was, she would blush. Chen Guan looked at Qianin's little face and said with a smile, my source power value has reached the upper limit. The upper limit of 200 points is meaningless to me. I can give it to you, but I don't want money. Well, what do you want? Qianin looked at Chen Guan with her big eyes, her creamy white cheeks slightly flushed. Chen Guan smiled and said, Qianin was really overwhelmed and leaned her head against Chen Guan's chest. Why are you like this? Chen Guan just wanted to tease Qianin. In Chen Guan's impression, Qianin was always generous and open-minded, the kind of person who would be called a tomboy if she were surrounded by men. But it's quite enjoyable to tease her occasionally and watch her cheeks turn red and she become shy. Qianin said in a tender voice, after you fulfill the promise, I will do whatever you want, okay? After saying this, Qianin only felt her cheeks getting hot. Qianin is a gifted girl from heaven. She always looks superior and is very proud. A source power bead like this is indeed very attractive to Qianin, but if this source power bead is owned by someone else, she will choose to buy it with money. But if the other party makes any excessive demands, she would definitely use her blood blade to make several holes in the opponent's body. But the man in front of her was her boyfriend, and whatever he wanted her to do was not excessive. Although she was shy, Qianin was still willing. Chen Guan smiled. That's what you said. Qianin snuggled up to Chen Guan. Her cheeks flushed. She didn't say a word, but the corners of her lips were slightly raised, and there was a misty mist in her eyes. This kind of shyness showed her unique charm to the fullest, making Chen Guan unable to take his eyes away. Chen Guan calmed himself down and handed the source power attribute bead in his hand to her. Qianin looked at the source energy attribute bead, reached out her hand, and took it. She didn't dare look at Chen Guan and said softly, it's almost time. Let's go sit over at the auction first. Chen Guan smiled and said, okay. Chen Guan and Qianin left together, shoulder to shoulder. Let me go. Hey, don't go. Let me go first. Ming Lin was tied up with black ropes. He struggled and twisted his body like a fish. He stared at Chen Guan's back and shouted, but Chen Guan and Qianin had no intention of paying any attention to him. The passers-by were watching Chen Guan and Qianin leaving, and many men's eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. A passerby who didn't know Chen Guan was muttering, he bought a hidden stone and got a property bead. This guy is so lucky. Not only did he get a property bead, but he also got the favor of a beauty like Miss Qianin. It's really enviable and jealous. Who is this guy? You don't go online either, do you? This guy is Chen Guan, the ability user who has recently become popular on the internet. He once killed a level 25 rare boss in seconds at level 21. This morning, He challenged Dongfang Fu from the Oriental Association and successfully killed Dongfang Fu, who was at level 39 and had awakened in the second transformation. What? Isn't he only level 24? How could he possibly beat the genius Dongfang Fu? You'll know if you take a look at the association circles. However, he is worthy of being called Master Chen Guan. Not only is he powerful, he is also good at picking up girls. The arrogant and cold goddess Xian Yin used to have admirers from Leiyun City to Haiyang City, but no one could handle her. However, after just a few days, Master Chen Guan has trained goddess Qian Yin into obedience. How enviable. It's not just envy, it's jealousy and hatred. I'm so angry when I compare myself to others. We are all over 20 levels. Why is the gap so big? Chen Guan brought Qian Yin to the auction venue. When we arrived at the auction venue, there are already a few people sitting inside. Maybe there is still some time before the auction starts, so it looks a bit deserted. Chen Guan and Qian Yin found a seat and sat down. Chen Guan looked around. The auditorium of the entire auction venue was like the seats in a movie theater, arranged from front to back and from bottom to top. However, unlike the seats in a movie theater, these seats were arranged in a semicircle, surrounding the high platform directly below. The platform is blocked by red curtains. Chen Guan withdrew his gaze and looked at Qian Yin beside him. Qian Yin was holding the attribute bead, and she was looking at it. Chen Guan smiled and said, "You won't use it?" "I want to use it," Qian Yin said, "but I never thought that the legendary attribute bead would appear in my hands. As far as I know, in the entire Eastern continent, there are less than a handful of people who have used attribute beads, and those people are all powerful people without exception. Among them, Dongfang Sheng, the current president of the Eastern Association, used attribute beads when he was young. Attribute beads are so hard to come by. In order to increase my source power limit, my grandfather arranged for many people to search for attribute beads everywhere. It has been more than 10 years now, but I still haven't found it." At this point, Qian Yin looked at Chen Guan and said with a smile, "I never thought that you would give me this thing today." Chen Guan could see Qian Yin's joy, and he was a little confused. 200 points of source power limit. Is that amazing? Chapter 87, Awakening the Ability to Create Everything. After hearing Qian Yin's mysterious words, he, who had a natural source power value of 999, found it difficult to understand what the use of 200 points of source power was. When Qian Yin heard Chen Guan's question, she was stunned. Qian Yin looked at Chen Guan strangely. "What's your source power value?" Chen Guan smiled and said, "Want to know? Are you planning to sacrifice yourself tonight?" Qian Yin was startled. Her face turned red. She rolled her eyes at Chen Guan and said, "Even if you don't tell me, I can guess that your source power is probably over 1,000. Otherwise, you can't use so many swords, and you can't create a black dragon. You don't know what the upper limit of 200 source power points means to a person with special abilities. Maybe it's because you were born with a source power value that is stronger than that of ordinary people, so you don't know." Qian Yin looked at Chen Guan and said with a smile, "Then let me introduce it to you. A normal person with special abilities who is broken through has a source power value of 20 points. 20 points of source power is the average value of most people with special abilities. When a person with special abilities uses or maintains their abilities, they need to consume their source power. The more powerful the ability, the higher the source power required. The longer the ability lasts, the higher the consumption. If the source power is exhausted, the body's physical strength will be exhausted as well, and it will enter a state of exhaustion." Qian Yin said, "In addition to absorbing attribute beads, the ability user can also use their abilities to consume their own source power infinitely. Let the source power be exhausted, and then let it recover naturally. This is a form of cultivation, but the speed at which this source of power naturally recovers is extremely slow. Even if a person is fully committed and has good talent, it will take a week to increase their source of power by 1 point. For those with poor talent, it may take a month before they can increase their source of power by 1 point. And as the upper limit of the source of power increases, the speed of improvement becomes slower. After the source of power reaches more than 100 points, a person with ordinary talent may not be able to increase the upper limit of the source of power by 1 point in a year." At this point, Qian Yin looked at Chen Guan and said, "Many people cannot make their source power exceed 100 points in their entire lives, let alone 200 points. Upon hearing this, Chen Guanxin was shocked. Hearing this, he realized there was such a saying. Qian Yin looked at Chen Guan's expression and smiled. "Now you know how precious this thing is, right? Are you starting to regret giving it to me?" Chen Guan blinked, touched his chin, looked at Chen Yin, and said with a smile, "That's not the case, but what you said made me realize that this thing is so precious. After I complete the agreement and find you to fulfill my promise, if I don't come a few more times, it seems a bit sorry for myself." After hearing this, Chen Yin was a little confused at first, then she seemed to think of something and reacted. She blushed and said, "Big hooligan." She withdrew her gaze, sat back down, and ignored Chen Guan. Looking at Chen Yin's expression, Chen Guan couldn't help but smile. He reached out his hand, gently put his arm around Chen Yin's shoulders, and held her in his arms once again. Chen Yin did not resist. She looked at the attribute bead in her hand and seemed reluctant to use it. Looking at Chen Yin's expression, Chen Guan smiled and said, "Use it. If you don't want to give it away, I'll give you another one." When Chen Yin heard this, she was stunned for a moment, then raised her head and looked at Chen Guan. "What did you say?" There was an incredible gleam in her eyes. Chen Guan smiled, said nothing, and stretched out his right hand. Under Chen Yin's gaze, colorful light appeared on the palm of Chen Guan's right hand, and the light condensed together to form the shape of a bead. Finally, the bead took shape, and its appearance was exactly the same as the breakthrough bead in Chen Yin's hand. This is an ability that Chen Guan suddenly thought of. In the past, Chen Yin said that source power is the source of all things, and the abilities of people with special abilities are carried out with the help of source power. If the source force is the source of all things, that is to say, as long as there is enough source force, anything that exists in this world can be created. Even attribute beads can appear in theory. Of course, for abilities of this level, the requirements for qualifications and source power would be very, very high. Otherwise, it would not be possible to awaken. The source force attribute bead contains source force, and source force is what constitutes the 7 types of abilities, which means that source force itself contains 7 types of attributes. In other words, to create source power attributes requires extremely high 7 system qualifications. Theoretically, it is impossible for anyone to do it, and naturally it is impossible for anyone to awaken this ability, but Chen Guan can. When Chen Yin saw this, she blinked and looked at Chen Guan. "Copy ability, you copied it?" Hearing this, Chen Guan smiled and said, "Yeah." Chen Yin looked at Chen Guan with a strange expression. "How many abilities do you have?" "The ability to copy belongs to the black camouflage attribute. You have so many abilities. It's unbelievable." Chen Guan handed the attribute bead in his hand to Chen Yin. Chen Yin looked at the replica that Chen Guan handed over, and she smiled. "Then I'll use the attribute bead first." Chen Guan looked at Chen Yin and saw that the attribute bead on Chen Yin's right hand slowly turned into blue light of 0 and 1, and these lights slowly sank into Chen Yin's body. After Chen Yin absorbed the attribute bead, she took the replica handed to her by Chen Guan and snuggled closer to Chen Guanhua. "This thing is copied exactly like the real attribute bead." Chen Guan looked at Chen Yin's happy and playful look and said with a smile, "Why don't you just absorb it and try it?" Chen Yin was startled. She looked at Chen Guan and rolled her eyes at him. "How can it be absorbed? This is a replica." She saw with her own eyes how Chen Guan used his ability to copy the attribute beads. Chen Yin had seen others use abilities like the black camouflage attribute before. This ability could copy things, but it was just a copy of things. Those things look exactly like the originals, but the replicas are actually imitations of the appearance and do not have the functions of the originals. Chen Yin knew that Chen Guan had a high aptitude in the black element, so it was not surprising that he could awaken the ability of camouflage, which was also an aptitude in the black element. So when she saw Chen Guan using the copying ability, she was a little surprised, but not that surprised. But now when she heard Chen Guan say that he wanted her to absorb it, she became a little confused. Chen Guan smiled and said, "You will know if you try it." When Chen Yin heard this, she said, "Are you trying to trick me into trying it and then make fun of me?" Hearing this, Chen Guan laughed. "How is that possible? You are my baby. I can never make fun of you no matter who I am." Chen Yin's eyes were shining, and she rolled her eyes. "Okay, then I believe you." As she said this, she made an absorbing gesture. It is recognized by everyone that the copied things do not have the same effect as the original. Some people use this copying ability to copy antique treasures in order to fool others and make a lot of money. But the copied things are still different from the real things. Chen Yin knew this, so she determined that this attribute bead was just a replica and could not possibly have the abilities of the original. The reason why she said she would believe Chen Guan was that she wanted to tell Chen Guan, "I know you want to deceive me, but I know I will be deceived and I still want to listen to you. Am I obedient? The replica attribute bead in Qinin's hand slowly turned into blue light of 0 and 1, and slowly sank into Qinin's palm. When Qining saw this scene, her ruby-like eyes narrowed slightly, and her little face showed an expression of disbelief. Chapter 88. Whatever attribute card, just copy the attribute beads directly. She looked at Chen Guan, her eyes full of shock and disbelief. Can a replica be used as the original? If there really is such a power in this world, then Qining was a little confused and found it hard to believe. Because this kind of thing is too far from common sense. It is not an ability that humans should have. It is an ability that only God possesses. Yin Gao, he also wants to participate in this auction. Hearing this voice, Chen Guan came back to his senses and found that while he was chatting with Qining, more and more people came to the auction hall. The seats that were previously somewhat empty were now filled with people. At this time, Chen Guan noticed that many people were looking at a man who came in from outside the door. The man looked to be in his early 30s. He was wearing a red suit with fiery red hair. His muscular body made the suit bulge out. What attracted Chen's attention was the rank on the man's forehead. 4 black triangular marks and 2 triangular stripes could be seen on his forehead. This means that this man's level is 43. Next to the man was a red-haired man. This man was thinner than the man in front of him. He looked to be around 25 years old and was level 26. The two of them walked into the auction venue together, and this action attracted the attention of people around them. That's Yin Gao, one of the 5 members of the Liang Association. Qin Yin's voice came. Following Yin Gao is Yin Lian, Yin Gao's son. Abilities are inherited. Yin Gao is a user of the red flame attribute, and so is his son Yin Lian. This auction will be auctioning red attribute cards. Yin Gao doesn't need them, but Yin Lian definitely does. These two people came for the red attribute cards. Hearing this, Chen Guan relaxed his brows. An association is a giant organization similar to a country, and members of parliament are second only to the president. He has a superior status and position. Even with such an existence, he had to go out himself to buy a red attribute card for his son. It can be seen how important the attribute card that Chen Guan underestimated is. Chen Guan withdrew his gaze and looked at Qining beside him. Qining looked at the people coming in one after another and said, "It seems that there will be a lot of competition in this auction tonight." She looked nervous. Looking at Qining's nervous expression, it was obvious that although Chen Guan gave her 6 red attribute cards, her red attribute qualifications had not yet reached the upper limit of the attribute cards that could be used. So, she wanted the red attribute card at the auction. Looking at Qining's expression, Chen Guan pondered for a moment and said, "How many red attribute cards do you still need to reach the upper limit of attribute card usage?" When Qining heard this, she was slightly startled and looked at Chen Guan. "You, what do you want to do?" She seemed to realize something and immediately said, "You don't mean to say that you can even copy attribute cards, right?" Looking at Qining's expression, Chen Guan touched his nose and raised his right hand. Along with the appearance of bright light, a stack of red attribute cards appeared on Chen Guan's right hand. He handed these red attribute cards to Qining. Qining's mouth opened into an O shape, and she looked at the red attribute card handed to her by Chen Guan with an unbelievable look. Chen Guan smiled and said, "Using them, you can easily increase your red qualifications to the upper limit." Hearing this, Qin Yin's eyes sparkled. She looked at Chen Guan with her big eyes, then took the attribute card handed to her by Chen Guan. Impossible. Things copied by the copying ability cannot have the functions of the original body. Although she had just used the attribute beads copied by Chen Guan's ability was too incredible, and her mind still could not accept it. The small stack of attribute cards in Qining's hand slowly turned into blue data of 0 and 1 and sank into Qining's hand. Qining's eyes trembled slightly, and she looked at Chen Guan. Chen Guan looked at Qining with a smile. Qining stared at Chen Guan blankly with her ruby-like eyes. "My red talent has reached its limit." Even Qining, the granddaughter of the president of the Thunder Association and a person of great experience, found it hard to believe when she saw Chen Guan's ability that was beyond common sense and like a bug. The common sense she knew was shattered by Chen Guan. Broken into pieces, Qining felt like she was dreaming. Looking at Qining's expression, Chen Guan kissed her while she was dazed. After the kiss, Qining came back to her senses. She recovered from the shock and looked at Chen Guan with her big eyes. Chen Guan smiled at Qining and said, "Are you more awake now?" Qining blinked. She looked away and then looked ahead. There was nothing in front of Qining, and Chen Guan knew that Qianyin was looking at her data panel. Qianyin's eyes trembled slightly, and she looked around. Because Qianyin was shy, and she knew that Chen Guan always liked to hug her, Qianyin deliberately chose a seat at the back where there were fewer people nearby. Qianyin saw that not many people noticed this place, so she breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at Chen Guan. Don't show this ability of yours in front of other people in the future. If you're discovered, it will be very bad. Upon hearing this, Chen Guan understood. An ordinary person is innocent, but when a person possesses a rare treasure, he will become guilty even if he is innocent. Chen Guan's ability breaks the convention. If Chen Guan had this ability, he would have an unlimited number of attribute cards and attribute beads. Those attribute cards and attribute beads, just one or one, are enough to make some people fight each other in places where others can't see. When Chen Guan was in the first level of the trial cave, he encountered a group of people who wanted to kill him and take his attribute card. He had experienced this firsthand. One card can make the person with special abilities risk his life. If people knew that Chen Guan was a humanoid card printing machine, how many people would target him? Although Qianyin and Chen Guan are relatively far behind, Qianyin's status is such that as long as she is there, there will definitely be people paying attention to her. In addition, Chen Guan's actions in recent times have made him famous in Leyun City. So, although the two of them were sitting at the back, they were actually being watched from the moment they stepped in here. Among these people, there was a young man named Yin Lian, who was looking at Chen Guan and Qianyin. At first, Yin Lian was paying attention to Qianyin, and he was also Qianyin's pursuer, but as Chen Guan and Qianyin interacted with each other, he discovered something unusual. Yin Lian watched Chen Guan and Qianyin's every move. He frowned and looked at Yin Gao beside him. Dad. When Yin Gao heard this, he looked at Yin Lian beside him. Yin Lian asked, "Is there anyone who can copy an attribute card and make the copy have the abilities of the original card?" When Yin Gao heard this, he retracted his gaze and said calmly, "It's possible in theory, but in reality, there is no such person. What you said is a bit too far-fetched." Yin Lian said, "But I just saw someone copy an attribute card, and the copied attribute card was absorbed." Yin Gao was startled. He frowned and looked at Yin Lian. "What did you say?" Chapter 89 Auction begins. Yin Gao frowned and looked at Yin Lian. "Did you see it with your own eyes?" Yin Lian nodded slightly, then turned his head slightly and looked in one direction. The man sitting next to Qianyin, he was the one who used his ability to create a stack of attribute cards just now, and he also gave the stack of attribute cards to Qianyin. I saw Qianyin use those attribute cards with my own eyes. He looked at Yin Gao and said, "I saw it with my own eyes. Although I find it a little hard to believe, I can assure you that I saw it with my own eyes." Yin Gao turned his head slightly in the direction Yin Lian was looking and looked in the direction of Chen Guan and Qianyin. He retracted his gaze, looked at the auction table in front of him, and said slowly, "Qianyin is a user with the ability of the red creation attribute. She and that person came here. It must be for the red attribute cards in this auction. If that man really has that ability as he told you, then what are the two of them doing here?" When Yin Lian heard this, facing Yin Gao's doubts, Yin Lian quickly said, "But I just saw it with my own eyes." Yin Gao said, "Okay, the auction has started. I'll find them to verify it after the auction is over." When Yin Lian heard Yin Gao say this, he knew very well that Yin Gao did not believe him. Yin Lian frowned, turned his head to look at Chen Guan, and slowly looked away. People who haven't seen Chen Guan's ability with their own eyes would never believe it. Otherwise, they wouldn't say they would wait until the auction was over to verify it. They came to the auction just for an attribute card, and that person was most likely a humanoid card printer. Yin Lian turned his head to look at Chen Guan, then slowly looked away. He had seen the video of Chen Guan fighting Dongfang Fu, and knew that Chen Guan was very strong. Dongfang Fu, who was level 39, was not his opponent, so he, who was level 26, naturally could not be Chen Guan's opponent. He was a little surprised when he saw that Chen Guan could copy and use attribute cards. After being surprised, he thought about telling his father Yin Gao about it. I wanted my father to help, but he didn't believe me at all. Yin Lian was a little depressed, but there was nothing he could do. Chen Guan noticed that the atmosphere around him had changed a little. The meeting room, which had been a little noisy just now, gradually calmed down. He subconsciously looked towards the platform. Sure enough, on the podium, a tall woman in a black suit was slowly walking out from behind the scenes. She wore a headset and had a professional smile on her face. "I'm Mu Dai, the host of this auction. I believe everyone is waiting impatiently. I will not waste any more words. I will announce the official start of the auction." After Mu Dai's voice fell, A sturdy man in a neat suit came out from behind the curtain behind the platform, pushing a small cart. On the cart was something covered with a red cloth. That thing looks heavy. I guess that thing is the first item of this auction. Then the first item to be auctioned is the Lei Ling hammer. Mu Dai pulled open the red cloth covering the auction item, revealing the appearance of the auction item. It was a huge hammer, silver-white in color, and looked very heavy and ancient. Mu Dai said, "This is the Thunder Hammer made by Weapon Master Lu Yin. It is made of crystals mixed with a level 46 Mad Thunder Lion. If the user uses abilities related to lightning, when holding it, the ability can be increased. The starting price is 10 million. 11 million. Suddenly, someone stretched out his hand and started bidding. 15 million. Slowly, people started bidding. Chen Guan listened to the host's introduction. What is a crystal? There's a chance that a crystal will appear in the body of a beast above level 30. Chen Yin explained to Chen Guan. Those crystals will contain a certain attribute of power. Combining the crystals with weapons can produce this kind of unique weapon. However, this kind of weapon refining method can only be done by some master blacksmiths. It's like an enchantment in a game, Chen Guan said. It's really interesting. Suddenly, Chen Guanxin's head moved, and he looked at Chen Yin. By the way, I saw you using a red knife before. Is it similar to that kind of weapon? Chen Yin said, No, that is my ability. She stretched out her hand, and under Chen Guan's gaze, her palm was glowing red. As the light came on, the blade pierced her palm. Chen Guan was stunned. He looked at Chen Yin, but saw that Chen Yin frowned slightly. A red knife emerged from her palm. It looked like it was coming out of her body, and, in fact, it was coming out of her body. After the knife pierced the skin of her palm, blood gushed out of her palm like a living thing, accompanied by red light, and finally condensed into a dagger. At the same time, the wound on her palm healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. People in this world have life values. The human body is the same as the body of a ferocious beast. As long as the health points are high enough, the body will automatically deduct health points to repair the damaged parts after being injured. My ability is to turn my own blood into a weapon. At this point, Chen Yin looked at Chen Guan beside her and said, Because my ability is rather special, I cannot use weapons that can increase the attributes of my ability. She loosened her hand, and the dagger-like blood blade disappeared. Chen Guan said, When you use this ability, you not only consume source power, but also health points. Chen Yin hummed. Indeed, but because my blood is needed as a medium, the source power consumed will be less than that of other ability users. At this point, Chen Yin turned her head and looked at Chen Guan. Looking at Chen Guan, she noticed the pity in Chen Guan's eyes, and she smiled playfully. Don't worry about me. I'm not that delicate. Looking at Chen Yin's relaxed expression, Chen Guan reached out and held her in his arms, stroking her arm. Chen Yin snuggled up to Chen Guanhua. She slowly closed her eyes, enjoying Chen Guan's pity and tenderness. Chen Yin's ability is to use her own blood to transform into weapons to attack. This ability is not something that ordinary people can control. Although Chen Yin's blood and injuries will be repaired, the pain of damaging one's own body and letting the blood break through the skin and flow out of the body is not something that everyone can accept. With this ability, it is obvious that she is not an ordinary girl, let alone an ordinary person with special abilities. But when she was in front of Chen Guan was too powerful, and the light he emitted was too dazzling, which concealed her light. The next auction item is the attribute card. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Hearing the voice, Chen Guan and Chen Yin looked towards the platform together. Mu Dai, who was standing on the platform, had a professional smile on her face. In front of her was a platform. On the platform, there was a transparent square glass cover. Inside the glass cover was a red attribute card. The moment this attribute card appeared, the entire auction venue fell silent. Chen Guan subconsciously looked around at the people who were staring at the attribute cards on the platform with fiery eyes. Obviously, a large number of these people came here for this attribute card. A small attribute card can make these people hold their breath. I wonder what their expressions will be when my 33 attribute cards appear in a while. Chapter 90. The value in an attribute card is equal to that of a house. Mu Dai smiled and said, This is a red attribute card. Attribute cards have been extremely rare since they appeared. I believe everyone knows its function, so I will not introduce in detail. The starting price is 50 million, and each increase in price must not be less than 10,000. The bidding will start now. 60 million. Suddenly, a voice rang out. In an instant, another 10 million was added to the original price of 50 million. When these words came out, the whole venue was quiet for a second. A second later, someone else reached out. 65 million, 66 million, 68 million, 70 million. The bidding continued all the way. Within a few seconds, the price of an attribute card increased from 50 million to 70 million. You know, the purchasing power of money in this world is the same as that in Chen Guan's world. For an ordinary family, 70 million is unthinkable. Although Chen Guan is currently invincible, he still has some idea about money. From the memories of the original owner of this body, Chen Guan could be sure that money was extremely difficult to earn, let alone tens of millions. Even a million would be something that Chen Guan's blacksmith would never be able to earn in his entire life. And now, these people spend tens of millions just by talking. To these people, money is like paper. From this point, Chen Guan can also understand how precious an attribute card is. An attribute card is almost comparable to a house in the association's central city. The price is really terrifying. Chen Guan muttered. When Chen Guan was shocked by the value of the attribute card, the price had already climbed all the way to nearly 80 million. Suddenly, a voice sounded. 100 million. When this voice sounded, everyone in the field looked at the person who spoke. The person who spoke was Yin Gao. Yin Gao raised his strong arm with a calm expression. Yin Gao, a counselor of the Flame Association. The Flame Association mainly relies on manufacturing and selling various weapons. Every high-ranking member of the association is very wealthy. It's no wonder that the counselors of this association are so rich. 100 million. That's a lot of money. I don't know if I can ever make that much money in my lifetime. TSK, TSK, TSK. If you have money, you could do whatever you want. When Yin shouted out this price, everyone in the field was silent, perhaps because Yin Gao's bid was too high, or perhaps because of Yin Gao's status and position. No one continued to bid against Yin Gao. At this time, Mu Dai knocked the hammer in her hand on the stage and said with a smile, "Deal, then this red attribute card will belong to Counselor Yin Gao." Yin Gao slowly withdrew his hand. As the auction of the red attribute card came to an end, you could see that many people had stood up from their seats. Many people came here for the red attribute cards, but now that they see the attribute cards are gone, they are planning to leave. But at this moment, a voice rang out. The next auction item is also an attribute card. This is Mu Dai's voice. The moment Mu Dai's voice sounded, those who were about to leave stopped in their tracks, their expressions showing a hint of shock, and they all looked at Mu Dai on the platform. Mu Dai looked at the guests in the front seats with a smile and said, "In fact, for rare items like attribute cards, we will do some publicity before the auction to let everyone know. But the person who sent the item this time is very special. He sent the item just before the auction started. Therefore, the publicity was not in place this time, and I believe that you don't know about the other attribute cards." When Mu Dai said this, Yin Gao's eyebrows suddenly frowned, and his mind thought of what Yan Lian had just said. He subconsciously turned his head and looked in the direction of Chen Guan. After Yin Gao looked at Chen Guan, he slowly looked away. Impossible. This is impossible. It is impossible for an attribute card to be created by a human being. It must be just a coincidence. On the auction table, Mu Dai looked at the people in front of him and said with a smile, "Let me first make it clear to everyone that there are a total of 33 attribute cards that we will auction next, and we will auction them one by one. Among these 33 cards, except for the red attribute card, all other attribute cards are available." She was unhurried when she spoke. While she was speaking, those who had been planning to leave returned to their seats one by one. At the same time, when they heard Mu Dai say there were 33 photos, their faces changed. 33? Who is the person who sent these attribute cards? How could he get 33 attribute cards? That's too many. Some people are surprised, while others have already taken out their mobile phones to contact relatives and friends to raise funds. Everyone realized that the bidding for the next 33 attribute cards would be fierce. When Chen Guan saw this, he knew why Mu Dai spoke so slowly. She was stalling for time because the bidders in front of him obviously did not know the existence of these attribute cards. So she told these people the number of attribute cards to give them time to collect the money. "Dad," Yan Lian spoke. When Yin Gao heard Yan Lian's words, he subconsciously turned his head and looked at Chen Guan. It would be impossible to have so many attribute cards through normal means. It seems that you were right. Such ability really exists in this world. Yin Gao withdrew his gaze and looked at the stage. Then, "Dad, why don't you do anything?" Yin Lian was confused when he saw that Yin Gao still didn't do anything. Yin Gao frowned and lowered his voice. Can you be more sane? Now, everyone is waiting to bid for the attribute card. If you take action now, it will definitely attract their attention. If others know the ability of that guy, they will take action before you can. When Yin Lian heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched, but he couldn't refute it. Yin Gao said calmly, "Wait here until the auction is over. Then look for him." Yin Lian nodded. Then this card is a yellow attribute card. The starting price is 50 million, and the increment must not be less than 10,000. The bidding begins now. As Mu Dai's voice fell, the bidding has begun. Chen Guan sat in his seat, watching quietly and listening to the bidding nearby. This feeling is really enjoyable. The auction of 33 attribute cards will be divided into 33 auctions. The auction didn't seem to care how long it would take to run so many bids. In fact, the auction just wants to drag out the time so that these bidders can raise more funds to bid. After the 33 attribute cards were auctioned, the auction ended. Chen Guan took Qianyin away from the trading building. He deliberately took Qianyin to a remote location. Qianyin followed Chen Guan obediently, and she didn't care about Chen Guan's actions. Since you were teleporting away, if you don't want to attract too much attention, it would be best to find a remote place to leave. Chen Guan suddenly stopped. Qianyin looked at his actions, smiled, and said, "Are you going to teleport?" When Chen Guan heard this, he looked at Qianyin beside him and said with a smile, "Don't worry, let's solve some problems before we leave." When Qianyin heard this, there was doubt in her eyes. Chen Guan turned slightly and looked behind him. There was a patch of green trees behind Chen Guan, and he said, "Don't hide anymore, come out." Hearing this, Qianyin suddenly looked towards the green trees behind her, her expression becoming more alert. "Who's there?" Two figures walked out from behind the green trees. The two people were Yin Gao and Yin Lian. Chapter 91, I am invincible. What am I afraid of? Seeing these two people, Qian Yin's pupils narrowed slightly, and there was a hint of doubt in her eyes. Yin Gao and Yin Lian, why are you following us? What do you want to do? Yin Gao looked at Chen Guan and Qian Yin expressionlessly. His eyes fell on Chen Guan, and he said calmly, "Can your copying ability allow the copy to have the functions of the original?" The moment Yin Gao asked this question, Qian Yin's face suddenly changed and turned pale. She looked at Chen Guan with some uneasiness and panic. Chen Guan's ability is a bug ability, a god-level ability. If other people knew about this ability, it would undoubtedly bring huge trouble to Chen Guan. "Dad, you don't need to ask her this question," Yin Lian said. It's impossible for him to admit it. Qian Yin retracted her gaze, adjusted her mood, looked at Yin Gao and Yin Lian in front of her, and said, "Are you daydreaming? His name is Chen Guan. Haven't you ever seen Chen Guan's ability online? He has fought with Dongfang Hao and Dongfang Fu. He is a black creation type ability user, not a disguise type ability user. He can't copy things. Besides, even if he has the ability to copy, it is impossible for the copy to retain the function of the original body. That kind of ability simply cannot exist. Qianyin, no matter how much you try to argue, it will be useless." Yin Lian said, "I saw it with my own eyes." Qianyin frowned and said, "Yin Lian, I think your eyes are blurry." At this point, Qianyin turned her head slightly to look at Chen Guan beside her and lowered her voice. "You can't let anyone else know about your ability, otherwise more greedy people will target you, and then there will be too much trouble. My identity is special. Even Yin Gao and the others dare not offend me. As long as you insist that you don't have the ability, I will protect you. They dare not do anything reckless." Hearing Qianyin's words, Chen Guan couldn't help but smile. He laughed and said, "I am invincible. What should I be afraid of?" Qianyin looked at Chen Guan. She was a little dazed. Facing the pressure from a level 43 association counselor, Chen Guan's handsome face still had a confident smile as always. The light in his black, gemstone-like pupils was a gleam of confidence. He was the same as always, just like when Qianyin first met him. When she first met Chen Guan, he dared to challenge Cheng Ping, the president of Lei Ting, at level 10. And now, facing the pressure of Yin Gao's level 43, he is still as confident as ever. Chen Guan looked at Yin Gao and Yin Lian and said, "I can indeed copy the original and make the copy have the effect of the original." Hearing Chen Guan calmly admit it, Yin Gao looked at Chen Guan and said, "Since you admit it, don't waste time and come with us." "Go with you? Why go with you?" Yin Gao frowned and stared at Chen Guan. "You have two choices now. One is to follow me obediently, and the other is for me to beat you up and then take you away by force." As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Gao's whole body glowed with red light. His pupils were glowing red as he stared at Chen Guan coldly. Chen Guan looked at Yin Gao. He slowly put away his smile. His expression became cold, and his black gemstone-like pupils slowly began to glow. The pupils turned into a fiery red. A red light slowly emerged from Chen Guan's body, and the red light surrounded Chen Guan like a flame. Chen Guan's black hair turned into fiery red as he moved. Chen Guan looked at Yin Gao and said, "Let me see if you have the ability to say what you just said." Red flame attribute. Chen Yin, who was standing next to him, stared blankly at the flames surrounding Chen Guan, who had fluttering red hair. Her eyes trembled slightly. Only then did she realize that Chen Guan not only possessed abilities such as the black sword and teleportation, he even possessed red flame attribute abilities. The moment she saw this scene, she immediately remembered what happened on the ferocious Beast Island a few days ago. Yin still remembers vividly the giant fireball that exploded over the Beast Island. The association's top management came to this conclusion based on their judgment based on the video footage. If that giant fireball had not exploded thousands of feet in the sky, but exploded directly on the ferocious Beast Island, the entire ferocious Beast Island would have been destroyed. The person who can use that giant fireball has unimaginable strength. Someone in the association's circle compared the user with the ability of the giant fireball with the 5 presidents of East Continent. And most people concluded that none of the 5 presidents of East Continent was a match for the user of the giant fireball. Some people speculated that the fireball in the sky above the ferocious Beast Island might have been released by a super ferocious beast that humans had never seen before. But at this moment, Yin looked at Chen Guan, whose whole body was glowing with red flames, and she couldn't help but associate the giant fireball above the ferocious Beast Island with Chen Guan. The ferocious Beast Island had been normal all along. The giant fireball only appeared after Chen Guan arrived at the ferocious Beast Island. Is this a coincidence? It's not a coincidence. It's not a coincidence. It was him. He was the one who released the fireball that was enough to destroy the entire ferocious Beast Island. No wonder he didn't care about the fireball at all when he was on that island. So that's how it is. Yin stood behind Chen Guan. She stared at Chen Guan blankly, thinking about everything that had happened before. She finally figured it out. It turned out that his strength had already surpassed that of her grandfather. No wonder he has always been so confident. No wonder he dared to challenge my grandfather when he was at level 10. So, he has been this powerful since the beginning, when Yin was immersed in her own world. Yin Gao has already started to die. Yin Gao looked at Chen Guan and said, "It seems that you have used your copying ability to improve your red qualifications, giving you the ability to awaken the red qualities. But you're really too stupid. Even if you have obtained unlimited attribute cards through the copy ability, there's a limit to the use of attribute cards. You have at most 200 points of red attribute qualifications, and the function of this qualification is just to awaken your ability. It can't help you in other aspects. A level 24 red flame attribute user would actually fight with a level 43 red flame attribute user. It's really stupid. In that case, I will cripple your legs first." Yin Gao raised his right hand with flames on his hand. Suddenly, 2 ropes of fire appeared under Chen Guan's feet. The ropes came out from the ground and instantly bound Chen Guan's feet. "Burn it!" Yin Gao shouted. The flame produced by the tinderbox is exceptionally bright. However, no matter how bright the flame emitted by the tinderbox is, it had no effect on Chen Guan. Chapter 92, A Fireball Destroys an Isolated Island. Yin, who was standing aside, watched this scene, her eyes sparkling. No, he can't be hurt. If that giant fireball was released by Chen Guan, then even my grandfather can't be his opponent. If you want to defeat such a person, level 43 is far from enough. Yin Gao's pupils narrowed slightly. What's going on? Chen Guan looked at Yin Gao's expression and said, "Let's go to another place." When Yin Gao heard this, he frowned and asked, "What did you say?" Suddenly, Chen Guan, Yin, Yin Gao, and Yin Lian disappeared on the spot. Yin only felt a flash before her eyes, and then the surroundings suddenly became bright. She looked around and was a little stunned. She found that the surrounding environment had changed. Just now they were still in the city, but now she found herself on an isolated island. She raised her head and looked upwards. Above her head was a blue sky with the sun hanging in the sky. But it was clearly night just now. Teleport. Yin understood immediately. It was teleportation. Chen Guan used his teleportation ability to teleport the four of them to an isolated island in the other hemisphere. What is this? Yin Lian looked around, his face showing a hint of astonishment and disbelief. He looked at Yin Gao in panic. Dad, what's going on? Yin Gao's face no longer had the coldness and calmness he had at the beginning, and there was a hint of surprise and confusion on his face. Teleport? Teleport across half a planet, Yin Gao muttered to himself. When Yin Lian heard this, he thought of what Chen Guan had just said. Let's go to another place. In an instant, goosebumps appeared all over his body. He looked at Chen Guan in disbelief. It's him. It's him. He used teleportation. Yin Gao's face turned pale. He looked at Chen Guan, his pupils trembling, and his expression was uncertain. Who are you? Chen Guan looked at the panic on Yin Gao and Yin Lian's faces and said, Who am I? My name is Chen Guan. I am neither an ordinary person nor a genius. You can call me. Chen Guan stared at Yin Gao with his red eyes. Call me Guabi. After saying that, Chen Guan ignored Yin Gao. His eyes fell on Qianyin, and he stretched out his hand. Qianyin only felt a soft force like the wind, wrapping around her body and pulling her to Chen Guan. Chen Guan stretched out his hand and held Qianyin in his arms. He looked at Qianyin, who was leaning against him and looking a little dazed, and said with a smile, I'll set off some fireworks for you to see. The words fell. The flames behind Chen Guan formed into a pair of scarlet wings. With a flap of his wings, he flew high into the sky, holding Qianyin. Qianyin looked around blankly. She looked down and found that the small island was right below her. Chen Guan wanted to let Qianyin go. Qianyin was startled, and she quickly hugged Chen Guan's neck, unwilling to get down. Chen Guan smiled and said, You are stepping on the black sword. Black sword? Qianyin was slightly startled. She looked down and found 3 black swords flying in the air. Qianyin swallowed, suppressed her inner uneasiness, slowly got down from Chen Guan Huai, and sat on the black sword. She slowly loosened her hands around Chen Guan's neck. Chen Guan looked at Qianyin and said, Okay, let the show begin. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Guan's figure suddenly sank. Qianyin stood on the black sword and looked at Chen Guan. Chen Guan was seen, surrounded by red flames, with a pair of wings made of flames growing behind him. Chen Guan flew over the isolated island with his right hand raised. As Chen Guan made this move, a red light appeared on the palm of his right hand, and the flames madly gathered on the palm of his right hand. A fireball instantly grew larger at a speed visible to the naked eye. Qianyin, flying high in the sky on a black sword, looked at the scene in front of her, her eyes trembling slightly. And on the isolated island, Dad! Dad! Look over there! Yin Lian shouted loudly. His face was pale, and he looked as if he had seen a ghost. Yin Gao looked up at the sky. High in the sky, Chen Guan flapped his flaming wings and pointed one hand towards the sky. Above his hand, an ultra-giant fireball with a diameter as large as a basketball court was emitting scarlet light. And the fireball continued to grow. Yin Gao's pupils trembled. He was the one who set off the giant fireball on the ferocious beast island. Dad, stop him, stop him. Yin Lian was so scared that he cried. Stop him. How can I stop him? He is nearly 10,000 meters above the ground. My ability can't even reach him. Yin Gao's face turned pale. Why? This is impossible. This guy is only level 24. He can't have such a powerful ability. This is impossible. If you look up at the sky at this moment, you can see that the fireball in Chen Guan's hand covers 1/3 of the sky, and the red light emitted by the fireball fills the entire sky. The original blue sky and white clouds were replaced by fiery red flames. The light released by the fireball was so dazzling that it looked like there was an extra sun in the sky. Dad! Dad! Stop him! I don't want to die! I don't want to die! Yin Lian cried. Yin Gao's face turned pale. He looked at the giant fireball in the sky and said, I shouldn't have been greedy. Chen Guan waved his right hand, and the huge fireball flew down from the sky towards the isolated island below as Chen Guan waved his hand. The fireball was approaching the isolated island at an extremely fast speed. Yin Gao and Yin Lian on the isolated island were both as pale as paper. It's over. Yin Lian's face was pale, and his body collapsed on the ground. The oncoming fireball in front of him looked like the sun falling down. Yin Gao's pupils trembled, and there was only despair in his eyes. The fireball landed on the isolated island. Suddenly, there was a wave of scorching air, and the fireball exploded suddenly, but there was no sound at the moment of the explosion. Chen Guan's figure disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he appeared beside Qianin and held her in his arms. Then the two figures suddenly disappeared. The moment Chen Guan and Qianin disappeared. Boom! There was a loud bang, loud enough to deafen the ears. The ocean was shaking with a huge wave. A mushroom cloud rose above the ocean level, reaching straight into the clouds. The clouds in the sky were affected, creating a hole in the cloud. The figures of Chen Guan and Qianin appeared above the distant sea. Qianin was staring blankly at the mushroom cloud in the distance, her eyes trembling slightly. Chen Guan smiled and said, "Do you like this firework?" Qianin looked at the isolated island under the mushroom cloud. The island, which was as big as a small city, had disappeared without a trace. Qianin said softly, "I like it, but this firework is a bit tasteless." After saying that, Qianin raised her head and looked at Chen Guan. "The fireball on Ferocious Beast Island was also your masterpiece?" Chapter 93, he was offered a reward of 300 million. In the office of the president of the Thunder Association. Someone has put up a bounty? President Jinping was doing push-ups with his hands on the ground. After hearing what assistant you said, he stopped, turned his head, and looked at assistant you beside him. You looked at the muscles of President Jinping that didn't match his wrinkled old face, and she said, "Yes, I just got the news that someone has put up a reward of 300 million for Chen Guan's head." President Jinping did not speak. You said, "I think this should be the reward offered by Dongfang Sheng. It can only be him." Chen Guan crippled his second son and killed his eldest son. Dongfang Sheng will never let Chen Guan go. Chairman Jinping stood up with one hand behind his back and the other hand stroking his beard, saying, "However, whether it is Dongfang Fu or Dongfang Hao's duel with Chen Guan, it is a life-and-death duel they set themselves. Although Dongfang Sheng is angry, he has no excuse to attack Chen Guan." You nodded slightly. "Yes, and you were the notary public when Chen Guan and Dongfang Fu fought. If Dongfang Sheng wanted to take revenge by force, you would have an excuse to do it. Dongfang Sheng is afraid of you, so he doesn't dare to do it himself. That's why he chooses to offer this reward in secret." At this point, you looked at President Jinping and said, "Should we tell Chen Guan about this?" Chairman Jinping nodded slightly. It's easy to dodge an open attack, but it's hard to guard against an arrow from the dark. Everyone has a preferred attribute value. Chen Guan's attack value is very strong, but his defense value is unclear. Tell him, at least let him be prepared. You nodded. She raised her hand, which contained a communicator that looked like a watch. She pressed the communicator, and a blue projection screen appeared in front of her. She manipulated the screen. The user you are dialing is powered off. You was stunned. She frowned and looked at President Jinping beside her. Chairman Jinping frowned and said, "Keep trying." At the same time, the fireball on Fierce Beast Island was also your masterpiece. In response to Qianin's question, Chen Guan nodded. Qianin said, "Then why didn't you tell me?" Chen Guan smiled, "Because you didn't ask." When Qianin heard this, she looked at Chen Guan with her ruby eyes and said, "Then, let me ask you now, what else are you hiding from me? I want to know everything you haven't told me." The surrounding environment has changed. The wings behind Chen Guan dissipated, the red light on his body disappeared, and his red hair and red eyes all turned back to black. Chen Guan held Qianin in his arms and did not answer Qianin's question. He put Qianin on the bed. Qianin lay on the bed, resting her head on the pillow, her big eyes looking at the face that was so close to her. At this time, it was night in Leyland City, and there was no light in the bedroom. All the light in the bedroom comes from the moonlight outside the window. Chen Guan looked at the charming and pure face in front of him and said with a smile, "Do you really want me to tell you?" Qianin stretched out her hand and placed her palm on Chen Guan's face. She nodded with certainty. "I want to know everything about you." Chen Guan held Qianin's hand and said with a smile, "Then I will tell you the biggest secret hidden in my heart." Qianin's eyes were shining, and she looked at Chen Guan with anticipation. Chen Guan slowly lowered his head. Qianin didn't know what Chen Guan wanted to do. Seeing Chen Guan's face getting closer, she subconsciously closed her eyes. Chen Guan turned his head and whispered in Qianin's ear with a magnetic voice, "My biggest secret is that I want to have you as soon as possible and then have you conceive my child." As he spoke, Chen Guan looked at Qianin's reaction, and Qianin's fair cheeks suddenly turned red. She slowly opened her eyes, her beautiful eyes full of water, and looked at Chen Guan. "What I want to know is not that kind of thing." Chen Guan smiled and said, "If you want to know the rest of your doubts, you can find out as long as you fulfill my wish." Qianin blushed. "We agreed that I will do whatever you want when you fulfill our agreement. Not now." After saying that, she turned over and got out of bed. Chen Guan looked at Qianin's back, only to see Qianin walking towards the bathroom on her own. Looking at Qianin's back, Chen Guan smiled and lay down. As soon as he lay down, Chen Guan felt something in his trouser pocket, which made him feel uncomfortable. He took out the thing, which turned out to be Chen Guan's cell phone. It turned off automatically. Is it out of battery? Chen Guan looked at his phone and found that it was completely out of battery. He charged his phone and then lay on the bed, looking at the unfamiliar ceiling above him. It feels really good to be able to do whatever you want. This is the ability that your own abilities bring to you. In this world, the strong are respected, and the stronger a person is, the more favor they will get from the opposite sex. Qianin has been conquered by his own strength. Otherwise, she would not have resisted if he had taken advantage of her like this. Although Qianin always refuses, Chen Guan knows very well that she cannot resist him as long as he wants. Qianin basically has no way to escape now. Chen Guan opened his data panel and took a look. Although Chen Guan himself did not hunt any ferocious beasts to level up all day today, the yellow ants and the yellow ant queen that Chen Guan left in the trial cave have never stopped working. At this moment, Chen Guan's level had unknowingly reached level 25 from level 23 in the morning. I only need to upgrade 5 more levels to reach level 30. Then I will collect the breakthrough materials and put them in front of Qianin to see what excuses she can find to refuse. Thinking of this, Chen Guanxin was full of anticipation. However, Chen Guan didn't know. On the rooftop of a villa 5 kilometers away from this villa, a man in black has set up a sniper rifle. He knelt on one knee, holding the sniper rifle in his hand, his eyes looking into the distance through the sniper rifle scope. Through his vision, he could see through the window Chen Guan lying on the bed resting. The man looked away and took out his cell phone. He turned on the screen of his mobile phone and saw a photo on it. The photo showed Chen Guan. Target found. The man muttered, then held the sniper rifle again, stared at the scope, and aimed the crosshairs at Chen Guan's forehead. After aiming, the man raised his right hand. Black mist emerged from the palm of his right hand, and the mist condensed and eventually formed a bullet. He loaded the bullet into the sniper rifle. He took a slow breath and placed his finger on the trigger. On his forehead, you can see 3 triangular marks and 3 triangular stripes, level 39. His code name is Falcon, and he is one of the killers in the Killer Association. Falcon is currently nearly 40 years old, and he has already awakened to the 2nd level. From awakening ability to the 2nd level of ability, he has placed his abilities on long-range sniping. The sniper rifle in front of him was transformed from the power of the Falcon and was called Hawkeye. The bullets are also transformed from the Falcon's abilities and are called hunting bullets. The longest range of a normal sniper rifle is within 3,000 meters. My Hawkeye sniper rifle can enhance aiming, which allows me to extend the effective range to 5,000 meters. At the same time, it doubles the attack power of the bullets fired from the Hawkeye sniper rifle. This hunting bullet is made up of my ability, but the hunting bullet passes through the barrel of the Hawkeye sniper rifle, and the power generated is enough to destroy everything that is hit. Falcon aimed at Chen Guan through the crosshairs of the scope. Although I have no grudge against you, I am sorry, but I need your head in exchange for some money. Chapter 94: The Killer Kills Chen Guan Remotely. Falcon pulled the trigger. With the trigger pulled, a black bullet shot out from the muzzle of the sniper rifle in an instant. The moment the black bullet flew out, black mist surrounded the bullet and turned into a pitch-black angry tiger. Roar! The angry tiger roared and rushed towards Chen Guan. The bullet instantly penetrated the glass, and, after penetrating the glass, the black bullet instantly hit Chen Guan's forehead. Bang! Accompanied by a crisp sound, the bullet twisted just like a bullet hitting steel and fell on the bed. On the other hand, Chen Guan was like being hit by cotton. Chen Guan, who took the sniper bullet head-on, was not hurt at all. Chen Guan stood up with a puzzled look on his face and looked towards the window. When the Desert Eagle saw this scene through the scope, his pupils suddenly shrank. In order to prepare for this sniper attack, Shang specially investigated various information about Chen Guan. Through the battle between Chen Guan and Dongfang Fu, he knew that Chen Guan had strong defense, but Desert Eagle was different from Dongfang Fu. Although Dongfang Fu and Desert Eagle were both level 39 and had both activated the 2nd awakening, Dongfang Fu used his abilities in all aspects. He transformed into a giant tiger to strengthen his health, defense, and attack attributes. He is average, but the Desert Eagle is different. It uses all of its abilities to enhance the attacks of sniper rifles and bullets. Although Desert Eagle and Dongfang Fu are of the same level, Desert Eagle is confident that he can easily snipe Dongfang Fu if given the chance. As long as the distance is enough and Desert Eagle is given the opportunity, he can kill any ability user below level 50. No matter how high the opponent's defense is, the most you can do is fire a few more shots. But the scene before him was completely beyond Shang's expectations. He had seen the battle between Chen Guan and Dongfang Fu, and he knew that Chen Guan's defense was not low, and he might not be able to kill him with one shot, but he never expected that his shot could not hurt Chen Guan's skin. How strong is this guy's defense? Desert Eagle whispered in disbelief. A level 25 ability user, without using any ability, was able to withstand my attack with his own defense alone. This guy's a monster. A drop of cold sweat rolled down Desert Eagle's forehead. The target's strength is far beyond my estimation. Let's give up the mission. Shang immediately made up his mind. As the sound of Desert Eagle fell, the sniper rifle in his hand automatically turned into black mist and disappeared. Shang stood up, put his hands in the pockets of his windbreaker, and walked towards the exit on the roof, intending to leave. He was somewhat shocked by Chen Guan's defense, but he didn't think that Chen Guan could threaten him at the moment. You know, this place is 5,000 meters away from Chen Guan. Under the cover of night, it is difficult for a normal person's naked eye to spot the Desert Eagle dressed in black 5,000 meters away. Even if it was discovered, the Desert Eagle was 5 kilometers away from Chen Guan. It takes time for Chen Guan to come over. Shang estimated that even if Chen Guan discovered him, he would be gone by the time Chen Guan arrived. Suddenly, a voice rang out. So urgent. The sudden sound came from behind Shang, and Shang paused. His face turned pale in an instant. In order to increase their own survivability, many people with special abilities will increase their own attack power while ensuring their own survivability. But the Desert Eagle is not like that. It completely gives up its own survivability and uses it all to strengthen its attack. That is to say, if someone gets within 5 meters of his body, he is finished. The Desert Eagle moved and ran towards the exit. But before the Desert Eagle could move, 2 black ropes emerged from the ground. The rope was like a living thing, tying up the Desert Eagle in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the Desert Eagle was tied up like a dumpling. It could not stand steadily, and its whole body fell to the ground. The Desert Eagle struggled hard, shouting, "Who?" A figure appeared in front of Desert Eagle. When Shang saw that man, his pupils shrank suddenly. Chen Guan. The person standing in front of Shang was Chen Guan. Teleportation. Shang thought of the video he had seen on the internet before. At that time, he saw through the video the scenes of Chen Guan disappearing and appearing instantly, but Shang did not think that it was teleportation. He just thought that Chen Guan's speed was too fast and the camera could not keep up. But now Shang is sure that this is not speed for Chen Guan, but teleportation. Shang's face turned pale. You can teleport. This ability that only exists in legends. You actually can. Chen Guan stood in front of Shang, crossed his arms, and looked at him expressionlessly. I don't know you, but the bullet just now was indeed shot at my head. You want to kill me? Tell me, why do you want to kill me? He ignored Shang's shock and asked his own question first. For Chen Guan, getting rid of the guy in front of him was just a matter of thought, but he was attacked by a stranger for no reason. He wanted to know the reason for the surprise attack. Shang's face turned pale as he stared at the coldness reflected in Chen Guan's deep black pupils. Shang knew that the man in front of him had already decided to kill him. Shang suppressed his inner anxiety and said, "My name is Shang, a killer from the Killer Association." "Killer, who offered the reward?" Chen Guan said calmly. Shang was slightly startled. He looked at Chen Guan and said, "People who offer a bounty usually don't leave their names. I just accept the bounty and kill people, that's all. If you want to know who placed the reward, I can help you investigate as long as you spare my life." This was Shang's struggle, and it was his only struggle, because at this moment his life was in Chen Guan's hands. If Chen Guan wants him to die, he has no choice but to die. Therefore, Shang must give Chen Guan an excuse at this moment, an excuse for Chen Guan not to kill him. Chen Guan slowly loosened his hand. He opened his palm, and on his palm lay a twisted bullet. Chen Guan looked at Desert Eagle and said, "If my defense wasn't strong enough, I would have died from that shot just now. If you wanted to let you go, you have to do the same as I did and take the bullet with your body." The words fell. Chen Guan stretched out his left hand and grasped the black rope tied to the Desert Eagle. He exerted force suddenly. The Desert Eagle only felt a huge force coming. He felt his whole body being thrown into the night sky, with a strong wind howling towards him. He turned around and looked behind him, only to see Chen Guan standing on the roof, tossing the twisted bullet in his hand. At this time, Chen Guan stepped forward, grasped the twisted bullet in his right hand, and then threw the twisted bullet at the desert eagle in the sky like throwing a stone. When Shang saw that Chen Guan was going to hit him with a bullet, his eyes lit up and a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. Chapter 95, he used a bullet to make a hole in the moon. No matter how terrifying Chen Guan's ability is, as long as he does not use his ability, the bullets he throws only use his attack value. The level determines the basic attack value of a person with special abilities. Chen Guan said that Patian is only level 25. A person with special abilities at level 25 throws a bullet using the basic attack value. At most, it would leave a hole on the Desert Eagle. Desert Eagle's level is 39. Although his awakened ability cannot increase his defense, his level is there. In Desert Eagle's opinion, his health and defense are enough for him to withstand this attack. As long as I take this bullet, I can survive. Desert Eagle's eyes lit up. However, the moment the bullet flew out of Chen Guan's hand, the terrifying force rubbed against the oxygen, producing a burning flame. The flame condensed, and the whole thing seemed to turn into a red lion. The lion roared and pounced towards the Desert Eagle with the momentum to destroy everything. Desert Eagle's pupils widened as he looked at the flaming lion that was coming towards him like a ferocious beast from ancient times. What's this? The flaming lion devoured the entire body of the Desert Eagle in an instant. The bullet penetrated the Desert Eagle, and the terrifying high temperature instantly destroyed the entire body of the Desert Eagle. The bullet was wrapped in Chen Guan's source power, and it continued to move upwards, leaving a scarlet tail and shooting through the clouds. After the red line pierced through the cloud, a huge hole was instantly torn open. The bullet was integrated with Chen Guan's huge source of power. Even if it broke through the atmosphere, the appearance of the bullet did not change at all. The bullet flew out of the atmosphere and passed through space. In Leiyun City, an astronomy enthusiast named Lin Li was observing the craters on the surface of the moon with an astronomical telescope. Through the telescope, he could see a flash of red light passing above the moon. Suddenly, he saw the moon was hit by something and suddenly exploded. Rubble flew everywhere, and a gap appeared on the moon. Lin Li's pupils narrowed slightly as he took in all of this. He fell to the ground, then raised his head and looked at the moon in the night sky. His face was pale. What is that? Looking at the moon with the naked eye, one can see that the moon is still shining, just like before, but Lin Li knows that there's a gap in the moon in the night sky. There were quite a few people in East Continent observing the moon at the same time. At the same time, many people discovered this scene and they went online to discuss it. Of course, Chen Guan didn't know all this. In front of Chen Guan's eyes, the moon in the night sky remained the same, without any change. Now Chen Guan is thinking about another problem. Someone has put a bounty on me at the Assassins Association. Who could it be? Dongfang Sheng from the Eastern Association? Or someone from the Fiery Association? If we talk about deep hatred in Chen Guan's memory, there are only two. One is Dongfang Sheng of the Oriental Association. After all, he crippled Dongfang Hao and killed Dongfang Fu. The other is the Flame Association. After all, he killed a member of the Flame Association. Using the process of elimination, the possibility of the East winning is greater. Chen Guan. Suddenly, a voice came, interrupting Chen Guan's thoughts, and Chen Guan came back to his senses. While he was thinking, Chen Guan had already returned to the bedroom. Xin Ming, who had just finished taking a bath, was wearing a white silk bathrobe, and her long fiery red hair was tied up with a bath towel. She was looking at the broken window glass with her big eyes. Looking at Xin Ming's expression, Chen Guan said, "Someone has put a bounty on me at the Assassins Association." The glass was shot down by a person with a sniper rifle. "I've already dealt with that guy." At this point, Chen Guan paused, and he smiled and said, "Don't think too much. It's a little late now. You've been tired all day. Take a rest. I will take care of these things." Qian Yin looked at Chen Guan. "How are you going to solve this?" When Chen Guan heard this, he smiled and said, "I'll go ask Dongfang Sheng, and I'll know." Qian Yin's eyes sparkled. Dongfang Sheng. Dongfang Sheng is level 51. Although Qian Yin has seen Chen Guan's strength, Dongfang Sheng, the president of the Dongfang Association, is someone even her grandfather is wary of. Qian Yin couldn't help but worry when she thought about Chen Guan going to find Dongfang Sheng. Chen Guan looked at Qian Yin and noticed the worry in her ruby eyes. Chen Guan was moved. He walked up to Qianin, stretched out his hand, and gently embraced Qianin in his arms, holding her gently, and said in her ear, "How about we don't wait for the agreement? Just be my woman now." Qianyin's ruby-like eyes were glistening with water, and she leaned her little head against Chen Guan's chest. "We can't be sure yet. It was Dongfang Sheng who issued the bounty, and even if it was him who issued the bounty, even if you killed him, the bounty will still be effective." She did not answer Chen Guan's question and chose to change the subject. Chen Guan didn't say anything. He just held Qianin in his arms and walked towards the bed. Put Qianin on the bed. He looked at the charming and innocent face in front of him and the uneasiness in her ruby eyes. You can see that she is a little nervous. Chen Guan's eyes fell on her thin lips, and he slowly lowered his head. Qianin slowly closed her eyes and held the sheets underneath with her small hands. Ring, ring, ring. An inappropriate voice sounded in the bedroom. When Chen Guan heard this, he glanced at the mobile phone that was charging on the bedside table. This phone will automatically turn on when it has power on. Someone will call you at this time. Chen Guan really wanted to smash the phone. It's so hard to coax Qianin into submission. Chen Guan intended to ignore her, so he looked away and looked at Qianin. But Qianin had opened her eyes again and was looking at Chen Guan. Seeing Chen Guan approaching, Qianin slightly turned her face away from Chen Guan. She blushed and said, "Stop messing around. Someone is calling." When Chen Guan saw this, he knew he was doomed again. He sighed, stood up, sat on the edge of the bed, and muttered, "You disturb my good time. I really want to smash my phone." Qianin also stood up. When she heard what Chen Guan said, she couldn't help but smile. This big man was as strong and confident as a god, but at this moment, he was as angry as a child. Chen Guan picked up the phone, answered the call, and put it to his ear. "Hello. Mr. Chen, I'm Yu, the assistant to the president of the Thunder Association. Previously, we received information that someone from the Killer Association has offered a bounty for you. I'm here to remind you to be careful and avoid being ambushed." Yu's voice came from the other end of the phone. When Chen Guan heard this, his heart moved. "Can you collect information over there? Then do you know who offered the reward for me over there?" "We don't know about this. According to our current speculation, it may be Dongfang Sheng, but we have no evidence at present." Yu said, "It's just speculation at present." Chen Guan's eyes sparkled. He clenched his fists and said, "Can you ask President Jinping to do me a favor? Please wait a moment." Yu suddenly spoke. After a while, Chen Guan heard Yu's voice. "The president said that he wants to hear what you want him to do for you." Chen Guan said, "I want President Jinping to help me contact Dongfang Sheng and tell him that I plan to duel with him." Chapter 96, he is very strong, ridiculously strong. According to Chen Guan's judgment, the person who issued the bounty was most likely Dongfang Sheng. But regardless of whether it was Dongfang Sheng or not, there would definitely need to be a duel between him and Dongfang Sheng. One of his two sons is disabled and the other is dead. The feud between him and Dongfang Sheng had already been established. Even if he didn't challenge Dongfang Sheng to a duel, Dongfang Sheng would never let him go. More importantly, after that duel, Chen Guan can use the opportunity of the duel to tell everyone in the entire East Continent how strong he is. If they want to save their lives, they have to consider their own worth. Simply put, as long as Dongfang Sheng is dealt with, the bounty issue will be automatically resolved regardless of whether the person who issued the bounty is Dongfang Sheng or not. But Chen Guan's call for a duel shocked the person on the other end of the phone. In the office of the president of the Thunder Association, you listened to Chen Guan's voice coming from the headphones. She blinked and looked at President Changping beside her. Chairman Changping was standing upside down with his index finger pressing on the ground, doing handstand push-ups. You said, "Chen Guan wants you to contact Dongfang Sheng. He wants to have a duel with Dongfang Sheng." Chairman Changping stopped. "Chen Guan, do you want to compete with Dongfang Sheng?" President Changping put his feet on the ground and slowly stood firm. The skinny hands held a sheep's beard. You said, "Dongfang Sheng now wishes he could tear Chen Guan apart with his bare hands. Although the strength Chen Guan has shown is indeed very strong, Dongfang Sheng is only level 51 and has already started the third awakening. And Chen Guan is only in his 20s. I don't think he's going to be that good." You said, "Chen Guan is the young lady's boyfriend. If anything happens to him, the young lady probably won't be happy." President Changping slowly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and said, "Chen Guan's level is indeed only in his 20s, but don't underestimate him." As he spoke, President Changping slowly opened his eyes. He said calmly, If Chen Guan and Dongfang Sheng really fight, Chen Guan Sheng is much bigger than Dongfang Sheng. To be honest, even I can't guarantee that I could defeat Chen Guan. She was slightly startled, with surprise in her eyes. This is impossible. Although the abilities he showed when fighting Dongfang Fu on the ring look powerful, I think they're still a little bit inferior to you. Chairman Chengping smiled and looked at you. Do you think he used all his strength? You was stunned. Didn't he use his full strength? She was a little surprised. In that case, didn't he use his full strength? Chairman Chengping said, it is certain that he did not use his full strength. He won the battle with Dongfang Fu very easily. Dongfang Fu's strength is simply not enough to force Chen Guan to use his full strength. Chen Guan's strength is unfathomable. President Chengping said, I have lived for more than 60 years and have seen countless people with special abilities, but I have never seen anyone like him. I really don't know how he can achieve that level. At this point, Chairman Chengping paused and said, Chen Guan abolished Dongfang Hao and killed Dongfang Fu. The hatred between him and Dongfang Sheng cannot be resolved unless they fight to the death. Chairman Chengping looked at you and said, he wants a duel with Dongfang Sheng, and Dongfang Sheng probably wants to tear him apart. In that case, tell him, and I can help him arrange the duel. At this point, Chairman Chengping raised his skinny hand and stroked his goat beard. He said slowly, I also want to know if Dongfang Sheng can force Chen Guan to use his power. Good. Suddenly, you put her hand on the headset. She seemed to have received some news and hurriedly operated the computer. Her pupils narrowed slightly, and there was a hint of shock on her face. Old Master Chengping noticed Yu's change in demeanor and asked, what's wrong again? You quickly looked at President Chengping and said, someone from the astronomy department of the Institute of Science and Technology contacted us just now. Half an hour ago, the moon was hit by an unknown object, and a hole was smashed in the upper right corner. When President Chengping heard this, his pupils narrowed slightly and his brows furrowed. What? You said, we don't know what caused it, but many astronomy enthusiasts know about it. Some of them use telescopes to record the attack on the moon. The Institute of Science and Technology is currently studying the video to analyze what caused it. Now that astronomy enthusiasts have uploaded those videos to the internet community has been boiling with excitement. Many people are discussing this matter. Chairman Chengping frowned and stroked his goat beard. He slowly turned sideways and looked at the stars and the bright moon outside through the floor-to-ceiling window not far away. The world is about to change. You looked at the figure of President Chengping and said, well, I'll go and reply to Chen Guan first. Chairman Chengping nodded slightly. Chen Guan, I'm you, the president's assistant. The president said that he will help you with this matter, but I'm not sure whether Dongfang Sheng will agree to this duel. Everything can only wait for Dongfang Sheng's reply. If Dongfang Sheng agrees, we will arrange a duel venue for you two. Yu's voice came from the phone. Chen Guan, who had just finished taking a shower and was wearing a bathrobe and sitting on the edge of the bed, listened to Yu's response to his phone call again. He said, after the arrangements are made, just tell me the location and time of the duel. Having said that, Chen Guan hung up the phone. He put his phone on the bedside table and turned to look at Qianin behind him. Qianin was lying on the bed. While Chen Guan was taking a shower, she had already blow-dried her hair and changed into a thin cotton nightgown. She was lying on her side on the bed, resting her head on the pillow, her big ruby eyes watching Chen Guan's every move. Just as Chen Guan looked over, her eyes met Chen Guan's. Chen Guan smiled, crawled into the bed with ease, and held her in his arms. What are you doing? Qianin blushed, and after symbolically struggling under Chen's care, she lay still. Chen Guan smiled and said, I've finished my shower. Let's continue what we just did. Qianin raised her head and looked at Chen Guan and playfully pretended to be confused and said, what happened just now? What happened just now? I don't know. Chen Guan was stunned. He smiled bitterly and said, it was before Yu's phone disturbed me. Qianin blinked and said, what's that? I don't know. As she spoke, she retracted her gaze and leaned her forehead on Chen Guan's chest. Don't let your imagination run wild. Be honest. Qianin simply denied it, and Chen Guan smiled helplessly. The two of them were being affectionate together. Chen Guan was a little distracted and held Qianin's hand. Qianin's cheeks turned red as she realized that Chen Guan was not going to be honest anymore. But she found that she didn't want to resist at all. She slowly closed her eyes and pretended she knew nothing. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, a sound rang out. Hearing the sound, Qianin came back to her senses. She raised her head and looked at an instrument on the bedside table. The instrument was similar to a bracelet, and at this moment, green light was flashing on it. Chapter 97, I just threw a bullet into the sky. Chen Guan knew it at a glance that it was an F2 communicator. The F2 communicator is similar to a mobile phone, but unlike a mobile phone, it is more advanced. It is the size of a bracelet and is convenient to wear on the arm. At the same time, it can directly project the other person's current image using a projector screen. Chen Guan doesn't have such high-tech stuff. This thing belongs to Qianyin. It is flashing green now, which means someone is contacting Qianyin. Seeing this, Chen Guan felt a little depressed. Help me get it. Qianyin's voice came. Chen Guan came back to his senses and looked at Qianyin. There was a smile on Qianyin's lazy face, and she looked at Chen Guan with her big eyes. Chen Guan said, "Don't worry about it. Let's do our job." Qianyin rolled her eyes at Chen Guan and said, "Okay, the cabinet is behind you. Can you help me get it? Maybe you have something important to talk to me about." Chen Guan said, "It's so late now. It's okay. Just broadcast it back to the other party tomorrow." "Okay." Qianyin blushed, raised her face, kissed Chen Guan on the face, and said with a smile, "Here's a reward for you. Help me get it." Chen Guan blinked his eyes and smiled helplessly. The rewards have been given. It seems unreasonable not to take it. As he spoke, he picked up the communicator on the bedside table behind him and handed it to Qianyin. Qianyin took it and turned on the communicator. As the communicator lights up, a three-dimensional projection appeared in front of Chen Guan and Qianyin. This is a projection of a familiar girl, Tana, Qianyin's comrade in arms and best friend. When Tana saw Qianyin, she said excitedly, "Qianyin, tell me, something big happened an hour ago." Qianyin's eyes showed a hint of doubt. "Big news." Tana hummed, "Big news, super, super big news. Someone just made a hole in the moon above our heads. Tell me, isn't that amazing?" Hearing this, Qianyin couldn't help but blink. What? She suspected she had heard wrongly. Tana said, "There is a hole in the moon above our heads." "How is that possible?" Qianyin couldn't help but say, "There's a hole in the moon. Did you just wake up and talk in your sleep?" Tana was slightly startled. She said, "I know you don't believe it. If you don't believe it, you can check it out online. Some astronomy enthusiasts have even posted the video online. Now it's a hot topic online." "Really?" Qianyin frowned. "But this, how is it possible? Even the most powerful person in the East Continent can't do this." Suddenly, Qianyin thought of a scene in her mind in which someone used a fireball to blast an island into pieces. She subconsciously looked at Chen Guan beside her. Chen Guan noticed Qianyin's gaze and said, "It's not me this time." Chen Guan thought of the scene in which he had hit the killer with a bullet. He muttered, "If I have ever attacked the moon, at most I have thrown a bullet in its direction." He was talking to himself, and the voice was not loud enough, so only Chen Guan and Qianyin could hear it clearly. Qianyin always felt that everything that had happened recently that was beyond her understanding was related to the man in front of her. But after hearing what Chen Guan said, Qianyin believed Chen Guan. After all, no matter how she thought about it, it was impossible for a bullet to penetrate the moon. She looked at Tana, but she found that Tana looked around with a strange expression. "Qianyin, is there someone else around you, a man?" She didn't hear Chen Guan's muttering, but she heard Chen Guan's words, "It's not me this time." Qianyin was sitting at the head of the bed, leaning against the bed, and Chen Guan was lying down. From Tana's perspective, she couldn't see Chen Guan, but she could hear Chen Guan talking. Qianyin's cheeks flushed slightly. "My boyfriend, it's okay, ignore him." Tana said with an O and said awkwardly, "I know, your boyfriend is Chen Guan. I hope I didn't disturb you." Qianyin's face turned even redder. "It's okay to disturb you. We are just sleeping together. Okay, let's not talk about him. Let's talk about business." Seeing that Qianyin didn't care, Tana breathed a sigh of relief. She said, "Then there's another interesting thing. Some people used astronomical telescopes to observe the moon, which had a video recording system, and it was very high definition. Later, someone slowed down the video and enlarged the picture to find the culprit. That thing was surrounded by black mist and was very small. It looked like a twisted bullet, but it was not an ordinary bullet. The speed it created was close to the speed of light. When it hit the moon, the force it generated directly opened a hole in the moon." "Isn't it amazing?" Tana said with a smile. "An accelerated bullet can actually have such powerful destructive power." Hearing this, Chen Guan, who was resting with his eyes closed, couldn't help but open his eyes. He looked at Qianyin beside him, only to see that Qianyin was staring at him, her ruby eyes trembling slightly. Chen Guan smiled awkwardly at Qianyin. Qianyin pursed her lips, then retracted her gaze and looked at Tana. "Tana, I still have things to do later. When Tana heard this, she smiled and said, "Well, okay, it's getting late. Good night. Let's talk next time." Yeah. Xianyin turned off the communicator. She took off the communicator and put it aside, then looked at Chen Guan lying on the bed. She slowly lay down next to Chen Guan and snuggled into his care. "You are such a monster." Chen Guan smiled, turned sideways, hugged Xianyin gently, and said with a smile, "I just wanted to kill the killer. I threw the bullet into the sky at that time. I didn't control my strength. Who knew it would be like this?" Xianyin slowly closed her eyes and stopped talking. Chen Guan leaned close to her ear and whispered in a magnetic voice, "Actually, I'm like a monster in other aspects as well. It might be a bit uncomfortable to be a monster's woman." Xianyin's cheeks flushed. "Whether you're a monster or not, you are still my boyfriend." Chen Guan smiled slightly, put his arm around Xianyin's waist, and said in a low voice, "I not only want to be your boyfriend, I also want to be your real man." Xianyin snuggled closer to Chen Guanhua, her face red, and she said nothing. Chen Guan pinched Xianyin's chin and lifted up her pretty face. Eyes met. Xianyin's eyes were blurred. Chen Guan leaned down and kissed her. Xianyin closed her eyes. Her mind went blank, and she simply stopped thinking about anything. On the next morning, ring, ring, ring. The bell rang. The ringing of his cell phone woke up Chen Guan from his sleep. Chen Guan reached out, picked up the phone on the bedside table, and put it to his ear. "Hello. Your duel with Dong Fangsheng has been set. The time is 8 o'clock tomorrow morning at the Thundercloud Duel Arena." Yu's voice came. Chapter 98. Her awakening can create a knife in a human body. Chen Guan opened his eyes. "That guy Dong Fangsheng really wanted to kill me. There's one more thing. At the same time the duel was confirmed, the underground bounty was revoked." "You said." When Chen Guan heard this, his eyebrows relaxed. "So, Dongfang Sheng wants to kill me with his own hands." "Well, in your duel with Dongfang Fu, Chairman Changping was the notary. If you didn't give him the chance to duel, he would have to get past Chairman Changping if he wanted to kill you. Now that you've given him the chance to duel, Dongfang Sheng wants to kill you with his own hands even more." Chen Guan said, "Okay." Chen Guan hung up the phone. "Tomorrow morning at 8? Chen Guan looked around and saw the bed next to him was empty. "I don't know where the guy who was bothering me all night last night went. It's not difficult to find out where she is." Xianyin was wearing the pendant that he gave her, which allowed Chen Guan to know her location at any time and anywhere. If Chen Guan wants to know where Xianyin is, he will know. Through induction, Chen Guan got out of bed. He walked to the balcony and saw Xianyin, who was practicing in the yard of the villa. Xianyin wore a black t-shirt with a pair of denim hot pants and a pair of canvas shoes. The thin fabric clung to her body, showing off her tall and proud figure. Her long, fiery red hair was tied into a single ponytail, revealing her fair neck. Under the fiery red bangs is a pretty face that is fair and pure. Because of her natural red pupils, red hair color, and her naturally charming figure, she looks naturally charming and alluring. But because of his age and personality, there is an extra sense of purity in his eyes. Her enchanting beauty coupled with her innocent purity, her temperament, figure, and appearance are so eye-catching. No wonder she is known as the most beautiful woman in Lei City. Xianyin's eyes were looking straight ahead. In front of her was a stone table with a wine glass in the middle. A little scarlet liquid could be seen in the glass. Xianyin looked at the wine glass on the stone table seriously. She slowly raised her hand and pointed it towards the wine glass. Suddenly, under Chen Guan's gaze, the red liquid in the wine glass moved like a living thing, and in the blink of an eye turned into a red knife. The red knife moved. Bang! The wine glass broke into pieces. After the red knife smashed the wine glass, it flew up under Xianyin's control. It escaped the influence of gravity and flew above the stone table. Seeing this, Xianyin's eyes lit up slightly, and a smile appeared on her serious face. "Turn around." Suddenly, a voice came from behind Xianyin. Xianyin came back to her senses. She turned her head and saw that Chen Guan had been standing there without her noticing. He was looking at Xianyin with a smile. When Xianyin saw Chen Guan, her eyes lit up slightly. She took the initiative to approach Chen Guan. When she got in front of Chen Guan, she smiled and said, "Well, it was a successful turn. Am I awesome?" Her face was full of joy. No wonder she was so happy. Theoretically, a person with special abilities can awaken their abilities at level 10 and can achieve a transformation at level 20. But the problem is that the difficulty of the first transformation is much more difficult than awakening ability. People with weak talents may not be able to reach the first level in their entire lives. Some people with slightly better talents may not be able to awaken to the first level until several months or even a year after breaking through level 20. Qianyin is very talented, and with the help of her grandfather, she can be considered a genius among the younger generation. But even so, she can't change so quickly if she wants to. And now, her awakening from the time she broke through level 20 to now has only taken less than a month, which is an unimaginable speed. Chen Guan smiled, raised his hand, and scratched her little nose. This action made Qianyin frown and give Chen Guan a cold look. Chen Guan smiled and said, "Amazing. Of course my baby is amazing. But you awakened so quickly. Should I be credited for that?" Qianyin's face was full of excitement. "Of course it's all your credit. The first level awakening depends on the aptitude of the system or the proficiency of the ability. If it weren't for the attribute cards you gave me, it would probably take me a long time to reach the first level." She walked around Chen Guan and turned in circles. Chen Guan could see that Qianyin was in an excited state after her abilities were enhanced. As Chen Guan looked at Qianyin's expression, he became more and more moved. Chen Guan stretched out his hand, took Qianyin's hand, and pulled her into his arms. He clasped his hands together and hugged her. He looked at Qianyin and said with a smile, "You are running around even as you were talking. You have so much energy. Seeing that you have so much energy today, I think we can continue the exercise from last night to help you use up some energy." Qianyin was startled. Then she came to her senses and blushed in broad daylight. "Stop joking." Qianyin looked at Chen Guan and said with a smile, "Let me tell you about my awakening ability after the first transformation." Obviously, Qianyin didn't intend to talk about that topic with Chen Guan. However, she did not resist Chen Guan's embrace. She chose to turn sideways obediently and snuggle in Chen Guan's care. Then she said, "My awakened ability is to turn my own blood into a weapon. The blade made of blood has strong destructive power. However, in that case, when I fight with fierce beasts, I always have to get close to them. So this awakened ability makes the blood knife fly." As she spoke, she raised her face, looked at Chen Guan, and said with a smile, "And there's more. My blood knife can now not only use my own blood, it can also use the blood of the enemy. To put it simply, I can make a blood knife appear inside the enemy's body." Hearing this, Chen Guan couldn't help but blink his eyes and said, "Is it so perverted? Turn the opponent's blood into a blade directly inside the opponent's body? If this can really be done, then after the opponent's blood turns into a blade, the blade will fly out from the inside out, and the enemy will die instantly, right? Abnormal, right?" Qianyin said with a smile. "This is my awakening." Looking at Qianyin, who was smiling in his arms, Chen Guan couldn't help but smile. "I can't believe you look so innocent and cute, and you were so tender last night, but your sudden awakening is so scary. I have to be careful, or else you'll stab me with a knife, and I won't be able to bear it." Qianyin rolled her eyes at Chen Guan and said, "Of course my ability is for dealing with enemies. How can it be used against you? Besides, even if we can make the human body turn into a knife, there are still limitations. It's not that simple." Suddenly, Chen Guan noticed that Qianyin was staring at his forehead. Chen Guan subconsciously raised his hand and touched his forehead. Chen Guan smiled and said, "What's wrong?" Qianyin's eyes sparkled as she said, "You are level 27 now." Hearing this, Chen Guan subconsciously opened his data panel. Upon closer inspection, I saw that Chen Guan's level had indeed reached level 27 on the data panel. From yesterday to now, Chen Guan has gained a lot of experience from the ferocious beasts in the first level of the trial cave. Qianyin came out of Chen Guan Huai. She looked at Chen Guan and said with a smile, "Now that I have awakened, I have to level up, otherwise I will be left further and further behind by you." Chapter 99. The Impossible Ability in Legend. Looking at Qianyin's sunny and energetic appearance, Chen Guan touched the back of his head. He knew Qianyin had made up her mind. Indeed, in just one day and one night yesterday, Chen Guan's level rose from 23 to 27. Qianyin is still level 23. She is not willing to be a vase and follow Chen Guan forever. It is normal for her to want to level up. Chen Guan could accept her upgrading, but he could not accept the bad results. After all, it would be dangerous for Qianyin to level up. Chen Guan smiled and said, "It just so happens that my current level is not high. I can go with you to level up." Qianyin shook her head. She looked at Chen Guan and said, "I know that you will level up much faster than me. I don't want to hinder your leveling progress because of me. Besides, if you stay with me all the time, I won't be able to grow myself. By then, even if I have a high level, I will just be a high-level vase." So I plan to reunite with Tana and continue upgrading. Hearing this, Chen Guan understood Qiannin's thoughts. If a person wants to become truly powerful, he naturally cannot always rely on another person. It was just last night that Chen Guan and Qian Ying truly established their relationship, and now she was about to leave him, and Chen Guan was somewhat reluctant to let her go. Moreover, if she were left to experience the world on her own, she would encounter some danger. She wanted to become stronger, and Chen Guan didn't stop her, but he couldn't accept the bad results. Chen Guan thought for a moment. Then he walked to Qiannin, stretched out his big hand, and held one of Qiannin's small hands. Qiannin looked at Chen Guan's actions, her eyes shining. Chen Guan held her right hand with his left hand, and there was a silver ring on Chen Guan's right hand. Chen Guan looked at Qiannin, only to find that Qiannin was looking at him, her ruby-like eyes gleaming with inquiring light. Chen Guan smiled and said, "This ring was created by my ability. It will protect your safety. If she wants to upgrade, then she can upgrade, but Chen Guan cannot accept accidents. So Chen Guan uses his ability to create this ring. This ring can generate a shield to protect Qiannin's body when she is attacked." Qiannin's eyes sparkled and she hummed. Chen Guan put the ring on her ring finger. Chen Guan smiled and said, "Okay." Qiannin looked at her fingers. She moved closer to Chen Guan, stood on tiptoe, and kissed Chen Guan on the face. Then she looked at Chen Guan and said with a smile, "I don't like wearing jewelry, but as long as it's something you gave me, I will always wear it." Qiannin. Suddenly, a voice came. Chen Guan looked towards the source of the sound. In front of the courtyard gate, Tana, carrying a backpack and smiling, waved to Qiannin. Seeing this, Chen Guan knew that Tana was here to pick up Qiannin. Qiannin looked at Chen Guan and said, "Then I'll go over first." Chen Guan smiled and said, "Wait a moment." Qiannin was startled. She looked at Chen Guan. "What's wrong?" Chen Guan gently hugged Qiannin's waist, and with his other hand lifted a few strands of red hair that were sticking to her cheek and put them behind her ear. He looked into her eyes and said, "Will you come back tonight?" Qiannin smiled playfully. "What are you thinking about? It takes us half a day to get from here to the trial cave, and it normally takes a week to level up. How is it possible tonight?" After saying this, she seemed to have thought of something, and her eyes looked at Chen Guan. Chen Guan smiled and said, "I can use teleportation to pick you up." Qianyin's cheeks flushed slightly, and she avoided Chen Guan's gaze. "I should be serious about leveling up. What are you doing back home so late at night?" Chen Guan gently hugged Qiannin. "You know what I want to do?" Qianyin's cheeks flushed. "It's up to you. If you come to pick me up, I can consider accompanying you back." After that, she adjusted her mood, raised her face, looked at Chen Guan with her big eyes, and said, "No more talking. I can't let Tana wait too long." "It's okay." Chen Guan smiled and said, "I have nothing to do in a while, so I'll just teleport you two to the trial cave." Qiannin hummed softly. Tana was standing not far away. She looked at Qiannin snuggling in Chen Guan Huai and talking to Chen Guan. She didn't go over there, and now Tana was a little embarrassed. If she went over there again, she would undoubtedly become a huge light bulb. Tana looked at Chen Guan's figure. Chen Guan is now extremely popular in the Thunder Association's online circle. As long as one has access to the internet, there is no one who does not know Chen Guan. When I saw him in the trial cave before, I was surprised that he could reach such a high level at such a young age. I thought he was a genius. As a result, during this period of time, he really opened my eyes. A person who was over level 20 defeated Dongfang Fu, who was level 39, in a duel. This kind of person can no longer be described as a genius. However, Qiannin is still amazing and has a good eye. Tana thought to herself. Suddenly, Tana felt dizzy. She was stunned for a moment and looked around subconsciously. She found herself in the wilderness. Right in front of her, she could see a mountain and a huge cave, as well as tents lined up outside the cave. "This is the entrance to the trial cave. How did I end up here?" Suddenly, she looked at Chen Guan and Qian Ying beside her. She thought of the discussion she saw on the internet last night about the fight video between Chen Guan and Dongfang Fu. The battle between Chen Guan and Dongfang Fu was not the hottest topic of discussion. The hottest topic of discussion was Chen Guan suddenly disappeared and suddenly appeared on the ring. Was it because of his speed or ability? Many people speculated that Chen Guanyong was teleporting, but many people refuted it. Because teleportation is recognized by all people with special abilities, it is an ability that only exists in fantasy and cannot appear in reality. Tana also agreed with those people's rebuttal. She also speculated at the time that Chen Guan might just be moving too fast. After all, Chen Guan already possesses so many abilities, and an ability like teleportation, which is generally recognized to be impossible, cannot possibly exist. But now Tana found out that she was wrong. This is teleportation. This is teleportation. It's more than 2,000 kilometers from Leiyun City. Tana's eyes trembled as she looked at Chen Guan. It can only be teleportation. Chen Ying came out of Chen Guan Hawaii. She looked at Chen Guan reluctantly and said, "Then you go and get busy first." Chen Guan smiled and said, "See you tonight." Chen Yin's cheeks flushed slightly. Chen Guan thought about it, and a figure disappeared in an instant. Chen Yin retracted her gaze, looked at Tana, and said with a smile, "Okay, let's go." Tana came back to her senses, and she couldn't help asking, "Just now, was that teleportation?" Chen Yin was slightly stunned. She looked at Tana with a surprised expression. Chen Yin hummed, "Yes." Tana couldn't help swallowing. That's a legendary ability. He actually has that ability. Chen Yin smiled proudly. He has many abilities. He is different from us. Tana looked at Chen Yin's proud, smiling face and was a little absent-minded. At this moment, seeing the pride in Chen Yin's eyes and the tenderness between her brows, Tana felt that Chen Yin seemed more mature, charming, and attractive than the last time she saw her. Chapter 100: Absolute Trust. Inside the office of the president of the Oriental Association. In the middle of this office is an artificial hot spring. A man was lying in a hot spring, taking a bath. The man's square face was covered with wrinkles as sharp as those from a knife. He had a strong body and muscles all over his body and looked like a tiger. In a man's arms, two thinly dressed girls were holding a fruit plate. They carefully picked up the fruits on the plate and fed them to the man. The man ignored the woman beside him and looked straight ahead. On the wall directly in front of him was a projection screen on which a picture was being played. The screen shows the battle video between Chen Guan and Dongfang Fu. Watching Chen Guan killing Dongfang Fu, the man's face darkened and he slowly clenched his fists. "Mr. President." Suddenly, a voice sounded. The man turned his head slightly and looked at the person who was speaking. There stood a slim woman in business attire. She looked at the man and said, "Something happened." This man is Dongfang Sheng, the president of the Oriental Association. Dongfang Sheng retracted his gaze and said calmly, "What's the matter?" This woman is Dongfang Shu Jing, the president's assistant. Dongfang Shu Jing said, "A huge tsunami occurred in Shihai City in the early morning. The people in Shihai City were evacuated in time, but the coastal buildings were destroyed by the huge tsunami." Dongfang Sheng was startled. He frowned and looked at Dongfang Shu Jing. "How could there be a tsunami in this season?" Dongfang Shu Jing said softly, "According to investigation and research, the location of the tsunami outbreak is located in the West Ocean. Last night, a strong source of power fluctuation appeared in the West Ocean, and an island in the West Ocean disappeared out of thin air. The powerful force caused the seabed to vibrate, resulting in a giant tsunami." Dongfang Sheng frowned suddenly. The existence of something that could destroy an island, cause the seabed to vibrate, and cause a giant tsunami is unheard of. Dongfang Shu Jing said, "Yes, but after investigation, a huge amount of residual source power was detected at the location where the giant tsunami occurred. It is almost certain that this giant tsunami was caused by source power." Dongfang Sheng frowned tightly and said, "Let them continue the investigation. You will handle the disaster relief in Shihai City. I have something important to do next." As he spoke, Dongfang Sheng looked at the battle scene in front of him with murderous intent in his eyes. After Chen Guan separated from Chen Yin, he came to the second-floor trial cave. Chen Guan looked around and found that there was basically no difference between the second-floor trial cave and the first-floor trial cave. "I'm currently level 27. I estimate that after today, I will be able to reach level 30. I need to prepare materials for the subsequent level 30 breakthrough. The duel will start tomorrow morning, and there is no schedule for today, so Chen Guan plans to collect some breakthrough materials." Chen Guan stretched out his hand and appeared with a green halo. A fist-sized tree elf appeared in front of Chen Guan. Chen Guan said, "Look for a level 30 elite mutant beast or a level 30 rare boss." The tree elf flapped its wings and led the way. Chen Guan folded his arms across his chest and followed the tree elf calmly. Chen Guan noticed that the number of teams on the second level of the trial cave was much smaller than that on the first level. He walked here for half an hour and only encountered 2 teams over level 30. One of the 5 level 30 teams had just finished a battle, and the 5 of them were sitting on the ground, covered in dust. When Chen Guan walked past the five of them at level 27, the five men stared at Chen Guan with strange expressions. Chen Guan could feel the gazes of these five people, but he didn't care and continued walking forward. Level 27, running to the second floor alone. Is this guy looking for death? You must be tired of living. Just as Qianin said, some people who level up will stay in the trial cave for 2 to 3 months, or even half a year or a year. This group of people had obviously stayed in the second level trial cave for some time, and they did not know Chen Guan, who had become famous recently. Look, what's that over there? That's Night Snake. Hey, watch your head. When Chen Guan was halfway there, he heard a voice coming from behind him. Chen Guan didn't have time to react. At this moment, a black rope-like creature jumped down from Chen Guan's head in the darkness and pounced on Chen Guan. It was actually a pitch-black snake. It opened its pitch-black mouth, revealing its venomous fangs, and bit towards Chen Guan's neck. A flash of fire appeared beside Chen Guan. The pitch-black night snake turned into ashes in an instant. Chen Guan stopped. A blue halo lights up. A card appeared in front of Chen Guan. Chen Guan reached out and took it. This is a card of an ordinary ferocious beast. The pattern on the card is exactly the pattern of the black snake just now. The level and name of the black snake are written on the card. Level 37 Night Snake. Chen Guan subconsciously turned his head to look behind him. The five people who were sitting and resting behind him were looking at Chen Guan in front of them with shock on their faces. Chen Guan said, "Although it doesn't make any sense, thank you for the reminder." After saying this, Chen Guan turned and left. The five people stared blankly at Chen Guan's leaving back. Turtle, am I seeing right? Is this guy really level 27? That's a night snake, a level 37 night snake, small in size and fast in speed. If it's not controlled, this tiny thing is enough to instantly wipe out a team of 5. How could this guy kill a level 37 night snake in an instant? Who is this guy? The 5 of them were stunned for a moment. With the guidance of the tree elves, Chen Guan spent a whole day collecting materials. While collecting materials, Chen Guan will also materialize the ferocious beast cards he obtains, and let the materialized ferocious beast sweep the second floor. In the blink of an eye, it was that evening. At the entrance of the first floor trial cave, tents were set up one after another. Tana, Qianin, and their teammates gathered around a bonfire. I just saw on the internet that Chen Guan took the initiative to challenge Dongfang Sheng. It is said that the two will decide the winner at the Thundercloud Duel Arena tomorrow morning. Is this true or false? Tana looked at Qianin. Qianin looked around and found that Tana, Lingna, Mujin, and Zhu Hao were all looking at her. There was curiosity in their eyes. I remember when Chen Guan fought Dongfang Fu. He was level 24. A level 24 wants to challenge Dongfang Sheng, the president of the Dongfang Association. Mu Jin muttered, "Isn't it a little unbelievable?" Zhu Hao said, "It's hard to say. Chen Guan is too unfathomable. You have also seen the battle between Chen Guan and Dongfang Fu. He is too powerful." When Tana heard this, she said, "Don't argue. Just listen to Qianin and you'll know." As she spoke, Tana looked at Qianin. Qianin nodded slightly. Although I don't know the exact time, it is true that Chen Guan challenged Dongfang Sheng. This, Tana frowned. "That's awesome," Mu Jin said with emotion. "I remember Chen Guan is an intermediate member of our Thunder Association. An intermediate member challenging the president of an association. Wow. If this is true, then Qianin, shouldn't you go back?" Tana looked at Qianin seriously and said, "Chen Guan is your boyfriend." When Qianin heard this, she smiled and said, "No need. I believe in him. He will definitely win." Hearing this, Tana was stunned. She looked at Qianin, who looked relaxed and as if she completely trusted Chen Guan, and Tana was suddenly a little puzzled. That was the president of the association, Dongfang Sheng. He was one of the 5 strongest people in the 5 associations of the East Continent. Qianin actually thinks that Chen Guan can win against Dongfang Sheng. Chapter 101 Who will win this duel? Tana and the others are different from Qianin. Their understanding of Chen Guan is that Chen Guan could defeat Dongfang Fu, who is at level 39. Tana and the others felt that Chen Guan was a little too crazy for daring to challenge Dongfang Sheng. After all, no matter what, Chen Guan's level is only in his 20s. And Dongfang Sheng's level is indeed 51, which is an extremely terrifying level. Dongfang Sheng is currently one of the 5 strongest people in the Eastern Continent. In the eyes of all the people with special abilities in the East Continent, those 5 people are unsurpassed. They're the 5 mountains of the East Continent. Chen Guan challenged Dongfang Sheng. In the eyes of Tana and others, saying that he had little chance of winning was an understatement. Deep down, they felt that Chen Guan had no chance of winning at all. But from Qiannin's pretty face with a smile, it could be seen that Qiannin did not lie, and she seemed to have absolute trust in Chen Guan. Tana had doubts in her eyes. That's the president of the Eastern Association, Dongfang Sheng, and one of the 5 most powerful people in the Eastern Continent. Chen Guan is only at level 20. A high-level ability user will suppress a low-level ability user. If the two become opponents, the attributes of the low-level opponent will be weakened by a percentage. The bigger the level gap is, the greater the weakening will be. The level gap between Chen Guan and Dongfang Sheng is so huge. If Chen Guan and Dongfang Sheng fight, the level suppression will be very serious. Chen Guan's own attack attribute will also decrease accordingly. Even if Chen Guan could defeat Dongfang Fu before, it is almost impossible for him to defeat Dongfang Sheng. When Qiannin heard this, she turned her head and looked at Tana with her ruby-like eyes. She smiled and said, "Under normal circumstances, it is indeed as you said, but Chen Guan is Chen Guan. He is different from ordinary people." As she spoke, Qiannin slowly withdrew her gaze. She looked at the bonfire in front of her. The luster of the flames was reflected in her beautiful ruby-like eyes. She said, "He is invincible." Hearing Qiannin say this, Tana and the other 3 looked at each other. They all looked a little dazed. Obviously, they couldn't understand what Qiannin said. A person in his 20s is invincible? Why? The snake meat is ready. Lingna's voice rang out, breaking the somewhat weird atmosphere. "Eat." Lingna, the team leader, spoke up. Hearing this, the 5 of them also started to work on filling their stomachs. "This smells so delicious." A voice suddenly came when the 5 people were preparing to have dinner. Hearing this familiar voice, Qiannin's eyes lit up slightly, and she looked towards the source of the voice. I didn't know when Chen Guan was already standing not far away. He was walking towards this side with a smile on his face. When Qiannin saw Chen Guan, she stood up and said with a smile, "If it smells good, let's eat it together." As she said that, she handed the grilled snake wrapped in leaves in her hand to Chen Guan. Chen Guan took a look and smiled. "I prefer good food and good wine. And more importantly, I still need the company of a beautiful woman." As he spoke, his eyes fell on Qiannin, and he said with a smile, "We have the delicious food. Now all we need is the wine and the most important beauty. I wonder if Miss Qiannin is willing to be the beauty who accompanies me tonight." Qiannin blushed and rolled her eyes at Chen Guan. "Stop talking nonsense. I don't care about you. Eat it if you want." She turned sideways and didn't look at Chen Guan. She seemed to be resisting, but from Chen Guan's perspective, he could see that Qiannin's cheeks were flushed, her eyes were shining, and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised. There was joy in her shy look. Her words were full of shame and anger, but her expression and the lovesickness tears pendant around her neck revealed her thoughts. Chen Guan immediately knew what Qiannin was thinking at the moment. Last night, she tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time, and she met her beloved man again after a day's separation. The joy she felt was far greater than the embarrassment of being teased by Chen Guan in front of her teammates. Chen Guan, who knew Qiannin's little thoughts, smiled. He walked up to Qiannin and stretched out his big hand, not caring that Qiannin's teammates were looking at him. He couldn't help but hold her in his arms without saying anything. Qiannin was stunned for a moment, then she came to her senses and looked at Chen Guan with a red face. "What are you doing? My teammates are watching us." Chen Guan smiled and said, "During the day, you and your teammates level up, and at night, you belong to me." After saying that, Chen Guan turned around and looked at Tana and said with a smile, "I will bring her back on time tomorrow morning." Tana blinked. As Chen Guan finished his words, the figures of Chen Guan and Qiannin disappeared out of thin air. Tana knew that Chen Guan could teleport, but Lingna and the other 2 widened their eyes when they saw the scene in front of them. Oh my god! The legendary teleportation, moving Smakud Herdips. Zhu Hao on the side was stunned. Lingna stared blankly, unable to recover from the shock. The night sky of Leyyan City is filled with stars, and above the stars you can see a waning moon. The waning moon cast silver moonlight, which filtered through the window into the bedroom on the 2nd floor of the villa. In this bedroom, "Don't be so anxious." Qiannin was put on the bed by Chen Guan. As soon as she was put on the bed, her face turned hot. Chen Guan looked at Qiannin in front of him. Qiannin's long red hair was tied into a single ponytail, and under her fiery red bangs was a beautiful face. Those ruby eyes and small cherry lips are very alluring. Her cheeks were flushed and her eyes were watery. She looked at Chen Guan anxiously and shyly. Chen Guan couldn't hold back any longer. He smiled and asked, "What's wrong?" Qianyin blushed. "Talk to me first." Chen Guan smiled slightly. "That's easy." He lay down and hugged Qianyin gently. "Want to say something? I heard that your duel with Dongfang Sheng is scheduled for tomorrow morning." Qianyin snuggled in Chen Guan's arms, resting her head on Chen Guan's arm, her hands drawing circles on Chen Guan's chest. Chen Guan smiled. "Well, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Qianyin closed her eyes and whispered, "You can only win, not lose." Chen Guan smiled and said, "Of course. However, in order to ensure that I can show my peak strength tomorrow, I need your help." Qianyin slowly opened her eyes, raised her face, and looked at Chen Guan in confusion. "Do you need my help?" Chen Guan smiled and said, "Well, men usually need to relax before fighting. I need you to help me relax, just like last night." Hearing this, Qianyin blushed. "Nonsense excuses. That kind of thing, obviously, you were such a bad guy." She could no longer say anything else, and could only hide her hot little face in Chen Guan's care. Then, she punched Chen Guan's chest with her fist in defiance, symbolically expressing her protest. She had seen Chen Guan's strength and knew how powerful he was. In her opinion, it was impossible for Chen Guan to lose to Dongfang Sheng. When Chen Guan said he needed her help, she was surprised and thought that this man needed her to help him with something. As a result, when Chen Guan said this, the smart girl immediately understood that it was just an excuse, and his purpose was just to use this excuse to torment her. She was feeling a little regretful now. She should have insisted on the agreement and should not have let him succeed so quickly. But now, he had gotten what he wanted. "Baby," Chen Guan's magnetic voice, full of desire, came to Qianyin's ears. She closed her eyes, emptied her mind, and chose not to think about anything. The next day, in the audience seats of the Thundercloud Duel Arena. My God, there are too many people, right? The auditorium was packed with people, and at a glance, there was not a single empty seat. You should know that the Thundercloud Duel Arena is the central duel arena in the city. The design of the duel arena is like the ancient Colosseum, and it is even bigger than the Colosseum. There are a lot of seats for spectators, which can accommodate nearly 100,000 people at a time. And now the entire duel arena is full. Of course, there are many. Among the duelists this time is Dongfang Sheng, the president of the Eastern Association, one of the presidents of the 5 major associations in the Eastern continent, one of the 5 strongest people in the Eastern continent. A duel between people of his level is rare in decades. If you don't come and watch this time, wouldn't that be stupid? But it's too lively. The Thundercloud Duel Arena hasn't been this lively for many years. Hey, who do you think will win this duel? Is there any need to ask? It must be Dongfang Sheng. Is there any need to ask? Chapter 102 Dongfang Sheng, one of the 5 mountains in Dongda's Hao. From the surface, Chen Guan has no chance of winning this duel. Dongfang Guild President Dongfang Sheng is one of the 5 great mountains of Dong continent and is unattainable. He has extremely rich combat experience and has already awakened the legendary Third Awakening. Moreover, his level is 51, while Chen Guan is only in his 20s. Even if he is a genius, he is still in the development stage. How can he defeat the already famous Dongfang Sheng? Yes, and President Dongfang Sheng is level 51. The level gap has a level suppression effect. The greater the level gap, the greater the suppression. When a level 20 player fights a level 50 player, the data gap between a level 20 player and a level 50 player is huge, plus the level suppression. I estimate that by then, Chen Guan's own attribute data will be directly suppressed to 0. But, strangely enough, I heard that Chen Guan took the initiative to challenge Dongfang Sheng to this duel. How is that possible? Did you hear wrong? Dongfang Hao is now lying in a coma in the hospital, and Dongfang Fu was killed by Chen Guan. Dongfang Sheng's 2 sons were beaten to death by Chen Guan. Dongfang Sheng wanted to crush Chen Guan to death, but Chen Guan still dared to challenge Dongfang Sheng. Is he tired of living? I think there must be something hidden here. I guess Dongfang Sheng used some means to force Chen Guan to challenge Dongfang Sheng. After all, Dongfang Sheng's status is there. If he bullies others and seeks revenge because his son can't beat them, many people will definitely not accept it. But if it was Chen Guan who took the initiative to challenge Dongfang Sheng, then Dongfang Sheng would have a reason to kill Chen Guan. According to what you said, this duel is actually Dongfang Sheng forcing Chen Guan Lai to die. Well, I can't think of any possibility other than this one. Here it comes, here it comes. Suddenly, an excited voice sounded. Hearing this voice, everyone looked towards the ring. A middle-aged man jumped onto the stage. Boom! His heavy body actually cracked the floor of the ring the moment it fell. This middle-aged man had blonde hair and deep wrinkles on his face. He was tall, nearly 1.9 meters. He was wearing a platinum suit, but even in the suit, the strong muscles in his body still made the clothes bulge out, and he looked so sturdy, just like a golden bear. After he landed on the ring, he slowly sat down, staring ahead, as if waiting for his opponent to arrive. Awesome. He didn't use any abilities, but just relied on his physical strength to crack the floor of the ring. As expected of Dongfang Sheng, his body is probably not a human body anymore. It looks more like a human tank. People with special abilities can enhance their own data through physical training. Dongfang Sheng must have trained beyond the ordinary to have such a strong body. It's really scary. With the appearance of Dongfang Sheng, people in the audience began to talk about it, and everyone was shocked by Dongfang Sheng's strength. The Thundercloud Duel Arena is specially used for duels. This duel arena is very huge. In order to meet the duel needs of strong people of all levels, the arena is ridiculously large. At this moment, Dongfang Sheng was sitting on the ring. Although Dongfang Sheng's body was terrifying enough, it still looked empty under this huge ring. On this seemingly empty arena, a figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere, about 100 meters opposite Dongfang Sheng, without any warning. The moment Chen Guan appeared, the audience, who were originally discussing Dongfang Sheng's strength, stopped talking at this moment. Everyone's eyes were on the stage and the figure that appeared out of nowhere. On the stage, in front of Dongfang Sheng, a man wearing a pure white short-sleeved t-shirt, a pair of pure black shorts, and a pair of slippers. His black hair fluttered in the wind, revealing an angular face. Her bangs fluttered, and her black eyes stared quietly at Dongfang Sheng in front of her. The young man was dressed very casually, as if this was not the Thundercloud Duel Arena, but his bedroom. But even though he was dressed casually, his appearance still shocked everyone present. Teleport. Before, I couldn't see it clearly in the video. I thought it was because the speed was too fast. Now I can finally see it clearly. It's teleportation. Why are you so sure? I have seen some people who have awakened their speed. Some of them can move so fast that it is invisible to the naked eye. However, no matter how fast they are, when they move, the airflow driven by their extremely fast speed will generate wind. When they stop, the chaotic air waves will cause dust to fly around them. And when Chen Guan just appeared, the environment around him didn't change at all. This can't be speed. This can only be the legendary ability, teleportation. Teleportation, an ability that all Esper users agree is absolutely impossible to awaken. It's incredible that I can actually see this ability with my own eyes. With the ability to teleport, Chen Guan will be invincible in the battle against Dongfang Sheng. Are you dreaming? Isn't this possible? Of course not. To use a legendary ability like teleportation, there must be conditions, and it must require a huge amount of source power. You don't think that this legendary ability can be used at will, do you? Don't you think that the stronger the ability, the greater the conditions, and the greater the source power consumption? Moreover, teleportation is just equivalent to increasing Chen Guan's speed. If you want to defeat Dongfang Sheng, who is much stronger than Chen Guan in terms of defense, strength, and speed, teleportation alone is useless. The audience in the auditorium were discussing Chen Guan's teleportation ability. And on the stage, Dongfang Sheng had slowly stood up, his eyes staring at Chen Guan coldly. Chen Guan looked at the tall and strong middle-aged man in front of him and smiled. Sorry, I stayed up late with my girlfriend last night, so I'm late. Dongfang Sheng said calmly, It doesn't matter. I don't care about the meaningless actions of a corpse before it becomes a corpse. Hearing this, Chen Guan's eyebrows relaxed. You seem very confident. Then let's play and show me what you are capable of. Dongfang Sheng narrowed his eyes. To kill you, I don't need to use any abilities. As soon as he finished speaking, Dongfang Sheng stomped his foot on the ground. Boom! With a loud bang, the ground under Dongfang Sheng's feet exploded. Dongfang Sheng's huge body was like a cannonball, shooting towards Chen 100 meters away. Dongfang Sheng clenched his fists, and the moment he approached Chen Guan, he stomped on the ground hard, and the floor exploded instantly. He threw a straight punch at Chen Guan's forehead. Chapter 103. The Legendary Third Transformation Awakening. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang. Crack! Dong Fangsheng's wrist broke with a sound. Dong Fangsheng's pupils condensed slightly. He stepped on the ground, and his body suddenly retreated 20 meters away. Dong Fangsheng looked unhappy as he looked at Chen Guan. Chen Guanjing stood there with his hands folded across his chest. There was no visible scar on his face, which had been hit by Dong Fangsheng's punch. Instead, the corners of his mouth were raised with a faint smile. Dong Fangsheng looked at his right hand, which was drooping strangely. The recoil force of the previous punch broke his arm. Impossible! This is impossible. Dong Fangsheng's pupils trembled, and he stared at Chen Guan. This scene stunned the audience in the auditorium. What's going on? Did I see it wrong? Impossible? What the hell is this? Level 51 Dong Fangsheng took the initiative to attack Chen Guan. Chen Guan did not retreat and took the attack head-on. Chen Guan is fine, but Dong Fangsheng's right hand is broken. What is this? A place in the audience. As the president of the Thunderbolt Association, Cheng Ping held his goat beard and looked at the scene in front of him. He shook his head. It hurts, it really hurts. Fortunately, I didn't accept his challenge before. TSK, 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 TSK. Chen Guan stood there, with his arms across his chest, looking at Dong Fangsheng with a playful look. My ability is called unmovable as a mountain. You want to hurt me, unless your attack exceeds my defense. Otherwise, it is impossible. Use your abilities. You are the president of the Oriental Association. I am very interested in your abilities. It is rare to fight with a being at level 51. Chen Guan wants to see what abilities a being at level 51 has. This is like a cat playing with a mouse, just playing. Of course, comparing Chen Guan and Dong Fangsheng to a cat and a mouse is too disrespectful to Dong Fangsheng, because if the cat hits the mouse will not die, but if Chen Guan hits Dong Fangsheng will be gone. Chen has to be careful, otherwise the game will end immediately. Arrogant. Dong Fangsheng roared out 2 words. He had a gloomy face, and his broken right hand gradually returned to its original state. He clenched his right fist, his pupils slowly glowed with golden light, and he stared at Chen Guan. What you mean by this is that you treat me as a toy, arrogant boy. As the words fell, Dong Fangsheng's whole body emanated a golden light. His muscles began to grow rapidly, his golden hair began to grow longer, and hair began to grow from all the pores on his body. His face began to change from that of a human to that of a beast. His hands and feet gradually transformed from human hands and feet into the sharp claws of wild beasts. All of Dong Fangsheng's clothes were torn to pieces, and his body transformed into a 2-meter-tall golden tiger. I will tear you apart with my bare hands. Dong Fangsheng grinned angrily, and his body moved. The golden giant tiger turned into a golden shadow and swooped towards Chen Guan. Did Dong Fangsheng awaken the golden tiger in his first transformation? Did he just not use his initial ability and just transform directly? It seems that Chen Guan has really angered Dong Fangsheng. Dong Fangsheng is planning to tear Chen Guan apart directly. Instead of being a good person, he becomes a cat. Chen Guan muttered. However, this huge monster, which is 2 meters tall at the shoulder and more than 3 meters tall when standing upright, still looks a bit scary. The golden tiger was extremely fast. In an instant, it had already run in front of Chen Guan. It raised its huge golden claws and slapped Chen Guan's body. At this moment, black mist emerged from around Chen Guan's body. It was formed by countless black swords. These black swords instantly formed a black shield. Break! Dong Fangsheng roared. The claw hit the black shield made of black sword. Boom! The collision of claws and shield produced a loud noise. The loud noise was like the sound of a bell hitting an ancient temple, very loud. The powerful recoil force shook Dong Fangsheng's claws away. The black shield made of black sword suddenly hit Dong Fangsheng. Dong Fangsheng's pupils condensed slightly, and before he could react, his huge body was hit by the huge black shield. Boom! Accompanied by a muffled sound, Dong Fangsheng's entire body was knocked flying and fell heavily to the ground. The huge golden tiger's body left a 10-meter trail before it stopped. Dong Fangsheng struggled to get up and transformed into a giant golden tiger, staring at Chen Guan. Next to Chen Guan, a shield made of black swords was rotating around Chen Guan. Chen Guan still maintained the same posture as at the beginning, standing in the same place with his arms across his chest, looking at Dong Fangsheng with amusement. Seeing this, the audience fell silent instantly. Everyone looked at the scene in disbelief. After awakening, Dong Fangsheng's attributes increased tenfold. His speed, strength, and defense all reached a terrifying level. How did Chen Guan, who is only level 29, block it with a black sword? Not only did he block it, he also knocked Dongfang Sheng away. How is this possible? Is this a duel between level 29 and level 51? This is too weird. What about level suppression? There should be level suppression for level 51 against level 29. But what about this level suppression? Why does it feel like there's no effect at all? What the hell is this? Dongfang Sheng stared at Chen Guan, shocked and angry. Who the hell are you? Chen Guan touched his chin and looked at Dongfang Sheng. He relaxed his eyebrows and said, "This is not important. What is important is that it seems that you can't defeat me. If the first awakening doesn't work, why not go for the second awakening or the third awakening and let me see?" You? Dongfang Sheng's beastly face became particularly ferocious. He stared at Chen Guan. You are looking for death. As soon as he finished speaking, Dongfang Sheng's whole body was lit up with golden light. The golden light became brighter and more dazzling. The entire body of the golden tiger was enveloped in this dazzling light. Everyone looked at this scene with surprise in their eyes. Old Master Qingping, who was sitting in the audience, looked at Dongfang Sheng on the stage. He narrowed his eyes, and his expression became serious and solemn. No second transformation. Directly choose the third transformation awakening. It seems that Dongfang Sheng is going to get serious. As he spoke, old man Qingping looked at Chen Guan, who was still as relaxed as ever, and said, "Boy, you better be careful next time." Under Chen Guan's watchful eye, at this moment, the golden tiger no longer looked like a tiger. Only a golden tiger shape could be seen. And the shape of this golden tiger is getting bigger. It was 2 meters in size at the beginning, then it became 3 meters, and then from 3 meters to 4 meters. From 4 meters to 10 meters. In the end, the golden shape became as high as 10 stories. Just like a mountain, it stands on this huge arena. The mountain-like giant tiger, condensed by the golden light, began to become material. Chapter 104. Let's see who is bigger. I'll show you my power of heaven and earth. As the golden light spread, a giant golden tiger with shoulders as high as 10 stories and as big as a mountain stood on the stage. When this giant golden tiger appeared, a terrifying aura emanated from the giant tiger. Bang, bang, bang. The floor of the arena under the golden tiger exploded. The powerful aura enveloped the entire duel arena like an invisible boulder. Some spectators who were closer to the giant golden tiger rolled their eyes and fell into a coma. Pressure. This is the pressure of the third level awakening. Run. It's over. The spectators who were closer to the ring and of lower levels fell into coma one after another. Some of the higher level players reacted quickly and ran back. But most of them were forced into coma by this terrifying pressure. In theory, a user with special abilities can achieve the third level awakening at level 40. But the difficulty of the third level awakening is extremely high. When a user with special abilities can achieve the third level awakening, it means that he has reached the pinnacle of special abilities. I've only heard about the third level awakening, but this is the first time I've seen it with my own eyes. It's really terrifying. The audience seats are more than 500 meters away from the arena. The pressure generated by the third level awakening can actually affect the ability users at the edge of the audience seats. Is this the third level awakening? It's so terrifying. Look at Chen Guan. Chen Guan, is this guy okay? On the ring, Chen Guan raised his head and looked at the mountain-like monster in front of him. He touched his chin with a look of curiosity. But Chen Guan's expression made everyone in the audience open their eyes wide. The edge of the audience is more than 500 meters away from the arena, and even farther from Dongfang Sheng. There are also many level 20s and even level 30s at the edge of the audience, all of whom have fallen into coma due to the pressure. Chen Guan stood in front of Dongfang Sheng, less than 100 meters away from Dongfang Sheng, and he was not hurt at all. This guy's level is fake, right? The pressure generated by the third awakening actually has no effect on Chen Guan. Isn't this too outrageous? Who exactly is Chen Guan? On the stage, Dongfang Sheng lowered his huge head and looked at Chen Guan in front of him. Looking at Chen Guan's expression, Dongfang Sheng grinned and looked ferocious. Chen Guan looked at Dongfang Sheng. It's quite big. If this thing is kept in a zoo, it will probably attract a lot of tourists. Dongfang Sheng looked at Chen Guan, who showed no fear at all. He gritted his teeth and looked even more angry. Go to hell. He roared, raised his claws, and 3 sharp claws appeared, sweeping towards Chen Guan's body. Puff! accompanied by the sound of a sharp object cutting through matter. A huge tiger claw flew out. Boom! With a loud bang, the tiger claw slammed heavily on the ring. When a heavy claw fell, the ring shook and the floor shattered even more completely. Dongfang Sheng's huge body took a step back, and his tiger eyes trembled as he looked at his right claw, only to find that it had been broken off. He looked at Chen Guan and saw him beside Chen Guan. A giant black sword that was 5 meters long was flying around Chen Guan. It was this giant black sword that just cut off Dongfang Sheng's right claw. Everyone in the audience was stunned by the scene before them. Cut off? The claws of the mountain mad tiger that Dongfang Sheng transformed into after his third awakening were cut off by Chen Guan's black sword? How is this possible? This is the third level awakening at level 51. Chen Guan is only level 29. Not only the ordinary audience, but even old man Changping, who was watching the scene on the side, was stunned. The hand holding the sheep's beard also paused unconsciously. Dongfang Sheng looked at Chen Guan in disbelief. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. I have been practicing hard for half my life and have gained the strongest ability, the third awakening. My defense power has reached 3,000. With 3,000 defense power, how can you cut off my claws? What? Not only did the audience not believe it, even Dongfang Sheng couldn't believe it. As a result of his half-life training, he has transformed himself into a mad tiger with a defense power of 3,000. It was actually cut off casually by Chen Guan. That 3,000 defense power is like a joke. Chen Guan looked at Dongfang Sheng in front of him. 3,000 defense points? For many people with special abilities, this defense is indeed very strong and can even be considered an absolute defense. However, Chen Guan looked at Dongfang Sheng. The person you met is me. Since you want to see who is bigger, then I will compete with you and let you die with your eyes closed. As Chen Guan finished his words, Chen Guan's figure grew larger at a speed visible to the naked eye. Dongfang Sheng looked at Chen Guan with trembling pupils. Look, what is that? The audience in the auditorium looked at Chen Guan, whose figure was getting bigger and bigger, and they were all surprised. Chen Guan's body began to grow from a normal size. 2 meters, 3 meters, 4 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, 40 meters. Finally, after Chen Guan's body grew to more than 60 meters, it stopped growing. Chen Guan's terrifying figure, standing on the stage, was like a mountain. Oh my God, what kind of ability is this? The audience in the auditorium stood up one by one, raised their heads, and looked at the giant in front of them. They all opened their mouths, their eyes trembling, and their faces were full of disbelief. At this moment, Dongfang Sheng, who was only 20 meters tall, looked like a kitten. Dongfang Sheng tilted his head and looked at Chen Guan in disbelief. Chen Guan looked at Dongfang Sheng below and said, "In ancient times, the ancients believed that heaven and earth were the greatest existences. If one could be as high as the sky and as vast as the earth, then he would be the greatest. The name of my ability is imitating heaven and earth." Chen Guan paused, looking at Dongfang Sheng below, with his arms folded across his chest. "This dual field is too small. Otherwise, I can make it bigger." At this moment, Dongfang Sheng's pupils were trembling. He had collapsed at this moment. He turned around suddenly and ran out of the ring. Dongfang Sheng has already realized that the young man in front of him is extremely powerful and his strength is unfathomable. And the level on Chen Guan's forehead is completely misleading. Dongfang Sheng no longer had any thoughts of revenge at this moment. He wanted to escape. He just wanted to leave here quickly. The audience in the auditorium were all stunned when they saw Dongfang Sheng running away like a mad tiger. The Eastern Association's Dongfang wins, one of the 5 strongest beings in the entire Eastern continent. A super powerful person who has reached level 51 and has started the 3rd level of awakening. At this moment, he chose to flee. This previously unimaginable scene now appeared before their eyes. They felt a little dazed. Suddenly, 5 ropes made of black mist emerged from the ground. In an instant, 5 ropes tied up Dongfang Sheng's body. Dongfang Sheng roared and struggled, but the more he struggled, the tighter the black rope became. Soon, Dongfang Sheng was tied to the ring by ropes made of black fog. Dongfang Sheng looked at Chen Guan above with trembling pupils. He looked ferocious, but there was fear in his pupils. Chen Guan's eyebrows relaxed. "Well, it's over." As Chen Guan's voice fell, Chen Guan raised his foot. Dongfang Sheng's pupils trembled. "No!" accompanied by shrill screams. Chen Guan stepped on the mad tiger that Dongfang Sheng transformed into. Boom! With a loud bang, the body of the mad tiger was crushed by the terrifying force, and the ring exploded. The entire dueling arena shook violently. There was a huge pit on the ring. Is it over? Everyone stared blankly at the scene in front of them. After awakening to the third level, Dongfang Sheng is like a bug in front of Chen Guan. Chen Guan, what is his strength? Is Chen Guan's level real or fake? Under everyone's shocked gaze, Chen Guan released the law of heaven and earth. His body slowly shrank back to its original size. He glanced at the huge dent in front of him that was created by his own footstep, and only broken debris remained in the dent. Chen Guan withdrew his gaze, and his figure disappeared on the spot. Along with Chen Guan's figure disappeared. Everyone in the duel arena was stunned for a long time. Chapter 105. The restricted area of the second-level trial cave. Chairman Xingping in the audience held his goat beard and looked at the huge dent on the ring. Chairman Xingping held his skinny, goat-bearded hands, which were trembling slightly, and his atoms apple-rolled. He slowly closed his eyes and adjusted his shocked emotions. He took a deep breath, slowly opened his eyes, and looked at the terrifying pit on the ring. Level 29, Chen Guan defeated Dongfang Sheng, the president of the Eastern Association. This duel will surely go down in the history of the Eastern continent. Chen Guan didn't care how much shock his actions left on the audience. After he solved the problem of Dongfang Sheng, he came to the trial cave and continued his leveling journey. In just half an hour, Chen Guan's level rose from 29 to 30. Yesterday, the breakthrough beads and breakthrough materials that Chen Guan had collected all day came in handy. Chen Guan used level 30 breakthrough beads and ferocious beast cards as breakthrough materials. He broke through level 30 and became a level 31 ability user. Chen Guan stood in the trial cave on the second floor, with a black sword flying beside him. Countless ferocious beasts rushed towards Chen Guan. The black sword flew over, and all the ferocious beasts that were within 3 meters of Chen Guan were cut in half. Chen Guan stood among the black swords, took out his cell phone from his trouser pocket, and checked the time. The time now is 9 o'clock in the morning. Chen Guan thought about it. I beat Dongfang Sheng at around 8 o'clock in the morning, and then came here to be promoted. Did it only take an hour in total? Chen Guan didn't even look at the ferocious beasts that were rushing towards him. He picked up the stacks of ferocious beast cards that appeared in front of him, and then materialized the cards one by one. There was a 5-man team not far from where Chen Guan was just now. The 5 people looked at the groups of ferocious beast corpses left behind where Chen Guan passed by, and they looked at each other. Is this guy taking a walk in the second-floor trial cave? I feel the same way. There are very few people with upgraded abilities in the second-level trial cave, which results in the number of ferocious beasts in the second-level trial cave being much greater than that in the first-level trial cave. Those who come here to level up must be very careful when hunting, and try to hunt lone ferocious beasts. And Chen Guan is like a ghost. The way he levels up is to run to where there are more ferocious beasts. Then just walk around like taking a walk, letting the black swords surrounding you automatically deal with the beasts. If there are too many ferocious beasts, then use 2 swords. The martial beasts in the second-floor trial cave are so tall that even level 40 warriors are afraid of them. As for Chen Guan, he had just reached level 30, and he was already strolling in this trial cave, which had a minimum level of 30. Chen Guan materialized ferocious beasts while taking a walk, and let those ferocious beasts help him level up. Time passes by every second. There are fewer ferocious beasts in this place. Chen Guan looked around and muttered to himself. There are more ferocious beasts on the second level of the trial cave than on the first level. Many people with special abilities move around near the entrance and dare not go too far away from it, because as long as you leave a certain distance from the entrance, the number of ferocious beasts will increase. The ferocious beast is very powerful. A team of 5 level 30 ability users needs to be extremely alert to deal with an ordinary level 30 ferocious beast. Naturally, those who think they are of average ability dare not go too deep into the second level trial cave. Of course, for Chen Guan, the more ferocious beasts there are, the more experience he will gain, so he went deeper and deeper into the trial cave. But now Chen Guan feels a little strange. Just now, ferocious beasts could be seen everywhere, but after arriving here, Chen Guan had been walking for half an hour and still hadn't seen a single ferocious beast. Chen Guan continued to move forward. Now Chen Guan has everything he wanted. All he needs to do next is wander around the second-level trial cave and look for ferocious beasts to gain experience. Stop. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Hearing the voice, Chen Guan paused slightly. He looked ahead. Right in front of Chen Guan, there stood a man. Chen Guan looked at it carefully. As Chen Guan watched, flames lit up in the cave corridor ahead. In the light of the fire, Chen Guan could see the person speaking in front of him. This is a woman with long silver hair, a pair of fluffy fox ears, and a fluffy white tail. Her skin was snow white, and she was wearing clothes made of animal skins. If it were in the past, when Chen Guan saw this woman, he would immediately think of some fantasy creature, an orc. Now that Chen Guan has witnessed the special abilities of the people with special abilities, he is not so surprised to see humans with animal tails. But Chen Guan was puzzled. Why was she dressed like this? If she were dressed like this on a deserted island, she would probably be mistaken for a savage. 4 black marks and a triangular pattern can be seen on the woman's forehead, level 43. But Chen Guan looked at the woman's age and thought she was probably about the same age as himself. This made Chen Guan even more confused. In her 20s, 40s. Genius? If she is a genius, then she is even more talented than Xin Ming. She held a bone scimitar in one hand and looked at Chen Guan. This is a restricted area. No one is allowed to enter. Go ahead. Restricted area? Chen Guan, who was bored, suddenly became interested when he heard these 2 words. He asked, "Why is it called restricted area? Is there anything in it?" She frowned, raised the bone knife in her hand, and said to Chen Guan, "I said leave here. I don't want to happen again." She pointed the bone knife at herself. Apparently, she didn't use the internet very often. Chen Guan glanced at her, looked away, and then walked in on his own. "You." The woman became angry as soon as she saw Chen Guan coming. She took a step and swiftly rushed towards Chen Guan. The bone knife in his hand turned and swept towards Chen Guan's shoulder. It seemed that the blade was about to cut Chen Guan's body. Suddenly, 3 green vines stretched out from the stone wall and instantly tied her up like a dumpling. The woman was startled, and her body was pulled back by the vines behind her. The whole body was tied directly to the wall. The woman's face changed slightly, and she struggled hard. However, the more she struggled, the tighter the vines became. Soon, she couldn't move. Chen Guan didn't care about her. He was very interested in the restricted area. After tying her up with vines, he continued to walk inside. The woman saw that she could not struggle. Her face turned pale as she looked at Chen Guan's back nervously, shouting, "Who are you? What is your purpose in breaking into the orc tribe?" Hearing this, Chen Guan paused slightly. Orc tribe? Orcs are creatures that exist in fantasy, and the term orc tribe naturally does not exist. But the woman's words made Chen Guan realize a problem. Her nervousness and uneasiness were real, and in this real situation, she yelled out this word. Could it be that she was not human? Chapter 106. Highly intelligent life hidden in the second-floor trial cave. Chen Guan subconsciously turned around and looked at the woman behind him. Orc tribe? The woman was slightly startled. She frowned and stared at Chen Guan. "Keep going inside. That's where my people are staying. The 5 major associations of the East Continent have agreed with us that as long as we live here and don't run to the outside world, you humans will not conflict with our people, but you want to force your way in. What exactly do you want to do?" Chen Guan touched his chin. What she said touched upon Chen Guan's blind spots and knowledge. Chen Guan had never heard that there were other races besides humans in this world. Chen Guan waved his hand. The vines that bound the woman loosened. She resumed her movement, looked at the dissipated vines, a hint of doubt in her eyes, and looked at Chen Guan. Chen Guan looked at her in confusion. "Are you not a human?" She was startled, and she frowned. "I am a noble orc. Don't confuse me with you dirty humans. Tell me about the history of you orcs." Chen Guan became interested. She frowned. "Why should I tell you? If you don't speak, I will go to your tribe and ask other orcs." Chen Guan looked at her. "You know you can't stop me." She gritted her teeth. "What do you want to know?" Seeing that she had compromised, Chen Guan said, "Tell me about the history of you orcs." The other side, a 5-man team is hunting for upgrades in the second-floor trial cave. The highest level among these 5-man teams is 38, and the lowest is 37. The 5 people walked along the cave corridor. "Go ahead, and you will reach the orc-restricted area. We want to hunt level 38 beasts, so we need to pass through the orc-restricted area. Everyone, be careful. The orcs are not very friendly to us. When I just entered the second-floor entrance from the first floor, the association told me about the orc-restricted area, but I have never seen it. Captain, can we get closer and take a look? Do you want to die? The captain frowned. Uh? The captain looked ahead and said, currently, all the orcs in the East Continent came from the Central Continent. In the Central Continent, there's a tower called the Myriad Worlds Tower. Every floor of the tower is inhabited by highly intelligent beings of various civilizations. Orcs are one of the civilizations in the tower. Orcs cannot leave the Tower of All Worlds. But when humans enter the Tower of All Worlds and kill an orc, the orc will turn into a card and can be carried out of the Tower of All Worlds. A long time ago, the strong men from Central Continent often entered the Tower of All Worlds in this way, hunting orcs and turning them into cards to bring to the human world, using them as their slaves. As a result, although the orcs became slaves, they're also highly intelligent beings. After a long period of reproduction, some orcs broke away from human control, but the status of orcs in Middle-earth is still low and unpopular. Some orcs who have freedom choose to hide, while others cross the primitive mountains and reach the East Continent. The orc tribe currently in the second-floor trial cave is actually the small group of orcs that came from Central Continent. The captain paused after he finished speaking, and then continued, the orcs are very hostile to humans because they have been enslaved by humans for a long time. When you pass by later, you'd better stay away and don't make any noise. If we irritate them, our level won't be enough to fill their teeth. Hearing this, the other 4 team members put away their curiosity and their faces became very solemn. We're almost there, be careful, the captain reminded. They all got a little nervous when they realized that the orcs were dangerous. Although nervous, they were still very curious. Someone subconsciously glanced towards the restricted area. Captain. When the captain heard this, he frowned. He had told them to stop making any noise, but now these guys were still shouting so loudly. When the captain looked, he found that the person who spoke was looking in the direction of the forbidden area with a shocked and puzzled expression. When the captain saw this, he subconsciously looked in the direction the man was looking. When he saw it, the captain's pupils narrowed slightly. At the entrance to the restricted area, a young human in a white t-shirt and black shorts was standing there with his arms folded across his chest. Next to the young man, a fox girl with fluffy ears and a fluffy tail was standing nearby. The fox girl stared at the human youth, saying something, and there was a hint of fear in her eyes as she looked at the young man. Seeing this, the captain was stunned. Captain, that man is a human, right? It's a human. I heard that beastmen all have the characteristics of wild beasts. The man who was talking to the fox girl is 100% human, and the level of his forehead is level 31. That fox girl-looking orc is level 43, but it seems like she's a little afraid of that man. What's going on? The captain also looked puzzled. Chen Guan got her name from chatting with the fox girl. Her name is Tina. The restricted area she mentioned was actually a tribe. It is similar to a village for humans, but the difference from humans is that her so-called village is lived underground. At the same time, Chen Guan also knew about Zhongzhou, the Tower of All Worlds, and the orcs. Zhongzhou, Chen Guan knows. In this world, of course, there's not only one continent, East Continent. There is also another continent to the west of East Continent, called Central Continent. Middle Continent is 3 times the size of East Continent. Compared to Central Continent, Eastern Continent cannot be called a continent at all. There is a primitive mountain range and a huge canal between East Continent and Central Continent. East Continent and Central Continent are collectively called the Data Continent. After Tina's story, Chen Guan stretched his eyebrows, crossed his arms, and looked at Tina. So, why don't you return to the Wanjia Tower and return to your own civilization? Tina frowned and said, You think we don't want to? After leaving the Tower of All Worlds, the orcs can't return to the Tower of All Worlds unless they turn back into cards and let humans take them back. At this point, Tina looked at Chen Guan warily and said, What is your purpose in coming here? You are only level 31, but your strength is definitely more than level 31. She was still wary of Chen Guan. Chen Guan heard this and said, Don't think too much. I was just passing by and was curious, so I took a look. Tina was stunned. She frowned and looked at Chen Guan. Curiosity, a man who could easily defeat her, came here just because of curiosity? She didn't believe it. Swish! Suddenly, a sound of breaking through the air was heard. A bone feather arrow wrapped in green mist flew through the air and shot towards Chen Guan at an extremely fast speed. Clang, accompanied by a crisp sound. A black sword slashed across and cut off the feather arrow. Chen Guan looked towards the source of the arrows. Tina, why are you still in a daze? Why don't you kill this human? A sinister voice came. Chen Guan saw the person who was speaking. The person who was speaking, like Tina, was wearing clothes made of animal skins. He was holding a bone longbow and a bone feather arrow in his hand. At this moment, he was standing in the distance, his hand on the bowstring. The bowstring was fully drawn, and the arrow was aimed at Chen Guan. Chapter 107. Those who kill will be killed. This is a male orc with fox ears and a tail, for black triangular marks on his forehead, a triangular stripe, and 2 bars, and he is level 45. His eyes were cold, and his expression was murderous as he stared at Chen Guan. When Tina saw this, she was stunned at first, and then she quickly said, "Stir. He is not an enemy. Don't mess around." Stir was startled. He looked at Tina in disbelief. "Not an enemy? We have signed an agreement with humans. From this cave entrance, it is our territory. Any human who steps into our territory is our enemy. Anyone who steps into the entrance of our forbidden area shall die." "Tina, actually want to stop me? Are you attracted to this pretty boy?" Tina frowned. "What are you talking about?" Stir snorted. "If you really don't have it, just cooperate with me and kill him." His eyes fell on Chen Guan. As soon as his hand loosened, the bowstring closed, and the bone arrow surrounded by a green halo shot toward Chen Guan. The black sword flashed by. The bone arrow broke into 2. The black sword continued to move forward, shooting towards Stir at an extremely fast speed, which was too fast to be captured by the naked eye. A puff sound was heard, accompanied by the sound of flesh and blood being separated. A head rolled off. Stir's body fell down. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound. Stir's body fell to the ground. Tina looked at Stir's body with trembling pupils. Her face turned pale, and she looked away and looked at Chen Guan. Chen Guan said calmly, "He who kills others will be killed." Tina's eyes trembled slightly. When Tina fought with Chen Guan just now, Tina knew that Chen Guan was very powerful, but she never expected that Chen Guan could be so strong. Stir at level 45, died instantly. Tina felt fear and relief at this moment. Fortunately, she did not attack Chen Guan at the beginning. Suddenly, Chen Guan saw a blue light shining on Stir's body. Seeing this familiar light, Chen Guan's eyes lit up. This is Stir's entire body turned into blue data of 0s and 1s. These blue data automatically flew in front of Chen Guan and slowly turned into a card. When Chen Guan saw this, there was a hint of novelty in his eyes. Reach out your hand and take it. The first card you get is a completely white card. There's a pattern on the card, which is exactly the image of Stir holding a bow and arrow just now. Above the pattern, there are the words, level 45, Stir. The hunting team, hiding not far away, stared blankly at the scene before them. What is happening? He's only level 31, but he killed a level 45 orc instantly. Oh my god, which association is this person from? Isn't his strength a little too exaggerated? "Captain, could that car be?" The captain hummed. Orcs are similar to ferocious beasts. If they're killed by humans, they will turn into cards and can be materialized like ferocious beast cards. Let them be used for their own purposes. It's unbelievable. Orcs look no different from humans, but they can actually do this. Although Chen Guan had just heard Tina say that orcs would turn into cards after being killed. But looking at the cards in his hand, looking at the pattern on the card, Chen Guan still felt something strange. From the outside, orcs don't look much different from humans. If orcs turn into cards after being killed, it would be fine if it is a male orc, but if a beautiful female orc falls into the hands of some men, then... Thinking of this, Chen Guan frowned. As a person from a civilized world, although Chen Guan knew that one should adapt to local customs, he still felt a little strange when he saw this scene. Chen Guan looked at Tina. Tina met Chen Guan's gaze. Her face turned pale. She subconsciously took a step back, then hurriedly raised the scimitar and held it horizontally in front of her. "What do you want to do?" Chen Guan looked at Tina's somewhat flustered expression. Chen Guan blinked. Obviously, she was frightened by Chen Guan's killing of Stir. Chen Guan said, "I just acted in self-defense. He wanted to kill me, so I had no choice but to kill him. As for you, don't worry. Although you have a good figure and good looks, you are still far inferior to my woman. Continue walking inside, and you will reach the residence of Tina's people. There's no point in going in now." Chen Guan was too lazy to go in, so he turned and left, deciding to continue leveling up. Tina looked at Chen Guan's back, her eyes trembling slightly, until Chen Guan's figure disappeared from the spot. Tina breathed a sigh of relief, stepped back, and leaned against the wall. She found that her back and forehead were covered with cold sweat. She raised her left hand, which was shaking. Just now she could feel unprecedented pressure and fear. If that person wanted to kill her, it would just be a matter of thought. Too strong. He's clearly level 31, the same level as those weak level 31 humans I met before. How could he be so strong? Who is this guy? Chen Guan walked back and noticed that there was a team of 5 people in front of him, and these 5 people were looking straight at him. Chen Guan guessed that everything he had just done was seen by them. When the 5 men saw Chen Guan getting closer, they hurriedly moved to the side of the road, fearing that they would block Chen Guan's way. The lowest level of these 5 people is 37, and the highest is 38, which is 5 or 6 levels higher than Chen Guan. But now they are giving way to Chen Guan. They looked a little nervous and looked at Chen Guan. Seeing Chen Guan coming, the 5 people hurriedly avoided Chen Guan's sight, lowered their heads slightly, and did not dare to look at Chen Guan. Chen Guan looked at the 5 people with some awe. Chen Guan touched the back of his head and said, "Let me ask you something." After Chen Guan finished speaking, the 5 people looked at each other. At this time, a man stood up and said, "Boss, I'm the captain of this team by Shun." This is a middle-aged man who looks to be in his 30s. He looked at Chen Guan with an uneasy expression. Looking at this person in front of me, who is probably more than 10 years older than me, calling me boss. Chen Guan felt a little weird, so he adjusted his mood and said, "Do you know how to use the cards that the orcs have transformed into?" Chen Guan couldn't ask Tina this question. Asking the team in front of you is just right. Bai Shun heard this and said, "The cards transformed by orcs can be used just like Fierce Beast cards. The difference is that the cards transformed by orcs have their own source power. After you materialize them, you don't need to use source power to maintain them. The memories of orcs will be cleared after being killed. They will be completely loyal to their owners and will obey any of your orders unconditionally." Chapter 108, Researching Orcs. After listening, Chen Guan nodded slightly. So that's how it is. Chen Guan was still wondering, if the orc was killed and turned into a card and still had the memory before his death, it would probably be very troublesome. When an orc dies, he is dead. If the original memory is cleared, even if the card is materialized into Stir, it is no longer Stir, but a puppet with the original memory and absolutely loyal to the user. The orc that has been materialized is no longer the same orc as before. Chen Guan glanced at Bai Shun and asked, "What type of ability do you have?" Bai Shun was stunned. He was a little confused and didn't know why this big man asked him this question. Bai Shun said, "Boss, I am from the Yellow Department." Chen Guan hummed, and he stretched out his right hand. Out of thin air, a golden card appeared in his hand. He handed it to Bai Shun. "You answer my question. As a thank you, this is my gift to you." Bai Shun looked at the card handed to him by Chen Guan. He took it subconsciously, and when he saw the card clearly in his hand, Bai Shun's pupils narrowed slightly, and his expression changed. "Attribute card?" He raised his head and saw that Chen Guan's men were gone. When the teammates next to him saw this and noticed the attribute card in Bai Shun's hand, they all looked envious. "Oh my god, this is a yellow-type qualification attribute card. This thing is extremely rare and precious." He just gave it away casually. This big guy is too generous. Among the 5 major associations in the East Continent, which association is he from? I don't know. I've never seen it. After Chen Guan left, he took the orc card in his hand and then threw the orc card away. The cards are transformed into blue data of 0 and 1. These blue data are constructed into human figures. STE, wearing clothes made of animal skins, carrying a bow and arrow, and with fox ears and a tail, appeared in front of Chen Guan. Chen Guan looked at Stir. "Help me hunt the ferocious beasts around here." "Okay, master." Stir responded, then turned and walked out. Looking at Stir's back, Chen Guan is now at level 31, and all he needs to do is to continue leveling up. After Chen Guan's morning of slaughter, he had materialized many ferocious beasts to work for him. Now even if Chen Guan does nothing, he can still gain experience. Chen Guan now wants to use the orc transformed by this orc card to see what the difference is between this thing and the ordinary ferocious beast card. Nightfall. The entrance to the trial cave. Qianin and other 4 people have already set up a tent at the entrance. Outside the tent, a bonfire was lit. I don't know if that guy had a good dinner. Tana subconsciously glanced at Qianin beside her. Qianin sat by the campfire, looking at the campfire. The firelight was reflected in her clear ruby eyes. She didn't know what she was thinking. She just sat there in a daze. Tana said, "That guy?" Qianin came back to her senses and looked at Tana. When she met Tana's gaze, she slowly withdrew her gaze and looked at the campfire. Chen Guan. Even if a person has special abilities, his body is made of flesh and blood, and he needs to eat 3 meals a day on time. But Chen Guan is not like that. He didn't even have dinner last night. Qianin looked at the barbecue on the campfire. If I hadn't reminded him at the time, he probably wouldn't have planned to eat. When Tana heard this, she smiled and said, "Boys are all like this. Qianin, last night, he came in a hurry and left with you in a hurry. He didn't take you to dinner. So where did he take you to?" Qianin was stunned. Her fair cheeks flushed slightly. "Nothing, just chatting." As she spoke, she picked up a branch beside her and threw it into the campfire. Looking at the branches engulfed by flames, Qianin withdrew her gaze. She stood up and walked to a big tree. She stood under the trunk, leaned against it, and looked at the night sky above. In the night sky, you can see stars everywhere. It's already evening. He said he would come to see me in the evening. He should come, right? But so late now, why hasn't he come yet? Qianin muttered to herself. Tana, Lingna, Mujin, and Zhu Hao watched Qianin's actions. The four of us looked at each other. Qianin starts to like daydreaming at other times, except when she's leveling up. Tana, Qianin's comrade in arms and good friend, couldn't help but say, "It's normal. I guess all women with boyfriends are like this." Mujin said casually, "You're not right." Tana said, "I have a few friends who have boyfriends, but none of them is like Qianin." Zhu Hao crossed his arms over his chest, supported his chin with his hands, and hummed inexplicably. Mujin glanced at Zhu Hao and said, "What are you humming? Like a cow." You might as well moo." Zhu Hao was stunned. He smiled awkwardly. "I admire Chen Guan." "You said, Chen Guan is so strong that even Dong Fangsheng is not his opponent. Not only is he strong, but he is also so good at flirting with girls." Before, Qianin was carefree and didn't care about anything. She didn't have any worries at all. But now that the leveling is over, she starts to daydream whenever she has some free time. Obviously, the only reason she could be in a daze is because she's missing Chen Guan. Tisk, TSK, TSK. He can make a girl miss him all the time, even wondering whether he has eaten or not. This skill of picking up girls is really amazing. Listening to Zhu Hao's analysis, Mu Jin's eyes were filled with surprise. I never thought that Zhu Hao could think so much. Zhu Hao was stunned. He rolled his eyes and said, "I just look like a bear. My brain is still normal." Mu Jin laughed. "But you are really right." Qianin, the most beautiful girl in Leyyan City, had so many admirers, but she wasn't interested in any of them. But Chen Guan succeeded and even won her heart. Only boss Chen Guan could have such courage. Zhu Hao nodded in agreement. "I can only say that you are worthy of being called Chen Guan boss. What are you doing here?" Suddenly, a voice sounded, waking Qianin, who was immersed in her own thoughts. Qianin came to her senses and looked towards the source of the sound. When she looked around, she saw Chen Guanjing standing beside her and looking at her. Eyes met. Chen Guan smiled, opened his hands, and said with a smile, "Miss me?" Qianin looked at Chen Guan. Her eyes lit up, a smile appeared on her face, and she trotted towards Chen Guan and threw herself directly into his care. Chen Guan smelled the fragrance coming towards him and was a little surprised by Qian Yin's sudden action. He came back to his senses, smiled, gently stretched out his hand, gently held her in his arms, stroked her back, and said gently, "It seems that I didn't feed you enough last night." Chapter 109. Level 23 to level 24 is fast. Qianin snuggled up to Chen Guan and enjoyed the warmth of their reunion after a short separation. Just as she was enjoying it for a while, she heard Chen Guan's voice. Hearing Chen Guan's words, Qianin was slightly startled. Her cheeks flushed, and she raised her head and rolled her eyes at Chen Guan. "You talk nonsense as soon as we meet." Chen Guan smiled and said, "You can't blame me for this. You are so beautiful. Any man can't help himself when he sees you." Qian Yin's cheeks flushed. "If you continue like this, we won't be able to talk normally." Chen Guan laughed. "Okay, I won't tease you anymore. How many levels did you level up today?" As he said this, he looked at Qianin's forehead. "Level 24? Chen Guan's eyebrows relaxed. The day before yesterday, when Qianin came here to upgrade, she was already level 23, almost 24. Now 2 days have passed, and she has only upgraded 1 level? Qianin hummed, and she smiled and said, "In the past 2 days, the 5 of us have worked together to kill a lot of ferocious beasts and gained a lot of experience. In just 2 days, we have leveled up from level 23 to level 24. Isn't it fast?" Chen Guan stretched out his tone. "Pretty fast." Listening to Chen Guan's perfunctory speech, Qianin rolled her eyes. "Of course, I can't compare with a monster like you. Under normal circumstances, if you want to upgrade to level 20, It's already amazing to be able to upgrade one level within a week. Chen Guan raised his hand, scratched her little nose, and said with a smile, "You are right." Qianin wrinkled her nose cutely, then smiled and looked at Chen Guan's forehead. Seeing Chen Guan's level, her eyes lit up slightly. Level 32? So fast. I remember you were only level 29 this morning. It's unbelievable. Qianin's eyes sparkled. Chen Guan smiled and said, "In this way, has our previous agreement been fulfilled? Although we got on the bus first and bought the ticket later, this ticket is still considered as a purchase, right?" Qianyin's cheeks flushed slightly. She slowly avoided Chen Guan's sight and leaned her head on Chen Guan's chest. "Actually, the agreement at the beginning was just a joke of mine. I didn't think about those things. I just wanted to treat you as a friend. In the end, you pushed too far and later, the boundaries became blurred. After that, I slowly developed a crush on you. As a result, you became more and more excessive, and I didn't know how to resist. As a result, I did things that I had never thought of doing." Qianin slowly closed her eyes, blushing. "Until today, if I was leveling up, it was okay, but as soon as I stopped, I couldn't help but miss you, and all I could think about was you." She was telling the truth, but these words sounded so touching to Chen Guan's ears. Chen Guan looked at the little one in his arms. He slowly felt her feelings for him, and then he whispered softly in her ear, "Look at you like this. I really didn't feed you enough last night." Qianin blushed. "I'm talking to you seriously." Chen Guan smiled. "I'm also very serious." Qianin blushed and snuggled up to Chen Guan, her little head resting on his chest, her eyes closed, and she stopped talking. Looking at Qianin's expression, Chen Guan stroked her shoulders and soothed her little emotions. Not far away, Lingna and the other three were looking at Qianin and Chen Guan, who were snuggling together. There was envy in the eyes of the four people. "Look, Qianin's face is full of happiness and satisfaction. It's really enviable." Tana smiled. Mu Jin said, "But Chen Guan is really amazing. Qianin is like a tomboy, always full of energy. But now under Chen Guan's control, she has become so girly. Amazing." "I agree." Zhu Hao nodded. Chen Guan and Qianin were affectionate for a while. "Look at this." Chen Guan's voice came. Hearing the voice, Qianin opened her eyes and found a card in front of her. Seeing the pattern on the card, her eyes narrowed slightly. "Is this an orc card?" Her eyes trembled slightly, and she looked at Chen Guan in disbelief. You killed the orc?" Chen Guan hummed. "Today I went to the second floor trial cave and arrived at the restricted area. When the orc in the restricted area saw me, he thought I was an enemy and wanted to kill me. So I killed him instead." At this point, Chen Guan smiled and said, "Then I got an orc card like this." Qianin looked at the orc card in Chen Guan's hand. Some orcs really deserve to die, but some orcs are also very pitiful. The orcs came from the Tower of All Worlds. At first, they were enslaved, and later they were freed. Even in today's civilized society, in the eyes of many people, the status of orcs is only slightly higher than that of ferocious beasts. Moreover, because orcs will turn into cards after being killed, many people with special abilities who want to enhance their own abilities will target them. In order to ensure their safety, the 5 major associations of the East Continent placed them underground in the trial cave. At this point, Qianin looked at Chen Guan and said, "If possible, it would be better for us to live in peace with them." When Chen Guan heard this, he looked at Qianin's ruby eyes. Chen Guan smiled and said, "Of course, I get along peacefully with everyone, unless they come to cause trouble for me." Qianin hummed, slowly retracted her gaze, and leaned her head on Chen Guan's chest. "I heard that the orc card is very different from the fierce beast card. However, I have only heard about it. After all, the number of orcs is very small. Indeed, the orcs materialized by the orc cards are very different from those materialized by the ferocious beast cards. First of all, the materialization of the orc card does not require the user to consume the source energy. Secondly, when the orc embodied by the orc card kills a fierce beast, he and the user can gain experience. In other words, the embodied orc can upgrade itself and become more powerful. At the same time, the ferocious beasts obtained by the materialization were too far away from Chen Guan when they killed other ferocious beasts, so those killed ferocious beasts could not be transformed into cards. But it is different for orcs. No matter how far away they are from a user, after they kill a ferocious beast, the ferocious beast will still turn into a ferocious beast card. Orcs can bring the beast card back to Chen Guan. This is the result of Chen Guan's research today. Simply put, the ferocious beast embodied by the ferocious beast card is equivalent to the ability user using his ability, But the orc embodied by the orc card is an independent existence from the ability user. It obeys the orders of the ability user, but it has various independent properties. One orc card means one more comrade. In this situation, one can imagine the huge roll of orcs. No wonder these orcs only dare to hide in the trial cave. Hey, look, what is that card in Chen Guan's hand? Mu Jin noticed the card in Chen Guan's hand, and there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. That's a pure silver card. Zhu Hao's eyes were filled with doubt. Pure silver. I've never seen it before. There was confusion in Tana and Lingna's eyes. At this time, Chen Guan waved his hand. The cards in his hand turned into a blue halo of 0 and 1, and the halo fell in front of Chen Guan and Qianin, transformed into human form. A handsome man with fox ears and a fox tail, with a bone bow and arrow behind him, appeared in front of everyone. When Mu Jin and others saw this scene, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. At this moment, a shocking sound came from not far away. That's an orc. Chapter 110 shocks the entire East Continent. Mu Jin and the others came to their senses and looked towards the source of the sound. Upon seeing this, Mu Jin and the others discovered that there were more than just 4 of them paying attention to Chen Guan. This is at the entrance to the trial cave. Because people need to rest at night and ferocious beasts are active inside the trial cave, almost everyone will set up tents outside the trial cave to rest when night falls. A lot of people gathered here. Chen Guan materialized into an orc, and this scene really attracted too much attention. Oh my god, is this true? Am I dreaming? That person just materialized into an orc. Orc card, he has an orc card. How is that possible? Who is that guy? He is only level 32, and that orc is level 45. You guys don't use the internet, do you? You don't even know the Thunder Association's Chen Guan boss. That man is called Chen Guan. This morning, he fought against Dongfang Sheng, the president of the Oriental Association. He defeated Dongfang Sheng, the president of the Oriental Association, who is level 51 at level 29. This matter is now a hot topic on the internet. Don't you know about it? It's him. Yes, it's him. It's Boss Chen Guan. He looks different from the one in the video, and his rank is not the same. I didn't recognize him at first. Oh my god, it's Boss Chen Guan. Chen Guan? Who mentioned Chen Guan? Is it the Chen Guan who crushed Dongfang Sheng to death? As the noise was heard, a crowd began to gather, and they all looked at Chen Guan. When Mu Jin and the others saw this, the corner of Mu Jin's mouth twitched. Boss Chen Guan, you are too famous. He withdrew his gaze and looked at Chen Guan and Qian Yin not far away. Tana nodded. When Chen Guan was at level 29, he stepped on Dongfang Sheng to death. That had already spread throughout the entire East Continent online circle. Anyone here who has access to the internet would know about it. Qianin looked at Stir in front of her, her eyes gleaming with a hint of light, and then looked at Chen Guan. Level 45? Chen Guan hummed and said with a smile, after some research today, I found that after materializing him, he can help the user gain experience by hunting ferocious beasts. I want to give him to you so that you can upgrade quickly. Qian Yin was startled. She rolled her eyes at Chen Guan and said, even if that's the case, I don't want it. She leaned her little head against Chen Guan's chest and said, besides you, I don't want another man around me. Even if he's not human, I don't want him. Chen Guan smiled and said, what about Mu Jin and Zhu Hao? Qian Yin was startled. She raised her head and looked at Chen Guan. They are comrades, are you stupid? To Chen Guan, Sterling had no memory at all, just like a puppet. He didn't think about this matter. He just wanted him to help Qianin upgrade. But since Qianin said so, let it go. Chen Guan smiled. Since you don't want it, I'll keep it. Although keeping it is of no use to Chen Guan. As he said this, Chen Guan heard some noise nearby. He looked in the direction where the noise came from. He found that there were groups of people standing over there, looking at this side and talking in their eyes. Master Chen Guan has come to see this. Boss Chen Guan, I'm your fan. Boss Chen Guan, I love you. As Chen Guan looked over, the group of people went crazy. The original discussions turned into excited shouts. Chen Guan discovered that among those who said they loved him, there were both men and women. Seeing this, Chen Guan's mouth twitched. This world respects the strong. In this world, strength means status, power, and wealth. When one's strength reaches Dongfang Sheng's level, even if he is in his 50s like Dongfang Sheng, there are still countless girls vying to become his woman. And for a man like Chen Guan, who is less than 20 years old and capable of defeating Dongfang Sheng, there are an outrageous number of girls who are in love with him. Qianin is the most beautiful girl in Leiyun City, and there are countless men chasing after her. but she didn't like anyone. The reason why she had a good impression of Chen Guan and allowed Chen Guan to do whatever he wanted could actually be attributed entirely to Chen Guan's strength. Of course, Qianyin would not admit it. She believed that it was because she fell in love with Chen Guan that she allowed Chen Guan to do whatever he wanted. It's a bit noisy. Chen Guan looked at Qianyin and said with a smile, "Let's go home and feed you first." Qianyin blushed. "Don't keep talking nonsense." Chen Guan smiled, stretched out his hand, and held Qianyin in his arms. Qianyin blushed and looked at Chen Guan in panic and shyness. "What are you doing? There are so many people watching." Chen Guan smiled at Qianyin. The two figures disappeared on the spot. It's teleportation. It really was teleportation. It disappeared in an instant. Just like what I saw in the online video before. It was true teleportation. Chen Guan, less than 20 years old, has not only awakened various abilities, but also awakened the legendary teleportation ability. Male god, this is my male god. Other men are nothing but losers compared to him. I really envy Qianyin for being favored by Master Chen Guan. If Mr. Chen Guan could take a liking to me, I would be so happy. You're dreaming. How could Boss Chen Guan possibly like you? Tana and the other three listened to the crazy discussions of those people. Tana smacked her lips and said, "These people are really crazy." However, this is just a microcosm. The duel between Chen Guan and Dongfang Sheng was broadcast live at first, and then uploaded to the circles of various associations of the 5 major associations in East Continent. At this moment, the name Chen Guan has become popular on the internet. The duel between Chen Guan and Dongfang Sheng only started this morning. By the evening, the popularity of the duel video between Chen Guan and Dongfang Sheng had become extremely heated. Dong Dazhou, the president of the Dongfang Association, one of the 5 associations, Dongfang Sheng, lost to a young man who is less than 20 years old. Chen Guan, he has too many abilities, right? The black sword is from the black creation attribute. The teleportation is unclear, and the golden light emitted when the body grows bigger should be from the yellow transformation attribute. One person has so many abilities, and each ability is so powerful. Is this person a monster? Too scary, too powerful. There shouldn't be anyone in the East Continent who can rival him. He is less than 20 years old and less than level 29. He is worthy of the titles of the East Continent's #1 genius and the East Continent's strongest person. It's hard to imagine. Who can believe it? A level 29 player can actually defeat a level 51 player like Dongfang Sheng. It's incredible. Similar online discussions are boiling in the various online circles of the 5 major associations. Everyone was shocked at Chen Guan's strength. At this time, Chen Guan was thinking about something. I can use the copy ability to copy attribute cards or breakthrough beads. So can I also copy things like orc cards? If I can copy, wouldn't that be equivalent to creating a life? Chapter 1, 11 Amplification Attribute Values. I have copied attribute cards myself before. The attribute card is actually the life of the attribute mouse. Since I can copy attribute cards, I'm actually copying a life. According to Qianyin herself, Yuanli is the origin of all things in the world. Everything in the world, naturally including life. When Chen Guan thought of this, he looked at Qianyin beside him. At this moment, Chen Guan was lying on the big bed. Qianyin, who was lying on her side on the bed in a thin white gauze dress, was leaning on the pillow with her eyes closed. Her cheeks were flushed, and her pretty face looked charming and pure. It can be seen that she is a little sleepy. Qianyin's upgrade was too slow. Although compared to ordinary people, her upgrade was very fast, but for Chen Guan, it was still a bit slow. She needs help. Of course, Chen Guan's current level is too high, and the experience he can gain from killing a level 24 beast is 0. The experience that the beast can provide is determined by the highest level of the participants. If the highest level of the participants is higher than that of the beast, the experience that can be obtained will be reduced. The higher the level difference, the greater the reduction. When a level exceeds 20, the experience will be directly reset to 0. The person who kills the enemy will gain 100% of the reduced experience. The other 4 can gain 80% of the experience. Because a ferocious beast can only provide experience to 5 people, the association stipulates that only 5 people can enter. Currently, Chen Guan's level is too high, and he cannot help Qianyin. The characteristics of this orc card provided Chen Guan with inspiration if he wanted to help her level up quickly. Orc cards can ignore this level difference and provide experience to the user. She doesn't like male orcs, but Chen Guan can use his ability to create a card that is unique to her and provide her with experience. What's wrong? Suddenly, a voice sounded. Hearing the voice, Chen Guan came back to his senses and looked at Qianin. Qianin had opened her eyes shining with beautiful light as she looked at Chen Guan. Chen Guan smiled, reached out his hand and stroked her long, flaming red hair. I can feel the soft touch of her hair with my fingers. Chen Guan smiled and said, "Aren't you going to sleep?" Qianin slowly closed her eyes and snuggled into Chen Guanqi's arms. "I'm not asleep. I'm just a little tired. Close your eyes." By the way, didn't you say before that your first awakening can directly produce a knife in the target's body? In this case, wouldn't it be very easy to kill the target? Why is the upgrade so slow? Chen Guan asked softly. When Qianin heard this, she lazily opened her eyes again and looked at Chen Guan. It's not that simple. There are conditions for creating a knife in the enemy's body. It can only be done when my ability proficiency and system qualifications are high enough. It is difficult for me to create a knife in the bodies of beasts of the same level as me. I can only do it if they're already very weak. After she finished speaking, she retracted her gaze and snuggled into Chen Guanhui. My first awakening, the biggest use at the moment, is flying. Of course, my current aptitude is already very high. If I am given time to improve my proficiency, I will be able to instantly kill all targets of the same level as me. After hearing this, Chen Guan understood. If we say that abilities are divided into early, middle, and late stages, then Qianin's ability is obviously a late-stage ability. Now she can't make the best use of this ability. This means that her upgrade will be slower. In other words, all you need to do is improve your department qualifications and proficiency. Chen Guan thought for a moment and said, "In that case, I'll give it a try." Get a try? When Qianin heard what Chen Guan said, she raised her head and looked at Chen Guan in confusion. Try what? Chen Guan smiled mysteriously, then took the silver ring that Qianin had placed on the bedside table. Then he took Qianin's little hand and put the silver ring back on her ring finger. Qianin let Chen Guan do whatever he wanted and just looked at him quietly. After putting it on, Chen Guan smiled and said, "Look at your attribute column." Hearing this, Qianin's eyes were filled with confusion, and she looked at her attribute column. From Qianin's perspective, we can see that all her attributes have increased 100 times compared to before. Her level didn't change, but her attributes increased 100-fold. However, the attributes that Qianin saw before her were extremely terrifying. The terrifying data made Qianin suddenly lose her sleepiness. She looked at Chen Guan in disbelief. "What did you do?" Chen Guan looked at Qianin's expression and knew that his experiment was successful. The awakening of abilities relies on imagination. As long as the abilities can be imagined, as long as the values of the 7 series of qualifications are strong enough, the corresponding abilities can be awakened. Chen Guan has just given this ring a unique effect by awakening his ability. The effect is that the wearer can increase his own attributes 100 times. Chen Guan has never tried to use items created through his own abilities to change the attribute values of others. Now looking at Qianin's reaction, Chen Guan can be sure that he can do it. Chen Guan smiled and said, "This ring has the ability to multiply a person's attributes 100 times. I think, in this way, you can easily stab a knife into the target's body, right?" Qianin stared at Chen Guan blankly, her eyes full of disbelief. "Who are you?" Looking at Qianin's eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Chen Guan looked at Qianin and smiled. "Who am I? How about you just experienced it?" Qianin was stunned. She didn't react. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed. "Who asked you that?" She slowly leaned into Chen Guanhui. "Can you tell me about your past? I always feel something is weird. You said you were from the countryside and were an ordinary person, but your behavior is not ordinary at all." She raised her head and looked at Chen Guan. "I want to know, how did you become so powerful? How did you practice?" "Before, you said that if I became your woman, you would tell me." Qianin snuggled up to Chen Guan, looked at Chen Guan, and said with a playful smile, "Can you tell me now? How did you become so powerful?" She remembered Chen Guan's previous promise. Facing her question, Chen Guan thought for a moment, then looked at Qianin. "Actually, I'm not too sure about your question. I remember that morning, I was lying on the bed, and then I opened my eyes." Qianin was looking at Chen Guan curiously, listening to what Chen Guan said with a serious expression. Suddenly, Chen Guan changed the subject. "I became so powerful." Qianin was stunned. "Just taking a nap. Can you become so powerful?" Chapter 112. The other party came to the door. Chen Guan hummed. "Yes." He looked at Qianin with a malicious smile. So, I think if you want to become as strong as me, you can sleep with me more often. Maybe when you wake up, you can be as strong as me. Qianin's cheeks flushed. Liar. Who would believe you? Seeing Qianin's blushing cheeks, Chen Guan felt warm. His heart warmed, and he didn't want to say more. He hugged Qianin gently and whispered softly in her ear, "We'll talk about upgrades and stuff tomorrow. Let's do some serious work tonight." Qianin's cheeks flushed. Rogue. Seeing Qianin's blushing face, Chen Guan's mood became particularly lively. Ring, ring, ring. Just when the atmosphere was just right, an annoying voice rang out. Hearing the voice, Chen Guan was slightly startled and looked at the communicator on the bedside table. The LED light on the communicator was emitting green light. Chen Guan showed a hint of depression and said, "Why are you here again?" Qianin looked at Chen Guan's expression and smiled. You act like a child who was disturbed while eating. Besides, you just acted like a hooligan." At this point, her cheeks slightly blushed. "Okay, help me get it." Qianin was right, but Chen Guan still felt a little uncomfortable. After all, no one would be happy if they were disturbed when they were being intimate with their loved one. Forget it. Chen Guan picked up the communicator and handed it to Qianin. Qianin slowly stood up and sat up. She turned on the communicator, and a projection appeared in front of Chen Guan and Qianin. The communicator projected a picture, and the person in the picture was President Chengping. Old Master Chengping looked at Qianin and smiled kindly. "Little guy, is Chen Guan on your side?" Qianin was stunned and blushed. No. The communicator couldn't see Chen Guan now, and she wouldn't blow up her truck unless she was caught directly. President Chengping smiled and said, "It doesn't matter if it is there or not. I came to you because I want to ask you something. Did Chen Guan go to the second floor trial cave today?" "Why are you asking me about this?" Qianin said, "You should ask Chen Guan directly. Grandpa has something important to discuss, and I need to confirm this with him. But I can't contact him." President Chengping said with a smile, "That's why I contacted you. After all, you have a closer relationship with him." Hearing what President Chengping said, Chen Guan subconsciously picked up his mobile phone on the bedside table. When he picked it up, he found that the phone was turned off again. It seems that what I thought was low battery yesterday now seems to be that the phone is broken. "Is that so?" Qianin looked at President Chengping. "Grandpa, what is the important thing you said?" President Chengping stroked his goat beard and said, "The orcs living in the second floor trial cave are from the Fox tribe. In order to avoid humans, they signed an agreement with our 5 associations. They help us establish and maintain order and stability in the trial cave, and we have to provide them with a place to live and ensure that all humans do not step into their territory. Because of these, the association has designated the area where they are located as a restricted area. The Fox tribe values their companions. Today, their tribe leader came to me and asked me to give him an explanation. He asked me to hand over the murderer. I guess this matter is probably related to Chen Guan." President Chengping stroked his beard and analyzed slowly. Qianin's eyes sparkled, and she frowned. "Grandpa, why are they doing this? Over the years, they have killed so many of us humans, and we have never bothered them. Why are they asking us to explain now that one of their people has died?" Upon hearing this, Chairman Chengping smiled and said, "Most of the people who died so far did not listen to the advice and broke into the restricted area, which led to the accident. Grandpa, I know you care about Chen Guan, but don't worry. With Chen Guan's strength, the Fox tribe can't do anything to him. Grandpa, I just want to understand the situation." Qianin snorted. "Anyway, I don't like those people. As for Chen Guan's matter, you should ask him yourself. I don't know." Seeing Qianin's actions, Chen Guan laughed. This girl knew about Chen Guan's affairs, but when faced with questions from President Chengping, she said she didn't know. Obviously, she wanted to help Chen Guan hide it. Chen Guan sat up, stretched out his hand, and held Qianin in his arms. Qianin was stunned. She turned her head to look at Chen Guan. Chen Guan leaned in and kissed her. Qianin blushed. What was this guy doing? Her grandfather was watching them. After Chen Guan kissed Qianin, he looked at President Chengping. Chairman Chengping stopped holding the sheep's beard with his hand. He stared at Chen Guan, and his old face looked a little confused. Chen Guan smiled and said, "I killed that orc. He wanted to kill me, so I killed him. Now the card he turned into is still with me." When President Chengping heard this, he blinked his eyes, slowly stroked his beard, and smiled kindly. "Good fellow, I guess that you might be here, but it was just a guess. I didn't expect you to be here. It seems that Qianin's relationship with you is even deeper than I expected." Qianin blushed and hid her face in Chen Guanhua's care, trying not to look up. Chairman Ping smiled and looked at Chen Guan. Since you admit it, how do you plan to solve this matter? Chen Guan heard it and said, Solution? I want to know that guy's solution. The Fox people's solution is probably life for life. Hearing this, Chen Guan's eyebrows relaxed and he touched his chin. If that's the case, then I need to ask you a question. Chairman Ping looked at Chen Guan. What's the problem? Chen Guan looked at President Ping and asked with a smile. Do you suggest that more Fox people die? Chairman Ping paused for a moment while holding the sheep's beard. He looked at Chen Guan and said, Whether he is human or foxman, in my eyes, they're all living beings. How about this? I will let you meet with the chief of the Foxman tribe and discuss how to solve the problem. What do you think? Chen Guan smiled and said, Okay, I'm also interested in hearing his solution. Chairman Ping nodded slightly. The communicator hung up. The Fox tribe leader, I heard that his level is 56. His strength is not even weaker than any president of the 5 major associations. Qian Yin's voice came. She looked at Chen Guan and said, The Fox people originally lived in an underground civilization. The reason why the Fox people's chief led his people to hide in the trial cave was to avoid being hunted down by other humans. But he was not afraid of anyone in the East Continent. He is not easy to deal with. Hearing this, Chen Guan smiled. No matter how hard you try, do you think he is harder to deal with than me? Rather than worrying about me, I think you should worry about him. Qianyin rolled her eyes at Chen Guan. How could I possibly worry about him? If I had to worry, I would only worry about you. But you're a monster after all. Chapter 113, Why pick on him when you can pick on anyone else? Chen Guan chuckled. Okay, time is precious. Now that you have rested well, I will let you experience what a monster is. Qianyin blushed. Rogue. Inside the Thunder Association headquarters, President Ping came to the reception room. In the reception room, a handsome man with long fox ears and tail, wearing a neat white suit, was sitting on a chair with his legs crossed. He looked at President Ping coming out. He raised his hand and pulled the white glove on his palm. Then he tilted his head and looked at President Ping, saying calmly, Have you found the person I asked you to find? This silver-haired man is Xiazhua, the current chief of the Fox tribe. Chairman Ping smiled and said, I found it, but that person is quite special. Xiazhua narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Special? Yes. President Ping slowly sat on the sofa and looked at Xiazhua. If it was an ordinary person, I could hand him over to you. But because it's him, I can't do it. Xiazhua's face darkened. He narrowed his eyes, slowly stood up, and stared at President Ping. That man broke into our home and killed my people. Now I'm asking you for the person. But you tell me you can't do it. I signed a contract with you, and you guaranteed that our people would not be threatened by humans. We came to help you build the trial cave, maintain the distribution of the ferocious beasts in the trial cave, and provide a place for your people to upgrade. But now, your people killed my people and turned them into cards and took them away. You tell me now that you can't do it? Xiazhua's voice was filled with undisguised anger. As he spoke, his whole body was shaking. Snap! A wine glass on the table was covered with cracks. Chairman Ping glanced at the crack on the wine glass and said with a smile, Please calm down and let me explain the situation to you. Xiazhua frowned and stared at President Ping. Xiazhua raised his chin and looked at President Ping coldly. If you have anything to say, just say it directly. If you dare to protect the bastard who killed my people, then don't blame me for being rude. My Fox tribe is not easy to mess with. You, who was standing by and saw this, frowned and looked at President Ping. Chairman Ping was not angry at all. He looked at Xiazhua and said with a smile, I did not protect him, and he does not need me to protect him. The reason why I said I can't do it is because I am no match for him. President Ping smiled. Xiazhua was stunned. He frowned and stared at President Ping. Are you kidding? Do you think we, the Fox people, are easy to fool? My people told me that the man's level is only 31. Tell me, you are no match for him. Xiazhua snorted. I think you are planning to protect him. Hearing this, President Ping looked at Xiazhua and said, You really misunderstood. His level is indeed not high, but I am really no match for him. Looking at what President Ping said, Xiazhua frowned. His fists slowly clenched, but he didn't say anything. In Xiazhua's opinion, what President Ping said was too absurd. No matter how you think about it, there is no way a level 31 person can defeat President Ping. You should know that President Ping is one of the 5 most powerful people in the East Continent. At the same time, I also want to tell you that you are not his opponent. Currently, no one in the entire East Continent can be his opponent. President Xingping looked at Xiazhua and said with a smile, "Including you, in my opinion, you will not be his opponent either." Xiazhua shouted, "Enough!" He felt uncomfortable. He was the chief of the Fox tribe. How could he not be a match for a level 31 human? What a joke. He stared at President Xingping with a sullen face. "I never thought that the president of the Thunderbolt Association, one of the 5 major associations in the East Continent, would use such a bluffing method to protect others, and even claim that he was not a match for a level 31 person." Xiazhua looked at President Changping sarcastically. "You are really impressive, President Changping. You." After hearing this, you couldn't help but want to say something. Suddenly, Chairman Xingping stretched out his hand and stopped you from speaking. You looked at President Changping. "President, he is too rude." Chairman Xingping smiled and waved his hand, indicating that it didn't matter. He looked at Xiazhua and said with a smile, "Since Chief Xiazhua said so, I can't continue to persuade him. How about this? I can contact him and help you meet that person. As for what happens next, you can do what you want. I won't ask what happens between the two of you." Xiazhua was startled. He narrowed his eyes and stared at President Changping. "You even lowered your status to protect this person, but now you say you want to arrange for him to meet me, and you also say you don't plan to intervene? Aren't you afraid that he will die?" Huh? President Changping couldn't help but laugh. The laughter made Xiazhua frown. Chairman Xingping looked at Xiazhua with a smile and said, "I have said what I should say. Tomorrow morning, you wait on the beach of Trial Island. I will ask him to find you." Xiazhua snorted. "That would be great. If he doesn't show up tomorrow, don't blame me for turning hostile." After saying that, Xiazhua turned and left. President Xingping looked at Xiazhua's back with a smile on his wrinkled old face. When Xiazhua's figure disappeared at the door, you spoke up. "A guy who lived in Zhongzhou with his tail between his legs is so rampant here. He is really a piece of shit." You slowly retracted her gaze and looked at President Changping. "President, why do we have to put up with him just now?" When President Changping heard this, he smiled and said, "I can understand him. It's not surprising that he reacted emotionally when his own people were killed. I can understand his anger and rage. What a pity he didn't listen to my advice. I have told him the truth, but he didn't believe it. He will meet Chen Guan tomorrow. If he is still like today, his fate will probably be more tragic than Dong Fangsheng's." When you heard this, her pupils narrowed slightly, and she looked at President Changping. "You mean the person who killed his people is Chen Guan?" Xingping nodded slightly. You looked in Xiazhua's direction, and there was a hint of pity in her eyes. At this moment, you finally understood why President Xingping was so calm in the face of Xiazhua's various doubts and humiliations. Now you no longer had any anger in her heart, and all she felt for Xiazhua was pity. Why pick on Chen Guan when there are so many people to pick on? You muttered. As far as he knows, no one who provokes Chen Guan has a good ending. Obviously, even the Fox people are no exception. Chairman Xingping nodded in agreement. The Fox tribe will probably have a hard time in the days ahead. They have survived the bullying of the humans in Central Continent. I hope they can survive Chen Guan's wrath in East Continent this time. Chapter 114. Go to the beach and wait for others. Chen Guan spent the whole night in Qiannin's company. The next morning, inside the trial cave, Chen Guan stood on the beach of the level 20 trial island. He looked out at the blue sea ahead, and the view was pretty good. At a glance, you can see that the sea level in the distance meets the horizon. This vast visual sense made Chen Guan feel particularly comfortable. Qianning got up very early. After obtaining the amplification ring, she wanted to feel her own strength, so she got up early and asked Chen Guan to take her to level up. Last night, President Changping contacted Chen Guan and asked him to wait for the Fox tribe leader on the beach of Trial Island so that they could solve the problem together. Chen Guan had nothing to do, so he sent Qianning here to level up while waiting, hoping to solve this small problem at the same time. However, they arrived too early, and the so-called patriarch had not arrived yet. Chen Guan had nothing to do, so he looked at the calm sea ahead. He stamped his feet on the sand and leaped forward. His body jumped 3 meters high, drew a parabola more than 50 meters long in the air, and his entire body fell on the sea. When both feet landed, they stepped directly on the sea surface. At this moment, the sea surface seemed to turn into the ground, supporting Chen Guan's body and preventing him from sinking directly into the sea. This is a new ability that Chen Guanshu awakened from the abilities he had seen on TV that were imagined by others, the art of water control. Chen Guan stepped on the sea surface. He could clearly feel the ripples of the sea water. At the same time, He could feel the gentle shaking sensation that accompanied the ripples of the seawater. This feeling is wonderful. It feels like stepping on something softer than a soft bed. It might be interesting to take Chen Ming to experience this ability later. Chen Guan muttered. He looked around. It was calm at the moment, and the visibility was good all around. Standing on the sea, it feels like standing on a huge mirror. Suddenly, Chen Guan saw unusual waves appearing on the sea right in front of him. You still recognize that person, right? There were two people with fox ears and tails walking in the forest, along the beach where Chen Guan was. These two people are none other than Xiazhua, the chief of the fox tribe. Following Xiazhua was the fox girl, Tina, who had met Chen Guan before. Hearing Xiazhua's question, Tina nodded slightly. I recognize it. Xiazhua continued, walking forward. It's good that you recognize him. Humans are very cunning. If you remember what that person looks like, you won't be afraid that old Chengping will find a fake to impersonate you. In order to protect that person, the old fellow Chengping even lowered his status and claimed that he was no match for that person. It can be seen that the identity of that person is not the same. With you here, he can avoid finding an imposter to replace him. When Tina heard this, she nodded slightly. As they talked, they left the forest together. After coming out of the forest, Xiazhua and Tina came to the beach where Chen Guan was. There's someone over there. Tina saw a person standing on the sea at a glance. But the man was some distance away from here and had his back to this side, so Tina couldn't see what he looked like. Xiazhua looked at the man above the sea. There was a hint of doubt in Tina's eyes. Standing on the sea, a blue-type ability user? That is... Tina's pupils narrowed slightly. Chief, look at the sea. There is movement. Xiazhua's gaze fell in the direction of Chen Guan. Chen Guan looked at the sea directly in front of him. He could see the irregular waves on the sea just now. And at this moment, this small wave turned into a huge ocean wave. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang. The calm waves were torn apart. An extremely huge creature jumped out from the bottom of the sea. Roar! A roar, as if coming from a deep cave, resounded through the sky. Chen Guan's pupils condensed slightly, and a giant sea snake that was 100 meters long and 10 meters thick appeared in front of him. The body of this sea snake was too huge, and when it appeared, the shadow it cast covered Chen Guan. To Chen Guan, it felt like a building rising from the ground. The giant sea snake opened its bloody mouth and bit Chen Guan. It's huge, but extremely fast. Boom! The place where Chen Guan was swallowed by the sea snake, and its huge body fell down. The waves surged violently. Huge waves suddenly hit the beach. Tina, who was watching this scene from a distance, widened her eyes. Level 60 ferocious beast, the Sea Snake King. Tina was a little bit unbelievable. The Sea Snake King has always stayed in the deep sea of the Western Ocean and fed on whales. How'd he get here? That guy is so unlucky. He was practicing on the sea and was attacked by such a giant sea beast. Tina felt a little pity for that man. Even her chief Xia was no match for a level 61 Sea Snake King. A mere human from the East Continent was probably already the food of the Sea Snake King. Xiazhua said, "Could that person be the one we are waiting for?" Tina shook her head. No, that person has the Green Forest attribute and the Black Creation attribute, a dual element ability user. Only a blue element ability user can stand on the sea without falling. Xiazhua relaxed his eyebrows. This is best. Suddenly, Tina seemed to notice something, and her eyes narrowed slightly. Chief, look over there. Is he okay? Hearing this, Xiazhua was slightly startled. There was a hint of doubt in his eyes, and he subconsciously looked in the direction Tina was looking. In the distant sky, a figure was standing in midair, stepping on the air. How could it be? Xiazhua frowned. Didn't this guy get swallowed by the Sea Snake King? There was surprise in his eyes. The appearance and sneak attack of the Sea Snake King just now were extremely fast. Even Xiazhua didn't think he could react and escape in that situation. The speed of the Sea Snake King is indeed fast enough, but no matter how fast it is not as fast as Chen Guan's instant movement. Chen Guan stepped on the air and looked at the sea below. Looking from above, he could see through the sea's surface the huge shadow that was diving into the sea once again. Chen Guan was a little unhappy. He didn't know what this thing was, but it ruined his mood for studying blue-type abilities. In that case, I'll use you for my research. Chen Guan muttered. His whole body was glowing blue. Chen Guan raised his hand, and the palm of his right hand emanated a bright blue light. He waved his hand. The sea below Chen Guan seemed to be split apart by an invisible force. The surface of the sea was split into two, revealing a deep trench that was thousands of meters deep and hundreds of meters wide. The bottom of the deep trench is exposed to the sun. As the sea water was parted, the sea snake king, which was 100 meters long, lost the support of the sea water, and its huge body fell heavily to the bottom of the sea like other marine fish. Boom! The huge body fell down with a loud noise. Tina, who saw this scene from a distance, trembled slightly. Oh my God. Xiazhua didn't say anything, but his trembling eyes and shocked expression proved his inner shock. Chapter 115. In front of him, the clan leader did not dare to admit his identity. The Sea Snake King swam quickly and dived into the sea nearby. When Chen Guan took a look, his brows relaxed. "Want to run?" Suddenly, a giant hand composed of condensed in the sea water, and that huge hand grabbed the body of the Sea Snake King, which was more than 10 meters thick. After grasping the Sea Serpent King, the giant palm swept directly out from the sea. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The Sea Snake King struggled and twisted its body frantically in the giant palm made of water. Although the giant palm is made of water, its density is extremely high and the force generated is extremely high. No matter how hard the Sea Snake King struggled, he couldn't break free. Chen Guan stretched out his left hand, and a giant hand that was 100 meters in size stretched out from the sea below again. The hand stretched out and grasped the body of the Sea Snake King. Two giant hands held it. Chen Guan spread his hands. The two giant hands exerted force on both sides. The body of the Sea Snake King was suddenly stretched. Bang! The huge body was torn into two parts. The two giant hands loosened. The body of the Sea Snake King broke into two and fell onto the sea. Boom! The huge and heavy body fell, creating a wave. The blood instantly dyed the sea red. Tina, who was watching the scene from a distance, subconsciously reached out her hand to cover her mouth, which she could not help but open and close. Xiazhua just stared blankly. Sea Serpent King, level 61, Sea Serpent King. This deep-sea behemoth possesses absolute defense and strength. If it were Xiazhua who fought this thing, his attack wouldn't even be able to break through the Sea Snake King's defense. But Xiazhua looked at the man in front of him and directly grabbed the extremely hard Sea Snake King and tore it apart. The relaxed look was like breaking a rubber band. The blue light condensed in front of Chen Guan and turned into a card. Chen Guan took the card and glanced at the pattern of the Sea Snake King. Suddenly, Chen Guan noticed someone on the beach out of the corner of his eye, and he turned his head to look at the two people. Chen Guanqi moved. Judging from the time, the Fox tribe leader should be here. Chen Guan saw one of the familiar fox girls. It was her, and there was a male fox next to her. That male fox must be her. Thinking of this, Chen Guan put away the cards and flew into the air. It quickly drew a parabola in the air and landed on the beach. At the same time, the separated sea behind Chen Guan lost the support of Chen Guan's ability and began to close. Chen Guan looked at the two people in front of him who were staring at him in amazement, and he walked towards them calmly. Seeing Chen Guan coming, Tina finally saw Chen Guan's appearance clearly. With trembling eyes, she looked at Xiazhua, the Fox tribe leader beside her. "It's him." Xiazhua was stunned. He looked at Tina. "What?" Tina's face turned pale, and she lowered her voice and trembled as she said, "He was the one who killed our people." This, Xiazhua's face suddenly changed. "You are the ones who are here to avenge your tribe this time, right?" Chen Guan greeted as he walked over. Hearing Chen Guan's words, Xiazhua's Adam's apple rolled and his handsome face became a little ugly. Boom! Chen Guan was about to approach them to ask questions. However, he heard a loud noise behind him. He looked back and saw a huge wave that was 30 meters high coming from the other side of the ocean, hitting this side with the momentum of destroying the world. The ocean that had just been separated by Chen Guan closed together under the influence of gravity, and the impact of the waves created this giant wave. Tina and Xiazhua also saw the wave. Tina's pupils trembled as she looked at the huge wave in front of her with some shock. At this time, Chen Guan raised his hand, waved it, and said, "Stop making noise." As Chen Guan's voice fell, the huge wave that was rushing towards this side turned around and hit back at a faster speed than before. The tide that had just risen receded in an instant. Tina opened her mouth, put her hand on it, and looked at the rapidly receding waves with trembling eyes. There was no color left on Xia's handsome face. Chen Guan walked in front of Tina and Xiazhua, and he looked at Tina. Tina looked at Chen Guan, her charming little face filled with fear and uneasiness. Chen Guan's eyes fell on Xiazhua. The two looked at each other. Xiazhua's face turned pale, and he looked a little nervous. Chen Guan said, "Are you the leader of the fox tribe?" When Xiazhua heard this, he seemed to be frightened and quickly shouted, "No, no, I'm not." Chen Guan was stunned. Tina was also stunned, and she subconsciously looked at Xiazhua. This was an answer Chen Guan did not expect. These two people are obviously from the fox tribe. Tina, a guard, is definitely not the leader of the fox tribe, so this man should be him. But he actually said no. Chen Guan looked at Tina, only to find that she was looking at the fox man with a strange look. Seeing this, Chen Guan thought for a moment. Tina, right? Where's your clan leader? When Tina heard this, she looked at Chen Guan with a nervous expression and then looked at Xiazhua again. Seeing Tina's actions, Chen Guan also looked at Xiazhua. Xiazhua looked at the level and lines on Chen Guan's forehead that symbolized level 32. He swallowed and said quickly, "Our clan leader was busy today, so he didn't come." Chen Guan frowned and crossed his arms over his chest. "Are you kidding me?" No, 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 no. Xiazhua said quickly. "No, my clan leader didn't play tricks on you." There was cold sweat on his forehead. He raised his hand, wiped the sweat off his forehead, looked at Chen Guan, and said with an apologetic smile, "My clan leader asked me to bring a message. He said that after his investigation, it was our clan members who made the mistake first, and you were acting in self-defense. This is our Fox clan's fault, and it has nothing to do with you, so they came here to convey their apologies." Chen Guan took a deep look at Xiazhua, and his expressionless face also showed a relaxed smile. "So that's how it is. I didn't expect the Fox tribe leader to be so reasonable. I thought he asked me to come here to make me pay for my life. I wrongly accused him. Well, I accept your apology." Chen Guan looked at the two of them and said with a smile, "Since there's nothing else, I will leave first. Now that the problem has been solved, I have to level up myself. There's still more than 10 levels away from level 50. As Chen Guan's voice fell, Xiazhua nodded repeatedly and said, "Okay." Under the gaze of Xiazhua and Tina, Chen Guan's body disappeared out of thin air. Looking at the place where Chen Guan disappeared, Xiazhua breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out that old man Changping didn't lie to me. Xiazhua looked back at the sea, not far away, that was in chaos because of Chen Guan. His pupils were trembling slightly. That guy's a monster. Tina looked at Xiazua's pale face. At first, she wanted to ask why Xiazhua had to hide his identity as the patriarch and why he had to smile at Chen Guan. And now Tina thought about it, and she understood. Xiazhua hid his identity out of fear, and he apologized with a smile because he was afraid that he would anger that monster-like existence. Then Xiazhua would die, and the fox people would also be implicated. At this moment, Xiazhua apologized with a smile. Although it was embarrassing, it was the most reasonable way to deal with it when facing an absolutely strong person. It's so easy to crush a level 61 sea snake king to death, and he's only level 31. What a monster. I guess there's no one in the entire East Continent who can defeat him. Tina muttered to herself. Chapter 116. Did you cheat today? Inside the first level of the trial cave. Roar! A level 24 ferocious beast named Porcupine roared and quickly rushed towards the hunting team in front of it. One of the 5-member hunting team is Qianin. Qianin raised her hand, and her right palm glowed red. Poochie, poochie. Countless red blades flew out of the porcupine's body. Accompanied by a wail from the porcupine, its huge body, which was 1 meter tall at the shoulders, fell down. Boom! Qianin's eyes sparkled, and she reached out her hand to take the card that the porcupine had transformed into, and a smile appeared on her face. Oh my God! Tana was in disbelief. She looked at Qianin and said, "Qianin, what happened to you? This is a level 24 hedgehog, and you killed it instantly? Isn't this too exaggerated?" Tana was a little bit unbelievable. Mujin looked at Qianin and said, "Qianin, are you cheating today?" Zhu Hao also nodded in agreement. Lingna, who is not very talkative, also looked at Qianin with curiosity in her eyes. Qianin noticed the gazes of her 4 teammates, and she smiled playfully and confidently. "I will help you level up today, and we will try to reach level 30 within a week." Okay. Tana's eyes lit up, and she said with a smile, "Qianin, tell me quickly, how did you become so strong? I see that your level is no different from when we separated yesterday. Could it be that Chen Guan did something to you last night?" The other 3 also looked at Qianin with curiosity in their eyes. Qianin has good talent, and with the help of her grandfather, she has reached level 24 at the young age of 18. This age and level are enough to shock everyone. She is younger than the others in the team, and there is not much difference in strength among the five of them. But today, the abilities demonstrated by Qianyin exceeded their understanding. It is impossible for Qianyin to do this, so in their opinion, Qianyin's current state must have a lot to do with Qianyin's boyfriend. Seeing the curiosity in her teammates' eyes, Qianyin smiled with pride. It is indeed related to him, but it is not important. Upgrading is important. Tana looked at Qianyin's expression. She chuckled, moved closer to Qianyin, and asked cautiously, "He's so nice to you. Does that mean you and he have done that?" Qianyin was stunned. Her cheeks flushed, and she rolled her eyes at Tana. "What nonsense are you talking about?" She withdrew her gaze and continued walking forward, ignoring Tana. Tana looked at Qianyin's back and smiled, but there was envy in her eyes. Tana walked over and said with a sincere smile, "Having such a strong man as a boyfriend is definitely a dream come true for a girl. And that man can also help you improve your strength, which is even more enviable. He is so good to you." Qianyin nodded in agreement. "Well, except for being a bit lecherous, everything else about him is pretty good." When Tana heard this, she looked at Qianyin strangely. "Lewd?" Qianyin realized that she had let the cat out of the bag, and she blushed. "Nothing." Tana looked at Qianyin's expression and immediately realized something. She smiled and said, "Men are all like that." Qianyin quickly changed the subject, leveling up. Tana looked at Qianyin's embarrassed look, and she smiled. However, the five of them didn't know that. Not far behind them, a man in black followed them. The man stared at Qianyin's back with a greedy smile on his face. "I never thought that I would meet such a beauty when I came to this small east continent to hunt orcs." He followed. Thunder Association headquarters. Solve. Use voice cam. Chairman Chumping put one hand on the ground, stood upside down, and did push-ups. Hearing Yu's voice, President Chumping stopped what he was doing. He looked at Yu and said, "Xiazhua, are you still alive?" Yu said they didn't fight. Chairman Chumping's eyes showed a hint of doubt. He exerted force with his hands and turned over. He stood on the ground, one hand covering his beard, the other hand behind his back, looking at Yu. "Didn't you hit me?" Yu nodded slightly. Before the two of them talked, Chen Guan encountered a sea snake king on the sea. Chairman Chumping paused with his hand holding the sheep's beard. He frowned and said, "A level 61 deep-sea beast. Hasn't this thing been hiding at the bottom of the West Ocean? How did it get there?" Yu thought for a moment and said, "A few days ago, the West Ocean was bombarded by a terrifying source of energy, and an island disappeared out of thin air. Because of this, the West Coast was also hit by various huge waves. I think that the Sea Snake King left the West Ocean and ran there because of this impact." Chairman Chumping closed his eyes, nodded slightly, and stroked his goat beard with his hand. A level 61 Sea Snake King has absolute destructive power and absolute defensive power. Even people with abilities over level 60 will have a hard time getting any advantage from the Sea Snake King. If we encounter this thing, even Chen Guan will have a hard time dealing with it. What happens next? You said, Chen Guan used the ability of the Blue Ocean attribute to split the sea, and at the same time transformed the sea water into two giant hands hundreds of meters in size, tearing the Sea Snake King apart. Chairman Qingping's hand holding Yang Huzi suddenly paused. He opened his eyes and looked at you. Meeting the gaze of President Qingping, you said, afterwards, Chen Guan noticed Xiazhua and met with him. Xiazhua was frightened and claimed that he was not the leader of the Fox tribe. Haha, Chairman Qingping laughed. Awesome, really awesome. Good boy, I never thought that a level 61 deep-sea monster was no match for Chen Guan. Xiazhua must have been scared to death at that time. I really want to see Xia's expression. You looked at President Qingping's expression and said, however, President, Chen Guan seems to want to challenge you after reaching level 50. Chairman Qingping's smile suddenly stopped. Ahem, President Qingping coughed, then said, level 50 is not that easy to reach. Do you want to surrender? He suddenly asked. Ahem. Oh, the older I get, the worse my health gets. President Qingping left on his own, as if he didn't hear Yu's question. You looked at the back of President Qingping as he left, her eyebrows relaxed. If he fights with the president will probably have to surrender. Inside the second-floor trial cave, Chen Guan continued to level up, and now his level has reached level 35. For Chen Guan, now he just practices leveling up to kill time. If he wants to improve his status, he has to level up to 50, and the upgrade speed is not very fast. Therefore, compared to leveling up, Chen Guan is more looking forward to the feeling of holding a beautiful woman in his arms at night. Suddenly, Chen Guan had an inexplicable bad feeling. The moment this premonition appeared, Chen Guan felt irritated. Chen Guan immediately realized what was going on. It was the lovesickness tears that he gave to Qianin that was working. When Qianin was targeted by a malicious enemy, that thing would pass the information to himself and let him know. The so-called malicious intent refers to people who are planning to harm Qianin. As long as someone has this kind of malicious intent towards Qianin, Chen Guan can sense it. This is the setting that Chen Guan gave to love tears. The reason why it is set to be malicious, rather than when she is attacked, is because Chen Guan is worried that when she really encounters an attack, it'll be too late for him to rush over. And now it is obvious that Qianin is being targeted by someone who is full of malicious intent towards her. Chen Guan frowned. Qianin was wearing an amplification ring, and her attributes increased 100 times. Logically, she should not be in danger. But Qianin was being targeted, so she had to go and take a look no matter what. Chapter 117, a level 50 enemy. Inside the first level of the trial cave, the 5 members of Lingna's team stopped. In front of 5 people, a curly-haired man wearing a black shirt and black jeans stood in front of the 5 people. The man was tall and his shirt was open, revealing his bulging abdominal muscles. He has curly blue hair and blue eyes, and his skin is pale. But at this moment, there was a playful smile on his face, and his blue pupils were staring straight at Qianin among the 5 people. This man stood in front of Lingna and the other 4, blocking their way, and his actions clearly showed ill intentions. But this person's presence made the 5 people a little nervous, because there are 5 black triangular marks on the man's forehead, which means that his level has reached 50. Although there is no breakthrough, this level of 50 is extremely terrifying. Lingna frowned, stepped out, and stared at the man. "Who are you? What do you want to do?" When a man heard this, he raised his chin slightly, folded his hands across his chest, raised the corners of his mouth, and waved his hand. Appears with a blue halo. In an instant, a terrifying chill spread from the man. When Lingna saw this, her face changed slightly. Before she could react, the coldness covered her body. In the blink of an eye, her body was covered by the ice sculpture. Lingna's pupils were moving inside the ice sculpture, but her body could not move. After the cold passed, all the other 4 people on the field, except Qianin, were frozen. Qianin looked around and found that at this moment, both the ground under her feet and the surrounding mountain walls were covered with thick ice, and Tana's 4 teammates were also frozen. In an instant, the temperature around her dropped sharply, and she felt the chill. Qianin didn't care about the temperature around her. She raised her hand, put her thumb in her mouth, and bit her thumb. As scarlet blood flowed out, a blood-red knife condensed. "Wait a minute." The man suddenly spoke. Qianin was stunned. She frowned and looked at the man. The man laughed and said, "Don't you want to save your companions?" Qianin's heart moved, and she subconsciously looked at Tana beside her. Tana in the ice sculpture was looking at Qianin with her eyes, and Tana's eyes were trembling slightly. "Fine." Qianin looked at the man. The man looked confident of winning. He crossed his arms over his chest and smiled. "You are only level 24 now. You have no chance of winning against me at this level. If you want to save your companions, just follow me. I promise that your friends will not get hurt at all." As he spoke, he looked at Qianin in front of him. Qianin wore a black sweatshirt with a pair of denim hot pants. Under the hot pants, her long and straight legs were wrapped in black stockings. The fabric wrapped around her tall and proud figure. She looks pure, energetic, yet charming and attractive. Qianin frowned, her expression solemn. Although she had the amplification ring given to her by Chen Guan to increase her attributes, she was still under pressure at level 24 to face a level 50 warrior. At this moment, she can attack the man. But if the attack fails and angers the man, and if the man launches an attack in rage, Tana and the others might die. This situation where companions may die at any time and anywhere has put Qianin under unprecedented pressure. This also led to her hesitation. When the man saw this, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "Don't worry, I don't have any other intentions. I just like you, and I am very interested in your body, so I won't take your friend's life, nor your life. I just want you to experience what it feels like to be a woman." A feeling of disgust surged up from Qianin's heart. She stared at the man with disgust, her eyebrows furrowed. Shameless. The man saw Qianing's expression and smiled. Hurry up. I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. 3, 2. Hearing this, Qianing's expression changed slightly. Wait a minute. Suddenly, an abrupt voice sounded. Hear this sound. The man and Qianing were both startled and looked towards the source of the sound. The two found that there was a man standing nearby. The man looked at the scene expressionlessly. Qianing's eyes met the man's, and her pupils lit up slightly, with more joy in her eyes. Chen Guan. Chen Guan looked at the joy on Qianyin's face and smiled as well. I'm here. A smile appeared on Qianyin's face, and the nervousness she had just felt completely disappeared the moment Chen Guan appeared. In Qianyin's opinion, the man in front of her is omnipotent. As long as he came, she wouldn't have to worry too much. The man's eyes fell on Chen Guan, and noticing the way Qian Yin looked at Chen Guan, the smile on the man's face slowly disappeared. Being sensitive, he had already realized that the relationship between the two was not simple. The man's face darkened. He didn't bother to say anything more. He raised his right hand, and a blue light came on. A chill surged out and swept toward Chen Guan. A level 35 trash wants to snatch my woman from me. The chill swept past, and another layer of ice appeared on the ground. The chill engulfed Chen Guan in an instant. Chen Guan felt the chill coming, and he relaxed his brows. This trial cave is a bit stuffy. This cold air could be used as air conditioning. It's comfortable. Although the coldness engulfed Chen Guan, it had no effect at all. Hearing Chen Guan's words, the man's pupils condensed slightly. He looked at Chen Guan and frowned. What's going on? Chen Guan looked at Tana and others who were frozen in ice. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Pa! Accompanied by the sound of finger snaps. The ice wrapped around Tana, and the other 3 people vaporized in an instant, and a vast white mist appeared. Tana and the other 3 regained their ability to move, and they hurried towards Chen Guan and Qianin. The man stared blankly at the scene in front of him. What happened? Mu Jin looked at the ice that instantly vaporized, and he subconsciously muttered to himself. When users of the same ability of the same system and attribute use the same ability in battle, the one with higher proficiency can easily remove the other's ability. Chen Guan has now easily removed the opponent's ice, which means that Boss Chen Guan is not only a user of the black creation attribute, he is also a user of the blue ice attribute. And his proficiency in abilities is far greater than that of this high-level ability user at level 50. As she spoke, Mu Jin looked at Chen Guan. You really are worthy of being called Boss Chen Guan. When Qianin saw that the ice on her teammates was lifted, her eyes lit up and she looked at Chen Guan, her eyes full of joy and love. Indeed, he is omnipotent. Chen Guan met Qianyin's gaze and smiled gently. Are you cold? Do you need a hug? Chapter 118. Let her fight a level 50 enemy alone. Qianin blushed and rolled her eyes at Chen Guan. What are you talking about? I have something important to deal with. Chen Guan suddenly understood, and he said with a smile, Got it. We'll hug again after we've dealt with it. Qianin's face turned even redder, and she rolled her eyes at Chen Guan again. At this moment, Chen Guan's sight fell on the blue-eyed, curly-haired man in front of him. The curly-haired man looked at Chen Guan, with confusion and puzzlement in his eyes. Meeting Chen Guan's gaze, the curly-haired man said, What did you do? Chen Guan touched his chin, thought for a moment, then looked at Qianin beside him. Chen Guan didn't say anything, but Qianin seemed to realize something. Her eyes sparkled, and she said, I'll do it. Chen Guan smiled and nodded. He came here just to check out the situation and ensure Qianin's safety. But Qianin said that she didn't want to be a vase. In this case, now is the perfect opportunity for Qianin to recognize her own strength. A ring that can amplify power 100 times is not just for show. Qianin turned her head and looked at the man. She took a deep breath, adjusted her mood, and then walked forward resolutely. No way. Let Qianin fight against a level 50 ability user alone. Mu Jin was a little bit unbelievable. He couldn't help but look at Chen Guan. He's a level 50 ability user. Zhu Hao couldn't help but look at Chen Guan. Tana and Lingna also looked at Chen Guan. There was confusion and puzzlement in the eyes of these 4 people. Chen Guan looked at Qianin's figure with his arms folded across his chest. The curly-haired man was slightly startled when he saw Qianin coming over. The corners of his mouth slightly raised. What? Have you thought it through? Come with me. Qianin ignored what the curly-haired man said. She stood about 10 meters away from him and raised her hand towards him. Seeing Qianin's actions, Jin immediately knew what Qianyin wanted to do. Qianyin, is she planning to use the first awakening to allow the knife to form inside that guy's body? But this is impossible. Zhu Hao also had surprise in his eyes. He said, that kind of awakening can only break through the opponent's defense and allow the knife to be directly generated in the opponent's body when a user's energy proficiency and system qualifications are strong enough. Not to mention, Qianyin's level is so low, her attribute data is much weaker than the opponent's. There is level suppression in the battle between high level and low level. Originally, Qianyin's data is lower than the opponent's. Now under the level suppression, it is even more impossible to succeed. Qianyin probably just wants to try it out. Tana said softly. Try? In this situation, there's no need to try. It is impossible to do. Jin said. Linga looked ahead, but didn't say anything. Just at this moment, the curly-haired man saw Qianyin raise her hand and saw a red light flashing in her hand. He narrowed his eyes and said, Use your power on me? Huh. He showed a trace of disdain. My level is 50. If you want to use your ability to deal with me, you're still 100 years too early. Suddenly, the curly-haired man felt something was wrong. The mocking smile on his face disappeared, and he looked at his body. When he looked, he saw a red light glowing inside his body. Seeing this, the curly-haired man's pupils narrowed slightly. This! Qianyin waved her little hand. Puff, puff. At that moment, countless bloody knives emerged from the curly-haired man's body, accompanied by the sound of flesh being torn. Ah! A shrill scream was heard. As countless bloody knives emerged from the curly-haired man's body, scarlet blood was brought out by the knives. The curly-haired man wailed in pain. The sound echoed all around. His body fell down. Bang! Qianyin was stunned. Her beautiful eyes looked at the corpse in front of her. She was stunned. The curly-haired man's body was lying quietly on the ground. Countless knife wounds could be seen on his body. His clothes had been torn into rags, and blood was oozing out of the knife wounds all over his body. The scene before my eyes was too bloody and shocking. Tana and the other four who were watching the scene widened their eyes as they watched. Hibiscus' mouth opened wide. Zhu Hao's pupils trembled. That's a level 50 existence. He was a little bit unconvinced. Tana was also a little bit unbelievable. There was a gleam in her eyes. She looked at Qianyin, her eyes moving, and then looked at Chen Guan. Looking at Chen Guan with a smile on his face, Tana understood. It is impossible for Qianyin to possess such a powerful ability. From a surprise on Qianyin's face at this moment, Tana can be sure that Qianyin does not know that she has this ability. This power that exceeded Qianyin's own imagination was obviously given to Qianyin by the man in front of her. Tana looked at Chen Guan and thought to herself, this is a god. Qianyin withdrew her gaze and looked at Chen Guan. Chen Guan saw Qianyin looking at him, and he smiled. Can I hug you now? Qianyin was slightly startled. She blinked her big ruby eyes, and when she came to her senses, she smiled. She walked towards Chen Guan. Chen Guan opened his hands. Qianyin ran over quickly. Accompanied by a scent of fragrance, Qianyin, who was excited, threw herself into Chen Guan Huai. Chen Guan gently hugged her waist, stroked her back with a smile, looked at her pretty face, and said with a smile, Seeing how excited you are, I want to comfort you and calm you down. When Qianyin heard this, her cheeks turned red, and she rolled her eyes at Chen Guan. Pervert. Chen Guan was startled. Then he smiled. I was just trying to comfort you. Nothing else. Why did you call me a pervert? Qianyin blushed. Everyone knows you. The comfort you mentioned is definitely not a serious comfort. Hearing this, Chen Guan couldn't help but laugh. The one who understands me is Qianyin. You are so shameless. Qianyin blushed. Only you. You admit it too. As she spoke, Qianyin leaned her little head on Chen Guan's shoulder. Her cheeks flushed, but her beautiful eyes were full of joy. She complained that Chen Guan was a shameless pervert, but her pretty face was full of smiles, and she looked at Chen Guan with love in her eyes. Her body also snuggled up to Chen Guan Huai, looking very clingy. Chen Guan looked at Qianyin's expression and his heart warmed. He stretched out his big hand to lift up the playful strands of hair that were sticking to her cheek and put them behind her ears. Feeling Chen Guan's actions, Qianyin slowly closed her eyes, leaning her little head on Chen Guan's chest with her eyes closed. Chen Guan lowered his voice and whispered in her ear, Don't wait until the evening. I can take you home now and keep you company with me. A magnetic and greedy voice penetrated into my ears. Qianyin only felt her cheeks getting hot. She slowly opened her eyes, raised her face, looked at Chen Guan, and blushed. No, it's broad daylight. I want to level up properly. Having said that, Xianyin came out of Chen Guan's care. She adjusted her mood, which had been made a little messy by Chen Guan's teasing, and then looked at the corpse. Chapter 119, this is a person from Zhongzhou. Tana responded. What's even more strange is that he actually wanted to attack Xianyin just now. People at level 50 should all know that Xianyin is the granddaughter of President Chengping. It should be impossible for him to provoke Xianyin and seek death. Unless. Zhu Hao frowned. He is from Zhongzhou. Hearing Zhu Hao's words, everyone looked at Zhu Hao. Zhu Hao noticed the gazes of the people around him and said, this is my guess. Only people from Zhongzhou would not know Xianyin. I agree with Zhu Hao's guess. Mu Jin said, I know everyone in East Continent who is level 50 or above, but I don't know him. There is only one possibility. That is, he is from Central Continent. If he is from Central Continent, why is he coming to this trial cave? Lingna suddenly asked. Tana frowned and thought for a moment. Could he do this just for Qianin? No. Zhu Hao shook his head. You're not allowed to use any means of transportation from Zhongzhou to Dongzhou. You can only rely on your own ability to cross the primitive mountains or the Hengguan River to come from Zhongzhou. Whether it is the primitive mountains or the Hengguan River, it is extremely difficult to cross. Even if you're level 50, it is not easy. If he came from Zhongzhou for Qianin, then he would not have done any investigation. So, Tana looked at Zhu Hao. The reason why he attacked Qianin was just a spur of the moment? Zhu Hao nodded slightly. It's possible. If his original purpose was not for Qianin, then why he came to this trial cave? Tana muttered to herself, but when she said this, she seemed to realize something and her voice stopped abruptly. Qianin frowned. Orc. Orc. Chen Guan looked at Qianin beside him. Qianin hummed. The orcs in Central Continent are different from ours. Because the ferocious beasts there are more abundant than ours, so the things that are expensive here are nothing in theirs. However, if it is a card transformed by an orc, the special features of the card make the orc cards very popular among humans. For the people of Middle-earth, the value of orc cards is extremely high. After hearing this, Chen Guan, who had experienced the direct difference between orc cards and ferocious beast cards, understood it all at once. When using a beast card, source power is needed to maintain the beast materialization. But when using an orc card, the source power used to maintain the orc's materialization comes from the orc itself. Moreover, orcs themselves have the ability to upgrade. An orc card is almost equivalent to having an extra companion who completely obeys you. This is a completely different concept from a ferocious beast card. The orcs in the trial cave on the second floor were originally from Central Continent. They fled to East Continent to avoid the humans in Central Continent. The reason why the Fox people stayed on the trial island and helped the 5 major associations build the trial cave and maintain the seal and order of the trial cave was to hide themselves and avoid being discovered by the people of Central Continent. Now it is obvious that the appearance of this person with special abilities from Central Continent means that even the Fox people who have escaped to Eastern Continent have now been targeted by the people of Central Continent. This matter is of great importance. We need to tell the president about it. Tana said hurriedly. Zhu Hao frowned. It's probably too late. Too late. Tana looked at Zhu Hao. Zhu Hao looked at the body lying on the ground. Whether you want to cross the primitive mountains or the Hengguan River, you have to face some powerful beasts. If you want to pass through those places, a level 50 ability user is far from enough. For them to be able to come here, the number of ability users must be no less than 5. The others may have already taken action now, and he may just be separated from the team. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise was heard. As the sound came together, the entire trial cave began to tremble, and the ground beneath their feet was shaking. Chen Guan looked towards the source of the sound in front of him. The sound came from the second floor. Zhu Hao said solemnly, "It could have caused such a big commotion. I guess it was a fight between the orcs and the people from Central Continent. What should we do next?" Tana looked at Qianin. Qianin's gaze fell on Chen Guan. Chen Guan withdrew his gaze and looked at Qianin. Qianin looked at Chen Guan. "What should we do?" Chen Guan smiled. "I don't have anything to do right now. Since there is something fun over there, I must go and join in the fun." When Qianin heard this, she looked at Chen Guan's relaxed look, her eyes shone with a hint of light, and she nodded slightly. "I want to go and see it too." "Okay." Chen Guan turned his head and looked at Tana and the other 3 and said, "A high-level battle will probably make the trial cave no longer safe. You'd better leave here first." After saying this, Chen Guan and Chen Ming disappeared from the spot together. Tana looked at the place where Chen Guan and the other man disappeared. Then she turned back to look at the corpse. A level 50 ability user crushes Chen Ming in terms of both attribute data and level. According to common sense, Chen Ming's awakening cannot have any effect on this level 50 ability user. Zhu Hao was also looking at the corpse. When Chen Guan and Chen Ming were present, the issue they needed to discuss was the identity of the corpse. After the two left, the four had time to discuss what they had just seen, something that they could not understand and shocked them. But Chen Ming did it. No, if it was Chen Ming, she wouldn't be able to do it on her own. It's Chen Guan. It can only be Master Chen Guan. Only he can allow Chen Ming to obtain this power that goes beyond common sense. Boss Chen Guan is truly a god. Not only can he defeat Dongfang Sheng, he can even allow a person in his 20s to gain the powerful strength of a person with abilities that exceeds that of a person at level 50. Incredible. Too incredible. Even Chairman Chengping couldn't do this, but Boss Chen Guan did it. No. For this kind of thing, let alone Chairman Chengping, no one we know, whether is a strong man in Dongzhou or Zhongzhou, can do it to this extent. This is the power of God. This is not a power that humans can possess. After the power that Chen Guan gave to Chen Ming was displayed in front of Tana and the other three, it brought them endless shock and confusion. The Fox Tribe entrance to the second-level trial cave. The entrance to the Fox Tribe was in a mess at this moment, with a huge pit on the ground that was more than 5 meters deep. And inside the pit lay the body of a fox warrior. The corpse slowly turned into blue data of zeros and ones and flew to the man standing in the center of the pit. He was a man wearing a white shirt, tying glasses. The man looked gentle, but his right fist had turned into something like black metal. Looking at the cards gathering in front of him, the man reached out and took the card. He pushed up his glasses and glanced at the card. Level 48, too weak. As he said this, he threw the card behind him. A man behind him stretched out his hand and took it. He looked at the man with glasses under the pit and said, "Larry, be gentle. Don't destroy the entire trial cave. I don't want to be buried alive." Larry pushed his glasses, ignored his companion's words, and walked forward along the pit towards the Fox Tribe. Chapter 120. The Super Powerful One from Zhongzhou. Oh, you're really anxious. The man looked at Larry's back, his arms folded across his chest, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The man who was speaking looked to be around 25 years old and was rather thin. He was dressed in black, wearing leather gloves, and had a machete on his waist. Next to the man, there was another one. He was a man with short hair and a sturdy build like a bear. He was wearing dark brown clothes. He had no expression on his face, but his big hand clenched subconsciously. There was a woman in a silver suit next to the man. She noticed the man's behavior and said expressionlessly, "Denny, be patient. You lost the rock-paper-scissors game just now. Larry is the main force in this hunt. If you take action without Larry's permission, it will be against the rules." Denny's eyebrows furrowed, and his clenched fist slowly loosened. The thin man next to him glanced at Denny with a smile on his face and said, "Larry is level 56 and has started the third awakening. His ability is proficient at over 5,000. The strongest orc in this orc tribe, who is also their patriarch, probably can't withstand Larry's attack. I think we have no chance to intervene in this hunt." Denny slowly folded his arms across his chest and looked at Larry's back expressionlessly. The thin man looked at the orc card in his hand and smiled. "The orcs in Zhongzhou can't be touched at all, but in Dongzhou, we can slaughter them at will. If we turn this entire orc tribe into orc cards and sell them on the black market in Zhongzhou, we can probably make a lot of money." The woman in tight clothes glanced at the thin man, then continued to look at Larry in front of her. "Stop!" Suddenly, an angry shout rang out. The strong wind generated by the sound came towards us from the front. A strong wind came. The thin man smiled. "The real master is here." Larry stopped and looked ahead. Directly in front of me, a man with fox ears and a fox tail was walking towards me. Behind this man, there was a fox girl. This man was Xiazhua, and following behind him was Tina. Xiazhua walked halfway, stretched out his hand and said, "Don't come over." Tina stopped and looked at Xiazhua. Xiazhua continued to walk forward, his face gloomy, his eyes fixed on Larry, and he slowly stopped. The thin man's eyes lit up when he saw it. Wow, I didn't expect to meet a level 56 orc in this place. If I turn this into an orc card and sell it, it will be worth a lot of money. The thin man looked at Larry and said, "Larry, this guy is of a high level and may be difficult to deal with. If you can't do it, remember to call out. Larry's naturally pale face was expressionless. He raised his hand to push up his glasses and said calmly, "Mr. Een, shut up." When a thin man named Een Fu heard this, he immediately shut his mouth. Xiazhua glanced at the 4 people in front of him. 2 level 56, 1 level 58, and 1 level 60. After Xiazhua saw the 2 level 56, his face became extremely solemn, but when he saw the level 60 on the forehead of the woman in tights, his expression changed. Xiaozu's face was full of vigilance. "Are you from Zhongzhou?" Larry narrowed his eyes, raised his right hand, and clenched it into a fist. The whitish skin of the fist slowly turned into black metal. Larry stamped his foot, and boom. The ground beneath Larry's feet also exploded, and his figure suddenly pounced towards Xiazhua. Very fast, Larry's body flew into the air, and his metal fist smashed down towards Xiaozua's head. Xiaozua's pupils condensed slightly. He stepped forward, and his body quickly retreated. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, Larry's punch hit the ground directly, and the ground instantly caved in, and a gust of air spread out from the place where it was hit. Xiazhua was affected by the air wave, and his body, which had just stood still, couldn't help but retreat 3 meters before he stopped. His expression changed drastically. Een Fu looked at it, and his eyebrows relaxed. "What a pity, I missed it." Larry stood in the middle of the pit. He jumped to the edge of the pit and looked at Xiazhua in front of him. He said expressionlessly, "You reacted pretty quickly." Xiazhua looked at the dent left by Larry, his expression solemn. A user with the black steel attribute ability. Xiazhua could be sure that the person in front of him was a user with the black enhancement attribute ability. The steel attribute can be used like the red strength attribute to enhance one's own strength and defense through abilities. But unlike the pure strength attribute, the strength attribute mainly improves strength, while the steel attribute mainly improves defense. But the man in front of him punched a hole 3 meters deep in the ground. The power of this punch has surpassed Xiaozua's understanding of the steel attribute. Being able to achieve this meant that the person in front of him had extremely high abilities and proficiency. 300 proficiency. No, 300 proficiency can't reach this level. 500 or 1,000. Xiazhua had cold sweat on his forehead and looked at Larry nervously. What made Xiazhua most nervous were the 3 people standing behind Larry. The weakest of the 3 was level 56, and there was even one who was level 60. How could he possibly win? Larry saw that Xiaozua's face was solemn and alert, but he was not going to take any action. Larry raised his left hand, put his fingers on the frame of his glasses, stared at Xiazhua, and said calmly, "You're not going to do it? You have to struggle a few more times, otherwise it will be too boring." Xiaozua's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and raised his hand suddenly. Suddenly, a stone spike appeared under Larry's feet and stabbed towards Larry's body. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang. The moment the spike pierced Larry's body, it was like piercing a hard steel wall. Larry's body was fine, but the stone spike exploded instantly. Xiaozua's pupils narrowed slightly, and he looked at Larry intently. But I saw that the clothes on the garbage's stomach were torn, and through the torn clothes, I could see his abdominal muscles that had turned into black metal. "It's turned into steel." Xiaozua's pupils trembled. "It's impossible. It shouldn't be." Xiaozhua and Larry are both level 56. Under normal circumstances, the difference in strength between the two would not be too big. Xiaozhua used his ability to attack Larry. Even if Larry focused on defense, he would not be left without any trace after being attacked. "You're doing scraping here?" Een Fu laughed and said, "Larry's proficiency is over 5,000. Even among people of the same level, those with low proficiency can't hurt Larry." When Xiaozhua heard this, his expression changed drastically, his pupils condensed slightly, and he stared at the man with glasses in front of him. 5,000 ability proficiency? How is that possible? Xiaozhua was a little bit unbelievable. Chapter 121, I'm just here to watch the fun. Don't hit me. Ability proficiency is a value that is very difficult to improve. For a normal ability user, when the ability is just awakened, the proficiency is 1. The metric of an ability can be increased when it is used, but for some people with average talent, even if they use their abilities for their entire lives, their proficiency level will never exceed 100. For some people with good talents, under normal circumstances, an ability proficiency of just over 100 is already considered very strong. Xiaozua's natural ability proficiency is over 200, which means he is considered to be very talented. But Xiazua never expected that the person in front of him had such a high level of proficiency. The higher the proficiency of an ability, the stronger the ability. The ability enhancement brought by 5,000 ability proficiency is unimaginable. "Who are you?" Xiazua spoke immediately, his expression showing panic and uneasiness. Such a person is definitely not an ordinary person. Larry looked at Xiazua's fearful eyes. He pushed up his glasses. Behind Larry, the man named Yin Fu smiled and said, "We are scorpions." When Xiazua heard this word, he was shocked and his face turned pale. Scorpion? Tina, who was watching this scene not far behind Xiazua and listening to their conversation, had a slightly changed expression. Scorpion originally referred to an animal, but anyone who has lived in Middle-earth knows that the word scorpion is more than just a simple animal. A criminal group emerged in Middle-earth, calling itself the Scorpion Group. The criminals of the Scorpion Group have only one goal, and that is money. As long as they can get money, they can do anything, including burning, killing, and looting. The Scorpion Group is capable of committing all kinds of evil. They have clear goals, and when they take action, anyone who sees them will be killed. After killing someone, the scorpions will disappear without a trace and cannot be tracked down. They're like scorpions hiding in the dark, bringing death and destruction to people as soon as they appear. These 4 people are members of Scorpion, which means Tina's face was as pale as paper. D. The Scorpion Group has a record of slaughtering an orc tribe in order to obtain the orc card, leaving no one alive in the entire orc tribe. Xiao's face turned pale. He looked at the 4 people in front of him and realized, it's over. There was cold sweat on Xiao's forehead. The fox people are completely finished. A strong sense of fear, despair, and powerlessness enveloped Xiao's whole body. Xiaozua looked at the 4 people in front of him, and he knew that the fox tribe behind him could not be saved today. As Yin Fu showed his true colors, the whole atmosphere became particularly solemn. Although there was no smell, Xiaozua could feel the breath of death emanating from the 4 people in front of him. Larry looked at Xiaozua and saw that Xiaozua still didn't move. Larry seemed a little impatient, and he took a step forward. The movement was unhurried, but it made Xiaozua feel a strong sense of pressure, and he subconsciously took a step back. When Xiaozua retreated, Larry frowned. It's over, this guy is scared. Yin Fu touched the back of his head awkwardly. Larry rarely finds an interesting toy, but he doesn't dare to hit this toy. Now Larry is going to be angry. Oh no, if I had known this, I wouldn't have revealed my identity. Mr. Yin smiled awkwardly. Suddenly, it should be here, a sudden voice sounded. The sound was very random, and the random sound disturbed the breath of death. The moment the voice sounded, Larry stopped. He turned his head to look at the source of the sound. Everyone on the field looked towards the source of the sound. Behind the crowd, a man and a woman appeared out of nowhere. The man was looking over here, muttering, "I didn't find the right position when I first came here. Luckily, there was movement over here, otherwise it would have taken me a while to find it." As he said this, the man looked at the girl next to him and said, "We are here. Now we can enjoy the fun." The girl blinked and looked at the man with a confused look on her face, then looked at the group of people who were looking at her. The man and woman were Chen Guan and Xin Ming. When Xin Ming heard Chen Guan say that he wanted to watch the fun, she never expected that Chen Guan really intended to watch the fun. Chen Ming looked at those people who were in a tense atmosphere just now. Now, they were staring at her one by one. She felt inexplicably uncomfortable. She looked at Chen Guan again, but then Chen Guan raised his hand. Along with the appearance of the green halo, thick vines emerged from the ground. The vines grew in a regular pattern and then formed a bench made of vines. Chen Guan sat on the bench, looked at Qianin, patted the wooden chair with his hand, and said, "Sit down." Qianin blinked her eyes. She didn't know what to do, but under Chen Guan's gaze, she obediently sat down next to Chen Guan. When Chen Guan saw Qianin sitting down, he looked at the battlefield ahead. The people on the battlefield were looking at Chen Guan. Chen Guan showed a friendly smile. "You guys continue. Ignore me. I'm just a spectator." "It's him." Tina was slightly startled when she saw Chen Guan, and then looked at Xiaozua. Xiaozua also saw Chen Guan, and there was confusion in his eyes. This guy, the thin Yin Fu couldn't help but put away his smile, and there was a hint of displeasure in his eyes. "These 2 are not our targets this time. It won't be against the rules if I kill him, right?" Denny stared at Chen Guan expressionlessly and asked aloud. The woman in the silver tights next to her crossed her arms and said, "Not really." When Denny heard this, he stood up and strode towards Chen Guan. Denny clenched his hands into fists. Fu looked at Denny's back and shrugged his shoulders. That's good. 2 people are here to die. Denny now has a place to vent his anger. Next, I guess we're going to see a bloody scene. Chen Guan looked at the burly man with short hair walking towards him, and there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. For Chen Guan, the orcs had nothing to do with him, and the orcs even left a bad impression on Chen Guan. And these people in front of him have nothing to do with him. These people wanted to kill the orcs to get the orc cards, but Chen Guan had no intention of participating. He was just bored and came here to join in the fun and see what the difference was between the fighting styles of these people from Central Continent and those from East Continent. That was all. But now, just as he sat down, the burly man with short hair came over. And it's aggressive. Chen Guan could feel the intense, murderous intent from his sharp eyes. The fist of his right hand glowed red. Seeing the guy coming towards him with bad intentions, Chen Guan relaxed his brows. If we compare strength in our team, Denny is the strongest, followed by Larry. Fu said to himself, Denny has been holding back for so long. I hope he can control his strength. Otherwise, it will be no fun if the cave collapses. When Denny was 10 meters away from Chen Guan, he kicked hard. Boom! Denny's bear-like body shot towards Chen Guan like a cannonball. The fist of his right hand turned red, and the moment he flew up, he punched Chen Guan from top to bottom. Chapter 1:22 Aren't You Looking for Death? Chen Guan raised his head and looked at the fist coming down from above. He slowly clenched his hand into a fist and raised it up. The other Fu who saw this scene froze his smile, with a look of astonishment on his face. Is this kid crazy? Dennis's huge fist, as big as a bear's paw, collided with Chen Guan's fist. The moment the fists collided, everyone saw that Chen Guan would be directly blown into pieces by the terrifying power possessed by Denny. However, after Denny's fist collided with Chen Guan's fist, it can be seen that there is no change on Chen Guan's side, but Denny's thick arm suddenly twisted strangely, and suddenly his arm broke. Crack, accompanied by a crisp sound. Followed by a scream. Denny's body, as strong as a bear, fell to the ground. Boom, accompanied by a muffled sound. Denny fell heavily to the ground. Fu's pupils narrowed slightly. The silver-haired lady in tight clothes looked a little surprised. Larry, who was watching the situation nearby, looked a little confused. Chen Guan kept his fist raised. He looked at Denny, who was rolling on the ground. He slowly retracted his hand and looked at Denny. If you have nothing to do, don't mess around. It's not good to hit the spectators. His level is 35. Fu frowned. He competed with Denny, the strongest member of our team, in terms of strength, and Denny lost. Moreover, he was even sitting on a chair. Logically speaking, the chair could not have withstood such a heavy impact. What's going on? Denny struggled to his feet. When Denny stood up, his right hand was twisted and drooped strangely, with blood oozing from the wound. It looked in a disastrous state. Fu and others were stunned. Denny looked at Chen Guan with trembling pupils. His black pupils turned red at this moment. He stared at Chen Guan intently. You, guy. The expression on his face became extremely ferocious, and his whole body was glowing red. His twisted arm twisted strangely, broken limbs repaired automatically, wounds healed automatically. Denny's own life value is repairing his body. After his body was repaired, Denny's muscles swelled rapidly, and his clothes were torn due to the expansion of his muscles. Damn, Denny is going to go crazy. Fu's face changed drastically. When the silver-haired woman in tights saw this, she frowned and said quickly, Dennis, stop. If you use the third turn, this cave will collapse. Denny stared at Chen Guan. Die, I want you to die. He roared and snarled in anger. When Chen Guan saw this, he touched the back of his head helplessly. Originally, Chen Guan just wanted to watch the fun, so he held back with a punch just now and didn't intend to take Denny's life. Now it seems that this guy really intends to kill him, a spectator. Never mind. Chen Guan's figure disappeared out of thin air, and when he reappeared, he appeared in front of Denny. Denny's pupils narrowed slightly, but he didn't have time to react. Chen Guan threw a punch, which landed on Denny's stomach. Boom! Accompanied by a muffled sound. Half of Denny's body exploded, and his flesh and blood turned into debris in an instant. The remaining half of Denny's body staggered to the ground with a dull thud. Chen Guan looked at Denny's body, then looked at his fist. This force is about the same. Chen Guan withdrew his gaze and looked at other people. Those people were staring at Chen Guan, their eyes full of surprise. The silver-haired woman in tight clothes stared at Chen Guan with a cautious look on her face. Fu and Larry looked at Chen Guan. Their expressions also seemed a little strange. Xiazhua and Tina stared at the scene blankly, their eyes shining. The silver-haired woman in tights noticed Chen Guan's gaze, and she quickly said, "I'm sorry. I apologize for my companion's rudeness to you. I hope you won't be angry. We'll leave now." After saying that, she quickly looked at the other two. Yinfu and Larry exchanged glances with the woman. The three of them set out. Chen Guan looked at the backs of the three people. He slowly withdrew his gaze and looked at Qian beside him. It looks like there is nothing exciting to watch. Qian rolled her eyes at Chen Guan. "You are not just watching the fun, you are directly becoming the fun." Chen Guan said casually, "There's no other way. This place is so small. If you want to watch, you can only find a place closer here. It's a pity that these people even beat up the onlookers." Of course, he didn't care. Although he didn't intend to take action, since they came to seek death, he didn't care and didn't bother to give them a ride. They are criminals from the Scorpion Group. At this time, a voice came. Hearing the sound, Chen Guan looked towards the source of the sound. Xiazhua and Tina came over. It was Xiazhua who spoke. Xiazhua said, "The members of the Scorpion Group are all serious criminals. When they do something, they will kill everyone nearby to avoid exposing their identities and whereabouts." No wonder. Chen Guan suddenly realized. Xiazhua looked at Chen Guan and said, "We need to thank you this time. If you hadn't taken action, I guess all of us Fox people would have died." Tina also came over and looked at Chen Guan. "Thank you." Although Chen Guan had no intention of rescuing them, judging from the current situation, they would indeed be in trouble if he was not there. From this perspective, I can say that I saved them. But Chen Guan was not interested in listening to their words of thanks. He simply ignored them and looked at Qian beside him. There's nothing more fun to watch. Next, shall we go home? Qian Yin's cheeks flushed slightly. No, I plan to go back to the first floor of the trial cave to continue leveling up. Hearing this, Chen Guan smiled helplessly. No wonder she is called a genius. In this world, people always have to enjoy themselves and stuff. She has an extraordinary status and is rich, and she has all the money she needs. However, she refuses to enjoy herself and chooses to level up every day. With such diligence, she would have to be a genius if she wasn't one. The three walked together after escaping. "Captain, we saw Denny being killed with our own eyes, and we just do nothing about it." Yinfu frowned and looked at the silver-haired woman. The silver-haired woman glanced at Yinfu, then looked at Larry, who was silent beside her. Larry pushed up his glasses and said nothing. The silver-haired woman, who was the captain, retracted her gaze and looked ahead. Revenge must be taken, but the ability that guy showed is too weird. We don't understand him, and if we go to war with him without understanding him, the chance of winning is very low. We have no way of knowing what kind of existence he is. Let's retreat first, then study him carefully, and then we can take revenge after we consider ways to restrain his abilities. Chapter 123, Upgrading Too Slow. After the problem was solved, Qian still wanted to go back to the first floor of the trial cave to continue leveling up. She wanted to catch up with Chen Guan's level as soon as possible. Hearing her say this, although Chen Guan prefers a gentle and kind life, if she wants to upgrade her cultivation, he naturally has to respect her. Send Qian back to her team. Chen Guan watched Qian and the other four leave, and then watched Qian and her companions, their pretty figures gradually walking away. Suddenly, Qian turned her head to look at Chen Guan, her beautiful ruby eyes filled with reluctance. Chen Guan and Qian's eyes met, and Chen Guan smiled. There was a hint of joy in Qian's eyes, and she also smiled, then looked away. Chen Guan looked at the trial cave. He opened his data panel and looked at his level. Chen Guan's current level is 36. Did you level up again when you were playing with Qian just now? However, it's still a bit slow. I've materialized and killed a lot of ferocious beasts in the second floor trial cave these past 2 days, but the upgrade speed feels a bit too slow. The higher the level, the more experience is required and the slower the upgrade speed. This is a very normal phenomenon, but the speed still makes Chen Guan somewhat dissatisfied. At this rate, it would probably take half a month to reach level 50. Chen Guan was wondering, is there a faster way to upgrade? Chen Guan himself has no answer to this question. He needs to find the answer. Tana looked at Qian beside her. Qian followed the team while walking, but couldn't help but look back. Of course, looking from behind at this moment, you can't see anything. Looking at Qian's expression, Tana smiled and said, "Don't look at it anymore. You can't see it anymore." Qian was stunned, and she looked at Tana. But Tana was smiling. Qian's cheeks turned red, and she looked away, looking ahead. Tana smiled and said, In the past, it was always those men who stared at you, Qianin, unable to take their eyes away. I never expected that today I would see you staring at a man, unable to take your eyes away. Qianin adjusted her mood. After hearing what Tana said, she smiled playfully and looked at Tana. When you have a boyfriend, you'll be like me. I'll see if you dare to tease me then. When Tana heard this, she thought for a moment and said, I have never experienced this before. She looked at Qianin and said with a smile, Qianin, what do you usually do when you are with boss Chen Guan? How did you confirm your relationship? Did he pursue you, or did you pursue him? Hearing what Tana said, Lingna and the other two nearby didn't say anything, but just looked over here secretly. Regarding this kind of gossip, which is related to the relationship between the granddaughter of the president of the Thunder Association and the most popular man in the entire East Continent, I believe that anyone from the East Continent will be interested. When Qianin heard this, she immediately thought of the time when she was with Chen Guan. Her cheeks flushed and felt a little hot. I didn't do anything normally. Seeing that Qianin was unwilling to speak, Tana looked at Qianin in confusion. She smiled and said, Then how did you confirm your relationship? How to determine the relationship? To confirm the relationship. Qianin's eyes were shining and her mind was lost in memories. How did she know for sure? She thought of how Chen Guan had sneaked in her room late at night, hugged her, coaxed her like a child, and tricked her into agreeing to be his girlfriend. Qianin blushed. Of course he was the one pursuing me. And if we want to be in a relationship, it's normal to be in a relationship. Okay, let's not talk about this. Thinking back, she had mixed feelings. She was coaxed into agreeing by him in a completely dazed state. After agreeing, everything was out of Qianin's control. She did everything she should and shouldn't do. Qianin blushed and said, Don't talk about that. Upgrading is the most important thing now. Yeah, Tana responded casually. Qianin looked ahead, and when Tana asked her, she couldn't help but think of the scenes with Chen Guan. She discovered that before she confirmed her relationship with Chen Guan had been using his abilities to do things that crossed the line. But now thinking about it, Qianin was not angry at all, but was in a good mood instead. Qianin. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Hearing the voice, Qianin came back to her senses and turned her head to look in one direction. As she looked around, a familiar person suddenly appeared on her right. When Qianin saw this person, her eyes lit up slightly. Chen Guan. When the other members of the team saw Chen Guan appear, they all looked confused. Chen Guan just separated from them. Why is he here again? Although she didn't know what Chen Guan came for, Qianin stopped and looked at Chen Guan. She couldn't help but smile. How did you catch up? What happened? Hearing this, Chen Guan looked at the charming girl in front of him. He walked to Qianin, stretched out his hand, and put it around her slender waist. Qianin's cheeks flushed slightly, and she put her hands on Chen Guan's chest. What? Chen Guan looked at Qianin's shy expression, and then at her lips that couldn't help but curl up, and smiled. She's so cute. Qianin's face turned even redder. She looked at Chen Guan and said, Stop messing around. If you have something to say, just say it. I really need to go level up. It's like this. I feel like my level has been increasing a little slowly these past 2 days, so I was wondering, besides hunting these beasts, is there any other way for me to quickly gain experience and level up? Chen Guan stretched out his hand, lifted a few strands of hair that were sticking to her cheek, put them behind her ears, and said, I don't know much about this, so I came to ask you. Qianin looked at Chen Guan's gaze, and her cheeks flushed slightly. But after hearing what Chen Guan said, she was stunned. Upgrading slowly? She subconsciously looked at the level on Chen Guan's forehead. She blinked. I remember you were only level 35 this morning. Chen Guan hummed. Yes, I just upgraded 1 level. It took me a whole morning to upgrade 1 level. It feels a bit slow. When he said this, Chen Guan found that Qianin was looking at him with a complicated look. Hey, the boss is the boss. Mu Jin, who heard Chen Guan talking nearby, couldn't help but sigh out loud. Zhu Hao beside him nodded. It takes others at least 2 or 3 months to upgrade from level 35 to level 36, but he spent a whole morning and still complained about the slow upgrade speed. This is outrageous. It's outrageous to the extreme. Qianin looked at Chen Guan. Your upgrade speed is already faster than riding a rocket, and you want to go even faster. Isn't that a bit too crazy? Chapter 124. In my eyes, everyone in the data continent is a weakling. Chen Guan was slightly stunned. He smiled and said, This, after all, I am me. Okay, baby, are there any other ways to upgrade? Tell me, otherwise, I will kiss you. As he spoke, his eyes fell on Qianin's thin lips. Qianin's cheeks turned red. Don't make trouble. My teammates are all here. She raised her face and looked at Chen Guan with her big eyes. There are many ways to gain experience. In addition to hunting bees here to gain experience, there's also a kind of card called experience card, which is used in the same way as attribute cards, but the difference is that the experience card can provide experience for people. Experience cards are generated from a rare creature called the unicorn butterfly. That creature no longer exists in Dongzhou, but it still exists in Zhongzhou. Zhongzhou. Chen Guan looked at Qian. Qian hummed. The data continent is divided into two parts by the Great Wall. Humans live to the east of the Great Wall, while various ferocious beasts live to the west of the Great Wall. After the Great Wall was built, many ferocious beasts were left on the human side. Those ferocious beasts are the ones we have seen so far. The number and quality of these remaining beasts gradually increase from east to west. Our east continent is located at the easternmost end of the data continent. The beasts here are of the lowest quality, and the experience we can gain is also the least. Qian looked at Chen Guan and said, the beasts on the two trial islands and the trial caves were all captured by powerful people from the primitive mountains for the development of Dongzhou. They were managed and cultivated, which is why there are so many beasts now that provide experience and trials for people. In order to allow the beasts to perfectly provide experience to the ability users, the association stipulates that only 5 people can go in a hunt. But if it is a place like Central Continent with abundant beast resources, there's no need to worry about this. Hearing this, Chen Guan frowned slightly. So, if we want to gain more experience, we have to go to Zhongzhou. Qian hummed. It's almost like that. But to get to Zhongzhou, you need to cross the primitive mountains that are densely populated with high-level ferocious beasts, or cross the Hengguan River that is said to be uncrossable by anyone. Having said this, she seemed to have thought of something. Her voice paused, and she looked at Chen Guan with her big eyes. You have the ability to teleport, so if you want to go to Middle-earth, that's possible. Chen Guan looked at Qian Yin's ruby eyes. He rubbed her cheek with his thumb and said softly, accompany me to Zhongzhou. Qian Yin was slightly startled, her eyes sparkling. Zhongzhou is so far away, and Dongzhou has no connection with Zhongzhou. I don't know a lot about Zhongzhou. Moreover, I am so weak. There are so many strong people in Zhongzhou. Chen Guan listened to Qian Yin's unconfident speech and lowered his head. Okish. Kissed. There was a hint of confusion in Qian Yin's eyes, and she looked at Chen Guan. Chen Guan laughed and said, in my eyes, Dongzhou and Zhongzhou are the same, and those people are weaklings. The 4 people who heard Chen Guan's words couldn't help but smack their lips. Awesome. This was the only sentence Mu Jin said after a long time. You really are worthy of being the big boss, Chen Guan. Zhu Hao couldn't help but speak out. There was a gleam in Tana's eyes. Every person with special abilities in Zhongzhou is extremely powerful and is completely on a different level from Dongzhou. There are many people in Dongzhou who want to cross the primitive mountains to go to Zhongzhou, because being able to cross the primitive mountains to Dongzhou means that they will step into a place with abundant cultivation resources, and it also proves that they have strong strength. But there are very few people who can cross the primitive mountains and go to Dongzhou. This also indirectly proves the strength of Zhongzhou. No one from Dongzhou dares to look down on people from Zhongzhou. Only people from Zhongzhou look down on people from Dongzhou. But Chen Guan's words directly denied all the people in Zhongzhou and called all of them weaklings. Tana was shocked by this heroism, courage, and confidence. Qian Yin looked at Chen Guan with a confident smile on her face. Her eyes were shining with obsession. She slowly put down her hand that was on Chen Guan's chest, and she slowly leaned into Chen Guan's arms, saying softly, if someone else said this, I would definitely think he was arrogant, but you said this, so I believe you. Qian Yin snuggled up to Chen Guan, and Chen Guan gently stroked her hair. His eyes fell on Qian Yin's 4 teammates. He stretched out his right hand, a card appeared in his hand, and he waved his hand. The card flew towards Tana. When Tana saw it, she reached out and took it. This is, Chen Guan said with a smile. In the future, I plan to level up with her, so she may not be able to level up with you. This card can replace Qian Yin's position and supplement your team's combat power, so that you can continue to level up. Just consider it as a token of my gratitude to you. When Tana heard this, she looked at the card in her hand. Others also came over and looked at the card. Level 45 ST. Inside the frame, there was a figure of an orc. Seeing this, Mu Jin's pupils narrowed slightly. Orc card? Mu Jin could hardly hold back from screaming out loud. Level 45. Orc card. Hibiscus opened his mouth wide. Zhu Hao was also shocked. Captain Lingna, who had been silent the whole time, also widened her eyes. Tana's eyes were filled with surprise as she looked forward. Chen Guan withdrew his gaze and looked at Qianin in his arms. Qianin looked at Tana. Then, as if she felt something, she subconsciously raised her face and looked at Chen Guan. Eyes met. Chen Guan smiled and said, "Let's go home and prepare first, and then go to Zhongzhou." When Qianin heard this, she was completely at a loss and could only hum softly. Chen Guan stretched out his hand and held Qianin in his arms. Qianin also let Chen Guan do it. The two figures disappeared on the spot. Tana and others looked at the place where Chen Guan disappeared. "You are worthy of being the boss, Chen Guan. A level 45 orc card. If it were us, let alone killing a level 45 orc, we should be thankful that we were not killed." Mu Jin smacked her lips. Zhu Hao nodded slightly. The most amazing thing is that due to the special nature of the orc card, the orc that is materialized is extremely precious, hundreds of millions of times more precious than the ferocious beast card. He actually gave it away. A big boss is a big boss. In the bedroom. "What are you doing? Didn't you say you're going to prepare for going to Zhongzhou?" Qianin was put on the bed by Chen Guan. As soon as she lay on the bed, she realized something was wrong. Her face blushed as she looked at the face so close to her. Qianin saw the passion in Chen Guan's eyes and blushed in broad daylight. Chen Guan looked at Qianin's expression. He smiled, said nothing. His eyes fell on her thin lips and slowly lowered his head. Qianin slowly closed her eyes. Chen Guan's greedy voice came to my ears. "You are mine." Chapter 125. Who released the giant fireball? Who destroyed the island? A helicopter is hovering over the sea. An island disappeared out of thin air in one night, and a super tsunami as high as 20 meters was born. The power that can destroy an entire island is like a time-detonated nuclear bomb. We must investigate it thoroughly. Otherwise, if this time-detonated nuclear bomb explodes in Dongzhou, who knows how many people will die? The speaker was a man in a black windbreaker and sunglasses, with his arms folded across his chest, looking at the sea below. The man had a wave-shaped emblem tattooed on his chest. If someone with ability saw it at this moment, they would be able to recognize that this man was a scout from the Oceanic Association. Hearing the man's words, a blonde woman in a white shirt next to him looked at the sea below and said, "Is this it?" "Yes, that's it." The man nodded slightly. The woman deadpanned. "This doesn't look like an island at all." The male scout glanced at the woman. This woman possesses special abilities and was specially invited by the Ocean Association for this investigation. The male scout explained, because it was so thorough that force destroyed the entire island, leaving almost nothing behind. Nothing is left. The woman looked at the man and said, "Then how did you determine that this is the location of the island?" The male scout said, "There are longitude and latitude on the map, and through them we can tell that there is an island here. In addition, there is also source power. There is a huge source power aura everywhere in this area, and that aura was left over from the last attack. In addition to this, there is another one." The male scout took out a telescope and handed it to the woman. The woman was startled. She took it and said, "What can you see with this thing?" The male scout said, "This is a special underwater telescope. It can help you see through the water. Just look down and you will see." The woman looked through the telescope in her hand. Seeing through the water? How stupid is it to awaken such an ability? The male scout coughed and said that guy used this ability to sell a lot of these things and made a lot of money. The woman glanced at the male scout, retracted her gaze, picked up the underwater telescope, and looked down. Through the underwater telescope, you can see the huge pits deep in the seabed. The pit was huge, thousands of meters wide and hundreds of meters deep. The woman's pupils narrowed slightly. "This is," the male scout said. "Not only did the island disappear completely during that attack, but a pit was also created on the seabed. Through this pit, we can also know the location of the island." "Are you sure this is caused by your ability?" The woman looked incredulous. She looked at the man and said, "Is there really any beast in this world that can do this?" The male scout shook his head and said, "Not sure. So, we need your ability to know what happened before the island disappeared." The woman handed the telescope back to the man and said, "My ability allows me to see what happened a few days ago, but it is just a sight. I can't change anything outside of this place." At this point, she looked at the male scout and said, "Most importantly, my fees are high." The male scout raised his eyebrows. "How much?" The woman said, 100 million. The male scout nodded expressionlessly. "Okay." He thought to himself, "It's the association that pays for it anyway. Then I'm going to use my ability next." The woman slowly squatted down, half crouching on the helicopter, looking at the sea below. Her pupils glowed white, and her black pupils turned white. At this moment, everything in front of the woman changed. Time seemed to begin to go backwards. The helicopter seemed to fly away, and the dent beneath the seafloor began to fill up while the hand remained motionless at first. The time she saw went back to a few days ago. The woman discovered that there was indeed an island below, but in addition to the island, she also saw a dazzling giant fireball in the sky. She raised her head and looked at the giant fireball in the sky. She also saw a man flying in the air, holding the giant fireball in one hand. The woman's pupils trembled slightly. The giant fireball flashed with dazzling light, dyeing the sky red. Suddenly, the man waved his hand. The giant fireball went down. As the woman watched, a giant fireball passed through her body and hit the island below. The woman looked down, and she could see the island bursting apart in an instant. A huge mushroom cloud rose directly into the sky. The woman's pupils trembled, and the pupils of her eyes, which had turned white, suddenly returned to black. All the surrounding images disappeared. The man in sunglasses looked at the woman and said, "Is it over? You've been sweating a lot." The woman's face was pale, and her forehead was covered with sweat. The woman frowned and said, "I know what's going on." As she spoke, the woman slowly withdrew her gaze and looked at the calm sea below. "It's a person." The man in sunglasses was stunned. He looked at the woman in front of him. The woman who had been calm just now had a pale face and sweat on her forehead. Her hands were trembling slightly, and she seemed to be quite frightened. The man in sunglasses was a little confused. "People," the woman said. "Yes, the island was destroyed by one person. It was a giant fireball. The attack from the fireball destroyed the island." "How is this possible?" The male scout's face changed drastically. "This is impossible, absolutely impossible. How could a person do this?" The woman slowly adjusted her mood. "I don't know." "Did you see the man's appearance clearly?" The woman said, "I will never forget it for the rest of my life." "Can you draw it?" The woman hummed. "You can draw, but it will cost you extra money." When the male scout heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched. By the time Xin Ming came to her senses, it was already evening. The red sunset shone through the window and fell onto a large bed. Xin Ming slowly opened her eyes, and as soon as she opened her eyes, she saw a familiar face. It was Chen Guan. Chen Guan looked at Xin Ming and said with a smile, "Awake." Xin Ming's eyes were shining, and she slowly leaned into Chen Guan and slowly closed her eyes. "You're torturing me in broad daylight. You big pervert." Chen Ming blushed. Looking at Xin Ming's expression, Chen Guan didn't say anything, but just smiled and tucked the hair that was sticking to her cheek behind her ear. Then he leaned down and kissed her again. Xin Ming slowly hid her little head in Chen Guan, her face blushing and the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Chen Guan leaned close to her ear and said, "We'll go to Zhongzhou tomorrow. We could be a little wild tonight and let you accompany me." Chen Ming blushed. "Don't even think about it. Be obedient." Chen Guan coaxed her in her ear, just like coaxing a child. "Pervert." She closed her eyes because she knew she had no ability to refuse. The other side, at the headquarters of the Oceanic Association, the woman in the shirt has already drawn the picture she saw with her ability. When the entire Ocean Society saw the picture drawn by the female scout, their eyes widened. "Isn't this Chen Guan?" Chapter 126. Go to the primitive mountains to look for the unicorn butterfly. The projector projects the painting drawn by the woman directly onto the monitor in the conference room of the Ocean Association headquarters. Look at the painting in front of you. The painting shows a man flying in the air, holding a giant fireball in one hand. The woman was a good painter, and she drew almost every detail she saw. Because of her good drawing skills, the people from the Oceanic Association could clearly see the person holding the giant fireball. That person was none other than Chen Guan, who had been causing quite a stir in the entire East continent recently. Giant fireball. When Chen Guan dealt with Dongfang Hao and Dongfang Fu, he used the black creation ability. Later, Chen Guan used the yellow ability to deal with Dongfang Sheng. In addition to these, Chen Guan also has the ability of forest elves created by the green forest attribute and the ability of instant movement of an unknown attribute. I never thought that in addition to these, he actually has the ability of the red attribute. It's of the red flame element, and this fireball can actually destroy the world. An island was destroyed in an instant, and even a hole was opened on the seabed. The terrifying power can even create a tsunami. Chen Guan, who on earth is this guy? It's terrible. The power that this giant fireball can exert is almost comparable to the power that a nuclear bomb can explode. It is said that when a level 100 ability user awakens the 9th level, he will have enough power to destroy a city. But so far, this is just a legend. Legend. But the giant tsunami caused by the aftermath of Chen Guan almost destroyed a coastal city. If the giant fireball did not land on the island, but fell directly into the city of Dongzhou, then, hearing this, everyone fell silent. They realized that the power that was enough to destroy a city was not fake. If Chen Guan wanted to, he could destroy any city in Dongzhou, just like he destroyed the island. The purpose of the Ocean Association is to first investigate the source of that power and then make further plans. Now that they have investigated thoroughly and know the source of the power, they no longer have any plans for the next step, because they have all seen Chen Guan's strength. Chen Guan is a man who has the ability to easily kill Dongfang Sheng, the president of the Oriental Association. No one can stop him from doing anything he wants. There is a primitive mountain range between Zhongzhou and Dongzhou. At this moment, on top of the pristine mountain range, a man and a woman appeared out of nowhere on the top of the mountain. These two people are Chen Guan and Chen Yin. What he saw was a white world. The top of the mountain was completely covered with ice and snow, and Chen Guan could clearly feel the coldness coming from all around. Chen Guan has his own defenses to protect him, so he can feel the cold, but of course that's all he can feel. Is this the primitive mountain range? It looks like there is snow everywhere. Chen Guan muttered, and while muttering, his eyes subconsciously fell on Chen Yin beside him. Chen Yin was wearing a white shirt and light blue jeans. She was tall and stood gracefully on the snow, with her long fiery red hair draped naturally behind her. Her skin was whiter than the white shirt she was wearing. Her fair skin and fiery red long hair make her look charming and lovely, and her proud figure is very pleasing to the eye. Chen Yin was looking around. She opened her mouth slightly and exhaled, with white mist coming out of her mouth. She seemed to have discovered something. She looked at Chen Guan and said with a smile, "Look." She opened her mouth and exhaled, and white mist came out of her mouth. Chen Yin smiled playfully and said, "Isn't it fun?" Chen Guan blinked and smiled. "It's not as fun as you." When Chen Yin heard this, her face turned red and she rolled her eyes at Chen Guan. "Pervert." She looked around and then looked at Chen Guan. "Didn't you say we were going to Zhongzhou? Where's this place?" Chen Guan smiled and said, "The original mountain range. I heard you talk about it so mysteriously before, so I wanted to come and take a look. And by the way, look for the one-horned butterfly you mentioned before. However, it looks like there is snow everywhere here. No wonder it's a little cold." Chen Yin seemed a little uncomfortable. She curled up her body slightly and rubbed her hands. She looked at Chen Guan. "Aren't you cold?" "It's a bit cold, but fortunately, it's within the resistance range." As he said that, Chen Guan looked at Chen Yin, who looked a little uncomfortable. He moved closer to Chen Yin, stretched out his big hand, put it around her waist, and hugged her gently. Chen Yin was stunned. She looked at Chen Guan with her big eyes. "What are you doing?" Chen Guanxiao said, "I have a special ability that can protect people around me from being harmed by the cold." When Chen Yin heard this, she blinked her eyes, looked at Chen Guan, smiled happily, and said, "Really? I don't feel cold at all. Not only that, I feel very warm. Your ability is really useful." Chen Guan smiled and said, "If you're cold, come closer to me so that we can keep each other warm." Chen Yin hummed. Chen Guan and Chen Yin were walking along the snow. Chen Yin said softly, "The original mountain range is very high. At the top of the mountain, due to the terrifying height, there's a lack of oxygen and the temperature is extremely low. In that kind of environment, ordinary people would go into shock instantly, and people with abilities below level 50 would also find it difficult to maintain normal actions in this place. Because of the extremely harsh environment, humans are unwilling to set foot here. Because humans dare not set foot here, fierce beasts from ancient times to the present gather in this primitive mountain range. It is said that there may be terrifying beasts above level 60 in this primitive mountain range. However, it is unknown so far, and it is just a legend." Chen Guan looked at Chen Yin and asked, "Is a level 60 beast very strong?" Hearing this, Chen Yin looked at Chen Guan and said, "Ferocious beasts are different from humans. They are relatively dull, but fierce beasts above level 50 have intelligence that is no less than that of humans. They can even awaken their abilities and become like humans." Chen Guan's eyes lit up. "Like humans?" Chen Yin smiled playfully. "Of course, that's just a legend. Ever since the beasts were driven out of the Great Wall by humans hundreds of years ago, beasts above level 60 have become extremely rare. Anyway, I've lived for so many years and have never seen a beast above level 60. Ferocious beasts above level 60 can transform into humans. Isn't this the same as the monsters in fantasy stories? Chen Guan was now somewhat interested. The other side of the pristine mountains. There's a cave here. Inside the cave. Brother Bai, when can we leave this damn place? The speaker was a humanoid creature with white hair all over his body and a mink-like head. Its body is like a human, and it can speak human language, but the hair on its body, the claws on its fingers, and the pair of sharp claw-like feet tell others that it is not a human. Chapter 127, Can a level 60 beast transform into a human? He has a human body and can speak human language, but the fluffy white hair on his body, the claws on his fingers, and the sharp claw-like feet tell others that he is not a human. Next to this mink-headed man was a man with feather wings on his arms and sharp claws on his feet. Although he is a human, he is somewhat different from a human because his legs are like those of birds and have sharp claws on them. Brother Bai said calmly, Tane, where do you want to go after leaving here? Tarn stood up and said loudly, Of course we should go to Middle-earth, to where the humans live, and make a big scene. Let them know that we beasts are not to be trifled with. When Brother Bai heard this, he crossed his arms over his chest, leaned against the wall, and closed his eyes. I said, Now is not the time. Isn't it time yet? Tarn looked at Brother Bai. We have been here for more than 70 years. I have been working hard to upgrade for so long, and finally I could transform. But you keep making me wait. I can't wait. I can't wait. I'm going out today. I'm going out hunting today. Tarn said as he strode outside. Brother Bai looked at Tarn's back. He frowned slightly and watched Tarn's figure disappear at the entrance of the cave. He said slowly, You don't know the horror of human beings. You are too foolish and ignorant. After leaving the cave, Tarn immediately got down on all fours, using his hands and feet to run down the mountain at an extremely fast speed on the snow. The corners of his mouth rose, and his beastly pupils were filled with cold, murderous intent. Human, human, human. As he spoke, saliva overflowed from the corners of his mouth. He was very excited. Suddenly, he seemed to smell something. His body paused, and he stopped abruptly. He sniffed with his pointed nose, and there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. Human scent? It's strange. Why is there a human presence here? Tane was full of doubts, and he moved suddenly. Fly quickly in the direction of the smell. Huff, huff, huff. As he ran, Tarn's pupils condensed slightly. He saw two people walking on the vast snow field in front of him. Tarn's pupils suddenly condensed. Are there really humans? The corners of his mouth rose as he looked at the two humans, his eyes full of excitement and surprise. Chen Guan and Xian Yin took a tour around the primitive mountains. Along the way, Chen Guan and Xian Yin encountered many ferocious beasts that attacked them, and Chen Guan easily dealt with them. However, there is no unicorn butterfly among these ferocious beasts. Moreover, the levels of these ferocious beasts were too high, and Chen Guan did not gain much experience. Of course, Chen Guan didn't care much about it. After all, even though Chen Guan was here now, the ferocious beasts he materialized in the second-floor trial cave were still providing experience for Chen Guan. Chen Guan's level has now reached level 37. The levels of the ferocious beasts here are too high. At such a high level, we can't gain any experience here. Xian Yin looked at Chen Guan. Chen Guan thought for a moment and said, Oh, why did I forget about her? After he finished speaking, Chen Guan raised his hand. Along with the appearance of a green halo, a tree elf with transparent wings and wearing clothes made of leaves appeared in front of Chen Guan and Xian Yin. Tree elves? Xian Yin's eyebrows relaxed, and she looked at Chen Guan. Do you want the tree elves to find the ferocious beasts? Xian Yin said, That's impossible. The tree elves need the help of the plant's vision to see the location of the beasts. But there are no plants in this place. Hearing this, Chen Guan looked at Xian Yin and said with a smile, My tree elf is different from other tree elves. Xian Yin's eyes were shining. She seemed to realize something, and she smiled. Rustle, rustle. Suddenly, Xian Yin heard a noise. Hearing the noise, she suddenly looked towards the source of the sound. Behind me, I saw a shadow approaching this side rapidly at an extremely fast speed. Eat the men first, then the women. I'll eat the delicious ones later. Along with the crazy shouting, the figure flashed past Xian Yin's eyes in an instant and pounced on Chen Guan. Chen Guan also saw that figure. In Chen Guan's field of vision, He could see the figure flying towards him. Then the sharp claws swept towards Chen Guan's face. Clang! The sharp claws swept across Chen Guan's face, followed by the sound of a hard object colliding. Chen Guan saw the face of a wild beast, a face similar to that of Martin, but this face had a crazy smile on it. But the moment the claws swept across Chen Guan, the crazy smile disappeared, and what remained was astonishment. His body turned in midair and passed over Chen Guan. Chen Guan turned slightly and looked behind him. A figure appeared 10 meters behind Chen Guan. Now Chen Guan could see the figure clearly. It is a humanoid creature with a mink head and a mink tail. Orc, Chen Guan said subconsciously. No, he's not an orc, Chen Yin said hurriedly. Most orcs look like humans, but a few look like beasts. He is not an orc. His level 60, he is a ferocious beast. Chen Yin's eyes trembled slightly, and she was full of shock. He is a ferocious beast transformed into a human. The ferocious beast turns into a human. Chen's concern was moved. He had just heard Chen Yin talk about it before, but he didn't expect that he would encounter it now. However, Chen Guan's sight fell on the forehead of the mink-headed man, and he saw 6 black triangular marks on his forehead. It's level 60 indeed. Chen Guan's eyes lit up, and there was a hint of interest in his eyes as he looked at the mink-headed man in front of him. The currencies of Zhongzhou and Dongzhou are not the same. The currency of Dongzhou is yuanbi, and yuanbi can only be used in Dongzhou. At the same time, this world is different from the world Chen Guan existed in before. The previous world could be exchanged at different ratios. But in this world, there is absolutely no connection between Dongzhou and Zhongzhou. So no matter how many source coins Chen Guan has, he has no way to exchange them for Zhongzhou's currency. Now seeing this mink head, Chen Guan had an idea. This thing is probably worth a lot of money, right? Chen Yin looked at Chen Guan. Is a level 60 beast. After reaching level 60, the beast's attributes become very strong, and it also has some special abilities, just like our ability awakening. Be careful. Be careful. Chen Guan smiled. The one who should be careful is him. Chen Guan said, stand back a little. I want to see what's so special about this level 60 beast. Chen Yin hummed, then obediently stepped aside. Tarn watched Chen Guan and Chen Yin's every move. He looked at Chen Guan's forehead and took a look at his level. Level 37, this shouldn't be possible. The claws clearly hit him head-on just now, but he's not hurt at all. Tarn thought to himself, unless he has something that can save his life. Chapter 128. Someone actually thought he was going here to die? In Tarn's opinion, it is impossible for a level 37 human to withstand his attack. Therefore, Tarn judged that Chen Guan probably had something given by others, which made it possible. Tarn looked at Chen Guan and Chen Yin's actions again, and he narrowed his eyes. I never thought that humans would not run away when they met me. Tarn twitched his lips and sneered. Does he think that I can't kill him just because he has something to save his life? How stupid. Tarn slowly clenched his hands. The muscles on his arms bulged, and 4 sharp claws stretched out. He raised the corners of his mouth and looked at Chen Guan. Then Tarn moved, and he pounced on Chen Guan. This time, he was even faster. Snowflakes flew all the way. Seeing that Tarn was about to continue, Chen Guan raised his eyebrows and was about to do something. Suddenly, a black light fell rapidly from the sky. Tarn looked up. The black light hit Tarn head-on. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang. A huge crater was suddenly blown out in the snow. In an instant, snowflakes were flying. Chen Guan was slightly startled. He raised his face and looked towards the source of the black light. High in the sky, a man in a black windbreaker was flying in the air, flapping a pair of black wings, holding a black gun in his hand. The black light just now came from the muzzle of the gun in his mouth. A person with special abilities? Chen Guan said subconsciously. Look at the emblem on his chest. Chen Yin's voice came. Chen Guan looked at the man's chest and found that he was wearing a windbreaker with a pair of wings tattooed on his chest. He stared at the pit and narrowed his eyes slightly. He flapped his wings and landed in front of Chen Guan and Chen Yin. He put the sniper rifle on his shoulder, then looked at Chen Guan and Chen Yin and said, he is still alive. You two should escape from here now. You're no match for him. Don't bother me while I'm dealing with him. Chen Guan noticed the level on this guy's forehead. This guy's level was the same as Tarn's, a full level 60. Escape? Chen Guan had no intention of escaping, but he was interested in this person who suddenly appeared. He said, who are you? When a man heard this, he looked at Chen Guan and said, my name is He Han, and I'm from the Flying Association. The beast you're facing now is a level 60 beast that has transformed into a human. Some time ago, people kept disappearing in a village at the foot of the mountain, and later someone reported that someone saw a beast-like person kidnapping their relatives. At the time, I thought it might be a beast that had transformed into a human, so I came here to look for it. Han retracted his gaze, looked at the pit in front of him that was still covered with snowflakes, and said calmly, "I've been searching in this primitive mountain range for 3 days and finally found it." Han said calmly, "Next, I'm going to deal with him properly. You'd better move away." The aftermath of a fight between level 60 warriors could easily hurt you by mistake. After saying this, Han paused, turned his head and glanced at Chen Guan and Chen Ming. One is level 37, and the other is level 26. I really don't know why you want to go to this primitive mountain range to seek death. After he finished speaking, Han withdrew his gaze, flapped his black wings behind him, and flew into the sky. He raised the black sniper rifle in his hand, pointed it at the pit below, and said calmly, "Don't struggle, you can't reach me. All you can do now is wait to die." The snow in the pit below slowly dispersed, and a figure could be vaguely seen. "You guy, you're looking for death," a voice came. This was Tarn's voice. His voice was hoarse and sounded like the growl of a wild beast. Suddenly, a black shadow shot out from the pit and swept towards the man in the windbreaker in midair. Han's pupils shrank, and he quickly pulled the trigger. Boom! A beam of black light shot out from the muzzle and shot towards Tarn. Tarn's claws glowed silver. He swung his claws. The black light was instantly cut into several pieces by his sharp claws. Tarn's muscles tensed, and his body turned into an afterimage, continuing to shoot towards Han. Puff! Accompanied by a strange sound of blood and flesh being separated. Han's arm flew away from his body, and one of the wings behind him was torn apart. His body lost the wings made of source power, lost the ability to fly, and fell rapidly. "That beast is so fast," Chen Guan exclaimed. Chen Guan crossed his arms across his chest. Han's body continued to fall down. He frowned, and a black halo appeared on his body, which condensed behind him again. At the moment when he was about to fall, the destroyed wings were regenerated. The wings flapped violently. The speed of his falling body slowed down, but he still fell heavily on the snow with a dull thud. Boom! Tarn, the mink-headed man, stepped on the snow with his hands forward. One of his hands had 4 sharp silver claws. He stared at the place where Han fell with his beastly eyes. He said coldly, "Stupid and ignorant human, you dare to sneak attack. Do you think I can't kill you just because you have wings?" Han struggled to get up. His face turned pale, and he stared at Tarn. Did this guy evolve an ability of speed? What a mistake. Tarn didn't intend to give Han any chance to breathe. He moved. The figure suddenly approached Han, and the sharp claws in his hands pierced through Han's chest in an instant. Han's whole body trembled. He looked at the sharp claws that pierced his chest, his pupils trembling. Tarn's eyes were cold. Die. He yanked out his claws. Puff! Han's legs went limp, and his whole body fell to the snow. Han's body was seriously injured in an instant. His eyes were open, but he could not move. He looked at his attribute data. His health points were decreasing rapidly. As his health points were decreasing, his body was being repaired. However, this is not a quick fix. Tarn raised the claws in his hand and said calmly, "Not dead yet. Your health is quite high. But if this blow comes, no matter how much health you have, it will be useless." Han's pupils trembled as he watched Tarn raise his sharp claws and drop them towards his head. Seeing the sharp claws getting closer and closer, Han was somewhat desperate. Suddenly, a black rope emerged from the ground. The rope instantly wrapped around Tarn. "What is this?" Tarn was stunned, but the black rope quickly tied his entire body up like a dumpling. Tarn's body fell to the ground, and he struggled on the ground. Han's pupils trembled as he watched this incredible scene. At this time, a voice was heard. "You are level 60. It seems that you're not very good at it." Han was startled and looked towards the source of the sound. I saw Chen Guan walking towards this side, and his right hand was shining with black light. Han's pupils trembled. How is this possible? Chapter 129, Dancing in Other People's Fields of Ability. Han looked at Chen Guan with an expression of disbelief. He was not mistaken about the person in front of him. This person's level was only 37. After Chen Guan glanced at Han, his eyes fell on Tarn. At this moment, Tarn found that he couldn't struggle free. He stared at Chen Guan fiercely and shouted, "Let me go. Otherwise, you're dead." But the harder Tarn struggled, the tighter the black rope became. At this moment, the black rope was too tight, and Tarn's flesh was bleeding. Chen Guan looked at Tarn and said calmly, "Let you go and let you kill me? Do you think that's possible?" Tarn gritted his teeth and said, "You asked for this." As Tarn's voice fell, he seemed to want to do something. But suddenly, Tarn's face changed drastically, and he looked at Chen Guan with trembling pupils. "My source power. What did you do to my source power?" Hearing this, Chen Guan raised his eyebrows. "Oh, you want to use the source power? I understand. You're trapped and can't move, so you want to use the source power to attack me, right?" Chen Guan crossed his arms and looked at Tarn, "But you didn't expect that my black rope can not only bind the body, but also limit the bound source power." When Tarn heard this, his beastly pupils shrank suddenly. "Your ability can limit the source power of others. Impossible. This level of controllability can only be achieved when your data crushes mine. You're only level 37. This guy just can't seem to comprehend it." Chen Guan smiled and said, "However, I am quite interested in seeing your abilities. How about this? I could take back the black rope and let you regain your freedom. Show me your most powerful ability." "No." Suddenly, a voice sounded. Hearing the voice, Chen Guan turned his head to look at the person who was speaking. The person who was speaking was He Han. He Han's body, which had just been severely injured, had been repaired by vital data. He was staggering to his feet and did not seem to have fully recovered. He Han looked at Tarn with a serious expression. "This beastman has intelligence comparable to that of humans, and the square form this guy evolved into is a speed type. If you let him go now, it will be difficult to catch him again. You are a control type ability user, and it is not easy to kill him with your ability. You control it now, and I will kill him." As he spoke, He Han adjusted his mood, raised his hand, and black mist spread out, gradually forming the shape of a gun. Chen Guan said no. He Han was stunned. He looked at Chen Guan, somewhat puzzled. Chen Guan retracted his gaze and looked at Tarn. "This is the first time I see a beast transforming into a human. I am interested in the ability of a beast transforming into a human. I hope you won't interfere. I plan to take a good look." He Han was stunned for a moment. "Are you crazy? This is a level 60 beast transformed human, and it's a speed type." As He Han spoke, he looked at Chen Guan, but found that the man in front of him ignored his words. Chen Guan just crossed his arms and looked at Tarn calmly. He Han frowned. His eyes fell on Tarn, and he found that the black rope on Tarn's body had disappeared. Seeing this, He Han's expression changed drastically. A pair of black wings instantly spread out behind him. He flapped his wings, and his body flew directly into the air. "This guy's really crazy." He Han Fei was in midair, looking at the situation below, and couldn't help muttering to himself. Controlling types are only useful if they can be controlled. When facing speed types, it is difficult for a controlling type to control the speed type unless the speed type has a flaw. Just now I was the bait, so he could control me. It was so difficult to control him, but he actually let that guy go. He is really crazy. I have to fly higher to avoid being attacked by Tarn. He Han flapped his wings and flew high into the sky. He looked nervously at Chen Guan below and Tarn, who had regained his ability to move. Chen Guan looked at Tarn and said, "Come, let me see what you can do." Tarn narrowed his eyes, staring at Chen Guan, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "You didn't listen to that guy's advice. It will be the biggest regret of your life." Speed field. As Tarn's voice fell, a silver-white space suddenly expanded with Tarn's body as the center. This space is spherical and covers an area of 1 kilometer in radius. When Chen Guan saw this, his eyes lit up slightly and he looked around. It felt like I was covered by a giant protective shield that was a kilometer wide. Is this ability? He Han, who was in the sky, looked at the thing in front of him. His expression changed slightly. Domain. This is a powerful ability that can only be comprehended by those who have awakened to the 4th level. This beast actually has similar abilities. Damn it, He Han's face turned pale. Sure enough, that guy shouldn't have let him go. Tarn looked at Chen Guan with interest. This is the ability that took nearly 70 years to evolve, the speed field. In this field, my body can ignore the limitations of space and matter and move freely. My speed can exceed my own limits. He stared at Chen Guan, smiled grimly, and said, "Regret it. Cry and scream. Let me enjoy your distorted expression of regret, pain, and helplessness." Tarn was waiting to see Chen Guan's painful expression, but Chen Guan put one hand on his chest and stroked his chin with the other hand, looking at Tarn with an expression like a spectator watching a circus performance. Tarn's grim smile slowly faded, and his eyes turned cold. You're looking for death. His figure suddenly disappeared. When it appeared again, it appeared in front of Chen Guan, and in an instant, its sharp claws swept towards Chen Guan's head. Chen Guan's figure disappeared instantly. The claws missed. Tarn's pupils condensed slightly, and he looked at Chen Guan beside him, only to see that Chen Guan's figure was already 5 meters away from where he was, and he was looking at Tarn with his arms folded across his chest. Tarn frowned, and his body disappeared again. His body appeared behind Chen Guan, and his sharp claws swept towards Chen Guan again, and this time he finally hit the afterimage. Chen Guan's figure appeared again 5 meters away. Tarn was stunned, and he chased after him again. Hei Han, who was in midair, watched this scene, and his expression changed from helplessness to shock. A chase is underway in the Tarn speed realm. Chen Guan was running, and Tarn was chasing. Hei Han opened his mouth wide. This is a level 37 ability user, competing with a level 60 beast-transformed person in speed range. The other party can't catch up? He couldn't help but raise his hand, rub his eyes, and look down. But in the field, Tarn was still chasing Chen Guan, but he couldn't even touch the corner of Chen Guan's clothes. Is this your ultimate move? I was running with you during your ultimate move, but you couldn't catch up. It's too slow. Chen Guan's voice rang out. Chapter 130. Get inspiration from other people's abilities and copy new abilities. Tarn was so angry that his face turned pale, although his face was hidden by his hair and could not be seen. At this moment, Tarn was shocked and angry. He was shocked by Chen Guan's speed and angry at Chen Guan's mockery of him. D. Tarn waved his claws around, but most his claws could only touch Chen Guan's afterimage. They couldn't move Chen Guan at all, not even the corner of Chen Guan's clothes. Slow, too slow. Chen Guan couldn't help but mutter. Tarn's sable-like face became ferocious, with fangs bared in his mouth, but he could do nothing to Chen Guan. Suddenly, Tarn caught a glimpse of a pretty figure next to him, and his eyes lit up. Suddenly, Tarn's figure swept towards Qianin. Tarn's figure appeared behind Qianin, with the blade in his hand directly placed on Qianin's neck. When Chen Guan saw this, he frowned. Tarn stood behind Qianin and looked at Chen Guan. Keep running. If you run again, I will cut her throat. Hei Han in the sky frowned. This cunning and despicable beast actually wants to use this method to threaten its opponent. Shameless. A level 60 ferocious beast transformed into a human, with intelligence comparable to that of humans. Although this method is despicable, it is also expected. Hei Han wanted to see how Chen Guan would respond next. Thinking of this, he looked towards Chen Guan, but he found that Chen Guan was looking at Qianin. Hai's gaze also fell on Qianin. Seeing the woman's expression, Hei Han's pupils suddenly condensed, and his heart was shocked. Chen Guan looked at Qianin, with the sharp blade placed on her neck. At this moment, there was a playful smile on Qianin's charming and innocent face. Looking at the smile on the woman's face, Hei Han felt inexplicably shocked. Qianin smiled and said, "Can I try it?" The woman's voice made Tarn stunned, and he subconsciously looked at the woman. Chen Guan's slightly wrinkled brows slowly relaxed, and he smiled. Yeah. Puff. Accompanied by the sound of flesh and blood being separated. 2 blood-red blades suddenly emerged from the joints of Tarn's arms, breaking through the flesh and blood at the joints. The blade turns. Tarn's pupils shrank suddenly, and his figure disappeared instantly. When he appeared again, he appeared 10 meters away. But where he had just been, a pair of arms fell to the ground. Those arms were Tarn's arms. The blood-red blade broke away from gravity and revolved around Qianin. Qianin looked at Tarn with a playful smile and said, "My ability is to generate blades directly inside the enemy's body. If I wanted you dead, you would be a corpse now." Tarn's pupils trembled, and he looked at the 2 men in disbelief. "Monsters! You 2 monsters!" Tin turned around suddenly and ran outside quickly. At this moment, Tarn no longer had the thought of fighting. He had only one thought at this moment: escape. The levels of the 2 people in front of him are not high, but the abilities they have demonstrated are completely monster level. Suddenly, a voice sounded. The moment this voice sounded, a black sphere quickly spread out with Chen Guan as the center, covering all the space within a kilometer. Tarn's body suddenly stopped. He was instantly unable to move. What happened? What did you do? Tarn couldn't help but scream. Hei Han, who was in midair, looked at the huge black sphere-like dome below him, his pupils trembling. Domain, territory. How is this possible? He just saw clearly that this field started from the young man. But the question is, how is this possible? This man is only level 37. The ability to change the rules of a space can only be achieved after the Fourth Awakening. But currently, everyone who can achieve the Fourth Awakening is an extremely powerful person. Han stared blankly at Chen Guan below him and couldn't help but say, "Monster! This is a monster." A figure appeared out of nowhere in front of Tarn, and that figure was Chen Guan. Chen Guan looked at Tarn and said with a smile, "You are now in my domain. All the rules in this domain are defined by me. You can only do what I want you to do. And now, the order I give you is to stay still, so you can't move." Tarn was stunned. He stared at Chen Guan in astonishment. "Impossible. This is impossible. You are only level 37. How can you awaken your domain? Who are you? No, you are not a human. You are a monster. You are a monster." Tarn had realized his order, and he roared, roaring in disbelief. Chen Guan's smile disappeared. Being called a monster by a ferocious beast, it feels a bit weird. Never mind. Chen Guan waved his hand. Tarn's body slowly dissipated as if it were made of dust blown by the wind. As Tarn's body dissipated, Chen Guan lifted the domain. The field disappeared. As the domain disappeared, the dust that Tarn had turned into glowed blue. Little bits of blue data, zeros and ones, began to gather and condense. Soon, these blue data condensed in front of Chen Guan and turned into a card. Chen Guan took it, looked at it, and found that the overall color of this card was silver white, which was different from the cards Chen Guan had seen before. There is information on the cards. Level 60 ferret monster, Tarn. Chen Guan looked at Qianin. Qianin walked over here with a smile on her face. "I just wanted to try it. I didn't expect it to be successful." Chen Guan smiled, raised his hand, scratched her little nose, and said with a smile, "Great." Qianin wrinkled her nose cutely, and then gave Chen Guan a blank look. "Who are you two?" Suddenly, a voice came. Hearing the sound, Chen Guan looked towards the source of the sound. The man in the windbreaker, named Haiyan, slowly landed. He took off his wings made of source power, stood on the snow, and looked at Chen Guan and Qianin. There was confusion and puzzlement in his eyes. Chen Guan looked at him and said, "We are from Dongzhou and are planning to go to Zhongzhou to look for the unicorn butterfly." Han was stunned. Dongzhou. He frowned. "I remember that Dongzhou was a barren land with no one around. There wasn't even a place to level up, and the resources were extremely scarce. How could a place like that produce monsters like you?" Monster? When Chen Guan heard that he had been given a new title, he touched his nose. Han seemed to realize that what he said was not right. His face turned slightly pale, and he quickly said, "Sorry, monster. It seems not very nice to call you that." Chen Guan smiled and said, "It's okay. I'll just take it as a compliment. From what you said, you should be from Zhongzhou. We are planning to go to Zhongzhou to find the unicorn butterfly. Do you know where there's a unicorn butterfly?" Chapter 131, it takes others half a year to awaken the ability to fly, but it only takes him a moment. Han explained, even in central China, which is rich in ferocious beasts, everyone wants something like the one-horned butterfly, and it is very rare now. Of course, it's not that there aren't any in central China, but there are definitely none in this primitive mountain range. Because the one-horned butterfly likes to live in places with a comfortable climate, and the primitive mountain range is too cold. Sometimes there are even violent storms, and the one-horned butterfly won't stay in such a place. At present, wherever there is a one-horned butterfly, there will be people looking for it. After all, it is too precious. At present, no one knows where there is a one-horned butterfly in Zhongzhou. After hearing this, Chen Guan thought for a moment, and then he looked at Han. "At my current level, in Zhongzhou, besides hunting beasts of the same level and obtaining experience card from unicorn butterflies, are there any other ways to upgrade?" There is very little connection between Dongzhou and Zhongzhou. Although we are now in an internet society, there is no internet connection between Dongzhou and Zhongzhou. As for what the situation in Zhongzhou is like, is all speculation by people in Dongzhou. Perhaps, here in central China, there are other ways to upgrade. When Han heard this, he thought for a moment and looked at Chen Guan. "Do you know Bai Quan?" Chen Guan looked at Han. "Bai Quan." Han nodded slightly. "Yes, Bai Quan. Bai Quan is a special place. You can gain experience and level up by using your abilities in that place. There are countless large and small associations in Zhongzhou. Although Zhongzhou is rich in various resources, it cannot withstand a large number of people. Currently, Zhongzhou is conducting various competitions to obtain various resources. I'm from the Flying Association. The Flying Association has discovered the white spring in the Moon Pond Abyss, but we didn't have time to use it because we were stopped by other members of the association. The Final Flight Association and the Fire Knife Association are planning to have a competition. The winner will get the right to use the white spring. At this point, He Han paused, and he looked at Chen Guan. The Baikuan has been identified by a professional organization, and it was found that it is a Baikuan that can only be used by people with abilities between level 20 and level 40. The other party proposed that the association's ability users between level 20 and level 40 compete to make a decision. He Han looked at Chen Guan and said, I think, if you're interested in upgrading, we can cooperate. Cooperation? Chen Guan looked at He Han. Where do you plan to cooperate? He Han looked a little nervous. He looked at Chen Guan and said slowly, there is no rule against seeking outside help in this competition. You and your lover are at the right level. If you are willing to help us, we can share Baikuan with you so that you can upgrade quickly. As he spoke, He Han looked at Chen Guan. He was so nervous that sweat was on his forehead. The fight for Baikuan is currently the most important and headache-inducing issue for the Flying Association, but he knows very well that with the help of these two people, they will surely win the fight. But the question is, will they help? Chen Guan relaxed his eyebrows and smiled. It sounds good. I can cooperate with you. What Chen Guan needed at the moment was experience. He had never heard of Baikuan in Dongzhou, but now he happened to encounter it. Since he had come here, why not join the fun? He couldn't go back empty-handed, right? He Han heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Chen Guan's relaxed answer. He calmed down his nervous mood and said, then let's go down the mountain. Speaking of going down the mountain, He Han subconsciously looked at Chen Guan and Qianin. He Han said, I have a helicopter at the foot of the mountain. As long as we get down the mountain, we can take the helicopter back to the headquarters of the Flight Association. However, it is still far from here to the foot of the mountain. If we walk normally, it will take a whole day. And tomorrow morning, the contestants will go to Baikuan for the competition. We must go back quickly. In this way, I can use the source force to construct wings and fly to make a high-speed round trip. I can take one of you away and then come back to take the other one. What do you think? Hearing this, Chen Guan smiled and said, do you think we're not as fast as you? He Han looked at Chen Guan strangely. Aren't you a control-type ability user? He Han did not answer Chen Guan's question directly, but his words have already proved what he was thinking. As a person with control-type abilities, it is naturally impossible for him to be faster than He Han with wings. He Han obviously thinks that Chen Guan's speed is not good enough. Chen Guan looked at Qianin. Qianin noticed Chen Guan's gaze, and she smiled. Chen Guan withdrew his gaze, and under He Han's gaze, a pair of pure white wings suddenly spread out behind Chen Guan. He Han's pupils condensed slightly, and there was a trace of surprise on his face. He looked at Chen Guan. Chen Guan had a light smile on his face. He looked at He Han and said with a smile, you are not the only one who has wings. I have them too. He Han looked at Chen Guan in disbelief. You have the ability of two colors, the white flying attribute and the black control attribute. But your proficiency in the control attribute can even block the actions of a beast-transformed person. How did you do it? The higher the proficiency of a skill, the stronger the ability will be. The method to improve ability proficiency is actually to use a certain ability countless times so that you can gain ability proficiency. Therefore, whether it's Dongzhou or Zhongzhou, all of them can awaken a lot of abilities when their qualifications are high enough. But the problem is that awakening too many abilities will make the abilities complicated, making it impossible to focus on stacking the proficiency of one ability. This will result in every ability being extremely rubbish and being one level lower than people with the same level of abilities. Therefore, in order to pursue the limits of their abilities, many people with special abilities can only choose to use one ability and then spend their entire lives to master it. This is the only way to become extra strong. But He Han discovered that Chen Guan in front of him not only had the ability to control attributes, but also had the ability to fly. Moreover, his proficiency in controlling his attributes is extremely high. Without extremely high proficiency, it is impossible to control a level 60 beast-transformed human at level 37. But with such a high proficiency, he actually has other abilities? This is why He Han was shocked. Chen Guan smiled and said, it's not important. As he spoke, Chen Guan looked at Qianin beside him. But I saw Qianin frowning and closing her eyes. Looking at Qianin's expression, Chen Guan blinked his eyes, reached out his hand, stroked her hair, and said with a smile, what's wrong? Qianin was startled. She opened her eyes and looked at Chen Guan. Qianin frowned and said, I'm awakening my flying ability. Chen Guan was stunned. He smiled and said, "Did it work?" Qianning shook her head. "No. Although my department's qualifications are already very high, I still can't awaken directly like you." Qianning's words made Haiyan frown slowly, and there was a hint of suspicion in his eyes when he looked at Chen Guan. This woman just said that this man had just awakened? It took Han half a year to awaken his flying ability. Han thought, are these two people perverts? Excuse me, what are your qualifications? Han looked at Chen Guan and Qian incautiously. Chapter 132, Department Qualifications. Our department qualifications are only a few 100 million more than yours. What is our department's qualifications? Chen Guan looked at the curious man in front of him and replied without hesitation, "Not much, probably just a little more than you. Just a little bit." Han adjusted his mood and looked at Chen Guan. "I heard from your lover that your wings have just awakened." Chen Guan crossed his arms and looked at Han. "Because my aptitude is a little bit better than that of ordinary people with special abilities, I can awaken some simple abilities at will." Han's pupils narrowed slightly. The ability to fly, among all the abilities, is one that is relatively difficult to awaken. For people with higher qualifications and better talents, it takes at least half a month to awaken that ability. We are now what you call people with better talents." Chen Guan smiled and said, "Have you ever seen a level 37 person with better talents defeat a level 60 beast-transformed person?" Hearing this, Han was speechless. Han adjusted his mood and looked at Chen Guan. "If your ability has just awakened, then the speed may not be fast. I will slow down in a while, and you just need to keep up." Hearing this, Chen Guan's eyebrows relaxed, and he smiled and said, "No need. Although I have just awakened my flying ability, I don't think I will be slower than you in terms of speed." Han was slightly startled. He looked at Chen Guan strangely, then nodded. "Since you said so, I will lead the way as quickly as possible." Chen Guan nodded slightly. Han stopped talking nonsense and flapped the wings made of source power behind him. His body turned into a black shadow and flew into the sky. This is extremely fast. Han was running at his fastest speed at this moment. In fact, there was no need for him to run so fast because he was just hurrying on his way and did not need to use his full strength. But what Chen Guan said made Han feel that he was being looked down upon. Han is a person with special abilities from the Flying Association. The power displayed by Chen Guan made Han realize that he was probably no match for Chen Guan. But in terms of flying ability, he did not think that he would be weaker than someone who had just awakened the ability to fly. He is very confident and proud of his flying speed. However, Chen Guan said that he, who had just awakened the ability to fly, was faster than Han. Isn't this belittling Han's flying ability? Han flew for about half a minute and subconsciously looked back. But I saw nothing. Han's eyebrows relaxed, and he slowly slowed down. "No one is chasing you? I told you, if a control-type ability user who has just awakened the ability to fly can be faster than me, then wouldn't all my years of training for this ability be in vain?" Han muttered to himself. As he was talking, he was thinking, should I go back and pick him up to avoid leaving him too far behind? If he can't see me and can't catch up, that would be troublesome. "Hello." Suddenly, a voice sounded. The moment the voice sounded, Han was frightened by the sudden sound and his body trembled. He hurriedly looked towards the source of the sound. I saw it above Han's head. A man was flying in the air, flapping a pair of pure white wings. He was looking at Han with a puzzled look in his eyes. "Why did you stop?" Hearing this, Han's pupils condensed slightly and his mouth widened. It turned out that Chen Guan was not behind, but had been following him above him. Because he was above, when Han looked back, he did not see Chen Guan. What surprised Han the most was that while Chen Guan was keeping up with his speed, he was actually holding a girl in his arms. Han couldn't believe it. He had an attribute value of level 60, and his flying ability was the ability he was most proficient in and proud of. But now this guy in front of him, who had just awakened the ability to fly, was trying to keep up with his speed while holding someone else in his arms. Han was somewhat shocked and unbelievable. Han adjusted his mood, retracted his gaze, and continued to fly towards the direction where his helicopter was parked. Seeing this, Chen Guan quickly caught up with Han. This was the first time that Chen Guan used his flying ability to follow someone. At the beginning, in order to prevent losing sight of Han, Chen Guan deliberately flew into the air. As time goes by, Chen Guan gradually adapted to the feeling of flying with wings. About half an hour. The three of them left the primitive mountains and came to the foot of the mountain. As soon as they arrived at the foot of the mountain, Chen Guan saw large tracts of primitive forests. Under the leadership of He Han, the three of them flew across the primeval forest and saw an artificially built helicopter pad. A helicopter was parked on a helipad. Chen Guan also noticed that there was a man and a woman standing on the helicopter pad. He Han brought Chen Guan and Qian Yin to the helicopter pad. The wings slowly dissipated. Chen Guan put Qian Yin down from his arms. As soon as Qian Yin was put down, her body suddenly softened and she leaned towards Chen Guan Wei. Chen Guan quickly reached out his hand, put his arm around her waist, and looked at her. Qian Yin's face turned red, and she looked at Chen Guan. "My feet are a little numb." Hearing this, Chen Guan couldn't help but smile. In a case of numb feet, it is just because you have been in Chen Guan Hawaii for too long, so the blood circulation is not good. In the absence of damage, the health value will not be mobilized and will not be repaired. Therefore, even though her attributes were very high, she still couldn't avoid this kind of foot numbness. Naturally, Qian felt a little embarrassed when this happened in front of the man she loved. "Dad," it was the woman who spoke. The girl looked to be about 23 or 24 years old and was wearing a sports suit. Next to the girl was a man wearing a white suit and a braid, who was a few years older than the girl. When the man saw the three people, his eyes involuntarily fell on Qian. He stared intently. Qian was wearing a thin white shirt and light blue jeans. The outfit fit her body well and outlined her tall and proud figure. She has a pure and charming face, especially her big ruby-like eyes, which are charming and attractive. When the man saw Qian, he couldn't take his eyes off her. "Who are these two?" The girl looked puzzled, looked at He Han, then looked at Chen Guan and Qian. When He Han heard this, he first looked at Chen Guan and Qian. "This is my daughter Lu Xiaoyun, and this is my disciple Mu Zhe." Chen Guan's gaze fell on Lu Xiaoyun and Mu Zhe. He could recognize their ranks through the marks and stripes on their foreheads. Both of them are level 40. After seeing the levels of the two, Chen Guanxin couldn't help but sigh. They were indeed from Zhongzhou, and they had already reached this level at the age of more than 20. If the levels of these two were placed in Dongzhou, they would be even more talented than those geniuses. Chapter 133, Tired of Flying, Summon a Black Dragon as a Mount. After introducing Chen Guan and Qian, He Han looked at Lu Xiaoyun and said, "These two are the guests I met in the primeval forest. They will help us fight with the Fire Knife Association for the ownership of Baiquan." Having said this, He Han paused, and he looked at Chen Guan. "By the way, I still don't know how to address you two." Chen Guan said, "My name is Chen Guan, and this is my love, Qian." When Qian heard this, her cheeks turned slightly red and a smile appeared on her face. Lu Xiaoyun on the side frowned. "They helped us rob?" "Dad, one of them is level 37 and the other is level 26. They both look younger than me. How can they help us?" He Han was startled, and he frowned. "Xiaoyun, don't be so rude." Lu Xiaoyun was completely stunned. Her father, who had always loved her, scolded her in front of outsiders at this time. Then, He Han looked at Chen Guan and Qian and said, "I'm sorry. Please forgive my daughter's rudeness." Chen Guan looked at Lu Xiaoyun and smiled faintly. "It's okay. Everyone is like this. Wasn't He Han the same before?" Judging others' strength by their level is not just a person's method of judgment, but the method of judgment of the entire data continent. In this world where strength is respected, it is normal for people of low rank to be looked down upon. If people have to be killed just because they're looked down upon because of their low rank, then I wonder how many people Chen Guan would have killed. Lu Xiaoyun frowned and looked at Chen Guan. "Everyone is like this. You are a level 37 person, not even older than me, but you're not polite at all when you speak." Xiaoyun. When He Han heard Lu Xiaoyun's words, his face turned pale and he quickly shouted at her. Lu Xiaoyun was stunned by He Han's scolding. She looked at He Han, seemingly not understanding why her father was yelling at her for these two people. "Okay, Xiaoyun, Master must have his reasons for doing this. You should trust him." Mu Zhe spoke up to act as a peacemaker. When Lu Xiaoyun heard this, she bit her lower lip, then glanced at Chen Guan and Qian, turned around and left, walking towards the helicopter, as if she didn't intend to pay attention to what was happening here. When Mu Zhe saw this, he looked at He Han and said, "Master, I'll go over and take a look." He Han nodded. Mu Zhe followed. He Han looked at the backs of Lu Xiaoyun and Mu Zhe. Then he looked away, then looked at Chen Guan and Qian and said apologetically, I'm sorry, I didn't educate the child well. Chen Guan smiled and said, It's okay, the kids are just fooling around. I'm not that petty. Hearing this, He Han looked at the man in front of him who looked very young but spoke with an air of old age. He nodded slightly and said, Then, let's go and take the helicopter back. Hearing this, Chen Guan said, No need, you can just take the helicopter, we can fly over. He Han was stunned. Huh? He Han frowned. This is impossible. This is a primitive mountain range, more than 3,000 kilometers away from the association. It takes a lot of energy to maintain flight. Even for me, I can only fly 100 kilometers at most before my energy is exhausted. With your current level and energy, it is impossible to cross a distance of more than 3,000 kilometers. Chen Guan smiled and said, How do you know it's impossible? Hearing this, He Han frowned. Looking at Chen Guan's confident smile, He Han swallowed back what he was about to say. He looked at Chen Guan and said, Since you said so, then okay. At the same time, Lu Xiaoyan and Mu Zhe were already on the helicopter. Lu Xiaoyan was sitting in the helicopter, looking at the three people not far away. She frowned and asked, What on earth is my dad thinking? The association has clearly arranged someone, but why does he suddenly want to change someone? Master must have his reasons for doing this. Mu Zhe, who was sitting next to him, looked at Lu Xiaoyan. Lu Xiaoyan frowned. According to those people's analysis, the younger generation of our flying association is not as good as the Fire Knife Association. But even if that's the case, my dad shouldn't have asked two people who are not even level 40 to help. One is 26 and the other is 37. There are so many people at level 40 in our association. Why should we ask for these two guys? Isn't this just giving them away for nothing? As he spoke, Lu Xiaoyan stared at the three people outside. He Han looked at Chen Guan, and seeing that Chen Guan insisted on using his own abilities to follow him, he could only respond helplessly. Well, if your source power can't hold on, let me know. We can take you to the helicopter to rest. When Chen Guan heard this, he smiled and said, That's not necessary. The words fell. Chen Guan withdrew his gaze and looked at the open space on the side, and raised his right hand. A black mist emanated from Chen Guan's palm. Under He Han's gaze, the black fog gradually expanded. Seeing this, there was a hint of doubt in He Han's eyes. He Han had already seen Chen Guan's white flying ability and his black control ability, but what he saw before him now was neither the flying ability nor the control ability. He Han looked at Chen Guan and thought to himself, What does he want to do? With doubt in his mind, He Han looked at the black fog again. The black fog gradually turned into a solid entity. Under the gaze of He Han, Lu Xiaoyan, and Mu Zhe, an unknown giant creature appeared in everyone's sight. What is that? Lu Xiaoyan looked at the huge monster in front of him with trembling pupils. On the tarmac, a huge monster that looked to be at least 20 meters tall stood before them. This creature has an extremely large and majestic head. It has a pair of huge, fleshy wings behind it, and its body is covered with huge black scales, as if it is wearing an extremely thick broadsword. Its body is like a mountain with muscles all over its body. There was a kingly aura emanating from this creature, and an air of arrogance emanating from its body. The sharpness and majesty revealed in its extremely huge beast pupils made Lu Xiaoyan subconsciously hold her breath. Her eyes trembled as she looked at this huge creature that appeared out of nowhere, and her brain could hardly react. What is this? He Han looked at the huge monster in front of him, and he was stunned for a moment. From a huge monster in front of him, He Han could feel a source of power fluctuation that was as unfathomable as the abyss. Standing next to this huge monster, He Han was almost suffocated by the terrifying source force fluctuations. What kind of beast is this? What level is it? 60? 70? 80? He Han swallowed, his pupils trembling. The huge monster seemed to sense something. It turned its golden pupils like giant snakes and looked at He Han. He Han's pupils condensed slightly. He couldn't help but take a step back. Suddenly, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. What is this? Chapter 134 summoned a black dragon, which seemed to scare them. When Chen Guan heard He Han's voice, he looked at He Han. Seeing He Han sitting on the ground, he was slightly startled, and he explained, The creature summoned by the black summoning attribute. This creature is called the Black Dragon. The dragon is a fantasy creature in Chen Guan's world. It is a cultural totem. However, there are no dragons in this world, so Chen Guan has to explain. At this point, Chen Guan smiled and said, It looks good, right? He Han's pupils shrank, and he looked at Chen Guan in disbelief. You summoned it? Chen Guan looked at He Han's doubtful expression. He crossed his arms, looked at He Han, and said with a smile, "Is it weird?" He Han stared at Chen Guan, unable to recover for a moment. Chen Guan was too lazy to pay attention to He Han. He looked at Qian and said, "Let's ride it." When Qian heard this, she looked at the black dragon in front of her. A smile appeared on her face, and she looked at Chen Guan. Under Chen Guan's command, the black dragon's huge body like a mountain slowly squatted down. Chen Guan and Qian held hands, stepped on the black dragon's wings, walked onto the black dragon's back, continued forward along the huge back, and stood on top of the black dragon's head. The black dragon slowly stood up. Lu Xiaoyan was watching the scene in the helicopter cabin. She looked solemn. He summoned that creature? How is that possible? He is only level 37. How could he summon such a huge and exquisite creature? The larger, more exquisite, and more powerful the giant creatures summoned are, the higher the attribute requirements are. Muze's expression was solemn. Starting the second or third awakening can also summon giant creatures, but they can never achieve the precision and momentum like the one in front of you. Muze said, "This is incredible. Is this guy really level 37? Chen Guan stood on top of the black dragon. He looked at He Han below and said, "You can go now." When He Han heard this, he was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses and nodded. Okay. He Han entered the helicopter, and the pilot who had been waiting in the cockpit started the helicopter directly. The helicopter's propellers were spinning, and it quickly took off into the air, flying towards the direction of the Flying Association. Sitting in the cockpit of the helicopter, looking at the black dragon. He Han saw the black dragon flapping its huge, fleshy wings violently and flying up. That huge body was like a mountain. At this moment, it was flying in the sky like a black mountain, flying parallel to the helicopter. On top of the black dragon, Chen Guan and Qian sat down, sitting on top of the black dragon. But sitting directly on the ground doesn't feel very comfortable. After all, this is the black dragon's head, not a chair. Chen Guan stood up under Qian's gaze and raised his hand. Vines appeared out of thin air above the black dragon's head. These vines wrap around the horns on the black dragon's head, create a bench made of vines in the middle of the dragon's horn. After the vines formed a bench, Chen Guan looked at Qian and said with a smile, "Come." When Qian heard this, her eyes lit up. She also stood up, walked to the vine bench, and slowly sat down. There was a gleam in her eyes, and she looked at Chen Guan with a smile on her face. "With you here, I feel like I could do anything." Chen Guan smiled and walked to the bench and sat down. In the helicopter, Lu Xiaoyan could see two people sitting on a vine bench above the black dragon's head, snuggling with each other. Lu Xiaoyan felt a little unbelievable. Is he planning to use the summoned beast made of source power as a flying mount and fly back to the association with us? As she spoke, she subconsciously looked at He Han beside her. He Han nodded slightly. Lu Xiaoyan was somewhat shocked. We are nearly 3,000 kilometers away from the association. To use source power to maintain a summoned beast of this size and precision, how much source power must be possessed? He Han looked at the black dragon outside and said slowly, "The source power pressure emanating from that summoned beast is enough to make me breathless." After He Han finished speaking, Lu Xiaoyan and Muze both looked at He Han. "What?" Muze looked at He Han in disbelief. "Master, you are level 60. He Han remained silent and did not continue speaking. Muze didn't get a response from He Han, but from He Han's serious and solemn face, it could be seen that He Han was definitely not lying. Is this level 37? Lu Xiaoyan looked at the black dragon outside, her eyes shining with a hint of light. "I actually looked down on him just now." She thought of what she had just said to look down on Chen Guan's rank, and at this moment Lu Xiaoyan wanted to slap herself in the face. In this world, level can usually represent strength. He Han said slowly, but sometimes level doesn't represent everything. The upper limits of various other attributes, such as the upper limit of source power, system qualifications, or the level of ability proficiency, can also affect strength. He Han said, "He is from Dongzhou, and his strength is unfathomable. His age, his talent, and his strength are all a mystery. His arrival will definitely bring a new storm to Zhongzhou. It is best to make friends with such people, not enemies." Lu Xiaoyan swallowed and nodded solemnly. "I was reckless just now." At this moment, she finally understood why her father, who had always loved her so much, scolded her. Time passes by every second. Chen Guan used his ability to weaken the strong winds in the sky. Sitting on the vine bench above the dragon's head, he felt only a breeze. Feeling the breeze and talking about love with a beautiful lady beside you. This feeling is really beautiful. Inside the helicopter, we're almost there. Han took out a cell phone and dialed number. Inside the president's residence at the Flying Association's headquarters. In this residence, an old man in white clothes and long white hair was sitting at a desk, holding a pen, correcting the piles of documents in front of him. Suddenly, the white-haired old man's expression changed abruptly, and the hand holding the pen paused and stopped abruptly. President? What's wrong? Next to the white-haired old man, a man dressed in butler's clothes showed a puzzled look. This white-haired old man is the president of the Flight Association, Quan Gang. Quan Gang frowned, his expression was solemn, and he said, I just felt a very huge source of power fluctuation, and it is approaching this side. He slowly put down the pen in his hand, walked to the balcony, and looked at the source of the source force fluctuations. This source of power fluctuation is very strong, and the strength of the person coming is unfathomable. Who is approaching this side? What is the purpose? Chapter 135. The beast that even the president feared was actually summoned by him. A pair of pitch-black wings spread out behind Quan Gang. He flapped his wings violently, and his whole body flew into the air, quickly flying towards the source of that huge power. His skinny old face was full of solemnity and seriousness. That wave of source power is heading straight towards the association's headquarters. It's very likely heading for the association. Quan Gang looked solemn. How can this source power be so huge? Quan Gang was a little nervous. Even though he was the strongest person in the Flying Association and had experienced countless battles. Facing the upcoming battle, Quan Gang felt unprecedented tension and anxiety. From the source of that force fluctuation, he could be sure that the other party's strength might have surpassed his. Although he is uneasy and nervous, behind him is the association's headquarters, where countless people with special abilities live, and he must be responsible for the members of his association. Suddenly, Quan Gang's pupils condensed slightly, and he saw the source of that huge source of power. A huge creature that he had never seen before was flapping a pair of huge fleshy wings and flying towards him. This giant beast, like a mountain, is covered with black scales. Quan Gang concentrated his energy on his pupils, which were covered with a layer of black halo. Through the vision granted by the source power, Quan Gang could see the source power fluctuations surrounding the giant beast. The black source of energy surrounded the giant beast, and the black color filled the entire sky. The originally blue and white sky turned pitch black. Looking at the scene in front of him, Quan Gang felt a strong sense of fear and nausea. He just felt his scalp tingling. What kind of monster is this? For a moment, Quan Gang felt as if his body had fallen into an ice cellar, and the chill called fear engulfed his entire body. At this moment, Quan Gang had the idea of escaping. Ring, ring, ring. Suddenly, a sound was rang out. Hearing the voice, Quan Gang was slightly startled. He came to his senses and looked at the huge monster flying towards him from a distance. Quan Gang suppressed his inner uneasiness, raised his hand and turned on the communicator on his wrist. The communicator projected a blue screen. The image of Han appears on the screen. Han looked at Quan Gang and said, Master President, I have resolved the issue here. We're now rushing to the association with a little brother. The summoned beast used by that little brother is quite large. I am worried that it will attract too much attention from others, so I wanted to tell you first. Quan Gang was startled. He was a little confused and frowned. The summoned beast you mentioned has wings. Han turned his head and looked at the black dragon outside. Yes, it is black all over, covered with scales, with horns on its head, and its body is as big as a small mountain. Quan Gang's whole body trembled, his pupils trembling as he looked at the black dragon in the distance. I understand. You can land at the association's helipad when the time comes. Okay. Han nodded. The projection disappeared. Quan Gang felt a gust of howling wind. The huge black dragon flew past, right above Quan Gang. The huge fluctuation of source power made Quan Gang feel a strong sense of oppression. Quan Gang's pupils trembled. Is this thing a summoned beast? What is the origin of the little brother mentioned by Han? On the vine bench above the black dragon's head, Chen Ming snuggled up to Chen Guan. Chen Guan looked at Chen Ming's pretty face with natural charm. thin willow-shaped eyebrows, and a pair of bright and clear rubies under the long and narrow eyelashes. Under the upturned little nose is a cherry mouth. She was wearing a thin white shirt and a pair of jeans. These clothes were tight-fitting, outlining her already tall and proud figure. Combined with her natural charm and pure temperament, Chen Guan's heart was moved. "Baby," Chen Guan said gently. Chen Ying seemed to sense something. She turned her head to look at Chen Guan beside her. Chen Guan moved his face closer. Chen Yin's cheeks flushed, and she looked away, not looking at Chen Guan, avoiding him. "Stop messing around. There are people on the helicopter over there watching this side." Chen Guan smiled. "That's easy." Chen Guan snapped his fingers, and a spherical field appeared, covering the space above the black dragon's head. The area was completely dark, and nothing could be seen. "What's this?" "This area is made of darkness. People outside cannot see what people inside are doing." What are you doing? Stop it." Chen Ying was dumbfounded. In order to be intimate with her in such a place, Chen Guan actually used his domain. Is this how fields are used? In the helicopter, Lu Xiaoyun and others saw a black ball on the top of the black dragon's head. "Black ball? Dad, what is that?" Lu Xiaoyun was a little confused. When He Han heard what Lu Xiaoyun said, he looked at the black ball on the top of the black dragon's head and saw the black ball. He Han's pupils narrowed slightly. "Field? Domain? That's impossible. Domain is something that can only be awakened by the 4th level awakening. How can it be a domain?" Lu Xiaoyun looked at He Han. "He is only level 37. He Han slowly withdrew his gaze. Anything is possible with him. Lu Xiaoyun frowned and looked at the area above the black dragon's head again. "No, that thing might just be some kind of ability that blocks his vision. It can't be a domain." Lu Xiaoyun could only find an explanation for herself. She couldn't believe that someone whose level was lower than hers could use the domain. "We're almost there," He Han said slowly. Over time, the helicopter slowly landed on the association's helipad, and a huge black dragon also slowly landed. After He Han and others got off the helicopter, they found that someone was already waiting for them. When He Han saw the person waiting, he was slightly startled, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. "President, why are you here?" Quan Gang stood aside, his hands behind his back, looking at the black dragon. Hearing He Han's words, Quan Gang turned his head slightly. He looked at He Han, and then looked at He Long in front of him. "This little brother you brought is amazing." He Han was slightly stunned. Lu Xiaoyun and Mu Zane next to them looked at Quan Gang. They looked at each other with confusion in their eyes. Inside the black ball, the vine bench becomes a vine hammock. Hammock. Chen snuggled up to Chen Guanhuai, her long fiery red hair draped behind her in a somewhat messy manner. Her fair and pretty face was dizzy, with beads of sweat on her forehead. Her eyes were closed, and she looked a little tired. Although it was pitch black and nothing could be seen from the outside, Chen Guan could look at Chen Yin's adorable appearance in his own territory. He smiled and said, "Are you okay?" Chen Yin shook her head gently. "Tired." Her voice was lazy and full of fatigue. Chen Guan smiled and said, "If you're tired, just take a rest here. I will go out and say hello to them first." When Chen Yin heard this, she shook her head and said, "I have to go out too, otherwise I'll be discovered." Chapter 136. Can source power generate experience cards? Quan Gang looked at the black ball on the black dragon's head and said, "Is that the domain?" He Han nodded slightly. "I guess so." Quan Gang frowned and asked, "Which little brother put it there?" "Yes." "Why would he use the realm?" He Han was slightly startled, and he shook his head. "I'm not too sure." Quan Gang nodded slightly. At this time, the black ball slowly dissipated. A figure appeared in front of Quan Gang. Quan Gang looked at the man standing on top of the black dragon's head, and his pupils narrowed slightly. That black dragon was someone else's summoned beast. Quan Gang could feel a powerful source of energy fluctuation from the black dragon. He was sure that the person who used this summoned beast was definitely not weaker than him. But now seeing the appearance of the man in front of him, Quan Gang found that this man was so young. Chen Guan appeared in everyone's gaze. Chen Guan stood on top of the black dragon, and Chen Yin stood beside Chen Guan. Chen Guan looked at the people below, then took Chen Yin and walked down, stepping on the dragon's wing bones. Chen Guan discovered that there was a stranger among the crowd. The stranger had long white hair that flowed naturally behind him, and he had a thin face. The pupils on this skinny old face looked very deep, like gems inlaid on the trunk of an old tree. On the old man's forehead, you can see 7 black, triangular marks, which represent his level. Level 70. Quan Gang held his beard and looked at Chen Guan. Seeing Chen Guan coming over, Quan Gang showed Chen Guan a friendly smile and said, "My name is Quan Gang, and I'm the president of the Aviation Association. Welcome to the Aviation Association." Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyan and Mu Zhe were both stunned. They looked at Quan Gang with strange expressions. As the president of the association, Quan Gang always looks serious and dignified in front of the juniors. Sometimes, he doesn't even look at the juniors. Even though Lu Xiaoyan was the daughter of a congressman, Quan Gang would not pay much attention to her. But at this moment, Quan Gang showed a friendly smile to this young man of level 37. Chen Guan glanced at Quan Gang. Then he retracted his gaze and looked at the black dragon behind him. The black dragon turned into a black mist and dissipated. Chen Guan retracted his gaze and looked at Quan Gang. "He Han invited me to participate in the battle for Baiquan between you and the Fire Knife Association. My level is a bit low, so I just joined in the fun." Quan Gang's hand that was holding his beard paused. His eyes fell on Chen Guan's forehead. Looking at Chen Guan's level, Quan Gang nodded slightly. "I wonder what your name is, little brother?" Chen Guan said, "My name is Chen Guan, and this is my love, Qianin." "Okay." Quan Gang said yes repeatedly. He smiled and said, "You two must be a little tired after flying all the way. I will arrange accommodation for you two so that you can have a good rest." This is exactly what Chen Guan wanted. He said, "We are indeed a little tired." Quan Gang nodded slightly and looked at the man dressed as a butler beside him. "Enmu, take the two guests to rest." The man in butler's clothes pushed up his glasses and said, "Okay." He looked at Chen Guan and Qianin with a professional smile on his face. "You two, please follow me." Chen Guan didn't think much about it and left with Qianin and the housekeeper. Quan Gang looked at the backs of Chen Guan and Qianin. He stroked his beard, then turned his head slightly and looked at He Han beside him. "He Han, I want to know everything about that little brother." He Han looked at Quan Gang's solemn expression and nodded. As Quan Gang listened to He Han's narration, his expression remained solemn. Lu Xiaoyan and Mu Zhe next to them were more shocked the more they listened. When Lu Xiaoyan and Mu Zhe heard that Chen Guan saved He Han's life and then single-handedly killed a level 60 ferocious beast that had transformed into a human, they were both stunned. Lu Xiaoyan even felt that He Han was lying, but the president was right next to her, so there was no need for He Han to lie to the president. In other words, He Han did not lie, it really happened. Quan Gang slowly closed his eyes, then nodded slightly. "If what I think is correct, his level is probably fake." He Han was stunned. "The level is fake?" Quan Gang nodded. "There is an ability in the blue transformation attribute called camouflage, which can disguise one's appearance and level. According to what you said, the man named Chen Guan has the ability of several attributes of the coefficients. He is very likely to have the ability of the blue camouflage attribute. He hid his appearance and level. Only in this way can we explain the various abilities he has shown." He Han's eyes lit up. "Yes, this is the only possible reason. So, that Chen Guan, who looks to be in his early 20s, is very likely an old monster from Dongzhou." He Han looked at Quan Gang. Quan Gang nodded solemnly. "The source power fluctuations emitted by the creature called the Black Dragon he summoned are enough to make even an old man feel a little scared. His strength is unfathomable." He Han's expression was solemn, but if you put it that way, I can't understand it. If that's the case, he has no reason to participate in the fight for Baiquan this time. "No." Quan Gang stroked his beard and said slowly, "There's a girl next to him. He may not need experience, but the girl next to him does." He Han was slightly startled, but the strength shown by that girl is not weak either. Quan Gang's eyes fell on He Han, and he said, I guess the strength that girl possessed did not come from herself, but from the help of that man." He Han's eyes lit up. "Yes, there is such a possibility." Quan Gang said, "Next, He Han, you contact all the flight associations and tell them about Chen Guan. At the same time, tell them not to have any conflicts with Chen Guan no matter what. Otherwise, they will be severely punished." He Han also knew the seriousness of the matter, and he immediately nodded. "Yes." It was almost evening now. The Flying Association is located in Chaui City. In the evening, the western sky was covered with a layer of red clouds, and the high-rise buildings in the entire Chaui City were also printed in red. Chen Guan and Qianin were placed in a villa. The interior of this villa is spacious and luxuriously decorated. Chen Guan was lying on a big, soft, white bed. Qianin, who loves cleanliness, is taking a shower in the bathroom now. He had nothing to do And at this moment, an idea came to him. I can generate attribute beads and attribute cards by myself. So can I also generate experience cards? If I can use my ability to create experience cards, does that mean I can level up as many times as I want? Thinking of this, Chen Guan decided to give a try. According to Xin, source power is the source of all things. So, can source power generate experience? Chen Guan didn't know, so he wanted to give it a try. Chapter 137, 1,000 meter high altitude free fall movement. Chen Guan tried to awaken the ability to create experience cards. He stretched out his hand and wanted to create an experience card in the same way as he created an attribute card. However, there was no response. The experience card that Chen Guan imagined still did not appear. It seems that experience can't be a bug, Chen Guan muttered. He slowly sat up, leaned against the head of the bed, and looked towards the floor-to-ceiling window. Currently, Chen Guan lives on the second floor of the villa. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, he can see the red clouds in the west and the tall buildings in the distance. This villa has nice rooms. Click! Suddenly, there was a sound. It was the sound of the door opening. Hearing the voice, Chen Guan retracted his gaze and looked towards the bathroom. A graceful figure walked out of the bathroom. It was Qianin. Qianin was wrapped in a bathrobe, holding a towel in her hand, wiping her long, fiery red hair. Noticing Chen Guan's look, her cheeks flushed slightly. She withdrew her gaze, sat in front of the dressing table, and started blowing her hair with a hairdryer. Woo-woo. The humming sound of the hairdryer was heard. Chen Guan looked at Qianin's back, smiled, stood up, walked behind Qianin, took the hairdryer from Qianin's hand, and faced Qianin's inquiring gaze. He smiled and said, "I'll help you." Qianin nodded obediently. She looked at Chen Guan in the mirror. She felt happy to see her beloved man helping her dry her hair. Suddenly, Qianin noticed the mark on Chen Guan's forehead, and her eyes shone with a hint of light. "You have upgraded again." When Chen Guan heard this, he took a look at his attribute data. Sure enough, Chen Guan's level has increased from level 37 to level 38. Obviously, this was the result of the ferocious beast that Chen Guan left in the trial cave on the second floor. Chen Guan smiled and said, "The beast I materialized earlier is helping me gain experience." When Qianin heard this, there was a hint of disappointment in her eyes. "The gap between you and me is getting bigger and bigger." Before, Qianin's level was higher than Chen Guan's, but now she is only level 26, while Chen Guan is already level 38. With such a huge difference in level, it's no wonder she felt lost. Chen Guan put down the hairdryer and held Qianin in his arms. Qianin was slightly stunned, and she looked at Chen Guan with her big eyes. Chen Guan laid Qianin flat on the bed. He looked at Qianin and said with a smile, "No matter how much lower your rank is than mine, you are still my woman. The hair is done. Now let's do some real work." Chen Guan's eyes were filled with heat. Qianin blushed and looked at Chen Guan. No wonder this man was so nice to me and blew my hair. It turned out he had other purposes. The next morning, Han came over and took Chen Guan and Qianin to the moon pool abyss. There are 5 people participating in the competition this time. Chen Guan, Qianin, Lu Xiaoyun, Mu Zhe, and a man named Xingang. However, the people from the Flying Association seemed to be afraid that the Fire Knife Association would go back on their word, so they brought a lot of people with them. Everyone boarded a private airship and flew towards the Moon Pond Abyss. The so-called Moon Pond Abyss is actually a crack in the ground located in the Moon Pond Valley. This crack is 100 meters wide and several thousand meters long. As for its depth, no one knows it yet. Han knew that Chen Guan and Qianin were from Dongzhou, so he spoke up to explain to Chen Guan the so-called Moon Pond Abyss. Legend has it that the Moon Pool Abyss was cut out by a level 100 human warrior using a single sword. Lu Xiaoyan added as she sat on the bench opposite Chen Guan. When Chen Guan heard about the 100-level expert, this title piqued his interest. He looked at Han and said, "I heard from others that a 100-level expert can easily destroy a city. Are there any 100-level experts in Central Continent?" Han looked at Chen Guan and explained, "The strongest person in Zhongzhou is the Alliance Master, and the Alliance Master's strength is level 80. The higher the level, the more difficult it is to upgrade. In Zhongzhou, level 70 is called the King level, and when it reaches level 80, we call it the God level. After reaching level 80, the various abilities you can master are no longer human-like. They are abilities that only gods can possess." Hearing this, Chen Guan crossed one hand over his chest and touched his chin with the other hand. "I don't know, can a level 80 god withstand my full-strength attack?" Of course, there is currently no answer to this question. Chen Guan didn't think much about it. and decided to continue upgrading. Thinking of this, Chen Guan looked at Xin Ming beside him. Xin Ming sat by the window of the airship. She tilted her face and looked at the scenery outside through the window. Xin Ming changed her clothes. She wore a white t-shirt with black shorts and a pair of canvas shoes. She tied her flaming long hair into a single ponytail, revealing her fair and slender neck. Looking at her naturally beautiful profile, Chen Guan's mood became lively. Our arena this time is not far from the Moon Pond Abyss. Han looked at Chen Guan and said, "The younger generation of the Fire Sword Association is very powerful. Although it is shameful, I have to promise that the younger generation of the Flight Association is probably not their opponent. This time I may need to rely on you too." When Chen Guan heard this, he came back to his senses and looked at Han. He smiled and said, "Each of us takes what we need." Han looked at Chen Guan's smile and nodded slightly. "Mr. Congressman." Suddenly, a voice sounded. Han raised his face, and a girl dressed as a waiter was standing there. She said respectfully, "It's almost there." "Han knew did. Okay." Hearing this, Chen Guan subconsciously looked outside through the window of the airship. What you see is a land that looks like it has been burned by magma. Between the earth, you can see a huge crack that is hundreds of meters wide. On the left side of the crack, 100 meters away, there is a giant stone arena. And on the stage, there are already many people wearing red uniforms standing. Those people were looking at the airship where Chen Guan was. Obviously, the people on the giant arena are from the Fire Knife Association. When Chen Guan saw this, he relaxed his brows. The airship is now slowly descending towards the vast land. At this moment, the distance between the airship and the ground is about 3,000 meters. Seeing this, Chen Guan looked at Chen Yin beside him and said, "Let's go." Chen Yin came back to her senses and looked at Chen Guan. "Go." The airship has not landed yet and is still several thousand meters away from the ground. "Where are we going if we leave now?" Out of trust in Chen Guan, Chen Yin did not ask any questions. She stood up and followed Chen Guan. Han and others were somewhat puzzled when they saw this scene. However, Han didn't say much, because the president had told them that no matter what Chen Guan wanted to do, they could only cooperate and not stop him. Chen Guan and Chen Yin came to the deck of the airship together. Chen Guan looked at Chen Yin and said with a smile, "Do you want to try free fall?" When Chen Yin heard this, she blinked. "What?" Chen Guan didn't say anything, retracted his gaze, and then jumped under Chen Yin's gaze. His body leapt out of the deck and out of the airship. His figure fell freely from a height of nearly 3,000 meters toward the arena below. The people from the Fire Knife Association who were waiting for the arrival of the Flying Association suddenly noticed a black dot appearing next to the airship above. Something is coming down. Is that a person? That guy jumped out of the airship? No, that height is a bit too high. Aren't they from the Flying Association? That guy should be able to use wings. He didn't use his wings. What? Chen Guan's figure was getting faster and faster due to the acceleration of free fall. Suddenly, the people from the Fire Knife Association stood on one side of the ring, and they watched Chen Guan's body fall to the other side of the ring. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang. A huge dent was instantly created on the ring. The dust is flying. When the people from the Fire Knife Association saw this scene, their eyes widened. Chapter 138. Is this the legendary goddess coming? The dust is flying. Who is this? Free fall from 1,000 meters high. Isn't this too crazy? The members of the Fire Knife Society were talking among themselves, their eyes fixed on the dusty pit before them. The dust slowly cleared, and everyone in the Fire Knife Society stared at the pit. As the flying dust dissipated, they saw a figure in their field of vision. The figure slowly walked out of the pit. The flying dust settled, and Chen Guan's figure appeared before everyone. Who is this guy? I don't know him. I've never seen him. Level 38? This level is a bit low, but he jumped from such a great height, and he's still fine. That looks extraordinary. What's so special about that? I guess he has some ability that can resist the damage from falling. If he is very strong, he must be more than level 38. What is this level 38? Hey, look up. As the voice rang out, everyone looked up. After Chen Guan walked out of the pit, he looked at the people from the Fire Knife Association in front of him. At first glance, he found that all of them raised their heads and looked upwards. When Chen Guan saw this, he also raised his head and looked upwards. Above, a young girl spread a pair of pure white wings and slowly flew down from the sky. She was wearing a thin white shirt, black shorts, and a pair of canvas shoes. Although she was dressed simply, she had a tall and proud figure. and her curves were enough to attract people's attention. Her skin is as white and delicate as cream. Her temperament is charming and attractive, as if she was born with a beautiful figure, and her clothing style reveals youthful vigor. At this moment, the girl, with a pair of pure white wings behind her, fell from the sky. Just like the goddess in the legend, she was surrounded by a bright white halo. Below the ring, the people from the Fire Knife Association were all stunned as they watched the red-haired girl slowly falling from the sky. Especially the male members of the association, their eyes were full of passion. Goddess, if I could marry her and save 20 years of my life, I would be willing to do it. Fairy, this is really a fairy. Where did this beauty come from? Is there such a beauty in the Flying Association? I've never heard of such a beauty in the Flying Association. Qianing's appearance immediately aroused the emotions of everyone in the Fire Knife Association, especially the men. They couldn't take their eyes off Qianing. Qianing's figure slowly fell beside Chen Guan. Her eyes fell on Chen Guan, and the wings behind her folded. Chen Guan smiled, raised his hand, lifted a few strands of hair that were sticking to her cheek, and put them behind her ear, and said with a smile, "This wing is not red." When Chen Guan made this move, he could instantly feel countless pairs of eyes falling on him. Most of those looks came from the men of the Fire Knife Association. There was envy in those looks, but more of it was jealousy. Among the crowd of the Fire Knife Association, there was a handsome young man wearing red leather armor and with red hair. The young man narrowed his eyes and stared at Chen Guan coldly. The young man's eyes were full of jealousy. He whispered coldly, "How can a level 38 guy be qualified to own such a beauty?" A sturdy man nearby came over when he heard this and said, "Master Ganru, wait until this fight is over. I will take my men to find an opportunity to tie up that woman and bring her to your residence." When Ganru heard this, he crossed his arms over his chest and raised the corners of his mouth. "A level 27 woman is lucky to be favored by me. Gu Gang, when this fight is over, you teach that man a lesson and then tie the woman up to my residence." Gu Gang said, "Okay." Chen Guan didn't know that he and Qian Yin had been targeted by the people from the Fire Knife Association. Qian Yin hummed, "I want to learn from you and develop more abilities. This is an ability I awakened last night." Hearing this, Chen Guan smiled and said, "That's good." After getting the amplification ring, Qian Yin's attributes increased 100-fold, which is incredible. For a person with normal abilities, a qualification of 100 is already very good. Qian Yin's red qualification was 200 before she wore the amplification ring. Now her red qualification has reached 20,000, which is not a normal qualification. Although her qualifications in other areas are not as high as her red qualifications, they are still in double digits. The data obtained after multiplying these two digits by 100 times is already far beyond that of humans. It's not surprising that she can awaken the white type ability. "Are you two from the Flying Association?" Suddenly, a voice came. Hearing the voice, Chen Guan came back to his senses and looked at the person who spoke. The man who was speaking was wearing a red vest and black trousers, with a flaming sword emblem tattooed on his chest. He has short red hair and is quite handsome. 4 black triangle marks can be seen on his forehead, level 40. Chen Guan crossed his arms and said, "Before asking others a question, you should learn to introduce yourself first." The man frowned. "You don't even know me?" A sturdy man with short hair walked out. He looked at Chen Guan and said, "What you are seeing now is Ganru, the eldest son of our Fire Knife Association." Chen Guan raised his eyebrows when he heard this. "Oh, it's you, young master. We two don't belong to the Flying Association. We are foreign players of the Flying Association. This time, we are here to represent the Flying Association and participate in your competition." "You?" Ganru frowned and looked at Chen Guan with a strange expression. "Just you?" "Haha, there really is no one left in the younger generation of the Flying Association. They actually hired a 38th level foreign player. It's really hilarious." "Haha." There was a sudden sense of joy in the Fire Knife Association. Looking at Ganru's eyes and hearing those people's laughter, Chen Guan's brows relaxed. Chen Guan was not surprised that this situation occurred. Whether in Dongzhou or Zhongzhou, level can judge a person's strength in most cases. In Dongzhou, Chen Guan, at his age and level, can be considered a genius among geniuses. But in the resource-rich Central Continent, Chen Guan's level is relatively average. Obviously, Chen Guan was once again looked down upon because of his rank. Chen Guan was used to it, and he was planning to show off his skills to open these people's eyes. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, A sound from the sky interrupted Chen Guan's thoughts. The people from the Fire Knife Association raised their heads and looked at the sky. Chen Guan raised his head and looked. The airship had already landed while Chen Guan was speaking. It slowly fell to the ground, not far away. As the door of the airship opened, members of the Flying Association walked out one by one. They walked towards the ring. Chapter 139, he actually made a humiliating proposal to Chen Guan. People from the Flying Association and the Fire Knife Association stood on each side of the arena. A man walked out from the Flying Association. It was He Han. A person also walked out from the Fire Knife Association. She was an old woman wearing red clothes and holding a cane. The old woman held her cane and looked at He Han expressionlessly. "Is everyone here?" Suddenly, a voice came. Hearing this voice, He Han and the old woman's expressions showed a hint of awe. Chen Guan looked towards the source of the sound in confusion. The sound did not come from anywhere else but from the ground. Suddenly, Chen Guan saw a person mysteriously emerging from the ground of the ring. The man's body was as if it had no bones, and only after he drilled out did the bones recombine, form a human figure. The man was covered in white bandages. Chen Guan noticed that 6 black marks and a triangular stripe could be seen on his forehead, level 63. For people with special abilities, every 10 levels marks a new realm. For example, He Han and the old woman are both at level 60, but this guy is at level 63. Although they were only 3 levels higher than He Han, these 3 levels meant they were at a different level. He is Earth Snake, a counselor of the Earth Association. Lu Xiaoyan explained. She said, according to the rules of Central Continent, when 2 associations have a conflict and need to resolve it through a duel, another association that can be trusted by both associations is needed to maintain notarization. Counselor Earth Snake is the one who maintained notarization this time. He will ensure the fairness of the duel. In order to avoid an irreconcilable hatred between the 2 associations, no lethal blows are allowed during the duel. If one side attempts to kill someone, he will intervene to prevent it from happening. Chen Guan folded his arms across his chest and nodded slightly. The Earth Snake looked at the people on both sides. The old woman said, "We are all here." He Han nodded slightly. "We are all here too." Well, everyone stepped down from the arena. Next, you arrange for your men to come up and start the fight. The Earth Snake said calmly. 2 groups of people came down from the ring. The Earth Snake said calmly, the Flying Association and the Fire Knife Association. Each association must select 5 people who are level 40 or below, and then use a one-on-one duel, one by one. The winner will stay and accept the challenge of the next person. The association that has the last person left on the stage will get the ownership of the White Spring. Let's get started. As the Earth Snake's voice fell, He Han's eyes fell on Mu Zhe next to him. "Mu Zhe, you go first." When Mu Zhe heard this, he nodded slightly. "Let me do it." Chen Guan's voice rang out. Hearing the voice, He Han was stunned and looked at Chen Guan. He Han said, "Brother Chen Guan." Chen Guan crossed his arms over his chest and said, "I don't like wasting time." He Han blinked, thought about it for a moment, and then nodded. "Okay then." He Han originally wanted to let his own people go up first, let them gain some experience and training, and then let Chen Guan go up. But now Chen Guan wants to go first, so he can only cooperate with Chen Guan. Chen Guan leaped, and his figure landed on the stage. He glanced at the people from the Fire Knife Association and said slowly, "Who will go first?" When they saw Chen Guan closing the ring, the people from the Fire Knife Association were stunned. Flying Association, are you kidding me? Are you really going to let a level 38 foreign player play? Are you crazy? However, this level 38 guy is too arrogant. It's okay that he is a low-level foreign aide, but he actually dares to be the first to go on the field. He is really not afraid of death. Huh. Ganru sneered and leaped onto the stage. The old woman was stunned and frowned slightly, but she didn't say anything. Ganru walked towards the center of the ring. Chen Guan looked at Ganru, who was coming towards him, and his brows relaxed. He Han looked at this scene with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Ganru is the leader of the younger generation of the Fire Knife Association. I thought Fong Lin would let Ganru preserve his strength until the last moment. I didn't expect Fong Lin to let Ganru go on the field directly. The people of the Fire Knife Society watched this scene. How long do you think that level 38 person can last in Master Ganru's hands? That depends on how long Master Ganru plans to play with him. Ganru reached level 40 a year ago. In the past year or so, he has been madly improving his proficiency. Currently, his proficiency has increased by nearly 1,000. There are not many people of the same level among the younger generation who could defeat him. As for that level 38 guy, if Ganru uses his full strength, he can't last a second. On the stage, Chen Guan looked at the guy in front of him, named Ganru. Ganru approached Chen Guan and stopped about 10 meters away from him. He looked at Chen Guan and said, "How about a bet, kid?" Chen Guan looked at Ganru in confusion. Bet? What? Ganru took out a golden card. He looked at Chen Guan and said calmly, "This is a level 0 orc card. If you beat me, I will give you this orc card." Chen Guan knew the value of the orc card. However, for Chen Guan, he was not very interested in the orc card, but he was interested in Ganru's bet. This guy took out his bet, so what does he want for himself? Chen Guan said, "What's your bet? What do you want from me?" Ganru crossed his arms and said, "That red-haired girl is your woman, right?" When Chen Guan heard this, he knew what Ganru meant immediately. He frowned and stared at Ganru. Ganru said calmly, "If you beat me, I'll give you this orc card. If I beat you, I want you to give me your girl. How about that?" Hearing this, Chen Guan's frown slowly relaxed. There was no expression on his face, and he looked at Ganru as if he was looking at a dead person. Ganru continued, "That woman, this young master has his eyes on her, but you are not worthy of her. In this central continent, if she follows a man of your strength, you will not be able to protect her sooner or later. Since you cannot protect her, why not give her to me?" Chen Guan said nothing, but raised his hand towards Ganru. When Ganru saw Chen Guan's actions, there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. Suddenly, black ropes appeared from under Ganru's feet. Ganru was tied up in an instant. Ganru was slightly startled. He looked at Chen Guan and said calmly, "A control-type ability user? The ability to remotely control is great, but unfortunately, your level is too low. You can't control me." As he spoke, Ganru began to exert force, trying to break free from the black rope. But as Ganru struggled, he was shocked to find that no matter how hard he struggled, he could not move and could not break free at all, and he could not even use the source of energy in his body. The moment he realized that he couldn't use his power, Ganru could no longer remain calm. He looked at Chen Guan and asked, "What did you do to me?" Chen Guan ignored Ganru and slowly raised his hand. Chapter 140, I will beat him till not even a cell is left. The arena began to be torn apart, and countless pieces of rubble were pulled into the air by an invisible force and condensed into a sphere. Ganru's pupils condensed slightly, and his body was uncontrollably pulled by the force and flew into the air along with the shattered earth. The earth was being torn apart faster and faster, and the speed at which the stones flew up and gathered in the air also became faster and faster. At a point high in the sky, it seemed as if there was a black hole pulling everything around it and condensing it into a giant sphere. Ganru's body was instantly pulled into the sphere made of rubble. "No!" Ganru's horrified voice rang out. Countless pieces of debris were attracted by the force and smashed directly onto Ganru. Ganru just let out a scream, but soon the scream was swallowed up and covered by countless rubble. Boom, boom, boom. The ground cracked, and countless pieces of rubble gathered in the air. It formed a huge stone ball with a diameter of 50 meters. Ganru, who was inside the stone ball, had probably been crushed into debris by countless pieces of stone. Below the arena, whether it was the people from the Fire Knife Association or the Flying Association, they all opened their mouths wide when they saw this scene. The old woman's pupils trembled, and she looked at it in disbelief. "What is this?" Chen Guan shook his hand. The giant sphere with a diameter of 50 meters seemed to be grasped and squeezed by an invisible big hand. The 50-meter giant sphere suddenly shrank from 50 meters to 1 meter. Giant sphere. Chen Guan looked at the giant sphere in the sky. He tossed a stone in his hand and then waved his hand. The small stone was thrown out by Chen Guan. The small stone was surrounded by a silver halo, and the moment it was thrown out by Chen Guan, it turned into a thin white line and hit the sphere. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang. White light comes on. The dazzling white light enveloped everyone in an instant. When the white light disappeared, the stone ball in the sky had disappeared. Everyone on the field who saw this scene widened their eyes. Chen Guan crossed his arms over his chest, looked at the vaporized stone ball in the sky, and said calmly, "People like you don't even have the right to leave a cell in this world." Red Sword Field. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Hearing the voice, Chen Guan turned his head and saw that the old woman had already stepped onto the stage at some point. A red spherical area was rapidly spreading out with her body as the center. This spherical field instantly enveloped the entire arena. Counselor Fong Lin. Suddenly, a voice sounded. The bald man covered in bandages crawled out from the ground and appeared in front of Chen Guan. The bald man stared at Fong Lin. Member Fong Lin, what do you want to do? Fong Lin heard this, and her face darkened. Member Dish, you saw it too. The association had a competition, but this guy brutally killed Ganru. Ganru is the son of our association's president. How can I explain this to the president when I go back? The Earth Snake frowned, turned sideways, and looked at Chen Guan. In a duel, it is not allowed to kill someone. Chen Guan crossed his arms and looked at the two people in front of him. The person is dead. What are you going to do now? Fong Lin slowly put down her cane. She stared at Chen Guan coldly. A life for a life. If he dies, you must die too. When Chen Guan heard this, he said calmly, I'm just afraid that you can't kill me. Fong Lin's pupils shrank slightly, and she stared at Chen Guan. Member of the Earth Snake Association, did you hear me? He killed my association's people first, and now he humiliates me. He must die. When the Earth Snake heard this, he stopped talking. He twisted his body like a snake and burrowed into the ground, leaving the battlefield to Fong Lin and Chen Guan. Dead? No way. Master Ganru died, just like that. What ability did this guy just use? What ability is that? I don't know. I know the ability at the beginning, which is a black ability, but I have never seen the abilities after that. This guy's strength doesn't seem like the strength of a level 38 person at all. Master Ganru, that was when he was level 40. In front of this level 38 guy, he had no ability to resist at all and was killed instantly. How'd he do that? What's going on with this guy? Ganru is already dead, but most of the Fire Knife Association have only just realized it. However, this guy is doomed. He actually tried to kill someone during a fight. According to the rules of Central Continent, if someone kills someone during a fight, then that person must pay with his life. Counselor Fong Lin will take action next, and he'll be dead. Councilman Fong Lin directly used the red sword field. That man is dead. For Counselor Fong Lin, who has already awakened to the 4th level at level 60, to kill a level 38 ability user, this is probably easier than drinking water. On the other side, among the crowd of the Flying Association, Lu Xiaoyan frowned and looked at He Han beside him. Dad. He Han frowned. I never thought that Fong Lin has actually awakened to the 4th level and created a domain. Lu Xiaoyan was startled. Dad, do you want to go up and help? He Han came back to his senses. He looked at Lu Xiaoyan with a frown. He retracted his gaze and looked at Chen Guan on the ring. He said calmly, if I fight Fong Lin, I will die, but if he fights Fong Lin, the only person who will die is Fong Lin. His strength is far beyond your imagination. Lu Xiaoyan looked at Haiyan, thought for a moment, and turned her head to look at Qianyin beside her. Qianyin was standing gracefully under the ring, watching the fight on the ring. There was not a trace of worry on her charming face. On the stage, the crimson sphere enveloped the entire arena, wrapping Chen Guan and Fong Lin inside. Chen Guan folded his arms across his chest and looked around at the red area. Fong Lin said solemnly, before you die, I want to ask you a question. Why did you kill Ganru? Hearing this, Chen Guan withdrew his gaze and looked at Fong Lin. The arena is very large. Just now, Chen Guan and Ganru were talking in the middle of the arena, and the audience outside could not hear them. Fong Lin naturally didn't hear it either. Chen Guan stared at Fong Lin and said calmly, he made a bet with me, saying that if I lost, he would make me give him my wife. As a man, I couldn't stand it, so he had to die. Fong Lin was startled. Her wrinkled face showed a hint of realization. She gritted her teeth and said, this is really my own fault. Fong Lin looked at Chen Guan and said, you had a reason for doing this, but even if you had that reason, you still broke the rules. You killed the eldest young master of my association, so you must die. After he finished speaking, Fong Lin raised his hand and pointed at Chen Guan. The area was suddenly filled with countless red lights. The lights turned into 10 scarlet blades. As Fong Lin pointed his finger, the blades slashed towards Chen Guan from all directions. Chapter 141, Easy Victory. The red sword field transformed into 10 red blades that swept towards Chen Guan. Chen Guan looked at the red knives coming from all directions, and he did not dodge. The red knife was about to chop Chen Guan. Clang, clang, clang. Accompanied by 10 crisp sounds, the 10 red swords broke. When Fong Lin saw this, her pupils narrowed slightly and her brows furrowed. Beside Chen Guan, 10 black swords were like living things circling around him. The onlookers from the Fire Knife Association were all shocked when they saw this scene. How is it possible? Counselor Fong Lin's attack was disrupted. No way. Counselor Fong Lin is level 60, and that guy is only level 38. Regardless of level or attribute, Counselor Fong Lin should have crushed that guy. The red knife, created by Fong Lin using the domain of the red creation attribute, also has the attribute values of Counselor Fong Lin. How did that level 38 person manage to withstand Counselor Fong Lin's attack this time? That's strange. Chen Guan crossed his arms, looked at Fong Lin, and said calmly, "If you had done the same thing to someone of the same level, you would have been dead by now." Fong Lin's move, just now, was entirely intended to kill Chen Guan instantly. Since she want me to die, it is reasonable for me to want her to die. Fong Lin frowned. What kind of ability do you have? First you have the black control ability, and now you have the creation ability, and you can still resist my red sword. Chen Guan didn't say anything else. He raised his hand and pointed it at Fong Lin. The 10 black swords surrounding Chen Guan instantly condensed in front of Chen Guan and turned into a giant black sword. The tip of the sword was pointing at Fong Lin. Fong Lin snorted. "You don't know what's going on. Under normal circumstances, with my control over the red swords, I can condense into 12 red swords. But within my red sword domain, I can condense into hundreds of red swords at will. With your ability to create things, do you think you can stop my attack?" Wishful thinking. As Fong Lin's voice fell, the entire area was filled with red light, which diffused around like transparent silk, and then gradually formed one red sword after another. Hundreds of red swords were suspended in the air, like dense red raindrops, with the tips of the swords pointing at Chen Guan. Fong Lin raised the cane in his hand and pointed it at Chen Guan. "Die." As Fong Lin finished his words, countless red swords rushed towards Chen Guan like a red rainstorm. Chen Guan looked at the overwhelming red swords in front of him, his face expressionless. The giant black sword condensed in front of him flew out in an instant, facing the group of red swords in front. "Fight me head on. You're looking for death." Fong Lin didn't take the black sword released by Chen Guan seriously at all. Level 60 plus the domain opened up after the fourth awakening gave Fong Lin absolute confidence. Although the strength just demonstrated by Chen Guan surprised Fong Lin a little, it was just a surprise. Now Fong Lin is planning to use his true strength. In Fong Lin's opinion, as long as he uses his true strength, Chen Guan will definitely die. However, at this moment, the giant black sword collided with the red swords. Clang! Along with the sound of several hard objects colliding and breaking, the red swords broke one by one. Fong Lin only saw a black beam of light coming towards her, and her pupils condensed slightly. Puff! Accompanied by the sound of flesh and blood being separated. After breaking through the torrential sword formation formed by the red swords, the black sword instantly pierced Fong Lin's body. Because the speed was so fast, Fong Lin couldn't even react. She stared blankly ahead as the remaining group of red swords bombarded Chen Guan, or to be more precise, bombarded the invisible shield surrounding Chen Guan. Kalang, 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 bang, bang, bang. All the red swords that fell on Chen Guan were bounced away, while the other red swords hit the ground, making loud noises. After all the red swords disappeared, Chen Guan stood there unharmed, and the ground beneath his feet was not damaged at all. However, the ground of the arena around Chen Guan had all sunken, leaving a giant pit 3 meters deep, with red swords densely packed in the pit. Fong Lin looked at the scene in front of her, her pupils trembling, and she slowly lowered her head and looked at her body. Fong Lin saw that there was a hole on her body. It was the hole left by the black sword that had pierced her body just now. Fong Lin's consciousness became blurred, his body swayed, and he slowly lay on the ground, leaving his last words, "How is it possible?" Bang! Fong Lin slowly lay on the ground. The red sword field that originally covered the entire arena slowly dissipated, and all the red swords inserted around Chen Guan also disappeared. After Chen Guan dealt with Fong Lin, his body was freed from the influence of gravity and slowly flew up. He flew into the air and looked at all the members of the Fire Knife Association below the opposite arena. Chen Guan said calmly, "By Quan, I want it. Anyone in the Fire Sword Association who is dissatisfied will stand up and defeat me." At this point, Chen Guan paused, crossed his arms, and looked at them. "Of course, you can come together. If everyone from the Fire Knife Association comes together, it can also help me save time." Crazy. This guy is too arrogant. But he does have the capital to be so arrogant. This guy is only level 38, and he just killed Fong Lin, who is level 60, in 1 second. What kind of strength is this? This guy ignored Counselor Fong Lin's territory and killed Counselor Fong Lin. This is incredible. The people from the Fire Knife Association were talking about this. Chen Guan saw those people talking in surprise, but no one answered him. Chen Guan raised his eyebrows and said impatiently, "You don't leave, and you don't come up to challenge me. Since you don't take the initiative, then I will take the initiative." As he spoke, he walked towards the direction of the Fire Knife Association. He put his hands behind his back and looked ahead indifferently. He was walking in the air, and when he walked, it was as if he was stepping on invisible air. Watching Chen Guan approaching, the people from the Fire Knife Association immediately shouted, "He's coming! Run! Escape!" Those people from the Fire Knife Association turned around and ran away as if they had seen a ghost. The groups of people from the Fire Knife Association ran away in an instant, just like frightened birds. Seeing this, Chen Guan slowly stopped, and his body slowly fell from the sky. He landed on the stage again and looked at the people from the Fire Blade Association, who quickly ran away. Next, the ownership of Baiquan has been settled. Suddenly, Chen Guan felt the ground beneath his feet surging like the sea. He was slightly startled and looked down, but then a big hand suddenly grabbed Chen Guan's ankle. Chapter 142. The Earth Snake is also going to take action. Chen Guan's pupils narrowed slightly. Suddenly, a powerful force pulled Chen Guan's body down. Chen Guan's body was pulled underground in an instant. The moment he entered the underground, Chen Guan immediately felt rocks and soil rolling down from all directions, as if they were going to crush him to death. Clatter! A voice came from his side. The body of the Earth Snake, just like the snake in his name, entwined around Chen Guan's body. The terrifying source of power emanated from the Earth Snake, and the snake's muscles swelled. Chen Guan felt like he was bound by a giant python, and the python seemed to strangle him to death. In addition to the power coming from the Earth Snake, Chen Guan can also feel the pressure coming from the earth. A voice sounded, "You are doing this right under my nose. Do you think I will do nothing?" This was the voice of the Earth Snake. "You have broken the rules of Zhongzhou. As the referee of this match, if I let you escape, it would be an insult to me. I now sentence you to death. I will strangle you to death here in the ground." "Really?" Chen Guan said calmly. "Do you think you can strangle me to death?" When Dish heard Chen Guan's voice, his pupils shrank suddenly. "How can you speak?" The Earth Snake has pulled Chen Guan underground. After entering the underground, unless someone has specially awakened the ability to fight underground, any other person with this ability will be buried alive by various soil and other things once he is pulled underground. People can't open their mouths, because if they do, dirt will get in. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for Chen Guan to speak. But the Earth Snake definitely heard Chen Guan speak. "Die!" The voice of the Earth Snake sounded. He didn't know why Chen Guan spoke, and he didn't want to create any more trouble, so he planned to strangle Chen Guan to death. The snake-like body of the Earth Snake suddenly contracted forcefully, trying to strangle Chen Guan to death. Chen Guan didn't say anything, but just started to struggle hard to break free from the ground snake. The Earth Snake found that no matter how hard he tried, he could not strangle Chen Guan to death. Instead, his body, which was originally wrapped around Chen Guan, began to break free. How is it possible? The Earth Snake was in disbelief, as he was already at level 63. At his level, his overall attribute strength cannot be weaker than the level 38 guy in front of him. And this is underground. There's not only the power of the Earth Snake underground, but also the power of the Earth. The Earth Snake is a user of the yellow Earth attribute. His awakened abilities can make the Earth accept him, and the Earth will not harm the Earth Snake. But when the ground snake drags a person into the ground, the terrifying pressure generated by the ground is enough to crush the ground snake's opponent so that he cannot move. As long as the target is pulled underground by the Earth Snake, even a person with the same ability level will be tortured to death by the Earth Snake. But the Earth Snake never expected that the guy in front of him could actually break free from his restraints underground. What kind of power is this? Chen Guan exerted force suddenly, and the body of the Earth Snake was directly broken free by Chen Guan's terrifying force. Damn it. The Earth Snake moved, tried to wrap around Chen Guan again. However, Chen Guan raised his fist. Seeing Chen Guan raising his fist, the Earth Snake's pupils condensed slightly, and at this moment, the Earth Snake understood. This guy has similar Earth-related abilities to him. This guy can also move freely on the Earth. The pupils of the Earth Snake trembled. How? Is it possible? Chen Guan's fist landed directly on the ground snake's head. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang. The whole earth shook violently. Everyone on the ground suddenly felt the ground shaking. Some people who didn't have time to react were instantly shaken and fell to the ground. At this time, the ground began to crack. Bang, bang, bang. Qianin looked at the cracked ground and said quickly, "Back off." Everyone began to back away. The ground cracked with a loud bang. The ground sank. What's going on? Was there an earthquake? Isn't this noise too loud? Dust flew, and the arena that had just been in front of everyone disappeared. Instead, a supergiant pit with a diameter of more than 100 meters and a depth of more than 50 meters appeared in the sight of everyone in the Flying Association. Seeing the huge pit in front of them, everyone's eyes widened, including He Han and Lu Xiaoyan. In the middle of the pit, Chen Guan's fist was against the center point of the pit, and at the center of the pit, where the ground snake had just been hit, there was nothing left. Chen Guan slowly retracted his fist. At the edge of the pit, the members of the Flying Association looked at Chen Guan below. Lu Xiaoyan looked at Chen Guan under the pit with trembling eyes. The huge commotion just now was caused by his punch? He was just attacked by the ground snake. He Han's expression was solemn, and there was disbelief in his eyes. If I'm not mistaken, his punch was to attack the ground snake. Where's the ground snake? Muze looked at He Han. He Han shook his head. After Chen Guan's punch landed, the source power fluctuations of the earth snake completely disappeared. What? Muze's eyes were filled with shock and astonishment. Master, are you saying that he killed a level 63 earth snake with one punch? Chen Guan in the Muze pit. What kind of monster is this? Lu Xiaoyan nodded in agreement. This guy is indeed a monster. Just like what Dad said, his strength is unfathomable. What kind of person is he, or what kind of monster is he? Chen Guan withdrew his gaze, moved his body, and disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he appeared in front of He Han and others. This ghostly ability once again shocked all the people in the Flying Association present. Chen Xiao. No, Senior. He Han said, the White Spring is over at the Moon Pond Abyss now. I can take you there. Change the name? This guy actually started calling me Senior? Chen Guan glanced at He Han and nodded slightly. He withdrew his gaze and looked at Qianin beside him. Qianin kept looking at Chen Guan, and when she saw Chen Guan looking at her, she smiled. Chen Guan looked at Qianyin smile and said, let's go to Baiquan to level up. Qianin responded obediently. The Moon Pool Abyss is actually that huge crack. He Han flapped his wings and flew into the crack with Chen Guan and Qianin. Then He Han took Chen Guan and Qianin to stop in front of the mountain wall. Chen Guan saw a cave in a mountain wall in front of him. The cave was very hidden and almost blended with the color of the mountain wall. If you didn't pay attention, you couldn't see it. He Han looked at Chen Guan behind him. Baiquan is in the cave. Chen Guan nodded slightly and looked at Qianin. Let's go. Qianin nodded, flapped her snow-white wings, and followed Chen Guan to the cave. Halfway through the flight, Chen Guan seemed to realize something and looked back at He Han. Where are the other three? Aren't you coming together to gain experience? Chapter 143, Baiquan sent him. When He Han heard this, he said, the experience gained from Baiquan is not much. If it is divided among 5 people, it will not be that great. Moreover, the fight for this time was all done by you, Senior. Our association basically did not make any move. Therefore, this Baiquan was won by you alone. We are embarrassed to share it with you, Senior. Chen Guan was stunned. You mean Baiquan let me? He Han smiled awkwardly. It's not like I'm letting you in. Resources are something that only the strong have in Zhongzhou. This should be yours. Hearing this, Chen Guan understood what He Han meant. He Han obviously didn't dare let Lu Xiaoyan and the others share their experience with Chen Guan. He was probably worried about angering Chen Guan, so he chose to do this. Chen Guan could feel He Han's awe of him. This is not surprising. After all, He Han now doesn't even dare to call Chen Guan Brother Chen, but directly calls him Senior. Chen Guan said calmly, indeed, these experiences are very necessary, but since we agreed at the beginning that the experience would be divided equally, now you want to give it directly to me and Qianin? I won't take advantage of you for nothing. As he spoke, Chen Guan waved his hand. A small stack of cards flew towards He Han. He Han was stunned. Then he reached out and took it. When He Han saw the stack of cards, his pupils suddenly condensed. Is it a qualification card? Department qualification cards are consumables. Qianin said that no one would have too many of these things. This is the nature of consumables. Although Chen Guan didn't know how precious this thing was in central China, judging from the characteristics of this thing, it would definitely not be too cheap. Looking at He Han's shocked expression, Chen Guan knew that he guessed right. This thing is still precious in central China. Chen Guan withdrew his gaze and took Qianin into the cave. After entering the cave, there's a long corridor. After passing through the corridor, Chen Guan and Qianin stepped into a stone chamber. As soon as he stepped into the stone chamber, the scene he saw made Chen Guan's eyes light up slightly. There's a natural spring in the middle of the stone chamber, and the water is milky white. This must be Baiquan. Chen Guan muttered. Chen Guan said, according to He Han, to absorb the experience of Baiquan, you need to use your abilities in Baiquan to start acquiring it. So, we have to soak in the hot spring water? Chen Guan muttered. Having said this, Chen Guan seemed to have thought of something. His gaze fell on Qianin beside him, and his eyes lit up. Qianin noticed Chen Guan's gaze, and her cheeks suddenly turned red. Big bad guy. Chen Guan didn't say anything, but it was obvious that Qianin knew that this guy was up to no good again. Chen Guan gave a malicious smile, stretched out his hand, and waved. The entrance to the cave was suddenly blocked by a wall rising from the ground. Looking at Chen Guan's actions, Qianin was startled. She looked at Chen Guan. What are you doing? Chen Guan smiled and said, we must soak in the spring water with our baby, so we can't be disturbed by others. That's why I blocked the entrance with stones. This way it will be more convenient for us. Qianin's cheeks turned red, and she rolled her eyes at Chen Guan. She didn't say anything else and walked to the Baiquan spring to soak in the water. Outside on the cliff, Lu Xiaoyun and others who were intentionally left on the cliff by He Han watched He Han fly back alone. When Lu Xiaoyun saw He Han's figure, she frowned and asked, Dad, did you give Baiquan to them? He Han landed, folded his wings, looked at Lu Xiaoyun, and nodded slightly. He said, they are not at the same level as us. The president asked us to come here. He also said that if Chen Guan really wants Baiquan, we should give it to him. Lu Xiaoyun frowned, but we found Baiquan first, and we agreed to split it equally. He Han looked at Lu Xiaoyun, who looked a little angry and helpless. He said slowly, Baiquan was given to him, but he said he would not take advantage of us. As he spoke, He Han took out a small stack of qualification attribute cards and handed them to Lu Xiaoyun. Lu Xiaoyun was slightly stunned, then she took it. He Han said, he gave this to us as compensation. When Lu Xiaoyun saw it, her pupils narrowed slightly. Is this a qualification card? The qualification cards are not as valuable as Baiquan, but with so many of them, they're much stronger than Baiquan. Lu Xiaoyun looked at Haiyan in disbelief. Is this the compensation he gave us? So much. He Han nodded slightly. Lu Xiaoyun smiled and looked at He Han. It seems that your decision is right, Dad. We can earn too much by exchanging one Baiquan for so many qualification cards. He Han said calmly. In fact, if our flight association can have a friend like Chen Guan, it will be the biggest profit for us. If he can become our friend, his value is higher than the value of these qualification cards plus the Baiquan. Lu Xiaoyun was stunned, and she looked at He Han. Seeing He Han's expression, Lu Xiaoyun immediately understood. She looked more serious. Yes, judging from the strength he has shown, even the Earth Snake is no match for him. His level looks like level 38, but his strength is estimated to be only level 70 to deal with him. Lu Xiaoyun looked at He Han. That's the level of the president. If we can get help from such a strong man, the flight association may become even stronger. He Han shook his head. No. What? Lu Xiaoyun looked at He Han. He Han said, the president told me before that even he is not sure he could defeat Chen Guan's summoned beast. Lu Xiaoyun was stunned. No way. The president is level 70. That's king-level strength. He Han looked at Lu Xiaoyun deeply and said nothing. Lu Xiaoyun also realized that she had spoken out of turn. She had just doubted what He Han said, but the problem was that He Han had no need to lie to him at all. Lu Xiaoyun thought of the battle that Chen Guan had just fought, and she swallowed. Yes, in the battles, just now, he didn't seem to use his full strength. He may have the strength to defeat the president. Incredible, too incredible. Lu Xiaoyun muttered in disbelief, her eyes looking into the abyss below. His eyes were full of shock. He Han looked at Lu Xiaoyun, then retracted his gaze and looked at the abyss below. This friend is worth making friends with. Located in Baiquan Cave, Chen Guan and Qianin were both soaking in the white spring. The white spring is opaque. Although Qianin blushed, she was not so nervous when she realized that the white spring was opaque. However, Chen Guan noticed that as the experience was absorbed, the white color of the white spring slowly became transparent. When Qianin found out, She blushed. Chapter 144. Home is far away? It's okay, I can teleport. The feeling of soaking in the white spring is actually similar to that of a hot spring. Some differences are that the temperature is cooler and the color of the white spring is white. When Chen Guan and Xian Ying used their abilities, two small whirlpools appeared on the white spring, surrounding Chen Guan and Xian Ying. At the same time, Chen Guan could see the experience bar in his data attributes increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. After level 38 was broken through, Chen Guan's level became level 39, and his experience continued to increase. As experience grows, Chen Guan noticed that the white color on the white spring began to dissipate, and the water's surface gradually became transparent. When Chen Guan saw this, he subconsciously looked at Qian Ying beside him. Qian Ying's cheeks flushed. She pretended not to know and continued to gain experience. Looking at Qian Ying's expression, Chen Guan couldn't help but smile. On top of the cliff, He Han and others were waiting there, waiting for Chen Guan and Qian Ying to come out. Time passes by little. There was a hint of doubt in Lu Xiaoyun's eyes. So long? Mu Zhe said strangely. With the experience gained from Baikuan, it should normally take half an hour to resolve. Chen Guan and Qian Ying have been inside for more than an hour. Why haven't they come out yet? Has something happened? Mu Zhe looked at He Han subconsciously. He Han was silent for a moment, as if he had thought of something, and then he said, "Young people are more energetic." When Mu Zhe heard what He Han said, he was a little confused. Chen Guan and Qian Ying haven't come out for so long. What does that have to do with their high energy? Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Mu Zhe's mind, and he understood. He subconsciously looked at Lu Xiaoyun beside him, only to find that Lu Xiaoyun's face was a little red. It was obvious that Lu Xiaoyun also realized it. He Han said calmly, "Wait a little longer." Chen Guan killed Ganru, Fong Lin, and also killed the Earth Snake of the Earth Association. Lu Xiaoyun looked at He Han. How should we deal with this matter? Hearing this, He Han was silent for a moment, thinking, although this was done by Chen Guan, this fight is also related to our Flying Association. If the Fire Knife Association and the Earth Association join forces to deal with us, we probably won't be able to deal with them. But He Han looked at the abyss below. With his help, the outcome might not be certain. Lu Xiaoyun nodded. At the same time, the stone at the entrance of Baikuan cave turned into golden light and dissipated. Chen Guan walked out of the cave, holding a beautiful figure in his arms. It was Qian Ying. Qian Ying closed her eyes lazily, her little head resting on Chen Guan's chest. Just like a kitten, snuggling in Chen Guan's care, her cheeks flushed. Her long, fiery red hair was draped behind her in a somewhat messy manner, and her little face showed fatigue and laziness. She closed her eyes, her long eyelashes were closed. She was so tired that she fell asleep. Chen Guan looked at Qian Ying, who was like a kitten in his arms, smiled, and looked away. A pair of black wings spread out behind him, and with a flap of his wings, his entire body flew upwards. Coming up, a voice sounded. He Han and others immediately looked down and saw Chen Guan flying up from the abyss, holding Qian Ying. Chen Guan's figure slowly fell in front of everyone. "Miss Qian Ying, what is this?" Haiyan looked at Qian Ying, who was being cared for by Chen, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. When Chen Guan heard this, he smiled and said, "She didn't sleep well last night. She was too tired and fell asleep while bathing in the spring." Chen Guan didn't say anything about this. Qian Ying did fall asleep while bathing in the white spring. Hearing this, He Han looked at Chen Guan's expression and realized something. He no longer bothered about this issue. Now that the battle for Baikuan is over, if you have nowhere else to go, you can continue to stay at our flight association. Our flight association welcomes you at any time. Chen Guan nodded slightly. "I really don't have anywhere to go at the moment. Since you said so, I won't be polite. Qian Ying is a little tired. I plan to take her back first and let her have a good rest. I want to accompany you on the airship." Hearing this, He Han was a little confused. What do you mean by not accompanying them on the airship? Did Chen Guan plan to use the Black Dragon to carry him and Qian Ying back? He Han thought about this and said, "There are rooms inside the airship with beds for people to rest. If you plan to use the Black Dragon, the top of the Black Dragon will definitely not be as comfortable as the inside of the airship. Miss Qian Ying will probably not be very comfortable resting like this." When Chen Guan heard this, he smiled and said, "You think too much. I can teleport. I plan to go back to my room directly." Teleport. Before He Han and others could react, Chen Guan's figure disappeared from the sight of He Han and others. He Han was stunned. Teleport. Lu Xiaoyan couldn't help but exclaim. She looked at He Han beside her with some disbelief. He Han nodded. It's probably true. I'm very confident in my eyesight. But when he disappeared just now, I didn't see any movement. This is definitely not a level that can be achieved by speed. Teleportation. Muze looked at the direction where Chen Guan left. Among all the people with special abilities in Zhongzhou, this kind of ability has never appeared before. This should only exist in fantasy. But now someone has actually realized it. He can kill a level 63 super warrior in seconds with his level 38 strength, and he has also awakened various highly skilled abilities. Now, he can even use teleportation. Who on earth is he? Chen Guan used teleportation to return to the bedroom of the villa. After returning to the bedroom, Chen Guan placed Qianyin in his arms on the bed. After Qianyin was discovered, she opened her eyes lazily, and her big ruby-like eyes looked at Chen Guan lazily. Chen Guan smiled, stretched out his hand, and scratched her nose. Awake. Qianyin blushed, and a smile appeared on her face. She closed her eyes with peace of mind. Seeing that the girl didn't respond to him, Chen Guan knew that she was indeed tired. Chen Guan opened his attribute data column and looked at his level. At this moment, Chen Guan's level has reached 40. I'm already level 40. Next, I need to get some level 40 breakthrough beads and breakthrough materials. There's a third level in the trial cave, and there should be various mutated elite beasts above level 40 on the third level. You have to go to the third level trial cave. Thinking of this, Chen Guan turned around and glanced at Qianyin beside him. This is not Dongzhou, nor is it Qianyin's home. This is someone else's territory in Zhongzhou. Although this is the territory of the Flying Association, Chen Guan does not trust this association that much. Qianyin is resting, and if I leave, it will be difficult to protect her. However, this is not a problem. Chen Guan raised his hand and black mist filled the air. The black mist condensed into the shape of a skeleton. After the skeleton solidified, it picked up the black machete in its hand and walked out of the door on its own. The skeleton man was guarding the entrance, standing with a knife in hand. Chapter 145. The genius of the Flying Association intends to kill the skeleton man. After resolving this worry, Chen Guan left. In central China, each association has its own independent manor, and those associations will build many houses and villas in the manor for living. Those who live in the manor are the high-ranking officials or elites of the association. Chen Guan currently lives in the manor of the Flying Association. A woman in black clothes and long silver hair entered from the gate of the manor and walked towards her residence. When the woman entered the manor, she immediately attracted the attention of passers-by. It's Counselor Tia. Remember Tia? Are you talking about the member of the Flying Association who has been training outside for more than 5 years, never attends any meetings, and is rarely seen every year? Right. Look at this. He looks to be around 25 years old. So, Counselor Tia became a counselor when he was 20? This is too scary. Well, Counselor Tia is known as the youngest counselor in the Flying Association. Her talent is beyond doubt. By the way, didn't He Han bring a foreign aide here a few days ago? I remember that foreign aide was level 37, and he was about the same age as Counselor Tia. I heard that the foreign aide had a very high level of proficiency. How do you think he compares to Counselor Tia? Are you kidding me? A level 37. Counselor Tia was already level 60 when she was 20 years old. Now, 5 years have passed, and you can see that Counselor Tia's level has already reached 62nd. How can that foreign aide compare with Counselor Tia? You must be kidding me. Tia ignored the discussions around her and walked along the road towards her residence. She subconsciously stopped when passing a villa and turned her head to look at the gate of the villa next to her. In front of the gate of the villa, a skeleton man wearing black armor and holding a black machete stood at the door. Seeing the skeleton man, Tia frowned. She felt a strong fluctuation of source power from the skeleton man in black armor in front of her. A summoned creature of the summoning attribute. Tia muttered to herself. From the source power fluctuations fell from this summoned creature. Its strength is not simple. Strange, when did the Flying Association have a highly skilled summoner? Tia thought for a moment, then looked at the passers-by behind her. Come here. One of the passers-by was a little confused. He pointed at himself and said, Me? Tia nodded slightly. When the passerby heard this, he hurried towards Tia. Tia looked at the villa. Who lives in it? The passerby explained, Sir, we have discovered a white spring in the Moon Pond Abyss. We are currently competing with the people from the Fire Knife Association for the White Spring. In order to win the competition, Han brought 2 foreign aides from outside. This villa is currently arranged for them to live in by the president. Passers-by noticed the skeleton in front of the villa. It's strange. In the morning, Counselor Han took them to the Moon Pond Abyss to participate in the competition. There should be no other people in this villa. Where did this skeleton-summoned beast come from? Passers-by were also a little confused. I haven't seen it when I passed by before. Tia was startled. She frowned. Not from that foreign aide? The passerby shook his head. I'm not sure about this. When Tia heard this, she frowned and asked, what are the levels of those 2 foreign players? One is 37 and the other is 28, explained the passerby. Hearing this, Tia's expression became a little serious. The source power fluctuations surrounding that summoned beast are definitely not something that a level 37 person can summon. Tia said calmly, although I don't know what's going on, something is wrong. We must go into the villa to confirm the situation. Go away. I'll deal with the summoned beast. Hearing what Tia said, the passerby quickly stepped back. Tia stretched out her hand and pulled out the black dagger tied to the water snake's waist. Her eyes were fixed on the skeleton in front of her. What's going on with that skeleton? Didn't the 2 foreign aides leave? Who summoned them? I don't know. Counselor Tia just said that she also wants to know what's going on and she wants to go into the villa to see what's going on. So, she plans to kill the skeleton man. Is that so? Then it's easy. Counselor ITIA, your level 62 attribute value can kill that skeleton man instantly. Tia stared at the skeleton in front of her and said calmly, I will kill you with 1 sword. As the words fell, a pair of pitch-black wings suddenly spread out behind Tia. She stepped on the ground and flapped her wings behind her. Tia's body turned into a black shadow and rushed towards the skeleton man. The speed is so fast that it cannot be captured by the naked eye. The black dagger in Tia's hand had already slashed towards the skeleton man's throat. Clang, accompanied by the sound of hard objects colliding with each other. Tia's pupils suddenly shrank, and the black dagger in her hand collided with the machete in the skeleton's hand. Tia's pupils suddenly condensed. She raised her head and saw that it was the skeleton man's pupils with red flames. The red flame was like a human eye, staring at Tia. The passers-by saw this scene, and their eyes widened. Tia's attack was blocked? The 62nd level attribute value can actually be blocked? Who summoned this skeleton man? Could it be those 2 foreign players? Impossible. The 2 foreign players are only level 37 at best. How could a level 37 player achieve this? The skeleton man exerted force suddenly. Clang! Tia was bounced away by a huge force. Her body flew out and landed on the ground. Her feet left 2 3-meter-long traces on the ground before she stopped. The skeleton man looked at Tia with his pupils. It did not chase after Tia to attack her. After pushing Tia away, it continued to stand at the door, guarding the door like a guard. Tia frowned. I never thought that the skeleton summons I encountered when I just came back from training outside could react at my speed and resist my attacks. It's really interesting, Tia said lightly. It seems that I have to be a little more serious. Tia raised the dagger in her hand, and black mist emerged from her body. Tia said, awaken in 1 turn and concentrate your mind. Ning, it can increase my speed by 3 times when I start the first awakening. At the same time, the faster I am, the stronger my attack power will be. I want to see how you can withstand my attack after the first awakening. Chapter 146, A Misunderstanding Made Qianin Angry. After she finished speaking, Tia crouched down slightly, staring at the skeleton man in front of her. At this moment, she was like a wild cat that had set its sights on its target. Suddenly, she moved, flapped the wings behind her violently, and her body flew towards the skeleton man like a ghost. This speed is several times faster than the previous one. In an instant, she was close to the skeleton, turned the dagger in her hand, and slashed at the skeleton's throat. Clang! Suddenly, there was a crisp sound. Tia's pupils narrowed as she looked at the machete in front of her. The dagger and machete in Tia's hands collided. Tia's pupils trembled, and there was a look of disbelief in her eyes. Clang! There was another muffled sound, and a huge force once again sent Tia flying. Tia's body flew out, turned 3 times in the air, landed on the ground, and then took 3 steps back before she stabilized her body again. She looked at the skeleton in front of her in disbelief, with a look of doubt and confusion. Tia adjusted her mood, and her brows furrowed. 3rd turn awakening, shadow, phantom. After Tia finished speaking, she closed her eyes. Tia's entire body turned into black mist and dissipated. Suddenly, her body emerged from the shadow under the skeleton man's feet, and her figure appeared behind the skeleton man. The dagger in his hand stabbed into the back of the skeleton's neck. After the third awakening, Shadow Phantom can merge his body into the shadow, approach the enemy through the shadow, and then merge into the enemy's shadow, suddenly emerge, and then attack. Within 3 seconds after appearing, Tia's attack power will increase tenfold. Even if a strong man of the same level as Tia were faced with such a ghostly attack, it would be difficult for him to react, and he would be killed directly by Tia. Tia has used this move to kill countless strong men of the same level. This is the first time she has used this move on a summoned creature. In most cases, Tia uses this method to directly deal with people with special abilities. Clang. The tip of the dagger pierced the bone on the back of the skeleton's neck. The feel of it in her hand made Tia's pupils narrow. The skeleton man reacted, turned his body to the side, stretched out his big hand, and grabbed Tia. Tia's body shook, and she quickly dodged the skeleton man's hand and retreated 10 meters away. She stared at the skeleton, her face full of shock. How is it possible? Her level is 62, and her level attributes are extremely high. And what increased Tia was not just her level, she also frequently improved her proficiency in abilities. In the Flying Association, the only one who is more powerful than Tia is the president. As for other council members and other people, Tia doesn't take them seriously. In order to make herself stronger, Tia has been leaving the association to gain experience and become stronger. In Tia's opinion, there is currently no rival in the Flying Association except the president. With this idea in mind, she returned to the association, but she didn't expect to encounter such a thing as soon as she returned to the association. This thing can actually resist her third level awakening. Next, Tia only had one last trump card left, the ability she had just recently realized, the fourth level awakening. But now, to deal with such a summoned creature, he had to use his biggest trump card. Tia frowned and was hesitating. Suddenly, crackle, a sound was heard. Hearing the sound, Tia looked at the door that was slowly opening, and the passers-by, watching nearby, also looked towards the door. The door opened. A beautiful figure walked out from the gate. When Tia saw the pretty figure, her eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a hint of luster in her eyes. A girl in a white shirt came in from a gate. The girl had long, flame-red hair that naturally fell on her shoulders. Under her bangs was a pretty face with a natural charm. The thin shirt wrapped around her tall and proud figure. Even though Tia had been training in central China for so many years and had seen countless beauties, she couldn't help but feel amazed when she saw the girl in front of her. Isn't she the female foreign aide? Didn't she go to the Moon Pond Abyss with Counselor Hei Han in the morning? When Tia heard the puzzled voice of the passerby beside her, she was slightly startled and turned her gaze back to the girl. Notice the rank above the girl's head. Level 30? There was a hint of doubt in Tia's eyes. After Xin Ming walked out the door, she looked at Tia and then looked at the skeleton man beside her. After seeing the skeleton, Xin Ming also knew what was going on. She looked at Tia and said, "Who are you? Why are you attacking it?" Tia looked at Xin Ming and then said, "Did you summon this skeleton?" The answer is not relevant to the question. Xin Ming shook her head and looked at Tia. "This is my lover's summoned creature. He might have gone out for something, so I guess my lover summoned this creature to protect me. I was just resting on the second floor, and when I heard the noise here, I came down to take a look." Hearing this, Tia seemed to realize something, but she felt something was wrong. "What level is your lover?" Now, Xin Ming was a little unhappy. The first time Tia answered the question irrelevantly, Xin Ming felt a little uncomfortable. She had been patiently answering her question, but now this person asked again. This feeling made Xin Ming feel like a prisoner being interrogated. She frowned and said, "What does this have to do with you? Now you are the one who attacked the summoned creature that my lover left behind to protect me. I asked you the question first, but you didn't answer my question and asked me this. Aren't you going too far?" Tia was startled. She frowned and said, "My name is Tia, and I'm a member of the Flying Association. The strength of that summoned creature is abnormal. I heard from others that your lover is a level 37 person, and such a person cannot summon such a creature. This is not right. As a member of the association, I feel that I must investigate it clearly." Chen Guan became even more impatient. She frowned and looked at Tia. In the final analysis, You just don't believe that my lover can summon this thing, right? I've already told you that this is the summoned creature summoned by my lover. Believe it or not. After saying that, Qianyin didn't plan to continue paying attention to Tia. She turned around and planned to go back to rest. When Tia looked over, she saw her figure standing in front of Qianyin, blocking her way. A powerful summoned creature that shouldn't be here, but the person in front of him couldn't explain the origin of this thing. Tia frowned, and she now suspected that there was something wrong with Qianyin even more. She looked at Qianyin. You can't leave until the problem is sorted out. This time, Qianyin was completely furious. She frowned and looked at Tia. He's not here, so you guys are going to bully me, right? You really think I'm easy to bully, right? After she finished speaking, Qianyin's whole body was covered with a red halo. She was really angry, and she planned to teach the guy in front of her a lesson. Chapter 147. The consequences of threatening her are unbearable for ordinary people. Qianyin's words made Tia a little confused. Tia looked at the level above Qianyin's head. Level 30. You know, Tia is currently level 62, and her level is also reflected on her forehead. Tia is sure that the girl in front of her can see her level, but she dares to talk to her like this? Why? Tia didn't understand. And Qianyin has already moved. She moved her body, and under Tia's gaze, Qianyin's figure instantly appeared in front of her. He clenched his fist and punched Tia directly in the face. Tia's pupils narrowed slightly, and there was a hint of surprise in her eyes. So fast. Tia had never expected Qianyin to be so fast, and she was unable to react for a moment. Boom! Qianyin's fist landed hard on Tia's face. Accompanied by a muffled sound, Tia's body flew out and hit the closed door behind her hard. Boom! The door was knocked down directly by Tia, and Tia flew into the house. His body hit the ground, leaving a 3-meter-long trail before he stopped. The passers-by who were watching the game nearby all widened their eyes at the scene in front of them. In front of passers-by, Qianyin, wearing a white shirt, stood gracefully in front of the gate. Her flaming long hair fluttered with her movement just now. Under the red bangs, there was no expression on her naturally charming face. Her ruby-like eyes were now staring at Tia in front of her. Qianyin is very tall. She must have been in a hurry to come out, with her snow-white little feet bare. Qianyin just stood outside the door, clenched her fist, and looked at Tia, who was sent flying into the house by her punch. She's only level 30, right? Remember, Tia has a strength of level 62. How did she do it? Did you see her actions just now? No, she was too fast. I only had time to see a shadow before Senator Tia flew out. That speed doesn't seem like a speed that should be achieved at level 30. Inside the house, Tia slowly stood up, covering her nose with her hands, blood oozing from her nose. She wiped the blood from her nose and stared at Qianyin. You're exposed. Qianyin was startled. She frowned and asked, What are you talking about? Tia shook her hand, splashing the blood on it onto the ground. She stared at Qianyin and said, A person with a level 30 ability doesn't have such speed and strength. You're not the foreign aide hired by He Han. Who are you? She raised the dagger in her hand, pointed it at Qianyin, and said, What's your purpose in sneaking into the association's manor? Hearing this, Qianyin was speechless. She looked at Tia helplessly. I think you are just a self-righteous idiot, right? Tia frowned. Qianyin said, I don't know anything, so I'm just guessing. If you find it strange, you can ask He Han. Tia's eyebrows relaxed, and she looked at Qianyin. It seems that you don't know that the person you are pretending to be has followed He Han to the Moon Pond Abyss as an external aid of our association. Your words remind me that since He Han has not returned yet, the person you are pretending to be will not come back either. I am now more certain that you are in disguise. You are from the Fire Knife Association, right? Tia stared at Qianyin seriously. What is your purpose? Hearing this, Qianyin suddenly got angry. Guess again, if you don't understand anything, why don't you call He Han and he will know everything? Humph. Tia stared at Qianyin and said, That's not necessary. As the words fell, Tia's figure slowly turned into black mist and dissipated. Qianyin was slightly stunned, and she hadn't reacted yet. A figure suddenly emerged from the gap in the shadow behind Qianyin. Tia's figure appeared behind Qianyin. Tia put one arm around Qianyin's body, and at the same time a sharp dagger was placed on Qianyin's neck. Qianyin felt the chill on her neck. She paused slightly and frowned. Ability? Tia whispered in Qianyin's ear. If you don't want to die, tell me immediately. Who are you? What is your purpose in sneaking into the Fire Knife Association? Tia is skeptical about Qiannin's identity, but she is not sure whether Qiannin is a friend or an enemy, so Tia plans to use threats to force Qiannin to tell the truth. Qiannin frowned and was about to speak. Suddenly, puff, accompanied by the sound of flesh and blood being separated. Qiannin only felt her body relax. She came to her senses, stepped forward, then turned around and looked back. The scene she saw made Qiannin's pupils narrow slightly. A pair of broken arms were lying on the ground. Tia was 20 meters away from where she was just now. Tia's arms were broken and blood was flowing out from the wounds. Tia's face was as pale as paper, and she looked ahead with trembling pupils. At the place where Qiannin and Tia had just stood, a skeleton man wearing black armor stood there, holding a black machete. The red flames in its pupils were filled with murderous intent as it stared at Tia. If Tia hadn't reacted quickly enough, it wouldn't just be Tia's hands that were chopped off by the machete. When Qiannin saw this, she immediately understood what was going on. This skeleton man was left behind by Chen Guan to protect her. The moment Tia put the knife on Qiannin's neck, it triggered the protection order left by Chen Guan for the skeleton man. The skeleton man has already identified Tia as a dangerous existence that will threaten Qiannin. Tia was panting, her pupils trembling as she looked at the skeleton man, cold sweat on her forehead. The intense pain made her feel uncomfortable all over. The passersby who were watching this scene were also stunned for a moment. The skeleton man, holding a machete, walked towards Tia. Tia took a deep breath, and her broken arms began to repair themselves at a speed visible to the naked eye. The skeletons are getting closer. Fourth Awakening, Shadow Realm. Tia started the Fourth Awakening. A black area with a diameter of 500 meters spread out from Tia's body, covering the spherical space within a radius of 500 meters. The skeleton figure approached, swung the machete in his hand, and slashed at Tia. The machete hit Tia. Tia's figure was directly cut into two pieces, and the moment it was cut into two pieces, the body turned into a black shadow. When Qiannin saw this scene, her eyes sparkled. She looked around, and everything she saw filled her eyes with a hint of surprise. Countless Tia appeared in front of Qiannin. Groups of Tia holding black daggers moved and rushed towards the skeletons. They were extremely fast. As they got closer, all the daggers in their hands were pointed at the skeleton. The skeleton man didn't care about the attacks of the Tia at all. He swept around and swung the machete in his hand, killing one Tia. However, Tia's attack had no effect on the skeleton man. Chapter 148. Can a skeleton man defeat a strong man with a domain? Such a high defense. Tia's face looked a little ugly. Tia's attacks were ineffective against the skeletons, but the skeleton's attacks were very effective. Just one swing of the machete is enough to kill a Tia. However, these Tia figures are obviously not physical entities. The Tia cut off by the machete will only turn into black mist and dissipate. Qiannin saw this scene and looked around. Domain, even my grandfather hasn't realized the fourth level awakening yet. In this central continent, a person who is only a few years older than me has actually realized it. She looked at Tia. However, even if she is at level 62, has comprehended the fourth level of awakening, and can create her own territory, she is still no match for one of his summons. Qiannin's eyes were shining. Tia felt an unprecedented sense of pressure at this moment. She felt that the skeleton in front of her was like a completely indefensible mountain, rolling towards her. Her shadow field allows her to hide her true self within these countless shadows. Although these shadows are just clones, the shadows in the shadow field still have 3 times the speed of the original bodies under normal circumstances. If Tia encounters someone with the same level of abilities, she can use the speed of the shadows in this shadow field to kill the opponent instantly, or slowly wear them down. But facing the skeleton man in front of him, Tia found that his attacks were just tickling the skeleton man. It doesn't have any effect at all. This skeleton man not only has terrifying defense, but also terrifying speed and attack power. The shadows created by Tia using source power were chopped off one by one in front of the skeleton man. The number of shadows is decreasing rapidly. Tia's face turned pale. Her real body can hide in the shadow, but if there's only one shadow left, then she won't be able to hide. If that happens, you'll die. What kind of existence summoned this skeleton? Why is it so powerful? These two questions emerged in Tia's mind, but she couldn't think about it too much. She had to find a way to defeat this skeleton man. Only by defeating it could she survive. But Tia found that no matter what she did, it was all in vain. All the shadows in the shadow realm died. In the end, only Tia's real body was left standing there. She looked at the oncoming skeleton man and watched the skeleton man raise his machete to chop towards her face. Despair appeared in her eyes. Stop! Suddenly, a voice sounded. The skeleton man's machete stopped. Tia's pupils trembled as she looked at the machete less than a centimeter away from her face. She swallowed and turned her eyes to look at the person who spoke. Over there, Chen Guan, wearing a white shirt, looked at Tia. Tia was a very arrogant and impolite guy, which led to misunderstandings, but those misunderstandings alone would not cost Tia his life. Chen Guan looked at the skeleton and said, "Just teach her a lesson. There's no need to kill her. Go back and guard the door." When the skeleton man heard this, he slowly retracted the machete that was blocking the door in front of Tia, turned around, and walked towards the gate. Tia looked at the skeleton man's back as he left, and the black ball area covering her slowly dissipated. Tia's body shook. She lost her balance and fell directly to the ground. She frowned and shook her head to keep herself awake. "Have you overdrawn your energy?" Chen Yin's voice came. Tia came back to her senses and raised her face to look at Chen Yin. Chen Yin walked to Tia and looked at Tia. Tia looked at the charming woman in front of her. "Why did you save me?" Chen Yin looked at Tia and said, "You are a member of the Flying Association. Although you are very rude, it is not good to kill you because of your rudeness." When Tia heard this, she looked at Chen Yin seriously, and then she slowly looked away. "It seems that you didn't lie to me. I misunderstood you. Although some things don't make sense, you saved my life. This action has proved that you are a friend, not an enemy. I misunderstood you." Tia regained some strength and struggled to get up. Chen Yin looked at Tia and said, "No need to apologize. You've suffered a lot because of this misunderstanding. We're even now." Tia looked at the skeleton man not far away. The skeleton man stood in front of the gate, holding a machete, guarding the gate like a ruthless guard. Tia frowned. "Who summoned that skeleton man?" Chen Yin rolled her eyes. "Why don't you understand what I'm saying? I've already said that the skeleton was left behind by my lover to protect me. It was naturally summoned by my lover." "Your lover?" Tia looked at Chen Yin. "What is his real level?" "Level 70. Chen Yin said. "Of course not. He absorbed the white spring this morning, and his level just reached 40. "That's impossible." Tia said, "This skeleton man is superior to me in defense, strength, and speed, but I'm level 62, and I'm confident in my own strength. Even people with abilities of the same level can hardly suppress me in terms of attributes. Only those who can suppress me can do so at a higher level than me." Tia looked at the skeleton. "The overall attributes of this skeleton, in my opinion, can only be so strong if it reaches level 70. Level 40? How is that possible?" Chen Yin shrugged. "Believe it or not." Chen Yin was too lazy to explain. Even if she told the truth, she wouldn't believe it. What else could she say? Chen Yin turned around, gave Tia a charming look, and then walked into the house on her own. "Where are you going?" Tia asked subconsciously. Chen Yin paused for a moment, turned slightly, and looked at Tia. "Go to sleep." After saying that, Chen Yin withdrew her gaze and planned to go back to her room to rest. She hadn't taken 2 steps when her vision suddenly blurred. My body bumped into someone's arms. Chen Yin was slightly startled. She raised her head and saw a familiar face. Chen Guan looked at Chen Yin and smiled. "Why did you come outside?" When Chen Yin saw Chen Guan coming back, her eyes lit up slightly and a smile appeared on her face. "It was a bit noisy outside just now." "Noisy?" Chen Guan looked around with some confusion, and his eyes fell on Tia. Tia looked at Chen Guan in front of her with trembling pupils, and there was disbelief in her eyes. This guy, where did he come from? As a user with special abilities, Tia's main ability is speed. As a person with speed ability, she uses source power to train her eyesight to ensure that her eyes can adapt to her speed. She is very confident in her eyesight, but she didn't catch any trace of this man's appearance just now. It was as if he appeared out of thin air. Chapter 149, his strength is estimated to be at least king level. When a man's eyes met Tia's heart skipped a beat. It was him. This was the lover that the woman had mentioned. So the skeleton man was the one he had summoned. Things have been dealt with. I just took a shower, and now I feel a little tired and want to rest. Chen Yin's voice came. Chen Guan came back to his senses and looked at Chen Yin. Chen Yin's hair was messily draped behind her, and she was wearing a white shirt. The shirt was quite long and could barely be used as a skirt. Under the hem of the shirt, her legs were long and straight, and her feet were bare. Looking at Qiannin's charming figure, Chen Guan was somewhat moved. However, when he saw her little feet without even shoes, Chen Guan was slightly stunned. He stretched out his hands helplessly and held Qiannin in his arms. Qiannin was slightly startled. She blushed and looked at Chen Guan. "Stop making trouble." Chen Guan smiled and carried Qiannin into the room. "You little girl, you come outside without even wearing shoes." Upon hearing this, Qiannin knew that Chen Guan was just afraid that she would get her feet dirty, so she immediately relaxed and smiled playfully. "It's okay. I have awakened the ability of the blue ocean attribute and will wrap my feet with water flow, so they won't get dirty." Chen Guan looked at Qiannin. Use abilities as shoes? Is she planning to start learning how to use her abilities? Chen Guan smiled and said, "When will abilities replace clothes?" Qiannin blinked and didn't react for a moment. Suddenly, her cheeks turned red and she rolled her eyes at Chen Guan. "Pervert." Chen Guan smiled. Tia stood there and watched Chen Guan and Qiannin enter the house together. She frowned. "Strange, how did he get here?" "Tia." Suddenly, a voice came. Hearing the voice, Tia came back to her senses. She turned her head and saw someone walking toward her. Member Black Han. Tia looked at Counselor Black Han coming over, and her expression was a little more puzzled. "I heard that you guys went to the Moon Pond Abyss to compete with the Fireblade Association. Are you back so soon?" Hei Han looked serious. Something happened. There was a hint of solemnity in Tia's eyes. Something happened? Hei Han nodded. "Although I brought people to participate in the fight, almost none of our people took action in that fight. The one who took action on our side was a level 38 foreign aide I invited." "What do you mean?" Tia didn't understand. Hei Han said, "The name of the foreign aide is Chen Guan. The president guessed that he should be a big boss who used the ability of disguise. In that fight, Ganru, Fong Lin, and Dishi were all killed by him." Tia's pupils shrank involuntarily. She stared at Hei Han with disbelief in her eyes. "What did you say?" "The Earth Snake was also killed by him." Hei Han nodded slightly. He looked at Chen Guan's residence and said, "At present, it seems that the Fire Knife Association and the Earth Association will not let Chen Guan go. Because Chen Guan is our foreign aide, it is estimated that our association will not be peaceful in the future." When Tia heard this, she looked at Hei Han and said, "The president contacted me last night and asked me to come back, but he didn't tell me the reason. Now I understand. It turned out to be because of this." As she spoke, Tia looked towards Chen Guan's residence. Hei Han looked in the direction Tia was looking and towards the door of Chen Guan's residence. Looking at the door, Hei Han's eyes showed a hint of doubt. "I remember he lived here. Why is the door of his villa broken?" Tia glanced at Hei Han and said, "There was a misunderstanding just now. I had a fight with that guy's summon." Hei Han's pupils condensed, and he looked at Tia fiercely. "Misunderstanding?" Hei Han suddenly felt uneasy. That person is not easy to deal with. In the current situation, the association and Chen Guan need to cooperate with each other to deal with the retaliation of the Fire Knife Association and the Earth Association. At this time, Tia and Chen Guan had a misunderstanding, which was a result that the association could not bear no matter what. Tia crossed her arms across her chest. "Don't worry. The misunderstanding between him and me has been resolved." Hearing this, Hei Han breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good." After finishing speaking, Hei Han looked at the skeleton summoned that was still standing at the door and said, "Are you fighting with that skeleton?" Tia nodded slightly. Hei Han said, "Win or lose?" "I almost died." Tia replied quickly. The corner of Hei Han's mouth twitched, and he nodded slightly. "It's expected." When Tia heard this, she subconsciously looked at Hei Han. "What is his strength? Do you know?" Hei Han shook his head. "The president has seen the summons he summoned." At that time, the president's judgment was that his strength was unfathomable. Tia frowned. "King level?" Hei Han nodded slightly. "At least king level." Tia was startled. She looked at Hei Han. "At least?" Hei Han said, "Yes, this is the president's judgment. He is at least at the king level. If we speculate further, it's not impossible. In short, he is unfathomable." Tia's pupils trembled, and she was a little shocked. King level. In the entire central continent, there are only a handful of people who can reach this level. And for that person, the king level is just a minimum? Who is he? How strong is he? Tia looked at Chen Guan's residence and was stunned for a long time. The Aviation Association headquarters. Chairman Quan Gang was sitting in front of his desk. Directly in front of him was a projection screen. In the screen, an old man with red hair, a strong body, and a beard was looking at Quan Gang with a sullen face. Quan Gang had a gentle smile on his face. President Liang, how are you? Is there anything you want to talk to me about at this time? Liang said sullenly, what's the matter? Your people killed my son and one of my counselors. Now you ask me what's the matter. Quan Gang frowned, stroked his beard, and looked at Liang. The murderer is not from my flying association, but he is indeed an external aide invited by my association. This matter is indeed related to my association. At this point, Quan Gang looked at Liang and said, but, President Liang, please understand that even I can't change this matter. Liang stood up suddenly and slapped the table in front of him. Bang! The table was smashed to pieces by Liang's palm. He stared at Quan Gang and said, hand over the murderer, or I will make your flying association pay the price. When Quan Gang heard this, he smiled and said, President Liang, don't be so excited. If you want revenge, I can always arrange a duel between you and him so that you can get revenge with your own hands. Liang was stunned. He looked at Quan Gang strangely. Can you arrange it? The gap between Quan Gang's strength and Liang's is not that big. Liang thought that Quan Gang would intend to protect the person, but Liang did not expect Quan Gang to give in. Does this mean that the murderer of his son will be killed by him? This made Liang feel a little strange. Quan Gang said, of course I can make arrangements, but I have to persuade you. After all, we have been rivals for many years, and we are also friends for many years. I am afraid that you cannot win. What? I can't beat him. Chapter 150, I use the power to create stars. Thanks to Wanfeng's great certification for the extra chapter. Faced with Quan Gang's doubts about his own strength, Liang was so angry that the wrinkles on his face were squeezed together. He stared at Quan Gang angrily, his face flushed with anger, and said word by word, where is he? Looking at Liang's expression, Quan Gang stroked his beard and said, he is currently staying at my manor as a guest. You could go find him. However, I suggest you not to provoke him. Liang snorted coldly. The picture disappears. Quan Gang watched this scene and stroked his beard. From today on, our aviation association will have one less competitor in Dongzhou City. Chen Guan spent some time collecting the breakthrough beads and attribute cards he needed. After the breakthrough, he returned to Qianin. Previously, Chen Guan collected a lot of breakthrough materials needed for level 30 and gave them to Qianin to help her break through. After the two broke through, Chen Guan's level reached level 41, and Qianin's level reached level 31. Chen Guan, who had just finished taking a shower, sat on the edge of the bed and looked at Qianin beside him. Qianin was lying on the bed with her eyes closed, catching up on her sleep. Qianin didn't get a good rest because of someone's disturbance before. Now that Chen Guan is back, she can naturally have a good rest. Looking at Qianin's innocent little face filled with a relieved smile, Chen Guan's eyes were full of tenderness. There was a smile on his face. Qianin is the granddaughter of the president of the Dongzhou Thunder Association. There is no state apparatus in this world. An association is comparable to a state apparatus, and her status is comparable to that of a princess. Not only is her status respected, but her appearance and figure are also perfect. In this world, because it is a world where the strong are respected, both men and women have to do various exercises, and everyone has a good figure. Qianin is the most beautiful woman Chen Guan has ever seen. There are too many people pursuing her. But now this girl just stays by his side obediently and accepts whatever he wants to do. Now I have successfully possessed her. Chen Guan felt a little dazed and a little unreal. He subconsciously reached out and lifted the strands of hair that were sticking to her cheeks and put them behind her ears. The soft touch of hair came. The feeling of touch on his fingertips told Chen Guan that all this was real and not a dream. Chen Guan took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and adjusted this strange emotion a little. Then he stood up on his own. Gug. As soon as he stood up, Chen Guan heard an inappropriate voice. Hearing this sound, Chen Guan subconsciously touched his stomach. He stretched out his hand. The hand glowed green. A plant grew out of the ground. It grew quickly and became a small tree. The small tree blooms and bears fruit. A ripe peach hangs on the branch of a small tree. Chen Guan picked the peach, put it in his mouth, and started eating. It is juicy and sweet when you eat it. Chen Guan looked at the plant in the room that was created by his own source power. Source power is the source of all things. It can create almost everything in the world today, including various plants and animals. The upper limit of the source power that a normal person with special abilities possesses is very limited. In order to awaken and master an ability, a person sometimes needs to spend his entire life to become proficient in it. Therefore, even if the source force is the source of all things and can create all things in the world, no one can do it. Because it is so difficult, a person would not even spend a lifetime to create one creature, let alone create other creatures. But this is different for Chen Guan. No matter which ability he awakens, his proficiency can reach the upper limit. In other words, as long as Chen Guan is willing, he can create everything in the world. Chen Guan thought of this. The abilities I currently use can create everything except experience. So can I create a world? This idea is too exaggerated. So exaggerated that it goes beyond ordinary people's cognition. No one person uses power to create the world, because it's simply impossible. It is already very difficult for an ordinary person with special abilities to use their abilities to create a summoned creature and then maintain it. It is too crazy to use source power to create a world and then maintain a world. But Chen Guan wanted to give it a try. Chen Guanzhong opened his right hand, and a silver ring appeared on the palm of his right hand. This was the inspiration Chen Guan got from his own fantasy stories in another world. By creating a medium, and then creating a space within that medium, then create a world within that space. Chen Guan's figure disappeared on the spot. When Chen Guan opened his eyes again, he found that it was pitch black all around him, and there was nothing. Can't see anything. Is this the space inside the ring? If you want to create a world, you need sunshine. If you want sunshine, you need a sun. As Chen Guan's thoughts came to mind, light appeared in front of his eyes. As Chen Guan gazed, a star appeared before his eyes, and this star was emitting blazing flames. The fire it emitted illuminated the surroundings. Chen Guan's eyes trembled slightly as he looked at the extremely huge star in front of him. Although Chen Guan had thought about stars in his mind, when he actually created such a star, he couldn't help feeling shocked. Chen Guan looked around. At this moment, Chen Guan had an illusion that he was not in the space inside the ring, but in the vast universe, in the vacuum of the universe. But different. In addition to this star, there are other stars in the universe. But it's not there. Chen Guan looked at the stars in front of him. He could feel the burning sensation emanating from a star. But because of Chen Guan's own defense, he could feel it. But this thing could not cause any harm to Chen Guan. Chen Guan took a breath, subconsciously. But there is no gas. An idea suddenly occurred to Chen Guan. He raised his hand and looked at his hand. This place is indeed a vacuum. And the reason there are no stars is because I have not created other stars. There is no oxygen in a vacuum. The reason why I am not dead is because my body's own data is protecting me. In other words, this is within one's own ring space. When the source force is strong enough, can we create a universe? Chen Guan looked at the star in front of him and couldn't help muttering. The other side, two people came to the door of Chen Guan's villa. Is this where that kid lives? Lai Yang, who looked like a bear and was wearing a red windbreaker, stared at the villa in front of him. Next to Lai Yang, Guild President Quan Gang stroked his beard and glanced at Lai Yan. Yes, the skeleton man over there is his summoned creature. Having said this, Quan Gang paused, then looked at Lai Yang. Do you need me to knock on the door for you? Li Yang's face darkened. Get lost. His eyes fell on the skeleton guarding in front of the villa door. He raised his big hand and pointed it at the skeleton man. The crimson flames surrounded Lai Yang and condensed into a crimson longsword. Chapter 151. You don't even need to show up to deal with the king level. Additional update. This is the manor of the Flying Association. Many members of the Flying Association live in this manor. When Quan Gang brought Lai Yang into the manor, they attracted the attention of many people. When they saw President Quan Gang and his mortal enemy, Lai Yang, entering the manor, they were all a little confused. But when they saw Quan Gang and Lai Yang arrive at the door of Chen Guan's villa, they were even more confused. President Quan Gang brought that old fellow Lai Yang to the door of Chen Guan's villa. Isn't this too weird? I heard that Chen Guan killed Liang's son Gan Ru and the Fire Knife Association's counselor Fong Lin. Lai Yang is probably here to seek revenge. But he wanted revenge, but President Quan Gang brought him to find Chen Guan. This is too weird. Look, Lai Yang is about to take action. Lai Yang pushed his hand and the red longsword in his hand shot directly at the skeleton man. The skeleton man reacted instantly and swung the black machete in his hand violently towards the red sword. Lai Yang narrowed his eyes. In Liang's opinion, the skeleton man's machete and his body would be destroyed by himself. However, the facts were different from what Lai Yang thought. The skeleton man swung the machete in his hand. Clang! With a crisp sound, the skeleton man's knife directly cut the oncoming red knife into two pieces. Seeing this, Liang's pupils condensed slightly, and his expression changed. When passersby saw what was happening, they all cried out in surprise. What the hell? What's going on? Oh my god! Liang's attack was blocked by Chen Guan's summon. That's impossible. Liang didn't use his full strength, right? Liang is a level 70 king-level ability user. Even the president of Quan Gang would have a hard time blocking his attack. How could a mere summoned creature possibly block it? Am I seeing things? Or am I dreaming? After the skeleton man chopped off the red knife, it raised its head and its pupils fell on Liang. Two red flames lit up in its empty black pupils. He moved his body and pounced towards Liang. Liang snorted. How dare a mere summoned creature act so arrogantly in front of me? A red light appeared all over his body. He took a step forward and punched the skeleton man in the face. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang. The ground under Liang's feet shook violently, and the ground exploded. In the dust, the fist made contact with the skeleton's face. However, what surprised Liang was that he originally wanted to smash the skeleton man into pieces with this punch. But after this punch, he found that the skeleton man's face did not show any signs of being shaken. Liang's red pupils suddenly condensed. At this moment, the skeleton man's machete fell suddenly, cut directly on Liang's shoulder. Puff! Accompanied by the sound of flesh and blood being separated. The skeleton man's blade sank into Liang's body, and with one stroke, he cut his body in half. Ah! Accompanied by a shrill scream. Quan Gang, who was watching this scene and stroking his beard, paused slightly. Liang's body, broken into two pieces, lay on the ground, blood dripping, with an expression of disbelief in his pupils. The skeleton man turned and left, and under the gaze of everyone, it returned to stand in front of the villa gate. For a moment, there was complete silence on the field. No one spoke. A long time passed. Dead. It seems like he's really dead. This isn't it. President Liang, who was a king-level leader, was killed just like that. What is going on? Am I dreaming? Some people couldn't help rubbing their eyes and looked at the corpse with an unbelievable look. Liang is a king-level player with unimaginable defense and health. It is impossible for him to die immediately after taking a blow from a creature summoned by a person with abilities over level 30. Is this true or false? What's going on? Passersby were stunned. Not far away, Counselor Tia, who had been standing aside and watching the battle, stared blankly at Liang, who turned into a corpse in an instant, her pupils trembling. Tia, do you understand? A voice came from his side. It was Hei Han's voice. Tia turned her head to look at Haiyan, only to find that Haiyan was staring at Liang's body not far away with his eyes wide open. Tia slowly retracted her gaze. The attack force generated by the skeleton's knife tore through Liang's defense, and at the same time caused a fatal injury to Liang that his health could not repair. How is this possible? King level. That defense and upper limit of health are beyond our imagination. Hei Han's voice was trembling. No matter how strong Chen Guan is, it is impossible for him to kill Liang with just a summoned creature. Tia adjusted her inner shock and nodded slightly. But this is the fact. She looked at Liang's body. For him to deal with a king-level ability user, he doesn't even need to show up. He can defeat Liang with just one summoned creature. This is his strength. Hei Han looked at the villa, where Chen Guan was in disbelief. President Quan Gang looked at Liang's body, his Adam's apple rolled, and he subconsciously looked towards the gate of the villa. Although Quan Gang could judge Chen Guan's strength through the summons he created, Quan Gang never expected that Chen Guan would be so powerful. In the space inside the ring. After Chen Guan created the star with his thoughts, he also created a planet orbiting the star. He used the data continent as a template to create a brand new world. Chen Guan entered the planet. He landed on the ground, and he stepped on the grass. The touch of grass is under your feet, and the scent of grass is in the air. He looked up and saw the blue sky and white clouds. This is a brand new world, a planet he created with source power. Incredible. Although it was a world created by himself with his own abilities, Chen Guan still had an incredible feeling. He looked around, taking in the world before him. There are no animals in this world, only plants. Because Chen Guan did not create animals. Chen Guan never expected that he could achieve this level. It's incredible. Chen Guan shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Let's go back first. Thinking of this, Chen Guan's figure disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, Chen Guan appeared in the bedroom. He looked at his right hand, on which he saw a silver ring. "Are you back?" a voice came. Hearing the voice, Chen Guan looked at the person who spoke. I saw Qian Yin lying lazily on the bed, looking at Chen Guan with her big eyes. Qian Yin's eyes were filled with confusion. "Where did you go?" When Chen Guan heard this, he smiled and said, "I went to create a world." Chapter 152, Creating a World. There was a hint of doubt and confusion in Qian Yin's eyes. She slowly sat up, sat on the edge of the bed, and looked at Chen Guan. "Create the world?" Chen Guan hummed, and he smiled calm. As he spoke, Chen Guan extended his hand towards Qian Yin. Qian Yin looked at the hand that Chen Guan extended to her. She was a little confused, but she still obediently stretched out her hand and placed it in Chen Guan's palm. Chen Guan exerted a little force and pulled Qian Yin up. Qian Yin was a little unsteady on her feet and leaned towards Chen Guanhua. Chen Guan stretched out his other hand, gently put it around Qian Yin's waist, and held her in his arms. Qian Yin snuggled in Chen Guan's care. She raised her face and looked at Chen Guan. Chen Guan looked at her clear ruby eyes and at the pretty face in front of him that had just woken up and looked a little lazy. Chen Guan smiled and said, "I'll take you to see it." As Chen Guan's voice fell, Qian Yin felt that the surrounding environment suddenly changed. She looked around and found herself at the beach, with the blue ocean visible to her right. She raised her face and looked at the sky and could see blue sky and white clouds. Chen Guan looked at Qian Yin. Qian Yin was wearing a loose and thin white shirt. She was walking barefoot on the beach and looking around. In the sunlight, Qian Yin's perfect figure and face attracted Chen Guan's attention. Qian Yin retracted her gaze and looked at Chen Guan. "Where is this place?" Before, Chen Guan had teleported Qian Yin to a small island. In her opinion, this time they should also be on a small island in the data continent. Looking at Qian Yin's expression, Chen Guan smiled and said, "This place doesn't belong to any place in the data continent." Qian Yin's eyes sparkled, and she looked at Chen Guan with some confusion. "Not from the data continent? How is this possible?" Chen Guan walked over, stretched out his hand, and held the soft and fragrant Qian Yin in his arms. He smiled and said, "This is a world created by your husband. Everything you see now is made up of my source power." Qian Yin was startled. She raised her head and looked at Chen Guan with an incredulous look. "Everything I saw was created by your source power? How is this possible?" Qian Yin subconsciously looked around. Looking at the endless ocean in front of her, she turned back to look at Chen Guan. "This ocean too?" Chen Guan nodded slightly. Qian Yin was stunned. "This is impossible." Even though Qian Yin knew that Chen Guan was very powerful, what Chen Guan said now was too far from common sense. Qian Yin looked at Chen Guan. "This is the sea, the vast sea. It is impossible to construct the sea with source power." At this point, Qian Yin paused and looked at Chen Guan. "Honey, are you dreaming?" Chen Guan blinked. She doesn't believe it? Yes, she doesn't believe it. She had reason not to believe it. After all, using source power to create an entire planet is completely against common sense. This is not something a human can do. Chen Guan smiled and said, "If you don't believe me, then let's do this." Chen Guan stretched out his hand and held Qian Yin in his arms. Qian Yin didn't care that Chen Guan was holding her. She looked at Chen Guan with confusion in her eyes, wanting to know what was wrong with Chen Guan. With the development of technology, everyone knows that there is a planet under their feet. As Chen Guan said, "Everything you see before your eyes was created by him," which means that the entire planet under your feet was created by him using source power. Who can believe such a thing? Even Qian Yin, who was familiar with Chen Guan and had seen many of his abilities, could not imagine such an outrageous thing. She looked at Chen Guan, and she suspected that Chen Guan was dreaming while sleeping just now. This is why there is this illusion. Only this explanation is the most reasonable and most acceptable to people. Chen Guan looked at Qian Yin's expression and smiled slightly. The surrounding environment suddenly changed. Qian Yin was slightly startled. She looked around, and suddenly, her pupils condensed slightly. She looked straight ahead, and right in front of her, a blue planet stood before her. "What is this?" Qian Yin's eyes trembled slightly, and she looked at Chen Guan. Chen Guan smiled and said, "We are now outside the planet I created." When Qian Yin heard this, she looked around and found that she and Chen Guan were surrounded by a transparent protective shield. She is now in a vacuum. There is no oxygen in a vacuum, and the vacuum pressure is different from the pressure of the human body. If there was no protective shield, Chen Yin's own data attributes would not be able to resist the environmental pressure brought by outer space. You look at that planet. When Chen Yin heard this, she looked towards the planet in front of her. Suddenly, the planet disappeared out of thin air. Chen Yin's pupils narrowed slightly. Disappeared. That huge planet just disappeared out of thin air. Chen Yin looked at Chen Guan in disbelief. Chen Guan met Chen Yin's gaze and smiled. Keep looking forward. Chen Yin looked forward again. I saw a colorful halo suddenly appear in the place where it had disappeared. The halo condensed and eventually formed a white ball of light. The light ball was built into the shape of a planet at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, the planet that had just disappeared appeared again in front of Chen Yin. Chen Yin's eyes trembled slightly, full of disbelief. Chen Guan held Chen Yin in his arms and flew towards the planet. Chen Guan is very fast. Soon, under the protection of the protective shield, the two turned into a meteor and fell from the sky. When it was about to hit the ground, Chen Guan slowed down and the flames dissipated. Chen Guan slowly landed on the ground and put Chen Yin down in his hand. Chen Yin stood on the grass and looked up at the sky above. Is this true? Am I not awake yet? Chen Yin muttered. Hearing this, Chen Guan looked at Chen Yin's confused expression. Obviously, what Chen Yin just saw was far beyond her understanding. This made Chen Yin even doubt that she was still sleeping and had not woken up yet. Chen Guan walked to Chen Yin, stretched out his hand, and hugged Chen Yin's waist. He looked into Chen Yin's eyes and said with a smile, I have a way to let you know if this is a dream. Chen Yin blinked and looked at Chen Guan. What's the solution? Chen Guan gave a wicked smile. I think, you know. He placed his big hand on Chen Yin's chin and lifted up her pretty face. Chen Yin looked at the passion in Chen Guan's eyes. Chen Yin blushed, and it was obvious that she realized what the method Chen Guan was talking about was. The top leaders of the Earth Association gathered in the meeting room of the Earth Association. When the Flying Association and the Fire Knife Association were competing, the Earth Snake counselor we sent to help the two associations maintain order was killed by an outsider named Chen Guan. The president is not in the parliament at the moment, so this matter can only be handled by us parliamentarians. I called you all here this time to discuss how to deal with this matter. Chapter 153, he is not a human. He is a god. I know about this. That person not only killed the Earth Snake counselor, but also killed Gan Ru, the son of Lai Yang, the president of the Fire Knife Association, and Fong Lin, a counselor of the Fire Knife Association. Yes, I heard that Lai Yang has already set off for the Fire Knife Association. I guess we don't need to do anything. The man named Chen Guan will have to pay the price. The speaker was a pink-haired woman wearing a tight leather jacket. The woman crossed her legs and spoke lightly. Lai Yang is very powerful. The only person who can compete with him in the Fire Knife Association is Quan Gang. That cunning fox Quan Gang is not likely to fight with Lai Yang for an outside aid. That man named Chen Guan is not likely to be Li Yang's opponent. This matter can probably be resolved without any trouble on our part. Just at this moment. Knock, knock. Everyone looked towards the gate. A man in black uniform stood at the door and said, Dear members of parliament, we just received news. Lai Yang was killed. All of a sudden, all the members in the meeting room of the Earth Parliament fell silent. The 5 congressmen looked at each other with confusion and puzzlement in their eyes. After silence, someone spoke up. Lai Yang, I remember that I possess the strength of a king. If he loses, then the 5 of us probably won't be a match for that guy. We can only talk about this matter after the president comes back. The other side, with the help of Chen Guan, Chen Yin finally confirmed that she was not dreaming. Everything she saw before her eyes was what really happened. On the emerald green grassland, there's a large white bed. Chen Yin was lying on the big bed, looking at the blue sky and white clouds above. She withdrew her gaze and looked at Chen Guan beside her. Chen Guanjing looked at her with a smile on his face. Chen Yin's cheeks flushed. She moved closer to Chen Guan and drew circles on his chest with her fingers. If you can create the world, does that mean you can create something like Bai Quan? Chen Yin thought, Chen Guan can create an entire planet. So if that's the case, then can't he create something like Bai Quan? If that's possible, then Chen Guan can upgrade whenever he wants, right? Chen Guan shook his head. I can't do it. Even if I want to create Bai Quan still can't be created. This ability can't create things like experience. Although source power is the source of all things, it cannot create anything related to experience. This is the same as the rules of ability awakening that I am familiar with. Chen Yin said softly. At this point, Chen Yin raised her head and looked at Chen Guan. Are you a god? Chen Guan was startled. He looked at Qianin, raised his hand, and scratched her nose, then said with a smile, "What are you talking about?" Qianin looked at Chen Guan with her big eyes. When a person reaches your level, he can no longer be called a human being. If you can use the source force to create planets, then you are a god, a true god. Those people in Zhongzhou call those with level 80 abilities god level. But as far as I know, even those with level 80 abilities can't do what you do. Qianin looked at Chen Guan. I feel like you're not a person, but more like a god. Hearing this, Chen Guan smiled and said, "Are you proud?" Qianin blinked. Proud. Chen Guan smiled and said, "You can give birth to a child for a god." Qianyin's cheeks immediately turned red, and she punched Chen Guan's chest with her little hand. "You are not a god. You are a gangster." Chen Guan smiled. When he smiled, Qianyin's cheeks turned red. The abilities demonstrated by Chen Guan have completely surpassed Qianyin's understanding of common sense. Legend has it that a person with level 100 abilities can easily destroy a city. But Qianyin had never heard of anyone with the ability to easily create a planet. If you tell this kind of thing to others, I guess no one will believe it. If Qianyin hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have been able to believe it. Even if she had seen it, she would have felt like she was dreaming. When Chen Guan used the hooligan incident to wake her up and make her realize that this was really happening, she felt that the man in front of her was not a human, but a god. But even if he is a god, this guy still speaks in a very rude way. He was always trying to take advantage of her. She even suspected that this guy created this planet not for the purpose of creating a planet, but to trick her here and bully her. This is a god, and can only be a rogue god. Thinking of this, Qian asked softly, "What is your purpose in creating this world?" When Chen Guan heard this, he smiled and said, "I don't have any purpose. I just want to see if I can do it. Now that you ask me, I have an idea." Chen Guan took out a silver ring and handed it to Qianin. When Qianin saw the ring, she raised her head and looked at Chen Guan. Chen Guan said, "This ring is a channel connecting to this world. As long as you wear it, you can enter this world with just a thought. In this way, if you encounter danger outside that you cannot solve, you can use it to enter this world. At the same time, as long as you wear this ring, you can become the controller of this world and do whatever you want in this world." Hearing this, Qianin's eyes lit up. Looking at Qianin's expression, Chen Guan took her little hand and put the ring on her finger. Qianin came over happily and kissed Chen Guan on the face. "In this way, I am also the god of this world." Qianin looked at Chen Guan and said with a smile, "You are so nice." Chen Guan looked at Qianyin's happy and excited expression, and he also smiled. After owning the ring given by Chen Guan, Qianin felt a sense of freshness. She used the power brought by the ring to use various abilities in this world created by Chen Guan. The two of them spent 2 days in this world. Early morning of the 3rd day, Qianin was like a happy kitten, snuggling in Chen's care. She whispered, "It's almost time. I think we should go back." At this point, Qianin raised her face and looked at Chen Guan with her big eyes. "Where are we going next?" After Chen Guan heard this, he thought for a while and said, "Our current level is not high enough. We need to continue to upgrade." Having said that, Chen Guan opened his level attributes and took a look. 2 days have passed. Yesterday, Chen Guan teleported all the ferocious beasts manifested on the 1st and 2nd floors to the 3rd floor. So many ferocious beasts helped me gain experience, and 2 whole days have passed. At least my level should have improved. Chen Guan looked at his level panel. Level 41. Chen Guan was slightly stunned and frowned. No increase. Qianin looked at Chen Guan's expression and said, "The number of ferocious beasts in the 3rd level trial cave is the least." Chen Guan was slightly startled. Then he came to his senses. Chen Guan understood. Chapter 154. Someone is causing trouble in the flight association while I am away. If Chen Guan wants to upgrade now, he needs to hunt ferocious beasts above level 41. But you should know that the ferocious beasts in the trial cave are all captured by the masters of Dongzhou in the primitive mountains and put into the trial cave. However, it is quite difficult to capture ferocious beasts above level 40. You should know that the current highest level in Dongzhou is only in the 50s. Ferocious beasts above level 41 can sometimes be as powerful as humans at level 50 or above. No wonder it was so difficult for me to find a ferocious beast on the 3rd floor yesterday. So that's what it is. There are few ferocious beasts in the 3rd level trial cave, which means that it is unlikely to upgrade by using the ferocious beasts in the 3rd level trial cave. You have to change the experience hanging point. If I want to find an experience point to hang up, where would be more suitable? Chen Guan doesn't know, and Chen Ying probably doesn't know either. After all, this is in Middle-earth. You have to go out and ask. Think of this. Chen Guan looked at Chen Ying and said, I need to find a leveling spot in Zhongzhou, a place suitable for me to level up. I need to ask He Han. I think he knows. When Chen Ying heard this, she hummed and smiled playfully. Then let's go out. We have stayed here long enough. Chen Guan smiled and said, yeah. Chen Guan and Chen Ying made some preparations, put on their clothes, and got out of bed. The two figures disappeared. When the two appeared again, their figures appeared right above a pit. Chen Guan used his flying ability to keep his body from falling. Chen Ying spread her wings behind her and flew into the air. She looked around and asked, where's this place? There was confusion in her eyes. Chen Guan looked around. We will appear in the same place as where we enter that space. We should be in the bedroom on the second floor of the villa. Chen Guan said this, but everything in front of him made Chen Guan confused. There is a huge pit at the foot of Chen Guan, and the villa that originally stood here has now disappeared. Looking around, all I saw was a devastated land. This should be the manor of the Flying Association. There should be many villas in the manor of the Flying Association. But now these villas have become ruins one after another. What is going on? Chen Guan took out his cell phone with doubts, dialed He Han's number, and put to his ear. Senior. He Han's voice was full of surprise. When Chen Guan heard He Han's voice, he was a little confused. Where is my residence? There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while. Don't you know anything? After hearing what He Han said, Chen Guan realized that something must have happened in the Flight Association during the time he was away. In an instant, two associations emerged in Chen Guan's mind. The Fire Knife Society and the Earth Society. Chen Guan frowned. Could it be them? The day after you disappeared, the president of the Earth Association, Earth Bear, came to the Flying Association to seek revenge on you. When he failed to find you, he turned his attention to our association. He destroyed most of the association's facilities. Fortunately, after the president learned of her disappearance, he asked all members to evacuate the association, thus avoiding being massacred by the angry Earth Bear. The situation inside the manor is the traces left by the destruction caused by the ground bear. Really? Chen Guan narrowed his eyes and said calmly, the Earth Association? Are you here to bully people while I'm away? Send me the Earth Association's location map, and I'll go talk to them. Okay. He Han's voice was filled with joy. Chen Guan hung up the phone. Is this the Earth Association's revenge? Chen Ying's voice came. Chen Guan came back to his senses and looked at Chen Ying. He saw that Chen Ying was frowning, and there was a hint of anger on her beautiful face. Chen Guan nodded slightly. During the time we were away, the president of the Earth Association came to cause trouble. Since he couldn't find us, he took these buildings to vent his anger. Chen Guan paused and continued. I asked He Han for the location of the Earth Association. Since that guy named Earth Bear wants to find me, let's go find him. Hearing this, Chen Ying looked at Chen Guan and asked, are the people from the Flight Association okay? Chen Guan said, it's okay. The old Man Quan gang is quite smart. He asked the members of the association to evacuate before the incident started. That's good. Chen Ying breathed a sigh of relief. What she was most worried about was that the problem between her and Chen Guan would harm the people of the Flying Association. When she heard that the people of the Flying Association were fine, she felt relieved. Ding dong. Suddenly, a voice was heard. Hearing the voice, Chen Guan turned on his phone and glanced at the screen. On the screen was the satellite map discovered by He Han. The location of the Earth Society is marked on the map. Chen Guan took a look at the location map. Both he and Chen Ying disappeared from the spot. After a teleportation, Chen Guan's figure appeared in front of the building. This building is 100 stories high, and there are 6 big words written on the top of the building. Earth Society Headquarters. Chen Ying looked at the building and then looked at Chen Guan. This is the headquarters of the Earth Association. The top leaders of the Earth Association are probably all in this headquarters. So what does Chen Guan plan to do next? Chen Guan looked at the building in front of him and flew upwards. Fly above the building. A terrifying pressure spread out from Chen Guan as the center, instantly covering the entire building. Under the influence of that pressure, the air around the building was distorted. Pa pa pa, accompanied by crisp sounds. The glass panels on the building could not withstand the horrible pressure and shattered. Some of the weaker users inside the building collapsed to the ground and fell into a coma under the pressure. Suddenly, a figure flew out from the building and shot towards Chen Guan in midair. Boom! A figure appeared in front of Chen Guan and punched directly on the protective shield surrounding Chen Guan. Chen Guan looked at the person who appeared in front of him. The man was wearing a black suit, but his muscles were so muscular that they looked like a bear stretching his clothes tight. He had short hair and a triangular beard. His pupils were filled with anger as he stared at Chen Guan through the transparent defensive shield. In addition to these, Chen Guan also saw the rank on his forehead. His level is 70. King level. After hitting Chen Guan with a punch, he failed to break through his defensive shield and fell down again. He landed slammed onto the roof of the building, and his huge, heavy body created a dent in the roof. He raised his face and stared at Chen Guan. At this time, 5 figures appeared behind the man. The 5 figures looked up at Chen Guan in midair and then spoke respectfully to the man behind them. President, President. When Chen Guan heard this, he looked at the man. Is this guy Di Xiong, the president of the Earth Association? The one that destroyed the house? At this moment, Di Xiong clenched his fists and stared at Chen Guan. He said slowly, "Get out of the way. I want to crush this guy to death with my own hands." Chapter 155, Pretend, right? After hearing what Di Xiong said, the 5 congressmen behind him looked at each other and then retreated. On the rooftop, only the ground bear was left. As the president of the Earth Association, Di Xiong has never encountered anything like this before, located on the estate of the Flying Society. It will probably take quite a while to restore this manor to its original state. Lu Xiaoyan and He Han were walking around in the manor. Lu Xiaoyan was looking at the ruins around him and talking with emotion. He Han nodded slightly. It will be faster if we find some people who are good at yellow-type abilities to come and help. Lu Xiaoyan hummed, and she looked at He Han. Dad, Chen Guan asked you for a map to the Earth Association. What do you think he's going to do? Hearing this, He Han paused for a moment and said slowly, given Senior Chen Guan's decisive character, he is probably going to settle accounts with Di Xiong. Settling the score? Lu Xiaoyan looked at He Han. Can he win? He Han did not answer Lu Xiaoyan immediately, but thought for a moment and then said, I don't know. Lu Xiaoyan was slightly startled, and she frowned. I remember that the Earth Bear is the same as the Liang. Both are level 70 kings. Chen Guan only needs 1 summon to deal with the Liang, but against the Earth Bear, is there no way to win? Hearing this, He Han subconsciously turned his head to look at Lu Xiaoyan and said, You have to know that although level can represent strength in most cases, sometimes level is not the key to measuring a person's strength. He retracted his gaze and looked at the pit in front of him. There are 2 neighbors in the Flight Association. One is the Fire Knife Association, and the other is the Earth Association. The presidents of the 3 associations are all king level, but the Earth Association is recognized as the most powerful of the 3 associations. The reason I say that is because Di Xiong was already a king rank 20 years ago. After entering the king rank, he has been honing his abilities. It is said that his proficiency has now reached 5,000. Lu Xiaoyun's pupils narrowed slightly, and a hint of shock appeared on her face. 5,000? She was somewhat shocked. Some people with average talent can only reach a proficiency of over 100 even if they spend their entire lives. Even some people with good talent are already very powerful if they can reach a proficiency of 1,000. He can actually reach 5,000. He Han hummed. The Earth Bear is very powerful. He is not just ordinary powerful. There are very few people who could defeat him in the king level. This is also the reason why the Earth Association has been able to remain strong until now. At this point, He Han paused and said, Senior Chen Guan is also very strong, but I don't know who will win against the Earth Bear. The Earth Association is considered a relatively large association. Currently, the president of the Earth Association is at the king level, and the 5 counselors under the president all have strength above level 60. More importantly, although the Earth Bear is a king-level being, his proficiency in his abilities is as high as 5,000. Even if they are at the same king level, they would think twice before taking action when they hear that the other party is from the Earth Association. But today, this guy in front of him not only dared to provoke the Earth Association, but also directly killed a member of the Earth Association. What made Di Xiong even more angry and trembling all over was that the last time he went to settle the score with this guy ran away, and now he actually dared to come to him and provoke him. How could the Earth Bear not be angry? Di Xiong clenched his fists violently. The muscles in his upper body bulged suddenly, and his suit burst open. As his suit was exposed, his exaggerated muscles, bulging like rocks, appeared in front of Chen Guan. Di Xiong stretched out his big hand and tore off the scraps of cloth remaining on his body. At this moment, he was staring at Chen Guan in the air like a wild beast. He gritted his teeth and stared at Chen Guan. It's been 10 years. I haven't been as angry as I am today in 10 years. The price of making me angry is very high. He paused. Are you ready to bear my wrath with your life? Chen Guan looked at the ground bear and said slowly, It's installed, right? To Chen Guan, the man in front of him, named Di Xiong, was a stranger, and Chen Guan was always polite to strangers. But the problem is that this guy Di Xiong wants to kill Chen Guan. This world is different from the world Chen Guan was in before. This is a world where the strong are respected. This is a world ruled by an association. There are rules here. Chen Guan was chased by the Earth Snake because he broke the rules in the arena. If someone wants to kill Chen Guan, it is natural for Chen Guan not to fight back. Dish is dead, and Di Xiong, the president of the Earth Association behind Dish, wants Chen Guan's life. Since the man in front of me wants to kill me, I naturally have to talk to him. When Di Xiong heard what Chen Guan said, his pupils narrowed slightly, and his black pupils turned golden. He pushed his feet against the ground. Boom! With a loud bang, the roof collapsed, revealing a hole. The ground bear's body was like a cannonball, shooting towards Chen Guan in midair at such a fast speed that only a shadow could be seen. After the ground bear flew out, its entire body was covered with golden light, as if its entire body was covered with a layer of gold. The golden fist hit Chen Guan's fist directly. The power of this punch was so great that the air was torn apart the moment it was thrown. Boom! A sonic boom sounded the moment the fist was swung. The punch hit the energy shield next to Chen Guan directly. The power of this punch is comparable to a frontal bombing by a missile. In Di Xiong's opinion, there was no way the boy in front of him could withstand his punch. The energy shield surrounding Chen Guan glowed slightly. The Earth Bear's fist made contact with the energy shield, and after the contact, the Earth Bear's pupils suddenly condensed. Useless. These two words appeared in Earth Bear's mind. How is it possible? Earth Bear was a little bit unbelievable. This punch was his full strength at this moment, but it couldn't even break the defensive shield of the man in front of him. This was something the ground bear had never seen before. Chen Guan raised his chin slightly and said calmly, This place is small. Let's go somewhere else. As Chen Guan's voice fell, the figures of Chen Guan and Di Xiong disappeared on the spot. 5 members of the Earth Association were watching this scene below. They were all stunned. The speed of the president's punch just now was enough to break the air and produce a sonic boom. How could such an attack not break Chen Guan's defense shield? I've seen that punch from the president before. That attack is comparable to a direct missile strike. How could it not even break his defense shield? Hey, what's going on? Where are the two of them? Is this disappearing? At the same time, when Di Xiong came to his senses, he found that the surrounding environment had changed. He looked around, and suddenly his pupils froze, and his pupils trembled. What is this? In front of the ground bear, an extremely huge fireball was burning slowly. It's not a fireball. This is not a fireball. The Earth Bear turned his head and looked around. You can see stars all around. Whether it was above or below, left or right, front or back, it was all pitch black. Apart from the darkness, there were stars in the sky. This is in outer space. Earth Bear looked at Chen Guan. Chapter 156, he collapsed a star with one hand. A huge transparent protective shield enveloped Di Xiong and Chen Guan. Right in front of the ground bear, Chen Guan was seen standing in the void, looking at the ground bear indifferently. Di Xiong frowned and stared at Chen Guan. Di Xiong clearly remembered that he had just fought with Chen Guan in Dongzhou City, and at this moment he had come from the ground to outer space. Impossible. No, this is an illusion. Di Xiong looked at Chen Guan in front of him and said, Is this your ability? Use your ability to create illusions, and then use the illusions to create flaws. The Earth Bear stared at Chen Guan. Unfortunately, your ability can't scare me. Why does the ground bear think this is an illusion? Earth Bear knew very well that if this was outer space, then even with his current attribute data, he would die if he stepped into the vacuum environment of outer space. First of all, there is no oxygen in a vacuum, and the attributes of the ability user cannot replenish oxygen for the ability user. In the case of lack of oxygen, the ability user will consume health data to repair the body, and in this process, the ability will be extremely painful. In addition to oxygen, there is also temperature. The temperature in a vacuum is extremely low. If the user's defense is high enough, the damage caused by low temperature can be reduced in a short period of time, but the pain caused by the cold can still be felt in the process. Based on these factors, Earth Bear concluded that what he was seeing now was an illusion. Chen Guan looked at the man in front of him, who seemed to be covered in a layer of metal. He said calmly, "The reason why you're not affected by outer space is because my protective shield has temporarily saved your life." Di Xiong was startled and was about to speak. Chen Guan spoke first. "Are you wondering why I did this? Because you are so pretentious. I want you to know what kind of person you are facing before you die." Chen Guan said calmly, "So, I can't let you die too quickly." Di Xiong stared at Chen Guan. "Do you think I will believe it?" After he finished speaking, Di Xiong wanted to move, but he was surprised to find that he couldn't move at all. There was nothing under his feet, and he had no way to gain leverage. The Earth Bear subconsciously stepped down, but still stepped into the void. Chen Guan looked at the Earth Bear's actions and said calmly, "You are now in a vacuum. In this vacuum, you have nowhere to gain leverage. If you don't believe me, there's no need for me to explain." Chen Guan said calmly, "Next, I'll let you know that this is not an illusion." Suddenly, the protective shield covering the surroundings slowly dissipated. The Earth Bear noticed this and looked at the gradually disappearing protective shield. His pupils narrowed slightly. As the protective shield disappeared, the Earth Bear immediately felt a chill spreading throughout his body, and then breathing became difficult. The Ground Bear wanted to speak, but found that he couldn't make any sound. He covered his neck and his face turned red. He felt a little uncomfortable in his lungs, and at the same time, Di Xiong saw that his health was decreasing rapidly. His body had been fatally injured and was now being repaired by reducing his health points. Is this an illusion? If so, why does the body hurt? The Ground Bear turned pale. "Let me show you something interesting." Chen Guan's voice rang out. Di Xiong endured the strong discomfort in his body and looked at Chen Guan. But Chen Guanjing was standing in the void with his hands in his trouser pockets, looking at the stars in front of him with an expressionless face. At this time, Chen Guan stretched out one hand and pointed it at the star in front of him. Chen Guan just clenched his hands. The Earth Bear looked at the star. His pupils reflected the red light, and his pupils were trembling. The star on the right was shrinking rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye under the gaze of the Earth Bear. During the shrinking process, it emitted an extremely dazzling light. Suddenly, the star exploded. The dazzling light suddenly dissipated, and the scorching air waves expanded like a sphere. The Ground Bear's pupils widened. "No!" The Ground Bear shouted in his heart, but he couldn't make any sound. At this moment, Earth Bear has understood that these are all real. These are not illusions. Di Xiong looked at Chen Guan. "This person in front of me crushed a star with his hands. What kind of monster is this?" Only then did the Earth Bear realize what kind of monster he was fighting against. He regretted it, but it was no use regretting it now. The terrifying air waves generated by the stellar collapse and explosion instantly swallowed up the entire body of the Earth Bear. The Earth Bear's body turned into ashes in an instant. In this vacuum, the Earth Bear died without even being able to say anything. Chen Guan left. When he appeared again, Chen Guan appeared on the building of the Earth Association. "Are you back?" A voice came from the side. Chen Guan looked at Qianin, who was speaking beside him. Qianin flapped her white wings and looked at Chen Guan. Chen Guan nodded slightly and said, "It's solved." Qianin nodded. She had no doubt that Chen Guan could deal with the Ground Bear, so she was neither surprised nor surprised. Chen Guan looked at Qianin and said, "Now that the Earth Association and the Fire Knife Association have been resolved, let's find a place to level up." After the death of Liang and Di Xiong, no one from the Earth Association and the Fire Knife Association dared to take revenge on Chen Guan. They also had no ability to deal with the Flying Association, which had the old man Quan Gang, who possessed king-level strength. The problem is solved. Next, Chen Guan needs to get back on track, continue leveling up, and reach level 50 as soon as possible. Qianin nodded slightly. The figures of Chen Guan and Qian Yin disappeared together. When the 5 members of the Earth Association looked at this scene, their eyes widened. "Where's the president?" "He disappeared with the president. And now that the president is gone, he's back." "No way. The president is gone? How is this possible?" "The president is a king-level player with 5,000 ability proficiency. Is this true or false?" The 5 congressmen watched Chen Guan and Qian Yin disappear, unable to recover from their shock. "Did you see how he took the president away just now?" "No. How did he leave just now?" "Have no idea." Suddenly, the pink-haired woman in a leather bodysuit looked at her companions and said, "Do you think the ability he just used could be the legendary instant teleportation?" When the other 4 people nearby heard this, their faces changed. "That's impossible. Teleportation. This ability is not something that only appears in legends. It is recognized by all ability users that it is impossible to awaken. Even if the level on his forehead is a fake, even if his real level is very high, he shouldn't have awakened such a heaven-defying ability. But the reason he just disappeared and reappeared was not because of speed. There is only one possibility. The pink-haired woman crossed her arms and said, "That is teleportation." He solved the problem that ordinary people cannot imagine. Chapter 157, His strength is unpredictable and unfathomable. Inside the association estate of the Flying Association, Heihan and Lu Xiaoyan were inside the manor, watching the workers who were rebuilding the manor. Now there's no news about whether Chen Guan won or lost. Isn't it too early for the president to ask us to rebuild the manor? Lu Xiaoyan looked at Heihan beside him. Heihan put one hand in his trouser pocket and looked at the workers who were building the manor in front of him. It's not early. If Senior Chen wins and the Earth Bear dies, we will be the #1 association in Dongzhou City, and rebuilding the manor is a must. Heihan said slowly. Lu Xiaoyan frowned. What if I lose? Heihan was silent for a moment, then slowly said, if we lose, the Earth Association will not let us go. The Flying Association can continue to exist at a huge cost. But by that time, the Flying Association will probably become a second-rate association. In that case, it will make no difference whether we practice or not. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyan was stunned. She adjusted her mood. I just hope he can win. Just thinking about how powerful the Earth Bear was, Lu Xiaoyan suddenly became a little worried. Chen Guan's victory or defeat is related to the rise and fall of the Flying Association, which makes Lu Xiaoyan worry. What are you two doing? Suddenly, a voice sounded. The sound was very abrupt, and after this abrupt sound sounded, Lu Xiaoyan and Heihan's pupils narrowed slightly, and they both looked towards the source of the sound. I saw a man and a woman standing in the direction of the sound. They were Chen Guan and Chen Ming. When she saw Chen Ming, Lu Xiaoyan's eyes lit up slightly. Heihan was slightly startled, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Senior Chen, Miss Chen Ming, what are you two doing? It has been less than an hour since Chen Guan got the location from Heihan. When Heihan saw Chen Guan here in such a short time, he immediately became confused. Could it be that Chen Guan did not go looking for Di Xiong, and President Quan Gang's guess was wrong? Chen Guan said, my wife is 31st level, and I am 41st level. We plan to find a suitable place for both of us to level up. This, Heihan touched the back of his head and looked at Chen Guan. Senior Chen, do you plan to finish leveling up first, and then go find the Earth Bear to settle the score? Heihan thought that Chen Guan was planning to improve his strength by leveling up and then settle the score with Di Xiong. After hearing what Chen Guan said, Lu Xiaoyan, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but feel confused and uneasy. The president has analyzed before that Chen Guan's level can only be a disguised level, and his level is definitely not level 41. If Chen Guan wants to level up, it can only be for the woman next to him. But the problem is, isn't it too leisurely to level up your woman at this time? Lu Xiaoyan couldn't quite understand Chen Guan. Hearing this, Chen Guan glanced at Heihan and said, it seems that you are still worried about the Earth Association. Don't worry, I have already dealt with the Earth Bear. I think you have Old Man Quan Gang in charge, and the people from the Earth Association will never harass you again. Heihan was stunned. Suddenly, Heihan came back to his senses. His eyes widened as he looked at Chen Guan. Is this solved? Less than an hour had passed since Chen Guan left, and Di Xiong, a king-level ability user, the president of the Earth Association, had been dealt with by him? Is this true? Lu Xiaoyan couldn't help but speak out. When Chen Guan heard this, he glanced at Lu Xiaoyan, then looked back at Heihan and said, if you don't believe me, you can ask someone and you will know. Xiaoyan, stop talking nonsense. Heihan said quickly. He looked at Chen Guan and said, Senior Chen would never joke about this kind of thing. Since Senior Chen said that the Earth Bear is dead, then it can only be dead. Having said this, Heihan paused and looked at Chen Guan. Senior Chen wants to find a place to level up. I know where there is a leveling place suitable for your current level. I can lead the way. Hearing this, Chen Guan said calmly, no, you just need to send me the location map. When Heihan heard this, he said, okay. After saying that, Heihan raised his hand, and the communicator on his watch projected a blue screen, and he operated on the screen. Heihan looked at Chen Guan. Okay. Chen Guan opened his phone and looked at the screen. He looked at Chen Ming beside him and said, let's go. Chen Ming nodded. Chen Guan took Chen Ming away with him. and the two of them disappeared from the sight of He Han and Lu Xiaoyun by teleporting. He Han looked at the place where Chen Guan disappeared, and he stood there for a long time. I can't believe that the Earth Association, the president of such a powerful association, Earth Bear, was defeated by him in just 1 hour. He Han shook his head. Unbelievable. King level 5,000 proficiency. Lu Xiaoyun said softly. The Earth Bear guy is a being that all the gang guild presidents fear. Chen Guan disguised his level. What is his level? Lu Xiaoyun muttered to himself, his eyes looking at the place where Chen Guan disappeared. We can't guess or see through him. He Han said slowly. He is not someone we can see through. He is so powerful that it is unbelievable. Chen Guan wanted to teleport directly to that place with Qianin, but it is obvious that this ability can only be accurate when the user has been to a place. When you want to go to a place you have never been to, you can only move by feeling. Chen Guan knew the direction, so he instantly moved to the distance given on the map. After 3 teleportations, he and Qianin finally arrived at their destination this time. The name of this destination is shown on the map. The name is Colorful Forest. When Chen Guan and Qianin arrived at the entrance of the Colorful Forest, they noticed that there were groups of people gathered there. What surprised Chen Guan a little was that among the people gathered here, about 1/3 were riding various creatures. You don't need to look too closely at those creatures to know that they're all transformed from ferocious beasts. Ferocious beasts can be used as mounts. But the problem is that if a ferocious beast is used as a mount, although the speed of the mount can indeed provide convenience for some non-speed type ability users in the wild, to do so, one must use one's own source of power to support the materialization of the mount. Therefore, under normal circumstances in the past, although ferocious beasts could be used as mounts, Chen Guan rarely saw capable people using ferocious beasts as mounts. So, when he saw it this time, Chen Guan felt a little bit of novelty. There's so many mounts. There are so many animal trainers in central China. Suddenly, a voice was heard. Chen Guan came back to his senses and looked at Qianin beside him. Qianin noticed Chen Guan's gaze, and her eyes were filled with confusion. What's wrong? Beast tamer. It was the first time that Chen Guan heard of this profession. When Qianin heard this, she hummed and said, Beast tamer. Some people with special abilities have awakened abilities that are aimed at taming beasts. They can use their abilities to create some props that can help maintain the existence of fierce beasts without using source power. Some can even increase the various attributes of fierce beasts. Those trainers rely on the props they create to improve their strength, and some trainers rely on the props they create to sell for money. After all, in this world, many people with special abilities initially aim to make money. Qianin said, however, in Dongzhou, it is more difficult for trainers to awaken their abilities, and the trainers themselves are generally not very strong, so there are fewer trainers. But I have seen many people with mount abilities in central China. I guess there should be quite a few animal trainers in central China. Hearing this, Chen Guan touched his chin. It was the first time he heard of this profession. In this world, there are indeed all kinds of strange abilities. However, the ferocious beasts trained by these animal trainers are inferior to his own black dragon. I guess the black dragon can kill them all with one kick. Chapter 158. Carrying treasures with you makes you easy to be targeted. The existence of a beast tamer, someone with this ability, made Chen Guan feel like his eyes had been opened. After being materialized, a normal ferocious beast needs the power of a person with special abilities to maintain itself. However, with the help of a tamer, the ferocious beast no longer needs the power of a person with special abilities to maintain its materialized form. Chen Guan had never thought of this ability before. The world is big. There are many talented people and many interesting things. Chen Guan didn't think much about it. He looked at Qianin beside him and said, let's go and take a look at this colorful forest. When Qianin heard this, she nodded and followed Chen Guan. As the two walked towards the forest, the people waiting at the forest entrance involuntarily turned their eyes over here. To be exact, their eyes were all on Qianin. What a seductive witch. This waist, these legs, this figure, this face, this skin. Tiska. Before, I met Su Yao in the Northern Territory, who is known as the most beautiful woman in the Northern Territory. Compared to her, I feel that Su Yao is not as good as her. Su Yao is as pure as a lotus. This woman's walking posture, willow eyebrows and eyes are all very seductive, and her figure, her skin is white and delicate. Those people stared at Qianin, their eyes revealing something that only men could understand. Chen Guan also noticed the gazes of those guys. Chen Guan subconsciously looked at Qianin beside him. Qianin tied up her long, fiery red hair, revealing her slender white neck. Under the fiery red bangs is an exquisite and beautiful oval face. The eyelashes are long and narrow, and under the eyelashes are big, ruby-like eyes. Her skin is naturally white, delicate, and tender. Her creamy complexion matched with her unique red color makes her look charming and attractive. She wore a white shirt with a pair of black hot pants, a simple outfit that matched her tall and proud figure, coupled with her unique temperament with natural charm. When she was in Dongzhou, she easily attracted the attention of the opposite sex, and it was no exception in Zhongzhou. Although Chen Guan felt a little uncomfortable that his woman was being stared at by others, he couldn't kill someone just because someone was staring at his woman, right? If that happens, with her looks, there will probably be no other men in the world except Chen Guan. So, Chen Guan withdrew his gaze and ignored those people. In this crowd, there was a young man riding on the back of a blue bear-like beast. There are 4 black triangular marks and a triangular stripe on the man's forehead, indicating a level of 43. His eyes were fixed on the backs of Chen Guan and Qian Yin, who were slowly entering the colorful forest. He looked at a man in a blue uniform beside him. "Yu Pei, who is that woman?" Yu Pei shook his head. "Never seen it." Yu Pei paused for a moment, then added, "Master Wei Shun, I know the appearance of all the daughters of the top leaders of the associations and all the elite disciples in Zhongzhou, but I don't know this woman. I guess those two are just 2 unknown ordinary people with special abilities." When Wei Shun heard this, the corners of his mouth rose. A young person with a level 41 ability brought such a delicate beauty into the rainbow forest. He is really brave. At this time, Wei Shun saw that after Chen Guan and Qian Yin entered the colorful forest, people followed the direction Chen Guan and Qian Yin left and entered the colorful forest. Seeing this, Wei Shun narrowed his eyes and said lightly, "That woman is mine." He pulled the reins tied around his mount's neck, and the mount walked into the forest. Where are the people? The first group of people who followed Chen Guan and Qian Yin into the forest found that Chen Guan and Qian Yin had disappeared after entering the forest. After the others came in, Chen Guan and Qian Yin also disappeared. Wei Shun and Yu Pei also followed in. When he didn't see Chen Guan, Wei Shun's face darkened. After Chen Guan and Qian Yin entered the colorful forest, Chen Guan used teleportation to take Qian Yin deeper into the forest, and then he called out the tree elves. "Tree elf, are there any unicorn butterflies around here?" The unicorn butterfly will generate experience cards that can bring experience to the user. This kind of thing is extremely precious. When we come to the colorful forest where ferocious beasts gather, it is a good opportunity to use the tree elves to look for it. The tree elf shook his head. "No. The colorful forest is the largest gathering place for ferocious beasts in the East District. Is there no such thing in the East District?" Qian Yin muttered to herself in confusion. Hearing this, Chen Guan looked at Qian Yin. "East District?" When Qian Yin heard this, she nodded, then pressed the instrument on her wrist that looked like a watch. The instrument projected a blue screen on which some information could be seen. "I bought this communicator when I was in Zhongzhou. It connects to Zhongzhou's network and allows me to check some information about Zhongzhou." Qian Yin looked at Chen Guan and said, "Just now, when I saw the location of the colorful forest displayed on your navigation, I looked up some information about the colorful forest. This will facilitate our future exploration. Currently, there are 5 districts in the entire central continent. The main districts in the east, south, west, north, and middle." Qian Yin looked at Chen Guan. "The colorful forest we are in is the leveling point in the East District. This forest was created and managed by the Alliance. It covers an area of 5.2 million square kilometers and is home to all kinds of ferocious beasts. With such a large forest, I thought there would be unicorn butterflies, but I didn't expect there wouldn't be any." Chen Guan smiled and said, "It seems that I will have a human encyclopedia by my side in the future." Hearing this, Qian Yin gave Chen Guan a cute look and said, "This kind of information is not difficult to get. You can use your mobile phone to surf the internet and search for it, and you will find out." Although she said this, Qian Yin had a smile on her face. Qian Yin doesn't want to be a vase. In Dongzhou, she is a favored girl of heaven. She is not very old, but among the people of the same age in Dongzhou, her strength is top-notch. But next to Chen Guan, her genius was gone. Next to him, she was just a woman, an ordinary woman. She liked the feeling of being in his arms, but she didn't want to be a vase. She wanted to play her own role. It is basically impossible to reach the level of being able to fight alongside Chen Guan in terms of strength. Therefore, Chen Yin wanted to use other methods, for example, to look up information to help Chen Guan understand Zhongzhou, which she could do. Chen Yin was very happy when she realized that she could help Chen Guan. You two run really fast. Suddenly, an untimely voice sounded. Hearing the sound, Chen Guan looked towards the source of the sound. I saw a man in black squatting on a branch of a big tree, holding a rifle-like weapon. He stared at Chen Guan with a smile on his face. Fortunately, I set you as my target from the beginning, otherwise I really couldn't keep up with you. Hearing this, Chen Guan and Chen Yin looked at each other. Chen Guan looked at the man. When Chen Guan faced the Earth Bear before, in order to know what the Earth Bear was thinking, he awakened an ability, which Chen Guan called mind reading. Chapter 159. A strong person will let the environment change to suit him. Through mind reading, Chen Guan knew what the guy in front of him was thinking. The guy in front of him was attracted by Chen Yin's appearance and figure. The reason why he wanted to find Chen Guan and Chen Yin was that he wanted to kill Chen Guan and then occupy Chen Yin. This guy's only ability is the rifle in his hand, and he's good at assassination. But at this moment, he did not intend to kill Chen Guan directly. The man stared at Chen Guan. The woman next to you is your woman, right? If you don't want to die, you can run away now and give her to me. Having said this, the man deliberately raised his hand and lifted his bangs, revealing the mark on his forehead. 5 black triangle marks, 1 triangle stripe plus 2 stripes, level 55. He raised the gun in his hand. A strong sense of oppression emanated from him, enveloping Chen Guan below. He aimed the gun at Chen Guan and looked at him with interest. I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. 3, 2. Chen Guan was underestimated, but that's normal. Rank is a recognized method of judging strength on this continent. This guy's level is 55, while Chen Guan's level is 41 and Qian Yin's level is only 31. Under normal circumstances, it is easy for a level 55 person to kill a level 41 ability user. Through mind reading, Chen Guan knew the purpose of the guy in front of him. Chen Guan said calmly, "You want her to see me running away and abandoning my lover because I was afraid of death, so that she will lose her favor for me and give you a chance to win her heart. Your methods are truly disgusting." Chen Guan looked at the man in the air with a cold look in his eyes. When the man heard that his thoughts were seen through, the smile on his face slowly disappeared. He squinted his eyes and stared at Chen Guan. "You see through it? But what does it matter? Aren't you afraid of death? Don't you want to survive?" Chen Guan relaxed his eyebrows. It's still uncertain who will live and who will die. The man looked at Chen Guan's indifferent expression, and he knew that what he had in mind could no longer be realized. He said coldly, "Then you die." As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled the trigger. Bang! Accompanied by a gunshot, a black bullet made of pure source power shot out from the muzzle. The bullet flew through the air at an extremely fast speed and shot towards Chen Guan's forehead. This bullet is extremely fast, but Chen Guan is faster. Chen Guan raised his hand and pinched his index finger and thumb in the air. The bullet was caught between Chen Guan's fingers. When the man on the branch saw this, his pupils narrowed slightly. "You," Chen Guan said calmly, "you chose the wrong target." Chen Guan stopped talking and swung the bullet in his hand. The bullet flew out and hit the man on the branch. The man's pupils narrowed slightly, and before he could even react, the bullet hit his forehead. Boom! Accompanied by a muffled sound. The man's entire head exploded. His body fell from the sky. Boom! With a dull thud, the body fell to the ground. Chen Guan looked at the body. He thought of what the guy named Ganru said to him when he met him before. Ganru said that it is not an easy task for someone of his level to protect Qian Yin in Central Continent. When Chen Guan heard at that time, he didn't think much about it. But now Chen Guan discovered that Ganru's words were not just casual. Qian Yin is recognized as the most beautiful woman in Dongzhou. Her beauty is one of the best even in Central China. For some hot-blooded men, Qian Yin's attraction to them is obviously fatal, and Chen Guan, Qian Yin's man, is only level 41. In this Central Continent filled with people with high-level abilities, this level is clearly not enough to possess her. It seems that Ganru's words were not just talk. However, what Ganru said was also wrong. In most cases, level can determine the difference in strength, but sometimes level does not represent all of a person's strength. I am invincible. Anyone who dares to touch my woman will die. Chen Guan took back the time and looked at Qian Yin beside him. Qian Yin looked at Chen Guan, her eyes shining, and she said, "It seems that I am the one who caused the trouble for this person. At this point, she paused, then looked at Chen Guan. How about I cover my face? When Chen Guan heard this, he said, those who choose to change themselves to adapt to the environment around them because of threats from others are weak. He looked at Chen Yin and said calmly, no need to wear a mask. If anyone wants to take you away from me by violence, I will kill them. The strong will make the environment adapt to their existence. Chen Yin looked at the expressionless man in front of her with determination in his eyes, and her eyes were shining. Suddenly, Chen Guan changed the subject and said with a smile, besides, I don't want to cover your face with gauze. It will be inconvenient to kiss you. When Chen Yin heard this, her cheeks slightly turned red, and she rolled her eyes at Chen Guan. You hooligan. Chen Guan smiled and looked at the tree elf. Find some fierce beasts. Level 31 or level 41 will do. When the tree elf heard this, she nodded. Okay. She flapped her wings and flew ahead to lead the way. Chen Guan and Chen Yin caught up with the tree elf. The two hunted ferocious beasts in the colorful forest for a whole day, and it was evening. Chen Guan and Chen Yin lit a bonfire in the forest. The corpse of a ferocious beast was placed on the bonfire and burned slowly. We have materialized many fierce beasts. They can help us hunt fierce beasts in the seven-colored forest and gain experience for us. Chen Yin looked at Chen Guan. We can also gain experience here even if we are not in the seven-colored forest. Chen Guan nodded slightly. However, the number of fierce beasts in this colorful forest is not as many as I imagined, and we were not able to level up in one day. When Chen Yin heard this, she hummed. The seven-colored forest covers a large area, and the levels of the beasts are scattered. It will take time to find the beasts that are suitable for us to upgrade. Chen Yin smiled playfully. Upgrading is not that easy. Tut-tut-tut. Suddenly, Chen Guan heard a sound. Hearing the sound, Chen Guan looked towards the source of the sound. What you see is a group of ferocious beasts that look like bears with brown and reddish bodies. The group of ferocious beasts with brown-red hair passed by not far in front of Chen Guan. At this time, Chen Guan saw a man in a black windbreaker following the group of ferocious beasts. That's the Yin Bear group. When Chen Guan heard it, he looked at Chen Yin. Chen Yin turned on the instrument on her watch. She looked at the image data projected by the instrument and then looked forward. The Yin Bear group is the most common beast in the colorful forest that can be used as a mount. The body of this beast is about the same as a car, and under normal circumstances, it can reach a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. Chapter 160. Having abilities just to make money. Chen Yin looked at the information screen and said, Yun Xiong is level 40. Its temperament is relatively mild among the beasts of the same level, and it is easy to tame using the props sold by the beast trainer. Currently, many of the beast mounts we have seen in Zhongzhou are Yun Xiong. Chen Guan looked at the man in the black windbreaker and asked, What is that guy doing? Chen Yin thought for a moment and said, I think he is planning to capture Yun Xiong. Chen Guan was startled. He looked at Chen Yin and said, Why not just kill it and turn it into a fierce beast card, and then turn it into a mount? Chen Yin said, If it turns into a beast card, then only people with special abilities can use it, because only people with special abilities can use source power to materialize this thing, but ordinary people can't do it. For some wealthy ordinary people, a beast mount is equivalent to some super sports cars. Having a beast as a mount means noble status. This has also led to some animal trainers obtaining ferocious animal mounts by directly taming ferocious animals, and then opening shops to sell those things to wealthy people. Hear this. Chen Guan is understandable. Living in this world are not only people with special abilities, but also some ordinary people. Ordinary people make up the majority of the world. There are even some ordinary people who choose to become people with special abilities. In fact, their original purpose is just to awaken their abilities to make money, nothing more. After all, the path of a person with special abilities requires competing for resources with other people with special abilities. In some places where ferocious beasts gather, the law of the jungle prevails. If you're killed in those places, you cannot blame others. Ordinary people are protected by the rules of the Alliance. If you touch ordinary people and are discovered, you will be punished by the Alliance. Therefore, most people who do not have such a strong desire to become strong, or those with average talents, will choose the path of ordinary people. After all, the original purpose of many people becoming capable people is to make money. If you kill a ferocious beast, turn it into a ferocious beast card, and then use source power to materialize it into a ferocious beast, this process requires source power as support. Obviously, some ordinary people who lack source power cannot do this. Those animal trainers have awakened a lot of strange things in order to make money. Instead of killing the beasts, they turn them into mounts. This is quite interesting. Chen Guan smiled. He looked at Xianyin beside him and said with a smile, "Shall we go over and take a look?" When Xianyin heard this, she hummed and smiled. "I'm interested too." Chen Guan took Xianyin and followed the group of brown bears. In the distance, Chen Guan and Xianyin were observing every move of the man in the black windbreaker. The man in the windbreaker did not follow the group of ferocious beasts all the time. He quickened his pace and ran to a position 500 meters ahead of the group of brown bears. He took out something that looked like a seed and pressed it into the trunk of a large tree. The seed grew at a speed visible to the naked eye and eventually grew into a light blue flower. As he finished this, he jumped onto the trunk of a big tree and looked down. At the same time, groups of yunxiong came over. Boom, boom, boom. Groups of yun bears passed by under him. Their huge bodies and numbers caused the ground to tremble slightly as they moved. Suddenly, one of the bears in the group slowly stopped, sniffed its nose, then looked at the light blue flower on the trunk of the big tree and walked over. He opened his mouth and took the flower into his mouth, chewing it while following the group of bears in front of him. Suddenly, boom! Not long after the yun bear ate the flower, its huge body shook slightly and then fell to the ground. After the other Yunxings left, the man in the black windbreaker jumped down from the tree. He took out a pill and stuffed it into the mouth of the unconscious Yunxiong. When the thing was eaten, Yunxiong's whole body was lit up with a faint green light. After the light dissipated, the rhythm bear slowly stood up. It looked at the man in the windbreaker in front of it, then walked over and rubbed the man in the windbreaker with its huge head, appearing to be very intimate. Chen Guan and Xianyin were observing the scene from the side. "That's a brown bear," Xianyin said softly. "He's not very lucky." When Chen Guan heard this, he looked at Xianyin and asked, "Bad luck?" Xianyin hummed. "There are 3 colors of yun bears in the yun bear group, namely brown-red, light blue, and a black and white yun bear. According to the information I've seen, the most precious and attractive is the black and white yunxiong. They call that kind of yunxiong the yin-yang bear. That kind of yin-yang bear has special abilities, and its speed and endurance are several times stronger than the brown yunxiong. Because it is very precious, its price is tens of thousands times that of the brown yunxiong." Xianyin paused and said, "However, that thing is quite rare. There is no yin-yang bear in the yunxiong group just now. There were only brown yunxiong and blue yunxiong. The blue bear is better than the brown bear." Xianyin looked at Chen Guan and said with a smile, "It's just that he was unlucky and only caught the brown bear." Hearing this, Chen Guan laughed and said, "Shall we also get a yun bear to play with?" When Xianyin heard this, she smiled and said, "Okay." Beishan looked at the brown bear in front of him and said calmly, "It's another brown bear. This is the 4th brown bear this month. Although it is considered profitable, it's not much. The blue yin bear is too clever. It's still a little difficult to attract it with the blue soul flower." Beishan subconsciously looked at the group of yin bears not far away. "I'll be happy when I get a blue yin bear." Suddenly, Beishan's pupils narrowed slightly. What do those 2 guys want to do? Beishan saw a man and a woman standing in front of the group of yunxiong. The average level of yunxiong is 40, and this ferocious beast likes to move in groups. When they gather together, even a strong warrior over level 50 can only avoid them temporarily. But now Beishan saw that the man and the woman were actually lying on top of the yunxiong group, and one of them was level 41 and the other was level 31. Beishan was a little confused. Are these 2 crazy? Chen Guan looked at Yunxiong, who was coming towards him. Roar! Roar! When those yin bears saw Chen Guan, they all roared angrily. They sped up and rushed towards Chen Guan and Xianyin, intending to use their huge bodies to crush these 2 ant-like humans in front of them. Chen Guan looked at the groups of Yunxiong and raised his hand. All those groups of rhyme bears stopped in an instant. All the yun bears stopped in an instant like frozen statues. Even the yun bears running in the air stopped at this moment. Beishan stared at the scene in front of him, his eyes widened. What kind of ability is this? Chapter 161, The Gap Between People, is huge. Xianyin looked at the Yunxings in various postures in front of her, and then she looked at Chen Guan. Chen Guan crossed his arms, looked at Xianyin, and said with a smile, "Let's go. Let's pick which blue bear is better looking. We can use it as a mount to travel in this colorful forest." Xianyin smiled. Yeah. The 2 walked into the group of yin bears, and those yin bears seemed to have stopped in time and could not move. Chen Guan and Qian Yin entered the group of yun bears, and Qian Yin looked at those blue yun bears. This one is too thin. This one is too fat. This one doesn't look good. Chen Guan watched Qian Yin picking out Yun Xiong from the side. He crossed his arms over his chest and looked at her as if she was choosing clothes in a store. Her cheerful look made Chen Guan feel particularly good. However, not far away, Bei Shun was stunned as he watched the scene in front of him. Bei Shun was stunned when he saw the man and woman entering the group of Yangqings as leisurely as if they were picking out clothes. Bei Shun's current level is 34. The upgrade path is too boring and tedious, and also full of dangers. For the sake of his own life, Bei Shun has given up upgrading and instead started researching ways to make money using his own abilities. In this world, ability cannot be used to make a living. If people with abilities want to do well in this world, they must use their abilities and monetize them. Bei Shun's current way of making money is to obtain taming props from tamers, then track down ferocious beasts that can be used as mounts, and then capture them. Brown bears like this one can be sold in the city for a price comparable to that of a luxury car. Of course, there are risks. First of all, the Yunxion level is 40, and any one of them can make Bei Shun suffer. The orchid soul flower does not always attract the yun bear to eat it. Sometimes the yun bear will not eat it, and sometimes it will even be destroyed directly by the yun bear. This leads to losses. After all, ferocious beasts are uncontrollable. But when Bei Shun saw the actions of the man and woman in front of him, he was shocked. What kind of ability is this? I've never seen such abilities before. One of these two is level 41, and the other is level 31. With these levels, they will die immediately when facing a group of yun bears. What's the situation with these two people? After mumbling to himself, he couldn't help but whisper again, "What kind of ability is this?" Among the group of bears, Qianning finally made her choice. This blue bear looks neither fat nor thin, and its body is strong and looks very majestic. She looked at Chen Guan and said with a smile, "Let's go with this one." Upon hearing this, Chen Guan hummed, stretched out his hand, and pressed it on Lan Yunxiong's forehead. A blue light appeared on Chen Guan's palm. Immediately, a burst of light appeared on Lan Yunxiong's body. Chen Guan withdrew his hand. Its body regained movement. It looked at Chen Guan with its blue pupils, and then rubbed Chen Guan intimately with its big head. Looks particularly well-behaved. Bei Shun, who was standing by, saw this and his eyes widened. What is this? Is he a beast trainer? Chen Guan turned over and sat on Lan Yunxiong's back. Although there was no saddle, the blue yun bear had a strong body, soft fur, and firm and elastic skin. Sitting on it felt much better than sitting on the hard dragon's head. No wonder those people like to get mounts. Chen Guan looked at Qian Yin beside him. He stretched out his hand to Qian Yin and said with a smile, "Come." When Qian Yin looked, her eyes were shining, a smile was on her face, and her little hand was stretched out. Chen Guan held her little hand and exerted a little force. Qian Yin flew over and sat in Chen Guanhuai's room. Chen Guan naturally clasped his hands together, hugged her small waist, and held her slender body in his arms. Feeling Qian Yin's body temperature, Chen Guan was suddenly moved. Qian Yin was slightly startled, her cheeks turned red, and she turned her head slightly and raised it to look at Chen Guan behind her. Chen Guan smiled and said, "No wonder those people like to ride mounts. When driving, they can only touch the steering wheel, but when riding a mount, they can hold a beautiful woman in their arms." Qian Yin's cheeks flushed. Rogue. Chen Guan stretched out his hand, and a rein appeared on Lan Yunxiong's body. Chen Guan grabbed the reins and pulled, and Lan Yunxiong walked out from the group of Yunxiong. As the blue yun bear left the yun bear group, the yun bear group regained their ability to move. They looked at Chen Guan with horror, and then, as if they had seen a ghost, they sped up and ran madly into the distance. Looking at the panic-stricken expressions of the group of Yunxiong, Qianning couldn't help but smile. "Look how scared you are." Chen Guan smiled and watched the Yin-Yang bears leave. These things are natural luxury cars. It would be a pity to kill them directly and exchange them for experience. After they evolve into Yin-Yang bears, we can come back and catch them to play with. Bei Shun, who was not far away, watched this scene with his eyes wide open. Who is this person? The man in front of me didn't seem to be selecting a Yunxiong just now. He was really selecting a Yunxiong. Just pin down an entire group of Yun bears, then select and tame them in one go. This ability made Bei Shun extremely envious. If he has this ability, why would he be afraid of not getting rich? But Bei-shun couldn't believe it and even doubted his own eyes. Can a person at level 41 achieve this? It's about time. The barbecue should be almost done. Chen Guan smiled and said, let's go back and have dinner and then go to bed early. When Xin Ming heard this, her face turned red and she said nothing. She just snuggled into Chen Guan Huai with a smile that looked like shyness and joy on her face. Maybe because it was getting dark and Chen Guan's embrace felt more comfortable, she chose to close her eyes. Chen Guan looked at Xin Ming's expression and smiled. Chen Guan and Qian Ying gradually walked away under Bei-shun's gaze. Bei-shun was the only one left, standing there in a daze. After Chen Guan and Qian Yin's figures completely disappeared in the dark forest at night, Bei-shun retracted his gaze and looked in the direction where the group of Yun bears left. He couldn't recover for a long time. He never thought that someone could tame Yun Xiong like this. Chen Guan's actions have shattered his 3 views. Is the gap between people with special abilities so big? Bei-shun smiled bitterly. In order to tame a Yun bear, I need to spend a lot of time and sum up various experiences before I can finally find the right place and time abated. But he did it so easily. Isn't the gap too big? Chen Guan and Qian Ying rode Blue Rhythm Bear back to their previous camp. Sitting on the back of Lanyan Bear is a completely different experience from being in a car. Lanyan Bear is very strong and has well-developed muscles. When it walks, all its muscles are in a rhythmic state. In this case, if you're riding alone, you won't feel anything. But when a charming girl nestles in your arms, the feeling is quite different. Chen Guan now has an impulse, which is to go back early to prepare dinner, and then accompany Qian Ying to do something happy. Fire can be seen ahead. Lan Yunxiong walked through the forest and returned to the camp. Suddenly, Chen Guan saw 2 people sitting by the campfire in his camp. One of them sat in front of a wooden stake, eating roasted animal meat in his hand. Suddenly, he stopped, and his eyes fell on Chen Guan. The smile on Chen Guan's face disappeared. Chapter 162. This guy actually ate his own dinner. There are all kinds of ferocious beasts in the colorful forest. Although this place belongs to the Alliance, in fact, the Alliance has only built a circle around the colorful forest and sent people to guard the colorful forest. The colorful forest is very large, and basically everything in it grows naturally. Therefore, there are always various undiscovered treasures in the colorful forest. People with special abilities enter the colorful forest not just to gain experience, but more of them do so to obtain various treasures, such as experience cards, attribute cards, etc. But for Wei Shun, the treasures in his eyes are not just these. Wei Shun still can't forget the beautiful figure he saw during the day. That alluring figure made Wei Shun unable to extricate himself. The guy next to that girl was just a weakling at level 41. In Wei Shun's eyes, a weakling like that was not worthy of having such a goddess. For this reason, Wei Shun entered the colorful forest to look for the woman. But he searched for a whole day and still didn't find it until late at night, which made him a little annoyed. After nightfall, Wei Shun and Yu Pei found a campfire with meat roasting on it. Seeing that there was no one around, Wei Shun and Yu Pei, who were a little hungry after searching for a day, occupied the camp and started eating the barbecue. In a place like the colorful forest, the strong are respected and there are no rules to bind you. Other people's camps and other people's dinners, if they are not there, will have to become someone else's. As a result, Wei Shun heard a sound before he had finished eating halfway, and he looked towards the source of the sound. On the other side of the woods, a man was holding the reins on the back of a blue bear with a charming red-haired woman in his arms. The man was looking at Wei Shun with cold eyes. Wei Shun met the man's gaze, and when he saw the girl in the man's arms, his eyes suddenly lit up. Wei Shun threw the food in his hand to the ground. Then he stood up and said slowly, "I never thought that I would meet you here after looking for you for so long." Hearing the voice, Chen Guan frowned. He looked at Wei Shun, and through mind reading, Chen Guan knew what this guy was here for in an instant. He had set his eyes on his woman and wanted to monopolize her, and now he had even eaten his dinner. Chen Guan said calmly, "You are really amazing. You spent a whole day looking for my woman, and now you are here again, snatching the dinner we prepared. I don't know whether to say that you are shameless or that you have perseverance." When Wei Shun heard this, he became a little confused. Wei Shun never said the purpose of his coming here, but the man in front of him told him his purpose directly when they met for the first time. There was another point that puzzled Wei Shun. Although Wei Shun's own level is not much higher than Chen Guan, Yu Pei next to Wei Shun has a level of 51. Chen Guan and Qian Ying are level 41 and 31 respectively. These 2 people know what they want to do, So why don't they run away? Wei Shen looked at Chen Guan with confusion in his heart. Since you know, then. Before Wei Shen could finish, Chen Guan interrupted him and said, level can represent the strength of most people with special abilities, but for me, level doesn't mean anything. As he spoke, Chen Guan raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Snap. Accompanied by the sound. Wei Shen was a little confused. What are you doing? Master. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Hearing the voice, Wei Shen looked at Yu Pei beside him. Yu Pei is a bodyguard sent by Wei Shen's father to follow Wei Shen and protect Wei Shen's safety. Yu Pei has a level of 51, which means he has rich combat experience. Yu Pei's existence is the source of Wei Shen's self-confidence. In Wei Shen's opinion, there are not many people who could defeat Wei Shen. At least I definitely can't beat this level 41 man in front of me. However, when Wei Shen took a look, the scene he saw made his pupils slightly condense. Yu Pei's face was pale. He looked at his hand and saw that Yu Pei's arm was like ashes, slowly decomposing and drifting away with the wind. What's wrong with you? Wei Shen couldn't help but ask. Yu Pei looked at Chen Guan suddenly. It's him. Wei Shen noticed Yu Pei's gaze, and he hurriedly looked at Chen Guan. But Chen Guan said calmly, the source of your confidence is this man named Yu Pei. If that's the case, I wonder if you can still be so confident after Yu Pei dies. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Yu Pei heard Chen Guan say this. Although he couldn't understand how a level 41 ability user could have such ability, at this moment, he only thought about saving his life. Yu Pei's face turned pale as paper, and he begged for mercy loudly. However, the wind blew past. Yu Pei's entire body decomposed into extremely tiny particles. As the wind blew past, his body completely disappeared from Wei Shen's sight. The moment Yu Pei's body decomposed, Wei Shen saw the horror on his face. Wei Shen watched this scene, his pupils trembling. What kind of ability is this? Yu Pei is a level 53 expert. Such a strong man was killed before he could even react? Died just like that? Wei Shen swallowed slowly, then turned his head and looked at Chen Guan with difficulty. It was this guy who did it. Although Wei Shen didn't know how the man in front of him did it, Wei Shen was sure that it was him, and he was the one who did it. On the back of the blue yun bear, this young-looking man held the blue yun bear's reins in one hand and gently embraced the slender waist of the girl in his arms with the other hand. There was no expression on his face, and only indifference in his black pupils. The goddess-like girl snuggled in the man's arms, her ruby-like eyes looking not at Wei Shen, but at the man. She looked at the man, her beautiful eyes filled with deep love. Wei Shen felt a terrifying aura from the man in front of him. That aura was like an invisible big hand that grasped Wei Shen's body. The intense pressure made Wei Shen's face pale, and he felt a little breathless. A chill rose from the soles of Wei Shen's feet, went straight to his brain along his spine. He felt as if he had fallen into a cold cave in the 12th lunar month. His whole body was cold. It was a chill that penetrated deep into his soul. That biting chill is called fear. At this moment, Wei Shen finally realized that the level 41 man in front of him was not someone he could deal with. He made a wrong decision. Chen Guan looked at Wei Shen. From Wei Shen's pale face, slightly trembling legs, and Wei Shen's psychological activities, Chen Guan knew that this person was afraid of him. You know you're scared, but it's too late. Chen Guan's voice sounded. Wei Shen's pupils condensed slightly. He raised his hand and saw that his hand was slowly disintegrating, just like Yu Pei's. Wei Shen quickly looked at Chen Guan. No, you can't kill me. I am from the Wei family, and my father Wei Zheng is a king-level warrior. If you dare to kill me, my father will never let you go. Chen Guan gave a disdainful smile. Wei Shen's pupils narrowed slightly. Chapter 163, I am just a little bit more skilled than others. No, no. Wei Shen shouted in horror as he watched his body slowly disappear. He looked at Chen Guan in panic. No, don't kill me, don't kill me. He stretched out his hand to Chen Guan. However, his hand and entire body disappeared completely along with Yu Pei. I don't know how many girls this scum has harmed. He deserves to die. Chen Ying looked at the direction where Wei Shen disappeared and couldn't help but speak out. Hearing this, Chen Guan hummed, It's damn right, but it's a pity for our dinner. When Chen Ying heard this, she smiled and looked at Chen Guan. It's okay, we roasted a whole hedgehog, and they didn't eat much. The rest is enough for us to eat. Chen Guan looked at the barbecue on the campfire. Just as Chen Ying said, the two men didn't eat much. No way, too much roasted. Chen Guan looked at Chen Ying and said with a smile, Okay, let's do something fun after dinner. Happy? Chen Ying looked at Chen Guan, And when she met his malicious gaze, Qianyin blushed, avoided Chen Guan's gaze, and leaned her head on Chen Guan's chest. Bad guy. Chen Guan smiled, loosened the reins used to control the direction of Lan Yun Bear's movement, and got off the bear's back. He stretched out his hand to Qianyin and wanted to pick her up. Qianyin looked at Chen Guan's actions and said with a red face, "I'm not a child. I can come down by myself." Chen Guan smiled and said nothing, but reached out and picked up Qianyin. Qianyin could only be carried down by Chen Guan obediently. The two of them sat by the campfire, and it seemed as if the two guys named Wei Shun and Yu Pei had never appeared. The two of them enjoyed dinner tonight. Qianyin looked at Chen Guan beside her while eating. Chen Guan was also looking at her. As their eyes met, Qianyin suddenly felt her cheeks getting hot, and she looked away. Looking at Qianyin's actions, Chen Guan's heart warmed as he thought about what he would do after dinner. Rustle, rustle. Suddenly, an inappropriate sound was heard. Hearing the sound of feet stepping on leaves, Chen Guan frowned slightly. Is there another guy who doesn't know how to live or die? Chen Guan looked towards the source of the sound and saw a man in a black windbreaker standing there. Seeing this man, Chen Guan was slightly startled. Isn't this the guy who followed the Yun Bear group to hunt Yun Bears just now? The man touched the back of his head, feeling a little embarrassed. He looked at Chen Guan and said with a smile, "Senior, my name is Bei Shun, and I am an animal trainer. Just now when I was training an animal, I saw that your animal training skills were very magical. I would like to come over to learn from you. Is that okay?" Chen Guan looked at the embarrassed man. Through his mind reading, he knew the man's purpose. The man's name is Bei Shun. He currently makes his money mainly by purchasing props sold by animal trainers, then coming to the colorful forest to capture mounts, and then selling them to the ferocious beast mount shop. After seeing the abilities displayed by Chen Guan before, this guy was now very curious about Chen Guan's abilities, so he couldn't help but follow him. This person has no ill intentions. Chen Guan is also happy to make friends in this Zhongzhou world. After all, there are still many things he doesn't understand in this Zhongzhou world. If he hadn't talked with He Han before, he wouldn't have known the existence of the colorful forest. This shows that it is beneficial to know more people. Chen Guan smiled and said, "Have you had dinner? I still have a lot of barbecue left. The two of us can't finish it. If you are hungry, you can have some." The man's eyes lit up slightly, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. He was no longer embarrassed. He said with a smile, "No, I brought some compressed dry food pills." Chen Guan nodded slightly. "Beast tamer. By purchasing the props given by the beast trainer, you can tame them out here and then bring it back to sell. In this way, how much money can you make each time?" This. Bei Shun smiled. "It depends on what kind of mount it is. At present, I'm mainly training bears, and the Yun Bears in the Yun Bear group are all very smart. I need to use the enchantment flower and the taming pill to tame a Yun Bear. The enchantment flower and the taming pill together cost 500,000 data coins. If I can catch a brown Yun Bear and sell it, it can sell for about 3 million. Chen Guanxin was moved. Is it so profitable? Bei Shun smiled bitterly and said, "It's hard to say. This is not an easy matter. The Yun Bears are very dangerous. Even if a level 50 plus ability user sees them, they can only run away. And not every soul-loving flower we throw and will be eaten. It's possible that they will ignore it, or even some more cautious Yun Bears will destroy it. Only some experienced animal trainers can plant the ecstasy flower in the right place according to the time and place. That requires time and experience. Before I started this profession, I almost always lost money in the early stages." Hearing this, Chen Guan realized that this profession was not as simple as he thought. At this point, Bei Shun looked at Chen Guan and said, "Senior, your ability is so special. I see that you are only level 41. I know many beast tamers, and there are quite a few at level 41. When they face a group of Yun Bears, they can only catch the bears in the way I do. But your ability is so magical. What kind of ability is that? I have never seen it before." As Bei Shun spoke, he found a seat and sat down, looking at Chen Guan curiously. Chen Guan looked at Bei Shun and asked, "Are you talking about the ability to freeze the Yun Bears?" "Yes, that's it." Bei Shun said, "When I first saw it, I was really shocked. What kind of ability is that? Level 41 can make those rhyme bears motionless. I have never seen such an ability. It's amazing." Bei Shun looked at Chen Guan with admiration in his eyes and said with a smile, "Senior's ability is simply amazing." Chen Guan chuckled. "It's okay, that ability is a black ability. The principle is shadow. I can use the shadow to restrain them and make them unable to move, just like this." As he said this, he picked up a piece of wood and threw it. The wood flew in the air. Suddenly, the shadow under Chen Guan's feet flew out like a living thing and bound the shadow of the wood in an instant. The wood flew into the air and suddenly stopped, not moving anymore. When Beishin saw this, his eyes suddenly lit up. This is a control type ability. But this shouldn't be the case. Beishin muttered, I've seen many beast tamers in their 40s with control abilities. They can also use control abilities, but none of them can do it like you, senior. Well, there's nothing I can do. Chen Guan used his shadow to control the flying wood and threw it into the bonfire. He looked at the bonfire and said with a smile, My proficiency is a little higher than theirs, so my control ability is a little better than theirs. When Xianyin heard this, she looked at Chen Guan and pursed her lips. She was saying in her mind, what he said was just a little bit. Maybe it could be billions of bits. But she didn't say it out loud. Beishin heard this and said, A level 41 person can control the entire group of yin bears with his own abilities. This kind of control ability cannot be achieved without 3,000 to 4,000 proficiency levels. At this point, Beishin looked at Chen Guan in shock. Senior, your ability proficiency level is already over 4,000, right? Chen Guan touched his nose awkwardly and said, Well, it's about the same, just a little bit higher, not much, you don't have to worry too much. It's not that Chen Guan wanted to hide his strength. It would be difficult to chat if he scared people, so it was better to just say it was about the same. Chapter 164. Is he a genius among geniuses? More than 4,000 points of proficiency. Beishan said with emotion. For a person with average talent, even if he uses his ability every day to improve his proficiency will only be more than 100 points in his lifetime. Senior, you are only level 41, but you have an ability proficiency of over 4,000. This is a bit exaggerated. Beishin smiled and said, Some young people with ability proficiency of over 500 are called geniuses. Senior, you should be considered a genius among geniuses. Genius among geniuses? Chen Guan smiled, but said nothing. He didn't dwell on this topic. He smiled and said, I'm full and I plan to take a rest. I won't talk to you for the time being. Okay. Beishin nodded and responded to Chen Guan. Chen Guan patted his clothes to remove the dust, then walked to the forest in front of him and raised his right hand. A green light surrounds a right hand, appears with a green halo. The ground began to tremble. Beishin looked at Chen Guan's actions, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Green, the earth shook, and pieces of wood stretched out from the ground. Under Beishin's gaze, these pieces of wood automatically assembled in the blink of an eye. In just less than 2 minutes, a 2-story wooden house appeared in front of Chen Guan. Chen Guan looked at Qianyin. Qianyin blinked and looked at the villa in front of her. There was curiosity on her little face. Qianyin knew how powerful Chen Guan was, so when she saw Chen Guan using source power to build this wooden house, she was not that surprised, but just felt a little curious. Chen Guan smiled and said, Let's go in and rest. Qianyin came back to her senses and hummed. Chen Guan took Qianyin into the wooden house. Suddenly, Chen Guan thought of something and paused. There are many fierce beasts gathered in the colorful forest. In order to avoid being disturbed, as he spoke, he waved his right hand. As the black fog appeared, a skeleton man wearing black armor and holding a machete appeared in front of the door of the wooden house. After resolving these issues, Chen Guan took Qianyin into the house. Watching Chen Guan and Qianyin enter the wooden house, Beishan stared blankly at the wooden house in front of him. Green creation attribute, and directly created a house of this level of sophistication. How high must the proficiency of this ability be to be able to do it so quickly and so exquisitely? Not only does he possess the ability of black control with high proficiency, he also possesses the ability of green creation with such high proficiency. Who is this guy? Beishin looked at the lights that were turned on in the wooden house. His eyes widened. There are lights. The ability to create wooden houses. Beishin could be 100% sure that it was a green creation ability. He had seen green-type creators use their abilities to create shelters in the wild before, but the shelters created by those people that Beishin had seen were all very simple. Because no matter what kind of ability it is, if you want to master that ability at will, you must invest time to comprehend it and improve your proficiency in the ability so that you can use that ability well. But the ability to build wooden houses obviously cannot help the ability user in combat. If the ability user wants to upgrade his level, he must fight. This is what he must do. So, no one would spend too much time on the ability to create a log cabin. Therefore, some people with green creation abilities can create residences, but they are only the most rudimentary shelters. Of course, these are secondary. Another reason is that the use of abilities requires the existence of source power. If you want the things created by the source power to continue to exist, you must always use the source power to maintain them. Obviously, the ability to create a wooden house is too useless for those with this ability. But now Bei Shun actually saw a person who created such an exquisite wooden house. Moreover, there are lights inside the residence. The wooden house is a green creation, that's for sure, but what about the light? Bei Shun was stunned. Inside the wooden house, Qianyin looked at the bedroom in front of her. The bedrooms are spacious and have almost everything. The lights in the room are bright. Qianyin looked at the pure white sheets on the wooden bed. Then she raised her head and looked at the lights in the room. Qianyin knew very well that everything she saw was created by Chen Guan's source power. Chen Guan created a world, so it was naturally easy for him to create this thing. What are you thinking about? Chen Guan said with a smile. Qianyin came back to her senses. She looked at Chen Guan. She smiled and said, I was thinking after I spent the night with you in the wild, I can't continue like before. When Chen Guan heard this, he looked at Qianyin curiously. What do you mean? Qianyin smiled and said, in the past, when I spent the night in the wild with my companions, we had to set up tents, light campfires, and prepare food by ourselves. Now that I'm with you, food, campfires, and so on, you only need to think about it, and you'll have wood, fire, and food. Now you don't even need a tent. You could just turn it into a wooden house like this. I've adapted to the wildlife with you. But how can I adapt to my previous life? Hearing this, Chen Guan smiled. He walked over and held Qian Yin in his arms. Qian Yin looked at Chen Guan with blushing cheeks. Chen Guan smiled and said, the bathroom is over there. After we take a shower, we'll go to bed. After that, you'll have other things to get used to slowly. Qian Yin's eyes were shining. She looked at Chen Guan, then closed her eyes and rested her little head on Chen Guan's chest. Time passes by little. Bei Shun climbed up a big tree, sat on the trunk, and looked at the wooden house where Chen Guan was. After nightfall, the colorful forest is full of ferocious beasts. Such a large wooden house, appearing in the colorful forest full of ferocious beasts, will easily attract the attention of predators and ferocious beasts. Bei Shun's gaze fell downward, looking at the skeleton man in black armor at the door of the wooden house. It's not impossible to let the summoned creature guard the gate. It's just that senior used his energy to maintain an entire wooden house, and also to maintain such a summoned creature. How much energy does he have? Roar! When Bei Shun was shocked by Chen Guan's source power value, he heard a voice. The growl of a ferocious beast. Bei Shun frowned and looked towards the source of the sound. Bei Shun's pupils were filled with golden energy, and his pupils turned golden. He concentrated his energy into his pupils and looked towards the source of the sound. Bei Shun's pupils condensed when he saw it, and he stood up quickly. Golden-scaled Tiger King. It was a creature covered with golden scales and shaped like a tiger, but unlike a tiger, it was more than twice as big as a tiger. On the golden scales on its forehead, you can see that it is level 70. Bei Shun recognized this creature. This is the king that occupies the colorful forest. It has a full level of 70. When ordinary people with special abilities see this golden-scaled Tiger King, they only have one thought, which is to escape. Bei Shun never expected to come across this thing so late at night. Suddenly, Bei Shun seemed to realize something and looked down. Outside the cabin, the bonfire was burning slowly, and the golden-scaled Tiger King was walking towards this direction. It's bad. Chapter 165. The king-level beast was chopped down with one sword. Bei Shun had cold sweat on his forehead before a master organized a team to hunt it, but they couldn't find it. I didn't expect that this guy would show up at this time. The golden-scaled Tiger King is at the Beast King level. It's coming this way. I can't stop it with my strength. If I want to fight it, I need at least 5 king-level masters above level 70 to cooperate with each other. This monster, wait a minute, if it comes over then. Bei Shun looked at the wooden house where Chen Guan was, and Bei Shun's expression was solemn. We must notify the senior. As soon as he finished speaking, Bei Shun hurriedly climbed down from the tree and ran quickly to the gate. When he arrived at the gate, Bei Shun saw the skeleton man who was 2 meters tall, wearing black armor and holding a black machete. A bit of red flame could be seen in the skeleton's dark and empty pupils, just like its pupils, and at this moment, it was staring at Bei Shun. Beishan felt a terrifying pressure from the skeleton man in front of him. The pressure spread out from the skeleton man like a swamp. When Beishan got a little closer, he felt as if his body was stuck in a quagmire. The unprecedentedly strong pressure swallowed Beishan up. A chill rose up and rushed straight to the cerebral cortex. This biting chill was the innate fear of death created by human beings. Beishan stood in front of the skeleton man. He felt like he couldn't breathe. His face turned pale, and he subconsciously looked at the machete in the skeleton man's hand. Beishan had a feeling that if he ignored the skeleton man and approached the door of the wooden house directly, the skeleton man would definitely attack him, and he would die. Beishan swallowed, took 3 steps back, and kept his distance from the skeleton man. He raised his head and looked at the wooden house in front of him. What should I do? Since I can't enter the wooden house now, I can only call him from outside the door or make some noise to attract the senior's attention. Roar! Suddenly, a low roar sounded. Hearing this voice, Beishan got goosebumps all over his body. He had almost no time to think before he immediately took action, quickly running into the forest and climbing up a big tree. Climb up a tree branch and hide your body inside it. He looked through the leaves in the direction of the cabin. At this moment, Beishan's face was already pale. The low roar he just heard was very close. Beishan didn't dare to stay in the wooden house any longer, because he knew very well that if he was discovered by the golden scale Tiger King, he would die. There is no time to inform his seniors. What should I do now? Beishan's face was pale, his eyes fixed on the wooden house. Suddenly, Beishan's pupils condensed slightly. He saw a giant tiger covered with golden scales slowly walking out of the forest, its golden pupils fixed on the burning campfire in front of it. It tilted its head slightly and looked towards the wooden house where Chen Guan was. When it saw the wooden house, its expression became ferocious. Its eyes fell on the skeleton man in front of the cabin. It moved its huge body and walked toward the skeleton man. The golden scale Tiger King is planning to attack your summoned creature. Beishan's face turned pale. The golden scaled Tiger King is level 70, the king of fierce beasts. Although you are very proficient in your abilities, your summoned creature cannot be a match for this golden scaled Tiger King. If the summoned creature dies, this golden scaled Tiger King will definitely rush into the wooden house, and then you and your partner will be in trouble. What should I do? What should I do? I attracted its attention. No. Beishan shook his head. He couldn't do it, and with the speed of the golden scale Tiger King, if he was discovered by the golden scale Tiger King, he would surely die. There was no possibility of survival. Beishan's face turned pale. He could only continue to hide in the treetops and watch the situation over at the wooden house. Beishan discovered that when the skeleton man saw the golden-scaled Tiger King, it held the machete and stared at the golden-scaled Tiger King. The golden-scaled Tiger King moved. It leaped suddenly, and its huge body pounced on the skeleton man in an instant. The skeleton man swung the machete in his hand violently and slashed at the golden-scaled Tiger King. When Beishan saw it, his face turned pale. The golden-scaled Tiger King possesses a very unique ability. The scales covering its body give it an extremely terrifying defensive power. Even a king-level power user using Domain Awakening would find it difficult to break its defense. How could the attack of a creature summoned by a level 41 ability user possibly deal with the golden-scaled Tiger King? In Beishan's opinion, the skeleton man must be destroyed next. However, clang, accompanied by the sound of hard objects colliding with hard objects. The skeleton man's machete chopped on the golden-scaled Tiger King's head, directly chopping the golden-scaled Tiger King's head and body into 2 pieces. Boom! The golden-scaled Tiger King fell to the ground, and his heavy body made a muffled sound when it fell. After the skeleton man dealt with the golden-scaled Tiger Queen, he walked back and stood at the gate, guarding it. When Beishan, who was standing on a tree branch, saw this scene, his mouth opened so wide that it seemed as if he could fit an unpeeled duck egg in it. Beishan slowly closed his mouth. He stared blankly in the direction of the wooden house and at the body of the Beast King lying at the feet of the skeleton man. Beishan smacked his lips. What's going on? I saw clearly that the skeleton was summoned by the senior. How is this possible? A skeleton summoned by a level 41 senior killed a king-level golden-scaled Tiger King with 1 strike. Beishan raised his hand, rubbed his eyes, and said, "Concentrate." He once again focused his energy on his eyes and looked in the direction of the wooden house. In this way, Beishan could see the mark on the golden-scaled Tiger King's forehead. 7 black triangle marks, level 70. Yes, it is definitely level 70. Bei Shan muttered, "It is indeed the golden scale Tiger King, the king of fierce beasts, an existence that people with special abilities must avoid when they see it. But this..." Bei Shun covered his face, unable to recover from the shock for a long time. "I can't believe it. I can't believe it." Although it was hard to believe, the facts were right in front of Bei Shun. The fact is, the skeleton summoned by the level 41 senior to guard the gate did kill a golden-scaled Tiger King. And it only took one knife. Bei Shun swallowed and looked at the wooden house. "Tomorrow morning, I will talk to the senior and ask him a question." Defeating the golden-scaled Tiger King at level 41. This feels like a dream. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it no matter who said it. Rustle, rustle. Suddenly, Bei Shun heard another sound. Hearing this voice, Bei Shun became confused and looked towards the source of the voice. Through his eyes that were filled with source power, he could see 3 people with special abilities walking towards the cabin. Seeing this, Bei Shun was slightly startled. Hunter. Chapter 166. The villa created in the colorful forest was discovered. Bei Shun stared at the 3 men. Through his eyes that were concentrated with source power, he could see the levels of the 3 people. One is level 35, one is level 37, and one is level 60. There are ferocious beasts of various levels in the colorful forest. The lowest level is level 30, and the highest level, like the Golden Scale Tiger King, is considered the top ferocious beast in the colorful forest. This is the place where people with abilities from level 30 to level 70 level up and search for treasures. A 3-person team can usually only be used for leveling up and treasure hunting. Bei Shun watched the 3 people approaching the campfire, so he stood quietly on a branch and observed them. The 3 people were 2 men and 1 woman, a middle-aged man and 2 young men. The middle-aged man is the level 60 person. This configuration should be that 2 young people are leveling up, and the middle-aged man is responsible for protecting them. "There's a fire ahead. There might be someone over there," the middle-aged man said while looking at the fire ahead. The girl in front of the middle-aged man said, "We haven't seen many people since we started leveling up this morning. Let's go over and see who's over there." The middle-aged man looked at the girl beside him and said, "Miss Yuang, the colorful forest is not like in the city. In this place, people get along with each other just like beasts get along with each other. Sometimes, humans are more terrifying than beasts." When the girl heard this, she crossed her arms, looked at the middle-aged man, and said with a smile, "Don't we have Uncle Chi here? Uncle Chi, with your level, we are the danger. They will only regard us as a danger." Qian touched the back of his head and said, "That's right. Yes, that's right." Yuang smiled. After hearing this, Qian had no choice but to continue following behind. The man next to Yuang glanced at Yuang. Then he looked away without saying anything more. The man's name is Yufeng, and he is Yuang's brother. With Yuang's idea, the 3 of them walked towards the source of the fire. When the 2 came out of the forest, they looked at the bonfire that was emitting flames. "No one," Yuang said somewhat disappointedly. "What is this?" Suddenly, a voice sounded. It was Yufeng's voice. Yuang came back to her senses and looked at Yufeng, only to see that Yufeng's eyes were trembling as he looked to the side. Yuang followed Yufeng's line of sight, and her eyes narrowed slightly. Is this possible? In the direction Yuang was looking, a 2-story wooden house stood in front of the 3 of them. This wooden house is very exquisite. If it were placed by a small lake, it would be a villa with a unique style. But when this villa-like house stands in the colorful forest, it is inevitable to feel surprised when seeing the existence of this villa. Who would build a villa like this in a colorful forest full of ferocious beasts? This is too crazy, right? Yuang's eyes were filled with astonishment and surprise. Qian looked at the wooden villa in front of him, his eyes full of surprise. "Look over there." Yufeng came back to his senses and spoke quickly. When Yuang and Qian heard this, they looked at Yufeng together, only to find that Yufeng was pointing in one direction. Yuang looked in the direction Yufeng's finger was pointing. When she looked around, Yuang discovered that in front of the gate of the wooden villa, there was a skeleton man covered in armor. 3 meters in front of the skeleton man, there lay the corpse of a ferocious beast. Skeleton man, this is a summoned creature. That is the corpse of a ferocious beast. Yuang muttered, how is this possible? Suddenly, Yuang heard an unbelievable voice. Yuang subconsciously looked at the person who was speaking, only to see Qi Yun's pupils trembling and his face staring at the corpse of the ferocious beast with surprise. "What's wrong?" Yue asked puzzledly. Qi Yun adjusted his mood and frowned. "That is the golden scale Tiger King." Yue was stunned. "Golden scaled Tiger King? Are you saying that the corpse of that beast is the level 70 king of beasts, the golden scaled Tiger King?" Qi Yun nodded solemnly. Yue looked at the body of the golden scaled Tiger King. The golden scaled Tiger King. It is said that the golden scaled Tiger King has an extremely terrifying defensive power. The golden scales on its body are like armor. Even a king-level ability user can hardly leave a scar on it. Such a creature was cut in half. Is it true? Yue couldn't help but ask. Qi Yun slowly adjusted his mood and looked at the skeleton man in front of him. "Uncle Qi Yun, do you think it was done by that skeleton summoned creature?" Yue suddenly said. When Qi Yun heard this, he frowned and said, "I don't know. The skeleton man is surrounded by black energy, so he should be a summoned creature. But using a summoned creature to kill a golden scale Tiger King, I have never heard of such a thing." Yue blinked and subconsciously looked at Yufeng beside her. Qi Yun adjusted his inner shock and said, "The golden scale Tiger King is full of treasures. If this thing is handed over to a master blacksmith to forge, it can be made into many powerful weapons and protective gear. It's a pity that this corpse was just left here." As he spoke, Qi Yun walked towards the golden scaled Tiger King. Qi Yun looked at the body of the golden scaled Tiger King and approached step by step. Suddenly, Qi Yun felt a chill rising from his heart and rushing straight to the ends of his brain. He stopped abruptly. Although he didn't know what was going on, Qi Yun could clearly feel an extremely strong sense of uneasiness and fear engulfing him like a tide. "We'll die." Qi Yun felt that if he continued to move forward, he would die. Feeling the biting pressure, his face turned pale in an instant, and he looked towards the source of the pressure. Right in front of him, there was a small red flame inside the dark and empty pupils of the skeleton man, and the flame looked like its pupil. At this moment, the skeleton man was staring at Qi Yun. Qi Yun could clearly feel that the skeleton was looking at him. This kind of scrutiny made Qi Yun feel as if his body was being held in someone's hand and could be crushed to death at any time. In an instant, Qi Yun got goosebumps all over his body. He subconsciously took a few steps back, his heel hit a stone, he lost his balance, and fell to the ground. His pupils trembled as he looked at the skeleton man. His face was pale. How is it possible? Qi Yun's level is 60, which is high enough. But when facing this skeleton man, Qi Yun could feel unprecedented pressure and fear. "We'll die." At that moment just now, Qi Yun could even smell the scent of death. "Uncle Qi Yun?" Suddenly a voice came. The voice woke Qi Yun up. Qi Yun turned his head and saw Yue looking at him in confusion. Qi Yun came back to his senses and slowly stood up. As he stood up, he could feel a chill on his back. He found that the clothes on his back were soaked with his cold sweat. Qi Yun swallowed, looked at Yue and Yufeng, and then looked at the skeleton man. "Let's stay away from that skeleton man, it's a monster." Yue looked at Qi Yun's profile. From Qi Yun's face, Yue could see the speechless fear and uneasiness. Chapter 167, The Dignified Golden Scale Tiger King was killed accidentally. Through Qi Yun's expression and words, Yue and Yufeng both realized that the skeleton man in front of them was not simple. At least, before the skeleton man made a move, he was already frightened by Qi Yun, who was at level 60. Yue raised her head and looked at the wooden house. Looking at the skeleton's actions, it seems to be protecting this wooden house. Could the person who summoned this skeleton be inside this wooden house? When Qi Yun heard this, he glanced at the skeleton man standing motionless in front of the wooden house, then raised his head to look at the wooden house, and then looked at the body of the golden scale Tiger King lying on the ground. Qi Yun looked solemn. Could it be that the person who summoned the skeleton man is resting in this wooden house now? This skeleton man is just used by him to guard the door. This golden scale Tiger King just attacked the skeleton man when passing by. So, it was hacked to death? When Yue heard this, her eyes sparkled. "Uncle Qi Yun, are you saying that the person who summoned the skeleton killed the golden scale Tiger King while he was sleeping?" "That's impossible. If that's the case, it means that person hasn't used his full strength yet. How is this possible? The golden scaled Tiger King is a king-level ferocious beast. What kind of person must be able to kill the golden scaled Tiger King without using his full strength?" Yue said in disbelief. Qi Yun looked at Yue and Yufeng and said, "Let's find a place to rest first. We'll see who summoned this skeleton man tomorrow morning." When Yuang heard this, she said, "Uncle Qi, will we be in danger?" Hearing this, Qi Yun hesitated. Although Qi Yun was very interested in meeting such a strong man, he was definitely not a match for the strong man who could deal with the golden-scaled Tiger King. If the other party is a bad person, then they will definitely be in danger if they stay here. What should I do? Don't worry. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Hearing the sound, Qi Yun and the other two looked towards the source of the sound. I saw a man in a black windbreaker walking over there. You could see the man's level on his forehead, level 34. The man in black said, "I have seen the man in the wooden house. He's not a bad guy. With his strength, he can kill the golden scale Tiger King. The three of you combined are probably not as valuable as the golden scale Tiger King. He will not be interested in you." Qi Yin was startled. "Who are you?" The man in black said, "I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Bei Shun, and I'm an animal trainer." When Qi Yin heard this, he nodded slightly. "My name is Qi Yun. These two are Yu Ying and Yu Feng." When Bei Shun heard this, his eyes lit up slightly. The daughter of the Yu family, Yu Ying, and the young master of the Yu family, Yu Feng from the White Jade Association, and Elder Qi, the elder of the Yu family. He was a little surprised. There are many associations in Zhongzhou, which are divided into large, medium, and small associations. The larger the association, the higher the prestige and the greater the fame. The flying association that Chen Guan encountered was a medium-sized association. The White Jade Association is a famous large association in the East District, which is composed of several large families. The president of the White Jade Association is currently the head of the Yu family. The two people in front of you, named Yueying and Yufeng, are the daughter and young master of the Yu family. They are also the daughter and son of the current president of the White Jade Association. Bei Shin never expected that he would meet two people of such noble status here. Seeing that her identity was recognized, Yueying didn't care. She said, "You just said that you knew the person in the wooden house. Who is that person? Which association is he from?" When Bei Shin heard this, he said, "I don't know these things." I didn't ask him. "What level is he?" Yu Feng asked subconsciously. Bei Shin looked at the three people and said, "I know his level, but..." After hearing this level, you three may not believe it. "What do you mean?" Yueying was a little confused. "Is that person's level so high that ordinary people can't bear it?" Bei Shan was stunned for a moment and shook his head. "That's not the case." Bei Shan said, "His level is 41. Yueying was stunned. She looked at Bei Shan. "How is this possible? The skeleton summoned by level 41 can kill a golden-scaled Tiger King. What a joke." Yueying felt that her IQ was insulted, and she frowned. Bei Shan looked at Yueying's expression and said helplessly, "I knew you wouldn't believe it. Are you lying to us on purpose?" Yueying frowned. "It shouldn't be." Suddenly, a voice interrupted Yueying. Yueying looked at Yufeng, who was speaking. Yufeng frowned and looked at Bei Shan. "If he really wanted to lie to us, he should have said a level that is easier for people to accept. That way it would be considered a lie. If you want to lie to people, you can't just say a level that others can't accept. And there's no need for him to lie to us." At this point, Yufeng looked towards the wooden house and said, "Level 41. Could it be that there is really a level 41 person who can defeat the Golden Scale Tiger King?" "This is impossible." Qi Yun's voice rang out. Yueying, Yufeng, and Bei Shin all looked at Qi Yun. Qi Yun frowned and said, "It is impossible for a level 41 person to defeat a level 70 Golden Scale Tiger King. This is absolutely impossible. Even some gifted monster-level geniuses in Zhongzhou cannot achieve this level. If I'm not mistaken." Qi Yun looked at the wooden house. That person should have used some kind of camouflage ability to disguise himself as a low-level person. This is the only explanation. "Yes, how could I have forgotten that?" Yueying said, "Some people with very high levels can awaken various other abilities after their aptitude is high enough. He is very likely a king-level expert, and he may have deliberately lowered his level. Let's camp here tonight. We'll find out who that person is tomorrow." Yufeng said. "Okay, I'm curious too," Yueying said with a smile. The four of them simply set up camp next to the campfire and rested. The next morning, after Yueying and the other three woke up, they gathered around the campfire and ate breakfast. Creaky. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening was heard. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Yueying and the other three looked towards the direction of the door. A man and a woman walked out of the wooden house. The man and woman were Chen Guan and Chen Yin. After Chen Guan walked out of the door, he glanced at the skeleton man guarding the door. With a thought, the skeleton man disappeared. There's a corpse of a ferocious beast here. Chen Yin's voice came. When Chen Guan looked, he saw a tiger-shaped beast lying on the ground, its body cut in half. Without thinking too much, Chen Guan knew that this must have been done by the skeleton man. Suddenly, Chen Guan could feel many eyes falling on him. Noticing those gazes, Chen Guan raised his head and looked forward. There was a bonfire that was still burning slowly in front of them, and 4 people were sitting around the bonfire. Chen Guan knew Bei Shun. Chen Guan didn't know the other people. Chapter 168, Is There No Limit to His Abilities? Bei Shun stood up and said with a smile, Senior. Chen Guan nodded slightly. His eyes fell on the other 3 people. Qi Yun noticed Chen Guan's look, and he quickly stood up. Senior, I am Qi Yun, the elder of the Yu family of the White Jade Association, and these 2 are the son and daughter of the head of the Yu family, Yu Feng and Yu Ying. Yu Feng and Yu Ying saw this situation. Yu Feng stood up and said respectfully to Chen Guan, I am Yu Feng. Yu Ying smiled. My name is Yu Ying. When Chen Guan heard this, he was a little confused. What? Senior? Chen Guan looked at the middle-aged man who was at least 10 years older than him and 10 levels higher than him. Bei Shun, whose level is lower than mine, calls me senior, I can understand, but you, a level 60 guy, calling me senior. What's going on? After hearing this, Qi Yun thought for a moment and said, In Zhongzhou, strength is everything. Senior, you are strong enough to kill a golden-scaled tiger king. With this kind of strength, I can only call you senior. Golden-scaled tiger king, Chen Guan muttered, his eyes falling on the tiger-shaped beast in front of him that was covered with golden scales. At first glance, Chen Guan understood immediately. Qi Yun smiled and said, Senior, you stayed in the wooden house yesterday, so you don't know. Your summon killed the golden-scaled tiger king last night, and the body is right in front of you. Chen Guan looked at the corpse of the golden-scaled tiger king in front of him. Suddenly, the body of the golden-scaled tiger king emitted a blue halo as Chen Gu looked at it. These blue halos peeled off from the body of the golden-scaled tiger king, then condensed in front of Chen Guan and turned into a card. Chen Guan took the card and looked at it. Golden Scale Tiger King, level 70. This thing fell on my doorstep. No wonder that guy called me senior. Can Jinling Tiger King be used as a mount? I don't think so. These hard scales are not very friendly to the buttocks. The fluffy blue bear is more comfortable. Chen Guan withdrew his gaze and looked at Qi Yun. After seeing Chen Guan obtain the Golden Scaled Tiger King card, Qi Yun's slight doubt instantly disappeared. Because only the killer of the ferocious beast can obtain the card transformed from the ferocious beast. What do you want from me? Chen Guan put away the cards and looked at Qi Yun. When Qi Yun heard this, he smiled and said, It's nothing, actually. We just happened to pass by and saw you kill the Golden Scale Tiger King, so we wanted to see you in person. Hearing this, Chen Guan used his mind-reading ability to glance at the 3 people. Qi Yun looked at Chen Guan and thought to himself, I can't see through his disguise. He is indeed a strong man. He has such a strong summoning ability and a strong disguise ability. Who is this person? There are less than 5 people in Zhongzhou who can kill the Golden Scale Tiger King, and none of them has such a strong summoning ability. Who is this person? Where did he come from? Yu Feng stared at Chen Guan. This disguise is too good. It looks like he is the same age as me, and the level mark is so exquisite. He is indeed a master. Yu Ying looked at Chen Guan. He really killed the Golden Scale Tiger King. So powerful and so handsome. How proficient in disguise is this? So magical. What is his real appearance, real age, and real level? Can I ask him? If this man's age and level are really like now, he might be a good partner. By reading their minds, see what they are thinking. Chen Guan said, I think you have misunderstood. Hearing Chen Guan's words, the 4 people were stunned and looked at Chen Guan in confusion. They didn't know what Chen Guan meant by suddenly saying this. Chen Guan said calmly, I don't have the ability to disguise myself. What you see now is my true appearance. Qi Yun was stunned. His pupils narrowed slightly. We didn't use the ability of camouflage? How is this possible? He thought to himself, is this true? Without using the ability of camouflage, a level 41 can kill a level 70 Golden Scale Tiger King. Chen Guan looked at Qi Yun's expression and knew through mind reading that Qi Yun didn't believe it. Chen Guan raised his eyebrows and said, Believe it or not, sometimes the level can represent the strength of many people with special abilities, but sometimes the level does not represent everything. Having said this, Chen Guan paused and looked at Yu Ying, whose eyes were shining. When Yu Ying saw Chen Guan looking at her, her heart moved and her cheeks turned slightly red. Chen Guan said slowly. It is my honor to be favored by a beautiful lady. However, I already have a lover, so I can't be your partner. I'm sorry. Yue Ying is about the same age as Qianin, but in terms of figure and appearance, she is far inferior to Qianin. Chen Guan was not interested in her. Yue Ying was stunned. Suddenly, there was a hint of shock in Yue Ying's eyes. Yue Ying asked, "How did you know?" Just now, Yue Ying thought that if Chen Guan was really so young and of such a high level, he would be a good partner. But Yue Ying just said this to herself in her heart and had no intention of saying it out loud. But Chen Guan directly answered what was in her heart. In other words, Yue Ying was shocked. She realized that the man in front of her could know what she was thinking. What kind of ability is this? This is an ability that Yue Ying has never seen before, and it is enough to shock her. Qian also realized that something was wrong. He looked at Chen Guan. "Senior, can you know what others are thinking?" He looked at Chen Guan in disbelief. When Chen Guan heard this, he hummed and said, "It's just a little mind reading. If I don't have anything else to do, I'll leave first. I have to go train with my subordinates." Chen Guan looked at Lan Yunxiong, who he had placed aside. When Lan Yunxiong saw Chen Guan coming, it slowly got up and walked towards Chen Guan. Chen Guan turned over and rode on Lan Yunxiong. He stretched out his hand, took Qianin's hand, and pulled her into his arms. Chen Guan gently put his arm around Qianin's waist and held the reins of Lan Yunxiong in one hand. "Wait a moment." Qianin looked at Chen Guan, her eyes sparkling, and said, "The body of the golden-scaled Tiger King is useful." Chen Guan took a look at the body of the golden-scaled Tiger King. Through what he had learned during this period, Chen Guan also knew that the corpses of ferocious beasts were useful. The higher the level of the beast's corpse, the greater its use. For example, the bones and fur of some high-level beasts can be made into weapons and protective gear. A king-level beast, like level 70, can be said to be full of treasures. Although Chen Guan couldn't use it for something like a treasure, not using it and having it are two different things. Chen Guan had an idea. The body of the golden-scaled Tiger King disappeared out of thin air, and the golden-scaled Tiger King reappeared in the inner world of Chen Guan's space ring. Located in the vacuum of the universe, in a vacuum world, the body of the golden-scaled Tiger King cannot possibly decay. Chen Guan withdrew his gaze and took Qianin into the forest under the gaze of the four people. The four people looked at the backs of Chen Guan and Qianin as they rode away on the blue yun bear. "Yue Ying, did you see it?" Yufeng looked at the place where the body of the golden-scaled Tiger King disappeared. Chapter 169 Threatened. Yue Ying looked at Yufeng and could see that Yufeng's pupils were trembling. Yue Ying retracted her gaze and looked at the place where the golden-scaled Tiger King disappeared. "I saw it. The body disappeared in an instant. If he can make a corpse disappear instantly, it means he can make a person disappear instantly." Qian looked at this scene and said, "He has a summoned creature that can kill the golden-scaled Tiger King, and he also has the ability to spy on other people's inner thoughts, and now he has this unknown ability. This person," Qian looked at the direction where Chen Guan disappeared. "Is this person? Is there no limit to his ability?" Yue Ying looked at the direction where Chen Guan and Qianin left. "Uncle Qi, he said that he didn't use the ability of disguise, which means that his appearance is his original appearance. I think he is probably in his early 20s. Yue Ying looked at Qi Yun. "Uncle Qi, do you think what he said is true or false?" Qi Yun pondered for a moment, then slowly said, "Based on my many years of experience, I would never believe that a man in his early 20s could defeat the golden-scaled Tiger King. But," Qi Yun changed the subject and looked in the direction where Chen Guan left. "The ability he showed represents his strength. With such a powerful existence, he is already powerful enough to walk sideways throughout the entire central continent. He has no need and no reason to lie." Yue Ying's eyes lit up. So when he was 20 years old, he was really strong enough to defeat the golden-scaled Tiger King. In this world, the strong are respected, and countless young girls in this world long to have a powerful partner. If a man is strong enough, he can have a charming girl, even if he is very old. When a man is strong enough to defeat a level 70 Beast King, no matter how old he is, he will be welcomed by countless people and favored by young girls. And when that man is powerful enough to defeat a level 70 Beast King, and is still so young as to be only in his early 20s, his popularity is enough to shock the entire central continent. "Don't be such a fangirl." Yufeng glanced at Yue Ying and said, "He already said that he has a lover. You didn't notice the woman next to him just now. Her figure and appearance are not comparable to yours." Yue Ying was stunned. She frowned, looked at Yu Feng, crossed her arms, and said, "Just because I have a lover doesn't mean I don't have a chance." Yu Feng shook his head helplessly. Chen Guan took Qian Yin and continued to search for prey in this colorful forest for hunting upgrades. Time passes by little. It was afternoon. Chen Guan and Qian Yin sat on the animal skin mat and enjoyed their lunch. Chen Guan opened his attribute column and looked at his level. Level 42, it's been 2 days, and the upgrade is still so slow. Chen Guan seemed a little dissatisfied with the upgrade speed. Qian Yin next to him looked at Chen Guan. She had a smile on her face, but didn't say anything. Still slow? The higher the level, the slower the upgrade. Others who are level 41 want to upgrade to the next level. It takes 1 or 2 months to do it. Some people can't even upgrade to the next level after 1 or 2 months, but this guy upgrades to the next level in 2 days, and he still thinks it's too slow. Qian Yin also knew Chen Guan's character, and she was too lazy to say anything. Chen Guan raised his head and looked at Qian Yin beside him. Qian Yin was eating meat roasted with the golden-scaled Tiger King, and her big eyes were looking at Chen Guan. Chen Guan looked at Qian Yin, smiled, reached out his hand, lifted Qian Yin's hair, and put it behind her ears. Qian Yin slowly withdrew her gaze, not looking at Chen Guan, and chose to look not far away. Looking at Qian Yin's actions, Chen Guan smiled. Suddenly, Chen Guan saw Qian Yin frowning, her eyes looking forward, with a hint of indifference in her expression. Noticing Qian Yin's expression, Chen Guan looked in the direction Qian Yin was looking. In the woods not far away, a middle-aged man holding a bone scimitar, squinting his eyes, walked towards Chen Guan. 6 black triangle marks can be seen on the forehead of this middle-aged man. This guy is level 60. He looked at Chen Guan, and the aura he exuded showed that he had no good intentions. "Senior," a voice suddenly sounded. Hearing the voice, Chen Guan was slightly startled and looked to the right. In the woods on the right, Qian was standing there with Yu Weiying and Yu Feng. It was Yu Weiying who spoke just now. Yu Weiying smiled and said, "I never thought that we would meet again after such a short time apart. The colorful forest is very big, but the place where Qian took Yu Weiying and Yu Feng to level up is nearby. Chen Guan and Qian Yin are also nearby, so it's not surprising that they meet." Chen Guan glanced at them, then looked away and looked at the middle-aged man not far away. The middle-aged man had come over. After coming over, he first glanced at Chen Guan, and then looked towards Qian. Qian. Qian heard the voice and turned to look at the middle-aged man. He was slightly startled. "Wei Yu, what are you doing here?" Through mind reading, Chen Guan looked at Qian and then at Wei Yu. All of a sudden, Chen Guan knew what was going on. The White Jade Association is a large association composed of several large families. Currently, the main family of the White Jade Association is the Yu family, and the Wei family is also a family in the White Jade Association. And Wei Yu is from the Wei family. As they are from the same association, Qi Yun and Wei Yu naturally know each other. Wei Yu frowned. Wei Shun was killed. Qi Yun's expression changed slightly. Who did it? Wei Yu's eyes suddenly fell on Chen Guan. Although I don't know who killed him yet, after my investigation yesterday, Wei Shun's death must be related to this guy. Wei Yu raised his hand and pointed the bone scimitar in his hand at Chen Guan. "You'd better tell me everything you know, otherwise don't blame me for being rude." Suddenly, Qi Yun appeared, stretched out his hand, and covered Wei Yu's mouth. Wei Yu was stunned and looked at Qi Yun. Qi Yun's face turned pale. He looked at Chen Guan and forced a smile. Senior, I'm sorry. This is someone from my association. He doesn't talk much." Wei Yu frowned, waved his hand, and slapped Qi Yun's hand away. Wei Yu distanced himself from Qi Yun and stared at him warily. "Qian, what are you doing? Are you crazy?" When Qian heard this, he quickly said, "You are crazy? Do you know who you are suspecting now?" Wei Yu snorted. His eyes fell on Chen Guan. "Who is it?" "Wei Shen is my nephew. He is dead now, and this guy is related to Wei Shen's death. Since he is related, he must tell me what he knows. I don't care who he is, even if he is the king of heaven. He must tell me what he knows." Chapter 170, he used all his strength to attack, but he was just trimming his nails. Hearing Wei Yu say this, Qi Yun's face turned pale. "Wei Yu," Qi Yun hurriedly said, "whether this matter has anything to do with the senior or not, you are not allowed to mess around." Wei Yu frowned and looked at Qi Yun. "Qi Yun, what do you mean by that? My nephew is dead, and you actually said something like that?" Wei Yu raised the bone scimitar in his hand and pointed it at Qi Yun. "Could it be that you also participated in the murder of Shen? You?" Qi Yun felt depressed when he saw Wei Yu pointing a knife at him. Wei Yu's strength is comparable to Qi Yun's. In a rage, Wei Yu wants to fight to the death with Qi Yun, and Qi Yun will not feel good either. Wei Yu's face darkened. The Wei family is second only to your Yu family. Your Yu family is worried that our Wei family will become too powerful and take away your position as the main family. So you plotted to kill Shin'er. Isn't that right? Hearing this, Qi Yun was stunned. Obviously, Wei Yu has escalated his hatred to the family level, and he no longer trusts Qi Yun. Qi Yun said, "This matter has nothing to do with me. But you can't do anything to the senior about this matter. You are no match for him." Huh? Wei Yu laughed out loud. This laughter made Qi Yun and the other two a little confused. Wei Yu's smile faded, and his face darkened. "Qi Yun, you've overacted. In order to save his life, you even lowered your status and called a level 42 kid a senior and said that I'm no match for him. In order to protect him, you've made a huge sacrifice." After saying this, Wei Yu's eyes fell on Chen Guan. "Now I am more and more certain that you are related to Shin'er's death." Qi Yun was speechless. The Wei family and the Yu family had always had a secret conflict. Now Qi Yun is anxious to stop Wei Yu, wanting Wei Yu to give up targeting Chen Guan. This further increased Wei Yu's suspicion. Under such circumstances, Wei Yu no longer believed Qi Yun at all. Qi Yun was thinking about what he should do next to save the current situation. However, at this moment, Chen Guan slowly stood up, straightened his clothes, and said calmly, "I killed the man named Wei Shin you mentioned." Hearing Chen Guan's words, Qi Yun's pupils shrank. He looked at Chen Guan in horror, and then he looked at Wei Yu. He felt helpless as the White Jade Association was going to lose a strong man. Wei Yu stared at Chen Guan with narrowed eyes. "Really? You dare to admit it? Since you admit it, then you will die." As soon as he finished speaking, a black light lit up all over his body, and the bone scimitar in his hand turned black. The figure moved. Accompanied by a residual image, Wei Yu's figure appeared in front of Chen Guan, and the bone scimitar in his hand slashed towards Chen Guan's neck. He's extremely fast. Obviously, this guy's ability is related to speed. Wei Yu narrowed his eyes as he watched the blade of the bone scimitar getting closer and closer to Chen Guan's neck. This is Wei Yu's second awakened ability, Flash Step. In order to prevent Qi Yun from interfering, Wei Yu planned to kill the guy in front of him. The speed brought by the instant step is enough to make Wei Yu's speed exceed the speed of a bullet. With the strike of the sword, Wei Yu could kill the guy in front of him without him being able to react. Suddenly, clang, accompanied by a crisp sound. The scene he saw made Wei Yu's pupils shrink suddenly, and there was a hint of surprise and disbelief in his eyes. The black scimitar stopped less than 30 centimeters away from Chen Guan's neck, and, at that position, a little finger was placed across the blade of the scimitar. The nail of the little finger blocked the attack of the black scimitar. Chen Guan raised his little finger to block Wei Yu's attack, and he raised his right hand. Wei Yu's face changed drastically, and he quickly stepped back. The figure instantly turned into a black shadow and moved 10 meters away, tried to avoid Chen Guan's right hand attack. However, Chen Guan raised his right hand, put it to his mouth, and yawned. "When the weather gets hot, I subconsciously want to take a nap at noon." Chen Guan raised his head and looked at the sun in the sky. What unlucky weather. Wei Yu was stunned. It turned out that Chen Guan raised his right hand not to attack him. Chen Guan was just yawning? Wei Yu looked at Chen Guan in doubt, then looked at the scimitar in his right hand. How is this possible? This guy used the nail of his little finger to block the attack from him when he activated his second awakening? Chen Guan retracted his gaze, looked at Wei Yu, and crossed his arms over his chest. "If you want revenge, do it quickly. The attack power of the second awakening is useless to me. Use your fourth awakening, open the domain, and let me see what you can do." When Wei Yu heard this, he frowned. "Arrogant." "Wei Yu," Qi Yun said hurriedly. "You still don't understand. You are no match for him." When Wei Yu heard Qi Yun's words, he glanced at Qi Yun and said, "Get lost." Wei Yu stretched out his left hand and said to Chen Guan, "Since you want to die so much, I will open my domain now and send you to death." Dark Realm. As Wei Yu's voice fell, a pitch-black sphere spread out with Wei Yu as its center. When Qi Yun, who was standing by, saw this, he showed a helpless expression. Good words can't persuade a damned ghost. The black ball covered an area of 1 kilometer in diameter, covering everything within the radius of 1 kilometer. This is the dark realm that I've spent half my life to comprehend. In this realm, everyone except me will be deprived of their 5 senses. Wei Yu's figure was hidden in the darkness. Although Wei Yu was speaking, In this dark area, no one except him could understand any sound or feel anything, unless the other person was stronger than him. Wei Yu looked at Chen Guan, who was standing in front of him. In this dark realm, except for him, everyone else will become blind and deaf, and then they can only be slaughtered by him. In Wei Yu's opinion, Chen Guan was obviously the same. Wei Yu looked at Chen Guan, but found that Chen Guan, who was supposed to be blind, was staring at Wei Yu with his black eyes. Looking at Chen Guan's expression, Wei Yu's pupils narrowed slightly. Impossible, impossible. This is in my dark domain. This is the dark domain that I've spent half my life in. In my dark domain, except for me, no one else can have vision. Wei Yu subconsciously walked to the right. When Wei Yu was walking, Wei Yu found that Chen Guan's eyes were moving and his gaze was obviously fixed on Wei Yu. Wei Yu suddenly got goosebumps all over his body and he felt the hair on his scalp stand up. Ew, how could you? Wei Yu was a little unbelievable. The domain that I, at level 60, had deployed was actually ineffective against the person in front of me. When Chen Guan heard this, he said calmly, "Your field is quite interesting. It gave me a good inspiration." At this point, Chen Guan paused, and he looked at Wei Yu. "You often use this trick on others, and you probably haven't felt the feeling of having your five senses deprived. In this case, let me help you feel it." As Chen Guan's voice fell, Wei Yu only felt his eyes go dark. Chapter 171, Can we challenge other associations by creating a bounty group? Everything in front of Wei Yu disappeared. The sound he could hear in his ears also disappeared. I could feel the ground under my feet before, but now I can feel nothing. Wei Yu couldn't hear, see, smell, touch, or move now. He couldn't even feel the existence of his own body. He couldn't feel anything, but he could think. At this moment, Wei Yu thought of what Qi Yin said. "You're no match for him." An intense feeling of fear engulfed Wei Yu's consciousness. Where am I now? Where's my body? What should I do now? If he wants to kill me now, will I die? I'm dead. I'm dead. As time went by, Wei Yu's consciousness slowly disappeared. From the outside world, the dark area formed by Wei Yu has disappeared. Qi Yun and others could see that Wei Yu was standing there in a daze. As time went by, his body became like dust. As the wind blew past, his dust-like body also dissipated. Qi Yin looked at Wei Yu's slowly disappearing body. His face turned pale, and his atoms apple rolled. A level 60 ability user, just one encounter. Yufeng said subconsciously as he watched this scene. Yue Ying's eyes watched Wei Yu slowly disappear, and she looked at Qi Yin. "Uncle Qi, what kind of ability is this?" Qi Yin shook his head. "I don't know. I've never seen such an ability. This is not an ability that humans can possess. I think only those with God-level abilities have such an ability." "God level?" Yue Ying's eyes showed a hint of disbelief. "Uncle Qi, are you saying that he has the strength comparable to the leader of the Lien Alliance?" Qi Yin hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. "I'm not sure either, but the strength he possesses is so great that even the various king-level ability users I've seen before can't reach his level." Yue Ying looked at Chen Guan, her eyes filled with admiration. After Chen Guan dealt with Wei Yu, he looked at Qi Yun and others. Qi Yin noticed Chen Guan's gaze. His cheeks changed slightly, and he hurriedly said, "Senior, although our Yu family and Wei family are both members of the White Jade Association, we are from two different families. The Wei family is your enemy, but our Yu family will never be your enemy." At this point, Qi Yin paused, and he looked at Chen Guan. "We would rather be friends with our predecessors." Qi Yin is a little nervous now. The reason why he wanted to stop Wei Yu just now was that he was afraid that Chen Guan was angry with him because Wei Yu was related to him. Qi Yin didn't care that much about himself. What he was afraid of was that Chen Guan would kill Yufeng and Yu Ying in a rage. Qi Yin has tried his best to stop it, but he cannot stop Wei Yu by force. Doing so will inevitably bring greater trouble. He couldn't afford to offend Chen Guan. Similarly, he didn't want to fight with Wei Shun, and he didn't want to offend the Wei family. Now that Wei Yu is dead, Qi Yun's face becomes even uglier when he notices Chen Guan's gaze. Chen Guan looked at Qi Yun. He knew what Qi Yun was thinking. "Don't worry, I won't embarrass you." As he spoke, he slowly sat back and looked at Chen Yin beside him. Chen Yin was sitting on a hide mat, leaning against a tree trunk, operating the blue screen projected by the instrument in front of her. She frowned, looking serious. Chen Yin's actions attracted Chen Guan's attention. Chen Guan slowly sat down next to Chen Yin. "What are you doing?" Chen Yin came back to her senses. She looked at Chen Guan and smiled warmly. "I'm looking up information about the White Jade Association." Hearing this, Chen Guan smiled and asked, "What did you find out?" Chen Yin said, "There are many large and small associations in Zhongzhou, including 7 large associations. The White Jade Association is a large association in Dongzhou. Chen Guan was moved and couldn't help but look at Qianin. There are so many associations. Does that mean we can also create an association of our own? Qianin was stunned. She looked at Chen Guan and said, to establish an association, you need to apply to the alliance, and you must own a territory of your own. In the past, many lands were ownerless and could be occupied by others. But now the entire data continent has been divided up by various associations, and there are no ownerless territories anymore. At this point, Qianin paused and said, that is to say, there is no way to continue applying to establish an association at the moment. Yu Weiying, who was standing next to him, was always attracted by Chen Guan's strength and didn't pay much attention to the woman next to Chen Guan. Now seeing Chen Guan and the girl sitting on the animal skin mat, talking and laughing, Yu Weiying's attention finally fell on Qianin. The girl was wearing a white shirt, a pair of denim shorts, and a pair of canvas shoes. Her long, flame-red hair was tied into a single ponytail and draped behind her. Yu Weiying is considered a beauty in the White Jade Association. She has many suitors in the association, so Yu Weiying is very confident about her appearance and figure. But looking at the woman sitting in front of her, Yu Weiying discovered that there were such beauties in the world. She was not wearing any makeup, and her pretty face was naturally fair and delicate like cream. She was tall, with a slender waist, and her legs were long and straight. She exudes a charming temperament, and her every frown and smile is particularly eye-catching. Even Yu Weiying, who is also a girl, couldn't take her eyes off Qianin after seeing her. Is she an angel? Yu Weiying's eyes trembled slightly. Chen Guan touched his chin. There is no way to establish my own association, which means that I can only continue to upgrade. When I reach level 50, I can challenge my lover's grandfather and take away his position as president. Qianin said softly. Actually, if we want to establish an association in Zhongzhou, there is another way. Chen Guan was stunned. He looked at Qianin and asked, what's the solution? Qianin looked at Chen Guan. The alliance has set rules. In this world, the strong are respected. If there's an organization with more than 50 people, it can register as a bounty group in the alliance's bounty guild. When the bounty group's contribution to the alliance reaches 10,000 points and the leader is awarded the title of a 1-star devotee, he can challenge the association and then decide the winner through a duel. The winner can obtain the territory of the loser's association as his new territory. Hearing this, Chen Guan was moved. He looked at Qianin and said, bounty group? Qianin hummed. The bounty guild can issue various difficult bounties. Those bounty missions are issued by the alliance, but the missions are all for the benefit of all mankind, so they're extremely difficult and can only be accomplished by the cooperation of some strong teams. When Chen Guan heard this, he was slightly startled. The interests of all mankind. Chapter 172, Encountering a Top-Level Mount. Just take it. Yes, Qianin said. All of humanity is currently led by the alliance. Among these humans, the number of people with special abilities is less than 1/10,000,000th of all humans. Currently, many people with special abilities are pursuing treasures and becoming stronger, while many people with special abilities are also making various contributions to humanity. The number of people with special abilities is less than 1/10,000,000th of all human beings. Since Chen Guan stepped into this world, most of the people he has come into contact with are people with special abilities. However, this is not surprising, because Chen Guan has always been pursuing upgrades, and only people with ability will do such things. Naturally, all the people I meet are capable. Hearing this, Chen Guan suddenly became interested in the so-called bounty guild. Chen Guan stretched out his hand, hugged Qianin's shoulders, and held her gently in his arms. Chen Guan looked at the blue screen in Qianin's hand. Where is the location of the bounty guild? Qianin raised her hand and operated on the screen. A map appeared in front of Chen Guan. The map is marked with a red dot. Qianin looked at Chen Guan. This is it, but to organize a bounty group, you need at least 5 people. If you want to challenge the association, you need to complete a lot of tasks, collect contribution points, and then gather 50 people before you can proceed. In other words, there's no point in going there now, right? Senior, if you want to gather 5 people, you phone and I can join you. An abrupt voice sounded. Chen Guan came back to his senses and looked at the person who spoke, only to see Yu Weiying looking at him with a smile on her face. Yu Feng was startled. He looked at Yu Ying and frowned. Are you crazy? We already have an association. Yu Weiying looked at Yu Feng and smiled playfully. We're just joining the senior bounty group. We don't have to change the association. Hearing this, Yu Feng rolled his eyes. He was convinced by her. Ta-da! Suddenly, there was a sound, which was particularly clear. It was the sound of hooves. Hearing the sound, everyone on the field looked towards the source of the sound. At the source of the sound, a ferocious beast that looked like a horse was standing not far away. This ferocious beast has an orange-red color all over. In addition to the orange-red color, you can also see flame-red lines on its body. Those lines surround the beast's body, and it looks like red lotuses blooming on it. Its hair is red, like flames. It was looking at this side, with its flaming pupils, and 7 triangular marks could be seen on its forehead. One can sense a king-level aura from it. This is a beast king. When it met people's gaze, it withdrew its gaze and passed by on its own. Wherever its hooves stepped, they left behind charred marks like fire lotuses. Chen Guan looked at Qi Yun and the other two. Qi Yun, Yu Feng, and Yu Ying all stared with their eyes wide open. Fire lotus cult. Oh my god, we actually met it. Yue Ying murmured to herself, her eyes full of shock. Yu Feng looked at Hua Lianju's departing figure, his pupils trembling. Beast trainers can use various beast training tools to train fierce beasts in amounts that do not consume the power of the ability user, and can become something that shows status. Ever since mounts appeared, some people have listed the preciousness of mounts. There are countless beasts that can be used as mounts, and the Fire Lotus Colt is the most precious and one of the most difficult to obtain. Some people call the Fire Lotus Pony the fire spirit of the Rainbow Forest. Some unlucky people may not see it even if they stay in the Rainbow Forest for 5 or 6 years. I didn't expect that I would see it here. These were all what Yufeng was thinking, but Chen Guan heard them using his mind-reading ability. Chen Guan looked at Qi Yun. Even Qi Yun, who was already level 60, was shocked when he saw the Fire Lotus Colt. Obviously, the horse-shaped beast that Chen Guan did not recognize was a very special existence. Chen Guan looked at Qianyin beside him, only to find that Qianyin was also staring at the Fire Lotus Colt that was leaving, with amazement in her ruby-like eyes. When Chen Guan saw this, his brows relaxed slightly, and his eyes fell on Huo Lianju, who was gradually walking away. The Fire Lotus horse walked very slowly. It had absolute confidence in its own strength. At level 70, it was not someone to be trifled with. Being so arrogant, it did not take Chen Guan and the other 3 people seriously at all. Chen Guan stood up slowly. Chen Guan moved, and this movement, Yue Ying immediately focused her attention on Chen Guan. Brother, Yue Ying spoke. Yu Feng came back to his senses and looked at Yue Ying, only to see that Yue Ying was looking in another direction. Yu Feng looked in the direction that Yue Ying was looking at, and then looked at Chen Guan. Yu Feng's pupils narrowed slightly, and he thought to himself, what is he? What is he going to do? No way. Does he want to attack the Fire Lotus Puppy? Does he intend to kill the Fire Lotus Puppy to get the card? Can he do it? The Fire Lotus Puppy's speed exceeds that of a king-level beast. Qian also noticed Chen Guan's actions. Senior, the Fire Lotus Colt is extremely fast. Among the king-level beasts, its speed can be said to be top-notch. Even you probably can't catch up. Chen Guan didn't care about Qi Yun at all. He looked at Huo Lianju in front of him, put his hands in his trouser pockets, and approached Huo Lianju. When Chen Guan took a step forward, Huo Lianju's eyes moved, and he looked at Chen Guan. Chen Guan continued to take a step forward. The Fire Lotus Colt's body paused, and its raised hoof hung in midair, unable to move. Chen Guan took calm steps and continued to approach Huo Lianju. Qi Yin looked at Chen Guan, and he had doubts in his heart. Senior, are you planning to approach the Fire Lotus Pony slowly like this? Although you have the strength to defeat the Jinling Tiger King, it is not difficult to defeat the Fire Lotus Pony. But the problem is that the Fire Lotus Pony is extremely fast. As long as it is alert, it can disappear in an instant with its speed. If you approach so slowly, it will run away if it is discovered. No! Qi Yun's heart trembled. He looked at Huo Lianju. What's going on? Why is Huo Lianju not moving? Chen Guan continued to approach the Fire Lotus Colt, but the Fire Lotus Colt remained motionless. Qi Yun's heart was beating fast. He looked at Chen Guan, who was still approaching Huo Lianju step by step. Could it be that Senior used some kind of ability? An ability that can instantly freeze a level 70 Beast King? How is this possible? His pupils trembled as he looked at Chen Guan. Chen Guan had already walked to Huo Lianju. He stretched out his hand towards Huo Lianju and placed it on Huo Lianju's head. Suddenly, the Fire Lotus horse's entire body glowed with a crimson light. The Fire Lotus Colt resumed its movement. It slowly lowered its proud head and rubbed Chen Guan's arm affectionately. This is the ability awakened by Chen Guan, which is used to tame animals and enable them to recognize their masters. Done, recognition of master completed. Chen Guan muttered. He turned over and rode on the back of the fire lotus horse. Qian looked at the scene in front of him with his mouth wide open. He didn't want to kill the fire lotus colt, but to tame it. And he succeeded in taming it. Yueying's eyes trembled slightly, and she said softly, "The senior is not only powerful, but he is also a tamer. He is also a super tamer who can tame a level 70 fire lotus colt." Chapter 173. Riding the fire lotus horse and flying in the sky of the city. Chen Guan rode the fire lotus horse and walked to Chen Yin's side. Chen Yin looked at Chen Guan coming over, and she stood up slightly. She looked at Chen Guan riding on the back of the fire lotus horse. The mark on the fire lotus colt's forehead can tell others how terrifying it is. In addition to the terrifying level it possesses, it raises its head and a sense of arrogance can be felt from it. Its ruby-like pupils revealed indifference, and it seemed to be disdainful of everyone in front of it. This is the arrogance of a king-level ferocious beast. A level 70 fire lotus pony. Even my most respected grandfather can't handle it. Qianyin shook her head. No, my grandfather doesn't have that ability either. As she spoke, Qianyin looked at Chen Guan. He's the only one who can do this. Qianyin noticed that Chen Guan had come over, and she smiled at him. When Chen Guan saw it, he smiled, reached out his hand, held Qianyin's hand, and applied a little force. Qianyin was brought up and naturally landed in front of Chen Guan, and was held in Chen Guan's arms. Qianyin raised her little face, looked at Chen Guan, and showed a playful smile. Where are we going next? Chen Guan looked around and said, "We have been in this colorful forest for quite some time now. We have also materialized many fierce beasts to help us gain experience. Even if we are not here, they will continue to help us gain experience. Next, let's go to the Bounty Guild and register a bounty group for fun." Before, Chen Guan's first thing was to reach level 50, and then challenge Qian Yin's grandfather to obtain the position of president of the Thunder Association. In this way, he could use this identity to enter the upper echelons of the alliance. But now Chen Guan discovered that in addition to this method, he also had other methods, which was to establish a bounty group of 50 people, so that his bounty group could become a new association. Or, there is no need for him to challenge Qianyin's grandfather. However, with his current influence in Dongzhou, if he challenges Qianyin's grandfather, the old man will probably surrender immediately. Chen Guan looked at Qianyin and said, "Open the map and see where the bounty guild is." When Qianyin heard this, she operated the instrument on her wrist, and the instrument projected a blue image. The screen shows a navigation map, through which you can see a red dot. Chen Guan looked at the direction of the navigation map, and then looked away. Seeing that Chen Guan ignored her, Yueying pursed her thin lips and was about to speak when her mouth opened slightly. Suddenly, Chen Guan, Qin Yin, and Hua Lianju disappeared from the sight of the three people. Yueying was stunned for a moment. She looked at the charred ground where Hua Lianju had just stepped. "He's gone," Yueying murmured to herself. Yu Feng looked at Yu Ying's lost expression. Then he looked away and looked ahead. The abilities he possesses have already surpassed our imagination. Such a person has never appeared in Central Continent before. I feel like he suddenly appeared in Central China like a star. I estimate that once he truly steps into the cities of Central China, he will definitely stir up a huge wave of disturbances in the society of Central China. Yu Feng crossed his arms and looked at Yu Ying. "Don't feel disappointed. If you're interested in him, you can pay attention to the news. I think he will be on the news when he moves." Yu Ying was startled, and her eyes lit up slightly. Yes, with his ability, if he steps into a big city where people gather, let alone him, the fire lotus pony he is riding now is enough to cause unrest. Imperial City, Central District. There are 5 districts in Zhongzhou, and there's a city in the middle of the district called Imperial City. The headquarters of the Data Alliance, a huge force that controls the entire data continent, is located in Imperial City. In this Imperial City, there's a luxurious building that is 1,000 meters high. On the building are 4 bright words, Bounty Guild. The shape of the Bounty Guild is like a slender pyramid, under which there's a huge circle. There are various parking spaces within the circle for vehicles and mounts. In this parking lot, there are various high-end luxury cars and various cool mounts. Outside the gate of the Bounty Guild, a man in a black uniform and carrying a briefcase subconsciously passed through the gate and glanced inside. There are so many top-notch sports cars inside, and many top-notch mounts that I have never seen before. Every time I pass by and see these sports cars and mounts, I feel so envious. Don't be envious. Most of the people who can enter the Bounty Guild are powerful people. In this world, powerful abilities are equivalent to status and wealth. The companion next to him smiled and said, "Those people are at the top of the human pyramid. It's normal for them to have a top-notch sports car and a top-notch mount. For people like them who have such high status and wealth, their means of transportation are naturally very cool and can be used to show off their status." When a man heard this, he looked away. "We work like this, I don't know how long it will take to get a sports car like theirs. We are definitely not as good as them. It may be difficult to get their luxury cars." The companion said with a smile, "However, we can still get some relatively inferior sports cars or inferior mounts. We work in this imperial city, and our monthly salary is much higher than that in other cities." The man heard it and nodded slightly. "That's right." The companion looked ahead and said, "However, if we talk about the top-level mount, it still has to be the Fire Lotus horse." The man nodded in agreement. The Fire Lotus is said to be an elf from the colorful forest. It is cool and beautiful, and its level is 70. According to the analysis of those people on the internet, even the presidents of those large associations probably can't keep up with the speed of the Fire Lotus. The status and position of someone who can ride on the Fire Lotus pony is unimaginable. The companion hummed and looked at the blue sky. "If I could have a Fire Lotus colt, I would do anything." "You're dreaming." The man couldn't help but roll his eyes. Suddenly, the companion seemed to notice something and subconsciously turned his head to look up into the air. The moment he saw the sky, his pupils suddenly condensed, and there was a hint of shock in his eyes. "Hey, look." When the man heard this, he looked in the direction his companion was looking, only seen in midair, located above this city of tall buildings. A colt, its body surrounded by a red light like flames, was flapping a pair of wings made of red flames, stepping on the void and flying towards this side. The colt was emitting red flames all over its body. The red flames covered half of the sky. When a man saw this, his pupils shrank suddenly, and there was a hint of shock on his face. "That's Fire Lotus." Chapter 174. Can the appearance of Fire Lotus horse cause strange phenomena in heaven and earth? At the same time as the Fire Lotus colt appeared, countless people in the imperial city noticed the strange phenomena in heaven and earth brought about by the appearance of the Fire Lotus colt. In the sky of the imperial city, half of the sky was dyed red due to the terrifying red source power of the Fire Lotus horse. A car on the road looked at the red light ahead and stopped. As soon as he stopped, the car behind him hit him directly. Bang! The car was hit by the car behind. The driver was stunned for a moment, his face darkened, and he quickly opened the door, got out of the car, and rushed to the car behind him. "Do you know how to drive? Didn't you see the red light?" The driver was yelling, but when he walked to the car, he saw the driver inside the car looking at the sky with trembling eyes. When the driver saw the man's expression, he frowned, then raised his face and looked up at the sky. The driver's pupils narrowed slightly when he saw it. A horse emitting a scarlet glow all over its body was stepping on flames, spreading a pair of flaming wings that were 10 meters long and flapping its wings as it flew through the air. The red light, it emitted illuminated half of the sky over Imperial City. The driver opened his mouth slightly. "This is Fire Lotus horse." The driver withdrew his gaze and looked around. He found that all the cars on the road had stopped. The drivers got out of the cars and looked up at the strange phenomenon in the sky. The road was blocked by cars and traffic collapsed. On the sidewalks on both sides of the road, the pedestrians stopped one after another. They looked at the Fire Lotus in the sky, their eyes full of shock. Some of them have already picked up their mobile phones and started taking pictures of the Fire Lotus in the sky. Fire Lotus colt, that's the Fire Lotus colt. The legendary mount, the spirit of the seven-colored forest, the king of fierce beasts, the Fire Lotus colt. How could it appear in the sky of Imperial City? Look, there's someone on the Fire Lotus pony's back. What? Let me take a look. Oh my god, it really is. How is this possible? I've never heard of anyone taming a Fire Lotus colt. It's a level 70 king-level beast, and it's the fastest beast among all the beasts. How could it be tamed? Who is on the Fire Lotus pony's back? The appearance of Fire Lotus caused the traffic in Imperial City to be paralyzed. Accompanied by the Fire Lotus horse, they approached the Bounty Guild building. Groups of people ran out of the Bounty Guild building and gathered in the square of the building. They all looked at the Fire Lotus colt, which was getting closer and closer, and each of them showed a look of shock. Fire Lotus colt. It's actually a Fire Lotus colt. Oh my god, the spirit of the colorful forest, the legendary fire lotus cult that is said to be impossible to tame. Has it been tamed by anyone? There's someone on the fire lotus pony's back. Who is it? Whose fire lotus pony is this? Accompanied by the discussions of those with special abilities, the fire lotus cult slowly fell from midair. Under the gaze of everyone, the fire lotus cult, which was surrounded by scarlet halo, slowly landed on the square. The hooves hit the ground, making a clattering sound. After the fire lotus cult landed, it retracted its flaming red wings. It raised its face, which was red in the firelight, and its scarlet pupils swept over everyone on the field. Its expression was full of pride. It seemed as if none of the people in front of it could catch its eye. On the back of the fire lotus cult sat a man and a woman. The man held the reins in his hands. Under his black bangs, a pair of black eyes revealed indifference as he looked at the people in front of him. It's a fire lotus cult. It is indeed a fire lotus cult. The level on its forehead and the aura of the Beast King emanating from it are incredible. Do you know the person on the fire lotus pony's back? I don't know. Chen Guan sat on the back of the fire lotus horse, looking at the crowd of shocked onlookers in front of him, but he was too lazy to pay any attention to them. He got off the Huolianju's back, and Qianin followed Chen Guan down. Chen Guan looked at Huolianju beside him, stretched out his hand, and patted Huolianju. Huolianju's body disappeared immediately. Chen Guan directly took him into the world inside the ring. Chen Guan doesn't like parking. Although the fire lotus horse is not a car, it is troublesome to find a place to park it, so Chen Guan simply puts it in his ring space. After doing this, Chen Guan took Qianin and walked towards the gate of the Bounty Guild. When the onlookers saw Chen Guan and Qianin approaching, they consciously made way for Chen Guan. As Chen Guan passed by, he could hear their discussions. Who is this person who rides a fire lotus colt as a mount? I don't know him. His level is not high, only 42, but he can use the fire lotus pony as a mount, which means he is not easy to mess with. There must be someone behind him. Who? Who is behind him? Who has the ability to give him a fire lotus colt? I can't believe it. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes today, I would never have believed that a level 42 person could ride a fire lotus pony. Everyone stared at Chen Guan's back in a daze, watching him enter the Bounty Guild. After Chen Guan passed through the gate and entered the Bounty Guild, he felt like he was entering the lobby of a bank. Of course, this place is much larger than a banking lobby. Directly in front of Chen Guan, there are 6 service desks. After taking a quick look, Chen Guan found an empty service desk and walked over. The waitress in black uniform sitting behind the service counter saw Chen Guan coming over and smiled professionally. "Sir, miss, do you need any help?" Hearing the friendly voice of the waiter, Chen Guan showed a friendly smile. "I plan to set up a bounty group." When the waitress heard this, she smiled and said, "To set up a bounty group, you need a captain who is above level 40, a recommendation from a bounty hunter with 500 points, and 5 teammates to set up a bounty group." Hearing this, Chen Guan frowned. Reasons for establishing a bounty group, and these are the rules. The waitress smiled and said, "Your level is sufficient, so please take out your letter of recommendation." This is going to be a difficult situation. Chen Guan didn't know if there were any bounty hunters among his acquaintances, so where did he get those letters of recommendation? I can guarantee that he has the ability to establish a bounty hunting group. Suddenly, a voice came. Hearing the sound, Chen Guan looked towards the source of the sound. When I saw him, I saw a man wearing a purple windbreaker and dyed purple hair, with one hand in his waist pocket, walking towards me. He looked at Chen Guan with a friendly smile, then looked at the waitress and said with a smile, "I can recommend him." When the waitress heard this, she smiled and said, "Mr. Zigui's recommendation is of course acceptable." Chen Guan looked at the purple ghost beside him and could see the level of the purple ghost through its forehead. This guy's level is 61. Zigui's face was a little pale, a paleness caused by not seeing the sun for a long time. When he saw Chen Guan coming, he smiled and said, "At home, rely on your family, and outside, rely on your friends. My name is Zigui. How about making friends?" Chapter 175, He Can Even Create Life. Want to make friends? Through mind reading, Chen Guan could clearly know the purpose of Zigui's attempt to get close to him. The reason why Zigui took the initiative to help Chen Guan was because Chen Guan came riding on the Fire Lotus horse, and this guy was interested in Chen Guan. So I wanted to chat with Chen Guan and get some information or something. So far, it seems that there is no malicious intent. He retracted his gaze and looked at the waitress. The waitress smiled and said, "With Mr. Zigui's recommendation, please fill out this contract." This contract requires the signatures of 5 people. You need 5 more people to come here to sign. The conditions of the 5 people are the same as the information Qianyin found. However, the information Qianyin looked up did not mention the need for a letter of recommendation. In other words, the information Qianyin could find using the search engine could only find information collected by ordinary people, not information about people with special abilities. After all, up to now, neither Qianyin nor Chen Guan have joined any Orthodox association in central China, and naturally they cannot enter the network system unique to people with special abilities. Chen Guan didn't think much about it. He picked up the pen, signed his name, and handed it to Qianyin. Qianyin also signed her name. When Qianyin finished signing, she looked at Chen Guan. There are 3 more to go. How does Chen Guan plan to deal with those 3 people? Qianyin is a little curious. At this time, Chen Guan raised his hand. As Chen Guan raised his hand, a white halo appeared in his hand. The moment the white light appeared, the people nearby who were watching this scene subconsciously closed their eyes. The light is too dazzling. The man named Zigui had purple source power in his pupils. He stared at Chen Guan, wanting to know what Chen Guan was going to do. 3 skeletons were outlined in the white halo. The skeleton man appeared, and a few red blood cells appeared in his body. These cells began to build into various organs. When Zigui saw this, the smile on his face slowly disappeared. After the organs appeared, a little bit of muscle appeared on top of the white bones. Muscles grow rapidly. After the muscles grow, blood vessels appear, and skin appears above the muscle blood vessels. When Zigui saw this, his eyes widened. As the white light dissipated, there were 2 more men and 1 woman around Chen Guan. The purple ghost's eyes widened. The 2 men and 1 woman were all wearing white shirts and jeans. They had black hair and black eyes. The 3 of them looked at each other and then looked at Chen Guan together. "Master!" The 3 of them said this in unison. After seeing this scene, Zigui couldn't help but subconsciously take a step back and then looked at Chen Guan with horror. At this time, Zigui heard a voice behind him. "The light was too bright. I couldn't see anything. Did you see what happened just now? I just saw that person raise his hand, and then there was a blinding light. My eyes went white, and I couldn't see anything." Zigui glanced at the onlookers whose faces were filled with disbelief. Then he retracted his gaze and looked at Chen Guan, his eyes full of disbelief. He thought to himself, "What did I just see? This guy just created 3 living people. How is this possible? There are 7 types of abilities in the world, but no matter which type of ability is cultivated to the extreme, it is impossible to create a living person with self-awareness. But he did it. This is a power only gods have, right? Who is this guy? Is his level really 42? Is this true?" The purple ghost looked at Chen Guan in disbelief. Qianyin's eyes were shining as she looked at the 3 people who suddenly appeared in front of her, and she looked at Chen Guan in confusion. Chen Guan said to the 3 people, "Sign your names." The 3 of them said in unison, "Yes." The 3 of them came over, lined up, and signed their names. The waitress looked at the 3 people who suddenly appeared, her eyes shining, although she didn't know where these 3 people came from, but she saw that the contract had been signed. She looked at Chen Guan and said with a smile, "So, may I ask, what is the name of your bounty group?" "Name?" Chen Guan thought for a moment. "I almost forgot this. Since it is an organization, it must have a name. What should I call myself? It would be better to choose a more domineering name. The strongest person in this world is called God Level. Well, let's do this." Chen Guan looked at the waitress, the temple of execution. Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall's eyes instantly fell on Chen Guan, including Qianyin. Qianyin looked at Chen Guan with her big, surprised eyes. The people around started talking. Is this guy crazy? He actually gave his bounty group such a name. Isn't this asking for trouble? God-slaying temple. TSK, TSK, TSK. Even if he can ride a beast king like the fire lotus pony as a mount, he shouldn't be so arrogant. He actually dares to say God-slaying. If those God-level ability users knew about this, wouldn't this guy's head be twisted off? How arrogant. Chen Guan saw the waitress looking stunned and asked in confusion, "Is it not possible?" The waitress came back to her senses. She smiled awkwardly and said, "Are you sure you don't want to change it?" Chen Guan raised his eyebrows. "No." The waitress shook her head. "It's not impossible. If you insist on using this name, I will register it for you." Chen Guan hummed, "Register." The waitress placed her hands on the keyboard in front of her, her eyes fixed on the blue projection screen in front of her, and began to operate. "Okay," the waitress said. She took out a card and handed it to Chen Guan. Chen Guan took it. The waitress said, "This card is your bounty group's identification card, which we call a bounty card. You can place this bounty card next to a device that can access the internet, and it will help you open the Bounty Guild's page, where you can accept various tasks. At the same time, with your bounty card, you can use all public facilities in Central Continent for free." Hearing this, Chen Guan looked at the card in his hand. The card is black in color, with a scimitar pattern visible on it, and a green value 0 displayed on the other side. The overall look is very refined. This green value is probably the so-called score. Chen Guan handed the bounty card to Qianin. "Come, see if there are any tasks you can take." When Qianin heard this, she hummed, took the card, and touched the watch-like device on her wrist. With this touch, the instrument emitted a blue halo, and suddenly a blue screen was projected in front of Chen Guan and Qianin. The purple ghost on the side had already adjusted himself from his shock. He looked at Chen Guan, and when he saw that Chen Guan was ready to accept the task, there was a hint of novelty in his eyes. What mission is he planning to take? Chapter 176 S-Level Mission to investigate the Tower of All Worlds. Chen Guan looked at the image on the blue screen. Is this the main page of the Bounty Guild's website? Qianin hummed. She stretched out her hand and tapped on the screen. When Qianin clicked on the 4 words Bounty Mission, Chen Guan saw various tasks. These tasks are marked with levels, which include E-level, D-level, C-level, B-level, L-level, and S-level. Chen Guan looked at the waitress. What do these levels mean? The waitress smiled and said, bounty missions are divided into levels according to their difficulty, with E-level being the lowest and S-level being the most difficult. The higher the level of the mission, the more points you can get after completing it. The purple ghost next to him also spoke up. The difficulty of S-level tasks is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Hearing the voice of Purple Ghost, Chen Guan looked at Purple Ghost. Purple Ghost said, some S-level tasks require a lot of time to complete. For example, among the S-level tasks, there is a task that requires the restoration of the Alta ruins. The study of the Alta ruins has always been an important mark for human exploration of ancient civilizations. The ruins are located under the ocean and cover an area of more than 5 million square meters. To restore it, you need to have an extraordinary understanding of the Alta ruins. At the same time, the restoration process requires a lot of time and astronomical amounts of money. For an ordinary person, it would probably take a lifetime to completely repair it. Even after the repair is complete, you can only get the corresponding honor and millions of data coins as rewards. But that amount of data coins is almost the same as nothing compared to the astronomical amount of money invested in using it. Ziguwei crossed his arms and looked at Chen Guan. That S-level mission will only cost you time and wealth to gain glory for yourself. Hearing this, Chen Guan relaxed his brows. That is to say, for tasks like that, the input and reward are disproportionate. Only those who are truly willing to devote themselves to the cause of humanity will undertake this kind of task. Extremely difficult, with very little benefit. No wonder Qianin said before that the Bounty Guild's missions were issued for the benefit of all mankind. It is no wonder that the Bounty Group will be awarded the title of devotee after collecting enough points. However, this title also has its own function. If you earn 1,000 points and obtain the title of 1-star devotee, you can challenge the association and receive the association's territory as a reward. Chen Guan looked at those S-level tasks, and suddenly, his eyes fell on one of the tasks. Investigate the second floor of the 10,000 Worlds Tower and find out the strength of the top leaders of the Orc civilization. This task reminded Chen Guan of the orcs he met in the trial cave. I've heard Qianin talk about the Tower of All Worlds in Zhongzhou before. The Tower of All Worlds has 100 floors, and each floor corresponds to a civilization. The orcs in the trial cave came from one of the floors of the Tower of All Worlds. The Tower of All Worlds is a very special existence. With the technological power we know so far, we know that we are located on the surface of a planet. Qianin said, currently, there are records of the first 2 floors of the Tower of All Worlds in ancient human books. At this point, Qianin looked at Chen Guan and said, according to the records in ancient books, the civilization on the first floor of the Wanjie Tower is an ocean civilization. Being in that civilization is like being on a planet full of oceans. There are countless creatures that are half human and half fish living in that civilization. The second floor is the Orc civilization, which you have seen before. Qianin said, however, in the past 100 years, the Orc civilization on the second floor has become very powerful. Everyone who has entered the second floor no matter who they are, has never returned. After 100 years, humans have begun to keep their distance from the Tower of All Worlds. Hearing this, Chen Guan immediately became interested and said, "Then let's take this task." When Xianyin heard this, she was stunned for a moment and looked at Chen Guan, her eyes showing a trace of disbelief. "Dear, this is not good, right?" When the people watching nearby heard what Chen Guan said, they all stared at him with wide eyes. "Did you hear that? He said he wanted to go to the Tower of All Worlds. Isn't this guy too brave?" Xianyin looked at the crowd, then she looked back at Chen Guan. After 100 years, the orc civilization is no longer the same as before. In the past, there were also people with god-level abilities who went into the orc civilization to find out the internal situation, but after they went in, they never came back. She looked at Chen Guan. "I think it's better for us not to go. The risk is too great." Anyone except Chen Guan would feel fear about the Tower of All Worlds at this moment. That's the fear of the unknown. Now, anyone who enters the Tower of All Worlds cannot come back, which is equivalent to saying that entering the Tower of All Worlds is equivalent to death. Even though Qianyin had seen Chen Guan's abilities, she was still a little scared at this moment. Chen Guan looked at Qianyin, smiled, and said, "I am already invincible in the human world. Wouldn't it be too boring if I don't go the 10,000 Worlds Tower now?" When the onlookers heard what Chen Guan said, their eyes widened. "Invincible? Did you hear that? He said he was invincible. First he named his bounty hunting group the Temple of the God Slayer, and then he claimed that he was invincible. This guy is only level 42. His arrogance is unprecedented." Qianyin looked at the confident smile on Chen Guan's face. Her eyes shone with a hint of luster. After a slight hesitation, she nodded slightly. "I support whatever you want to do." Upon hearing this, Chen Guan was delighted. Chen Guan withdrew his gaze and looked at the three people beside him who were created by his own source power. He snapped his fingers. The bodies of the three people slowly turned into colorful halos and slowly dissipated. When the onlookers saw this scene, their eyes suddenly froze. Qianyin pressed a button on the projection screen in front of her. She looked at Chen Guan and said, "The Tower of All Worlds is in the central area, not far from us. We can ride the fire lotus pony over there." Chen Guan hummed and said with a smile, "Let's go." As he spoke, his hand naturally fell on Qianyin's small waist, wrapped his arm around her waist, and led her out the door. When the crowd at the gate saw Chen Guan and Qianyin coming, they automatically made way for them. Chen Guan and Qianyin walked through the gate and left. Those people looked at Chen Guan and Qianyin's backs, then turned back to look at the place where the three people had just disappeared. "Did you just see it?" "I saw it. Those three people just turned into source power." In other words, those three people who looked like they were made of flesh and blood were created by that man using his power. How is this possible? This is the creation of human beings. This is not something that humans can do. This is the realm of God. Is this guy really level 42? Is that true? Chapter 177 shocked the entire central continent. Chen Guan and Qianyin left the Bounty Guild building and walked to the square in front of the building's gate. Chen Guan raised his hand, and the silver ring on his finger glowed slightly. Appears with a red halo. Huo Yanju appeared in front of Chen Guan and Qianyin. In order to make riding easier, Chen Guan used his energy to create a double saddle for the Fire Lotus horse. Chen Guan stepped on the stirrups and turned over to sit on the saddle. He held the reins in one hand and reached out to Qianyin with the other. Qianyin looked at the hand that Chen Guan extended to her, her eyes shining, and she stretched out her little hand and placed it in Chen Guan's palm. Chen Guan clenched his hands and pulled. Accompanied by a fragrant breeze, Qianyin's figure flew up and landed in Chen Guanhuai's arms. Chen Guan pulled the reins, and the Fire Lotus horse let out a long roar into the sky. Woo! As the Fire Lotus colt let out a long roar, the Fire Lotus colt was surrounded by scarlet light. A pair of scarlet wings spread out from behind the Fire Lotus colt. As the crimson wings appeared, crimson light enveloped the entire square. The entire square of the Bounty Guild building was illuminated in red. The Fire Lotus colt leaped up and flapped its wings. It stepped on the void and flapped its wings as it flew into the sky. When the Fire Lotus horse flew into the sky, the scarlet light covered half of the sky. The originally blue sky was dyed red at this moment, just like the red of a sunset. The people below were looking at the Fire Lotus colt flying into the sky. One by one, there was shock, envy, and disbelief in their eyes. Chen Guan sat on the back of the Fire Lotus horse and stepped on the stirrups. He looked down at the people below who were looking up, then retracted his gaze and looked at Qian Yin in his arms. Qian Yin turned on the projector with an instrument, and she stretched out her hand to operate on the projected screen. The function of this projected image is just like that of a tablet screen, and it can respond to the touch of fingers. The homepage in this screen is the website page of the Bounty Guild. She seemed to be checking something. Seeing Qian Yin's serious expression, Chen Guan smiled and said, "What are you checking?" When Qian Yin heard this, she came back to her senses and looked at Chen Guan beside her. She retracted her gaze and looked at the screen. There's an explanation about points and star ratings on this website. Once you become a 1-star devotee and your bounty group reaches 50 people, you can challenge the association and fight for territory. To become a 1-star devotee, you need 1,000 points and complete at least one difficult A-level task. You can get 1 point for completing 100 level tasks, 1 point for completing 10 D-level tasks, and 1 point for completing 1 C-level task. Listening to Qian Yin's explanation, Chen Guan realized that becoming a 1-star contributor was not that easy. However, it is not surprising. If anyone can become a 1-star devotee and challenge the association to fight for other people's territories, then Central China will probably be in chaos. Chen Guan said, "How many points can you get for the S-level mission?" Qian Yin looked at Chen Guan and said with a smile, 1,000. The leader of the bounty group can be directly promoted to a 1-star devotee. Hearing this, Chen Guan smiled and said, "It seems that I made the right decision to accept the S-level mission." Qian Yin pursed her lips and said, "But, do we really have to go to the Tower of All Worlds?" According to ancient records, 100 years ago, the Tower of All Worlds was accessible. At that time, the civilizations on the first and second floors were very weak. After humans entered, they hunted many lives of that civilization, turned them into cards, and brought them to us. That's how we got the orcs we see now. But in the last 100 years, the life forms of those two civilizations have become very powerful. Now, anyone who enters those worlds will never be able to return. At this point, Qian Yin looked at Chen Guan and said, "Based on the technology we know and the records in the ancient books, we can judge that there is something similar to a space wormhole on our side of the Wanji Tower. When we step into the space wormhole, we will be teleported to the planet where the corresponding civilization is. Although, my dear, you are very powerful, the Wanji Tower is too mysterious. I am worried that something will happen to you." Hearing this, Chen Guan realized something was wrong. He said, "Who created the Tower of All Worlds?" Qian Yin was startled, and she shook her head. "I don't know. It seems that the Tower of All Worlds has been standing on this planet since the emergence of human civilization." Hearing this, Chen Guan subconsciously looked up at the sky. In other words, before the current group of humans living on this data continent were born, there was already a being who came to this planet and created the Tower of All Worlds. Being able to create the Tower of All Worlds connecting hundreds of civilizations. This ability is far beyond all the people with special abilities that Chen Guan knows of so far. Who is that existence? Chen Guan didn't know, and obviously, Chen Guan couldn't get the answer now. The fire lotus produced flames that covered half of the sky where Chen Guan passed. Countless people living in the central area were shocked by the appearance of Huolianju. On the internet, someone filmed a video of what Chen Guan did in the Bounty Guild and uploaded it to an online platform where people with special abilities gather. When people with special abilities saw Chen Guan's video on the internet, they all posted comments and discussions on the video. Fire Lotus Cult. Is this person the owner of the Fire Lotus Cult? Oh my god, there was a Fire Lotus Cult flying over the Imperial City today. Many people were discussing who tamed the Fire Lotus Cult. It turned out to be him. Judging from his level, he looks to be only level 42. To be able to own a Fire Lotus Cult at this level makes people envious and jealous. Do any of you know him? Who is this guy? I don't know him. I've never seen him. I don't have any impression of him at all. Is this guy trying to register for a bounty group? Oh my god, this guy actually named it Jushin Temple? Is he crazy? This guy is awesome. Even if he has a Fire Lotus at level 42, he can't be so rampant, right? God-killing tut. Isn't this guy sure how to write the word death? He looks like he's only about 20 years old. Young people are young. They don't know that there are always people better than you. Suddenly, they saw in the video that the 3 human lives created by Chen Guan turned into source power and dissipated. The comments on the video have changed. 66. Fuck, what kind of ability is this? Is this video real or fake? Those 3 people were created by him using his power? How is this possible? They're puppets, right? No. They're not puppets. You can see flesh and blood on those three people. A creature made up of only one source of energy will only have one set of elements. It is impossible for them to have flesh and blood. So, these three people are real lives he created using his abilities? Creating life is an ability only a true god has. Is he really level 42? A level 42 god. Hey, do you think he caught the fire lotus pony himself? It's possible. Chapter 178, someone actually wants to borrow the fire lotus pony for a ride. There's a tall tower in Zhongzhou. This tall tower reaches straight into the sky. The height is estimated to be tens of thousands of meters. Its size is extremely huge. The entire Tower of All Worlds covers an area of 5 million square meters. From a distance, the Tower of All Worlds looks like an extremely huge monster. Chen Guan sat on the back of the fire lotus horse, looking at the giant tower in front of him that reached into the sky, his eyes full of curiosity. He looked down. Below this tall tower, countless tall buildings surround the Tower of All Worlds. Below the tower, there's a city. Under the Wanjie Tower is Wanjie City. Qian Yin said softly. Although the interior of the Wanjie Tower is very dangerous, the lives inside the Wanjie Tower cannot escape from inside to the outside, so it is safe outside. The Wanjie Tower is very famous. Many people like to go there to see what it looks like. Where people gather, there's money to be made. Over time, many people gathered here, and gradually a city was formed. Hearing this, Chen Guan looked at Qian Yin and said with a smile, "You know so much." When Qian Yin heard this, she smiled and said, "Even if you're not from Central Continent, you can know a lot about the Tower of All Worlds." Suddenly, "Please stop, both of you." An old voice suddenly sounded. Hear this sound. Chen Guanxin was moved and looked forward. The fire lotus colt slowly stopped. Right in front of Chen Guan, 300 meters away, a skinny old man in a white vest sat cross-legged on the back of a huge white bird. He stroked his beard, squinted his eyes, and stared at Huo Lianjiu. After looking at Huo Lianjiu, he raised his head and looked at Chen Guan. He was looking at Chen Guan, and Chen Guan was also looking at him. Although the old man is thin, he has bulging muscles and looks strong. 7 triangular marks, 1 triangular stripe, and 2 stripes can be seen on the old man's forehead. This means he is level 75. Level 70 is the king level, and level 75. This is an extremely terrifying level. The old man looked at Chen Guan, smiled, and said, "My name is Yu Luo, my 2 friends. I have an idea. I hope you can agree with it." Yu Luo. Qian Yin's eyes showed a hint of surprise. President of the White Jade Association. Hearing this, Chen became concerned. White Jade Association. Isn't this the White Jade Association where Yu Feng and Yue Ying are? In other words, the old man in front of them is Yu Feng and Yue Ying's father. Chen Guan looked at the old man. This old man suddenly appeared and blocked my way. What was his purpose? To find out his purpose is simple. Chen Guan uses mind reading. Through mind reading, Chen Guan immediately knew the old man's purpose. What do you want to do? Qian Yin frowned, her expression showing a hint of vigilance. Qian Yin has not forgotten what happened to Wei Shun and Wei Yu. The Wei family is a family within the White Jade Association. As the president of the White Jade Association, Yu Luo naturally has the obligation to protect the people in his association. Chen Guan killed Wei Shun and Wei Yu, and this old man appeared here. Qian Yin suspected that the old man in front of her came to help Wei Shun and Wei Yu get revenge. Yu Luo said with a smile, "How about this? Give your fire lotus pony to me, an old man, to ride for a while, just ride for a while, and then I will return it to you after you are done." Hearing this, Qian Yin was slightly stunned. There was a hint of doubt in her eyes, and she subconsciously turned around to look at Chen Guan. Chen Guan noticed Qian Yin's look and smiled. "Don't worry, he just happened to meet us and doesn't know who we are." Through mind reading, Chen Guan knew what the old man was thinking. In fact, the old man was just targeting Huo Lianjiu. He didn't know the identities of Chen Guan and Qian Yin at all, so he was naturally not here to seek revenge. When Qian Yin heard this, she relaxed her brows. Chen Guan looked at Yu Luo and said with a smile, "Old man, I don't know you. Why should I agree to your request?" Yu Luo was startled. He didn't expect that Chen Guan would actually reject him. Yu Luo raised his finger and pointed at his forehead. "Hey kid, look carefully, I'm level 75. I'm such a high level. I beg you to lend me your mount, just give me some face. Besides, it's just a ride, you won't lose any meat, right?" Chen Guan smiled and said, "I'm sorry, I have a mysophobia. I like to use my own things myself." If someone else has used them, I will feel uncomfortable, so I can't do that. Yu Luo was stunned. He looked at Chen Guan with a bitter face and said, "How about this? I'll lend you money and let me fly around. I'll give you 1 million. No, I'll give you 10 million data coins. How about that?" Yu Luo took out a card, grinned, and looked at Chen Guan. "Just letting me ride it for a while can give me so many data coins for free. This is a rare thing." It was obvious that the old man was very interested in Huolianju. Through mind reading, Chen Guan knew that the old man believed that the Fire Lotus cult was tamed by another strong man and then given to Chen Guan. In his opinion, it was impossible for Chen Guan and Qian Yin to tame this Fire Lotus cult. In Yu Luo's opinion, Chen Guan and Qian Yin are just low-level weaklings. However, even when dealing with a weakling, Yu Luo did not intend to use violent means to rob, but chose the method in front of him. Yu Luo smiled and said, "I really like these high-level mounts. Back then, in order to get the Fire Lotus cult, I specially assembled a king-level team and went into the colorful forest to look for it. Unfortunately, the Fire Lotus cult was too fast, and even we couldn't handle it. After that, I really dreamed of riding one, but I didn't expect to see it here today." As he spoke, Yu Luo looked at Chen Guan and said with a smile, "My dear friend, look at me, an old man. I'm already old and will probably be buried in a few years. Please be merciful and let me ride for one lap, just one lap." He raised a finger deliberately to emphasize the point. Chen Guan looked at Yu Luo and said with a smile, "One circle? But the problem is, it seems that this is not what you think in your heart." Yu Luo was stunned and looked at Chen Guan strangely. Chen Guan said, "You are planning in your mind that if I agree and give you the Fire Lotus pony, you would just ride on it and run away, right?" "Ah, no way, there is no such thing." When Yu Luo heard this, his old face was suddenly full of embarrassment. He turned his head to the side with an embarrassed expression, muttering to himself, saying no. Hearing this, Chen Guan laughed and said, "My ability is called mind reading. I can know everything that others are thinking. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it." Upon hearing this, Yu Luo's pupils suddenly condensed, and he quickly turned his head to look at Chen Guan. "Mind reading? You are the one who killed Wei Yu." As the president of the White Jade Association, Yu Luo naturally knew about the deaths of Wei Shun and Wei Yu. At the same time, he also knew that the person who killed Wei Shun and Wei Yu had the ability to read minds. And now the man in front of him claimed that he had the ability to read minds. All of a sudden, Yu Luo realized that the man in front of him was the one who killed Wei Shun and Wei Yu. Chapter 179, the president of the White Jade Association was defeated. In a Wanjia city below the Wanjia Tower. Hey, look up at the sky. Those people in the Tower of All Worlds looked up at the sky. Those are two people with special abilities. I know that old man. Isn't he the president of the White Jade Association, Mr. Yu Luo? The one opposite Mr. Yu Luo is the Fire Lotus Pony. Those two people are riding the Fire Lotus Pony. Who are they? I know that someone uploaded a video of the owner of the Fire Lotus Pony online yesterday. The man's name seems to be Chen Guan, and the woman's name is Qian Yin. One of them is level 42, and the other is level 32. They're in midair. What are they doing? Midair. Chen Guan looked at Yu Luo in front of him. Yu Luo stared at Chen Guan and said, "The Wei family is one of the families in our White Jade Association. If you touch anyone from the Wei family, then I, as the president of the White Jade Association, cannot let you go easily." At this point, Yu Luo glanced at Qian Yin, who was being taken care of by Chen Guan. His gaze fell on Chen Guan again. Tell her to stay away. I don't want to hurt her by mistake. Chen Guan can know Yu Luo's inner thoughts through mind reading. The relationship between the Yu family and the Wei family is not good. Although the Yu family is the main family of the White Jade Association, and almost every president of the White Jade Association is from the Yu family, the Wei family's current power is gradually growing, and the Yu family is gradually losing control of the Wei family. It is estimated that the Wei family will also participate in the competition for the next White Jade Association president election. So, Yu Luo's relationship with the Wei family is not good. Yu Luo also knew that the reason why Chen Guan killed Wei Yu and Wei Shun was definitely because of Wei Yu's style of doing things. But no matter what, as the president of the White Jade Association, he still has to do his job openly. Yu Luo was not afraid of not being able to perform well, because the two people in front of her were riding Fire Lotus horses. They took the opportunity to escape, so it was understandable that I didn't catch up with them. Chen Guan knew what Yu Luo was thinking. He looked at Qian Yin in his arms. Chen was looking at Chen Guan with her ruby eyes. Eyes met. Chen Guan smiled and said, I'll go play with him. You wait here for a while. When Chen heard this, she hummed and a smile appeared on her face. The words fell. Chen Guan raised his foot and stepped on the air. It was as if the air, which was nothing, now seemed to be a real object. Chen Guan stepped on the real air and walked over from the back of the fire lotus horse. Chen Guan stepped on the void, standing high in the air. He raised his hand and patted the fire lotus horse. The fire lotus colt received Chen Guan's signal, flapped its scarlet wings, and flew to the side. At this high altitude, only Chen Guan and Yu Luo were left. Yu Luo looked at Chen Guan's actions, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. This is the first time I have seen someone walk on the air. What is your ability? Chen Guan looked at Yu Luo and said, I call this ability the air control technique. At this high altitude, I can step on the air just like I'm stepping on something real. Hearing this, Yu Luo nodded slightly and said, I think your choice is wrong. If I were you, I would choose to ride the fire lotus horse and escape instead of staying. This gave Yu Luo a headache. He originally wanted to give Chen Guan and Chen Yin a chance to live, but now Chen Guan had no intention of escaping, which made it difficult for Yu Luo to act. Chen Guan looked at Yu Luo's expression, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. You know, I have the ability to read minds, and you're still thinking about these things in your mind. Are you hinting at me? When Yu Luo heard this, he looked at Chen Guan. Chen Guan crossed his arms and looked at Yu Luo. I know what you want to do, but in fact, the one who is going to escape is not me, but you. Yu Luo was startled. He looked at Chen Guan strangely and said, Boy, is your eyesight not very good? I am Yu Luo, the president of the White Jade Association, and a level 75. Yu Luo pointed to the mark on his forehead and looked at Chen Guan. You can't see my mark clearly, right? Don't you know the difference in our strength? Chen Guan sighed helplessly. He looked at the old man in front of him and said, At your level, don't you understand? Rank doesn't represent everything. Your rank is nothing in my eyes. Hearing Chen Guan's words, Yu Luo's old face showed a hint of curiosity, and he looked at Chen Guan strangely. Chen Guan looked at Yu Luo's expression and knew that it would be useless if he said more. What I need to do is to let Yu Luo know the gap in strength between him and me. Chen Guan raised his hand towards Yu Luo. Suddenly, a black ball emerged with Yu Luo as the center. Yu Luo noticed the black ball that suddenly appeared, and his pupils narrowed slightly. Field. Before he could come to his senses, the black ball instantly wrapped around Yu Luo's entire body. The moment his body was wrapped, Yu Luo's 5 senses all disappeared. Everything in front of Yu Luo's eyes was pitch black. Apart from his own consciousness, there was nothing left. I can't hear, see, or smell. My 5 senses have been taken away. This is a field similar to Wei Yu. No, what's going on? He's only level 42, so why can he use a realm that can only be comprehended by the 4th awakening? Also, what's going on? Why am I affected by the realm opened by a level 42 ability user? This isn't right. People of higher levels can weaken the influence of people of lower levels on the areas they use. For someone like Yu Luo, the fields released by those with abilities below level 70 will hardly have any effect on him. But now Yu Luo was confused. He, a level 75 person, was actually affected by the domain of a level 42 person, and he had no way to break free from the influence of this domain. In other words, Yu Luo can only be slaughtered at the moment. Yu Luo thought of what Chen Guan said. Don't you understand? Rank is not everything. Your rank is nothing in my eyes. I am no match for him. Yu Luo suddenly realized this. A voice suddenly sounded beside Yu Luo's ears. Your daughter and son left a good impression on me, and you also left a good impression on me at the moment, so I won't kill you. We'll see each other again if we're lucky enough. In the outside world, those who were watching the fight could see that Yu Luo was attacked by the black ball released by Chen Guan in an instant. Then, they saw Yu Luo and his mount falling from the sky. They flew out of the black ball and fell freely downwards. Boom! Boom! Accompanied by 2 muffled sounds. Yu Luo and his mount fell heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Even the ground was dented by the 2 of them. The onlookers watched the scene before them. Everyone showed a look of shock. Yu Luo defeated. Yu Luo lost. Everyone looked up at Chen Guan in midair. Chen Guan stood in the void, looking at Yu Luo and his mount below. Yu Luo, the president of the White Jade Association, a super strong man of level 75, actually lost to a person of level 42? Incredible. Many people couldn't believe it. But Yu Luo, who was lying under the pit, told everyone on the scene. Yu Luo had indeed been defeated. Chapter 180. Level 42, Awakening Domain, Victory over President Yu Luo's True God. After Chen Guan dealt with Yu Luo, he moved and returned to sit on the back of the Fire Lotus horse. He put his arm around Chen Yin's small waist and pulled the reins of the Fire Lotus colt. The Fire Lotus colt flapped its scarlet wings and flew toward the Tower of All Worlds. According to the task given by the Bounty Guild, this time, Chen Guan needs to investigate the second floor of the Tower of All Worlds. The Fire Lotus colt flew to the second floor of the Tower of All Worlds. Chen Guan could see that there was a huge black hole on each floor of the 100-story Tower of All Worlds. This black hole is round in shape. It is embedded in the body of the Tower of All Worlds, just like a black round gate. Qianyin turned her head slightly and looked at Chen Guan beside her. According to the information I found on the internet, that is the entrance to the second floor of the Wanjie Tower. At this point, Qianyin looked at Chen Guan seriously and asked, "Are we really going over there?" Hearing this, Chen Guan smiled. "Are you scared?" As he spoke, Chen Guan reached forward and held Qianyin's hand that was holding the reins. He smiled softly and said, "If you're afraid, we won't go." Qianyin slowly withdrew her gaze, rested her head on Chen Guan's chest, and slowly closed her eyes. "As long as I can stay by your side, I'm not afraid of anything." Hearing this, Chen Guanxin felt warmed up. He smiled and said, "Just your words are enough." Chen Guan moved closer to Qianyin and kissed her. Qianyin's cheeks flushed. "What are you doing suddenly?" Her face turned red. "We were just talking about serious matters when he suddenly became like this." Chen Guan smiled. "I am confident that I can protect your safety. Since someone went in and out of that place 100 years ago, it means that if we go in, we can also get out." When Qianyin heard Chen Guan say this, she hummed, "Well, I'll listen to you." Chen Guan smiled and pulled the reins. The Fire Lotus colt received Chen Guan's signal. It flapped its scarlet wings, leaving a long scarlet shadow in the air, and rushed directly towards the entrance to the second floor of the Tower of All Worlds. As he got closer, Chen Guan noticed how huge the black hole was. The shape of this black hole is very close to a circle, and its diameter is estimated to be more than 5 meters. It is pitch black inside the hole, and nothing can be seen except black. Huo Yinju took Chen Guan and Qianyin and flew directly into the pitch black hole. In an instant, the figures of the beast and the two men were swallowed up by the black hole. Under the Tower of All Worlds, the passers-by stared at the scene in front of them in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. They saw with their own eyes Chen Guan defeat President Yu Luo, and now they saw with their own eyes Chen Guan rushing into the Tower of All Worlds. This scene is so shocking. Finally, someone came to his senses. They're in. They went in. They entered the second floor of the Wanjie Tower. A level 42 person and a level 32 person just entered the second floor of the Myriad Worlds Tower. Can they come back alive? I don't know. If these two were ordinary level 42 and level 32, it is certain that they would not be able to come back alive. But the problem is that the level 42 man just easily defeated Yu Luo, a level 75 king-level ability user. A level 42 player defeated a level 75 Yu Luo. This kind of record is unimaginable. Unimaginable. Yu Luo was lying in the pit. After Chen Guan and Qian Yin entered the Tower of All Worlds, his 5 senses returned. After his 5 senses returned, Yu Luo slowly stood up. He looked around, but did not see Chen Guan. There was a hint of helplessness on Yu Luo's old face. He slowly stood up and brushed off the dust on his body. The old man said slowly, Yu Luo, actually lost to a young man of level 42. Thinking of how he felt when his 5 senses were taken away, Yu Luo's face turned pale. That kid is really terrifying. Level 42, he's already so terrifying. If he continues to grow, the title of the strongest ability user will probably no longer belong to the Alliance Master. That night, Yueying, who had just finished her upgrade journey, was staying in a hotel. She had just finished taking a shower and was wearing a bathrobe. She was wiping her hair with a towel. While wiping, she habitually turned on the computer screen and then sat down in front of it. As a person with special abilities, Yueying likes to log into the special ability platform when she has nothing to do to see if there is anything new happening in Zhongzhou recently. Suddenly, Yueying noticed a video post. Seeing the post, Yueying's eyes sparkled. What video? Hundreds of millions of views? So popular. She glanced at the title of the video post. A level 42 ability, user easily defeats Yu Luo, the president of the White Jade Association. Seeing this, Yueying's pupils suddenly condensed. Dad? She frowned and quickly turned on the video. While watching, Yueying picked up her phone and dialed Yu Luo's number. Ring, ring, ring. Hello? Yueying, what's going on? A familiar old voice came from the other end of the phone. Yueying was stunned. Dad, are you okay? Of course it's okay. What can happen to me? Yu Luo's voice was casual. Hearing this, Yueying breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. That's good. I'm fine too. Huh? Hey you. Yu Luo's voice came. Yueying hung up the phone directly. Knowing that her father was fine, Yueying felt relieved and watched the video in front of her. The video shows the fight between Chen Guan and Yu Luo. Seeing this, Yueying's eyes lit up slightly. It's him. The video process is very fast. Chen Guan made a move. Yu Luo was wrapped in the black ball field and then fell down. Seeing this, Yueying's eyes sparkled. He is worthy of my affection. My level 75 dad is no match for him. He is really amazing. Yueying smiled. He didn't hurt dad because of me, right? She was happy and subconsciously looked down at the comments in the video. That's a domain, right? At level 42, you can also open a domain. Is this video true or false? A level 42 can also open a domain. And Lord Yu Luo, that is a level 75 king level ability user. There is level suppression in the battle between a level 42 and a level 75. Even if a level 42 guy can use a domain, it is impossible for him to affect a level 75 person. It's true. He and Yu Luo fought near the Wanjie Tower. I was there at the time. I saw it with my own eyes. Besides me, everyone who was near the Wanjie Tower in the afternoon saw it. That man, I know him. Didn't someone upload a video about him on the platform before? In the video, I saw him using his abilities to create humans. I thought the video was fake. What's his name? Yes, Chen Guan. And the woman's name is Qianin. What? He can create humans. Right. Someone analyzed that although that person's level is not high, he definitely has god-level strength. It is very likely that he caught the Fire Lotus Colt himself. Oh my god. At level 42, you can create humans, expand your domain, tame a Fire Lotus, and defeat a level 75 Yu Luo? What is this? Is this a monster? God, this is not a monster. This is God. This is the real God. My turtle. Yueying looked at these comments and smiled. These people don't know that when he was catching Huolianju, I was watching him. As she spoke, Yueying looked at the number of comments and views. This video will probably be seen by everyone with special abilities in the entire Central Continent. Just as Uncle Chi said, he shocked the entire Central Continent. Chapter 181, Level 80 God Level Ferocious Beast. Yueying raised her face and looked at the moonlight outside the window, her eyes shining. It's a pity that he already has a lover. Otherwise, it would be great if he was willing to be my man. The other side, Chen Guan and Qian Yin rode the Fire Lotus horse through the second-floor gate of the Tower of All Worlds. Chen Guan first felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and then it became bright. Thump thump. The Fire Lotus colt's hooves landed on the ground. Chen Guan came back to his senses and looked around. Chen Guan found himself in a forest. The Fire Lotus colt was standing on green grass and surrounded by dense forests. It looks no different from the forest in central China. Chen Guan muttered. Qianin looked at the forest in front of her, her eyes shining. According to the information I found before, since the last king-level ability user who tried to step into the second floor of the 10,000 Worlds Tower 70 years ago entered the tower and never came back, no human has set foot here. After 70 years of changes, the orc civilization seems to have become less vigilant about this place. Chen Guan turned his head and looked behind him. Behind Chen Guan, there is a black hole. Those people said that once you enter the Wanjie Tower, no one can get out again. Chen Guan said, "Isn't this exit right behind us? As long as we go out directly, won't we be able to get out?" The moment Chen Guan finished speaking, a black shadow suddenly jumped out of the forest and shot towards Chen Guan. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound. The black shadow hit the protective shield created by Chen Guan. The black shadow flew back in response. Chen Guan looked at the black shadow. The black shadow was a creature that looked like a wolf, but unlike a wolf, this shadow was surrounded by black mist. Its pupils were brown, and its eyes were fixed on Chen Guan. A white mark can be seen on the forehead of this wolf, which can show its rank. Level 80. Chen Guan's pupils narrowed slightly. A god-level beast? It bared its fangs and stared at Chen Guan and Qian Yin with fierce eyes. Level 42, level 32. You can actually withstand my attack. This guy spoke in human language. This is not surprising. A ferocious beast at level 60 can transform into a human form and possess intelligence. Not to mention a level 80 god-level ferocious beast. A god-level ferocious beast is guarding the entrance here. Now, Chen Guan finally understood why those humans could never go back after entering through this entrance. With this thing here, if you come through the entrance, you will die, and there's no way back. Chen Guan asked, "Did you kill all the humans who came in through this entrance more than 70 years ago?" The shadow wolf snorted and said nothing. Black mist surrounded its body. Then, under Chen Guan's gaze, its body grew larger at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, a giant shadow wolf as tall as 3 stories appeared in front of Chen Guan and Qianin. Roar! The shadow wolf roared, raised its sharp claws, and slapped Chen Guan below from top to bottom. Qianin looked at the sharp claws coming towards her, and her face turned pale with fear. The force generated by the fall of the sharp claws created a howling gale. The trees around Chen Guan, which were as thick as an adult's waist, could not withstand the horrible pressure and broke into 2. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound. The shadow wolf's claws slapped the protective shield that enveloped the 2 people and 1 beast. The protective shield, which was originally transparent, immediately lit up after being attacked. It was a light blue protective shield, like some kind of technological defense shield. After the claws fell, the defense shield lit up blue. He resisted the claws of the shadow wolf with all his strength. No matter how much strength Shadow Wolf used, the defensive shield remained motionless. Seeing this, Shadow Wolf's pupils narrowed slightly. Impossible. It raised its 2 sharp wolf claws and launched a violent attack on the defensive shield. Boom, boom, boom. The wolf claws attacked frantically. Obviously, it's useless. Chen Guan scratched the back of his head and said, "Stop for a while." As Chen Guan's voice fell, Shadow Wolf's body paused, unable to move. Shadow Wolf's pupils trembled, and he stared at Chen Guan with disbelief in his eyes. Chen Guan looked at Shadow Wolf and said calmly, "I have just come to this world, and I need a guy who knows this world as a guide. You have 2 choices now. One is to become a guide and tell me something I want to know, and the other is to die." He said, "You choose." Chen Guan could directly kill Shadow Wolf and turn it into a card, but after turning into a card, Shadow Wolf will lose all his memories and will only be loyal to Chen Guan. Chen Guan needs to understand this world, and it is best to save Shadow Wolf's life. The Shadow Wolf showed a ferocious look, staring at Chen Guan. "My master's order is for me to defend this place and kill all intruders who step into this place from the cave entrance. You want me to betray my master unless I die." Hearing this, Chen Guan relaxed his brows and said, "Then you can die." As Chen Guan's voice fell, countless black swords appeared beside Chen Guan. Those black swords condensed into a giant oriental dragon, which roared and rushed toward Shadow Wolf. Shadow Wolf's pupils shrank slightly. The giant dragon formed by the black sword swallowed all the Shadow Wolves in an instant. Ah! The shrill wolf howl resounded through the sky. With a shrill scream, the Shadow Wolf, which was as big as a hill, turned into countless pieces of flesh and blood and fell to the ground. The giant dragon, made of black swords, dissipated. Immediately afterwards, the Shadow Wolf's body turned into blue halos, which outlined a bridge and condensed in front of Chen Guan. These lights gradually outlined a card. Chen Guan reached out and took it. On the card, you can see the image of the Shadow Wolf, with its information written on it. Shadow Wolf, level 80. This was the first time Chen Guan had seen a card transform from a god-level ferocious beast. It said that the reason it guards here and hunts invaders who break into this civilization is because of its master's instructions. Qian Yin's voice came. Chen Guan looked at Qian Yin. Qian Yin looked at Chen Guan and said, "Its own level is 80, so what level would its owner be?" Qian Yin retracted her gaze and looked ahead. "The strongest person on our side is the Alliance Master, who possesses god-level strength, which is level 80. But here, just one of someone else's beasts already possesses level 80 strength. It feels so exaggerated. How powerful must its owner be? If they can leave the Myriad Worlds Tower, our side will probably become a mess." When Chen Guan heard this, he smiled and said, "Probably not." Qian Yin was startled. She looked at Chen Guan with a hint of doubt in her eyes. "Why do you say that?" Chen Guan stroked Qian Yin's hair and said with a smile, "Because I am here." Qianyin was stunned for a moment. She pursed her lips and smiled. That's right. Chapter 182, was this world created by someone else? It's a bit uncomfortable to sit on Huo Lianju's back all the time. Qianyin raised her little face slightly and looked at Chen Guan behind her. Can we get off and walk for a while? Hearing Qianyin's request, Chen became concerned. He thought of Qianyin's active personality. When we first met, this girl liked to beat around the bush when she spoke. She loves to move so much, so she naturally can't stand being asked to ride a mount all the time. Chen Guan smiled and said, I am not feeling well after riding my mount all the time. Let's get off and take a walk. Qianyin hummed, and a smile appeared on her face. Chen Guan and Qianyin got off the Fire Lotus horse's back, and Chen Guan put the Fire Lotus horse into the ring world. Where are we going next? Qianyin looked around. There were woods all around. Chen Guan and Qianyin were in the center of the woods, surrounded by trees. Qianyin looked at the entrance of the black hole. Should we go back first? Hearing this, Chen Guan smiled and said, Forget about going back. I was just curious about why those humans who entered here couldn't go back, so I wanted to give it a try. Now I know why those humans can't go back. As he spoke, he stared at Qianyin in front of him, looking at this flawless, naturally charming girl. Chen Guan couldn't help but raise his hand, lift up the strands of hair that were sticking to her cheeks, and put them behind her ears. Qianyin's cheeks flushed slightly. She turned sideways, avoiding Chen Guan's sight, and looked ahead. It is now morning in this world where the orcs live. The bright sunshine falls on Qianyin. Qianyin was wearing a thin white shirt with a black pleated skirt. Her slender legs were wrapped in black stockings, and she was wearing a pair of canvas shoes. The sunlight shines on Qianyin, outlining her perfect figure. Qianyin felt Chen Guan's gaze. She turned her head slightly and looked at Chen Guan. Her cheeks flushed. Don't look at it. What's so good about it? You've seen it so many times. Aren't you tired of it? Chen Guan couldn't help but smile. He walked to Qianyin's side, gently put his arms around Qianyin's waist, and held her in his arms. Qianyin put her small hand on Chen Guan's chest. She looked at him with a red face. Don't make trouble, in broad daylight. Chen Guan raised his hand, scratched her nose, and said with a smile, I don't know when night falls in this world. I really look forward to every night now. Hearing Chen Guan's words, Qianyin felt her cheeks getting hot, and she hid her head in Chen Guan's care. Stop messing around. Looking at Qianyin's flushed face, Chen Guan felt much better. Although as a hot-blooded man, he couldn't help himself in the face of such a charming girl. It was broad daylight after all, so business was more important. Chen Guan reluctantly let go of Qianyin. Qianyin looked at Chen Guan, only to see Chen Guan stretching out his hand. Appears with a green light. The figure of the forest elf appeared in front of the two of them. Chen Guan looked at the forest elves. Take us to find the orcs. Chen Guan's ultimate goal is to become the leader of the Alliance. The Data Alliance controls everything in the entire Data Continent, and the Alliance leader stands at the pinnacle of the Data Continent. Although strength is respected in this world, it does not mean that one can become the leader of the Alliance by defeating the leader of the Alliance. Even if Chen Guan defeated the current leader of the Alliance by force and occupied that position, it would not be legitimate. Some of the people below might surrender, but more people would not accept it. If you really want to become the leader of the Alliance, you must establish your own prestige and then seize the position of leader of the Alliance in a manner that complies with the rules, so that people from the entire Data Continent will be convinced. Only then can Chen Guan become the true leader of the Alliance. To achieve all this, you must first have your own association and become the president of the association. And this is an important step towards the position of Lord of the Alliance. In order to become the president of the association now, one must first make the bounty group of the Jushin Temple qualified to challenge the association. And this qualification is the task that Chen Guan needs to complete next, to complete the task of investigating the second level of the Tower of All Worlds. The task is to let Chen Guan investigate the current strength of the Qing orc civilization. Becoming the leader of the Alliance is Chen Guan's ultimate goal, but Chen Guan is not in a hurry. In his opinion, the leader of the Alliance will be his sooner or later. Now, he just needs to slowly experience the process of becoming the leader of the Alliance. Now that the mission is to investigate the orcs, naturally we have to find the orcs. Now Chen Guan feels like he is traveling, as an outsider, appreciating everything in this world. Chen Guan raised his head and looked at the sky. At this moment, the sun is hanging in the blue sky, and the sunlight shines through the thin white clouds and falls on the earth. It should be morning now. It's said to be the second floor of the Tower of All Worlds, But looking at this, we should not be inside the tower, but on another planet. Chen Guan muttered to himself. Honey, a voice came from beside me. Chen Guan looked at Qianin. Qianin looked at Chen Guan thoughtfully, and she whispered, could it be that the world in the Tower of All Worlds is the same as your ring world? Dear, a world created with an object as a medium? Hearing this, Chen Guan touched his chin and said, not quite the same. I can also create life in the world I created, but those lives are all supported by my source power. I can become an orc, but if I kill those orcs, they will not become cards, because the orcs I created are similar to the abilities summoned by the summoning attribute. Having said this, Chen Guan paused, then raised his head and looked at the sun in the sky. Although Chen Guan had thought about using his ability to directly create ferocious beasts before, those ferocious beasts still needed the support of Chen Guan's source of power. In fact, they were essentially things created by his ability. Even if it is killed, only its source of power is destroyed, and it is not a real ferocious beast. But is there a possibility? That is, the beasts in this world are all created by a certain existence, and the beasts created by that existence are real creatures, not the kind created by the source force? But is it possible? If it is possible, then it would be a true god in the true sense. The tree elf created by Chen Guan led the way ahead. Chen Guan and Qian Yin followed the tree elves in the direction of the orcs. Chen Guan noticed that there were many ferocious beasts gathered in this forest, and these beasts were of very high levels. The general levels are above level 50 to 60. The closer you go to the direction of the tree elves, the lower the levels of the ferocious beasts. When these ferocious beasts saw Chen Guan and Qian Yin, they attacked them. Of course, all of these attacking beasts were killed by Chen Guan without exception. Later, in order to save trouble, Chen Guan simply materialized Shadow Wolf and let Shadow Wolf act as a bodyguard, while he chose to tease Qianin. Qianin's face turned red because of Chen Guan's teasing, but she couldn't do anything about Chen Guan. Walked for a whole morning. Suddenly, Chen Guan heard some noise. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang. Chen Guan subconsciously looked towards the source of the sound. This is the breath of red source power. Qian Yin said. When Chen Guan heard this, his brows relaxed, and he looked at the tree elf. The tree elf flapped its wings and flew in the air. When she saw Chen Guan coming, she said, there's an orc over there. Chapter 183 Wolf God is his pet. Damn it, damn it. In the forest, a man with pointed red ears was running away desperately. As he ran, he turned his head to look behind him. Behind him, a wolf-like beast with golden hair all over its body was rushing towards this side madly. The golden wolf showed a ferocious look. When its huge body hit the trunks as thick as bowls broke. It chased the man frantically. The man's name is Qi Lin, and he is a level 21 orc. This time, Qi Lin came here with his companions to hunt ferocious beasts for food, but he never expected to encounter a golden wolf here. Why is it the level 31 golden wolf? Why is it the golden wolf? Damn it, damn it. Qi Lin cursed angrily. While raising his hand, a fireball emerged from his hand and hit the golden wolf. Boom! However, after the fireball hit the golden wolf, it didn't even burn the wolf's hair. The level suppression and attribute gap is as much as 10 levels. This gap is so huge that it makes Qi Lin despair. Seeing this, Qi Lin gritted his teeth, retracted his gaze, and continued to flee. His face was as pale as paper, and he looked panic-stricken. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from behind, and the roar was very close. Qi Lin turned around suddenly and saw the golden wolf coming towards him. Seeing the golden wolf, Qi Lin's eyes widened. Finished. Right at this moment, a dark shadow passed by. Roar! Ouch! Accompanied by a growl and a scream. The red phosphorus pupils condensed slightly, and his eyes widened. A giant shadow wolf, as big as a hill, appeared in front of the man. It was holding the golden wolf in its mouth, and the body of the golden wolf had been bitten off. Seeing this giant shadow wolf, Qi Phosphorus' pupils trembled. An ancient story suddenly appeared in his mind. In this ferocious beast forest lives a level 80 wolf god. It guards the demon gate of the beast forest and protects the peace of the entire orc civilization. Qi Lin was shocked when he saw the giant shadow wolf in front of him, which was at level 80. This is the wolf god. He knelt down in front of Shadow Wolf in a panic and said, "Thank you, Lord Wolf God, for saving my life." Qi Lin looked at the Shadow Wolf in front of him that was as big as a hill in horror. He thought the existence of the wolf god was just a legend, But he didn't expect that this legend was actually true. When the legendary wolf god appeared before him and saved his life, Qi Lin felt unbelievable. How could this legendary wolf god who guards the Devil's Gate come here? Shadow Wolf opened his mouth. The golden wolf's body fell to the ground. Qi Lin suddenly noticed that there were two people next to Yinglang. Seeing the two people, Qi Lin was slightly startled. He looked at the two people, and suddenly his eyes involuntarily fell on the woman. That woman had long flaming hair and a naturally charming and fair face. Her temperament was charming and holy, and she was so beautiful that she didn't seem to exist in this world. Who are they? Qi Lin was puzzled. At this moment, he saw the shadow wolf's body, which was as big as a mountain, slowly shrinking. The shadow wolf's body became as big as a domestic dog. Under Qi Lin's gaze, it walked beside the man and rubbed the man's hand affectionately with its head. Chen Guan reached out and stroked Shadow Wolf's hair. Seeing this, Qi Lin's pupils trembled and his face was full of shock. He looked at the man. Who is this guy? A level 80 wolf god. Is it his pet? How is this possible? Qi Lin couldn't believe it. Chen Guan looked at the red phosphorus. Eyes met. Qi Lin opened his mouth, wanted to say something, but didn't know how to say it. Through mind reading, Chen Guan could see what Qi Lin is thinking. This guy Qi Lin seems to think that he and Qian Yin are orcs. This is not surprising. Judging from Qi Lin's age, he is probably in his early 20s, and humans have not set foot on this land for 70 years. This guy probably has never seen a human being in his life, so it's normal that he doesn't know. Who are you? Qi Lin looked at Chen Guan and Qian Yin. Chen Guan relaxed his eyebrows and said with a smile, "We are travelers passing by. My name is Chen Guan, and her name is Qian Yin." Chen Guan's purpose of coming here is to investigate the situation of the orc civilization on the second floor of the Tower of All Worlds. If he wants to investigate, there is no need to expose his human identity. To orcs, humans are like demons. When Jilin heard this, he blinked. A passing traveler? Chen Guan nodded slightly. Qi Lin was stunned for a moment. He looked at the wolf god. This wolf god? Chen Guan said, "This is my pet." Qi Lin's eyes widened and he stared at Chen Guan blankly. A level 80 wolf god as a pet? Qi Lin swallowed his saliva. He slowly stood up and looked at Chen Guan. "Thank you for saving my life. My name is Qi Lin. I am from the Red Fox tribe." Chen Guan nodded slightly. "Where's the Red Fox tribe? Can I go and take a look?" Qi Lin was startled and looked at Chen Guan. Chen Guan smiled and said, "I like to walk around and see the scenery everywhere." When Qi Lin heard this, he nodded and said, "Is that so? If that's possible, I would like to invite you to my home so that I can thank you properly." Chen Guan hummed, and he smiled. "Then lead the way." "Okay." Seeing that the senior was so easy to talk to, Qi Lin breathed a sigh of relief. He tidied up his tattered clothes and led the way. Chen Guan and Qian Yin looked at each other, smiled at each other, and followed Qi Lin's back. The three of them were halfway there. "Senior." Qi Lin looked at Chen Guan nervously. Chen Guan noticed Qi Lin's expression and said with a smile, "Don't be so nervous. I'm not a gorilla, and I don't eat people." "Gorilla?" Qi Lin was a little confused. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Senior, what race are you from?" Chen Guan was startled. He smiled and said, "She and I are both from the ape tribe. According to the theory of evolution, humans evolved from apes. Although calling ourselves the ape-man tribe now has a bit of a return to nature, but forget it." Qi Lin looked at Chen Guan in confusion. "Ape-man tribe? I've never heard of this tribe." Chen Guan touched his nose and said, "Our tribe is located in a remote area and rarely interacts with other tribes. So that's how it is." Qi Lin suddenly realized. Qian Yin looked at Chen Guan and saw that he could tell lies without blushing or breathing hard. Her eyes were shining. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised, and she said secretly in her heart, "You are really worthy of me." As Qi Lin led the way, he couldn't help but glance at the shadow wolf beside him. It was obvious that this level 80 wolf god brought too much shock to Qi Lin. Chapter 184, Are They Demons? Along the way, Chen Guan chatted with Qi Lin. Through chatting, Chen Guan learned the reason why Qi Lin came here. Qi Lin came here hunting with 4 other companions. They called this forest the Forest of Ferocious Beasts. Their tribe was not far from the Ferocious Beast Forest. At this moment, the red phosphorus is at the outskirts of the Ferocious Beast Forest. Most of the ferocious beasts that roam around the outskirts of this Ferocious Beast Forest are around level 1 to 20. Qi Lin and his companions went out hunting this time to collect food. In the Red Fox tribe, most people are at level 10 or below. Someone like Qi Lin who is at level 21, is already a top warrior in the Red Fox tribe. So, things like collecting food were handled by these warriors. After hearing this, Chen Guan had a rough idea of the situation of the Red Fox tribe in his mind. The Red Fox tribe is still very primitive. Food comes from hunting, and clothes and other things are made of animal skins. So primitive. It was so primitive that Chen Guan was a little surprised. Brother Jilin. Suddenly, a voice came. Chen Guan looked towards the source of the sound. When he saw it, there was a hint of novelty in Chen Guan's eyes. It was a woman with fluffy red fox ears, and she was wearing animal skins. There's so few animal skins that it looks a bit cool. This cool outfit, coupled with the Red Fox girl's proud figure and the Red Fox man's fluffy ears and tail, this exotic style made Chen Guan unable to take his eyes away. Qianin on the side looked at Chen Guan's expression, her ruby-like eyes shining. She pursed her thin lips and slowly turned her face to look at the Red Fox girl. The Red Fox girl came over with a smile on her face and greeted Jilin. Brother Jilin, why are you back so early? Who are they? She noticed Chen Guan and Qian behind Qilin. Qilin looked at Chen Guan and Qian. This is Qi Ting. These two are Chen Guan and Qian. They are my saviors. When Qi Ting heard this, she was slightly startled. Help? Benefactor? When she heard Qilin's words, she immediately had a bad premonition, and the smile on her face disappeared instantly. Qilin noticed Qi Ting's expression and nodded slightly. Just as you thought, we were attacked by golden wolves in the forest. Fortunately, we had their help. Otherwise, I would have died. Qi Ting said, I'm glad that Brother Jilin is okay. Qi Ting adjusted her mood and said, Brother Jilin, I will tell the tribe leader about this first. You want to bring your benefactor back to the tribe. Qilin nodded slightly. Qi Ting turned around and went back to the village. Chen Guan looked at Qi Ting's back and the Red Fox girl's fluffy tail, and his brows relaxed. Frankly speaking, Qianin's figure is much better than that of the Red Fox girl, but Qianin's dress is more conservative. In terms of dress, Qi Ting is naturally more eye-catching. Qianin, who had been paying attention to Chen Guan, looked at his expression and pursed her lips. Pervert. Chen Guan was stunned. He came to his senses and looked at Qianin beside him. Qianin turned her head away and didn't look at Chen Guan. This girl is angry. Seeing Qianin's expression, Chen Guan couldn't help but smile. Her looks and figure are not as good as yours. When Qianin heard this, her cheeks turned slightly red. She looked ahead and ignored Chen Guan. The two continued to follow Qilin forward. This is a forest, which is already at the outermost part of the ferocious beast forest. In this outermost part, Chen Guan can see many girls with furry ears and tails, wearing cool animal skin clothes, picking fruits on or under the trees. They all looked over here, curiously at the arrival of Chen Guan and Qianin. Some of them noticed the shadow wolf following Chen Guan. See the level mark on Shadow Wolf's forehead. They all looked shocked. Look, that ferocious beast following that man. Level 80. God level. That's the wolf god. Why is the wolf god following that man? Who is that man? Who is he? It's so strange. Chen Guan, with Shadow Wolf, obviously attracted the attention of the girls. After Qianin noticed this, she silently walked to Chen Guan and took his arm. She seemed to want to use this action to tell others that she owned Chen Guan. Chen Guan looked at Qianin beside him, smiled, and pulled his big hand out of her arms. Qianin was slightly stunned, and she looked at Chen Guan. For a moment, Qianin was a little nervous. What did he mean? He didn't even want her to hold his arm? After Chen Guan pulled his hand out, he stretched out his big hand and put it around Qianin's waist. With the man hugging her waist, Qianin's cheeks flushed slightly, and the uneasiness in her heart disappeared at once. She looked ahead, and a smile appeared on her beautiful face. Looking at Qianin's expression, Chen Guan couldn't help but laugh. This girl. No wonder Qianin felt uneasy. In this world where the strong are respected, girls would naturally be interested in Chen Guan, a man of his strength. Moreover, in this place, the girls all have such good figures and are dressed so simply. Coupled with the exotic ears and tails, even Qianin, as a woman, can feel their charm. Of course, Chen Guan's actions made her feel somewhat relieved. The fact that he was willing to hug her in front of so many people meant that he still loved her very much. The three of them left the forest and walked for a while. Chen Guan saw one earthen house after another. When Chen Guan saw these earthen houses, he was stunned. Although Chen Guan had guessed that the Red Fox tribe would be very primitive, he did not expect it to be so primitive. The houses where these Red Fox tribes live are walls made of mud blocks, and roofs made of plants similar to thatch. The structure couldn't be simpler. Chen Guan and Xin Ming looked at each other, with some surprise in their eyes. Orc civilization is too primitive. The other side, inside a mud house. What did you say? The skinny, wrinkled, white-bearded red fox chief frowned when he heard Qi Ting's story. The people who rescued Qi Lin brought a level 80 wolf god and came out of the fierce beast forest. Qi Ting nodded. Yes. The old man's expression became particularly ugly, and he frowned. Does he have a tail and ears? When Qi Ting heard this, she said, they don't have tails. They have ears, but they are smaller. The old man's pupils trembled. Are they the kind without hair on the ears? Qi Ting looked at the old man in surprise. Grandpa Patriarch, how did you know? The old man's face was as pale as paper. They are demons. They are not orcs. They're demons that came out of the demon gate. Chapter 185. Raise your hand, and you will see a 4-bedroom apartment. Demons? Qi Ting looked at the tribe leader with a puzzled look on her face. But, Grandpa Tribe Leader, this is not right. Legend has it that the demons that come out of the demon gate are a group of evil people who burn, kill, plunder, and commit all kinds of evil. They will slaughter orcs and turn them into cards for collection. They didn't treat the orcs as human beings at all, but those two not only didn't hurt Brother Jilin, they also saved his life. This is completely different from the demons in the legend. When the patriarch heard this, he slowly closed his eyes, stroked his white beard, and slowly opened his eyes. Isn't it a demon? Qi Ting hummed. I don't think so. How can a devil save people? The chief frowned and thought for a moment, then said, even if they are really demons, with the ability of our Red Fox tribe, we will not be their opponents. I just hope they are not really demons. Qi Ting looked at the clan leader. So, clan leader Grandpa, what should we do next? The clan leader stroked his white beard and said, since the benefactor who saved our Red Fox warriors is here to be our Red Fox guest, we must follow the rules of our clan and arrange a banquet tonight. Qi Ting's eyes lit up slightly, and a smile appeared on her face. Okay, I'll go and inform everyone. The other side, Qi Lin's residence, that mud house, was too small and too crowded. It might be just right for one person, but it would be too crowded for 3 people. Therefore, Chen Guan planned to build a residence here so that he could have a place to rest temporarily. When Qi Lin heard that Chen Guan wanted to build his own residence, he said, if you want your own residence, I can call on my brothers and sisters in the tribe to help build a residence for you. It's just, Qi Lin looked at Chen Guan strangely. Benefactor, are you going to stay in our tribe for a long time? For the people of the Red Fox tribe, housing is only needed when they live for a long time. It is difficult to build this kind of residence. Generally, the residence of one person in the tribe requires the help of other people in the tribe, and it takes several days to build it. Therefore, housing is very precious and can only be owned by a tribe member when he reaches adulthood and is recognized by the tribe members. Generally, a well-built residence can allow a red fox to live there for a lifetime. It is definitely impossible for a guest like Chen Guan to stay in the tribe for a long time. Generally, the way they treat guests is to invite them to their homes, let them stay for a few days, and then leave. But Chen Guan actually wanted his own residence, which made Qi Lin feel very strange. Chen Guan smiled and said, your house is too crowded. My baby and I are not used to living here. Baby, Qi Lin didn't quite understand this title. When Xianin, who was standing next to him, heard this, her cheeks turned red and she subconsciously gave Chen Guan a cold look. Chen Guan smiled and stretched out his hand, holding Xianin's small hand, and said with a smile, partner, she is my partner, and we also call her baby over there. Jilin understood, but as for the residence, it will take several days to complete. Chen Guan smiled and said, no need. Just give me a big enough open space. Hearing this, although Qi Lin didn't quite understand what Chen Guan wanted to do, he still nodded. Okay. He stood up. Chen Guan and Xian Ying took Qi Lin out of the room together. As soon as he left the room, Chen Guan discovered that outside the adobe house, there were many red fox men and women with fluffy red ears and red tails standing, including young people and children. They were all standing not far away, curiously watching Chen Guan and Xian Ying. Obviously, there haven't been outsiders in the Red Fox tribe for a long time, so they are very curious about Chen Guan. Don't strangers often come to the Red Fox tribe? Jilin responded. Our tribe rarely has strangers coming. Our location is quite remote, so we rarely come into contact with people from the outside world. The situation here in the Red Fox tribe is too primitive. Unlike the technologically advanced place where humans live outside the Tower of All Worlds, This place is simply a primitive tribe. Chen Guan looked behind him. As Qi Lin led the way, the boys and girls from the Red Fox tribe were following curiously. The guest looks so strange. Well, they don't have hair on their ears, and they don't have tails. It's very strange. But the guest is very powerful. You see, his level is 43, and the woman is also level 32. She is very strong. I heard that Jilin had an accident this morning and was saved by those two guests. Those two guests are our benefactors, so we should be polite to them. Hey, do you think the benefactor would be interested in the girls from our tribe? I don't know. If you're interested, that's fine. The girls from the Red Fox clan were watching and talking on the sidelines. They looked at Chen Guan with curiosity and interest in their eyes. In the Red Fox tribe, a level 20 warrior is already a top warrior respected by the orcs, and someone like Chen Guan, who is level 43, is the strongest among the strong. It is no surprise that he can attract the attention of the girl. Qianyin looked at Chen Guan beside her. At a glance, Qianyin found that Chen Guan was looking at her. Eyes met. Chen Guan smiled. Are you jealous? Qianyin blushed and looked away. Who is jealous? I am not. Chen Guan smiled. Benefactor, do you think this place is suitable? Qi Lin's voice came. Chen Guan came back to his senses and looked ahead. There's a spacious open space right in front of him. Look at the empty space in front of you. Chen Guan stretched his eyebrows. It's appropriate. Brother Jilin brought his benefactor here. What are they doing here? I don't know. The Red Fox women who were watching looked on with curiosity. Under the gaze of everyone, Chen Guan raised his hand, accompanied by a golden light. Suddenly, the uneven ground of the open space began to move rhythmically. The ground became flat, and suddenly, one stone pillar after another rose from the ground. Then walls were formed. Under the shocked gaze of the crowd, a two-story villa appeared in front of everyone. When this villa appeared, the young boys and girls of the Red Fox clan who were watching the scene opened their eyes wide, their eyes revealing incredible shock. Looking at the villa in front of him, Chen Guan slowly withdrew his hand and looked at Qi Lin beside him. Qi Lin opened his mouth slightly and looked at the villa in front of him with trembling eyes. Looking at Qi Lin's expression, Chen Guan smiled. Hey! Qi Lin was startled. Then he came to his senses and looked at Chen Guan. Well, benefactor, Chen Guan crossed his arms over his chest and said with a smile, come in and sit down. When Qi Lin heard this, he nodded repeatedly. Okay. Chen Guan smiled and took Qian Yin and Qi Lin into the villa. The Red Fox men and women who were watching stared blankly at the villa in front of them. Each of them seemed to be unable to recover from their daze. Chapter 186. The Orc civilization has 100-level warrior. After Qian Yin entered the villa, she looked around and then looked at Chen Guan in surprise. This house. Chen Guan stroked Qian Yin's hair and said with a smile, I created this based on your home as a template. Hearing this, Qian Yin suddenly understood. No wonder they look so similar. She looked around, then looked at Chen Guan. Then I'll go take a shower first, you talk to him. When Chen Guan heard this, his eyes lit up. Wash yourself and wait for me in bed. Qian Yin was stunned. Her cheeks immediately turned red, and she rolled her eyes at Chen Guan. Pervert, don't even think about it. I'm not going to pay attention to you. After saying that, she walked towards the second floor, as usual. Looking at Qian Yin's back, Chen Guan smiled. He took back the time and looked at Jilin beside him. Then, I can go and find out more about the situation of the Beastmen from Qi Lin. If I could know the overall strength of the current leadership of the orcs, then I could go back next. After understanding clearly and obtaining information, go to Qian Yin's bedroom to have some fun, and then return to the human world. Comfortable and perfect. Thinking of this, Chen Guan walked to the sofa in the hall and sat down. He looked at Qi Lin, who was looking around with a shocked expression, and said with a smile, sit down. Qi Lin came back to his senses and looked at the sofa where Chen Guan was sitting. There was a hint of shock in his eyes, and he nodded. He walked to the sofa facing Chen Guan and sat down. He touched the sofa with his hand and said, this chair is very soft and elastic. It feels, is this animal skin? Hearing this, Chen Guan smiled and said, it doesn't matter. Who is the strongest among our entire orc tribe at the moment? Jilin was startled. He said, the strongest one is, of course, the strongest beast king at level 100. Level 100? Chen Guanqi moved. In the orc civilization, are there already strong people at level 100? The strongest person in the human world right now is only the level 80 Alliance Lord, who is known as a god. No wonder no human dared to set foot here in the past 100 years. With the existence of a 100-level orc king, No one in the human world can be a match for the orcs. Don't you know the Beast King, Benefactor? Qi Lin's voice sounded again. Hearing the voice, Chen Guan looked towards Qi Lin, only to see Qi Lin looking at Chen Guan strangely. Chen Guan realized that his question was a bit strange. Chen Guan explained with a smile. We apes have always lived in remote locations and have almost no communication with the outside world, so we don't know what's happening outside. Qi Lin touched the back of his head, as if he had realized something. So that's how it is? Qi Lin looked at Chen Guan. At present, the entire orc tribe is led by Lord Beast King, who is level 100. Under Lord Beast King, there are 4 level 90 generals. In the fierce beast forest, there is a legend that there is a wolf god guarding the demon gate. The master of the wolf god is the battle pet of the gray wolf general, one of the 4 great generals. Chen Guan nodded slightly. In this way, he had a clear understanding of the current top combat power of the orcs. Mission accomplished. Chen Guan smiled and said, Okay, I understand. He stood up. Qi Lin noticed Chen Guan's actions and looked puzzled. Benefactor. Chen Guan smiled and said, Go and do your thing. I'll be leaving here soon. Ah. Qi Lin said hurriedly. Benefactor, you saved my life, and now you're also a guest of our tribe. According to our tribe's customs, we will hold a banquet tonight to welcome guests. Benefactor, you can't leave now. Chen Guan was startled. Banquet? Jilin nodded. Yes. Chen Guan touched his chin, looked at Jilin, and smiled. Okay. Although Chen Guan planned to go back, he was also interested in staying and seeing this exotic world. Jilin said, Then Jilin will not bother the benefactor for now. Chen Guan watched Qi Lin leave. Then he retracted his gaze and looked towards the second floor. Chen Guan went to the bedroom on the second floor and lay down on the big bed. He listened to the noise coming from the bathroom and slowly closed his eyes. Prepare to take a short break. I don't know how much time passed. A voice sounded in my ears. Dear. The voice was enchanting and charming. Chen Guan slowly opened his eyes and turned his head to look at the person who was speaking. Attention. Chen Guan was stunned. Beside the bed, there stood a young girl with a pair of fluffy fox ears and a long fox tail. She was lightly dressed in simple clothing made of animal skins. Her hair is silver white, and the hair on her ears and tail is also silver white, but her skin is as white as cream, so beautiful that people can't take their eyes off her. She has a tall and proud figure, with a natural charm and the exotic look brought by her ears and tail. It's really hard to take your eyes off it. Qianin, who had changed her clothes, stood there gracefully, her cheeks slightly flushed, and she looked at Chen Guan with her autumn eyes, her mouth raised. Do I look good? When Chen Guan looked at Qianin's outfit, he understood. This girl is using her camouflage ability to imitate the attire of the Red Fox clan. Why did she do this? The reason was simple. She wanted to please Chen Guan. Chen Guan smiled. He stood up and stood in front of Qianin. Qianin's cheeks flushed. She didn't dare to look at Chen Guan and lowered her head shyly. It was obvious that she was also feeling ashamed of her actions. Chen Guan knew that Qianin was upset because she attracted too much attention from the Red Fox girls. Chen Guan stretched out his hand and held Qianin in his arms. Qianin snuggled up to Chen Guanwei, her beautiful red eyes shining as she stared straight at Chen Guanwei. Chen Guan put her on the bed. Chen Guan looked at the pretty face in front of him, and he said with a smile, This is the first time I see you actively seduce me. Qianin's cheeks flushed as she turned her head to look away. I didn't, you're talking nonsense. Not yet. Chen Guan was happy. Okay. No, come on, give me a kiss. Qianin blushed and slowly closed her eyes. Qianin has had countless suitors since she was a child, and she never doubted her own charm before. But now Qianin felt a little uneasy. The light displayed by Chen Guan was too dazzling. Qianin was afraid that Chen Guan would be attracted to other girls. Although she thought those girls were not as attractive as herself, she couldn't help but worry. Don't worry. Apart from you, I have no attraction to other opposite sex. You are my woman, and the only woman. Hearing Chen Guan's voice in her ears, Qianin's uneasy heart slowly calmed down. There was a smile on Qianin's face. But your ears and tail are really nice. Try changing them to something else now. Upon hearing this, Qianin blushed and punched Chen Guan in the chest. Bad guy. Chen Guan was happy. Chapter 187. This world is truly the law of the jungle. Time passed quickly, and it was that evening. The Red Fox tribe prepared a banquet for Chen Guan and Qianin. A huge bonfire was rising. The Red Fox people used wooden tables and chairs, arranged them in a square shape, and gathered together. There were all kinds of food on the table, including fruits and barbecue. A number of graceful Red Fox girls were dancing and singing in the square. Chen Guan sat at the table, listening to the singing and looking at the exotic dinner in front of him. In Chen Guanhua, Qianin, who had transformed into a silver-haired and silver-eared girl through disguise, might be too tired, so she snuggled up to Chen Guanhua, closed her eyes, and took a rest. Chen Guan looked at Qianin in his arms. Qianin closed her eyes and was sleeping soundly. Chen Guan smiled helplessly. Everyone was talking and laughing at the banquet, and the noise was so loud, but she was able to fall asleep. It was amazing. I heard that the benefactor is from the ape tribe. An old voice came. Chen Guan came back to his senses and looked towards the source of the sound. Sitting in the patriarch's position, an old man with red ears and a long white beard was looking at Chen Guan with a smile. This old man is the patriarch of the Red Fox clan. Chen Guan smiled and said, "Yes." The Red Fox chief stroked his beard and looked at Chen Guan. "I have lived for such a long time, but I have never heard of an ape tribe among the orcs. My tribe has always lived in seclusion and seldom interacted with other tribes, so it's normal that you don't know old tribe leader." Chen Guan knew through mind reading that the old man was doubting his identity, but he didn't care and started lying as soon as he opened his mouth. The Red Fox chief took a deep look at Chen Guan and smiled. "So that's how it is? There is no so-called ape-man tribe among the orcs." The Red Fox chief knows this and realizes that Chen Guan is lying, but he did not expose Chen Guan's identity. And Chen Guan can also know the thoughts of the Red Fox chief through mind reading. The Red Fox chieftain has realized that Chen Guan is the legendary devil. But even if Chen Guan is a devil, if Chen Guan wants to kill them, they have no way to resist. So for the Red Fox chieftain, the best situation at the moment is to pretend not to know. It's best not to fall out. Suddenly, someone ran in hurriedly from outside. "Master!" It was a Red Fox warrior who looked panicked and angry. He looked at the Red Fox chief and said, "Those guys from the Lynx tribe are here again." When the Red Fox chief heard this, he frowned suddenly. "Wow, TSK, it's so lively." Before the Red Fox chief could react, a voice suddenly rang out. When Chen Guan heard the sound, he looked towards its source. A man in animal skin clothes came out. The man had a pair of pointed lynx ears and a long gray tail. 4 triangular marks and 3 lines can be seen on his forehead, which means that his level is similar to Chen Guan, which is level 43. He looked around, his eyes moving around the Red Fox girl in the field. He licked his lips, his mouth corners raised, and there was something in his eyes that any man could understand. The Red Fox girls noticed the look in the lynx man's eyes. They frowned and stepped back subconsciously. The lynx man's level is not low. In this world where the strong are respected, this level should be very popular among girls. But Chen Guan can see that these Red Fox girls do not like the look of the lynx man. Apparently, lynx man had done some nasty things. The Lynx tribe is a tribe located near our tribe. Qi Lin explained to Chen Guan. "The Lynx tribe is stronger than us. A long time ago, we fought a battle with the Lynx tribe and lost. Later we made an agreement." Speaking of the agreement, Qi Lin couldn't help but grit his teeth. His face turned a little ugly. "Agreement. If there are adult males in the Lynx tribe who need the opposite sex, they can choose from us." Chen Guan frowned. In this world where the strong are respected, the strong always prey on the weak. The law of the jungle, where the strong prey on the weak, also exists in the human world outside the Tower of All Worlds. However, except for those upgrade areas in the wild that are not protected, other places where humans live are protected by the rules of the Alliance. Ordinary people can also live well in the Data Continent. But the orc civilization on the 2nd floor of the Tower of All Worlds is too primitive. In order to survive, the Red Fox clan offered beauties to the Lynx clan. He treated the women of his own tribe as objects in exchange for the survival of his race. No wonder the Red Fox girls hate these Lynx men so much when they come. The Lynx man looked around and said, "How can I miss Z2 when holding such a lively banquet?" The Red Fox chief looked at the Lynx man named Zidu and frowned. "What are you doing here?" When Z2 heard this, he chuckled and said, "What are you doing?" "Of course I'm here to find a woman. The last woman I found died, so now I want to change her." The Red Fox chief's face darkened, and he slowly clenched his fists. Chen Guan could see that the other Red Fox warriors were staring at Z2, as if they would rush forward as long as the Red Fox chief gave the order. Z2 also noticed the hostile gazes from the people around him. He raised his lips and said with a laugh, "Are the Red Foxes planning to fight our lynxes again? In the battle 60 years ago, most of your high-ranking members died, and now there are only a few crippled ones left. If we fight again, I think the Red Foxes will completely disappear from this world." "What? Do you want to fight? Z2 crossed his arms across his chest, a look of disdain on his face. The Red Fox warriors could only grit their teeth and stare at Z2 viciously, but they couldn't say a word. Chen Guan looked at the table next to him and saw Qi Lin, who was also staring at Z2 with his teeth gritted. He looked at the purple picture again. With Z2's level, in the entire Red Fox tribe, only the Red Fox chief, who is at level 49, can deal with him. As for the others, they are probably not good enough. Although the old Red Fox chieftain looked very angry, he did not take action. As long as the Red Fox chief takes action, it means that the Red Fox tribe will resist the rule of the Lynx tribe. When the war is ignited again, the Red Fox tribe will probably cease to exist. The Red Fox chieftain obviously didn't dare to do such a thing. Of course, Chen Guan had no intention of intervening in the current matter. This was a matter between the Orc tribe and another Orc tribe. Chen Guan thought that he was just a traveler passing by, so there was naturally no need to interfere in other people's affairs. Zita glanced around and said, "Not bad. The Red Fox girl has a good figure. TSK, TSK. Who should I choose this time?" There was heat and greed in Z2's eyes. He looked around, and suddenly his gaze stopped. His eyes lit up, as if he had seen some treasure. All the Red Foxes on the field were paying attention to Z2's every move. When Z2's gaze stopped, everyone looked in the direction he was looking. When they saw the person Z2 was looking at the moment, the expressions of all the Red Foxes on the field changed. Z2 stared at Qianin, who was being cared for by Chun. The corners of his mouth curled up. "Beauty, beauty, ha!" Chapter 188. The one who can turn orcs into cards is the devil. Qianin looked lazy as she snuggled up to Chen Guan, her starry eyes half closed as she stared at Z2. That lazy look coupled with the charming temperament, plus the pair of fluffy ears and tail. Qianin is as adorable as she can be at this moment. No wonder Z2 set his eyes on her at first sight. Z2's eyes were filled with greed as he strode towards Qianin. He stretched out his big hand and grabbed Qianin. But the moment his hand reached out to Qianin, suddenly his hand turned into dust and drifted away in the wind. Z2 looked at his slowly dispersing arm. His pupils suddenly shrank, and there was a hint of astonishment and disbelief in his eyes. He abruptly withdrew his hand and quickly took 3 steps back. But Z2 was horrified to see that a piece of his arm was missing. "You are really brave." An indifferent voice sounded. Hearing the voice, Z2 was stunned and looked towards the source of the voice. The young man who was hugging the silver-haired girl was looking at him expressionlessly. At this moment, Z2 could feel the terrifying aura emanating from the young man in front of him. In an instant, Z2 felt as if his whole body had fallen into an ice cave. The breath emanating from the young man was like an icy blade piercing through Z2's body. The coldness instantly engulfed Z2's entire body. All of a sudden, Z2's face turned as pale as paper, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. The level on the forehead of the young man in front of him showed that he was at level 43, the same as himself. But at this moment, Z2 could feel complete fear. That is the fear of death. Why? Why is his level the same as mine? But when I face him, I feel fear. What's going on? Z2 is puzzled. Could it be that this is my subconscious fear of death? As a member of the orc race, he is naturally endowed with a keener sense of danger than humans. When life is absolutely threatened, the subconscious mind will generate fear and drive oneself to avoid it. Z2 had experienced this feeling before when he encountered some powerful beasts while hunting. This fear of threatening things allowed Z2 to escape danger and save his life most of the time. But the problem is that the ferocious beasts that Z2 encountered at that time were 10 levels higher than Z2. Z2's face turned pale, with cold sweat on his forehead, and he could feel his whole body breaking out in sweat from the shock. He suppressed his inner fear and anxiety and stared at Chen Guan. Impossible. This guy is at the same level as me. I can't be weaker than others at the same level. Why can he scare me so much? Feeling the gazes of the Red Fox people around him, Z2 suppressed his inner uneasiness. In front of the weaklings like the Red Fox people, Z2 would never allow himself to give in. He looked at his broken arm. His health data was gradually being consumed, and the broken arm was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. He shook the newbie's arm and looked at Chen Guan. "How dare you attack me? You don't want to live, do you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Z2 moved, and his strong body turned into a purple shadow and shot towards Chen Guan. Chen Guan narrowed his eyes and said, "You really don't know how to live or die." Chen Guan stretched out his hand, and as the black mist condensed, a huge black palm stretched out from the ground and slapped the purple picture from top to bottom. Z2's body suddenly stopped. He looked at the black palm coming towards him. His pupils widened. What's this? The black palm fell suddenly. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang. The black palm slapped the ground, and the ground sank in, leaving a pit shaped like a palm. Of course, at this moment, no human figure can be seen in the purple pattern between the palm and the ground. When the black palm disappears, you can see a bloody spot in the concave pit of the palm. The Red Fox tribe members who were watching nearby were all shocked when they saw this scene. Zita was killed directly by his benefactor. Isn't the level of the benefactor the same as Z2's? But the gap between them is so huge. So awesome. Benefactor is so awesome. Some Red Fox girls looked at Chen Guan with shining eyes. The Red Fox chieftain next to him looked at Z2's body with a look of surprise. But after the surprise, there was a hint of worry. Z2 was a member of the Lynx clan, and now he died in the Red Fox clan, which gave the Lynx clan an excuse to cause trouble for the Red Fox clan. The Red Fox clan is no match for the Lynx clan. When faced with the anger of the Lynx clan, the Red Fox clan can only choose a more humiliating way to exchange for peace. Thinking of this, the Red Fox chieftain felt a little depressed. Just at this moment, a blue light came on. Seeing the blue light, the Red Fox chief was slightly startled, and he looked towards the source of the blue light. The members of the Red Fox tribe were also attracted by the blue light. In the pit, the residue left by the purple picture turned into blue light. Under the gaze of everyone, these lights flew in front of Chen Guan and condensed into a card in front of Chen Guan. See, this card transformed from an orc. All the Red Foxes on the field looked at Chen Guan with a hint of suspicion and uneasiness in their eyes. If orcs kill orcs, they will not become cards. Only the legendary demon who killed the orcs would turn them into cards and enslave them. But now the benefactor they respected and admired just now actually turned an orc into a card. Devil, my benefactor is really a devil? Qi Ting looked at the scene in front of her, her eyes trembling slightly, revealing uneasiness and disbelief. Through mind reading, Chen Guan heard what these Red Fox people were thinking. Chen Guan looked at the card in his hand that was transformed into an orc. Exposed? No. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Hearing the sound, Chen Guan looked towards the source of the sound. The Red Fox chief said, "The benefactor is not a demon." The Red Fox tribe member looked at his tribe members around him and said, "Demons are a group of evil creatures. They only burn, kill, and plunder orcs. But you saved our people and treated us kindly and friendly. You killed Zita this time because Zita was planning to snatch your partner. A benefactor is a benefactor, not a devil." The old man stroked his beard and repeated, "Yes, benefactor saved us, and the guys from the Lynx clan are all damn bastards. If benefactor kills the people from the Lynx clan, then he is a good person. A good person is a good person, and he cannot be a demon. Well, since the clan leader has said so, the benefactor must not be a demon." Although Chen Guan's ability to kill orcs and turn them into cards made all the Red Foxes on the field feel terrified, it was obvious that the Red Fox chief had great prestige. The Red Fox chief's words eased the originally tense atmosphere. Chapter 189. A young one died, and an old one came. Chen Guan glanced at the Red Fox chief. Through mind reading, Chen Guan can know what the old man is thinking. The old man has confirmed that Chen Guan is the legendary devil, but in the current situation, the Red Fox clan is unable to deal with the devil. Therefore, rather than ensuring the chaos caused by the appearance of the devil, the old man would rather let his people make friends with the devil. He is truly an old fox. Chen Guan said, "This is also the reason why we, the ape-man tribe, live in seclusion in the mountains and are unwilling to leave the tribe." Hearing this, everyone looked at Chen Guan. Chen Guan said slowly, "We apes have a special ability. When we kill orcs of other races, they will turn into cards. This ability often causes us to be regarded as demons and rejected by people of other races." When the Red Fox girls heard this, they saw that Chen Guan's eyes changed from uneasiness and fear to pity and admiration, and smiles returned to their faces. When Chen Ming heard what Chen Guan said, she subconsciously lowered her fluffy snow fox ears and looked at Chen Guan with her big ruby eyes. She slowly moved and put her mouth close to Chen Guan's ear and said, "What a great liar." Chen Guan couldn't help but smile when he heard Qian Yin's praise. He looked at Qian Yin and said, "Compared to this, I'm better in other aspects. After the dinner, I'll let you experience it again." Qianing's cheeks turned red and she looked away. Bad guy, stop making trouble. I'm tired and want to sleep. She closed her eyes and rested her little head on Chen Guan's chest, looking lazy, just like a little girl. Looking at Qianing's reaction, Chen Guan smiled. He stretched out his hand and held Qianing in his arms. Qianing snuggled in Chen Guan Huai, her fluffy white ears drooping naturally. She closed her eyes and snuggled in Chen Guan Huai. Under the gaze of all the Red Fox leaders, Chen Guan hugged Qianing, and their figures disappeared on the spot. See the location where these two people disappeared out of thin air. The Red Fox chief's hand, holding his white beard, paused. All the Red Fox clan members were stunned. Where is the benefactor? It's gone. What kind of ability is this? The Red Foxes obviously didn't understand. Chen Guan and Qian Yin returned to their residence through teleportation. Chen Guan laid Qian flat on the bed. He looked at Qian. Qian lay lazily on the bed with her eyes closed, resting her head on the pillow, a smile on her face and her starry eyes half closed, looking at Chen Guan. Qian's schedule is relatively normal. She takes a nap in the afternoon and hardly goes to bed past 9 o'clock at night. Today, she was exhausted because of Chen Guan, and there was also a dinner party in the evening, so it was normal for her to be tired. Chen Guan also climbed onto the bed, stretched out his hand, and hugged Qian in his arms. He scratched her nose with his hand and said with a smile, "If you are tired, go to sleep. We will go back tomorrow." When Qian heard this, she hummed, slowly closed her eyes, and fell asleep leaning on Chen Guanhua. Chen Guan also closed his eyes. However, early the next morning, Chen Guan was awakened by a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The knock on the door was a little urgent. Hearing the hurried knock on the door, Chen Guan opened his eyes. When he looked up, he saw Qian in his arms looking at Chen Guan with her ruby eyes. Eyes met. Qian smiled. Awake? Chen Guan smiled. Benefactor. Suddenly, Chen Guan heard a noise coming from outside the door. Chen Guan turned his head and looked towards the balcony. It sounded like the voice of Qi Lin. Qian Yin's voice came. Chen Guan retracted his gaze and looked at Qian Yin. He stroked Qian Yin's hair and said with a smile, "I'll go take a look." Qian Yin hummed. Chen Guan got off the bed, and with a teleportation, he appeared outside the gate of the villa. Chen Guan saw that at the gate of the villa, Qi Lin was banging on the door with his hands, looking nervous. Seeing this, Chen Guan smiled and said, "What's wrong?" Qi Lin was stunned. He turned back and looked at Chen Guan, who was standing behind him. He was stunned for a moment. This benefactor? He subconsciously looked back at the door behind him, then looked at Chen Guan, and he was suddenly confused. When did Chen Guan leave the villa and come here? Qi Lin didn't know, but now was obviously not the time to find the answer to this question. He looked at Chen Guan nervously and said, "My benefactor, you killed Z2 last night. Z2 is the son of Z Feng, the elder of the Lynx clan. Now Z Feng is here to find us." Chen Guan touched his chin. "Where are the others?" Qi Lin said nervously. He only knew that his son came to us, and he didn't know about Z2's death. Now he has found the tribe leader and said he wants an explanation from him. When Chen Guan heard this, he smiled and said, "Then take it over." Qi Lin looked at Chen Guan's indifferent smile and was a little confused. Although confused, Qi Lin still did as he was told. The other side, in the square of the Red Fox clan, a middle-aged man wearing animal skins and with lynx ears and tail looked grimly at the Red Fox clan leader in front of him. Old man Qi Zhong. Z2 ran to your place last night, but didn't come back all night, and there is no news. You, the Red Fox clan, must give me an explanation, otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless. This middle-aged man with lynx ears and tail is Z2's father, Zifeng. There are 5 black marks on Zifeng's forehead, and his level is 50. At this level, even the strongest Red Fox chieftain is no match for him. If Zifeng gets angry and starts to attack, many people from the Red Fox tribe will probably die. The Red Fox chief looked at Zifeng's expression and said, "Lord Zifeng, don't be too anxious. Zita did come to my tribe last night, but then he left. We don't know where he went. Maybe he was just playing outside and hasn't returned home yet." Umph! Zifeng snorted coldly. One night plus one morning, if he didn't have an accident, it's impossible for him not to go home. Old man Qi Zhong, I tell you, if my son gets into trouble in your Red Fox clan, you can just wait to be exterminated. When the Red Fox chief heard this, he frowned slightly. But there is no way to refute anything. After all, the other party's strength is there. Are you just going to give him away? The Red Fox chief was a little hesitant. He didn't want to leave a bad impression on Chen Guan. I know where your son went. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Hearing the voice, Zifeng was startled. He turned sideways and looked towards the source of the voice. Not far away, a black-haired young man was walking towards this side with a smile on his face. Seeing the black-haired young man, Zifeng frowned. "Who are you?" Chen Guan relaxed his eyebrows and said with a smile, "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that I know where your son is." Zifeng frowned. "Tell me, where is he?" Chen Guan raised his lips slightly and crossed his arms over his chest. "He's dead." Seeing Zifeng's face change drastically after hearing the news, Chen Guan added, "I killed him." Chapter 190. Just leaving a summoned beast behind, and you become someone's eternal benefactor. The moment Chen Guan said this, Zifeng's wrinkled face immediately became extremely ugly. "You're looking for death." Zifeng roared angrily. He moved and pounced on Chen Guan. Looking at Zifeng, who was getting closer and closer, Chen Guan's mouth corners slightly raised and his hands folded across his chest. Zifeng raised his hand, and it turned into a red sharp claw, sweeping towards Chen Guan. Puff! Accompanied by the sound of flesh and blood being separated. An arm flew up into the sky and then fell down. Pa! Zifeng suddenly retreated 10 meters away. He looked at his arm. His right arm was broken at the root, and blood was slowly flowing out. Zifeng's pupils trembled, and he looked suddenly forward. In front of Chen Guan, a skeleton man wearing black scale armor and holding a black machete stood there. There was a hint of red in its dark, empty eyes, which looked very scary. Zifeng looked at the machete in the skeleton man's hand, and blood was flowing on the blade. This blood is Zifeng's blood. Just now, Zifeng's arm was removed by this skeleton man. Zifeng's eyes were filled with confusion. How can a creature summoned by a level 44 guy like you cut off my arm? Hearing this, Chen Guan's mouth curled up. He crossed his arms over his chest, looked at Zifeng playfully, and said with a smile, "Level is not everything. Next, what it will chop off is not your arm, but your body." Zifeng frowned and was about to speak, but at this moment, the skeleton man moved and appeared in front of Zifeng. Zifeng's pupils narrowed. The skeleton man swung the machete from top to bottom, cutting Zifeng's body into 2 pieces with 1 stroke. Zifeng opened his mouth, but couldn't even scream. The body was split into 2 halves and fell to the ground, turning into 2 pieces. There were many members of the Red Fox tribe in the square. When they saw this scene, they were all stunned. Zifeng, he was a super strong man with the same strength as the Lynx tribe leader. He died just now. The benefactor is a summoned beast. That skeleton man is too strong. Amazing. My benefactor is really amazing. The benefactor looks so young, but he is so powerful. The Red Fox tribe leader Qi Zhong looked at this scene, his old face full of shock and surprise. Chen Guan looked at Qi Zhong and said, "I plan to go back with my lover." When Qi Zhong heard this, he was stunned, and a hint of uneasiness appeared on his old face. The boys and girls of the Red Fox clan nearby were talking about it. The benefactor is leaving so soon. They looked at Chen Guan with reluctance in their eyes. Different from the issues that the boys and girls of the Red Fox clan were considering, Qi Zhong, the leader of the Red Fox clan, was considering another issue. Now, Zitu and Zifeng, 2 members of the Lynx clan, have died at the hands of the Red Fox clan. Although they were not killed by the Red Fox clan, even if they were not, the Lynx clan would never let the Red Fox clan go. With Chen Guan leaving, the Red Fox clan is probably finished. I will leave this summon with you. When Qi Zhong heard this, he was stunned for a moment and looked at Chen Guan. His sight fell on the skeleton man wearing black scale armor. Chen Guan smiled and said, "It will protect the Red Fox tribe from invasion by outside forces. As long as you stay in your territory, you'll be safe with it." Qi Zhong was stunned. Benefactor. He didn't know what to say for a moment. Suddenly, Qi Zhong knelt down in front of Chen Guan. After seeing this scene, the boys and girls of the Red Fox tribe who were watching nearby also knelt down. Qi Zhong looked at Chen Guan solemnly. "From today on, you will be the eternal benefactor of our Red Fox clan. As long as you need the Red Fox clan to do something, the Red Fox clan will do it even if it means death." Looking at the serious expression of this old man, Chen Guan knew through mind reading that the old man was serious. The Orc civilization is a civilization that respects the strong. At the same time, what makes this civilization different from humans is that this civilization values promises. Once they make a promise, they will do it. People who make a promise and then break it will not be able to survive in this world. Since the old man said so, if I really want the Red Fox tribe to do something for me in the future, they will do it. Of course, Chen Guan doesn't need them to help him with anything now. Chen Guan smiled and said, "Everyone get up." Watching them stand up, Chen Guan continued, "Then you continue to live well here, and it's time for me to leave." As the words fell, Chen Guan's figure disappeared from everyone's sight. The Red Fox Chief Qi Zhong looked at the place where Chen Guan disappeared. He slowly stood up, stroked his beard with his hand, then turned sideways and looked at the skeleton man wearing black scale armor and holding a black machete. "With the summoning creatures left to us by our benefactor, our Red Fox clan will be free from the control of the Lynx clan. From today on, our Red Fox clan also has our patron saint." Qi Zhong knew how precious and important this summoned creature left by Chen Guan was to the current Red Fox clan. This thing is enough to reverse and change the fate of the entire Red Fox clan. Chen Guan left it behind, which was a huge favor to the Red Fox clan. Qi Zhong looked in the direction of the villa where Chen Guan was. With such a favor, even if the benefactor is really a devil, it doesn't matter. A benefactor is a benefactor. When Chen Guan returned to the bedroom, he saw Qianin had already finished dressing up. Seeing Chen Guan coming back, Qianin smiled and said, "Done?" Qianin was wearing a white t-shirt, denim shorts, and a pair of canvas shoes. Her long, flame-red hair was tied up, and beneath the bangs was a beautiful face. She exudes the vitality unique to young girls. Chen Guan smiled and said, "Where is my beautiful snow fox?" When Qianin heard this, she playfully rolled her eyes at Chen Guan and said with a smile, "The snow fox beauty will only be there for one day. Today is the normal Qianin he." Qianin smiled playfully. "Okay, dear, when are we going back?" Hearing this, Chen Guan smiled and said right away. After the words fell, Chen Guan and Qianin reappeared in the forest. Qianin was slightly startled. Then she came to her senses and her eyes moved to the black hole behind her. Her eyes sparkled. The ability to teleport is really convenient. Chen Guan was happy. "Let's go." In Zhongzhou, the fact that Chen Guan and Qianin entered the second floor of the Tower of All Worlds had already been known to all the people in central China. At present, whether Chen Guan and Qianin can return to Zhongzhou alive from the second floor of the Tower of All Worlds is a very hot topic, especially in the online circle of people with special abilities, where there is constant discussion. Impossible. In the past 100 years, no one who entered the second floor of the Myriad Worlds Tower has ever come out. Even if Chen Guan went in, there is no way he could come out alive. How is it impossible? He can easily defeat Yu Luo, tame the Fire Lotus cult, and can even create living things. If such a person enters the Tower of 10,000 Worlds, he may not be unable to get out. Oh, I don't believe it. Whoever enters the Tower of All Worlds now will die. If he can come back alive, I will live stream him washing his hair while standing upside down. Chapter 1, 91 Who Wants to Live broadcast, washing their hair upside down. You can only enter the Tower of All Worlds, but not exit. Too many people have entered the Tower of All Worlds. 100 years ago, people could enter the Tower of All Worlds at will and exit at will, but it is different now. In the past 100 years, no one who entered the Tower of All Worlds has returned alive. Even those king-level ability users, or those sub-god level ability users who are almost at god level, have not been able to come out after entering the Tower of All Worlds. That guy named Chen Guan is indeed amazing. He was able to defeat President Yu Luo of the White Jade Association and tame the Fire Lotus cult. But even so, it is unlikely that he will come out of the 10,000 Worlds Tower alive. Anyway, I don't believe that only someone can get out of the Tower of All Worlds. People with special abilities are discussing this online. For them, the Tower of All Worlds has long become a taboo, and entering the Tower of All Worlds means death. Most of these people with special abilities believe that Chen Guan and Qianin were dead once they entered the Tower of All Worlds. Hey, who said that? He not only defeated President Yu Luo and tamed the Fire Lotus cult, he can also create humans. Creating humans is an ability that even gods cannot possess. And haven't you seen the video? He was so confident when he entered the Tower of All Worlds. I think he can definitely make it out. Look at what those people are saying. Chen Guan is able to defeat President Yu Luo of the White Jade Association and tame the Fire Lotus cult. More importantly, he can use his power to create humans. Creating humans, that's something that only gods can do, There was sarcasm in the statement. That's beyond the level of a true god. Creating humans and creations, let alone whether he can leave the Myriad Worlds Tower. If these people keep on boasting, that level 43 guy might even be able to create the universe. What you said is true, but those people are exaggerating. Can he really create humans? Although there is a video, He may have other special abilities to create them. It is still impossible to confirm whether he can create intelligent life like the legendary gods. A true god of level 43 is indeed a bit fake. Oh, I don't care if those videos are real or not. I only know that if you enter the Tower of All Worlds at level 43, you will die. If he can come back alive, I will live stream him washing his hair upside down for you to watch. There were all kinds of discussions going on at this moment. Someone uploaded a video. As soon as this video appeared, the lively discussion stopped. This auto-playing video will be visible to everyone commenting on the thread. The scene in the video is exactly the entrance to the second floor of the Tower of All Worlds. Within the screen, a man and a woman riding a fire lotus horse flew out from the entrance of the second floor of the Tower of All Worlds. It can be clearly seen from the video that the people sitting on the back of the fire lotus horse are Chen Guan and Xin Ming. The person who uploaded the video said, "This is the video I captured with the camera I placed in Wanju City 5 minutes ago." What the hell? 666666666666666. Come out. Oh my god. In the past 100 years, none of the people who have entered the second floor of the Myriad Worlds Tower have returned alive. How could they return alive? Bull, bull, bull. That's amazing. Wait a minute. Where's the guy who just said he was going to do a live stream of washing his hair while standing upside down? Why is he silent now? Yes, live broadcast of washing hair upside down. Please post the video quickly. We are waiting to see it. Chen Guan, a true god. In the past 100 years, every person with special abilities has been able to come out after breaking into the Tower of 10,000 Worlds. Even a level 80 god-level person wouldn't dare to say he could enter the Tower of 10,000 Worlds. But Chen Guan did it. Incredible, really incredible. Just after the video was uploaded, everyone was quiet for a while, and the website platform became lively again. Everyone began to marvel at Chen Guan's strength. As for the man who said he wanted to live stream himself, washing his hair upside down, he disappeared like a clown. Time passes by little. Chen Guan took Chen Ming back to the Bounty Guild. When Chen Guan entered the Bounty Guild building and came to the service hall, he found that many people gathered in the hall. These people seemed to be either standing or sitting, but none of them were here to do business. When Chen Guan stepped in, their eyes all fell on Chen Guan. Through mind reading, Chen Guan discovered that these guys were just idle and came here to watch. They learned from the online platform that Chen Guan had come out of the Tower of All Worlds and that Chen Guan would return to the Bounty Guild to hand in the task, so they came to watch. Chen Guan was too lazy to pay attention to them and walked to the front desk on his own. The waitress in black uniform at the front desk saw Chen Guan and smiled. "Mr. Chen Guan, you're back?" This waitress was the same one from last time. Chen Guan hummed. "The mission is completed. You said before that I can operate on the website to accept and complete the mission. But it seems that this S-level mission cannot be submitted directly on the website." Hearing this, the waitress smiled and said, "Yes, because of the special nature of S-level tasks, all S-level tasks cannot be submitted directly on the website. A-level tasks are also not allowed. Both A-level tasks and S-level tasks need to be identified and confirmed by a dedicated person before they can be completed." At this point, the waitress paused. She looked at Chen Guan and said with a smile, "Our guild president is waiting for you upstairs. Please follow me." "No need. I'll take him upstairs." Suddenly, a voice sounded. Everyone's eyes were on the person who was speaking. Over there stood an old man with a wrinkled face. The old man had his hair cut short, wore a green shirt, and held a walking stick in his hand. 7 triangular marks and 3 triangular stripes can be seen on the old man's forehead. This old man is at level 79. This is the highest level human being Chen Guan has ever seen. It's Guild Master Mu Gong. Mu Gong, the president of the Bounty Guild and one of the 3 elders of the Alliance, second only to the Lord Alliance leader. He is a legendary figure. I didn't expect to see him here today. This is not so surprising. No one who entered the 10,000 Worlds Tower has ever returned in the past 100 years. In the past 100 years, only Chen Guan and his partner were able to leave the 10,000 Worlds Tower. This matter is too important for humans. No wonder Mu Gong came out to receive him in person. Mu Gong looked at Chen Guan, and a smile appeared on his old face. "Little brother, let me introduce myself first. My name is Mu Gong, and I'm the president of the Bounty Guild. Let's talk about your mission. There are many people here. Let's go to my residence and talk slowly." Chen Guan nodded slightly and looked at Chen Ming beside him. There was a gleam in Chen Ming's eyes, and a smile appeared on her face. After completing the next task, you can become a 1-star devotee. After becoming a 1-star devotee, as long as the number of people in the Temple of the God-Slaying reaches 50, you can challenge the association for territory. Chen Guan and Xin Ming looked at each other and smiled at each other. Chapter 192. What to do when encountering a god-level beast. Kill it. The two followed Mu Gong's pace. The three of them entered the elevator. Chen Guan watched Mu Gong press the button for the 100th floor, and then watched the floor lights in the elevator increase from 1 to 100. After reaching the 100th floor, the elevator door opened. There's a long corridor in front. Following Mu Gong, we walk along the long corridor to the end, where there's a big door. The door opens. The scene he saw made Chen Guan's eyes light up slightly. What I see before me is an extremely spacious living room, which is decorated in an extremely luxurious manner. Mu Gong found the sofa in the living room and sat down, then looked at Chen Guan and Chen Ming and said with a smile, "Please sit down, both of you." After Chen Guan sat down, Mu Gong said with a smile, "Ever since humans were driven out of the second floor of the 10,000 Worlds Tower by the orcs 100 years ago, humans can never get out once they step into the 10,000 Worlds Tower. This situation has been going on for 100 years. Mu Gong looked at Chen Guan and said with a smile, "Brother Chen Guan and Miss Chen Ming, you two are the only two who can enter the second floor of the 10,000 Worlds Tower and come back alive. The entrance to each floor of the 10,000 Worlds Tower corresponds to a planetary civilization. Although we know from ancient books that the civilizations in the 10,000 Worlds Tower cannot leave the 10,000 Worlds Tower and come to our world, legends are just legends after all. And as time goes by, the situation may not always be the same." Mu Gong stroked his graying beard. He looked at Chen Guan with a charitable smile on his face. "We can say that being adjacent to a group of civilizations from other worlds, every civilization in the 10,000 Worlds Tower is a huge threat to humans. Therefore, it is very important for us humans to investigate the situation in the 10,000 Worlds Tower. We have always wanted to know what is going on inside, but we have not been able to find any way until today." Mu Gong looked at Chen Guan seriously and said with a smile, "If you, little brother Chen Guan, can provide humans with information about the second floor of the 10,000 Worlds Tower, it will be an extremely important and valuable contribution to mankind." At this point, Mu Gong paused, and with a smile on his face, he looked at Chen Guan and said, "So, little brother Chen Guan, after you entered the second floor of the 10,000 Worlds Tower, what did you see there? What is the current strength of those orcs?" Through mind reading, Chen Guan could find that the old man in front of him was very curious about the second floor of the Tower of All Worlds. He really wanted to know what Chen Guan was seeing on the second floor of the Tower of All Worlds. Chen Guan said, "As long as I tell you what I found on the second floor of the Wanji Tower, does that mean I have completed my mission?" Mu Gong was startled, and he smiled, "Of course." "Okay." Chen Guan smiled. "I learned about the strength of the top leaders in the orc civilization by asking the orcs over there. There's a level 100 being called the Beast King in the orc civilization. Under the Beast King, there are 4 level 90 beings called God Generals. In addition, under the God Generals, there are so-called level 80 pets, but the number is currently unknown." As he spoke, Chen Guan looked at Mu Gong's expression. When Mu Gong heard that the orc civilization had a 100-level strongman, the smile on his wrinkled, old face froze. When he heard about the existence of the Divine General and the Divine Pet, Mu Gong's smile completely disappeared, and the hand holding his beard trembled slightly. He took a breath and adjusted his mood. Has the orc civilization become so strong? The legendary 100-level strongman. There is such a thing in the orc civilization. Fortunately, the orc civilization can't come out of the Tower of All Worlds, otherwise our human world would probably be finished." Mu Gong looked at Chen Guan. "Well, little brother Chen Guan, besides this, I have another question." Chen Guan heard. "What's the problem?" Mu Gong looked at Chen Guan seriously. 100 years ago, all humans who entered the orc civilization died. Why? Can you come back alive? Although my question may be a bit impolite, but I'm a little curious." Chen Guan relaxed his eyebrows. This question is not difficult to answer. The orcs left a level 80 shadow wolf at the entrance, which they called the Wolf God. Hearing this, Mu Gong's pupils shrank suddenly, and he looked a little shocked. Level 80? Shadow wolf. Mu Gong nodded slightly. No wonder those humans who stepped into the Tower of All Worlds could not come back. Suddenly, Mu Gong felt something was wrong. He looked at Chen Guan with a frown on his face. Level 80, that's God-level strength. If it's a fierce beast, a level 80 fierce beast is even more terrifying. With that thing guarding the entrance, it's impossible for anyone in the entire data continent to survive. How did you survive? This made Mu Gong a little confused. He couldn't understand. If Chen Guan was telling the truth, how did he survive? Chen Guan said, "It's very simple. Just kill it and you will survive." Mu Gong was stunned. He looked at Chen Guan strangely. That is a terrifying existence of level 80. Mu Gong frowned and said, "After reaching level 70, it is extremely difficult for a person with special abilities to advance to each level. The only person who can reach level 80 in our entire data continent is the current leader, who we call a god. In the case of the same level, the beast is generally stronger than humans. Even the Lord Alliance leader would not be able to escape unscathed after seeing that thing. Tell me, did you kill it?" Mu Gong looked at Chen Guan with suspicion in his eyes. What Chen Guan said was too far beyond Mu Gong's acceptance. Not to mention, the level on Chen Guan's forehead is only level 44. Even if the level on Chen Guan's forehead is higher, Mu Gong can't imagine that one person can defeat a level 80 god-level beast. This has exceeded Mu Gong's acceptance. I know that Mu Gong is doubting the truthfulness of what I said. Chen Guan raised his hand, and a card appeared out of thin air in his hand. He said, "If you don't believe me, I'll show you the evidence." As soon as he finished speaking, the card in Chen Guan's hand turned into a blue light spot. Under Mu Gong's gaze, the light spot fell to the side and turned into a wolf-shaped beast with a pitch-black body. The moment he saw the wolf-shaped beast, Mu Gong's pupils suddenly shrank. He stood up suddenly as if he had seen a ghost. His mouth opened wide, and he looked in astonishment at the wolf-shaped beast in front of him that was 3 meters tall. This. Mu Gong's mouth was trembling, and he kept shouting this, but he didn't say a complete sentence. The wolf-shaped beast was 3 meters tall at the shoulder, surrounded by black mist. There was a white mark on its forehead, indicating its level. Level 80. Seeing this level 80 wolf-shaped beast, Mu Gong was completely stunned. He raised his hand and rubbed his eyes. Oh my god. A level 80 ferocious beast. It's really a level 80 ferocious beast. Mu Gong's face was full of disbelief, and he looked at Chen Guan. He killed a level 80 beast. Chapter 193, is he really not a human, but a true god? Mu Gong stood in front of the sofa with a cane in his hand, staring blankly at Chen Guan. Mu Gong felt his hair tingling at the moment. He thought to himself, a level 80 god-level beast, even the Lord Alliance leader would run away if he saw it, but he killed it directly. He is stronger than the strongest Lord Alliance leader in the data continent. This level 44 young man who looks less than 20 years old. Impossible. This is impossible. Chen Guan knew Mu Gong's shock at the moment through mind reading. Chen Guan touched his chin and felt that he had scared the old man quite a bit. "Hello." Chen Guan looked at the old man and spoke. Mu Gong came back to his senses. "Oh," he responded, realizing his gaffe. In order to cover up his embarrassment, he coughed, then sat back on the sofa as if nothing had happened. He held the cane in both hands and looked at Chen Guan as if nothing had happened. "Brother Chen Guan." Mu Gong subconsciously raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. He looked at Chen Guan and asked cautiously and tentatively, "What is your strength?" When he asked this question, Mu Gong's heart beat faster. Mu Gong's Adam's apple rolled, and he swallowed. He was a little nervous. The young man in front of him was only level 44, but he was able to kill a god-level beast. What kind of strength does such a person have? Mu Gong wants to know. Chen Guan looked at Mu Gong and said with a smile, "My strength is not that strong, just a little bit higher than yours." Mu Gong was silent. He looked at the pretentious guy in front of him and adjusted his mood slightly. After recovering from his shock, Mu Gong looked at Chen Guan and said seriously, "Brother Chen Guan, are you interested in joining the alliance?" Chen Guan's eyes lit up slightly. He thought for a moment, then looked at Mu Gong. "After joining the alliance, is there any way for me to become the leader of the alliance?" Clang, accompanied by a crisp sound. The crutch in Mu Gong's hand fell to the ground. Mu Gong stared at Chen Guan, sweat beading on his forehead. Mu Gong swallowed and thought, is he planning to become the leader of the Data Alliance? Chen Guan looked at Mu Gong's expression and relaxed his brows. There is a National Association Alliance in Dongzhou. The leader of the National Association Alliance is selected from the presidents of the 5 major associations in Dongzhou. This is why Chen Guan wanted to challenge Qinin's grandfather before. And in this data continent, there is the Data Alliance, which is the alliance that manages the entire data continent. To become the leader of the All Association Alliance, Chen Guan knows how to do it, but to become the leader of the Data Alliance of the entire data continent, Chen Guan does not know the exact method yet. When Chen Guan was in Dongzhou before, he only wanted to become the leader of the All-Agency Alliance, but after arriving in Zhongzhou, he kept hearing about the Data Alliance, a huge force that truly controls the entire data continent. Now Chen Guan is more interested in becoming the leader of the Data Alliance than becoming the leader of the All-Affiliate Alliance. Mu Gong looked at Chen Guan and explained, when a person becomes the president of an association, and that association has 1 billion members, it can be considered a large association. If the president of a large association is confident in his own strength, he can challenge the leader. As long as he defeats the leader, he can be crowned a leader. At this point, Mu Gong paused, and he looked at Chen Guan. So, if you want to become the leader of the alliance, you must first be the president of the association, and you must have a large enough territory and rule over enough people. Chen Guan thought for a moment and looked at Mu Gong. After I become a 1-star devotee, can I directly challenge the president of a large association? Mu Gong looked at Chen Guan and said, if you become a 1-star devotee and your bounty group is 50 people, you can challenge small associations, but medium and large associations require a larger scale. If your current bounty group has hundreds of millions of people, then you can challenge large associations. Hearing this, Chen Guan's eyes lit up slightly. If you can challenge a large association and obtain the territory managed by the large association, then you're naturally a large association. As long as you become a large association, you can challenge the leader of the alliance and become the leader. In other words, he is now only 1 step away from becoming the leader of the Data Alliance. And this step naturally requires a scale of over 100 million people. Hundreds of millions of people. Chen Guan frowned and pondered for a moment. He looked at Mu Gong and said, old man, do you think this is a human being? The words fell. Chen Guan raised his hand, accompanied by a white light. Mu Gong noticed Chen Guan's actions. White ability. After the white light came on, a black-haired man wearing a white shirt and jeans appeared in front of Mu Gong. Mu Gong looked at the black-haired man who appeared out of nowhere in front of him, and there was a hint of suspicion in his eyes. He slowly picked up the crutch that had fallen on the ground and stood up with the help of the crutch. The black-haired man had his eyes closed. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at Mu Gong in front of him. After he glanced at Mu Gong, he retracted his gaze and looked at Chen Guan behind him. Master. Chen Guan nodded slightly, then said, meetings to President Mu Gong. When the black-haired man heard this, he looked at Mu Gong and said, President Mu Gong. Mu Gong looked at the black-haired man, his pupils trembling, and then looked at Chen Guan. Is this a creature created by the white creator element? Chen Guan hummed. You are half right and half wrong. This is indeed a human being created by my ability, but it is not a white ability. Mu Gong looked at the black-haired man. What's your name? When the black-haired man heard this, he said, the master didn't give me a name. Mu Gong's expression became very strange. He stretched out his hand and shook the black-haired man's arm. He looked at Chen Guan in disbelief. Does he have a level? Chen Guan looked at the black-haired man. Open the attribute column and show it to him. Hearing Chen Guan say this, Mu Gong was shocked all over, and he looked at the black-haired man with trembling pupils. The black-haired man shared his own data column with Mu Gong. Mu Gong looked at the data column of the black-haired man in front of him and swallowed. This. Name? Level 0. Other data attributes are also available. And these attributes are the attribute values of an ordinary person at level 0. No, impossible. Mu Gong looked at Chen Guan. This person is a real person, a real living person. This is not the ability of the creator. Mu Gong retracted his gaze and looked at the person created by Chen Guan. He shook his head and said, the creatures created by the ability of creation are without blood, flesh, soul, or thoughts. They also do not have the ability to share data attributes. He has flesh and blood, a soul, and also possesses data attributes that only humans have. Mu Gong looked at Chen Guan. How did you do it? Mu Gong looked at Chen Guan and thought to himself. He really created a living person, not a creation made of pure energy, but a person, a real person. How does this guy do it? Is it really like what people say on the internet, that this guy is a god, a real god? Chapter 1, 94-7 Series Fusion Ability. Old man Mu Gong adjusted his inner shock and looked at this human being created by Chen Guan's ability. Mu Gong retracted his gaze and looked at Chen Guan. How did you do this? Seeing the shock on Mu Gong's face, Chen Guan said, "You just said that this is the ability of the white creation attribute. This ability is indeed similar to the creation attribute, but it is not the white attribute." "Not by she." Mu Gong looked at Chen Guan strangely, a little puzzled. What he saw just now was clearly white light. Chen Guan said calmly, "Source power is the source of all things. Theoretically, it can create all things in the world. And the system abilities we know are the methods of using source power. But the ability of each system is very single. It is impossible to create a living person with a single system ability. I created him using the abilities of 7 types." Chen Guan raised his hand. With his palm facing upwards, 7 spheres of different colors appeared on Chen Guan's palm. Seeing these 7 spheres, the pupils on Mu Gong's wrinkled old face trembled slightly. Under Chen Guan's control, the 7 spheres merged together and turned into a ball of light, emitting dazzling white light. When the 7 colors are blended together, they look white, so you think I only use the white color when I use my ability. Chen Guan looked at Mu Gong, but it's not completely white. As he spoke, Chen Guan waved his hand. The white ball of light was rotating, and as it was rotating, you could vaguely see a colorful halo flowing within the white light. Old man Mu Gong's mouth opened wide, and he looked at Chen Guan in disbelief. But when people with special abilities become powerful to a certain extent, it becomes difficult for them to continue to improve their strength. Some people who find it difficult to continue improving their abilities will choose to improve their qualifications in other areas and awaken their abilities when they are bored. These people with special abilities can also awaken 7 types of abilities. However, the abilities of other types awakened in this way are simply useless compared to the main abilities. Furthermore, even if all 7 systems have awakened their abilities, it does not mean that 2 systems can be merged together to awaken them. This situation has never been seen before. But after hearing what Chen Guan said now, Mu Gong realized that the person in front of him could not only merge the systems together to awaken, he also integrated 7 systems and created human beings with flesh and blood. Never seen before. Mu Gong looked at Chen Guan. He muttered subconsciously, with disbelief in his eyes. Chen Guan clenched his hands, and the ball of light in his hand dissipated. He looked at Mu Gong. "So, can he be considered a person?" Mu Gong was stunned, and he subconsciously looked at the black-haired man next to him created by Chen Guan. He shook his head. "Cannot." When Mu Gong heard this, he shook his head again, stroked his beard, and looked at Chen Guan. "I can't answer your question. This is the first time I have encountered such a situation." Suddenly, Mu Gong seemed to realize something. He looked at Chen Guan and said, "Brother Chen Guan, why are you asking me this question?" Chen Guan suddenly asked whether the human beings he created were real human beings. But why did Chen Guan suddenly ask this question? Mu Gong contacted him about the conditions for challenging the association, and he felt a little uneasy for a moment. "No way." Mu Gong stared at the young man in front of him who looked calm and composed, feeling a little uneasy. "He doesn't really want to do that, does he?" Mu Gong felt his scalp tingling. Chen Guan hummed. "Just as you thought. I originally planned to use this ability to create humans to directly create 100 million people and then directly challenge the large associations." This, Mu Gong suddenly took a breath of cold air. He looked at Chen Guan with his eyes wide open. Chen Guan looked at Mu Gong's expression and slowly stood up. "My mission is now complete. How do I claim the points and rewards?" Mu Gong was slightly startled. Then he came to his senses. "Grandpa." Suddenly, a voice came. Chen Guan and the other 2 looked towards the source of sound. A blonde girl in a black suit came out from the inner room. She was wearing white gloves and holding a plate with a sandalwood box on it. She walked towards this side. Mu Gong came back to his senses and looked at Chen Guan. "This is my granddaughter, Muzi." Muzi Yue put the plate in her hand on the table, then looked at Chen Guan and Qianin and greeted them with a smile. "Brother Chen Guan, or Sister Qianin, my name is Muzi Yue. Please give me your guidance in the future." Muzi Yue looks to be 18 or 19 years old, and the level on her forehead is 52. At this age and level, he can be considered a genius. Chen Guan was quite polite. He showed an elegant and easygoing smile and nodded slightly. Mu Gong took the box from the tray and brought it to Chen Guan. He said, "Inside this box is a 1-star devotee card. It can prove your identity. In addition, the card also has the same storage function as a bank card. I have asked Mu Ziyue to transfer the reward for completing the task to your account." Chen Guanqi moved. During this period, Chen Guan and Qian Yin have been in the wild, and things like eating and sleeping are all solved by relying on Chen Guan's source of power. Before arriving at Zhongzhou's residence, I lived in a villa provided free of charge by the Flying Association. After that, Chen Guan and Qian Yin never lived in the city again. The reason why he didn't live in the city was, first, there was no need, and second, Chen Guan had no money. Although he can enjoy many public things for free with the bounty card, the bounty card is obviously useless if he goes to some stores to buy things. Chen Guan opened the box, and inside the box lay a black card. The card was made very delicately, and a golden star could be seen on it. Does this thing symbolize the status of a one-star devotee? Chen Guan moved his hand, and the card disappeared. Chen Guan stood up and said, "Then the matter is settled, and we should leave now." As he spoke, Chen Guan looked at Qianyin. Qianyin stood up gracefully. "By the way, there's one thing." Mu Gong seemed to have thought of something. Chen Guan looked towards Mu Gong. Mu Gong said, "Brother Chen Guan, you have been to the second floor of the 10,000 Worlds Tower. Now it can be said that all the capable people in the entire central continent know about this. After this matter is known to others, people from the Orc Association may come to you." Orc Association? Chen Guan was slightly stunned, and he showed a hint of doubt. Mu Gong nodded, yes. He looked at Chen Guan strangely. "Don't you know about the Orc Association? 100 years ago, many orcs were brought out from the second floor of the Tower of All Worlds by humans. After a long period of development, some orcs gained independence." Qin Yin's voice sounded. Chen Guan looked at Qin Yin. Qin Yin said softly, "Those orcs who gained independence established an association and called themselves the Orc Association. The association is located in the Orc Manor in the West District, and there are countless orcs living in it." Chapter 195, He Alone, represents hundreds of millions of people. Hearing this, Chen Guan understood. He looked at Mu Gong and said, "Thank you for reminding me. I will pay attention to it." After saying that, Chen Guan took Qian Yin away under the watchful eyes of Mu Gong and Mu Ziyue. When Chen Guan left, the Shadow Wolf and the human made of source power disappeared together. Mu Gong looked at Chen Guan's back until Chen Guan and Qian Yin disappeared at the door. He then slowly came to his senses. This person is unprecedented, really unprecedented. Mu Ziyue looked at Mu Gong's expression and nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is unprecedented for someone like him to be able to come out alive from the second floor of the Myriad Worlds Tower in his early 20s. No, that's not what I meant. Mu Ziyue looked towards Mu Gong, only to find that Mu Gong's pupils were trembling as he looked in the direction where Chen Guan had left. The solemn and shocked look made Mu Ziyue a little confused. "Grandpa, why is that?" "You know, the creatures created by the ability users need to rely on source power to maintain them," Mu Gong said. "The more sophisticated the creatures created by the ability, the more source power they need to consume. Like the human he created by fusing the 7 types of abilities, the amount of source power needed to maintain a human is definitely not a small amount." Having said this, Mu Gong paused and said, "Do you know what he wanted to do just now?" Mu Ziyue asked doubtfully, "What for?" Mu Gong swallowed and looked at the direction where Chen Guan left. He plans to use his own source power to create 100 million humans. What? Mu Ziyue was stunned. She looked at Mu Gong with shock and surprise. How is this possible? Using source power to create a creature or to maintain a creature requires a large amount of source power. Under normal circumstances, a person with special abilities can only afford the source power required to consume one creature. Human source power is limited, so 100 million. How is that possible? I also think it's impossible, but he really wanted to do that just now, and his eyes didn't look like he was joking. Mu Gong said seriously, "I think he can do it." Mu Ziyue looked at the door, not far away. So, he alone is equivalent to an army of hundreds of millions of people. When Mu Gong heard this, he was silent for a while, and finally uttered 4 words, "Unprecedented." Chen Guanca had no idea how much shock his every move had given to Mu Gong. After he took Qin Yin out of the building, they first found a hotel to stay in. Chen Guan was thinking about something. To challenge large associations, the bounty group would need to have hundreds of millions of people. I can use source power to create hundreds of millions of people. The memories of those created by their own abilities are set by themselves. They have flesh and blood and can be considered human beings, but they have no souls. Mu Gong previously believed that they had souls, but this was wrong. Chen Guan knew very well that the person he created was made up of source force. Source force could create all kinds of matter that exists in the universe, but could not create the soul. It is precisely because there is no soul that Chen Guan can create and destroy it at will. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock. Hearing the sound, Chen Guan looked towards the source of the sound. Chen Guan turned over and sat up, looking at the door. Who would knock on the door at this time? Hearing this, Chen Guan stood up, walked to the door, stretched out his hand, and opened the door. There was a girl standing at the door. She had snow-white fluffy ears and a fluffy tail behind her. This is actually a snow fox girl. The level of the snow fox girl can be seen on her forehead. Her level is 42. Orc? Chen Guan had encountered orcs before in Dongzhou and on the second floor of the Wanjie Tower, but he had never encountered one in central China. Chen Guan thought of what the old man Mu Gong had said before. There is no need to think about it. The person in front of me must be from the Orc Association. When the snow fox girl saw Chen Guan, she saluted him and said respectfully, "Senior Chen Guan, my name is Xuelan, and I am for the Orc Association. I heard that you have been to the second floor of the 10,000 Worlds Tower. Xuelan wants to find out something about it. Why are those bitches from the Snow Fox clan here to join in the fun?" Before Chen Guan could say anything, another voice rang out. A man with fluffy gray wolf ears and a wolf tail came from the corridor, with one hand in his trouser pocket, walking towards this side. On the man's forehead was marked his rank, which was 51. He walked up to Xuelan and said, "Get out of here." Xuelan frowned when she heard this. "Why should I get out? This is outside, not in the Orc Association." The man frowned, said nothing, and kicked Xuelan. Boom! Accompanied by a dull sound, Xuelan's waist was kicked, and her whole body flew 5 meters away. She covered the place where she was kicked, her face looking grim, and stared at the man with anger in her pupils, but she didn't dare to attack. After all, that man is stronger than her. The man looked at Xuelan's expression, curled his lips in disdain, and then looked at Chen Guan. As soon as he saw Chen Guan, the man changed his expression and showed a friendly smile. "Let me introduce myself first. I am Qi Jiang from the Grey Wolf clan of the Orc Association. I heard that you have entered the second floor of the 10,000 Worlds Tower, so I came to ask you for some information." Chen Guan touched his chin and said, "I'm a little curious. Does she have a grudge against you?" Qi Jiang was startled. He stretched his eyebrows. The Snow Fox tribe is a place where a bunch of bitches stay. Their role is just to please the powerful orcs. I don't know what these bitches are thinking. Their status is so low, but they actually let people come and talk to you. What an idiot. Chen Guan didn't like the way this guy spoke. He said calmly, "So you don't know her?" Qi Jiang looked at Chen Guan. He was a little confused. "Of course I don't know her. The powerful and noble Grey Wolf doesn't need to know these Snow Fox tribe bitches." After hearing this, Chen Guan roughly understood the situation through mind reading. The Orc Association is a world where the orcs manage themselves. The Data Alliance treats the Orc Association with respect and will not interfere in the affairs of the Orc Association. Obviously, some rules have been formed within this Orc Association that are different from those in the outside world. Just like on the second floor of the Tower of All Worlds, the lynxes treated the red foxes like slaves. This Orc Association also seemed unfair. Suddenly, Chen Guan thought of the fox man he met in Dongzhou before. In an instant, Chen Guan understood. Could it be that the fox people did not stay together in the Orc Association, but chose to cross the primitive mountains and come to Dongzhou? It turned out to be because of this. Chen Guan looked at Qi Jiang indifferently and said calmly, "Get lost." Qi Jiang was stunned. He looked at Chen Guan with a hint of anger in his eyes. "What did you say?" Chapter 196, I will become the king of the Orc Association. Chen Guan looked at Qi Jiang indifferently. "I told you to get out, and I don't want to repeat it a second time." Qi Jiang's face suddenly darkened, and he gritted his teeth. "I, the Grey Wolf clan, came here to find you to give you a name, so don't be shameless. Do you think you are great just because you can come out of the 10,000 Worlds Tower alive? Let me tell you, who the hell are you?" He stretched out his hand, took out a weapon that looked like brass knuckles, and stared at Chen Guan. "I will let you know what the sky is high and the earth is thick." Xuelan, who was standing next to him, saw this and her eyes sparkled. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, "Does this guy have no idea how powerful Senior Chen Guan is? He is so stupid." Qi Jiang suddenly pounced on Chen Guan, holding the brass knuckles, and punched directly at Chen Guan's face. Before the sharp brass knuckles on Qi Jiang's fist pierced Chen Guan's face, Chen Guan raised his hand, and that hand swung out one step faster than Qi Jiang. He waved the back of his hand away as if shooing away a fly. It hit Qi Jiang directly in the face. Boom! There was a dull thud, The sound was like a fist hitting a watermelon. Iki's upper body turned into dust in an instant. The terrifying gust of wind created by Chen Guan's wave of his hand continued to move forward. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge hole appeared in the wall. Xuelan looked at the hole in the wall, her mouth slightly open, with a gleam in her eyes. Chen Guan looked at the hole in the wall. Through the hole, he could see the scenery outside the wall. I didn't control my strength well. Chen Guan muttered. He looked at the girl from the Snow Fox clan and said, "Your name is Xuelan, right?" When the girl heard this, she came to her senses and looked at Chen Guan. Yes. Chen Guan said, "Follow me." As he said this, he entered the room. "Dear, is she?" Chen Guan looked at Xianin, who had just finished taking a shower and was wearing a thin shirt. She was wiping her hair with a towel and looking at him. There was a hint of doubt on her pretty little face. Xuelan saw Xianin and also saw Xianin, and Xuelan's eyes lit up slightly. Chen Guan smiled and said, "They are from the Orc Association." When Xianin heard this, she sat down in front of the dressing table and blow-dried her hair with a hairdryer. Chen Guan sat on the edge of the bed and looked at Xuelan. "Are you Snow Foxes so unwelcome in the Orc Association?" When Xuelan heard this, she whispered, "There are many different orc races living in the Orc Association. Currently, the rulers of the entire Orc Association are the Lion Clan. In the Orc Association, the stronger the race, the more benefits they can get. Our Snow Fox clan is the weakest among those races. As a weak race among the orcs, we must obey the demands of the strong races. No matter what they ask, we can only do it. If we don't, we will be punished." Xuelan clenched her fists and looked at Chen Guan. The overall strength of the Snow Fox tribe is not as good as other orc races, but the Snow Fox tribe has a characteristic, that is, both men and women are good-looking. Because of their good looks, men of many races will target our women, and then say those disgusting demands. Chen Guan previously thought that the reason why the orc civilization in the Tower of 10,000 Worlds was so barbaric was because those orcs had never been exposed to a real civilized society. Now it seems that is not the case. Even the orc civilization that has lived in the human world for so many years is still as primitive as wild beasts. Perhaps it is because they are half beast and half human that the beast nature in their bodies is even stronger. At this point, Xuelan looked at Chen Guan and said, "I heard that Senior Chen Guan has been to our orc's hometown. I couldn't help but want to come and find Senior Chen Guan to ask about the lives of other orcs in the 10,000 Worlds Tower." Chen Guan looked at Xuelan and said, "As far as I know, orcs cannot return to the Wanjie Tower unless they are killed and turned into cards. So, I think your question is useless. Even if the orcs in the Wanjie Tower live better than the orcs here, you can't return to the Wanjie Tower at the cost of death, right?" Xuelan shook her head and looked at Chen Guan. "That's not the case. Actually, for an orc to become a card, it doesn't mean that he has to be killed." Xuelan looked at Chen Guan seriously and said, "As long as the orc voluntarily recognizes a human as its master, that orc can also be turned into a card and retain its original memory. I know some kind humans who can help me, but if the Tower of All Worlds is still as dangerous as before, they can't help me." After hearing Xuelan say this, Chen Guan finally understood everything. This person came to find Chen Guan to find out how the orcs in the Tower of All Worlds were doing and whether it would be dangerous to enter the Tower of All Worlds. The reason for inquiring about this information was that the human world made her despair and she wanted to return to the orc civilization. Humans will still die if they enter the Tower of All Worlds now. Chen Guan gave her an answer. Xuelan was stunned for a moment, and there was a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Chen Guan said, "But there is no need to be disappointed. Compared to your current life here, the life of the orcs in the 10,000 Worlds Tower is not good either." Xuelan was stunned, and she looked at Chen Guan. Chen Guan said, "In your orc association, it is the law of the jungle, and in the orc civilization in the 10,000 Worlds Tower, it is still the law of the jungle." When Xuelan heard this, her eyes turned dim. Looking at Xuelan's expression, Chen Guan suddenly asked, "Your orc association has a population of 100 million?" Xuelan looked at Chen Guan with a hint of doubt in her eyes. The Orc Association has the highest birth rate. Currently, the entire Orc Association has a population of over 300 million. When Chen Guan heard this, his eyes lit up slightly. He crossed his arms and looked at Xuelan. "I have an idea. Since your Orc civilization respects the strong, can we cooperate?" "Cooperation?" Xuelan looked at Chen Guan in confusion. Chen Guan smiled and said, "Let me become the king of your Snow Fox clan, and then let the Snow Fox clan challenge the current king of the Lion clan. In this way, the Snow Fox clan can become the strongest race in the Orc Association, and then I can become the president of the Orc Association, right? Shui Lan blinked. This. Chen Guan smiled and said, if you want to get rid of the Snow Fox clan and save it, and get out of the current situation, then you have to listen to me. You need to cooperate with me and take me to see the current leader of your Snow Fox clan. Shui Lan looked at Chen Guan's expression, frowned, thought about it, and bit her thin lips. Chen Guan looked at Shui Lan's hesitant expression. He didn't say anything, just watched quietly. If Chen Guan went to any association and killed the president of that association, he would not be accepted by the association to become the new president, but it was different for the Orc Association. The Orc Association, these orcs worship the strong purely. And if Chen Guan now proceeds as the king of the Snow Fox clan, then everything will go smoothly. As long as you become the president of the Orc Association, you can naturally challenge the presidents of large associations, and then you will be only one step away from becoming the leader of the Data Alliance. Shui Lan closed her eyes, clenched her fists, and thought for a long time. She slowly nodded. Okay. Chapter 197, she can disguise herself as a member of the Snow Fox tribe. But there is a problem, Shui Lan suddenly said. She looked at Chen Guan. If you want to become the chief of the Snow Fox tribe, you must be a member of the Snow Fox tribe. People from other tribes cannot become the chief of the Snow Fox tribe. Chen Guan frowned slightly. Is there such a saying? Shui Lan hummed. All orcs have this tradition. The purpose is to ensure the orthodoxy of the race's bloodline. However, Shui Lan paused and looked at Chen Guan. If your lover is from the Snow Fox tribe, then it's okay. Because if your lover is from the Snow Fox tribe, then the child you give birth to may be from the Snow Fox tribe. Only when the bloodline of the Snow Fox tribe can be passed on, can the identity of the tribe leader be accepted by the tribe. Only when your lover is from the Snow Fox tribe will the tribe recognize you as a member of the tribe. Otherwise, you will be regarded as an outsider regardless of whether you are a member or not. Even if you can defeat the tribe leader, in the eyes of other Snow Fox tribe members, you are an outsider invader and will not be recognized. Yes, if any strong man could become the leader of the Snow Fox tribe by running to the tribe and beating up the tribe leader, the Snow Fox tribe would have been in chaos long ago. But how to solve this problem? Do you want to find a girl from the Snow Fox tribe yourself? If that really happened, Chen would probably be furious. Could it be that such a good idea that I had come up with would be shelved like this? Chen Guan had a headache. Do you think I look like a member of the Snow Fox tribe? Suddenly, a voice interrupted Chen Guan's thoughts. Chen Guan was startled and turned his head to look at the source of the sound. I saw a graceful figure standing in front of the dressing table. She was wearing a thin white shirt, had silver hair, and two fluffy snow fox ears on both sides of her head. Under the silvery white bangs is a beautiful face and a pair of pure and flawless ruby eyes. Behind her is a fluffy silver foxtail. The ears and hair are similar to Shui Lan's, but unlike Shui Lan, these exotic ears and tail are on the angel-like beautiful girl in front of him. Shui Lan looked at the girl in front of her, and her eyes lit up. Even Shui Lan, who is also a woman, felt a little moved when she saw the naturally charming girl in front of her. Chen Guan looked at Qian Yin. He understood Qian Yin's idea. He smiled and said, "Are you planning to disguise yourself as a member of the Snow Fox tribe?" Qian Yin nodded slightly. She looked at Chen Guan and smiled playfully. Don't Dongzhou also have people from the Snow Fox tribe? If I disguise myself as a member of the Snow Fox tribe from Dongzhou, can I solve this problem perfectly? If you want to continue making up stories, you can do this. Qian Yin walked over to Chen Guan, stretched out her little hand, hugged Chen Guan's arm, leaned close to Chen Guan, and said with a playful smile, "I'll say that my parents originally lived in this central continent, and they were tired of being oppressed by other races of orcs, so they fled to East Continent. And then they met you. So I wanted to use your power to save my tribe. What do you think?" As Qian Yin approached, Chen Guan smelled a fragrance coming towards him. That was the scent of shampoo mixed with her unique body fragrance. Chen Guan smiled and said, "It sounds good." Then Chen Guan looked at Shui Lan and said, "What do you think of this idea?" Shui Lan was staring at Qian Yin in a daze. She was shocked by Qian Yin's beauty. When Chen Guan's words came out, Shui Lan came back to her senses. She looked at Chen Guan, then at Qian Yin, looking at Qian Yin's fluffy ears, and then at the snow foxtail that was gently shaking behind Qian Yin. She looked at Chen Guan again. "I think it should be possible. With his camouflage ability, I believe that no matter who sees Miss Qian Yin's current appearance, they will think Miss Qian Yin is a member of the Snow Fox tribe." Shui Lan looked at Chen Guan. Miss Qian Yin disguised herself as a member of the Snow Fox tribe and went to the Snow Fox tribe as your lover. It would be natural for you to challenge the tribe leader as a member of the Snow Fox tribe. Xuelan's eyes fell on Qianin. It's just that Miss Qianin is too stunning. Chen Guan looked at Xuelan. Xuelan came back to her senses, and she looked at Chen Guan. It's like this. The Orc Association is different from the human side. The atmosphere in the Orc Association is even wilder. Men will directly snatch any woman they like when they see her. There is a tacit rule in the Orc Association. That is, only the strong are worthy of the opposite sex. In a place like the Orc Association, the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely it is to cause conflicts. We, the Snow Fox tribe, are relatively weak, but our men and women are more beautiful than those of other beast tribes. This beauty has also led to countless men and women of the Snow Fox tribe becoming playthings of beast men from other tribes. Xuelan looked at Qianin. Even though the Snow Foxes are considered top-notch in terms of body shape and appearance among the orcs, Miss Qianin's beauty astounds me. A beauty like Miss Qianin entering the territory of the Orc Association will probably attract the attention of many male orcs. When Qianin heard this, she frowned. Chen Guan looked at Qianyin's expression. He reached out his hand, stroked Qianyin's head, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm here." As he spoke, he also took the opportunity to rub the fluffy Snow Fox ears. Qianin blushed, turned her head away, and rolled her eyes at Chen Guan. Chen Guan chuckled. "These ears are really nice." Qianin blushed, stepped aside, and kept a distance from Chen Guan, blushed, and said in a tender voice, "Bad guy." Chen Guan smiled. Xuelan, who was standing by, looked at Qianin and Chen Guan's actions and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. After Chen Guan finished teasing Qianin, he looked at Xuelan and said, "Then lead the way." Xuelan looked at Chen Guan. The Orc Association is located in the West District. We are now in the Central District. If we want to go to the West District, it is best to go to the Imperial Capital Airport and take an airship. Chen Guan said, "No need to bother." As he spoke, Chen Guan took out his cell phone, opened the map, and then threw the phone away. The phone flew in a parabola, and Xuelan reached out and took the phone. Chen Guan was in a good mood after teasing Qianin. He said with a smile, "Mark the location of the Snow Fox tribe on the map, and we can just go there." There was a hint of doubt in Xuelan's eyes. Go straight over? Xuelan didn't understand what Chen Guan meant by this sentence. But Chen Guan wants her to mark the position, so just mark the position. Xuelan operated Chen Guan's mobile phone, marked the location on the satellite map, and then handed it to Chen Guan. Chen Guan took it and took a look at the location on the phone. "Yeah, okay." The moment Chen Guan's voice fell, Xuelan only felt that the surrounding environment suddenly changed. Xuelan was slightly startled, and there was a hint of doubt and confusion in her eyes. Suddenly, Xuelan's pupils condensed slightly and her eyes widened. Xuelan found that she was now in space. In front of her was a huge blue planet. From this angle, she could see a continent inside the blue planet. This continent is the Data Continent. Chapter 198, he used the entire planet as a map. Xuelan's pupils trembled, and she was a little bit unbelievable. What is going on? What's going on? Am I dreaming? She clearly remembered that she was at Chen Guan's residence just now, but now she appeared in space, outside the planet. Xuelan subconsciously looked to her side. As Xuelan looked around, she saw Chen Guan and Qianin were also there. At this moment, Chen Guan was holding a mobile phone, looking at the screen, and then looking at the continent below, muttering, "Use this satellite map, then move to space, and look at the planets from space to determine the location." In this way, using teleportation can better lock the location, and there will be no situation where the location cannot be found after multiple teleportations. Hearing Chen Guan mumbling to himself, Xuelan opened her mouth into an O shape. Xuelan's pupils trembled. Teleport. This is the legendary teleportation. He used teleportation to outer space in order to treat the planet as a huge map to determine the next teleportation location. Isn't this too crazy? Xuelan was a little bit unbelievable. Wait a moment. Suddenly, a voice came. Chen Guan looked at Qianin, who was speaking. Qianin blushed. "Don't be so anxious. I haven't changed my clothes yet." Hearing this, Chen Guan looked at Qianin. Qianin was only wearing a white shirt besides her underwear. This outfit. Chen Guan touched his chin, looked at Qianin and smiled, then stretched out his hand and handed a short skirt and a pair of black stockings to Qianin. Qianin looked at the clothes that Chen Guan handed over, and she took them with a red face. "I will put on my clothes in the ring first." Chen Guan nodded slightly. Qianin's figure disappeared from the spot. Chen Guan retracted his gaze, looked at the data continent below, then looked at the map on his mobile phone. He compared the satellite map on his mobile phone with the data continent and determined the location marked by Xiaoxuan. Senior, where are we? When Chen Guan heard this, he looked at Xuelan. Xuelan looked a little shocked. Looking at her expression, Chen Guan said, I created a world inside the ring. Qianin was shy and didn't dare to change clothes here, so she ran to the world I created. Having said that, Chen Guan withdrew his gaze and continued to determine the location. When Xuelan heard what Chen Guan said, she was completely stunned. She stared at Chen Guan blankly. I even wondered if I had heard it wrongly. The man in front of me created a world by himself? Xuelan just felt her head buzzing. She looked at the data continent below and felt a little dazed. What did I hear? Am I dreaming? Xuelan pinched her thigh with her hand. Pain. It seems that I am not dreaming. Xuelan turned her head again and looked at the man standing in the void beside her. The man's forehead showed his level, which was 44, and he looked to be in his early 20s. But he can enter the extremely dangerous tower of all worlds and come out alive. He also possesses the legendary ability of teleportation, which is recognized by all people with powerful abilities as impossible to awaken. Now he even says that he created a world himself. Is this kind of person a human being? Is he a god? Xuelan realized that the man in front of her was an existence that completely surpassed her common sense. He was an existence that was beyond common sense. Are you a god? Chen Guanjing was positioning himself and waiting for Qianin to come back, when suddenly he heard a trembling voice coming from beside him. Hearing the voice, Chen Guan turned his head to look at Xuelan beside him. I saw Xuelan looking at me with her trembling sapphire eyes, and her eyes were filled with speechless shock. Looking at Xuelan's expression, Chen Guan was slightly stunned. He realized that his casual actions and words had scared her. Chen Guan smiled what he thought was a friendly and sunny smile, and said, I'm not a god. I'm just an ordinary person like you. If there's a difference between me and you, it's probably that my attributes are a little bit stronger than yours. When he said this, Chen Guan raised his hand and brought his index finger and thumb close together, leaving a gap. Just a little bit. Xuelan looked at Chen Guan's friendly and sunny smile. She then looked at the gesture Chen Guan made and the gap between his index finger and thumb. She always felt that the distance within that gap could accommodate a universe. Xuelan adjusted her mood. Okay. Suddenly, Chen Guan heard a voice. He looked back and saw Qianin had already come out. Qianin was wearing a white shirt and a miniskirt at the moment. Her long legs were wrapped in black stockings, and she was wearing a pair of small leather shoes. She was full of a unique aura of a young girl. The fluffy ears and fluffy tail, coupled with her proud, tall figure, make her as adorable as can be. Eyes met. Qianin showed a playful smile on her face, clasped her hands under her chest, looked at Chen Guan, and said playfully, Does it look good? Chen Guan smiled and said, It seems useless to tell you. I will tell you slowly tonight. Qianin blushed and rolled her eyes at Chen Guan. You old pervert. You keep saying bad things every other sentence. I won't talk to you about this anymore. Let's go. Chen Guan nodded slightly. Chen Guan used his teleportation ability. In an instant, the three people disappeared from a spot. When the three appeared again, they were in a village. Chen Guan looked around. This is a village, and Chen Guan and the other two are now on the village street, with some brick houses visible around them. Is this the residence of the Snow Fox clan? Chen Guan looked at Xuelan beside him. Xuelan looked around, her eyes filled with surprise. She slowly came to her senses and looked at Chen Guan. This is where the Snow Fox tribe currently lives. Xuelan looked at Chen Guan. I'll take you to find the clan leader. Chen Guan nodded slightly. Chen Guan and Qian Yin followed Xuelan and walked along the streets and alleys towards the residence of the Snow Fox clan leader. Chen Guan discovered that the place where the Snow Fox clan currently lived was like a village in the city. As he walked, Chen Guan noticed that he could see people coming and going on the street. These people had the unique ears and tails of snow foxes. When Chen Guan and Qianin passed by, these Snow Fox people subconsciously looked at Chen Guan with a vigilant look. Suddenly, a middle-aged male Snow Fox with wrinkles on his face came towards this side with a group of people, frowning. Seeing the group of Snow Fox people coming towards them, Xuelan, who was leading the way, stopped. Xuelan looked at Chen Guan beside her and said, The leader is Elder Gonghua. The group of Snow Foxes stopped. Gonghua looked at Xuelan with a sullen face. Xuelan, you left the Snow Fox tribe for 3 years. Today you came back with 2 strangers, a human. Who are those two people behind you? And why did you bring humans here? Hearing this, Chen Guan realized that the group of people in front of him did not know him. At the same time, Chen Guan could notice that these snow fox people looked at him with vigilance. Chapter 1990. If you say so, then so be it. What was Shualan thinking? She was brought to us by humans. This guy left the snow fox tribe for 3 years, and today he came back and brought humans here. He is absolutely crazy. The group of snow fox people began to talk. These snow fox people are very hostile to humans. Elder, why don't we capture these 3 first? A snow fox man said. Yes, Elder, let's arrest them first and talk about it later. Humans coming to our residence must have bad intentions, so catch them first. These snow fox people were clamoring and shouting that they wanted to capture Chen Guan and the other 2. Gungwa didn't say anything. They could only frown and stare at him vigilantly, but no one took any action. Shuelan's level is 42, Chen Guan's is 44, and Qian Yin's is 33. The highest level among this group of snow foxes is Elder Gung Hua, who is at level 54. Except for Elder Gung Hua, the highest level of the other young snow fox men and women was 47, and the majority were in their 30s. They didn't know Chen Guan, so they could only determine his strength by his level. So naturally, they dared to clamor to arrest him. Wait, Shuelan hurriedly spoke. Shuelan looked at Gung Hua nervously and said, Elder, these 2 are also members of our snow fox tribe. I am planning to take them to see the tribe leader. Nonsense. There are no humans in our snow fox tribe, someone suddenly shouted. This woman is indeed from the snow fox tribe, but this man is a human. We in the snow fox tribe will never recognize humans as one of our own. Yes, humans are humans, and snow foxes are snow foxes. Shuelan, are you crazy? You actually said that humans are one of our kind. Shuelan knew that bringing Chen Guan and Qianin here would definitely cause trouble, but she didn't expect it to be so troublesome. Shuelan didn't know how to deal with the problem for a moment. Gung Hua frowned and said, Catch them. Good. When the snow foxes heard this, they immediately set out to attack Chen Guan and the other 2. You guys. Shuelan's face changed slightly. Quiet. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind Shuelan. Hearing the voice, Shuelan was slightly startled, and she looked at Chen Guan. Chen Guan looked ahead and rubbed his temple expressionlessly. Be quiet. You guys are too noisy. It's giving me a headache. Huh? What are you doing? Gung was suddenly asked. Shuelan came back to her senses. She looked at Gung Hua, who was frowning with a puzzled look on his face. Hurry up, why don't you move? Catch them quickly. When Shuelan heard this, she looked around. For a moment, Shuelan's eyes trembled slightly. Except for Gung Hua, the men and women of the snow fox tribe who had just surrounded this side seemed to have turned into statues, unable to move. They all stood still. Their time seemed to have stood still, and each of them seemed to have turned into a statue. What is this? Shuelan's eyes trembled slightly, and she realized. This is ability. This is Chen Guan's ability. Gung Hua frowned suddenly, and he also realized that something was wrong. His eyes fell on Chen Guan, and his whole body was glowing red. He pulled out the scimitar tied at his waist, and the scimitar was surrounded by red light. He pointed the scimitar blade at Chen Guan. What did you do to my people? Chen Guan relaxed his eyebrows. I just want them to be quiet, but you're also quite annoying. You should also be quiet. As soon as he finished speaking, black ropes suddenly emerged from the shadow under Gung Hua's feet, and these black ropes bound Gung Hua in an instant. In an instant, Gung Hua was tied up like a dumpling, and his whole body fell down and fell to the ground. Clang! The scimitar fell and hit the ground with a slight sound. Gung Hua struggled hard, trying to break free from the black rope, but he couldn't. He looked at Chen Guan in doubt. What did you do? What is this? Why? Why can't I feel my own source power? Who are you? Shut up. Chen Guan spat out these 2 words indifferently. Gung Hua opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but when he met Chen Guan's indifferent eyes, he slowly closed his mouth. He has already realized that this guy in front of him, who is of a lower level than himself, is difficult to deal with, very difficult to deal with. Chen Guan looked around, scanning the surrounding snow foxes, and said calmly, My name is Chen Guan, and the one next to me, named Qian Yin, is my lover. She is from the snow fox tribe in Dongzhou. She knows that your snow fox tribe has suffered a lot of humiliation here, so she wants to come and help you. Gung Hua frowned when he heard this. No. Our snow fox tribe's affairs are the orcs' affairs. You humans don't need to interfere in the orcs' affairs. When Shuelan heard this, Her heart skipped a beat, and she looked at Chen Guan anxiously. What Gung Hu said clearly showed that he was intending to reject Chen Guan's help. Will Chen Guan choose to leave? Xuelan looked at Chen Guan, but found that Chen Guan was still expressionless as before. Chen Guan slowly crossed his arms over his chest, looked at Gung Hu, and said calmly, I help you because I want to. As for whether you need it or not, it has nothing to do with me. If you agree, I will help. Even if you don't agree, I will still help. Xuelan looked at Chen Guan's expression. Although he had no expression on his face, the words he said were so domineering that they were shocking. Xuelan was stunned for a moment. This is too overbearing. You, Gung Hu's face changed. You are not helping. You are clearly doing it to satisfy your own desires. Oh, Chen Guan smiled. If you say so, then so be it. Looking at Chen Guan's indifferent expression, Gung Hu was stunned and didn't know what to say for a moment. Chen Guan looked at Xuelan and said, Come on, take me to see your clan leader. Xuelan was stunned for a moment. Then she came to her senses. Okay. Chen Guan was too domineering, so domineering that Xuelan was a little dazed. As she spoke, Xuelan led the way forward. Chen Guan and Xian Yin followed Xuelan and walked towards the residence of the Snow Fox clan leader. When the three men left, the black ropes on Gung Hu's body disappeared, and the Snow Fox men and women who were unable to move also resumed their movements. They all looked in astonishment at the direction where Chen Guan and the other two left. What ability does this guy use? He used an unknown ability to control all of us. What's going on? I heard from them that they will go to find the tribe leader next. If we go find the clan leader, there will definitely be a fight. Elder, what should we do? Gung Hu looked at the direction Chen Guan left. His expression was uncertain. He adjusted his mood and said, Let's go and take a look. Chapter 200. The Third Awakening cannot even do a manicure. This is where the clan leader lives. Xuelan stopped and said to Chen Guan. After hearing this, Chen Guan looked at the house in front of him. This house is a 2-story villa, but no matter how it is decorated, it is 10,000 times better than the brick and tile houses next to it. Chen Guan withdrew his gaze and looked towards the gate of the villa. He walked towards the gate of the villa. Next to the gate of the villa stood a level 49 Snow Fox man. When the Snow Fox man saw Chen Guan coming, he frowned, stretched out his hand, and a scimitar appeared in his hand. He said, Human, this is not the place for you to be. A black rope appeared from under the feet of the Snow Fox man, and in an instant he was tied up like a dumpling, with his mouth also sealed with the rope. His whole body fell to the ground, unable to move. He lay on the ground, staring at Chen Guan. Chen Guan walked to the gate of the villa and lifted his foot. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang. The entire door was kicked away by Chen Guan. Chen Guan walked in from the broken door and looked at the situation inside the room. When he looked into the distance, Chen Guan relaxed his brows. Inside the gate is a spacious and luxurious hall. On the sofa in the hall, a man was lying in the arms of a young girl. His hair was black and white. He had the ears and tail of a snow fox, and his face was covered with knife-like wrinkles. Beside this man, there were 3 young snow fox girls, one of whom was sitting on the sofa with the man resting his head on her arms. Another one was standing by with a fruit plate, feeding the man fruit, and the other one was sitting on the sofa, wiping the man's hair with her little hands. The moment Chen Guan entered the room, the man looked over here. His eyes met Chen Guan's, and he frowned suddenly. He sat up slowly. You all go down. When the 3 snow fox girls saw this, they quickly got up and left. Chen Guan looked at this scene, his hands crossed over his chest. Are you the leader of the Snow Fox clan? The man slowly stood up, his eyes swept across Chen Guan, and his gaze suddenly fell on Xian Yin. His eyes narrowed slightly. The corners of his mouth turned up, revealing a greedy look. He stretched out his hand and pointed at Chen Guan. Get lost. The finger fell on Xian Yin. She stays. Hearing this, Chen Guan raised his eyebrows. How disgusting. When the man heard this, he frowned and said calmly, You're looking for death. As his voice fell, his whole body glowed green. He stretched out his hand to Chen Guan. Suddenly, 3 thick green vines suddenly sprang out from the ground and quickly rushed towards Chen Guan. Seeing that the vines were about to touch Chen Guan, with his hands on his chest, looked indifferent. When the vines came within half a meter of Chen Guan, they instantly transformed from solid objects into green light and dissipated. The man's pupils condensed slightly. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes, and his brows were furrowed. This guy didn't answer Chen Guan, but when Chen Guan asked about his identity, his subconscious mind had the answer, and Chen Guan got the answer using mind reading. The level 60 Snow Fox in front of him is the chief of the Snow Fox clan, Busink. Chen Guan said, the Snow Fox tribe was oppressed by foreign tribes. The girls of the Snow Fox tribe had no freedom of their own. They were forcibly taken away by foreign tribes and became playthings of others. And you, as the leader of the Snow Fox tribe, you did not think about how to become stronger, but learned from those foreign tribes to treat the girls of the Snow Fox tribe as playthings for your enjoyment. The strong wield their swords against the weak, and the weak wield their swords against the weaker ones. Chen Guan looked at Busink with interest. You are really a genius. Busink's face suddenly darkened, and he said, nonsense, go to hell. As he finished speaking, he raised his hand. The green light comes on. The light turned into vines, and the vines condensed into a giant green spear that was 3 meters long and half a meter thick. That's Chief Busink's third awakening, the spiral vine spear. After seeing this scene, those members of the Snow Fox tribe who came rushing overshowed excitement. The chief spiral vine spear is made of vines that are as hard as diamonds. Coupled with the vine's rotation and shooting speed close to the speed of sound, the destructive power caused is enough to destroy everything in an instant. This guy really pissed off the clan leader. The clan leader actually used his strongest move. That human is dead now. The giant spear shot towards Chen Guan at a speed comparable to that of a bullet. When the giant spear was shot out, it spun wildly. The blast of air created by the terrifying rotation speed spread all around. The ground exploded, the table shattered, and the glass turned directly into powder. The air around the spear was distorted by its terrifying speed. This horrifying destructive power made all the Snow Fox members who saw this scene open their eyes wide. Chen Guan looked at the horrific destructive power caused by the spear in front of him, and his expression did not change at all. He simply held out his pinky finger and waved it. The nail of the pinky finger hit the tip of the spear. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening bang. The spear broke with a sound. In an instant, the entire vine spear broke into pieces and scattered across the sky. Looking at this scene, all the Snow Fox people stared in amazement. The old face of Busink, the chief of the Snow Fox clan, was filled with shock and disbelief. Chen Guan looked at the nail on his little finger. The nail has grown a little long recently, and the defense is too high, so it's hard to cut the nail. As he said that, he looked at Busink and said, your move is too weak. It's not even effective as my nail clippers. Busink opened his mouth wide. Chen Guan raised his hand and shook hands with Busink. Busink's body suddenly shrank. The entire body shrank into an atom and completely disappeared from everyone's sight. The men and women from the Snow Fox tribe who were watching this scene were all stunned. Chen Guan turned slightly and looked at the group of Snow Fox men and women who were watching behind him. When the Snow Fox people saw Chen Guan coming, their faces turned pale and they retreated nervously. Chen Guan said calmly, stop. The moment Chen Guan's voice rang out, the people of the Snow Fox clan stopped moving and just stared at Chen Guan blankly. Chen Guan crossed his arms and looked at them. From today on, I am the new leader of the Snow Fox tribe. Next, all of you will tell this news to all the people in the Snow Fox tribe, and then have all the people in the Snow Fox tribe come to the square. I have something to announce. Seeing that they didn't say anything, Chen Guan said, do you understand? Understand. Understand. The Snow Fox people responded quickly. We understand. We understand. They were afraid of angering Chen Guan, so they quickly responded to him. Chen Guan nodded slightly. Go ahead and do it. The dozens of Snow Fox people left immediately. Looking at the figures of those people, Chen Guan withdrew his gaze and looked at the messy patriarch's residence in front of him. Xuelan, who was standing next to him, looked at Chen Guan's figure, her eyes shining. Although the Snow Fox chieftain was not considered powerful among the orcs, he was also at level 60. However, this level seemed fake in front of the man in front of him. It's really worthy of him.